I finally ascended after cultivating for 10,000 years, but as soon as I arrived in the immortal realm, I caused a stir throughout the entire realm, and all the major top powers sent out their disciples to welcome me. Just because I have sent away countless disciples over the past 100,000 years, even the original big yellow dog has become a big shot in the immortal realm, but I myself have never been able to sense that last bit of opportunity for ascension. Who knows? Just as I was complaining about the unfairness of the heavens, the system's voice suddenly sounded, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the 10,000-year sign-in, rewarding the host with crossing the tribulation and ascending. At this moment, I was so happy that I almost cried. After a moment of confusion, I found myself in a pool deep in the forest. There were 7 or 8 people by the pool, all craning their necks to look at me. Excuse me, is this the immortal realm? I politely asked. The middle-aged man in the lead smiled and said, "You're kidding, this is the spirit realm. Young man, please help me bring my young lady out." The spirit world? I was a little confused, still not sure if I had ascended or not, so I looked around and finally found a girl behind me. She lay on her back in the water, with many wounds on her body. I picked her up and walked out of the pool, asking, "Isn't this the immortal realm?" The middle-aged man immediately took the girl over and smiled. "I know you have many questions. Everyone who just ascended up here is like this. It's just that this is not the immortal realm but the spirit realm, and that pool of water is the immortal cleansing pool. After ascending, the ascender will randomly appear in different immortal cleansing pools. Haven't you felt that the chi in your body has already transformed into spiritual power?" Upon hearing this, I quickly looked inward, and indeed, the strength of my body was much stronger than before ascending. The so-called chi in my dantian is transforming, but the speed of transformation is slow due to the excessive amount. Then I curiously asked, "Didn't you say that the ascendants appear in random immortal washing pools? How do you know that your young lady will appear in this immortal washing pool?" "We Yuan Youngstar have our unique bloodline traction method. People from other planets cannot learn it," the middle-aged man casually said. After speaking, he seemed to remember something again. "Which star are you from?" The master instructed us to wait at the nearby wash immortal pool to pick someone up. I pondered for a few seconds. "I don't know what star it is, but the continent is called the Mysterious Heaven Continent." The middle-aged man nodded. "I think so too. The universe is so vast. How could it be so coincidental to find the person that the master is looking for?" After speaking, he looked at me and continued, "My name is Mu Yunzong. If you are interested, you can join our Daoist Sword Sect. Ascendants are in the realm of true immortals, and can directly become stewards or guest officials." "Okay." I nodded. "Anyway, I have nowhere to go for now, so I'll understand it first before making a decision, and also look for my apprentices." Mu Yunzong smiled and said, "Don't worry, our Daoist Sword Sect Master Su Yueling is unparalleled in the swordway, holding the Huan Yuan Crimson Purple Sword Art, invincible within 1,000 miles, an absolute super sect." Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. Su Yueling? Isn't she the talented young girl in swordsmanship from over 10,000 years ago? That girl has already founded her own sect. Originally I was not very sure, but the moment Mu Yunzong brought me to the Daoist Sword Sect, I was sure, because in front of the martial arts field there was a black stone steel, which was the divine weapon I personally crafted for Su Yueling before her ascension, the heaven measuring ruler. Memories of the past floated up in my mind, and I couldn't help but walk up to try to touch the measuring ruler. "Kid, what are you doing?" Mu Yunzong was startled and quickly stopped me. "Let me tell you, this thing is the favorite thing of the sect master. She comes here every day and ordinary disciples are not allowed to touch it." After listening, I nodded immediately to indicate that I understood. "Let's go. I'll arrange for you to stay first. When my young lady wakes up, I'll take you both to see the elder." I responded and then looked around in confusion. It seems like there aren't many disciples inside the door. Mu Yunzong frowned. "Are you underestimating our Daoist Sword Sect? The disciples in the sect are all out looking for someone now, so there are naturally not many left to guard. Even the sect master has gone out." At this time, I suddenly remembered what he had said before, so I curiously asked, "What kind of person is your sect looking for?" Mu Yunzong did not avoid it when he heard the words, "I can tell you. The ascender of the blue star is Muge." Sure enough, I glanced at the list of immortals on the horizon. I thought that Su Yueling should have seen my name appear on it. Is this blue star referring to the Xintian continent? Then I hurriedly looked inside my residence, and my spiritual power was still transforming. The cultivation accumulated over 10,000 years was not wasted. At least I didn't need to cultivate for a short time. I had a thought and put on the dragon armor I had just obtained from signing in. It can be used as a defensive treasure normally, and can also activate the dragon scale protection when needed. After doing all this, I walked out of the cabin and lay down on the lounge chair at the edge of the cliff. It felt so comfortable in my heart. At the same time, a graceful figure flew from the sky, and Su Yueling returned. At this time, inside the main hall of the Daoist Sword Sect, the great Elder Su Mei was somewhat surprised to hear Mu Yunzong's report. Besides your Miss Mu Yao from the Mu family, where does the other person come from? Mu Yunzong respectfully said. Not from the Blue Star. Su Mei's eyes dimmed at the words, but considering the vastness of the 9 provinces, the chances of appearing from the Shixin pool within the scope of the Daoist Sword Sect were really too small. Just at this moment, a graceful figure flashed in and landed in the middle of the hall. After clearly seeing the appearance of the visitor, Mu Yunzong quickly cupped his hands and said, I have seen the sect master. Su Yueling then asked directly, I heard that 2 ascendants came out of the immortal washing pool you are in charge of? Yes. One of them is my young lady whom I brought here using the method of drawing with the bloodline of the Yuanyang star. The other one I have asked, does not come from the Blue Star. Su Yueling's expression immediately dimmed after hearing this. Then she glanced at Su Mei and said, arrange a position for them. Su Mei smiled bitterly and nodded. Don't worry, Mu Yunzong, your young lady's meridians are injured. Rest well tonight and make a decision early tomorrow morning. Mu Yunzong nodded immediately and then left. That's when he remembered. To this day, I still don't know the name of the guy who flew up with Miss. That kid from the Xian what continent? I don't know the name yet. I'll ask first thing in the morning. I'm sorry, Mu Yunzong mused. Inside the main hall, only Su Yueling and Su Mei remained. Su Mei is not from the blue planet. Rather, it was the one that had appeared in an immortal wash pool with Su Yueling in the first place, because they are both surnamed Su, have similar personalities, and are both sword cultivators. They soon became good sisters. After that, he went around and created the Duel sword sect with a few sword cultivator sisters. Su Yueling took the sole position of patriarch with the hybrid pound purple sword. The rest of the sisters are elders. By now, it's also 10,000 years out. Yueling, there's no need to dwell on it. Since your master he has ascended to the spirit world, there will always be a time to meet. Su Mei said comfortingly. But, he just ascended and is only in the true immortal realm. What if something happens? Su Yueling was worried. That can't be. Your division is so large that it is rare in the world, spread all over the 9 states. Yesterday's Immortal Ascension list, I'm sure they've all noticed. There's always your senior brothers and sisters who will be able to find him. Su Mei continued. Phew. Su Mei exhaled slowly, nodding his head. He said, I hope so. In these few days, the Immortal Wash Pool within the confines of the Great Luo Sword Sect, continue to intensify your patrols. My master he's been alone in the lower realms for 100,000 years. I don't want him to ascend and still be alone. Sui Mei nodded and pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly thought of something. Right. That Yijian sent another person a few days ago. Don't bother. Su Yueling directly interrupted Su Mei's words. And right now, she has no heart for anything. I know. It has been rebuffed. Only lest that sword emperor should be impatient and come back to provoke. At this juncture, the disciples under the Great Luo Sword Sect had gone out to patrol the Immortal Wash Pool more often than not. The clan is short of manpower. Su Mei worried. Sword Emperor? Su Yueling raised her eyebrows and said, Bull ****** Sword Emperor. He's worthy? It's just a self-appointed name. In terms of sword talent, even if this spirit world is as big as the 9 states, and there's absolutely no way anyone can compare to my master. One could see Su Yuling's smugness and pride, as well as the skyrocketing confidence. It made Su Mei a little curious. Even if it was Su Yuling's master, who had just ascended and was only at the true immortal realm, how talented could he be in the sword Dao? How was she to know that Lu Ran had long since filled up his sword Dao talent by signing in when he was in the lower realm? No, it wasn't just the sword Dao talent, but alchemy, artifact refining, array formation, and so on, all at full level. Anyway, in these few days, you can just take full charge of things within the clan. I'm going to go around and see if there's any news from the other disciples. Su Yueling murmured. After saying that, he immediately left the great hall again. At this moment, outside the bamboo forest of the broken cliff, Lu Ran is still enjoying life in his recliner. This flat-lying feeling is completely different from the feeling of lying flat on the top of Kunlun in the lower world. In the lower realm, it was like a prison, unable to break free for 100,000 years. Here, 1,000 worlds and all kinds of beauty waited for him to explore. And, of course, there were the countless disciples who had been hand-delivered up in the first place. Bored, he continued to study the system. 100,000 years in the lower world. Initially, the system checks in and gives random talent points. For cultivation, for elixirs, give fabulous. But with all of Lu Ran's talents at full level, there were more magic treasures than he could use. Cultivation climbed to the peak of the transition. The system just doesn't give a damn. However, Every time he signed in, he was still forced to give cultivation, causing the vastness of qi within Lu Ran's dantian. The qi in the body of an ordinary transiting ascender is a pond, while Lu Ran's qi that, like a vast ocean, coming out of the immortal washing pool, being quickly converted into spiritual power by the rules of the spiritual realm, and having his realm elevated to true immortal. Then it's done. But Lu Ran, there was no telling how long it would take for the transformation of that vast ocean of qi to be completed. Right now, Lu Ran, who had been lying down for a few hours, clicked on the system to check his realm. Current realm, 6th heaven of true immortality. The small divisions between the 6 heavens, great realms appear to be similar to those in the lower realms. It's just that this promotion speed, it's a bit fast. Lu Ran sighed. Can't be fast enough. The qi in his body was unceasing, like a rechargeable battery, endless, and constantly converted into spiritual energy. Elevate the realm. There is no need to practice at all. Signing in every day and giving extra spiritual power is simply not putting the heavenly way in your eyes. Then why hasn't Mu Yunzong come yet? I don't know if that little fat girl Yu Ling has come back yet either. Lu Ran is a bit of a sitting duck. It's been over 10,000 years since I've seen the little fat girl. After all, why don't you go for a walk? End of chapter. Chapter 5. You sex maniac. Took a couple of hours to get around. Lu Ran is found. This did not give identity. Is inconvenient. Many places cannot go. But even so, Lu Ran was pleased that this huge clan was well governed. I didn't realize that girl, Moon Spirit, was quite good at business. The sun was setting and it was getting dark. Lu Ran arrived at the martial arts arena and stood and stopped in front of the heavenly measuring ruler. When it was given to Su Yuling's heavenly measuring ruler, he didn't expect it to become scrap metal when it arrived in the spirit world. The overwhelmingly powerful heaven measuring ruler in the lower realm was afraid that it wouldn't even be considered the most trashy spiritual treasure in the spirit realm, and itself requires qi from the lower realms to power it. After the spiritual realm had been transformed into spiritual power by the rules of the heavenly Tao, this heaven measuring ruler could not be used. Su Yuling didn't bother to throw it away, so she stuck it in this martial arts arena. Disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect always saw it when they walked by day and night, as if it was the foundation of the Great Luo Sword Sect. Spiritual treasure. Lu Ran already has one. He is not in a hurry, signing in every day to give a random reward. Occasional storms with higher grade and more generous rewards. Spirit treasure will be there. Everything will be there. New here? A voice as clear as a spring suddenly came from behind him. Lu Ran looked back. It was found to be an extremely beautiful woman. He was dressed in goose-colored brocade neon clothes, and his status was mostly honored in this Great Luo Sword Sect. Yes, just ascended today, Lu Ran said. The other person Mu Yunzong spoke of is you. My name is Su Mei, the Great Luo Sword Sect's Grand Elder. I'm sorry, Su Phantom greeted with a smile. Oh, this is the Grand Elder? Someone who assisted Su Yuling in governing the Great Luo Sword Sect? Greetings, Grand Elder. Lu Ran arched his hand, counting it as a salute. The Ascender himself, in the true immortal realm, is not a disciple, but a guest minister, being a guest and outside help in general. So there's no need for all that elaborate etiquette. Just ascended. There may be many unaccustomed to. Stay a long time will be good. We have this Great Luo Sword Sect. I don't dare to say that I'm the only one in Xiazhou, but within 1,000 miles, it's still unique. You stay here until you're familiar with the spirit world. We won't stop you if you want to leave. Su Mei was very open-minded and said. Having said that, thinking of something, he asked, by the way, what's your name? Lu Ran almost blurted out his own name, but after thinking about it, he changed his words and said, Yi Nan. Yi Nan was not a fake name, but rather Lu Ran's name before he crossed the Xiantian continent. When he was in the Xiantian continent, Lu Ran was unable to ascend, and had nothing to do but wander the world. Occasionally the name Yanan is used. After all, in the Xiantian continent, Lu Ran's name was just too loud. The reason why he didn't say his real name was that Lu Ran actually had his own little mind. Now the entire De Luo Sword Sect was screaming for Lu Ran, and when he said that, the news was immediately passed on to Su Yuling. So wouldn't the surprise be gone? It's been over 10,000 years since we've seen each other, and it's boring to meet in such a boring way. He wanted to appear in front of Su Yuling in person and give him a surprise. This is the measuring ruler, not a treasure, but in this clan, but the most vital. As a guest secretary, you have a high degree of freedom, but this thing, remember not to touch it will. That is the most treasured item of the patriarch. Su Mei reminded Lu Ran when she saw him staring at the heaven measuring ruler. When she said that, Lu Ran's heart was happy instead. That little fat chick, she's got a conscience. Rest early tonight. With your current status, It's inconvenient to walk around the clan in many ways. Tomorrow morning meeting, I announced your status as a guest secretary and issued a token. So it'll be better. Su Mei said. You're a nice guy. Lu Ran nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed good for this woman to accompany Su Yuling. After that, Lu Ran returned to his dormitory and enjoyed the small breeze of the night at the edge of the cliff. Su Mei then rendezvoused with Su Yuling to tally the news from the disciples today, but the results are obvious. There are still some disciples on guard at the Immortal Wash Pool, but after midnight tonight, most of them, is not much of a chance, Su Mei murmured, though the outcome had been expected, but Su Yuling was still disappointed. Nodding his head, he said, no harm done. I hope that my fellow brothers and sisters will be able to receive their masters without any problems. Since we have already ascended to the spirit realm, we will always see it. Su Yuling could only comfort herself with this. By the way, just now I saw the ascended person that Mu Yunzong was talking about. And he's still a handsome young man, oh? I don't know. Su Phantom said flirtatiously. How handsome can it be? As handsome as my master? My master is the most handsome. Su Yuling took over and said. Su Mei instantly cried and laughed a little. As long as Su Yuling's master was involved, she had to brag about it. It was as if in Su Yuling's mind, these 9 heavens and 10 earths, the 6 realms of beings, that Lu Ran was the one true god in general. Su Mei was a bit unimpressed, only saying that Su Yuling was a fledgling plot, too dependent on her master. Early the next morning, the martial arts arena was packed with people. Just this or a large number of disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect were out and didn't rush back. Su Yuling sat on the high platform in front of the martial arts arena at the position of the patriarch and looked at the crowd below. The look was somewhat despondent and gloomy. The news from the disciples who were on duty last night have all come back as well. There was no news of Lu Ran, although a few ascenders were received and pulled back. However, as guest ministers, they would leave at any time, and could only serve as temporary combatants for the sect, and it wasn't secure, so Su Yuling didn't really care. The morning meeting was a tradition of the Great Luo Sword Sect, probably adjusting the division of some affairs within the sect or something like that. Occasionally at general assemblies, the patriarchs and elders would give public lectures. Only today, Su Yuling was clearly not in that mood. After a brief explanation and the promise of a guest secretary, the meeting will be adjourned, Su Yuling said to Su Mei at her side. The remaining few elders were all women, and seeing Su Yuling's listless appearance, it all hit a little close to home. But there's no way around it. Yesterday has passed and no news is no news. The Immortal Dengue list doesn't lie. Yesterday, the Great Luo Sword Sect took over all the Immortal Wash Pools in the territory. None of them had found anyone, so that can only mean that Lu Ran's ascension point was not in this area. At this time, the edge of the martial arts field, Lu Ran had already been called over by Mu Yunzheng. Standing beside him was Mu Yao, the same girl from yesterday. She had recovered from her injuries, was radiant, had put on new clothes, and had simply freshened up her. Don't tell me. It's quite nice. At this moment, he was chatting with Lu Ran. Instead, Lu Ran was a bit distracted, squinting at the high platform in front of the martial arts arena. On top of the high platform, the patriarch's seat, that familiar face, which hasn't changed much in 13,000 years. It was just that there were more vicissitudes in contrast to the lively spirituality before Ascension. Lu Ran couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken when, in the lower realms, this little fat girl, Su Yuling, wasn't very good at taking care of herself. After ascending to the immortal realm, I'm afraid I've suffered a lot to support myself alone until now, right? Hey, Yi Nan, what kind of eyes are you looking at? It's too perverted. It's the patriarch that, you horny bastard. Mu Yao beside him saw Lu Ran ignoring him and immediately said in dissatisfaction. This Mu Yao was rather self-contained and lively. Lu Ran awkwardly withdrew his eyes. Before he could reply, Mu Yunzong, who was on the side, said, Patriarch Su Yuling, that's the goddess of countless people's dreams. It's normal for you to be seduced, but when we get to the sovereign in a moment, you can't be so licentious. Lu Ran shrugged and said, I'll try. End of chapter. Chapter 6 eligible but not recommended. Lu Ran glanced at Su Yuling on the high platform. Her brow was lowered. She was clearly disinterested, and at times she froze and stared. Mu Yunzong estimated that it was about time, and intended to bring Lu Ran and Mu Yao, as well as other new ascended masters around the area who were willing to join the Great Luo Sword Sect as guest ministers went over. But just then, above the 9 heavens, a loud laugh came from the sky. The voice wasn't very loud, but it was like thunderclouds rolling in, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. On the high platform, the dazed Su Yuling was startled and looked up, her eyebrows immediately furrowed. The upper sword court, in the sky, is a treasure-colored long sword, exquisitely shaped and exaggerated. as if a 10,000-year-old flying rock. Hover over there. 7 or 8 people could be vaguely seen above. Standing diagonally behind a middle-aged man, Mu Yunzong frowned and said, "Damn, why is this bastard here again?" Lu Ran glanced at Mu Yunzheng, asked, "You know?" Mu Yunzong sighed. He said, "Sword Emperor Lu Qingshan, the head of the Jian Pavilion." After Mu Yunzong's explanation, Lu Ran realized what was probably going on. More than 10,000 years ago, the Daoist sword sect started here. Within 1,000 miles, there aren't any massive clans yet. 8,000 years ago, a man known as the Sword Emperor, at Mount Li, 100 miles away from the Daoist sword sect, founded the Upper Sword Pavilion. Logically speaking, the Great Luo sword sect would not allow such a thing to happen. However, Su Yuling as well as the elders were all women and did not like fighting in the first place, so they ignored it. After that, the Jian Pavilion is growing rapidly. We should have stayed away from each other, but that Lu Qingshan, gradually, he stared at Su Yuling's mixed yuan pound purple sword decree, even coveted Su Yuling's beauty. It was intended to marry Su Yuling as a sword cultivation couple and merge the Upper Sword Pavilion and the De Luo sword sect. So shameless? Lu Ran frowned. A young apprentice's marriage is the young apprentice's freedom. But listening to Mu Yunzheng, Su Yuling was clearly not happy. But that Lu Qingshan is still stalking and shameless. Even the title of Sword Emperor was self-appointed. When an immortal cultivator reaches the immortal realm, the age of their appearance is already secondary. An old man with gray hair is not as old as a youth. No doubt. Lu Ran, for example, sign on for 100,000 years. Jedi old man. But age isn't an issue. Appearance has to be considered. Although Su Yuling didn't look as young as she did before she ascended, she was still considered to be at the young woman level. But this Lu Qingshan, with his middle-aged and fat look, is he worthy of it? Shameless indeed. But it can't be helped. This Lu Qingshan's strength is not bad, and the disciples of the Upper Sword Pavilion are good fighters. The Great Luo sword sect easily refrains from friction with it. Mu Yunzong said. Lu Ran secretly nodded. This was indeed Su Yuling's nature. She wasn't looking out for herself, but for the countless disciples of this Great Luo sword sect. When two clans fight, deaths and injuries are inevitable. This Lu Qingshan, is he that powerful? Lu Ran mused. Nonsense. It is said that the realm has reached the 5th heaven of the Upper Immortal. Mu Yunzong nodded with a serious face. Upper Immortal? What realm is that? It sounds S***T. Lu Ran said in shock. After the true immortals, there are the Upper Immortals. Mu Yunzheng explained. The corner of Lu Ran's mouth twitched. He thought how gripping it was. After the true immortal is the Upper Immortal? Lu Ran looked internally at his realm, and after sleeping last night, his spiritual energy was automatically transformed. It's now true immortal 9th heaven, and will soon be true immortal peak. After the true immortals, it's the Upper Immortals? This Lu Qingshan 8,000 years ago sword sect, cultivation time at least 10,000 years. You've only reached the 5th level of immortality? Moreover, Mu Yunzong said that this Lu Qingshan's realm was still above Su Yuling? Lu Ran glanced at Su Yuling on the high platform. It shouldn't be. Su Yuling's talent is good. How come after 13,000 years, you haven't even reached the 5th heaven of the immortals? Mu Yunzong's eyes glared as he watched Lu Ran's odd face. What kind of expression is that? Think immortal cultivation is easy? Cultivation before ascension and the realm of immortals after ascension are not the same. With good talent, you can cross the threshold and ascend in a few hundred years. But after ascension, every step is harder than climbing up to heaven. It's been 400 years since I ascended, and I'm only at the 4th level of true immortality. The further I go, the more difficult it'll be, the slower the speed. Do you still think cultivating immortality is easy now? Lu Ran was stunned for a moment as he listened. He probably understood what Mu Yunzong meant and understood what was going on. The immortal realm after ascension was extremely slow to ascend. It took Mu Yunzong 400 years to reach the true immortal 3rd heaven, but Lu Ran was true immortal 6th heaven yesterday afternoon after lying flat and enjoying himself for an afternoon. I slept last night, and when I got up this morning, the true immortal 9. For Lu, however, it is indeed not difficult. It's not likely that in 2 more days, he'll directly advance to the realm of the Upper Immortals. What about Su Yuling? How is the realm? Lu Ran asked. Upper Immortal 3rd heaven. Mu Yunzong said truthfully. Lu Ran sniffed a bit and laughed. Su Yuling had ascended for 13,000 years and was only in the 3rd heaven of upper immortality today. Lu Ran ascended yesterday and is almost at the peak of true immortality today. And those who later ascended, Su Yuling's little sister, little brother or whatever. It is estimated that the realm is even lower. By the way, there is also yesterday's ascension of Tang Cherry Ruo. That girl now do not know where. At this point, Lu Qingshan in the sky had already stepped on his flying sword to lower his altitude, but instead of landing on the ground, he condescended to look at Su Yuling. Moon Spirit, it's been a long time, how are you? Lu Qingshan said smilingly. I'm familiar with you? Su Yuling didn't even bother to get up and casually replied back. Not having found her master, Su Yuling was already annoyed in her heart. At this juncture, Lu Qingshan still came to provoke. This is not to the muzzle of the gun? Being brushed off in public, Lu Qingshan's face stiffened slightly, and his eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. But it's fleeting. Still smiling, he said, there's no harm in it. I've come here today, with no other intention of. Your Duel Sword Sect and my Jian Pavilion are also considered to be friendly sects, so I came today only to spar and discuss the Dao. Su Yuling raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, you want to fight me? Could it be that you really think I'm afraid of you? Although her realm was indeed inferior to Lu Qingshan, but in the same realm, the difference isn't that much. Instead, the mixed pound purple sword decision, granted by Master, enough to bridge the realm gap. No, you and I have nothing to cut our teeth on, and these guys around here, it's a few disciples and guest ministers of my upper sword pavilion who have come here to discuss the Dao, Lu Qingshan said as he waved his hand. Su Yuling frowned. The way of the sword? The so-called discourse on the Dao is not a competition of strength, but of sword intent, the sense of sword Dao talent. This Lu Qingshan brought his disciples to compare this? At the mention of sword intent, Su Yuling thought back to that day when she didn't have a proper master. Under the heavens, if we talk about sword intent, who can beat Master? At this point, in the crowd, Lu Ran also came to be interested. To Mu Yunzong, he asked, so what? If it's a sword intent competition, am I qualified to participate? Mu Yunzong glanced at him and said, you're a guest minister, qualified, but not advised. It will die a horrible death. With the intent broken, this sword cultivation of yours will come to an end. Words. Lu Ran grinned, joking, then the strength. He is still weak, but on the road, he had full rank in kendo. End of chapter. Chapter 7, a big brain and a big neck. Mu Yao, who was beside him, was also watching the fun. At those words, he immediately glanced at Lu Ran. Elbow disliked him and said, the two of us are in this spirit world, not to mention under the Immortals. Within the boundaries of the Immortals, it's the rookie minions. You go up and fight with others for sword intent. Are you tired of living? Lu Ran skimmed his lips, signing on for 100,000 years in the lower realms. The feeling of being tired of living comes up often. It's just a trip across the country that didn't leave you for dead. But now, the spirit world's great mountains and rivers were waiting for him to wander, and countless disciples were waiting for him to be reunited. He doesn't want to die. Presumably that's confidence. Confidence from the system. Argumentation is no better than cutting. This thing, it's much more mischievous. Mu Yunzong said by way of introduction. Sort of a bad habit in the spirit world. If it's just a sparring match, both sides are on point, and the tougher ones suffer a few injuries. Even if the scene gets out of control, there's a big man who can step in and block it. But on the Dao, the sword intent competition, the two sides have already blended with each other, and it is hard to separate. If you're not careful, that's when the intention crumbles. The consequences of a shattered sword intent could be imagined. Not only was one's self injured and one's realm damaged, even the future career of sword cultivation was at a glance. That's the foundation of a sword cultivator. So, in general, no one wants to polemicize. Even those geniuses with demonic talents were afraid of any accidents. This consequence, of course, Su Yuling knew, but couldn't figure out what this Lu Qingshan was going to do. Just to provoke? At this point, Lu Qingshan spoke again. Although I, Yi Jianj, have not been established for as long as the Duel Sword Sect, I am not as good as the Duel Sword Sect, but I'm confident in the teaching ability of the Upper Sword Pavilion. How about you and I make a bet for today's match? Surely there is a purpose. What do you mean? How do I bet? Su Yuling casually said. You and I, including the elder generation, will not participate or intervene, and the disciples and grandchildren, including the guests of, they can all go up. Compete as you like. If my man wins, you and I will become a couple, and the Dala Sword Sect will be incorporated into my Upper Sword Pavilion. I, the Upper Sword Pavilion, am also willing to take on a wide range of disciples, and at the same time, I am willing to pay double the current monthly salary of your big Luo Sword Sect disciples. This latter sentence was probably meant to appease a pull in the disciples of the Luo Sword Sect, but I have to say, it really works. There were many disciples of the great Luo Sword Sect, and not everyone was that vested in it, especially the outer sect disciples with mediocre talent. Daily drudgery is all about that little bit of cultivation resources every month. If Yi Jianj is willing to give double, Let's not talk about the outcome of today's bet. When Qingshan is gone, it was feared that many disciples would have to leave the Great Luo Sword Sect and go to the Upper Sword Pavilion instead. In this way, the overall clan strength of the Upper Sword Pavilion would be even more overwhelming to the De Luo Sword Sect. Even if Su Yuling didn't submit, she could still gradually nibble away. Insidious. Lu Ran cursed directly after hearing this. Having lived for 100,000 years, this Qingshan puckers his ass and knows what kind of he takes. Su Yuling also probably saw through Qingshan's intentions. Qingshan knew that Su Yuling wouldn't bet easily, nor was he so sure that he could take down Su Yuling today. But with just a small thought, he could pry away so many disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect and make a bloody profit. Su Yuling clenched her teeth. Even if she knew what Qingshan meant, there was no way for her to solve it. Raise the monthly salary of current disciples? No way. The amount given by itself was quite a lot. Raising it double, the Great Luo Sword Sect wouldn't be able to support it for long before it was emptied out. The fact that she couldn't find her master. Su Yuling was annoyed. This Qingshan was still going to come and play with his mind. Su Yuling immediately intended to refuse and kick people out. As for those wallflower disciples, feel free to stay as you like. But Su Yuling hadn't said anything yet. Bold. My Great Luo Sword Sect Master Sect Leader can't be so flippant by you. An angry yell. In the crowd, a well-built youth walked out. His long sword already sheathed in his hand. Fan Yong, do not be impulsive. Su Mei was startled. This Fan Yong is her disciple. Although his talent was indeed good, he had also comprehended the sword intent and had reached the true immortal realm 3 years ago. But at the end of the day it's still a fledgling kid. And, isn't it equivalent to answering the war if he stands out here? Isn't it equivalent to agreeing to this bet for Su Yuling? Stupid. Lu Ran sighed and shook his head. A bit impulsive indeed. With a big head, a thick neck and a simple mind. Mu Yao also couldn't help but say, in favor of Fan Yong's passion. Without turning his head back, he said, don't worry, Master, my De Luo Sword Sect is not weak to his Jian Pavilion. After saying that, one foot stepped out, pieing the stone floor under his feet, in pieces, 5 meters in a circle, hard down 3 inches. Countless greenish yellow sword chi surrounded his body, and the astral wind rose up. One must know that this was still only showing sword intent and had not utilized an attacking move. Daring to come forward. This Fan Yong is more or less something. I've heard long ago that the Great Luo Sword Sect's Grand Elder, Su Mei, is sitting down with a genius of unparalleled talent, comprehending the Big Dipper sword intent at the transitional stage. At this glance, it's really something. With a soft laugh, behind Qingshan, a young man dressed in white brocade clothes jumped down directly in a dashing manner. The body is as light as a swallow and the steps are gentle. The moment he landed, a long sword likewise appeared in his hand, carried diagonally. Indifferently, he said, Lu Xiaoyang of the Upper Sword Pavilion, let's learn. Having said that, not giving the Great Luo Sword Sect a chance to backtrack, taking a deep breath, a wave of heat rolled out, wrapped in its own sword intent. It intertwined with Fan Yong's Big Dipper sword intent. He's Lu Xiaoyang? Mu Yunzong exclaimed in shock. This time, they didn't wait for Lu Ran and Mu Yao to inquire. Mu Yunzong then introduced, this Lu Xiaoyang is Qingshan's son. It was rumored that he had comprehended the sword intent of robbing fire in 300 years, crossed the tribulation and ascended in 400 years, was a true immortal at the 5th heavenly hall in 800 years, and was a true immortal at the 8th heavenly hall in 1000 years. It's a wunderkind. The sword intent is fierce and aggressive, not inferior to Fan Yong's Big Dipper sword intent. Lu Ran, however, heard a different emphasis. This Qingshan has a baby? Lu Ran raised his eyebrows. How dare you think about my little fat girl? Wanted to fart eat it. It could be an ex-wife. Not quite sure exactly. Or it could be dead. I don't know. Mu Yunzong said with a shrug. Only then did Lu Ran look at the battlefield again. Both sides of the sword intent intertwined. Each in place. Their own spiritual energy is hidden but not out. A complete and utter contest of intent. This has nothing to do with polemics. It's just a product of the ugly habit of competing for power. I don't know. Lu Ran muttered. It didn't serve the slightest purpose, and was only meant to suppress others and highlight its own talent to act like a pussy. Above the 9 heavens, Qingshan was complacent, full of confidence and certainty. On the high stage, Su Yuling, however, was frowning tightly, riding a tiger. Not to mention the bet, just the disciples of the sect competing for sword intent. If they lose, I'm afraid I've fallen even more into that Qingshan scheme. Mu Yunzong was worried as a guest secretary, murmuring, although this Fan Yong is at a low realm, he has a sword intent that even I have not comprehended. Shouldn't lose. Mu Yao, who was on the side, nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice to indicate her agreement. But Lu Ran bristled, said, "That Fan Yong has been wasted." End of chapter. Chapter 8, What should you do if you lose? It's always been said that the thing about mood is that it's purely based on perception. Unspeakable, unspoken. But to Lu, however, it was simple and clear. These people may have never reached the top, so they are vague about the road ahead. Take Lu Xiaoyang and Fan Yong in front of them for example. The two men's intentions intertwined, and the disciples around them withdrew a large distance one after another, lest you be hurt by the intention. But to look no further. Sort of similar to Lu Ran's previous life when he was still on Earth, when two foreigners spelled Chinese. The rest of the foreigners themselves knew nothing about Chinese, so they naturally looked and listened in confusion. Lu Ran, however, was able to see at a glance who spoke well and who spoke poorly. Even Lu Ran, who had a full rank in Sword Dao, then looked at the various sword techniques and swordsmanship. It's also all like reading a Chinese textbook with a clear pulse. Right now, Fan Yong and Lu Xiaoyang are spelling out their intentions. Fan Yong's Big Dipper sword intent looked bluffing, but in terms of intent perception and quality of, there was still a distance to Lu Xiaoyang. Therefore, Fan Yong's failure was inevitable. At this point, Sword Emperor Lu Qingshan, who had a much higher sense of sword intent, could naturally see the signs. So confident. On top of the high platform, Su Yuling's face turned slightly white, and she could naturally tell. Unfortunately, it can't be blocked. It can't be interfered with. It wasn't because of Lu Qingshan's bet, but because of this thing called intent. But whenever you start a spell with someone else, outsiders can't take it apart. A forced interruption would be a disaster for both sides of the ongoing argument. Mu Yao, who was beside Lu Ran, looked at Lu Ran suspiciously after hearing this. The reason why she was self-acquainted with Lu Ran was partly because of Mu Yao's character. On the other hand, two people from different planets, but appearing at the same time, the same immortal wash. Mu Yao believed in fate. It was as if Lu Ran was her companion. But this companion, why did he look like an old scholar? She also looked at the sparring match between Fan Yong and Lu Qingshan. The result is completely unreadable. Just in time, Fan Yong, who was in the arena, began to tremble uncontrollably in his body. The sword intent astral wind around him also began to become chaotic and rippling, and Fan Yong's entire face turned red. It was as if the heat wave of the robber fire sword intent was scorching his body. On the contrary, Lu Xiaoyang's expression was relaxed and indifferent, and there was even a hint of hideousness. Above the 9 heavens, the smile at the corner of Lu Qingshan's mouth grew stronger. As for Su Yuling, she gripped the armrest of the seat with one hand in a death grip, her knuckles a little white from the exertion. She slowly exhaled a breath and said, "Fan Yong, lost." Next, pust. Fan Yong violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and the Big Dipper sword intent around him dissipated with a bang. Fan Yong's entire body shriveled up, panting heavily. On the opposite side, Lu Xiaoyang laughed and dispersed his sword intent. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Understood." 2 simple words, but they made Fan Yong's inner shame unbearable. But more than that, it was despair. The foundation of his sword Dao, destroyed. What had been a promising career came to an abrupt end. Pity, this Fan Yong, of whom I have heard something, and who I thought could have caught my eye, but as a result, so unbearable. Lu Qingshan said in a conspiratorial manner. It's hard to hide the excitement. Su Mei appeared by Fan Yong's side in a flash, reached out, and his face became even more ugly. At this moment, Fan Yong's internal meridians were broken by inches, and the Dantian was in a mess. Master, Fan Yong looked at Su Mei guiltily. Don't talk too much, concentrate on your energy. Su Mei gave him an elixir and instructed. Afterwards, he had Fan Yong brought down to rest. Su Mei raised her eyes to Lu Xiaoyang. The latter's eyes were slightly terrified, but then he braced himself and said provocatively, "Does the great elder intend to discuss the Tao?" Su Mei faintly said, "I intend to, but do you dare?" Lu Xiaoyang's expression instantly froze. She didn't know how good Su Mei's sword intent cultivation was, but just this aura alone scared this heaven's pride into not daring to squeak. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lu Qingshan interjected, "Elders must not intervene, but don't forget the rules of the bet. The disciples are watching." Lu Qingshan also knew what Su Mei was capable of, so he didn't dare to take risks easily. Poof! Su Mei snorted coldly and returned to her seat. Su Yuling and Su Mei glanced at each other, including the remaining few elders, all of whom were frowning. This Fan Yong is too impulsive and has pushed things to this point. Although this Lu Xiaoyang was arrogant, he did have the capital to be arrogant, and his perception of the sword's intent, at his current realm and age, it was rare. It was no wonder that Lu Qingshan dared to bring someone to provoke him. Off-site, Mu Yunzong sighed and said, "That Fan Yong, he's too stupid. There's no way to end this. This wave of the Luo sword sect is destined to suffer heavy losses. Mu Yao was a bit unconvinced. Asked, this sword intent? Of course it's so terrifying? There are so many disciples of the great Luo sword sect. There's no one to cure that Lu Xiaoyan? Mu Yunzheng shook his head. Then he said, that's not true. It's just that most of the disciples within the gate have not reached the realm of immortals. Among the immortal realm disciples, Fan Yong's Heavenly Dipper sword intent ranks among the top 3. Yet he was defeated so easily. As for the guest speakers, don't even think about it. They're just guests. Outside help. It's okay to watch the show, but fighting for your life? Forget it. Moreover, to intervene as a guest minister, risky not to mention, and then offend this guy Lu Qingshan, it's not really cost-effective. In the end, it's still a dare. There was something about this Lu Xiaoyang's robbing fire sword intent. That seen your brother just now. I'm sorry, but isn't that how it is with the Dao? It's not my fault, Lu Xiaoyang said. His mouth said he was sorry, but his face was provocative and smug. The disciples of the great Luo sword sect were all outraged. The entire martial arts arena also clamored. Damn, that's arrogant. This is completely disregarding our great Luo sword sect? People have this capital. Of course they can be arrogant. What the Sword Emperor said earlier about doubling the monthly salary is mostly true, right? The Sword Emperor doesn't lie. The Upper Sword Pavilion is worth considering. Just listening to the clamor, one can probably see the effect of Lu Qingshan's scheme. What? There's no one left? Fan Yon's Big Dipper sword intent, which I've already experienced, is mediocre. That wouldn't be the disciple representative of your De Luo sword sect, would it? Lu Xiaoyan continued to provoke. Su Yuling and the others looked embarrassed. Within the great Luo sword sect, besides Su Yuling and the elders, there were indeed disciples within the disciples who had a higher sense of intent than Fan Yong, but most likely, they can't defeat this Lu Xiaoyang. Is it hard to send them up one by one to be wasted? Lu Qingshan also shouted at this time. Since no one is willing to discuss the road, then we have this bet. The words were not finished. It was interrupted by a voice from the crowd. Since it's a bet, wouldn't it be a joke to only talk about how you win? What if you lose? And what? This statement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Outside the field, Lu Ran stepped out step by step from the group of disciples and spoke lazily. Frightened, it was too late for Mu Yunzong and Mu Yao to pull him. It's over. It's over. This kid really has a bag in his brain. Yao Yao. You have to stay away from him in the future. I don't know, Mu Yunzong said. Above the 9 heavens, Lu Qingshan looked at Lu Ran. Inside the field, Lu Xiaoyang's eyes also looked over. On top of the high platform, Su Yuling heard the voice sound familiar and subconsciously turned her head to look over as well. End of chapter. Chapter 9. My master can't lose. With just one glance, Su Yuling was struck by lightning. She stared blankly at Lu Ran, and her originally irritated inner. It was instantly overwhelmed by ecstasy and disbelief. 13,000 years and more. How many days and nights has Su Yuling's soul been haunted by the face that? Now it's really happening. It's still as cynical and languid as ever. Her breath caught a little, even as she wondered if she was dreaming. And beside him, Su Mei even frowned. Alarmed, he said, Yi Nan? How did he? Yanan? Su Yuling was stunned. And then she reacted. That's right, Yanan. That was a fake name that Master occasionally used when he was traveling in the lower world. At the same time, the various elders of the great Luo sword sect all looked at each other, not recognizing who this person was. Could it be a disciple? No, that's not right. Disciples of the true immortal realm, there's no way they wouldn't know about it. When it came to guest ministers, the great Luo sword sect guest ministers, they definitely knew about it. But this one in front of me, nothing rings a bell. Is he a new guest minister? Those who were equally puzzled also belonged to Lu Qingshan and the others, as well as Lu Xiaoyang, who was opposite Lu Ran. Lu Qingshan frowned and lowered his voice to the people around him. Who is this person? One could see how careful Lu Qingshan was. Before coming, the great Luo sword sect's large and small guest ministers, disciples, talented, those who had comprehended sword intent, what a tribute sword intent was. They all knew it clearly. This was why Lu Qingshan and the others were so confident in coming to discuss the Dao. But what kind of person is this one standing out right now? Back to the pavilion master. This man. It seems that the information we have collected does not mention, said the person beside him awkwardly. In the meantime, countless disciples also looked curiously in Lu Ran's direction. Seeing that Senior Fan Yong was suppressed, his sword intent shattered, and his foundation destroyed. How dare anyone risk their lives up there? Cowboys. Especially Mu Yunzheng and Mu Yao. In the eyes of the duo, Lu Ran was completely a rash young man who didn't know the sky and the earth. The lower realm transitional succession stage big brother, indeed, had an infinite scenery. But when it comes to the spirit world, A true immortal after Ascension is nothing. Running out and pretending at this time. I'm afraid I'm not looking for death. On the contrary, Lu Ran, who was the one involved, was clouded and looked at the stage. Locking eyes with Su Yuling, Lu Ran squeezed his left eye and raised an eyebrow. Shocked, Su Yuling's face swished red. In my heart, I said, I haven't seen you for more than 10,000 years, but you're still the same old no-good guy. Then, Lu Ran turned around and continued to shout. Lu, what's his name here? Didn't you hear me? Since it's a bet, I'm afraid it's not funny to just say how it will be if you win. What if you guys lose? What to say? This, Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan corrected lightly. As for what to say if he lost, Lu Qingshan hadn't really thought about it, because this time it's well prepared and it's here to set the scene. In advance and said that the patriarch and elders were not allowed to intervene. Had thought that it was foolproof, but as a result, an unknown one popped up. Call it whatever you want, it's okay to accept a bet, but the stakes have to be clear. To talk only of how you will win, and not of the cost of losing. Would there be such a shameless bet in the world? Lu Ran's words could be described as unceremonious. Everyone had only just recovered from the shock of the sword intent duel earlier. Yes, bringing people to bet with a flair. Although it's true that Lu Xiaoyang's performance was tough, but there's something wrong with that bet, being pointed out by Lu Ran. A clamor of whispers immediately came from the surroundings. Lu Qingshan's old face reddened. It was not easy for Lu Xiaoyang to suppress the aura that Fan Yong had created. It was instantly 3 times weaker. It was I who forgot. But no harm, it is not too late, and since you have brought it up, so tell me, what should we do if we lose? Lu Qingshan said in search of a remedy. The words just fell. Lu Ran then rolled his eyes and said, is your brain alright? You came here to make a bet. What are you doing here when you haven't even thought about the cost of losing? You, Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth. It was the first time anyone had dared to talk to him like that. He could sense his opponent's realm, the true immortal realm, but he couldn't do anything about it, because he was the one who came up with the rules for the bet. Joke. I, Upper Sword Pavilion, dared to come to discuss the Dao. Naturally, I've thought of a bet. I just forgot to bring it up. In that case, there's no harm in telling you. If we lose this time at the Upper Sword Pavilion, within 3 years, there will be no further contact with the De Luo Sword Sect. This was the result of Lu Qingshan's thoughts, but just as he finished speaking, Lu Ran snorted out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Lu Qingshan's eyebrows were wildly jumping with hostility. It was infuriating. This sudden pussy was not giving him any face. Land Ball Mountain Ah. Lu Qingshan, master of the Jian Pavilion. Sword Emperor Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan corrected through gritted teeth. Oh, anyway, Lu Qingshan is Lu Qingshan. Sword Emperor is even. This bet of yours. Seriously? Lu Ran asked. What do you mean? Where is it not serious? Lu Qingshan asked rhetorically. You guys win. Su Yuling and you will become a Daoist couple, and the De Luo Sword Sect will be merged into the Jian Pavilion. Isn't that a big enough price to pay? You lose. You go back to your lives for 3 years? Are you kidding me? Lu Ran asked nonchalantly. It's just a big, weird thing. Winning the wealth and color, losing to go back to rest, but also just rest for 3 years not to harass the great Luo Sword Sect. Wanted to fart eat it. Being nailed by Lu Ran once again. There was a burst of boos from the surrounding disciples. The several guest ministers around Lu Qingshan were all red in the face with shame. Even Lu Xiaoyang below felt disgraced. So much for sounding really shameless. Then you say, what should be done? Lu Qingshan was a bit annoyed. The corner of Lu Ran's mouth contained a smile, but he did not expect that this Lu Qingshan, more than 10,000 years of cultivation. It's amazing how bad the heart is. That's what this is all about? Simple. Since it's a bet, everyone has to pay the same price. You guys win. Just as you said. Su Yuling and you will become Dao couples. The great Luo Sword Sect is merged into your Upper Sword Pavilion. But if you lose, don't merge. You Upper Sword Pavilion, directly close down. So much for being fair. After Lu Ran finished his paragraph, Lu Qingshan's face changed slightly. That's a bit of a big bet to play. Although he was confident. For one thing, this guy who came out of nowhere didn't know the bottom line. Secondly, if he agreed to do so, he would not be able to stand up if he really lost. After thinking about it, Lu Qingshan was still a bit of a wimp and planned to find a step on Su Yuling. Smiling, he said, fair indeed, and I can agree to that. But you, sect leader Su of the great Luo Sword Sect, yet it doesn't seem to. I promise, this bet is right up my alley. Su Yuling directly interrupted Lu Qingshan. Kidding aside, Su Yuling's admiration for Lu Ran was almost blind. To Su Yuling, it didn't matter what Lu Ran was doing, because whatever it was, the master can't even lose. Beside him, Su Mei and the other elders had their faces changed drastically and looked at Su Yuling in surprise. What's going on? Why did you change your mind? Just now you were so embarrassed and pushed into a corner, but now you're so sure and confident? Where's the confidence? Raising his eyes, he looked toward Yinan, who was standing lazily in the martial arts arena. Is it because of him? A true immortal who just ascended yesterday? If this one loses, the consequences can be imagined. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Calling on the Master. Of course, Su Yuling was not the only one who believed in Lu Ran that much. Lu Ran himself was 10 out of 10. With the addition of a full level of sword Dao sense, in his eyes, that Lu Xiaoyang's so-called robbing fire sword intent, how can I put it? Not trashy to talk about, but it's pretty much the same. Kids' toys in general. Su Yuling's words caused the atmosphere in the room to become odd once again. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this wave of the Deluo sword sect was being driven to the duck. Maximizing losses and avoiding bets is the way to go. Anyway, Su Yuling didn't agree to it. It was Fan Yong who took it upon himself to come forward. There's still a chance to find a replacement after the fact. But unexpectedly, Su Yuling had admitted to the bet. In that case, the bet stands. Lu Qingshan himself said that he could promise. Then in that case, Lu Qingshan was a bit hesitant. Staring at Lu Ran, he asked, "Who are you? Don't forget the rules of this bet. If you are an outsider, is in no position to intervene." Lu Ran waved his hand, directly interrupting Lu Qingshan's words. He said, "My name is Yinan, guest secretary of the Great Luo Sword Sect." In the discourse, the words just fell. Lu Xiaoyang, who had been ignored by Lu Ran, couldn't hold his tongue at this moment. "Ha ha, boy, you are quite confident. How much do you despise me? Also, it's okay. This is considered to be a splash of riches thrown at my upper sword pavilion's head. Come on, discuss the Dao." He smiled brightly, but in his heart he was harboring a fire. Since he was young, he had outstanding talent in sword Dao, and he had comprehended the fire-robbing sword intent, and within the same realm, it was difficult to meet any rivals, but to be so ignored by a guy who doesn't think about circumvention. Instead, it's 10 to 1 to generally solidify the bet. How confident is he that he can beat me? This kind of invisible contempt made Lu Xiaoyang really enraged. Having said that, without waiting for Lu Qingshan to react, the robbing fire sword intent on his body exploded. This one is still different than before. The heaven and earth around Lu Xiaoyan was twisted and transformed into a flaming lotus flower because of the sword intent enveloping it. Looking closely, each petal of that flaming lotus flower seemed to be condensed from sword chi. Anomaly. Su Mei and the others on the high platform were taken aback. Hopefully, this Lu Xiaoyang and Fan Yong are still hiding something when they discuss the Tao. There was no full release of the sword Dao comprehension. The sword intent that could trigger a vision. In a way, even surpass Su Mei. It's over. This wave of the Great Luo Sword Sect is going to be completely ruined. This was the only thought in the hearts of the Great Luo Sword Sect's great elders as well as countless disciples. Su Mei twisted her head to look at Su Yuling, but the strange thing is, at this time, Su Yuling swept away her previous disheveled and gloomy demeanor, but instead, she was radiant. You can't sit in a chair with your butt on fire, eyes gleaming. From the time Yi Nan had appeared until now, the line of sight hadn't moved a single bit, couldn't even seem to blink. Moon Spirit, what do you mean by that? Su Mei couldn't help but lower her voice and ask. Just watch the show. Su Yuling guffawed. Watching the show? Do you know what this bet means? This Yi Nan, who ascended yesterday. How dare you? Halfway through her words, Su Mei suddenly froze. Nope. She snapped her head around to look at Lu Ran, and of course she could tell at a glance that Lu Ran was in the true immortal realm, but that condensed and thick breath, not at all the kind of lethargy of the breath of a minion who had just ascended. Su Mei was a bit confused, because last night, when he first met this bastard, his breath wasn't this thick, although he couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Seeing that the robbing fire sword intent completely enveloped Lu Ran, Su Mei's heart sank to the bottom. No matter how much pretending to be a god, in front of the sword intent competition, it was all bull ********. Unexpectedly, this Lu Xiaoyang's sword intent had already reached such a terrifying level. Lu Ran's side, however, was relaxed. As he watched the robbing fire sword intent pounce on him, he did not dodge or dodge, as if he was in the spring breeze. The robes on his body hunted under the shroud of the robbing fire sword intent. The whole person was like a flatboat in the wild wind and angry waves, floating uncertainly. Of course, that's just an aside. In Lu Xiaoyang's mind at this moment, his sword intent was Yi Nan on the opposite side, however, seemed to be a C-pin, looming over him, above the sky. Lu Qingshan watched as Lu Xiaoyang brought his sword intent to its peak. That was a vicious relief. Murmuring, it's a little earlier than I expected, but it doesn't hurt to. Su Yuling has already agreed to the bet. So let's take this opportunity to take down the Great Luo Sword Sect in one fell swoop. But the next second, call me boy? No big deal, Lu Ran muttered, and suddenly raised his feet, taking a cozy walk in the robbing fire sword intent. Instead of heading towards Lu Xiaoyang, it was heading towards the measuring ruler of heaven that was diagonally in front of him. Stuck in the ground, the sword intent of robber fire raging around him seemed to have no effect on him at all. This odd behavior made everyone look confused. On the contrary, Su Yuling on the stage was very excited. That heaven measuring ruler was originally refined by Lu Ran himself. It's just strange. In the spirit world, the heaven measuring ruler can't be used. What's he going to do? Was wondering. Miso. Lu Ran waved his one hand, and the black stone monument inserted within the stone slab rose up from the ground. Then, it quickly shrunk into a black piece of wood, which was carried in Lu Ran's hand. A casual sword dance. Lu Ran murmured. Not bad, just like back then while it lasted. After all, he had refined it with his own hands. As he played with himself, Lu Xiaoyan once again couldn't help himself. Angrily, he roared. What are you doing? Since we are discussing the Tao, where is your sword intent? What attribute is it? Show it. If even the sword intent is not comprehended, then you, the Great Luo Sword Sect, can lose. Attributes? That fancy stuff is useless. My ass. Kendo. It's not for you guys to play like that, Lu Ran said casually, slowly raising the heaven measuring ruler in his hand. The sword pointed at Lu Xiaoyang, lightly stepping forward. Just one step. Click. Lu Xiaoyang's blundering robber fire sword intent violently crumbled out with a crack. The moment the cracks appeared, they spread out in all directions, as if they were spider webs. Immediately after, boom, with a loud bang, the entire piece of robbing fire sword intent crumbled and vanished. Lu Xiaoyang screamed miserably, his face as pale as paper, and he fell to his knees with a thud. The blood in his mouth didn't want money to die and sprayed out, more than 10 times more miserable than the previous Fan Yong. On the contrary, Lu Ran, cloudy and light-hearted, slowly withdrew the heaven measuring ruler with a smile on his face. The moment. Everyone was confused. I thought Lu Xiaoyang would overwhelm the crowd today, but as it turned out, intercepted by this Yinan who came out of nowhere. With one foot, he stepped on the sword intent. Su Mei's heart was in her throat, and her breath stopped when she saw this. She jerked her head toward Su Yuling, who was filled with joy, as if she had already expected that not the least bit surprised. Xiaoyang, Lu Qingshan no longer dared to pretend. A flying body jumped down from the spirit treasure and held Lu Xiaoyang in his arms. After probing Lu Xiaoyang's condition, his face turned a bit grim. He's Lu Qingshan's own son, Jian Pavilion's once-in-a-million-years sword Dao wizard Now, by a true immortal realm fellow, the foundation was completely scrapped. You seek death. Lu Qingshan's body was flooded with hostility. Buzz. Behind the head also emerged a lavender aperture glittering. Scared Lu ran a big jump. It's like a ing Buddha's light. But immediately after, a silhouette appeared right in front of Lu Ran, coldly looking at Lu Qingshan. It's Su Yuling. Behind her head, there was the same aperture. Sheathing his long sword, he faced Lu Qingshan and said indifferently, "Don't forget the rules you set for yourself to fight. I will accompany you. If you want to continue, go up to someone. If you admit defeat, then disband the upper sword pavilion since then." And, who? The remaining few guys that Lu Qingshan brought with him. You looked at me and I looked at you. No one dared to speak. Facing Su Yuling, Lu Qingshan's face was cloudy, and without saying a single word, he picked up Lu Xiaoyang and, punching the sky, stepping on that fancy spiritual treasure flying sword, he brought his own people and disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. Su Mei and the other elders also came to Su Yuling's side. Su Mei, who didn't understand the situation, was about to ask Su Yuling. Instead, the latter turned to face Lu Ran and fell to his knees in a respectful bow. In a trembling voice, he said, "Apprentice Su Yuling, greetings to Master. Welcome Master to the spirit realm." End of chapter. Chapter 11, Advancing to Immortal. Su Mei froze. Master? Su Yuling's master? Yuling, isn't your master Lu Ran? This Yinan? Su Mei asked doubtfully. The surrounding disciples were also dumbfounded, and Mu Yunzhang and Mu Yao were also dumbfounded. "I am Lu Ran. That name Yinan. Use it occasionally," Lu Ran said smilingly. Su Mei reacted instantly. This Yinan is Lu Ran. It was the master that Su Yuling and even the countless immortals of the blue planet had spilled all over the 9 states, looking forward to day and night. Gulp. Su Mei gulped and looked at Lu Ran. He had heard Su Yuling brag about Lu Ran countless times, but Su Mei didn't even take it seriously. Not having ascended for 100,000 years, it's clear that the talent is lacking, and even if it does come up, and just a true immortal starting from scratch. That's all. But today, this true immortal who just ascended yesterday, with one kick, it stepped on Lu Xiaoyang's robbing firesword intent. And it had only been a short night's time, and Lu Ran's breath was even thicker than yesterday. At the same time, Lu Ran is Su Yuling's master. Wouldn't that be? Su Mei immediately shouted. All disciples of the great Luo sword sect, pay respects to Master Ancestor. In an instant, countless disciples bowed in salute. Greetings, Master Ancestor. The voice came out in a vast and powerful manner. Mu Yunzong came back to his senses and said in shock, he is Lu Ran. Holy, but isn't he from the Xian Tian continent? Mu Yao analyzed. Probably, the Xian Tian continent is the Blue Star? After, Lu Ran and Su Yuling, among others, left the martial arts arena. Inside the hall, Lu Ran sat in a chair, looked around, and nodded. This clan, well run. I didn't even think that you girls had it in you. Good. Su Yuling sat obediently by Lu Ran's side, smiling sweetly. Couldn't take my eyes off of it. It's been over 10,000 years, and I finally met my master. Now Su Yuling, in the spirit world, the mood is as good as it gets. Su Mei and the other elders were sitting around separately, looking at Lu Ran curiously. Although Lu Ran's seniority was high, it was not directly related to them. They didn't have the same admiration and dependence that Su Yuling had for Lu Ran. Rather, it was Lu Ran who displayed a truly terrifying talent for the Tao of the sword. Master, you are now in the true immortal realm, but I see you have a condensed breath. How many levels? Su Yuling asked curiously. The eyes of the surrounding Su Mei and the others also immediately looked over. This is equally their question. Although the question sounds a bit bizarre. How many weights can a true immortal who just ascended yesterday have? Even if one's talent was good enough, it would take at least 500 years to reach the first sky of true immortality. Wouldn't it? True immortal ninth heaven. Lu Ran said casually. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded at these words. True immortal 9 heavens. Yesterday, I ascended, slept, and I'm in the 9th heaven of true immortality. Ha! Don't you take your training so seriously? It took Su Yuling 7,000 years to reach the 9th heaven of true immortality back then. It took Su Mei 8,000 years to reach the 9th heaven of true immortality back then. The rest of the few elders were much worse. But this Lu Ran, even Su Yuling, who was incredibly confident in Lu Ran, was filled with incredulity at this moment. This speed, too, is too fast. Girl, what realm are you in now? Lu Ran asked. Upper immortal 4th heaven. Just reached it over 100 years ago. Su Yuling said truthfully. What Mu Yunzong said was still true. In the spirit world, after reaching the realm of the immortals, the pace of cultivation in the back is also too slow. Even if Lu Ran came to cultivate, I'm only afraid that he wouldn't be able to go any faster. His realm had risen by leaps and bounds, thanks entirely to the 100,000 years of signing on in the lower realm. Too much pent-up anger. What about the realm after upper immortal? Lu Ran continued to ask. He didn't know much about the spirit world's cultivation system yet. The golden immortal. After the golden immortal comes the Dala immortal, and the immortal monarch, the immortal emperor, and the immortal emperor, but it was almost unheard of, because the further back you went, the slower the cultivation speed became, and it could easily be 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. I'm sorry, Su Yuling mused, but even at the immortal realm, the lifespan is not that long. Although realm advancement would prolong longevity, it was still not enough when compared to the long road of immortal cultivation. It's like a dead end. There is no way to reach the subsequent realms. Lu Ran nodded. It was impossible for others, but with his system next to him, he didn't need to worry about it at all. After all, it was impossible to have a 100,000 year lifespan at the transitional stage. But Lu Ran had come through just like that. Also, when Lu Qingshan and you confronted each other earlier, what were the circles behind your heads? Lu Ran asked curiously. It's kinda cool, that thing. It's got that immortal feel to it. The purple chi of merit and virtue is available when one reaches the upper immortal realm, and there is no need to deliberately cultivate it. It's the mark that distinguishes an upper immortal from a true immortal. Su Yuling explained. Merit purple chi. Lu Ran muttered. According to the progress, another night's sleep would basically advance to the upper immortal realm, and there would be circles. That thing? It's kinda cool. Master, don't be in a hurry. Your cultivation speed is fast. Advancing to the upper immortal level is inevitable. I'm sorry, said Su Yuling. Having said that, as if he thought of something, he added, the previous heaven measuring ruler, which cannot be used in the spirit realm. If Master needs a weapon to take advantage of, there is one within the De Luo sword sect's treasure cabinet. Although the grades are all poor, it is possible to take advantage of it for a short period of time. In fact, the measuring ruler of heaven, Lu Ran, could use it. It was still early for the qi in his body to finish transforming, and with qi, he could drive the heaven measuring ruler. Only, a qi-driven measuring tape from the lower realm, against a spiritual treasure in this spiritual realm. It's no different than paper mache, so it doesn't work. However, when he thought of things like divine weapons and spiritual treasures, Lu Ran then remembered that he hasn't signed in yet today, because signing in gives up. He was called over by Mu Yunjung early in the morning, so, casually choose to sign in. Ding! Sign in! Congratulations to the host. This check-in gets a blast. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cultivation reward *10. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the innate ancient treasure, Kongdong Seal of Heaven. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the immortal law, 1 sword to kill the immortal. Lu Ran was taken aback. Signing off on the blitz. It's the same in the lower world. Every time you storm, you must give good stuff. A lot of Lu Ran's goodies are given by signing up for blitzes, which give a lot and are good. It's just a smaller chance, probably 1,000 years to blitz that once or twice. The odds are literally 1,000,000 to 1. I didn't realize that it's only been a day since I came to the spirit world, and my second check-in is a straight-up blitz? Has luck blown up? Or have the odds gotten better? I was worried that I didn't have a weapon, so I gave a Kongdong Seal of Heaven. The grade is Merit Supreme. Lu Ran knows it very well. Signing up for the blitz gives it's basically ceiling level stuff. Also gave fairy magic. This wave of check-ins, perfect. And before, Su Yuling, Su Mei, and a few other elders, warbling a group of women. They all look stupid. For just as the words were spoken, behind Lu Ran's head, a lavender aura emerged. That's Merit Purple. Lu Ran, who had been a true immortal 9 heavens a moment ago, had advanced to upper immortal. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Immortal Technique, 1 sword to kill the immortals. Master, Su Yuling swallowed and stammered, unable to hold a word for the old half-day, not to mention Su Mei and the others, who had been completely dumbfounded. Su Yuling, this master, was so perverted. Yesterday I ascended. Today I'm immortal. The merit violet is out. The true immortal realm just passed? They've been cultivating the true immortal realm for thousands of years, and just like that, they're gone. It was literally a blink of an eye. What's wrong? Lu Ran asked. Looking up. Master you went up to the immortal realm? Su Yuling asked. Oh yeah, advanced a bit in passing. Not bad. Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. It wouldn't have been much different, with the speed of spiritual transformation that, within a few days, he had basically advanced to the upper immortal realm as well. Now as soon as I sign in, it's still a blast, giving 10 times the cultivation bonus. Just like that. Lu Ran was quite satisfied when he gave the advancement in a smooth manner. Hearing Lu Ran's words, Su Yuling and the others looked at each other, advancing to upper immortal. This was a major life event for any immortal realm cultivator. You've become a smooth operator? Silence. All of them were silent, for only silence could express their feelings, even a little breathless. Lu Ran himself didn't take it seriously, but asked, by the way, Moon Spirit, Master asked you, what's the grade division of spiritual treasures like? Words. Su Yuling came back to her senses. Said, spiritual treasures themselves are the grade of magic treasures, and in the spirit realm, the number of magic treasures is scarce, unlike the lower realm where it can be easily refined. In the spirit realm, the lowest grade of a dharma treasure is a spirit treasure, but spirit treasures are also extremely difficult to obtain. This was something that Mu Yunzhang had said earlier. What about after the spiritual treasure? Lu Ran asked. After the spiritual treasure comes the immortal treasure, which is even rarer, and which I have had the honor of seeing, but not possessing. I'm sorry, said Su Yuling. Immortal treasure? Lu Ran was a bit stunned. After the spiritual treasure was actually an immortal treasure? And it was only the second grade of magic treasure. Su Yuling had been in the spirit world for 13,000 years and, surprisingly, I didn't even get one. What about that ancient treasure? Lu Ran continued to ask. Ancient treasure is the grade after immortal treasure. That thing. I've only heard of it. The whole of Xiazhou. I'm afraid that a few pieces don't even exist. Su Yuling shrugged and said. Instead, he was a little curious about how Lu Ran knew about this ancient treasure thing when he had just ascended yesterday. Lu Ran thought about it. The system rewarded that thing. It's not an ancient treasure yet. It's an innate ancient treasure. Innate ancient treasure is an ancient treasure, right? Lu Ran asked. No, it's not the same. Ancient treasures in the ancient times. There are great men who can refine them at great cost, but the innate ancient treasures, which are generated by the heavenly Tao, belong to the wonders that take away the creation of heaven and earth. It has always been a legend, and it is unknown whether it exists or not, Su Yuling said. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. So top? Surprisingly good stuff generated by heaven. Master, why are you asking about this? If you want a magic treasure, I did obtain 7 or 8 spiritual treasures over the years, so you can take your pick, Su Yuling said. She thought Lu Ran was curious and wanted the magic treasure, but the ones in Su Yuling's hands were all spirit treasures, although spirit treasures were already extremely precious, like Mu Yunzheng, who had only acquired one after more than 1,000 years. But to Lu, however, Ling Bao was a bit of a looker. Besides, Lu Ran has it too. The Qi Dragon treasure armor on his body was a spiritual treasure. No, don't. Lu Ran shook his head. Right, there's more. What's an immortal law? Never heard of it when I was in the lower world. In the spirit realm, there exists a means of attack that is distinct from feats, similar to the martial arts of the lower realms. However, it is more powerful and is called an avatar. And among the avatars, the immortal laws belong to a class, the same as the innate ancient treasures. It only existed in legends, and it was said that immortal laws were divine abilities that carried the power of certain heavenly rules and were incredibly powerful. I'm sorry, Su Yuling explained. Got to be a good one right there too. In the meantime, the immortal laws obtained melded into Lu Ran's divine soul. The system rewards are just good. No need to learn. Directly absorbed in the form of inheritance. Automatically learned. It's straightforward to cast. Lu Ran certainly understood the function of this one-sword execution. One sword to kill an immortal. My sword can kill a golden immortal in seconds, but it can only kill a golden immortal. It doesn't work above the golden immortal, and it doesn't work below the golden immortal. The corner of Lu Ran's mouth twitched as he knew the effects. Strong, for sure. A sword that kills a golden immortal in seconds. Lu Ran is only the 9th level of true immortality. No. Now it is already an upper immortal. However, it was only a freshly promoted upper immortal, but it could kill a golden immortal in seconds. According to the instructions, even if one is at the peak of the 9th heaven of the golden immortal, as long as one has not advanced to the great Luo immortal, as usual, you can kill it with one sword. Su Yuling was right. This was a special ability given by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Doesn't care about your defense, realm, or feats. Take seconds as usual. Master, where do you even know all this from? Su Yuling asked with an odd expression. I heard it from someone else, Lu Ran said casually. He mulled it over in his mind. Originally, he had planned to go find trouble with Lu Qingshan, but right now, this Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal is still somewhat useful, but a sword kill is the direct equivalent of not existing, because Lu Qingshan was in the upper immortal realm. A sword to kill the immortals wouldn't work on him. That Lu Qingshan, is the upper immortal 5th heaven correct? Lu Ran asked. Right, Su Yuling said. Speaking of which, Su Mei several people also immediately opened up their conversation. Right now, the bet is over. Lu Qingshan has taken his people away, so that means they have lost. According to the bet, their upper sword pavilion is to be disbanded in place. That Lu Xiaoyang is Lu Qingshan's heart, the hope for the rise of the Jian Pavilion. But you crushed it with your own hands. That Lu Qingshan is only angry enough to spit out blood right now. Unfortunately, goods like Lu Qingshan won't comply with the bet. The upper sword pavilion is unlikely to disband. He plays dumb at best. A few of the women said one thing to each other. Su Yuling also sighed. Said, there's no way. If you really want to tear your face off and fight, both sides will have losses on each side, and the losses will outweigh the gains. Words. Lu Ran frowned and said, Girl, the spirit world has been around for over 10,000 years. Why are you still so soft-hearted? This. Su Yuling hemmed and hawed awkwardly and said, endowments can't be changed. Lu Ran, however, said, that's not good. Bullying to my little fat girl's head. Forming a Daoist couple? Wanted to fart eat him. If I hadn't come in time, something might have happened. Since he made the bet, then we'll be willing to gamble. And if he doesn't disband, we'll help him disband. Su Yuling blushed. The whiny monster said, Master, how old am I? And you still call me a little fat girl. Su Mei several people after a short period of stunned silence, but then snorting and laughing. Each one of them was laughing and shaking. Su Yuling hurriedly changed the topic and said, Master, you just said that you would help them disband? How do you do that? Is it really going to be a fight? Lu Ran waved his hand. Said, there's a fight to be had, but there's no rush. Take a few days off, a few days of rest, a few sleeps, and the realm reaches the 5th heaven of the upper immortals, or higher. Combined with the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, it was 9 out of 10. Besides, the rewards given by these days check-ins can be click-armed. End of chapter. Chapter 13 Old Ancestor of the Jian Pavilion. Early the next morning, Lu Ran woke up from his cozy cabin on the edge of the bluff. After all these years, he still hasn't broken his sleeping habit, because there was absolutely no need to cultivate. Sleeping was enjoyable for Lu, however. Similarly, there is food, not to mention the realm of immortals now, even in the lower realms. It's long past the tens of thousands of years since the pioneer. Lu Ran still loves to eat. Sitting up in bed, Lu Ran looked within his realm, nodding his head in satisfaction. He said, "Not bad, the third heaven of the upper immortal. At this speed, much sooner than I expected." Yawning, I thought about taking a nap, but suddenly it occurred to me that I hadn't signed in for the day. So the decisive choice was to sign in. 100,000 years in the lower world. And though every day was not a day that fell short of the just mechanically giving cultivation, Lu Ran wasn't that attached to it. But now, the spirit world starts from scratch and gives all that is useful. Cultivation, elixirs, magic treasures, and more. Sign in. Lu Ran read in his mind. Ding. Sign in. Congratulations to the host. You've been rewarded for your cultivation. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the elixir Yellow Dragon Dan *10. Wow. No blitz. Lu Ran muttered. After all, the chances of a blitz are so small. This Yellow Dragon Dan suddenly looked at it and realized that it was a physical enhancement that, although he didn't know what grade the Yellow Dragon Dan was considered to be in the spirit world, but if the system gave it, it most likely wouldn't be bad. So the mouth dropped one. The medicinal power washed over his body, warming his flesh and blood, and it was quite comfortable. With this energy, Lu Ran rolled over and continued to sleep. It didn't take long to snore. The Sect's hall of the Great Luo, Su Yuling and the others had gathered long ago. Yuling, your master, won't he move over to live with you? Su Mei asked. He likes that kind of environment, so let him be, and for a few days we've been coordinate the arrangement of the clan protection, as well as the clan protection array. I always feel that Lu Qingshan heart is not dead, to make some kind of noise. I'm sorry, said Su Yuling. Good, then your master he, one tea come? Su Mei continued to ask. At this time of the day, he's mostly sleeping, don't bother with him, Su Yuling subconsciously said. Ha! Su Mei was stunned for a while. The realm of the immortals. Ah, the hall of the immortals. Sleeping in? Su Mei had forgotten what it was like to sleep, because practicing at night, it's about the same level of rest as sleep brings, and it grows cultivation. A great time is not to be wasted in sleep, but to Su Yuling, Lu Ran sleeping in, she had long been used to it. In the meantime, Lishan Yijianj, this place was not far from the Great Luo Sword Sect, but the environment was inferior to the Great Luo Mountain. Mt. Li is also known locally as Qingshan, and because it is on the western side of the mountain range attached to it, it never sees the sun all year round. Heavy Yin. At this time, inside the pavilion master's hall, Lu Qingshan checked Lu Xiaoyan's injuries and his expression was cloudy. Recovering just fine, Lu Xiaoyan was already able to move around freely. However, the damaged meridians could be repaired, but the destruction of the sword intent was a complete waste. That was Lu Xiaoyan's sword Dao foundation, unless he switches to something else, but in one case he has to start from scratch, and in the other case he fixes something else. Talent is average again. Once the hope of the Jian Pavilion, now a mediocrity. Angry Lu Qingshan almost spit blood. More at this point. Someone behind him reported. The news from the scouts has come back. Yesterday that Yi Nan, it's not a guest secretary of the De Luo Sword Sect. His real name is Lu Ran, and he is the master of Su Yuling. The moment these words came out, Lu Qingshan's entire body was stunned. That Master Lu Ran that the Blue Star Ascender waited for so many years? Lu Qingshan asked. Yes. The day before yesterday, Lu Ran's name appeared on the Immortal Ascension list. The Great Luo Sword Sect then began to send people to search for the Immortal Wash Pool within their range. And at the same time, all over the 9 states, the rest of the Blue Star ascended. Most of them were looking for it. I'm sorry, said the henchman. Lu Qingshan's back bristled with a layer of cold sweat. Lu Ran ascended. Of course he knew exactly what Lu Ran meant, though he, like Su Phantom, was. Before Lu Ran ascended he couldn't even look at this 100,000-year-old guy who had only ascended. But now it seems that this Lu Ran, there is something. Only one day after ascending, he was able to crush Lu Xiaoyang's sword intent with 1 foot. It's really scary. Moreover, this was not what worried Lu Qingshan the most. Before Lu Ran had ascended, the Blue Star disciples, despite the frighteningly large size of their division, but it's like a scattershot. But it wasn't that they weren't united enough, but because they had to be the first to receive the master. That's why it's sprinkled all over the 9 states. Such a Blue Star ascender, such as Su Yuling, Didn't need to worry too much. Distant water can't quench the thirst of the near. It was more likely to take down the great Luo sword sect. But now, Lu Ran had ascended, and what he represented was a terrifying cohesive force. There were countless blue star ascended ones, with a collection of divisions, and any of the least of them were at the immortal realm. What a terrifying force they are when assembled together. At that time, Lu Qingshan, who coveted Su Yueling's body, could be pinched as much as they wanted. His body was wet with cold sweat, and Lu Qingshan's breathing became even more rapid. Yesterday, I should have killed Lu Ran regardless. Lu Qingshan had some regrets. However, it was true that he did not know Lu Ran's identity at that time. Otherwise, with his character, he would have killed. Stifle their division before it rallies. Pavilion Master. Then what do we do now? That bet? Asked the henchman carefully. What bet? It's just a joke. What? You want this Pavilion Master to disband the Jian Pavilion? How dare you? Lu Qingshan angrily rebuked. Sure enough, Su Yuling and the others guessed correctly. This Lu Qingshan is really do not criticize face. That disciple also immediately didn't dare to speak. Xiaoyang, you come with me. The others don't follow. Otherwise, shoot on sight. Lu Qingshan pondered for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. Then he took Lu Xiaoyang and headed for the back of the mountain. Along the way, every now and then, he looked around, afraid that other people would follow. Father, where are we going? Lu Xiaoyang asked. He was apparently able to move around, but his eyes were dull and cloudy and his breath was a bit disorganized. Shut up, just follow, Lu Qingshan said in a cold voice. At this moment, Lu Qingshan's body was covered with a hostile aura that condensed and did not dissipate, and his expression was hideous and twisted. Intense hatred made his chest rise and fall every now and then. He only had one thought now. Revenge. Take down the De Luo sword sect. Kill Yi Nan. No, kill Lu Ran. After walking for a while, Lu Qingshan stopped outside a cliff in the back of the mountain, looked around, then his hands kept pinching the seals, and the crags began to twist and change. Not long after, a vicissitude and ancient gate appeared. 2 stone pillars through the sky supported it, and the gate was closed. Complex runic patterns of light flowed on the stone door. Surprisingly, it was a set-up powerful prohibition. Father, Lu Xiaoyang was taken aback. How come he didn't know there was such a place in this backwoods barren mountain? Lu Qingshan raised his hand to interrupt Lu Xiaoyang. Then he bowed respectfully to the gate. In a humble tone, he shouted, Disciple Lu Qingshan, I have important matters to discuss with Old Ancestor. Pray for an audience with the Old Ancestor. End of chapter. Chapter 14, My son is a great tonic. After saying his words, Lu Qingshan slightly lowered his head and swallowed his saliva. Lu Xiaoyang, who was beside him, didn't dare to squeak and carefully accompanied him. The heart was in shock, although he also knew that Lu Qingshan's claim to be the Sword Emperor was a bit of a misnomer, but it is really strong in its own right. To be able to create the Upper Sword Pavilion and stand here for thousands of years was no joke, but at this moment, it was so respectful to the people inside the cave. No, it was no longer respect. He felt a trace of fear in Lu Qingshan's body. Who exactly was this person that Lu Qingshan called Old Ancestor? Why have you never heard Lu Qingshan mention it? After waiting a few minutes, a slightly older voice only came out from inside. Come in and talk. Still polite. Lu Qingshan was relieved and looked up as the stone door slowly opened. Lu Qingshan led Lu Xiaoyang inside, and behind him, the stone door closed once again. The original ban was reinstated to the appearance of a crag. Inside the stone door is a tunnel that slopes down into the belly of the mountain. The air smelled faintly of decay. There was no light, but to the immortal realms Lu Qingshan and Lu Xiaoyang, it was nothing. Lu Qingshan traveled lightly and led Lu Xiaoyang forward. It was probably a couple hundred meters of walking. The space in front of them opened up, and a huge stone hall appeared. It almost emptied the entire belly of the mountain. In the corners around the hall, piled up withered bones. There still seemed to be some smell of decay in the air. In the center of the hall, there was an old man sitting on a futon. He was withered and pale, sitting on a futon with one knee up and, brace your elbows. A pair of yellowed, cloudy eyes stared at the two men. Old Ancestor, Lu Qingshan smiled awkwardly and opened his mouth, but the words just came out. The Old Ancestor suddenly stretched out a withered arm. The huge suction force tore, directly pulling Lu Qingshan's entire body. Click! A chokehold was placed on Lu Qingshan's neck, ripped Lu Qingshan to the ground. Lu Qingshan instinctively tried to struggle, and the merit purple chi ring behind his head emerged, but in no more than an instant, it was extinguished again as if it had been sealed. Old Ancestor, please, listen to my explanation, Lu Qingshan said with difficulty. The old man casually slammed his hand and directly threw Lu Qingshan out. Pang! A loud bang slammed hard into the wall of the stone hall. creating a dent that cracks spread out as if they were spider webs. I've told you many times. There's no need. Don't bother me. Don't undo the restraints that. Are you taking my words for granted? The old man said in a cold voice. Then with a twist of his head, he looked at Lu Xiaoyang. The latter was too frightened to move. The heart is pumping, because just in the moment when the old man made his move just now, he saw it. Behind the old man's head, there was an even larger ring of meritorious purple energy. And it's gold. That also means that this old man is a golden immortal. The legendary golden immortal. Lu Qingshan, the fifth heaven of the upper immortal. In the hands of the golden immortal old man. It was as if they were being held at arm's length as if they were little chickens. But Lu Qingshan didn't dare to resist, and took a few deep breaths to calm the churning meridians. Rejoined Lu Xiaoyang's side. What alarms me? Say, the old man said faintly. Lu Qingshan didn't dare to delay, bowing his back and saying, Old ancestor, something big has happened, and I hope you can help me out. Then, the matter of the great Luo sword sect was told. The old man was silent for a long time after hearing this. It was only then that he slowly spoke. I've heard of Lu Ran of the Blue Planet. Anyone familiar with the Blue Star Ascended Masters knows that it's their granddaddy. Your concern, which is not unreasonable, is that if we don't get rid of it now, when they coalesce, you will surely die. That's a terrifying division that's strong enough to sweep through the spirit world. Having said that, the old man glanced at Lu Xiaoyang. Just one look. Lu Xiaoyang then felt as if his entire body, flesh and blood and even his soul had been seen through by the old man. The foundation of the sword Dao has indeed been destroyed, but the roots and bones are still there. The old man licked his lips and the eyes that looked at Lu Xiaoyang flickered slightly. That's what I mean. The foundation of the sword Dao has been destroyed, and this son's immortal journey has come to an end, but the root bones are still there. So you can give it to you, old ancestor. A great tonic, Lu Qingshan said. Lu Xiaoyang, who was on the side, was numb after hearing this. What do you mean? Give me to this old man? Ha? What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyang looked at the old man, especially with that odd look in his eyes, and gulped, subconsciously glancing at the crotch of the old man's pants under his green shirt. His heart twitched viciously. This old man, it won't be. Ha ha. Good, good, good. You are willing to give up. In that case, this son belongs to me. I'm sorry. The old man laughed. One hand beckoned towards Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoyang's body then flew over uncontrollably. Straight away, he lay on the floor beside the old man. Lu Xiaoyang was desperate and wanted to resist, but his body couldn't move, couldn't even speak. Lu Qingshan, on the other hand, asked with a hopeful expression. Then, old ancestor, could you help me collect the great Luo sword sect? By the way, kill Lu Ran. In return, I will fulfill your needs to the fullest. But I didn't expect it. Instead, the old man shook his head. He said, Mount Li has a prohibition I set up. There is no harm in opening it for a short period of time. But let me leave Mount Li. Impossible. Not for at least 3,000 years. This, Lu Qingshan's face was a bit ugly. In hell, I've given you my son, and you give me this? You're freeloading? Oh Qingshan. Back then, I gave you the thundering sword technique and bestowed upon you pills. How am I treating you by helping you start a sect here? The old man suddenly asked. Great kindness. I dare not forget it. Lu Qingshan hurriedly said. The old man's eyes suddenly turned grim. Continuing, and how many people have you sent for me in these thousands of years? Lu Qingshan was a bit embarrassed. There was also some fear, and he hurriedly said. It's not that the latecomer didn't act. Just the root bone of the best people. More than a large force to protect their left and right, and must also be the realm of immortals. Want to find. The difficulty is extremely high. Having said that, it seemed to react to the fact that the old man was complaining about his efficiency and making a deal with him. So he added, but don't worry, old ancestor, if we can take down the great Luo sword sect, after learning that mixed pound purple sword decision, and with the merger of the two clans, at that time, the difficulty of my search will be greatly reduced. Words. The old man nodded then. He said, I hope you're as good as your word. Don't think I can't kill you if I can't get out of this Mount Li. I can lift you up, or I can destroy you. So I hope you do well. Lu Qingshan nodded his head repeatedly. The late generation wouldn't dare. The old man took a deep breath. He said, I can help you, but I won't leave Mount Li for a while. So here's the deal. You will that big Luo sword sect experts all lured to your Jian Pavilion. And that Lu Ran. When the time comes, the old man out of the hand. On the spot to kill. So, can it be good? Lu Qingshan's eyes lit up. Of course it's good. With the experts of the great Luo sword sect and Lu Ran dead, the great Luo sword sect was within reach. But old ancestor, that Su Yuling, can't be killed. Lu Qingshan hesitated. The old man glanced at Lu Xiaoyang, who was lying on the ground on the side. With a sorrowful smile, he said, I understand. You can rest assured that is, the old man to leave her a life. Easy for you to enjoy. Lu Qingshan was overjoyed, and with one last look at Lu Xiaoyang, he bowed and retreated. Before leaving the door, he added, Old ancestor wait. Within 2 days, I will lead them to Mount Li. Lu Qingshan left the back of the mountain, and the prohibitions were once again blocked. Inside the belly of the mountain, the old man licked his lips and looked at Lu Xiaoyang, Hung Fu Chi Tian's reader's old masters. By the way, Point a Collection, the old author of the new book, Character Guarantee. By the way, I'd like to ask for some monthly votes and recommendations. I appreciate it. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 15. It's a trap. That night, Lu Ran and Su Yuling and the others were chatting in the Grand Hall. At this moment, Lu Ran's realm had automatically risen to the 5th sky of upper immortality. The strength of his body had also increased quite a bit under the yellow dragon pill. This speed was much faster than Lu Ran had expected. And now, his realm had already surpassed Su Yuling. After ascending for 2 days, he had already surpassed Su Yuling, who had been in the spirit world for 13,000 years. Of course, it also surpassed several other elders. The women were warbling and sitting around, and at this time, the way they looked at Lu Ran was already worshipful. I've heard Su Yuling say countless times that her master is very strong, but it was always thought to be exaggerated by Su Yuling's fledgling complex. Now it seems more than that. None of them could see through Lu Ran's realm anymore. This also meant that Lu Ran had ascended for 2 days and his realm had surpassed all of them. Master, do you have any plans? Su Yuling asked. For the time being, no, but in all your years in the spirit world, have you ever heard of any sign of your master's wife? I don't know. Lu Ran asked. Sure maiden? Qin Wuya? Su Yuling subconsciously said. She hadn't met her master's mother, as she had ascended as early as 90,000 years ago. That was Lu Ran's first disciple and his Daoist partner. The 9 states are so large that I have yet to leave Xiazhou without having the honor of meeting Shifu Maiden. But master, you rest assured. I had heard news of master's mother. She seems to be in the central state. Su Yuling said. Central state? Lu Ran froze. Yes. Elder brother Gu Hai once traveled for 1,000 years in the central state because of a spirit herb. I also got the news from him. Su Yuling said truthfully. Hearing the name Gu Hai, Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Ancient sea? That little medicine pot? You've seen him? Lu Ran was amused. This Gu Hai was discovered by Lu Ran in a medicine store back then, because he saw that he had a talent for refining medicines. Then they stayed around. It was later successfully sent to Ascension as well. This Gu Hai had reached an obsessive level of refining pills. Instead, cultivation was only incidental. He had little interest in the Immortal's path. But for pills, it was as if he was mesmerized. An accidental encounter. Elder brother Gu Hai's pill sect is just 3,000 miles north of Mount Diluo. Occasionally, he would also send his disciples to send some pills over to help the great Luo sword sect. That is, listening to what he said, the master's mother is in the central state, and it seems that her reputation is not low. I'm sorry, Su Yuling said. Lu Ran's eyes lit up, relieved and relieved at the same time. Sounds like a mixed bag? That's good. In a few days, I'll ask. Instead, that little pot of medicine has started a sect, too. The name's a bit random. Just medicine sect? Not bad for him. Having said that, Lu Ran asked curiously again. 13,000 years. Besides the ancient sea, have you ever seen the other brothers and sisters of the division? Why are they not gathered together, but instead are scattered? Su Yuling nodded. I've seen a lot of them, and it's inevitable that when we all meet at the same door, we'll have 2 tears in our eyes. But, those who have ascended from the same sect all have the belief that they are waiting for you, Master, to ascend. After ascension, because it is randomly appearing in any of the immortal wash pools within the Kyushu, it is not certain of the exact location. Any situation can be encountered when a new ascender enters the spirit world. So, just to be on the safe side, the same door is sprinkled all over the 9 states. I hope to take refuge at the first opportunity after the master's ascension. After all, an ascended person who had just ascended was still in great danger. In the spirit world, although it wasn't as if immortals were everywhere, there were definitely quite a few big brothers. They would not allow Lu Ran to assume danger by ascending without a trace. But now it seems, pressing is not necessary. It's only been 2 days since he ascended, and he's in the 5th heaven of the upper immortals, and there's not much practice and time to sleep in. At this rate of progress, I'm afraid I'll have to advance to Golden Immortal in a few days. It's hard for you, but no matter, now that I'm here, when I find your master's wife, the division has assembled here, Lu Ran said. Su Yuling immediately became excited. This was the common wish of Su Yuling and even the entire Blue Star Ascension. Su Mei and the few others, on the other hand, glanced at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. In the spirit world, those with some status, who doesn't know the terror of the Blue Star sect of teachers, who gathered together to enough to sweep across the 9 states of the spirit world. At this point, suddenly, a disciple came to report that the Upper Sword Pavilion had come. Someone from the Upper Sword Pavilion? What are you doing here at this time? Making peace? Su Mei was puzzled. Mostly, it's not willing to disband, so they can only make peace. Su Yuling said, but this isn't like Lu Qingshan's style. He's vindictive. Lu Xiaoyang had his Sword Dao Foundation destroyed. It's too late to harbor a grudge, so how could you lick your face to make peace? Su Mei mused. Not long after, the disciples of the Upper Sword Pavilion came. It's an irrelevant messenger, not even in the realm of the immortals. Our pavilion master invites the great Luo Sword Sect Patriarch, as well as all the elders, to go to the Jian Pavilion on the following day. Discuss matters related to disbanding the Upper Sword Pavilion. That disciple said directly. Oh, that bastard really wants to disband? But disbanding is disbanding. What's the point of discussing it? Any other news? Su Mei asked. The disciple shook his head, indicating that this was the only message. Got it. You go. Su Yuling waved her hand. After that disciple left, Su Mei immediately said, a trap. It's definitely a trap. We can't go. Su Yuling's few people also deeply agreed. But Lu Ran said, what kind of trap can there be? Go and see tomorrow. He wasn't being big-hearted. The current Lu Ran, his realm was already equal to Lu Qingshan's, and by tomorrow, definitely enough to crush, pair it with the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal and directly suppress it. No matter what conspiracy he has, if he kills Lu Qingshan, the Upper Sword Pavilion will be a piece of loose sand. It's a pity that the Immortal Technique One Sword Execution is a real pity that there are no golden immortals for him to practice on. In a few more days, Lu Ran was afraid that he would be advancing to Golden Immortal. Killing a Golden Immortal in seconds at the Golden Immortal realm was also cool, but it wasn't as powerful as it was now. At this time, the Jian Pavilion. Lu Qingshan had already summoned the elders to gather together. Pavilion Master, you have not seen the young lord return with you since your return? Someone asked curiously. Before the words were finished, Lu Qingshan's icy eyes swept over. The other party immediately shut up knowingly. Lu Qingshan didn't do much to explain this either. It just said, the news has already reached the great Luo Sword Sect, so if they don't come, they need to think of another way. If it was just a message, Lu Qingshan wasn't sure if they would come or not. He had nothing better to do. After so many years, he knew the temperament of the gang from the De Luo Sword Sect too well. Su Yuling, who was soft and unwilling to stir up trouble, led her men to kill on Mount Li. It's even more unlikely to happen. So, only please, if they don't come, they will have to think of something else. What if they come? An elder asked. Then stay here forever. From now on, the great Luo Sword Sect will be mine. The Upper Sword Pavilion. Lu Qingshan said with a cold smile. Several elders looked at each other. Then someone said, I'll activate the Mountain Protector Formation and set up ambushes and formations. If they do arrive tomorrow. The words were not finished. Lu Qingshan then waved his hand and said, No, nothing needs to be done. Tomorrow, the mountain gates are wide open for them. Lu Qingshan didn't want to fight. If they wanted to fight, they would have brought their men to kill them long ago. So why bother to seek the help of that backwoods ancestor? Although his realm was a little higher than Su Yuling's, Su Yuling, as well as a few other pussies, the strength was all good. Su Yuling also had the mixed pound purple sword technique. If they really fought, both of them would lose. The disciples on both sides were afraid that they would lose their troops as well. This was not in line with Lu Qingshan's intentions. He still had to merge the two plans. Wouldn't it be a waste if a large number of disciples were killed or injured? Besides, he didn't want to take any chances himself. But if nothing is prepared and they come, how do we act? Trying to kill Su Yuling and the others is a bit too difficult, isn't it? The elder was puzzled. Do as I say. I have my own way. Lu Qingshan said with certainty. End of chapter. Chapter 16, somewhat targeted at the Golden Immortals. The next day, Lu Ran got up early. It wasn't that he woke up naturally, he was forcibly awakened by Su Yuling's earth-shattering knock on the door. Confused, Lu Ran opened the door to his room without a good look. It's early in the morning. Calling for souls. Can you let me have a good night's sleep? Lu Ran muttered. Yeah, master. You forgot what day it is to go to the Jian Pavilion. I'm sorry, Su Yuling said with a cheeky smile. Wow, that's true. But it doesn't have to be this early, Lu Ran said as he rolled his eyes. By the way, he looked at his realm. Not bad. After a night's sleep, You've reached the 8th heaven of the upper immortals. At this rate, maybe early tomorrow morning, you'll be a golden immortal? Turning his head to look, Su Mei and the others were also already fully loaded and ready to go. With a group of beautiful women waiting, Lu Ran was slightly energized. Since you're ready, let's go, Lu Ran said. A yawn followed. Being held intimately by Su Yuling's arm, she walked out of the hut. Next, Su Yuling waved one hand and a white silk satin flew out from her waist. It danced into a giant through and through Ayala. Master, this is the spiritual treasure. And one of my favorites, the Dan Xiaobao Aya. I'm sorry, Su Yuling said with a smile. It's not bad, it's quite nice, Lu Ran commented. After that, the crowd jumped onto the Dan Xiaobao Aya and rose up in the air. This wave, on the contrary, fulfilled Lu Qingshan's wish. Su Yuling, along with the major elders, as well as Lu Ran, pouring in. Of course, before they left, the Great Luo Sword Sect's mountain protection formation had already been opened. It can also hold up for a while if a strong enemy comes along. The upper sword pavilion itself wasn't far away, enough for them to turn back. Master, Su Mei and the girls and I deliberated all night last night. This trip, it's more than likely a trap. We have to be careful, Su Yuling said to Lu Ran. Anyhow, if you want to fight, you should fight. And one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. As early as when that guy started his sect, he should have just snuffed it out. This character of yours, you're still not ruthless enough, Lu Ran said. Having said that, looking at the sky, he continued. Today, whether it is a trap or not, the upper sword pavilion, all must be scrapped. Several elders were also looking at Lu Ran. Right now, Lu Ran was their backbone. It was also one of the strongest in the realm of strength. It was impossible to see through Lu Ran's realm, but the aura, it seemed to be even more powerful than last night. In the meantime, Lu Ran also just remembered that he hadn't signed in yet today, so sign in by hand. Ding! Sign in! Congratulations to the host. This check-in gets a blast. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cultivation reward *10. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the elixir, Phoenix 9 Heavenly Dan. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the immortal technique, Bright King Body. Holy, another blitz. Lu Ran exclaimed in shock. It's been 4 days since the Ascension. Checked in 4 times and blitzed twice. Has Qi exploded? Or have the odds gotten better by coming to the spirit world? Storm. What? Blitz? What's that? Su Yuling asked curiously. It's fine. Just focus on flying and watch the road, Lu Ran casually said. As for Su Mei and the others, they clearly felt that the Lu Ran in front of them, that aura, which was already thicker than last night's, suddenly skyrocketed by a large margin. Lu Ran's realm had also been elevated to the night sky of upper immortality. This feeling was obvious, and Su Mei's few people were depressed. At the immortal realm, each heavenly ascension was 1,000 years of hard cultivation. How did it get to Lu Ran and rub off on him? The talent is no longer strong. Is it? How the hell did he do that? Lu Ran, on the other hand, began to study the newly acquired rewards. Phoenix 9 Heavenly Dan. Since it's something given by signing up for a blitz, it's definitely not trash. Looking at the introduction, it is used for the golden immortal realm to break through to the great Luo immortal, and it contains a Dao rhyme that it can help golden immortals to advance to the great Luo. A golden immortal breaking through to a great Luo immortal is not a direct breakthrough? Lu Ran asked curiously. How come you've all started studying the Dala immortal? That thing? I'm not sure, but rumor has it that the great Luo immortals are attuned to the heavenly Dao, and in order to break through, it is necessary to have a hint of the heavenly Dao's opportunity to sense. Su Yuling mused. And the thing about epiphanies is that it's impossible to say. It is possible to have an epiphany in a single moment, and it is also possible to be shackled for thousands of years, making it difficult to make an inch of progress. Lu Ran gulped down a mouthful of saliva and thought, it's really an immortal elixir. He now abhorred this type of thing. The Heaven's Path opportunity sensation. The lower realm signed on for 100,000 years, just for S sake, because they couldn't sense the slightest chance of ascension. This elixir was given early though. However, Lu Ran's realm was improving rapidly, and he would soon be able to use it, and at that time, he would be spared the need to go to the senses. Straight through, sort of preparing ahead of time. Then, Lu Ran began to study the immortal laws again. The last immortal technique was one sword to kill an immortal. It's a bit odd, but it kills a golden immortal in seconds. It can be pretty sick. I wonder how this fairy magic works. Bright King Body, it can't be a defense-type immortal technique, right? Lu Ran muttered. It's not hard to sign up for 100,000 years of experience and judge the role from the name. This was indeed the case, and the effect, which was as strange as that of a sword to kill the Even Lu Ran wondered if it was built in one pot. Bright king body, I have the body of a bright king. And I am invincible under the great Luo Immortal. Passive physique. Immune to any form of attack from a golden immortal, but only immune to golden immortals. Ineffective below golden immortals. Ineffective above golden immortals. Precision. It's so damn accurate. These two check-ins are obviously a bit of a target for people's golden fairies. What did they do to you? Lu Ran cried and laughed. 2 blasts. 2 fairy spells. One is immune to any attack from a golden immortal, and one kills golden immortals in seconds. In other words, in Lu Ran's life dictionary, all the golden immortals in this world were completely ruined. All the attacks of the golden immortals. It wasn't even as painful as a mortal beggar on the side of the road giving Lu Ran a big earful, and Lu Ran targeted them with just a single sword kill. Crunching messy kill. Master, in front of us is Mount Li, and the upper sword pavilion is located on the west side of Mount Li. Su Yuling's voice pulled Lu Ran's thoughts back. Wow. Go over there. Lu Ran nodded. Wait. Su Yuling was a bit hesitant. Master, this trip, that Yijianj is more than half ready to make all preparations, although your realm is higher than mine. But, I still think it's a little dangerous. Or not. You're waiting for me here? I'll go with Sumi to see what drugs that Lu Qingshan is selling in his gourd. Knock. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ran hit Su Yuling's head with a vicious chestnut. The painful Su Yuling covered her head and looked at Lu Ran accusingly. You girl has grown in skill and dares to underestimate me? I went up to the 9 heavens of immortality. Will you be afraid of that Lu Qingshan? Lu Ran chided. But, Su Yuling squirmed. After 13,000 years, it was not easy to see Lu Ran again. Su Yuling did not dare to take any chances. No buts. It's not your turn to take the lead for master. Come on, let's go over. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said with a glare. Hopeless. Su Yuling could only maneuver the Dan Xiaobao Aya towards the western side of Mount Li's dorsal shade. In the meantime, inside the belly of the mountain behind the Jian Pavilion, the withered old man's eyes slowly opened and murmured, the juniors of the De Luo sword sect, they have come. Beside the old man, was the corpse of Lu Xiaoyang, which had become a dry corpse with a weird and twisted shape. 1,000 holes. End of chapter. Chapter 17, is it really a golden immortal? On the west side of Qingshan Mountain, inside the mountain pass, the imposing Jian Pavilion could be seen standing in the mountain stream. The clan protection array is not open, and there aren't even any guarding disciples. What an invitation. This Lu Qingshan is most likely not holding his farts. Su Mei mused. Su Yuling then looked at Lu Ran. Go inside. Lu Ran said casually. Su Yuling could only grit her teeth and maneuver the Dan Xiaobao Aya to fly over. In front of the main hall of the pavilion, Lu Qingshan was already waiting, surrounded by the various elders as well as disciples of the Jian Pavilion. Lu Ran and the others landed on the ground and looked at Lu Qingshan. Su Yuling immediately said, if you are willing to gamble, disband then disband. What is the reason for calling us here? But I didn't expect it. Lu Qingshan, however, shook his head and said with a surprised look, where does dissolution begin? That bet, it was just a joke. Patriarch Su took it seriously? Shameless. Humph. I had expected that you, Lu Qingshan, are not a bright and open person. Asked us to come for what? Su Mei was dissatisfied. I've said it many times. Su Yuling and I have become Dao couples. The great Luo sword sect was then merged into my upper sword pavilion. Lu Qingshan said with a cozy expression. After saying that, he glanced in Lu Ran's direction. The heart was instantly more in the right place. Lu Ran was also here. All the great elders as well as Su Yuling were here. Perfect. It would save him from having to think of anything else. What springtime dreams? Expecting Moon Spirit to marry you? You also don't take a piss to see if you're worthy. Su Mei immediately scolded angrily. Su Yuling, on the other hand, seemed much more careful at this time. Look around. Although all the great elders of the upper sword pavilion were present, as were the disciples, but it looks like, is not much of an ambush? Then where is this Lu Qingshan's backbone to say this? Is it hard to really fight fair and square? Don't talk. I don't have time to read your bull ***** here. So let me get this straight. I came today to wipe out your Jian Pavilion. Lu Ran interjected. Words. Lu Qingshan laughed out loud and said, but a first-time spirit realm ascender. How dare you say that? I'm not afraid to tell you. Except for Su Yuling, I'm going to enjoy it. The others who followed me here, don't leave. Being buried here in my upper sword pavilion is not an indignity to you. At this moment, even Lu Ran became curious. This Lu Qingshan, where did he get the confidence? Lu Ran is a 9th heavenly immortal. His realm is crushing Lu Qingshan, and he is holding an innate ancient treasure, the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. Neither said big words. This Lu Qingshan instead first arrogant. Big talk. I want your life now. Su Yuling couldn't bear it any longer and, A jasper longsword immediately appeared in his hand. That long sword-like flow, dense aura entwined, most likely is also a spiritual treasure. Rather, it was in line with Su Yuling's girl's aesthetic, quite pretty, but the words just fell. Buzz. At the back of Jian Pavilion's mountain, a long dragon of black gas shot straight up into the sky, and a loud laugh came with great vigor. A few juniors have big mouths. Lu Ran and the others were stunned. This upper sword pavilion, there were still tall people. Lu Qingshan on the opposite side was even more excited, shouting, "Today, with Elder Hong Kuei here, I'll see who wants who dead." Su Yuling was a bit puzzled. What the hell was old man Hong Kuei? What kind of person? In the midst of doubt, a withered figure in the sky stepped into the air at an extremely fast speed, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Qingshan, hunched over and, smiling, he stood there. It looks plain as an old man, old beggar-like. However, Su Yuling and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw the ring of meritorious purple energy behind the old man's head, golden in color, and it's not like the chi is lingering around. Instead it's kind of condensing into substance and emanating a glazed treasure color. No, it can't be called the purple breath of merit anymore. That's the golden wheel of merit. Golden Immortal's golden wheel of merit. Su Yuling's expression instantly collapsed. "Master, hurry up, I'll stall him." Su Yuling lowered her voice and said to Lu Ran, "But the truth is, if an immortal wants to hold back a golden immortal, it's harder than heaven." Lu Ran didn't recognize the golden wheel and looked at Su Yuling with some confusion. He said, "What's wrong? That old man's merit purple chi. Why is it that color? It's obviously much cooler than ours. How did you get it?" Su Yuling was about to cry. "What time is it? Are you still concerned about whether that thing looks good or not? That's the golden wheel of merit. Golden immortal. That old man is a golden immortal," Su Yuling said with a trembling voice. Hearing Su Yuling's words, a hint of smugness immediately surfaced on the old man's face. Lu Qingshan was similarly natural, raising his eyebrows and looking on excitedly, expecting the old ancestor to make a move, subduing and killing everyone else except Su Yuling. "Female doll, you are Su Yuling, right? Don't worry, you can live. As for the rest," said the old man with an inscrutable expression. But the words were not finished. He heard Lu Ran let out a ghostly cry and looked at Su Yuling with a face full of excitement. Asked, "Golden immortal? Really? This old man is a golden immortal?" Su Yuling was all confused. "What's that look on your face? Excited? Happy? That's a golden immortal." The old man and Lu Qingshan are also a bit dumbfounded. This reaction, not quite right. Seeing Su Yuling's odd expression, Lu Ran couldn't help but look at the old man again and shouted, "Old thing, tell me properly, are you really a golden immortal? You'll be struck by lightning for lying." The old man frowned and said, "Old man Hong Kuei, who never tells lies, this golden wheel of merit, don't you recognize it?" Lu Ran's eyes grew bright. Nodding his head like a chicken pecking rice, he said, I just met you. It's also true that you can't see through your breath. Holy, come on for real. Really? It's really a golden immortal. My ass. It's too good to be true." The people in the room were numb. Each one of them looked at Lu Ran with odd eyes. What was this bastard doing with his nonsense? How could they know that Lu Ran was that excited in his heart? His two great immortal laws were pinched in his hands. One can kill a golden immortal in seconds. One is immune to the golden immortal. In other words, we'll just sit here and let the old man beat us for days and nights today. It couldn't hurt a single strand of Lu Ran's hair either. On the contrary, Lu Ran only needed to strike with a single sword to kill the immortals. In terms of danger, everyone in the upper sword pavilion, including those miscellaneous disciples who burned the fire in the firewood room, this old man was instead the least threatening one. But unlike Lu Ran's calmness, Su Yuling and a few elders, each of their pretty faces turned pale. No wonder Lu Qingshan was so arrogant and confident that the mountain gate was wide open to greet them. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingshan even had a golden immortal backer. This one was really sent to the gun. In front of the golden immortal, let alone fight, you can't even run. The gap between a golden immortal and an upper immortal, it was a heavenly rift. "Master, how to do, even to run? I cannot seem to drag him." If you have a way, run, quickly," said Su Yuling, swallowing. "Run your ass off, behind me honestly, with Master here, the golden immortal is nothing." "I'm sorry," Lu Ran said calmly, but this was something that Su Yuling and the others obviously didn't believe. Lu Qingshan waited with some impatience and urged, "Old ancestor, there's no time to lose, for fear of a change. It's time to strike." End of chapter. Chapter 18, Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. I need you to remind me of what I do? Old ancestor Hong Kuei's dry yellowish eyes glanced at Lu Qingshan. The latter was instantly chilled all over. Hurriedly, he said, "The late generation wouldn't dare." Only then did old man Hong Kuei come back to his senses and continue to look at Lu Ran and the others, licked his dry, cracked lips and squinted. "It's a shame to kill these girl dolls. All of them are in the realm of immortals, and their roots and bones are all good enough to be used." The words just fell. "Wait a minute, what do you mean? You old Biden have no eyes. The girls have good bones. I'm worse? Look at it more clearly." Lu Ran was so unconvinced in his heart. It was so obvious that there was a him standing in a group of girls that it was surprising that the old man skipped right over it. The corners of old man Hong Kuei's mouth twitched as he awkwardly swept his eyes at Lu Ran. Said, "You are fine. That's more like it." Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Su Yuling scowled and tugged on Lu Ran's coat, saying, "Master, this is no time to fool around. Do something." Lu Ran pinched Su Yuling's somewhat slightly cold little hand. Smiling faintly, he said, "Don't worry, disciple. I'll blow that old Biden's dog's head off." After saying that, Lu Ran turned his head to look at old man Hong Kuei, intending to second the bastard before I do. I'll just use a sword to kill him and have a good time. But just then, whoosh, a sharp crack sounded. Old ancestor Hong Kuei's face changed violently, and he suddenly spread his hands and flung out a palm-sized jade piece. Ding! The cold aura fell to the ground with a single touch. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the thickness of a pinky finger, the length of a small arm, and a beautifully shaped silver nail. And what blocked the silver nail was an ancient jade suspended in front of old man Hong Kuei. It is openworked and carved with a somewhat distorted yin and yang fish pattern. The soul departure nail. Damn it, it still found me. Old man Hong Kuei's face was a bit ugly. Next, that soul separation nail shook slightly on the ground and transformed into a chilling arrow that shot away, looking in the direction of the far-off soul nails. In the sky, heavenly thunder rolled. A flaming chariot wrapped in rolling thunderclouds surged forward. The flames were so great that they covered half the sky. On top of the huge chariot, figures poked and prodded, and the 5 men at the front, dressed in brocade garments, and at the head of the group was an old man, Immortal. The soul-departing nail was hovering in front of the old man at this moment. The most exaggerated thing was that the 5 people at the front of this were all carrying golden wheels of merit behind their heads. 5 golden immortals. Mom, on weekdays, we don't see a single golden immortal passing through this secluded place for half a year. But today, counting old man Hong Kuei, 6 popped up. Sinful disciple, you really haven't left Xiaozhou. The old man at the head sneered. A raised hand. This time, densely packed with hundreds of soul-removing nails suspended in front of them. It was as if a sudden rain poured towards old man Hong Kuei. Rui, the pupils of old man Hong Kuei's eyes suddenly shrunk as he roared out. The ancient jade in front of him dripped and spun, rising up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant bowl-like protective shield and buckled down. Tink, a single soul nail. All were blocked outside the shield. The shield light does not diminish. After a slight tremor it stabilized again. At this moment, that thunderfire chariot had already rushed to the front and was suspended above the 9 heavens. The old man at the head of the group stared angrily. Sinful disciple, the Qishuan Jade ruin was indeed stolen by you. Ancestor Hong Kuei took a few breaths and calmed down. Finding that the protective array of this Che Xian Yu Rui was stable, he breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Instead, Lu Ran and the others were a bit confused. What's going on here? How come there's another group of people fighting with this old man Hong Kuei? It's the Fire Virtue Sect's Thunder Fire Drive, and Patriarch Xia Dayan's Soul Departure Nail. I'm sorry, Su Yuling said in surprise. What does this Fire Virtue Sect do? Why has it come to meddle in our feud with the Upper Sword Pavilion? I'm not sure, Lu Ran asked suspiciously. On the contrary, they were not as nervous as Su Yuling and the others. Let's not talk about anything else. These 6 golden immortals were the most vegetable in Lu Ran's eyes. The least of your worries, Su Yuling explained. The Fire Virtue Sect is a large sect in Jinling City, 5,000 li away, with a long heritage. Rumor has it, 10,000 years ago, a traitor came out of the Fire Virtue Sect and practiced evil techniques in private. Undisgraced by the clan, the Fire Virtue Sect wanted to execute that rebel, but he escaped after killing hundreds of disciples of the Fire Virtue Sect. Before escaping, he even stole an immortal treasure from the Fire Virtue Sect. Nowadays, does it seem that this Hong Kuei is that traitor? Su Yuling's analysis was simple and highly probable. Lu Ran looked at Lu Qingshan with an odd expression, and the latter's face was also ugly. It was so hard to ask the old ancestor to come out and do a favor. But why did he still mess with 5 golden immortals? It's a complicated matter. Can Hong Kuei stand up to these golden immortals? Ha ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. This Che Xian Yu Rui's protective array is impenetrable. It's not in vain that your ghosts have been around for 10,000 years. I've been hiding here in Mount Li for 10,000 years, and you've all chased me here by smelling it. I'm sorry, Hong Kei said with a loud laugh. The Qingshan Jade Ruin is the greatest treasure of our clan. The protection effect is naturally good, but you can hide for a while. Can you hide for a lifetime? Xie Dayang said in a cold voice. The 4 golden immortals around him also looked viciously at Hong Kuei. This shield consumed Hong Kuei's spiritual energy. How long could he last? He can't run away. But Hong Kuei snorted coldly and said, I'm at the peak of the 9th heaven of the golden immortal. It's not a problem to support the protective array of this Qingshan Jade Ruin for 3 hours, but it won't take 3 hours. He looked toward Lu Ran and the others. Licking his lips, he said, there are quite a few of the immortal realm here, so when I've drained them, there is a chance to step into the great Luo. At that time, it will be you who should be afraid. Words. Xie Dayang's few faces changed, looking at Lu Ran and the others. Ying Yan several women, all of them upper immortals, and a male that. It's the 9th heaven of the upper immortals. Hong Kuei golden immortal peak. Sucking the root bones of these people, there might even be a chance to step into the great Luo immortal. At that point, let's not even talk about whether or not they'll be able to get away with it. Then the Fire Virtue Sect was afraid that they would all be uprooted by Hong Kuei's retaliation. Break the formation with all your might. Xie Dayan yelled without any further hesitation. Immediately, the 4 golden immortals returned to their positions, along with Xie Dayan, and bombarded the Qingshan Jade Ruins indiscriminately. Hong Kei was shocked, nor do they dare to delay. Today it's either you or me. A black aura rose up and swept out in all directions. Hung Q is going to make a move. Old ancestor, kill Lu Ran first. Lu Qingshan roared. It didn't matter to anyone else. Lu Ran wouldn't die. The Blue Star Ascendants would gather and skin him. Lu Ran? Xie Dayang froze. Could it be that Blue Star's Lu Ran? These past few days, the Blue Star Ascendants' chickens have been flying. It's all for their old ancestor Lu Ran. A golden immortal beside him took the time to say, I have an impression. That woman seems to be Su Yuling from the Deluo Sword Sect, the Blue Star Ascender. Then this Lu Ran is most likely it. Another golden immortal said, don't worry about him, break the formation with all your might, take Hong Kuei and Xian Bao. Lu Ran don't touch them. I'm sorry, Say Dayang instructed. Inside the shield, as he watched the black smoke roll in, Lu Ran frowned. He said, damn, what kind of evil law this Hong Kuei cultivates? I'm afraid it's not the gas tank that he cultivates. Make this pandemonium. After that, an object was thrown. This object is square, not gold or jade, like a seal, surrounded by openwork carvings of complicated patterns. Exuding a burst of 7-colored light, it came out of his hand. Kongdong Seal of Heaven. End of chapter. Chapter 19, to a golden immortal with a wooden stick? The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal came off and immediately overrode the upper sword pavilion. The Taoist rhythms spread out in layers, and Lu Ran pinched the seal with one hand. A terrifying spiritual pressure seemed to collapse the heavens as it crashed down. Only then did old man Hong Kuei's voluminous black smoke rise up. In the next second, there was a poof, as if a cloud of smoke and ash had been slapped out and dissipated. Elder Hong Kuei stood in his place, pulling his stance and still being quite formidable, but the black smoke was gone. It's really a bit embarrassing. He looked up at the sky and froze as he looked at the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. Same time, Lu Qingshan, all the great elders, Su Yueling, Su Mimi, Xie Dayang, and others from the Fire Virtue Sect, all looked dumbfounded as well. Dao Yun? That's an ancient treasure. Xie Dayang's aged face snapped to seriousness and greed flooded the bottom of his eyes. The rest of the group gulped desperately. What an ancient treasure! They've never even seen it. Is it that Lu Ran's? A person beside him murmured. More than likely. I saw him sacrifice it with my own eyes. Another person said. Xie Dayang's eyes narrowed slightly at Lu Ran. Then he shook his head. In that case, it's unlikely that he's that Blue Star Lu Ran that. This person is in the upper immortal realm, or at the peak of the 9 heavens, but as I recall, Lu Ran of that Blue Star only ascended a few days ago, climbing to the 9th heaven of the upper immortal in just a few days? No way. Since it is only the upper immortal realm, then the people around him looked at Xie Dayang and swallowed. Xie Dayang was very dry instead. Directly, he said, since it's not Blue Star's Lu Ran, that ancient treasure, we will definitely take it. That's what they say about greed. The first order of business is to break through the protective array of the Qingshan Jade Ruins, and after that, leave Hong Kuei alone for now. Kill Lu Ran first, Xie Dayang commanded. You can still tell the difference. If he could get the ancient treasure, it didn't matter if he let Hong Kuei go without revenge. If you can take it, you can take it. If you can't, you can leave it. 1,000 immortal treasures couldn't hold a candle to one ancient treasure. And, seeing that ancient treasure's Tao rhythms flowed and its spiritual pressure was compelling, It was even more powerful than the rumored ancient treasures. It is not possible to be an innate ancient treasure. Thinking of this, Xia Dayang's entire body went numb and his hands became heavier and heavier. As for that Hong Kuei, his eyes were even brighter at this time. To have an ancient treasure in your hands. Ha ha. Today, it's time for me, Hong Kuei, to rise. Hong Kei is almost jumping up and down with excitement. If one could absorb these roots and bones and advance to the Luo, while getting the ancient treasure, one would simply take off in situ. Su Yuling and Su Mei and the others stared blankly at the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal in the sky. Only after half a rate did Su Mei murmur, "This master of yours is truly terrifying," while Su Yuling asked curiously, "Master, what is that? An ancient treasure?" Lu Ran nodded, said, "Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal." After he obtained the ancient treasure, this was the first time he had used it, and it wasn't that skillful. Moreover, because Lu Ran's realm was not yet sufficient, he was unable to utilize the full power of this Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. Of course, while obtaining it, Lu Ran also received a short introduction about the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. Rumor has it that the Kongdong Seal is the greatest treasure of the human race. On top of the seal there are 9 dragons interlocking, and on the 4 sides are engraved the holy faces of the 5 great emperors. Underneath the seal, there were the words Kongdong, the great way of fortune. If you hold this seal, you can abolish the human emperor, and the person who holds the seal will not age or die. In that case, what he could use at his current realm was merely the skinning on the might of this ancient treasure. On top of the Thunderfire chariot, Xia Dayang's few people were anxious when they saw Hong Kuei heading towards Luoyan. If Hong Kuei got his hands on the ancient treasure, even if they didn't advance to Great Luo, they wouldn't be able to beat it. Hesitating for a split second, Xia Dayang decisively stopped, clenched his teeth, crossed his arms violently, and, "Hammer on your own chest." Pust. A mouthful of essence blood spurted out, condensing in front of him. Xia Dayang's hand slowly pulled, and the searing flames and bone-chilling cold met. Large swathes of white mist swept out in all directions as if it were a tsunami. The 4 golden immortals around him changed their faces drastically and hurriedly withdrew a large distance back. Water and fire refinement. Xia Dayang's face was grim, his eyes red, as if pulling off this move had consumed him greatly. Then, Xia Dayang's hands pulled the 2 forces to collide with a loud bang. The hard launch smashed on top of the protective formation of the Cheixian Yurui. Ka Chao. The protective array, surprisingly, had a crack appear under the impact of this rigid force. Hong Kuei, who was the manipulator, was affected by the wave and his face went white as he looked up to the sky in surprise. And Xia Dayang, seeing that it's working, with a flourish, separates his hands outward and it actually hardened the protective array and tore a hole in it. "Do it, kill Lu Ran," Xia Dayang roared. He braced himself against the mouth of the rift, and 2 of the golden immortals reacted the fastest, flashing and weaving their way in. In their view, Lu Ran was just an upper immortal, and a golden immortal would strike and kill him in seconds at will. Lu Ran also heard the commotion. Cursing angrily, he said, "Kill me for what the hell? This old Biden is no good either." Of course, Hong Kuei was faster. The clothes on his body tore because they couldn't withstand the riot of spiritual energy. The exposed body looked as if the white bones were covered with a layer of human skin. The seemingly decayed and withered body was fast, and was covered in a black aura. Lu Ran backhandedly snapped off a branch on a nearby shrub and cupped it in his hand. How can you kill an immortal with a sword without a sword? It's not cool to have a sword, so feel free to use this instead. Then he looked at Hong Kuei, and instead of retreating, he bullied his way forward. Delivered. Hong Kuei's heart was overjoyed. As long as we kill Lu Ran, the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal in the sky will become ownerless. The first time he got his hands on it and branded it with his own divine soul, it was his. The math is wonderful. It's also hard on the hands. The right hand, which seemed like a branch of a withered tree, was stretched out far and the black chi on his body twisted into a huge sharp claw and grabbed down hard towards Lu Ran. "Master, be careful." Su Yuling's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he charged. Lu Ran was originally quite comfortable because he was immune to Hong Kuei's attacks and was unharmed. But Su Yuling rushing up is bad. Lu Ran is immune. Su Yuling is afraid to be killed in seconds. "Girl, go back," Lu Ran yelled. But it was already too late, and Su Yuling was categorically not going to listen. The only few spiritual treasures she had were all thrown out in a brainstorm, and with a thought, they flew out and a protective circle formed around Lu Ran. On the contrary, she herself, with 2 sleeves. In his haste, Lu Ran probed and pulled Su Yuling's white wrist, tugged her into his arms, turned and his back arched in deadly protection. Pang! That black chi sharp claw slapped up. Hong Kuei's speed plummeted, intending to directly charge up to the sky to get the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, because in his opinion, the Lu Ran must die. But the next second, he was then shocked to realize that Lu Ran was unharmed. At this moment, Lu Ran was really on fire. He looked down at Su Yuling in his arms. The latter gasped for air, his expression terrified and panicked, but fortunately uninjured. Master, shut up, I'll deal with you later. Lu Ran's eyes glared at Su Mei and said, over to you. After saying that, he flung his hand and threw Su Yuling over. Looking at the spirit treasures scattered all over the place, all of them belonged to Su Yuling, but they were already damaged. Need to fix the status now. The strength of a golden immortal is truly terrifying. He then turned around, the branch in his hand shaking, and faced Hong Kuei with murderous intent in his eyes. Hong Kuei, however, was dumbfounded. He was at the peak of the ninth heaven of the golden immortal, and he couldn't spike an upper immortal? The few people who had just broken the formation, Xia Dayang, also had their heads buzzing. Looking at Lu Ran again, not only was he unharmed, but he was carrying a branch to face Hong Kuei. This guy, he's going to the golden immortal with a wooden stick? End of chapter. Chapter 20, I'll suppress you. You kill me. The two earlier golden immortals from the Fire Virtue sect were also a bit hesitant at this point. It's a bit of a weird situation. To be on or not to be on? They hesitated. But Hong Kuei didn't dare to hesitate. The Qingshan Jade Ruin was torn apart by Xia Dayang, and it was too late for him to absorb the root bone. The only chance to survive was to kill Lu Ran and take the ancient treasure. Pretending to be a god, Hong Kuei snorted coldly, erupted once more, as if the flesh and blood on his body had shrunk once more, and the black gas had thickened and it was as if the space around them was slightly distorted. Seeing this, those two golden immortals couldn't sit still. If he didn't do it at this time, it would be bad if Hong Kuei got the jump on him. And so, the three of them rushed towards Lu Ran in unison. Before the people arrived, their respective divine abilities had already come out of their hands. 3 pincers, 3 golden immortals, set fire to an upper immortal. In this wave, Lu Ran would surely die. Of course, that's just what they think. 2 balls of Fire Virtue Sect's young fire exploded on Lu Ran's body, while Hong Kuei's black chi transformed into countless black thorns, nailed on Lu Ran's body. Otherwise, why don't they say that they are traitors of the Fire Virtue sect? This hand, and Xia Dayang's soul departure nail are quite similar. Available results. Lu Ran, motionless and indifferent. Even the twigs and sticks in his hands remained green. He slowly raised his hand in a light motion. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The entire Jian Pavilion astral wind whistled. Flying sand and stones. A terrifying might overflowed. The 3 golden immortals then felt as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, their sweaty hairs exploding all over their bodies. Retreat! The Fire Virtue Sect duo yelled without hesitation. 3 golden immortals set fire to each other without any means of defense, and all of them managed to remain unharmed. It's not even ing immortal. Hong Kuei also realized the crisis, and with a thought, the Che Xian Yurui returned. It hovered in front of his body, dripping and spinning. That huge protective formation that had been torn apart by Xia Dayang also rapidly contracted, transformed into another golden egg of light to protect himself within. Swish! The branch in Lu Ran's hand swung out. The entire Jian Pavilion earth was torn apart and crumbled by a huge force. The first to be affected were the 2 golden immortals from the Fire Virtue sect. The 2 only had time to look back and realize that they couldn't escape, and hastily braced up all their spiritual power for defense. But in just an instant, the sword chi swept through, and the 2 men's bodies exploded apart. It turned into a rain of blood floating down in the sky. In front of the immortal law, all means of defense were futile. That was the power of the heavenly Tao rules. Hong Kuei isn't doing well either. The moment the sword chi lunged at his face, the protective shield of the Cheyenne Jade Ruin only lasted for a second. It then shattered with a loud bang, and along with the Che Xian Yurui body, it also cracked into 2 halves. This is also the power of the rules. If a true immortal were to hold up the Cheyenne Jade Ruins, it was unknown whether Lu Ran could even break through the defense. But the manipulator is a golden immortal, protected by a golden immortal, and before a sword kills an immortal, any defense is going to rip. As for Hong Kuei's dry, thin and withered body, it naturally swept away and perished between heaven and earth. A sword to kill the immortal. A wooden stick. A sword, decapitating the 3 great golden immortals. At this moment, looking down from Xia Dayang's perspective, the entire Jian Pavilion had Lu Ran as its center. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in all directions, and the buildings, the ground, were destroyed in 1,000 ways. Next, Lu Ran slowly raised his head to look at Xia Dayang, and the wooden stick in his hand was raised once again. Run! Without saying a word, Xia Dayang turned around and ran. The Thunderfire chariot stepped on his feet and turned into streams of light, completely disregarding those 2 remaining golden immortals. while Lu Ran's second sword had already swung out. The two remaining golden immortals were jealous and tried to run, but they were obviously not as fast as the sword Qi. The Thunderfire chariot was also ridden away by Showdown, Pamba, with 2 consecutive bursts. These 2 golden immortals followed in the footsteps of their companions. Showdown looked back in his haste and his liver and gall bled. What the kind of god is this? 2 swords, killing 5 golden immortals. So lightly. It also split the Qingshan Jade Ruin into 2 halves in the process. That's an immortal treasure. Lu Ran was somewhat speechless and cursed. Old Biden, didn't you just want to kill me? What are you running for? The voice came out in a vast and powerful manner. Lu Ran was actually out of reach of Showdown, but the latter trembled with fear at the sound, and one hand slammed into his chest again. Pust. A large mouth of essence blood spewed out as if it didn't need money. Turning into a blood mist, Showdown did not hesitate to drill into the blood mist, rapidly pinching the seal with both hands. This was probably the fastest hand speed in Showdown's life. Whoosh! A blood-colored stream of light disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. It's probably something like the blood escape or something like that, which depletes essence and blood in cultivation, and even damages the foundation. But Showdown has been scared out of his wits. Where to care about anything else? First run, then say. Don't even want the Thunderfire chariot under your ass. I hate that my parents didn't have 2 extra legs. Lu Ran skimmed his mouth resentfully and muttered. It's capable of seconds, but not fast enough. This old Biden's speed is a bit hard to handle. Worthy of being a golden immortal. Lu Ran's upper immortal 9 heavens couldn't run at that speed. Then, flinging his hand and throwing away the wooden stick, he looked at Su Yuling and the others. Swish! Aside from Su Yuling, the other few women all stood straight up straight, not daring to take a big breath. In passing, he glanced at the wooden stick that Lu Ran had casually thrown to the side. The stick was bent and twisted, with a few green leaves hanging from it. Just now, Lu Ran was using this thing to kill 4 golden immortals in seconds. Su Mei had heard Su Yuling brag about her master countless times. In the past, Su Mei had felt that it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that Su Yuling could be too conservative. It's only been a few days since he ascended, and he's a second golden immortal. Moreover, not a single strand of hair was injured under the siege of the golden immortals. Lu Ran blinked and looked back at Lu Qingshan again. This one was the main purpose of the day. Everything else was incidental. Plop. The moment he looked at Lu Qingshan, the latter, along with several elders of the Jian Pavilion around him, knelt down. No hesitation. Clean. And then, blah, 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 blah. One by one, the spirit treasures were thrown in front of Lu Qingshan, and even his storage bag was thrown out. Pills and stuff were thrown all over the place. Several other elders hurriedly followed suit, fearing that they would be slow in pulling out things. Big brother. No. De Xian, I'm begging you to spare my life. It's my fault for not recognizing me. Having said that, thumped his head a few times and cracked the floor. He didn't want to run, or it was useless to run. He didn't have the speed and ability of a golden immortal. People Lu Ran can second golden immortals. Then what realm is he in? The great Luo immortal? Damn. How many Dala immortals are there in the whole of Xiaozhou? Now that I think about it. Being able to crush Lu Xiaoyang's sword intent with 1 foot was as it should be. That day in the great Luo sword sect did not kill everyone as people Lu Ran mood. He's so good that he's trying to counter-jerk instead of remembering the good. I've got my little fat girl in my sights, so I'll spare you? You want to eat? Lu Ran was nonchalant. I'll give you anything. This Jian Pavilion. All of it. All the disciples have been merged into the great Luo sword sect, and I will go far away and never return in this life. Lu Qingshan said with a heartfelt expression. I have heard that the disciples of the upper sword pavilion are tyrannical and domineering. What am I going to do with this group of fishes? Lu Ran asked rhetorically. Then the thought moved. The Kongdong heaven sealing seal buzzed downward. The entire Jian Pavilion, all the disciples under the immortal realm, all exploded and died, setting off firecrackers. In only a breath of time, the upper sword pavilion, the extermination of the clan. There were still a few true immortal realm disciples lingering on, fighting through serious injuries to survive, but also slumped to the ground, without the strength to move. Lu Ran's realm itself was higher than theirs, enough to crush, paired with the Kongdong heaven sealing seal. They couldn't move if they wanted to. In the end, it was Lu Qingshan along with a few elders, while he was prostrate on the ground, unable to get up. However, by relying on the Kongdong heaven sealing seal, it could only suppress, not kill in seconds. After all, Lu Ran could only second golden immortals. Su Yuling's few people stared blankly at Lu Ran. Are you really an immortal? One move, to destroy Zhongyi's sword pavilion. One sword, killing the 3 golden immortals in seconds. Adding another sword, 2 more golden immortals perished. Same Immortal. Why are you so? Little fatty. I'll leave these people to you. Not one of them will be left behind. Lu Ran said. He would be responsible for suppressing them, lest they resist and turn over in the gutter. After all, we are all supreme immortals. Lu Qingshan's face turned green when he heard this. Yelling, he said, wait a minute, great Immortal. I have a supreme treasure to offer. In exchange for my life. Any readers who are reading this, can you give me some recommendations? And add a favorite. By the way, new book by an old author. Quality persona guaranteed. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 21, can it work like this? At this moment, Lu Qingshan, as well as the surrounding elders, none of them dared to run away, nor was there a single thought of escape. After witnessing Lu Ran kill 5 golden immortals with 2 casual blows from a wooden stick and branch. Another time when Xie Dayan was forced to escape without bloodshed, and didn't even want the spiritual treasure Thunderfire Chariot. They are desperate. But the truth was, Lu Ran could second a golden immortal, but only a golden immortal. Don't look at Lu Ran facing the attacks of the 3 golden immortals. He was unharmed without even having to defend himself. That was because of Lu Ran's immortal Dharma Bright King body. Instead, if Lu Qingshan and the elders attacked in a group, Lu Ran would definitely have his hands full. Of course, the premise was that Lu Ran didn't have the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. As the human race's greatest treasure, Lu Ran, the peak of the 9th heaven of upper immortality, was able to completely suppress them. Lu Qingshan's chest rose and fell violently. After 10,000 years of cultivating immortality, this was the first time he had faced death so directly, and fear filled his heart. He disregarded everything. What with the magic treasures and pills? He could give up everything just to stay alive. A supreme treasure? What is it? Take it out and take a look. Lu Ran said indifferently. No, not at my place. Said Lu Qingshan. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Ran. Are you kidding me? Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. No, I dare not. It's not with me, but it's right here in Lixin. Do you still remember the previous old man Hong Kuei? He's been hiding in Mount Li. He's dead, but his treasure is still there. It's right at the back of the mountain. Lu Qingshan hurriedly said. After Lu Qingshan's explanation, it took the crowd a moment to realize. Back then, Lu Qingshan's choice to establish the Upper Sword Pavilion here was not a whim. It wasn't as if he had to go against the great Luo Sword Sect. Back then, Lu Qingshan was only at the true immortal realm. Traveling through this place past the back of the mountain, he accidentally discovered the existence of the forbidden system. At that time, old man Hong Kuei was already hiding inside. He dared not come out, and in order that he might continue to practice his evil arts, he ventured to open the forbidden, ripped Lu Qingshan into it. After that, he gave Lu Qingshan the Thundering Sword technique, pills, and spiritual treasures to help him start a sect here. At the same time, in return, Lu Qingshan would search for immortals with excellent roots and bones for him to cultivate. Inside the stone hall in the belly of that mountain, I've seen a couple of storage boxes sitting in the corners of the hall. Inside there were all the treasures that Hong Kuei had accumulated over the years, but I didn't dare to hit on them. And now that Hong Kuei is dead, the treasures all belong to you, Lu Qingshan said. But looking at Lu Ran there seemed to be some hesitation. Then he hastily added, I can take you there now and open the forbidden system myself. You'll know when you've seen it, and I only beg you to spare my dog's life. I am so grateful that I will never return to Xiazhou in this life. As for revenge, don't. It's good to be alive. After leaving Xiazhou, Lu Ran would soon be able to gather the Blue Star Division, the huge division that swept through all the... It's downright scary. Besides, this legendary Blue Star ancestor was so terrifying. After ascending for just a few days, he was able to kill a golden immortal in seconds. And that was easily, with a wooden stick. In time, I'm afraid that I won't be able to directly ascend to the Emperor realm. It was a fool's errand for him, Lu Qingshan, to take revenge. Yes, let's go. Lu Ran nodded somberly. Then he looked at Su Yuling and the others. He said, aside from Lu Qingshan, everyone else, kill them all, leave no one behind. Lu Ran never felt it was a bad habit to cut off the roots. He didn't lack reverence for life either, but as long as he was an opponent, it was either you or me. Under the suppression of the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, all but Lu Qingshan died. Let's not talk about Lu Ran's 5 golden immortals in a second. Just this Jian Pavilion alone. When Lu Ran made his move, in 3 or 2 clicks, Lu Qingshan was left as a bare-bones commander. Before going to the back of the mountain, Lu Ran looked at the Thunderfire Chariot in the sky. This thing was left behind by that Xie Dayan's hasty escape. Little fat girl. All the same are spiritual treasures. This Thunderfire Chariot of the Fire Virtue Sect. It can be much cooler than your Dan Xiaobaoya. Lu Ran sighed. Being able to catch up and look cool. It's a nice toy and Lu Ran loves it. Master, why are you still calling me a little fat girl? I'm a patriarch now anyways. Su Yuling raised her mouth in dissatisfaction and whined. Su Mei's few people looked dumbfounded. In all these years, I haven't seen Su Yuling act like such a little girl. It was probably only in front of Lu Ran that Su Yuling could return to her heart and completely relax. Little fat girl is still smoother to call. Lu Ran hemmed and hawed. Master, even though this Thunderfire chariot was thrown here, it contains Xie Deyang's soul imprint. There is no way to use it. It can only be sealed temporarily. Su Yuling reminded. Lu Ran sniffed. Coming to the Thunderfire chariot, his eyes swept. The so-called soul branding was a tactic customarily used by every immortal, and even lower realm immortal cultivators. It's not that complicated. It's really just a soul band. It was intricate and complicated because it concerned the divine soul, and it was like putting a lock on a magic treasure. Outsiders can't use it, and forcing it to drive will damage the magic treasure. So, the rule has always been, try to take someone else's magic treasure. Either the other party knows that they can't be defeated and voluntarily disperses their soul brand in order to survive, or they're waiting to be slaughtered. The divine soul brand will disappear on its own. Other than that, there is no other way. But while it didn't work for others, it was easy for Lu Ran. No matter how complicated the divine soul prohibition was, it still belonged to the category of formation prohibitions. As for Lu Ran, the formation was similarly full-leveled. Think about it. Lu Ran reached out a hand and slowly wiped it across the Thunderfire chariot. Xie Deyang's divine soul restriction was like an intricate building block that was being dismantled layer by layer. It finally disappeared with a bang. Lu Ran casually branded his divine soul again. Boom! The Thunderfire chariot erupted with a blazing flame, then automatically floated to Lu Ran's feet. Got it! Got it! Lu Qingshan, who was on the side, watched with a pale face, his heart twitching. What did he see? Lu Ran erased the soul brand of a golden immortal with one hand. Is it still possible to operate like this? Is it possible to erase a soul brand without killing the other person? This is something even a great Luo immortal can't do. This blue star ancestor. So damn outrageous. Su Yuling was slightly stunned, but she was quite used to the odd abilities on Lu Ran. Su Mei and the others were also shocked, but had gotten used to it. Or rather, numb. It was as if it was normal for anything to happen to this blue star old man. Let's go. Get in the car and go to the back of the mountain. Lu Ran looked at Lu Qingshan and said to the crowd. Same time, Xie Deyang, who had already flown out hundreds of miles. His face was bloodless, and the lack of essence and blood caused his meridians to twitch and his spiritual energy to be disorganized. But the speed did not dare to diminish in the slightest. Just in time, he sensed something in general. His speed slightly lurched, and then his face changed drastically. The soul brand of the Thunderfire chariot has disappeared? Did that Lu Ran destroy my spirit treasure? But the next second, he then shook his head and murmured, no, my soul brand wasn't violently destroyed by the... It was erased. Unheard of. And then associating it with the ease with which Lu Ran killed the 5 golden immortals in seconds. As simple as crushing an ant. Its true cultivation was not at all that of a seen upper immortal, or even, far beyond a great Luo immortal. His face changed drastically, and his speed once again rose, and in a flash of lightning, he continued to disappear far away. End of chapter. Chapter 22 Ancient Prohibition. Below the back mountain cliffs. This is it? It's flat. There's nothing here. Su Yuling looked around suspiciously. Then he looked at Lu Qingshan, deeply suspicious that this guy was on his deathbed playing some kind of trick. However, Lu Ran said, there is indeed a forbidden system that is very complicated and does not look like Hong Kuei's means. After saying that, Lu Ran came to the front of the cliff and looked at the rocky crags in front of him under the overgrown cover of shrubs. Lu Qingshan said awkwardly, it's really true that nothing can be hidden from your eyes. The stone hall within the belly of this mountain. It is the ancient long existed. The prohibition is also the original ancient prohibition here. When Hong Kuei came to the accidentally discovered a way to open the ban and hid inside. After this prohibition was closed, it could completely isolate Hong Kuei's aura. For 10,000 years, the Fire Virtue Sect had not discovered it, and just the last few times, Hong Kuei's 10,000 years have worn off, and he's gradually let his guard down. The last time Lu Qingshan opened the forbidden system, the Fire Virtue Sect had detected his aura, so rushed over, cannot be pinpointed. But this Hong Kuei jumped out on his own, intending to suppress Lu Ran and the others to continue to hide back, waiting to advance to the Great Luo. Unexpectedly, it just happened to be precisely found by Xie Deyang and the others. Ancient prohibition. Lu Ran murmured. Indeed, the complexity of this prohibition was the most terrifying Lu Ran had ever seen. Don't worry, Grand Immortal. Hong Kuei told me the way to unlock the restraints, and he died. Now the only one who can open this prohibition is me. Qingshan couldn't help but feel a bit smug as he spoke, but realizing that now was not the time to be complacent, he hastened to collect his mind again and, stepping forward with the intention of operating to open the ban. But I didn't expect it. Lu Ran poked out a hand, and his spiritual energy slowly spread out. To be honest, Qingshan recognized Lu Ran's strength, but didn't know the method that, just to open this ancient prohibition is only a dream. But the next second, the crags in front of us began to slowly twist and, a golden pattern spread out as if it were a spider's web. In a few breaths, though, the light shone brightly. The crags then disappeared, and the stone door appeared for a moment, opening slowly. The black tunnel appeared in front of us. Qingshan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This ancient forbidden system can be opened at will? Go in and take a look. Lu Ran murmured. Then he looked at Qingshan, who led the way. Qingshan, who had long been familiar with the road, knew that there was no organ ambush here. Instead, Lu Ran's few people followed behind and looked around. The tunnel was cut by hand and had no light, but it was nothing to the crowd of immortals. The cave walls are carved with some shallow relief designs. There was no spiritual power fluctuation, but just the mesmerization of watching the can feel a gust of dingo and iron horse murderous atmosphere came. It must be that the person who built this tunnel in the first place had a realm of strength that was not trivial. It stinks so bad here, Su Yuling said with a slight frown. Indeed. In addition to a slight scent of old decay, there was also some fishy odor mixed in. The smell is a bit strong here. It can't be helped. Qingshan said awkwardly. A little further ahead. Open-mindedness. The stone hall where old man Hong Kuei once stayed appeared in front of the crowd. The futon was still there, just without old man Hong Kuei. Next to the futon was a corpse, dry and not yet stinking. Su Yuling glanced at it and instantly reacted, saying, looking at the clothing and attire, it seems to be Lu Xiaoyang. How did he die? Qingshan said, the foundation of the swordway has been trampled by the great immortal, and it has no more value, but the roots and bones are good, and old man Hong Kuei can use them. So, Lu Ran glanced at Qingshan. He said, you are willing to give it up, so you used your son's life in exchange for Hong Kuei to come out and kill us? Qingshan nodded awkwardly, not daring to say much. Then, Lu Ran looked around, finding that there were also piles of dead bones and rotting flesh and blood in the corners around the hall. The mostly good seedlings sent over by Qingshan over the years. All of them were absorbed by Hong Kuei's practice of evil magic, but there was only one corner that was clean and dry, and sure enough it held 3 boxes. The box was made of an unknown material, inscribed with a whisker formation and used as a storage box. Those are the ones. I haven't seen what's in them, though, but since it was carefully placed here by Hong Kuei, it's more than likely not a mortal item. Qingshan analyzed. The heart also prays. This Hong Kuei must have some family money. Don't just have a change of clothes and pants in there. That would be a big deal. Lu Ran approached the first crate as Hong Kuei was dead and the prohibition had disappeared, so you can see what's inside at a glance. Inside the first box, there were some pills, bottles and jars of all sorts, although the number was not large, but the medicinal aroma is strong and indeed good. Lu Ran took it as it was and studied it later. In the second box, there were a few spiritual treasures, and Lu Ran took them all. It wasn't that he didn't look at spiritual treasures, although he had the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal now. But that's the goodies given by the system signing up for the Blitz. Not sure if the Blitz rate will be higher after that. Spiritual treasures are still rare. In the third box, there was only one thing. A Kung Fu. The dark red paper was made of an unknown material and vaguely revealed a fury. The cover reads in large letters, Silent Corpse. Most likely it's the evil technique practiced by that Hong Kuei, and it's still so carefully treasured by him here. I don't know. Lu Ran muttered. Then the mind power of the hand drummed and shattered the thing into pieces. At this very moment, Qingshan was desperate. It's nifty. It's not much good. He slowly retreated with his feet, not daring to utter a single breath. But in the next second, Lu Ran twisted his head to look at Qingshan. Is this the good thing you said? Lu Ran asked. No. I didn't know that's what's in here. That evil law. Mostly awesome. You destroyed it yourself. It was definitely a treasure. Qingshan shouted. Lu Ran looked indifferent, shaking his head. He once again offered the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal to suppress Qingshan. Only then did he slowly spit out one word, kill. In an instant, Su Yuling and the others didn't hesitate and went up to dismantle the 8 pieces. Lu Ran was a bit depressed. Can kill a golden immortal in seconds with his hands? But against an upper immortal of the same realm, it's still a bit of a problem. One must use the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. It's the only way to get it right. Although he could crush Qingshan in his realm, It was prudent not to fight if he could. As for Su Mei and the others, they didn't think there was anything wrong with Lu Ran's move. It was just thought that Lu Ran wanted to give them a chance to take out their anger and revenge. So he let them kill them. What a pity. Inside the ancient forbidden system, there's nothing? This Hong Kuei is also penniless. I'm sorry, Su Yuling said regretfully, but Lu Ran shook his head. Mindful of this, he came to a halt in front of the stone wall that faced the tunnel. Reach out. The eyes brightened slightly. Read, here. There is another prohibition. More cumbersome and it hasn't been opened in at least 10,000 years. That also means that even Hong Kei didn't notice. And if these two great ancient prohibitions are here to preserve something, that's something that, no chance it's still there. And, inevitably, a treasure. Thinking of this, Lu Ran couldn't hold down his restless heart any longer. Stretching out one hand, his spiritual energy running. Start decoding and break the ban. End of chapter. Chapter 23, Xiaozhou Imperial Order. This was the first time in 100,000 years that Lu Ran had encountered such a tricky prohibition. It's convoluted, and the prohibition is not fixed, but according to the 4 plates of birth and death, Fushi Bagua, the 12 festivals are in orderly flux. A prohibition like this, without a real way to unlock it, if he only relied on his own groping and research, he was afraid that no one in the whole world would be able to open it up. Even if it wasn't for Lu Ran's full level of formation, he wouldn't have been able to even discover the existence of this prohibition. 10 minutes later, click. With a crunching sound, Lu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly and he took 2 steps back. The stone wall in front of him began to spread out or ripple from the center. Then, the entire stone wall disappeared. What appeared was another tunnel. The tunnel was even wider. Again without light, but not longer. Squinting, stretching out maybe a dozen meters or so, it was a different world. Lu Ran's eyes swept around, confirming that there was no danger before he led the way in. Su Yuling and a few other elders followed closely behind. Nothing happened in the tunnel. And, crossing it, the stone hall that appeared before it was much smaller than the stone hall where Hong Kei had previously harbored. However, the surrounding cave walls are very delicately carved with dragons and phoenixes. There was nothing but a badly rotted chair against the wall opposite. On the chair was a paralyzed, dry body with tattered and torn. It's also badly decayed. Lu Ran subconsciously lifted his foot towards the dry body. If any treasure still existed in here, it could only possibly be in the body of a dryad, because Lu Ran had also seen the surrounding area, and there were no other formation restrictions. Of course, it was also possible that Lu Ran's realm couldn't discover it, but it was unlikely. Although Lu Ran's realm was low, the talent of a full rank in formation was no joke. Master, be careful, Su Yuling nervously warned. Then he followed Lu Ran's side closely, observing the surroundings. Lu Ran nodded. It wasn't that he was being generous. The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal had already been offered up and grasped in his hand, and the Chi Dragon treasure armor had also been activated. Always be ready to defend. The journey to the Dryads was uneventful and did not involve any danger. This dry corpse, the flesh and blood were gone, but the skeleton frame, it was well preserved. It was as if it was not bone, but carved out of crystal clear white jade. I don't know how long it's been sitting here, but I can still see the divining bao color on that white bone. To be able to refine bones to such an extent, this person's realm in life was definitely not low. It's a big man. I just don't know why he died here. Lu Ran muttered. There's no danger of dying. Lu Ran started searching directly. Flipping around, Lu Ran was a bit speechless. Storage bags, magic treasures, nothing, not even weapons. This skeleton frame is a bare-knuckle commander. So two-sleeve. It's in the hands of the other side. Lu Ran saw the skeleton's right hand, clutching a golden sign with a death grip. He keyed it off and held it in his hand and turned it over and over. This sign, it should be made of some kind of metal. Spiritual energy can't penetrate it, nor can it be sensed. It shouldn't be a magic bullet, but no effect could be detected. On the front of the sign, the word Emperor was engraved. On the back, it reads Summer State. Other than that, mediocre. It can't just be an identity tag, can it? Lu Ran frowned. He came in looking for a treasure, but as a result, this? On the contrary, Su Yuling, who was on the side, somewhat surprised, he said, this thing is somewhat similar to the legendary Xiaozhou Emperor's order. Oh, what's that? Lu Ran asked curiously. In the 9 states of the spiritual realm, each state has an imperial order generated by the heavenly Tao, and it is rumored that the one who holds the imperial order, he is in charge of good and evil on earth, and the mountains and rivers and all living beings are under his jurisdiction. But, I've definitely never seen what an imperial order looks like. Moreover, Su Yuling couldn't actually say what the specific effects were, just briefly heard some rumors. but it was enough to prove that the Xiaozhou Emperor's order was a very bullish and high-class item. I just don't know if it's this one in my hand. Forget it, keep it for now. Whether it's for later or not, keep searching. Lu ran through something into his storage bag. Then keep rummaging. Unfortunately, in the end, there was nothing more than that token. How damn poor. Would someone who was qualified to hold the Emperor's order be so poor? Most likely that thing is fake too. Lu ran deflated a bit, mind depressed, eyeing the good quality of the skeleton. Solely, he simply stripped the ragged and rotting clothes from the skeleton. The entire skeleton was thrown into a storage bag to see if there was any use for it later. After that, hit the road. And the other side, Xia Dayang, who fled all the way back to Jinling City in a mess, was not idle. The Fire Virtue Sect was different from other sects that had started mountains and established sects, but instead, they had taken root in this Jinling City. The house is a root development, the continuation of the branching out to various neighboring cities. The clan industry chain is huge, the benefits are amazing, and the number of people is terrifying. Together with the Fire Virtue Sect there were a total of 12 golden immortals, and Su Yuling was right. An absolute super sect. But today, 5 golden immortals died. Xia Dayang was afraid in his heart that Lu Ran would find him and kill him, but if he was allowed to run, he could not afford to give up this 10,000-year-old foundation. So with a clench of his teeth, a message was sent down to each subclan, spreading the news of Lu Ran. This wave, Xia Dayang directly smashed the pot. The 9 states were huge, and the Blue Star Ascendants were a very special group. The size of their division was unprecedentedly terrifying, but they fought on their own, spreading all over the 9 states, not much on a normal day. But now, Lu Ran showed up. Any power that had a grudge against a Blue Star Ascender, who could sit still after getting the news? Small fights on weekdays are just small fights. The realm of immortals, easily do not fight. Who can not help anyone? But Lu Ran appeared, and the countless immortals of the Blue Star assembled. A force that, it can sweep away the enemies of the past. So, Xia Dayang concluded that when Lu Ran's message came out, there must be an endless supply of people to organize the assassination of Lu Ran. He only hoped that someone would kill Lu Ran and he would be able to rest on his laurels. The news traveled quickly and caused a big stir in all the forces as well. There are those who want to go for the jugular, those who want to go for the jab, and those who are watching. The dark tide has begun to rise. Sensing the atmosphere, Xia Dayang was pleased in his heart, but at the same time, there was some worry that Lu Ran killed the Golden Immortal in seconds with his hands. His realm was unfathomable. When this news got out, there must be a lot of people who wanted to kill Lu Ran, but can it really be killed? He was a little skeptical. Later that evening, Xia Dayang was still inside the Fire Virtue Sect's mansion listening to the news of the various forces that his men had received from the various cities and deliberating carefully. Suddenly, a huge white object that was penetrating the sky and the earth descended from the sky and crashed into the compound of the Fire Virtue Sect's residence with a loud bang. It was a demon fox, the 9-tailed demon fox with a huge body. The snow-white fur all over his body seemed to brush slowly like waves. The slender and enchanting body turned around in place, and finally a pair of huge beast eyes looked at Xia Dayang. The latter came down in a cold sweat. Desolate demon race. You dare to enter the summer state so openly and honestly. Just, not afraid of. Xia Dayang swallowed. The surrounding disciples of the Fire Virtue Sect also didn't dare to utter a single breath. Just in time, the demon fox's huge body twisted and shrank, and not much later, it transformed into a woman dressed in a white light neon dress, gently walking towards Xia Dayang with gentle steps. Her long hair fell to her jade feet, her waist was graceful, and her pair of beautiful eyes were mesmerizing. What a bright-eyed, rosy lips that seemed to be able to drip water. The plain white wrist lifted and smoothed down the disheveled hair on her forehead. Xia Dayang and the others' breathing stopped. This is a woman who is enough to make all men go crazy for her. In this world, there are such beautiful people. The news of Lu Ran. You spread it? Where is he? The woman opened her mouth. The voice is as clear and fresh as a mountain stream, and swings like an echo in an empty valley. Xia Dayang's heart shook and his eyes lit up. Rushing towards Lu Ran? The Dawu demon race bigwigs want to kill Lu Ran? He failed to notice the heartbreaking glint of expectation in the woman's eyes. He's even less aware of it. Outside the city of Jinling, a large number of demon soldiers were approaching the city, and the figure of a man in bloody armor that, stomping on the monstrous fury, he swept a glance at the few guards who were silenced at the entrance of the Golden City. Lightly, he asked, "This is Jinling City? Can the Fire Virtue Sect be here?" End of chapter. Chapter 24, Sister. Long time no see. Inside the compound of the Fire Virtue Sect, everyone was looking at the woman. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xia Dayang and continued to ask, "Where is Lu Ran?" Now, Only then did Xie Dayang come back to his senses from the woman's beauty, and his heart was appalled that this fox demon had not cast a spell. But this natural foxiness goes to the bone. Gulped. Xie Dayang avoided a bit of sight and said, in the Great Luo Sword Sect, the Jian Pavilion had been destroyed, and the people who followed Lu Ran were all from the Luo Sword Sect. Together with Lu Ran's identity, he should be Su Yuling's master correctly, and in a short time, it must still be in the Luo Sword Sect. Oh, the woman raised an eyebrow and said, the Great Luo Sword Sect is not far from here. Patriarch, but Su Yuling? Xie Dayang looked at the woman with some surprise, curious that she came from D Wasteland and knew about Su Yuling. Could it be that there was also a grudge with Su Yuling? So after learning of Lu Ran's appearance, it's what makes you want to kill him in the first place. That's right, it's Su Yuling, Xie Dayang said excitedly. How did you get the news? The woman continued to ask. Xie Dayang didn't rush to answer, but asked, dare I ask what your excellency is? Why are you looking for that Lu Ran? The woman frowned. Indifferently, he said, desolate demon race, demon king young infant, demon king. Xie Dayang thought to himself, he had guessed correctly, the fox demon in front of him, his realm was at least the heavenly demon realm, celestial demon realm, that was equivalent to an immortal who had stepped into the Great Luo. Can you answer my question? The news, how did you learn about it? Young infant continued to ask, but Xie Dayang hadn't had time to speak. A man with a golden wheel of merit then appeared in the courtyard from the sky. There was some confusion as he looked at the formation in the yard. Aloud, Patriarch, the news has been spread. It's just that I'm a little puzzled about why didn't we kill that Lu Ran ourselves? What happened on the way to find Hong Kuei? As soon as the words left his mouth, young baby's eyes sharpened violently, with a sharp edge, and looked at the man. The man's body tightened, and an inexplicable sense of crisis instantly crept over his heart. He paused and looked over at the lesser infant. The first reaction was a flash of light, with lustful greed flickering in the bottom of his eyes. Laughed, this girl was born good moist. I do not know to come to my fire virtue sect. What, is it? Shut up. Xie Dayang's face changed and he yelled, this is a demon king. You dare to molest the demon king? But it was too late to stop it. The young infant's eyes blinked as he looked at the man without a word. The man's mind, on the other hand, gradually sank between the swings. The sun was setting, and the woman was just looking at her with such a playful and eating. The touch of sadness and annoyance between his brows made one's heart ache just by looking at it. With everyone watching, the man's eyes were misty and he slowly extended a hand. Place it in the location of your own dantian. Next, boom! Spiritual power erupted. The golden immortal realm's spiritual power did not hold back, destroying it and crashing into the dantian, stirred the inside up. Pang! The man's body fell to the ground, his abdomen bloody and blown right through, and the man was no longer moving. Only then did young infant look back at Xie Dayang and said, continue our conversation. Xie Dayang and the people around him turned pale, not daring to move. Xie Dayang had seen Lu Ran casually kill a golden immortal with a stick branch, but the young infant in front of me, with just one glance, without even having to make a move. The elder of the fire virtue sect at the golden immortal realm was then disoriented and self-destructed his dantian. I was taking people to the Lixil because, Xie Dayang didn't dare to hesitate and stammered, but the words weren't finished. Another disciple hurried in. Xie Dayang is going to cry, and if any more disciples come to mess up, all of them will not live. And so, Xie Dayang directly roared, get out! No one is allowed to disturb without my order. But the disciple, with an ugly face, cried out, but, outside the house, there are 9 specters demon soldiers who have surrounded our fire virtue sect's main residence. The 9 devil soldiers? The 9 states of the spirit world are ruled by the human race. The 9 devil clan, desolate demon clan, and so on, would not easily get involved. But what's going on today? The demon king is here, and so are the demon soldiers. No, it's not just the demon soldiers. Who is the one who led them here? The disciples' words fell. A dark shadow drifted in, the blood-colored mist around it resembling thick blood, gulping at the armor on his body, which seemed as if it were vividly alive, and it rose and fell with the man's breathing. He had a country face, thin eyebrows and square eyes, with a ferocious aura, but it was mixed with a somewhat bizarre elegance. One of the knives in his hand was not out of the body, but a quick glance told him it was not extraordinary. The moment he appeared, the man glanced at the young infant. Immediately, he asked again, Fire Virtue Sect Patriarch Xie Dayang, can he be here? Xie Dayang hurriedly said, I am Xie Dayang, may I ask what is your identity? The man was slightly relieved. He said, 9 spectral heavenly demons, abolish the fallen sky, heavenly devil, it's also a big man equal to Dairo. Xie Dayang's breath caught. If these two are both out to kill Lu Ran, then this is a good thing. A demon king, a heavenly demon, two great men equal to a great Luo immortal want to kill Lu Ran. That's a big success rate. But for the news of Lu Ran? Xie Dayang said. Where is he? Wasted Falling Sky asked directly. Xie Dayang was about to say. When Xiaoying, who was on the side, said with a smile, do not waste time. The news, I've got it. Wasted Falling Sky immediately turned his head to look at Xiaoying. 4 eyes. That Wasted Falling Sky suddenly arched his hand at Xiaoying and respectfully said, Senior sister, it's been a long time. Xie Dayang was dumbfounded after hearing this. Surprised, he looked at Scrap Fallen Sky and then at Young Infant. These two know each other? What's with all the sister-brother stuff? How did a 9-sepulchre heavenly demon and a desolate demon king get involved with the same sect? It's not that Xie Dayang's brain is stupid. It's really that he doesn't see such a big shot on a regular basis. The young infant's expression was not as indifferent as earlier. It's eased up quite a bit. Yui said. Yes, it's been 10,000 years, hasn't it? In the 9 specters, how has it been? Wasted Falling Sky said. It's still like that, getting by. Senior sister, did you really get the news? Accurate? Young infant, on the other hand, looked at Xie Dayang, shaking his head. He said, not sure, but if this Xie Dayang isn't lying, Master is mostly in the Great Luo Sword Sect, and junior sister Su Yuling is then the Great Luo Sword Sect's patriarch. Hearing this, Xie Dayang reacted violently. After all this, these two are Nemo Lu Ran's disciples, Su Yuling's senior brother and sister. Good lord, I should have known that Lu Ran's divisions were sprinkled all over the 9 states and were numerous. However, he didn't expect that even the 9-sepulchre heavenly demon and the desolate demon king were his disciples. Xie Dayang's body began to tremble. Looking up, he met the eyes of the ruined Fallen Sky. With just one glance, it seemed to pierce the soul. Xie Dayang said that it was not good, and was trying to avoid the sight, but his body was not under control. By a terrifying suction force, he was pulled to the front of the scrapped Fallen Sky. The latter slowly reached out and pressed his hand on Xie Dayang's forehead. Xie Dayang didn't know what this was going to be, and instinctively struggled to get away. But realized it simply couldn't be done. It was as if his body was frozen and he couldn't move a single finger. Waste Fallen Sky murmured. Senior sister, wait a moment. Whether the news is accurate or not, wait for me to search my soul to know. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Mordor Spirit Flame. Demon soul searching is notoriously painful. Xie Dayang felt like a steel knife cutting 1,000 times in the depths of his divine soul. On the contrary, he couldn't move his body, couldn't control it, and couldn't even scream. The pain and suffering of Xie Dayang was almost insanity, and the expression on Scrap Fallen Sky's face was surprisingly a bit odd. Half a rate later, ruined Fallen Sky stopped searching his soul. Immediately, Xiaoying couldn't wait to ask, how's the news? Wasted Falling Sky said excitedly, it is indeed Master. Really saw him, although it was only a memory searched from Xie Dayang's divine soul. But the figure that had not been seen for a long time in the endless years reappeared. Scraps of Falling Sky was so excited that he wanted to cry. In the Great Luo Sword Sect, the young infant's beautiful eyes were glistening with water vapor, and her breathing was a little short. Her breasts rose and fell slightly. Another group of Fire Virtue Sect disciples around them were induced to gulp desperately. The last time Master appeared was at the Upper Sword Pavilion, and little sister was indeed by Master's side. Subsequently, Wasted Falling Sky looked at Xie Dayang again with an odd expression. This bastard came back because he fled for his life. The 5 golden immortals he brought with him all died, and he survived because he ran fast enough. There was no need for Xie Dayang to explain. After searching his soul and learning the whole story, Ru Lutian told the story as it was. Using a tree branch, 5 golden immortals in seconds? Master's realm is actually that high? Young baby was a little surprised. Didn't you just ascend in the last few days? How is it possible to second a golden immortal? I don't know exactly why. But Master, his old man, you know, he's not like normal people. Ruined Fallen Sky mused. So much for saving me the worry. Young infant sighed in relief. Being able to kill a golden immortal in seconds, Lu Ran's safety was at least greatly guaranteed. Next, the young infant's beautiful eyes looked towards Xie Dayang, asked, so, you spread the news in order to attract the attention of forces that hate the Blue Sect. Use them to get rid of my master? Xie Dayang's face was ugly, but did not dare to deny it, nodded ambiguously and said, poor. Almost. The words just fell. Wasted Falling Sky then said, it's more than that, isn't it? Already been searched. Xie Dayang heart that little thought naturally cannot be hidden. He hurriedly said, rather, there is another idea, which is, to use the hand of the Daoist Association. Get rid of Lu Ran. But don't worry, I'll just give up now and cancel the Dao Sect meeting. and the invitations are in time to be recalled. Young infant was puzzled. The Taoist Gate Association. What is that? Soul searching over the abolition of the fall of the sky door clear. Directly explained, this Taoist association. It was actually set up by the four families themselves. The Fire Virtues Sect, the First Airstream, the Big Dipper Sect, and the Qingshan Sect, and was used for the four families to balance out the tribute from the sects within their divisions, as well as the mineral veins and other industries. To put it bluntly, it's similar to a shareholders' meeting. All the clans within the range were the resources of the four families and could be divided as they pleased. A group of golden immortals, and they dare to carve out a place to be king? You are quite good at it. Young infant snickered. Xie Dayang's face was embarrassed and his heart was bitter. What happened to the golden immortal? At least they had cultivated for so many years, and within their jurisdiction, the golden immortals were the heavens. Most of the other sects as vassals were not even golden immortals, such as the Great Luo Sword Sect, Yi Jianji etc. And this time, upon his return, Xie Dayang spread the news while organizing the Taoist Gate Association. He wouldn't dare to go to the Great Luo Sword Sect to take revenge, but it was also uncertain how effective spreading the word would be. So, as double insurance, he also took the lead in convening a Dao sect meeting, inviting the remaining three families to join him at the cost of one of the Fire Virtue sects or veins. And at this time, the four families had already started to send down invitations for each of them. The clans that had gotten the invitations were not allowed to be absent and were required to be present at the meeting with generous gifts. It's simply a case of finding reasons for the clans to go along for the ride. Strange. You are all golden immortals one by one. How dare you? Not afraid that my master will come and take it all in one pot? Wasted Falling Sky asked curiously. Lu Ran killed 6 golden immortals in seconds with a single tree branch. Lightly. With this kind of strength, even if the four families joined together, they couldn't help Lu Ran, could they? Is that double insurance? Xie Dayang looked embarrassed and said, rewind. Would not dare. We also do not have that ability. But the Qingshan sect is different. Behind the Qingshan sect, there's a great Luo immortal backing them up. According to what Xie Dayang said, although the four families were united, the one who took the lead was actually the Qingshan sect. The Qingshan sect, because of the great Luo immortal behind it. It basically holds more than 70% of all resources. The remaining three families were more like vassals and traitors of the Qingshan sect, doing nothing more than working for the Qingshan sect. So, the significance of Xie Dayang's convening of the Taoist sect meeting was to call Su Yuling over there. At the same time, he used the power of the Qingshan sect to kill Lu Ran, who accompanied Su Yuling to the Dao sect meeting. Good reckoning. Young infant looked at Xie Dayang with icy eyes. The latter's face changed drastically. Flustered, he said, it can be cancelled. It can be cancelled now. The invitations that have been issued, it can also be recalled. But young baby shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, said, there is no need to cancel it. The doors will be open as they are. Wasted Falling Sky looked at young infant with some curiosity. He asked, senior sister, what are our plans? Immediately depart for the Great Luo Sword Sect to find master? Instead, young baby shook his head, responded, I'll go, you stay. Then glancing at Xie Dayang, he continued, you've brought so many demonic soldiers with you, dragging your family along. Mobility. Stay here and watch over him to ensure that the doxology meeting will be held as usual, and at the same time, tell him to keep his mouth shut and not to say anything he shouldn't. Simple. Ruined Fallen Sky nodded. One hand was raised and a bit of purple luminescence flickered faintly at his fingertips. Next, Xie Dayang then flung himself violently to the ground, screaming like a pig, rolling around in pain and hands clawed haphazardly at his body, and his clothes were soon in strips of cloth. Only then did Scrap Fallen Sky stop. Xie Dayang slumped to the ground, panting heavily, his face white and trembling. The floor had been wet with urine. Straight up incontinence. What have you done? Xie Dayang asked with a trembling voice. The eyes that looked at Scrapped Fallen Sky again were as if they were looking at a demon. The Devil's Tassel Spirit Flame, which was planted in passing when you searched your soul just now. It is now under my control. Ruined Fallen Sky said indifferently. The young infant nodded approvingly. He said, that's a good method. All of your demon race's methods are really perverted. Scrapping Falling Sky scratched his head awkwardly and said, it's just more aggressive. And this Devil's Tassel Spirit Flame, which my master taught me when I was in the lower realms, can be driven equally well in the spirit realm, and I have perpetuated it. Young infant nodded and said, like master's style. While the two of them chatted, Xie Dayang on the side was desperate. This cold? How did he become the puppet of a demonic bigwig? Resistance? It doesn't exist. Don't dare have a little heart. He didn't want to go through another soul search. He couldn't hide anything in front of Scrapping Falling Sky. In that case, I'll leave this side to you. I'll go to the Great Luo Sword Sect. With Wasted Falling Sky running the show here. Xiaoying was relieved. Wasted Fallen Sky had no choice but to nod his head. But he wants to see Master too. After, unable to hold down the urgency in his heart, dropping a sentence, the young infant's body twisted and evolved into his own body. The huge figure of the nine-tailed demon fox rose up from the ground and disappeared into the sky in the night. It quickly disappeared. End of chapter. Chapter 26, The Diwu Demon Race. Early the next morning, Lu Ran wandered around the clan and walked for a while when he suddenly saw Mu Yao passing by. Mu Yao also happened to spot Lu Ran's figure, but the whole body suddenly tightened up, pestle and mortar, not daring to move. There was a few seconds of silence before he said, "Good morning, old ancestor." "Ancestor your ass. You're not a disciple of the Great Luo Sword Sect." Lu Ran cried and laughed. Mu Yao saw Lu Ran's relaxed reaction, and only then did the tension go away a bit. Relieved, he said, "I've heard about you, and you've been in the lower world for 100,000 years. The disciples are spread all over the 9 states of the spirit world, and they are big brothers." Mu Yao originally thought that she and Lu Ran were in the same category, companions who ascended together, but as it turned out, she was a fledgling, but Lu Ran was a real big shot. "That's right, you're not sleeping this early in the morning. What are you doing?" Lu Ran asked casually. "I have nothing to do. Go to the martial arts arena and look for Uncle Mu." Mu Yao said. Uncle Mu is Mu Yunzong now. In their world, Mu Yunzong was the steward of the Mu family before he ascended. Watching Mu Yao grow up, Mu Yao was still very dependent on Mu Yunzong, so the two went to the drill hall in company. Almost there, it became clear that something was wrong. On the martial arts field, a group of people stood in front of the Patriarch's hall, towing the line. "Since we're here, why is your Great Luo Sword Sect's Patriarch delayed? What audacity!" The man who led the conversation was a man wearing a black brocade coat. Lu Ran was a bit puzzled. What was this doing? Not far from the man, Su Mei frowned and said, "All of you have just arrived. Why the delay? Bold. How dare you talk back?" The man frowned angrily. Su Mei clenched her teeth, her expression somewhat unconvinced, but she didn't dare to continue speaking more. Lu Ran and Mu Yao walked over to Mu Yunzong, who was watching from outside the arena. "Here you are, miss." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yunzong saw Lu Ran beside Mu Yao and instantly shut up. The atmosphere is not daring. Lu Ran on the contrary did not feel how. Casually asked, "What is this group of people do? And who is that rash young man leading the way, coming to the Great Luo Sword Sect early in the morning to yell and scream? Smacking of a long life?" This group of people were all dressed in black, very different from the De Luo Sword Sect, and all of them looked proud, even if only the one leading the way was a golden immortal. The ones behind them were just a few upper immortals and some true immortals, but they were still arrogant as well. It's just a little strange for someone from the Big Dipper sect to come and hand out invitations to the Taoist sect meeting. Normally the Dao sect would do this once a year, but this year, it's 3 months earlier. Mu Yunzong said doubtfully, "What is the Big Dipper sect? And what is the Taoist sect?" Lu Ran continued to ask. Mu Yunzong then briefly explained. It was probably about the same as what Scrapped Fallen Sky had learned from Xiedayang. Wow, this isn't just a rent collector, telling people to go over there and pay their share. It's a friggin' Dawn Guard meeting. Lu Ran is a bit speechless. Isn't this protection money in disguise? Indeed, but it can't be helped. The 4 families of the Dao Gate Association are indeed very strong, Mu Yunzong said. At this point, Su Yuling arrived late and saw these people. Frowning, he said, "What is the meaning of this when the day of the Taoist Gate meeting has not yet arrived?" The man leading the group sneered and said, "It's up to us to decide when the Dao sect meeting will be held. All you need to do is receive the post, go to the meeting, and don't talk about any extra bull *********. Having said that, throw out an invitation." Su Yuling probed out with one hand, but there was a lot of strength on top of that invitation. Su Yuling's body stomped back a few steps and managed to stabilize her body. A pussy really doesn't have much strength and deserves to be ravaged in bed. Instead of being some bull ******* sovereign, the man joked casually. The eyes recklessly looked up and down on Su Yuling's body and licked his lips. This offensive gaze caused Su Yuling's heart to flare up, but the one who was even more enraged was Lu Ran. He walked out with an icy look on his face, walked over to Su Yuling's side. "Master," Su Yuling muttered aggrievedly. For thousands of years, when Su Yuling was wronged, she suffered alone, but now that Lu Ran was there, Su Yuling immediately found her backbone. "I'll handle it." Lu Ran grabbed Su Yuling's small hand and squeezed it, saying softly. The movement, however, caused the man's brow to furrow. There are rules for posting. He can't go too far, and a few verbal jibes would be fine, but the beautiful woman in front of me, so close to another man. Something twisted in his heart with jealousy. Who is the visitor? And why don't you kneel when you see the seat? The man snapped at once. Lu Ran slowly turned to look at the man. Instead of ignoring the man, he said to Su Yuling, 2 arms and 3 legs. Which one do you want me to cut first? One sword execution can take seconds, but it's not painful enough. Daring to offend the little fat girl, Lu Ran couldn't just take a simple second. When he was in the lower realm, his disciples had another title for Lu Ran, the devil of protecting disciples. Su Yuling blinked and froze. 3 legs? Suddenly, she reacted and her face flushed red. All are fine, Su Yuling said with a big tongue. Then first, Lu Ran chanted, intending to chop off both legs first and then slowly torture them. But the man got angry first instead. Angrily, he roared, "Kid, you have great guts. How dare you not kneel down when you see the seat?" The man was jealous and wanted to get back at him, but the other man was still so disrespectful to him. The sense of superiority is gone. I'll kneel Nima. I'll cut off 2 of your legs now. No. 3. Lu Ran cursed angrily. Then, it was going to do it. But just then, buzz. A breaking sound came from the air, accompanied by a terrifying spiritual pressure of heaven and earth. Everyone in the room felt a little breathless. Sweat hairs are going to explode. Looking up, a huge figure through the sky rolled in from the heavens. But in the blink of an eye, the whole picture was clear. It's the desolate demon race. Mu Yunzong was taken aback. Mu Yao, who was beside her, then curiously said, "Is the demon race very powerful?" Mu Yunzong frowned. Powerful demon clans are naturally powerful, but it's strange that the Wasteland demon race has always been in harmony with the human race, not crossing each other's boundaries. Xiaozhou and the Wasteland border. I haven't seen many demon race for so many years. I've never seen them. How did this demon fox appear here? The man is pretending to find the field. Suddenly, he saw the 9-tailed demon fox sweeping through the air and his face turned green. It's the desolate demon race. What a terrifying pressure. Could it be a heavenly demon? The man murmured. Then, subconsciously, he wanted to take the people and bolt first, but there was no time to move. A foxfire came from the 9 heavens above, instantly sweeping through the martial arts arena. However, the range was not large, but instead very carefully enveloped the people of the Big Dipper sect. The blazing heat melted the true immortals in them almost instantly, even if they were upper immortals. That the body had also begun to scorch rapidly. All sorts of magic treasures were constantly being offered up, desperately trying to fend off the foxfire. As for the man at the head of the group, he was struggling to hold on, and his magic treasures had been thrown out, but with little success. The foxfire of the heavenly demon doesn't mess around with you. The man tried to escape, but with the foxfire suppressing him, he was like fish on a chopping board. The body is corroded and scorched by foxfire. By the time the demon fox landed gracefully, the men, as a group, were already dead or wounded. Besides Su Yuling, Su Mei and the others looked serious as if they were facing a great enemy. That Big Dipper sect man is a golden immortal, just roasted to death without any resistance. To be able to do it so easily, that proved that this fox demon was a heavenly demon-level demonic beast. Outside the crowd, Mu Yunzong's breath caught. Nervously, she said to Mu Yao, "Miss, escape. Let's run away. It's a heavenly demon, equivalent to a great Luo immortal. There's no one present who's a match for it." End of chapter. Chapter 27, The Fox Demon is Burning. Mu Yao froze and looked at the fox demon. Listening to Mu Yunzong's words, he swallowed his saliva. Heavenly demon, equivalent to a heavenly demon of the great Luo immortal. Why did such a terrifying demon race suddenly attack the great Luo sword sect? Even the golden immortal of the Big Dipper sect was roasted to death in passing. We can't leave. We're the guest ministers of the great Luo sword sect. A strong enemy is coming. Isn't this exactly when we are needed? Mu Yao stubbornly shook her head. Mu Yunzong's face instantly turned ugly. Miss is still too young. It was true to have a high moral character, but to fight against the heavenly demon, it was an egg against a stone. Both he and Mu Yao were only minions of the true immortal realm, and they didn't see the foxfire coming. Did those true immortals just vaporize? How's this for a fight? Moths to the flame. Similarly, this was also the heartbeat of countless disciples of the great Luo sword sect. Fear instantly swept through the entire De Luo sword sect. Such a terrifying demon race was something they had never seen before. The fox demon didn't bother with the charred corpses, but looked down and Lu Ran, who was not far away from where he was gazing. Then step by step, he carefully approached, his huge body moving but gently. Su Mei, several people including Su Yuling, each of them looked nervous. This was a heavenly demon, although Lu Ran was close by. But Lu Ran could kill a golden immortal in seconds, so how would he fare against a heavenly demon was anyone's guess. Moreover, in a sparring match between Dao Lord immortals, If they casually rubbed the edge a little bit, they, the upper immortals, would either die or be crippled. Only, Su Yuling inexplicably felt that this heavenly demon's aura was somewhat familiar. Lu Ran stood right in front of them, looking at the demon fox that passed through the sky in front of him. The look suddenly softened. Little White, long time no see, Lu Ran said smilingly. White, the crowd froze. In the next second, the demon fox's huge body transformed into human form and stood playfully in front of Lu Ran. An illusionary neon dress was as white as snow, with long gray-white hair falling behind her jade feet, the curvy buttocks, the ample breasts. The loose neon dress couldn't cover that proud figure. The beautiful eyes hung with watery mist looking at Lu Ran, a knitted brow and a momentary fangirl, causing this great Luo sword sect to fall dead silent, unwilling to break the regal scene. But right at this moment, Lu Ran suddenly let out a strange cry. Holy, I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years. Why have you grown so burnt? When Xiaoying was before he ascended, he wasn't like this. The young infant's cheeks brushed red, but Lu Ran's yelling appearance of this. At once, the young infant found a familiar feeling, no longer able to hold back. A forward lunge rushed into Lu Ran's arms. A pair of jade arms hung around Lu Ran's neck, his head buried in his shoulder. Between his nostrils was the familiar scent of warmth. Su Mei and the others were confused. This is a heavenly demon. Instead, Su Yuling finally came back to her senses and exclaimed, Senior Sister Xiaoying, it's really you. It was only when he heard Su Yuling's voice that Xiaoying came out of Lu Ran's arms, her cheeks slightly red. Her watery eyes looked at Lu Ran and softly said, Master. Lu Ran gulped, his eyes unconsciously shifting downward, then hurriedly retracted his gaze again. It's nifty who can top that. Little White, put away your fox charming technique before it's too late. Master doesn't eat this, Lu Ran said in an old-fashioned manner, full of righteousness, but to hide the angst somewhere. It could only bend slightly into a hunchback. The amused young baby giggled. It wasn't Lu Ran's fault. Back then in the lower realm, when Lu Ran met her, she was still just a young fox. Seeing how cute and furry she was, Lu Ran brought her around as a pet. Unexpectedly, in 1,000 years, the young infant took form, ascended, and left the lower realm. At the time of the ascension, the young infant's appearance was still that of a young girl. After all, the demon race and the human race are different, and in front of the long scale of life of the demon race, she's not just a teenage girl, and now, ripe for the picking. At this moment, countless disciples of the great Luo sword sect, as well as those guest ministers, were all numb. This old ancestor is also too exaggerated. Even the desolate sky demon was his disciple. Master, Senior Sister, let's go back to the hall and talk, Su Yuling said. Su Mei and a few other elders carefully accompanied them. This heavenly demon that directly roasted the golden immortal of the Big Dipper sect was and is Lu Ran's disciple. They were speechless. Inside the temple, having not seen each other for a long time, Xiaoying and Lu Ran had endless things to say. Lu Ran's eyes, on the other hand, wandered over the young infant from time to time, his heart very pleased. The little white fox that was there at the beginning has also grown so beautiful now. If you don't say it's the Fox clan, in terms of looks, it's practically exploding, killing people. How did you know I was here? Lu Ran asked. Xiaoying truthfully told the news about Xie Deyang. Holy, that old Biden is so insidious. Lu Ran wanted to curse. Although he could second a golden immortal, he wouldn't be able to hold his own if a great Luo immortal came. Didn't Senior Sister kill him? It's too much. Su Yuling was furious. Young baby shook his head, said, to kill, but it's still somewhat useful. The scrapped fallen sky will watch over him, and the Daoist sect will go on as usual. When the time comes to eradicate the four families, the great Luo sword sect will come and take over the industries of the families as the beginning of the Blue Sect's disciples gathering. The Blue Sect? Lu Ran probably understood that the reference was to the Blue Stars division that had Lu Ran as its oldest ancestor. Abolish Lu Tian? Your senior brother? That kid is there too? Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Master, the abolition of the falling sky is my senior brother, said Xiaoying with a blank look at Lu Ran. Not to mention, just the rolling of the eyes is all flavor. Ahem, is that right? Well, I was misremembering. Then, after all, you and I haven't seen each other for more than 10,000 years. Lu Ran said awkwardly. It's 23,974 years. The young infant's eyes were full of sultriness. Lu Ran's mouth twitched. I can't help it. There are too many disciples to remember that accurately. Su Yuling on the side was amused by Lu Ran's appearance. Since that's the case, we'll definitely have to attend this Dao Gate meeting. The date is tomorrow, right? Lu Ran hurriedly changed the subject. No, it's 3 days later, Su Yuling said, because some of the sects within the range were far away. The Dala Sword Sect's distance was considered relatively close. It'll be there in a day. Some clans require at least 3 days. Something like Lesser Infant can make it in one night. Even Xie Deyang, who spared no effort to lose his essence and blood in a desperate attempt to escape in blood, was able to return to Jinling City within half a day. Master, what realm are you considered to be in now? Young Infant asked curiously. The eyes were at the upper immortal realm, but the information from the ruined fallen sky soul search saw that it could kill a golden immortal in seconds? Upper immortal, Lu Ran said casually. Rather, it mentions the realm. Lu Ran just suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today, so sign in as you go. Ding! Sign in! Congratulations to the host on receiving the cultivation reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the avatar, Earthbound Immortal. Upper Immortal Realm. Young Infant was a little confused. Is that really the realm of the immortals? How did you kill a golden immortal in seconds at the Upper Immortal Realm? Or with a wooden stick, killing several in seconds? Was muttering. Behind Lu Ran's head, the purple chi of merit suddenly emerged. The crowd around him froze. Was wondering what Lu Ran was doing. Boo! A wave of air swam out. The meritorious purple chi behind Lu Ran's head rapidly condensed. It turned into a golden wheel of merit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Golden Immortal now. The crowd looked dumbfounded. You're a golden immortal for chatting? Off the charts. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Gathering of the Great Luo Immortals. Master. You golden immortal? Su Ling spoke with a bit of a lisp. Young Infant was also looking at Lu Ran. Wow. That's true. Lu Ran did find that his realm had risen to a new level, but he didn't feel any better. In itself, it's a water-to-water thing. Only hard-earned. It is only then that you can appreciate the hard work and the preciousness of it all. Next, Lu Ran began to study the given avatar Earthbound Immortal. Since there are no blasts for signing on, the rewards are given in conjunction with the current realm. So what was given was not an immortal technique, but an ordinary divine technique. Earthbound Immortal, the world is at my disposal. The art of Earth escape, random teleportation within 1,000 miles. Lu Ran raised his eyebrows, and instead of feeling ordinary, he was excited. After 100,000 years in the lower realm, he had possessed every type of technique and martial art. The types and roles and how well they work are broken down into categories. This Earthbound Immortal, random teleportation, doesn't seem to be of much use, but 1,000-mile range, it's like a life preserver. Although Lu Ran could now kill a golden immortal in seconds and was immune to any form of attack from a golden immortal. He's a golden immortal himself, but there was nothing to be done against a Dalo immortal. A Dao Lord immortal with a sense of Dao rhythm is itself in contact with a trace of the rules of the heavenly Dao. Lu Ran can't be beaten. That means it's a little dangerous. But now, Earthbound Immortal, the perfect solution to the problem. If you can't beat me, I'll run. And it's the kind that doesn't hesitate and doesn't look back. Not bad. It's a good thing. Lu Ran hemmed and hawed, very satisfied. Master, why are you smiling so lewdly? What are you thinking? Su Ling reached out and waved her hand in front of Lu Ran's eyes and asked. Go. Where is the lechery? Kids don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Lu Ran glared at Su Ling, then looked to the crowd. Continuing, he said, in that case, you will depart immediately to attend the Daoist sect meeting. The crowd sniffed. Master, won't you come with me? You want to go? Su Ling looked nervous. She knew that Lu Ran's obsession was Qin Woyao, not just mentioning it once in the spirit world. In the lower realm, Lu Ran had been chanting for 90,000 years. Don't look at his usual hangdog playfulness, but when it came to Qin Woya, Lu Ran wouldn't be sloppy. So, she knew Lu Ran would definitely leave. She just didn't expect it to be so soon. Of course I'll be there, but 3 days is plenty of time, and I'm planning on making a trip to the Pill Sect. Find Gu Hai and ask him for clarification. By the way, the Pill Sect should be among the invitations, right? Lu Ran said. Only when they heard that Lu Ran would not leave for the time being did Su Ling and Xiaoying let out a fierce sigh of relief. Su Ling patted her chest and said, the Pill Sect is different. Elder brother Gu Hai's alchemy is inherited from you and is unique within 10,000 miles, and the demand for pills from those 4 families, as well as many of the neighboring sects, it's completely dependent on the Pill Sect, so the Pill Sect isn't among the ones paying tribute. Instead, the 4 families are still extremely polite to the Pill Sect. Oh, Lu Ran's eyes lit up. He didn't think that kid was doing well, but it's true, when you think about it, that the potion thing, it is one of the few good things outside of the realm that can quickly or directly boost psychic power. Coupled with Gu Hai's eccentric personality, those 4 families naturally didn't dare to offend and oppress. In that case, Master, I will accompany you. Young Infant said directly. She couldn't let go of Lu Ran either. Moreover, It was reassuring to know that Lu Ran was running alone. Although Lu Ran had only ascended a few days before he became a golden immortal, and his growth was outrageously fast, but after all, it was only the golden immortal. No need. Xia Dayang, that old Biden, spread the news about me. Someone is bound to come looking for me. And the first target is the Great Luo Sword Sect. Moon Spirit cannot stand alone. You accompany her to the Taoist sect meeting. 3 days later. I will be there. I don't know, Lu Ran said. With earthbound immortals around, even if he encountered a Great Luo immortal, he wouldn't be able to die. Jade Dragon Valley, Qingshan Sect. Deep in the valley beside a secluded lake, Qingshan Sect Patriarch Lei Gang bowed in front of the lakeside hut and respectfully said, "Old ancestor, that Fire Virtue Sect opened the Dao Sect meeting early. I'm only afraid it's not as simple as collecting tribute. This Lei Gang, as his name suggests, is big and thick." While he was at the Golden Immortal Realm, his skin vaguely revealed a hint of metallic radiance. Qingshan Sect's core secret method, Qingshan Hegemony Body. It's just that he finishes talking for ages. The hut, however, did not move. Lei Gang gritted his teeth and continued. A few days ago, I heard that the Fire Virtue Sect went out to look for traitors. There was also friction with the Luo Sword Sect, but then only Xia Dayang came back alone. So perhaps something unexpected happened. The hut remained unresponsive. Lei Gang then continued. But in these 2 days, Xia Dayang had someone send out a message. Lanzhou Lu Ran appeared in the Great Luo Sword Sect, after which a disciple reported that the Golden Tomb City, where the Fire Virtue Sect was located, people from the Desolate Demon race and the Nine Devil race have appeared. Squeak! The hut door opened. A much stouter old man stepped out. His face looked old, but his muscles were coiled and knotted. The texture of the skin was even more exaggerated than Ray just looked. Even those eyes, which should have been yellowish, had completely turned golden. This person was the old ancestor of the Qingshan Sect, Lei Tai, Oroxen. Lu Ran? Lu Ran from Blue Star on the Immortal Ascension list a few days ago? That old ancestor of the Blue Sect, ascended? Lei Tai's eyes swept over Lei Gang, who hurriedly avoided the sight and bowed his head. Respectfully, he said, if Xia Dayang is not lying, perhaps it is true, and that it was likely that there were multiple golden immortals assisting Lu Ran. Otherwise, the district was a single Luo Sword Sect, and Xia Dayang could handle it alone. And now that he convened the Dao Sect meeting in advance only because he wanted to use our hands to get rid of Lu Ran as well. Xia Dayang's little scheme. Qingshan Sect knew it well. Mostly, that Lu Ran has just ascended. Even the Blue Sect's oldest ancestor is only at the true immortal realm. He can just kill if he wants to. Lei Tai asked. Lei just shook his head. He also said, this Xia Dayang is cautious by nature, and will not go to war against a golden immortal without full certainty. So he wanted to kill people with a borrowed knife. And today he came to see old ancestor to ask what attitude we should take towards this Lu Ran. Lei Tai exhaled slowly, narrowing his eyes. The rough voice said, regardless of that Xia Dayang, this Lu Ran appeared and the gathering of Blue Sect disciples will do us no good. Lei just froze. What do you mean? Lei Tai smiled sorrowfully and said, on the day of the Dao Sect meeting, the old man personally made a move to kill him. Danger that must be nipped in the bud. This Lei Tai Great Luo Xian realm, killing Lu Ran is 10 times more certain. Same time, 8,000 miles away. White Rock, a beggar by the side of the road who reeked of alcohol suddenly sat up on his butt. He stared at the passing Fire Virtue Sect disciples who were spreading the news, shouting, several old brothers, is the news about that Lu Ran true? A few disciples glanced at the beggar. The man at the head of the group frowned. True is naturally true, but what does it have to do with you? The beggar? Gobble, gobble, gobble. The beggar tilted his head back and drank the rest of the wine from the jug. Next, buzz. A golden Lohan shadow flashed behind him. Several disciples' faces changed drastically. Dharma Kea. One more question. Fire Virtue Sect, can it be in that Jinling city? The beggar asked again. Back to senior. Yes. A few disciples brushed their bodies and stood up straight. Military training like. Miles away. Red Moon Tower. On top of the building, a woman in a red sarong leaned on the railing and, looking at the maid in front of him, asked, who is the one who sent out the message? The maid nodded her head and said, it's that Jinling City Fire Virtue Sect Patriarch Xia Dayang, an ordinary golden immortal. The woman's complexion suddenly turned cold, saying, a mere golden immortal, and you dare to draw fire to my master. What a big dog's guts. When she finished, the woman got up, asked, find me a map and mark out the city of Jinling, 3,000 miles south of Jinling City. Inside a restaurant, the elegant boss's wife waved her hand and kicked them out. Sorry, folks, I'm in a hurry to meet my parents. You will come back another day, another time, and thanks to the guest who just provided the information. Your drinks are free. Subsequently, the restaurant closed for business. The boss's wife flickered above the clouds of the 9 heavens with a thought that the shadow of an enchanting god devil with an enchanting figure behind her back flickered slightly, then disappeared. Jinling City, that's the right direction. One time, as the news of Xie continued to spread, within 10,000 miles, a chain reaction began. Just like what Xiaoying said, the Dao Gate meeting was the beginning of the Blue Sect's disciples gathering, just on a scale that far exceeded the expectations of the lesser infants, and the old ancestor of the Qingshan sect, who had made up his mind to kill Lu Ran in the cradle, doesn't know what he's about to face yet. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Refining the Dan Formula. It was still morning when Lu Ran left the Great Luo Sword Sect, but even by the time he arrived at the Medicine Sect in his Thunderfire chariot, it was already half an afternoon. Young Infant was left behind by him and the Great Luo Sword Sect to prepare for the Dao Sect meeting with Su Yuling. Gu Hai is quite good at choosing places. Lu Ran murmured as he looked down at the Pill Sect's complexes below that were staggered and cascading between the mountain peaks. Su Yuling had said that before she came. The mountain where Gu Hai established the Medicine Sect was originally a branch of the Spirit Vein. The aura here is rich and the spiritual plants are flourishing. Whether it's for cultivation or nurturing spiritual plants, all of them are superior places. Sure, it wouldn't be easy for any other rash person to want to occupy such a good place to start a sect. Thanks to the Medicine Clan, not only the Qingshan sect, but also the other sects, if they didn't want to be cut off from certain essential elixirs, one just can't make an enemy of the Medicine Sect. In terms of treatment, the Pill Sect was much better than the Great Luo Sword Sect. Even, Gu Hai also used his connections to occasionally take care of his junior sister, Su Yuling. The Dao Sect Association had also looked at Gu Hai's face in previous years, and had demanded particularly low tribute from the De Luo Sword Sect, thinking that he hadn't seen him for many years. Lu Ran was also a bit anxious. He couldn't wait to collect the Thunderfire chariot and float down. The location was straight to the main peak Sovereign Hall. It's easy to see that the tallest, most luxurious, largest in the clan. It must be the Patriarch's Hall. In front of the main hall, Lu Ran walked directly towards it. However, a few guard disciples at the entrance quickly stopped Lu Ran. What for? Where's the pass order? The disciple asked directly. Lu Ran didn't know what a pass order was. Politely, he said, "Little friendly, I'm looking for your Patriarch Gu Hai. Tell him to come out and meet me." How to say that these were all disciples of Gu Hai? Lu Ran was still amiable. There was nothing wrong with him calling Gu Hai to meet him. After all, he was Gu Hai's master. But that tone didn't sound so good in the ears of a few guard disciples. Who the hell is your little friend? Don't get close. There are plenty of people who want to meet our patriarch. You don't have a warrant. You don't have a briefing. So go back where you came from. The disciple looked at Lu Ran arrogantly. Also, without a pass order, how did you get in? Lu Ran was a bit speechless. What's the trouble of meeting a patriarch? But Lu Ran didn't get angry either. Instead, he moved his thoughts. Buzz. The golden wheel of merit appeared behind his head. A few disciples instantly froze, and then their faces changed drastically. Great Immortal, don't be offended. I will go inform the Patriarch. One of the disciples hurriedly said, "This girl is a golden immortal. It's not unusual for them to have to be respectful when they see true immortals and upper immortals. And this golden immortal, I'm afraid it's only the 4 major sects." Not daring to be slow, he hurriedly went to inform. "Go on," Lu Ran said smilingly. At this very moment, Gu Hai wasn't in the Patriarch's Hall. As a matter of fact, Gu Hai was seldom in the Sovereign Hall. Most of the time he was actually in the Dan Hall and the Spirit Herb Vault. Either that or pick up his spiritual plants in the 3 Emperors' 100 Herb Garden. The guard disciple eventually found Gu Hai in the Spirit Herb Vault. "Patriarch, someone is in the Patriarch's Great Hall and wants to see you," the disciple said directly. "Wow. No see," Gu Hai said without looking back, continuing to rummage through the spirit herbs with his head down. "But that one is a golden immortal. It's possible that he's from the 4 great sects," the disciple said carefully. "Golden immortal?" Gu Hai glanced back at his disciple and shook his head. "That's not even visible. You can just take him for a walk and deal with a few sentences to get rid of him. He won't dare to do anything. If it was a true immortal or an upper immortal, Gu Hai would have had to expel them directly. Golden immortal. Just save face." After the guard disciple left, Gu Hai continued to rummage for spirit herbs. A female disciple beside him helped to reorganize the spirit herbs he had tossed about. No, still no. Not sure exactly which one to use. Damn it. My ability is still not enough. Gu Hai grumpily and angrily placed the spirit herb in his hand back into the box, annoyed to no end. The female disciple at the side said, "Master, why don't you rest for a few days? Refining the Dan formula is not something that can be done overnight. There's no rush. Gu Hai was silent for a few seconds. Looking at the female disciple, he said, "If it's my master, the elixir is given to him. He can see through the Dan formula with a single glance." The female disciple was somewhat helpless. She'd heard words like that for thousands of years. The easiest thing to say out of Gu Hai's mouth is, "If it's my master, how it is." It was hard to imagine that Gu Hai's alchemy was already so pure. But according to Gu Hai, this level, in front of his master Lu Ran, it's that hairy tip on the 9 cows. Actually, that female disciple wasn't wrong. It was difficult, very difficult, to refine something like a Dan formula. Obtaining a potion and wanting to judge, by virtue of their ability, the materials needed when the potion is refined. It's already extremely difficult. It is even more difficult to be precise about the proportions of the individual materials. Other side, the guard disciple returns. Lu Ran saw that he came back alone and casually asked, "Where's Gu Hai?" The disciple prevaricated. "The patriarch has something to do for the time being and can't come. If you're interested in, you can go around our medicine sect's spirit mountain." The words were already clearly a send-off. With the golden immortal status, he was unable to seek an audience, and most likely left resentfully. But Lu Ran nodded and said, "Yes, then turn around." "Ha!" That guard disciple froze. "You damn really turn ah." However, he didn't dare to express himself. After all, they were golden immortals. One finger could crush him. He had no choice but to accompany Lu Ran and drive around the clan. Lu Ran had quite a feeling of visiting his son or daughter's family business. The whole medicine clan does run a decent business. At that moment, walking up to a large hall, a strong medicinal scent hit his face. Lu Ran's eyes lit up and he immediately turned his feet and walked over. The guard disciple was startled and said in a panic, "Great Immortal, this is the Dan Hall, exclusive to the Patriarch. He has orders that outsiders can't come and go as they please." Lu Ran waved his hand and said, "Trust me, I'm not an outsider. No one else can just come in and out, but I can." As he spoke, his footsteps did not stop. That disciple was worried. If Lu Ran went in there, he's going to be in for a rude awakening if something goes wrong, but can't stop it. So he rushed off and ran to report to Gu Hai. Lu Ran ignored the guard disciple's abnormality and walked into the Dan Hall. The aroma of medicine is even stronger here. In the center of the hall were several Dan furnaces, and next to the furnaces was a specially set up shelf. 3 pills were placed on it respectively. On the other side was another shelf filled with various spiritual herbs. This is refining the Dan formula? Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. This furnace and shelf arrangement, it was exactly the same as when he taught Gu Hai to refine the Dan formula back in the lower realm. After so many years, Gu Hai's habit continued. Having not played with this for many years, Lu Ran also had some itchy hands and immediately came over. Picking up the first elixir and placing it under his nose and sniffing it, his eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ran, who had a full level of pill refining, opened his eyes in just a few breaths of time. Look inside the Dan furnace. There were already some spirit herbs placed inside, but the clutter is clearly a new recipe for materials after many tests. A few of the key spirit herbs have been found, but unfortunately there are still a few missing and there are problems with the ratios. "I don't know," Lu Ran murmured, sweeping the shelf next to him. In the spirit world, many spiritual herbs were not found in the lower world, and Lu Ran did not recognize them and could not name them. However, he was able to judge the medicinal properties and the effects of the spirit herbs, and only needed to follow the recipe to take them separately. So with a wave of his hand, in 3 or 2 strokes, he replenished the materials in the first 2 Dan furnaces. The ratios are also given to be categorized, but instead of firing off the alchemy, he kept it as a textbook. Intending to teach him by the way when Gu Hai arrived so that he could memorize it. Then, it was on to the third, the other end. It is because of the ancient Sia being unable to determine the exact ingredients of the Dan formula that Again, he heard the disciples report about someone breaking into the Dan palace. He was so angry that his nose was out of joint. Even my pale sect's Dan Hall dares to intrude. I'd like to see which golden immortal is so bold. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Uncle is not a bad man. The third elixir was the one that interested him the most, because when I just came over, I could feel the strong medicinal power hidden. Squinting at it, one could even see a few streaks of precious chi condensed light traveling in silky smoothness on the elixir. Good stuff. Lu Ran's eyes lit up, was going to pick it up and look at it, but the next second, whoosh, the elixir in front of him suddenly disappeared before he could get his hands on it. Lu Ran, who was a golden immortal anyhow, jerked his head and a residual shadow was seen passing by the main door of the Dan palace. Stealing? So fast. With a thought, Lu Ran disappeared in a flash. Not much longer. The mountainside behind the medicine sect's 100 herb garden. the figure stopped in the dense jungle. Lu Ran, who was flying in the sky, could really see that it was actually a 12 or 13-year-old half-grown loli, dressed in a greenish-blue tunic, with long black hair cascading down her back and a small, round face. The whole thing doesn't look like a thief. Instead it's cute and cuddly and quiet. The most crucial thing was that Lu Ran could tell at a glance that this little loli was in the realm of the. It was only the Qingshan realm. This is just bizarre. Because of the speed that this little loli showed just now, it simply could not be the speed that the Qingshan realm could display. At this point, that little loli was careful, too, looking around, and only then did he carefully pull out the elixir he had gotten his hands on. Turning it over in his hand, he then intended to put it back in his pocket. But just then, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. Girl, the habit of stealing things that, not so good, is it? Little Lori was startled and hurriedly turned her head to look at Lu Ran. Then without hesitation, he scattered. The speed was still fast, but this time, how could Lu Ran continue to let her run? That's a waste of time. Lu Ran didn't come to the pill sect to waste time here with a little loli. So casually, a powerful prohibition instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius. That little loli slammed headfirst into the forbidden system and was bounced back viciously. Tried a few more times and still couldn't flush. It looked like a panicked puppy. Lu Ran looked amused, but didn't want to waste time and walked towards Lori. The other party seemed to have discovered Lu Ran's intentions as well. With a clench of his teeth, not only did he not see the elixir handed over, but instead put it directly into his pocket. Lu Ran frowned. So blind? But the next second, a scene that Lu Ran could not have expected appeared. That little loli suddenly spread her hands out in a tiger paw pose, and his face was even more fierce. His little face knitted up as he looked at Lu Ran fiercely. What does it mean? To scare me? Lu Ran was speechless. Or else it's a little kid, expecting this to scare people? But then, Lu Ran realized that this odd movement of the little loli, it can be more than just scary. Buzz. An eerie fluctuation rose up from the ground with Lori at the center. Then, right before Lu Ran's stunned gaze, the little loli's aura began to climb upward. An avatar of exploding potential? Lu Ran analyzed. There were many such things, but Lu Ran hadn't used them much. Even in the lower realms it was never used, because the increase in combat power provided by the burst of potential itself is also limited. One of the few means of being able to explode beyond the level. Moreover, the load on the body's meridians and divine soul from an uncontrolled outburst of power was enormous, aka the aftermath. This little lowly Qingshan realm, even if it explodes, where can it explode to? Zhenyang? At best. I'll give you the transformation god realm, but wasn't that still an ant in Lu Ran's eyes? But the truth is more than that. The little loli's aura continued to increase, quickly passing the Yuaning and reaching the transformation spirit. But it didn't stop there. Instead, it went higher and higher, faster and faster, and almost as if it were lightning. Caveman, Mahayana, transition, and subsequently, true immortal. Lu Ran looked dumbfounded. What kind of bull is this? A little loli at the Qingshan realm, an outburst, and directly at the immortal realm. This increase simply made Lu Ran wonder if he was still dreaming without waking up. It's like a packet of bubbly that bubbles out of a building. But fortunately, after reaching the true immortal realm, the growth of Lori's aura gradually diminished. Eventually it stopped. At this time, Lori's appearance also changed. On her right and left cheeks, 3 dark purple streaks appeared, and her little mouth opened menacingly, and the 2 tiger teeth have gotten much longer as well. Meanwhile, Lori's hands, and the bare skin of her neck, surprisingly, it was covered with a layer of fine green-colored scales. Demon? Lu Ran froze. Those stripes on the little girl's face look like the way Showing first took shape when she was a child. That's the beast tattoo. But it's not right. When the young infant first took form from a small fox, it took 500 years. Moreover, the young baby at that time has already grown up to be a beautiful woman. The realm had also reached the equivalent of the god transformation stage. It was impossible for a Qingshan stage demon to take shape. It was even more unlikely that an outburst would go straight to the immortal realm. Weird little guy. Lu Ran muttered. After 100,000 years in the lower realm, Lu Ran had come into contact with far too many demons. His disciples alone are countless demons, but this is the first time I've come across one like this. And Lu Ran didn't think that this little loli was a demon, because her aura was simply human, not the demons. However, at this moment, it was as if a half-demon had taken shape. Was thinking. Swish. The little loli made a forward dash and viciously pounced towards Lu Ran. The speed was so fast that Lu Ran's face changed drastically, because this speed is even similar to that of an upper immortal. An outburst. Direct immortal realm. Speed is even more comparable to the upper immortal. What kind of heaven-defying means is this? Lu Ran couldn't think about it in time. Because of the proximity and the speed of the little lowly, Lu Ran only had time to hold up his protective astral aura. One hand lay up to block in front of him, and the Chi Dragon treasure armor was activated for the first time. No way. This little guy is so creepy. If Lu Ran couldn't pinpoint something, he would never be foolish enough to take a risk. Ka! The little lowly rushed up and bit down hard on the outside of Lu Ran's little arm. A black dragon scale popped out with a buzz. But for a moment. Ka-chow. The dragon scales crumbled, and the protective astral aura was as if it was paper mache. As the little lowly bit into the flesh and blood, Lu Ran looked dumbfounded. The first time he used the defense of the spiritual treasure Chi Dragon treasure armor, but he was unexpectedly dry-shattered by this little lowly in one bite. The golden immortal realm's protective astral aura didn't hold out either. Is this a real fairy? A mouthful of broken defense against the golden immortal. Biting into the flesh and blood, Lu Ran instantly felt a tingling sensation spreading from his little arm. Toxic. This was Lu Ran's first reaction. Without hesitation, he threw his hands in the air. Pang! Lori's body was thrown out as if it were a cannonball. It smashed into the belly of the mountain with a loud bang. Lu Ran looked down at his little arm, having thought that he had been poisoned by something unimaginable. But as it turned out, the flakiness came and went quickly. However, it seemed that some kind of substance had invaded the meridians and flesh and blood, surging into the dantian at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ran couldn't even stop it if he wanted to. One could only watch as the substance merged into the dantian. Bad. What is this demon eye brown? It won't be in the gutter. Lu Ran was dumbfounded. Ghosts can think of a little lowly so scary. The dantian is the core of everyone's cultivation, and it's likewise a weak point. If the dantian is backstabbed, the results were predictable. But the next second, Lu Ran realized that after that thing was integrated into his dantian, not only did he not die, instead, the speed of the dantian's transformation of spiritual energy suddenly accelerated. It's more than 3 times faster than before. Lu Ran repeatedly checked to make sure that there were no other complications, and suddenly brightened up. This is not poison. This is simply more divine than an elixir. Look up. Inside the black hole in the belly of the mountain, Lori's half-demon form had re-drilled itself. Being thrown out by Lu Ran like this, the mountain had crashed out of the hole, and she was surprisingly uninjured. Looking at Lu Ran, the eyes were still filled with monstrous primitive wildness. Lu Ran grinned and said as gently as he could, "Don't be afraid, little girl. Brother is not a bad guy. Shameless. 100,000 years old. Calling himself a brother." End of chapter. Chapter 31. Opening the furnace to make pills. Lu Ran did his best to look gentle and righteous, but it doesn't seem to help. The little lowly in the half-demon state had already lost her sanity and only had primitive attack instincts. As soon as Lu Ran's words fell, she almost instantly scurried to Lu Ran's front, her petite body flexible and swift. The attack, however, is still that mouthful of teeth. Luckily, this time Lu Ran was prepared, snapping out a hand and making an odd gesture that middle finger extended. The spiritualist finger. Ding! Point on Lori's brow. This was a martial art that Lu Ran had learned by signing on in the lower realms, as it was a spirit-based martial art that acted on the divine soul, so it doesn't need to be spiritually powered. It can also be used in the spirit world. Shasta. Lori's body just paused and didn't move. The raw wildness in his eyes faded quickly. The little lowly stared blankly at Lu Ran in front of her, and it was only after half a day that she suddenly reacted. Subconsciously, he turned to run again, but Lu Ran had already grabbed Lori's wrist and pulled her to him. The little lowly looked happy and suddenly didn't struggle anymore. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Lu Ran with a full smile on his face. "What do you mean?" Lu Ran was a bit stunned. This little lowly didn't squeak and just looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran thought it was the little girl who hadn't returned to her senses. So he repeated, "Don't be afraid, little girl. Brother is not a bad man." Lori, on the other hand, was surprised. "You're not uncomfortable?" "Uncomfortable?" Lu Ran froze and suddenly remembered the bite he had just taken, so he hurriedly checked his dantian. But with this view, Lu Ran was even more delighted. At this time, the speed of spiritual energy transformation was even faster. Uncomfortable? Doesn't exist. Comfortable yuppies. There's no discomfort. But, Lu Ran, in order to corroborate his suspicions, let go of Lori's wrist. Sure enough, the speed of spiritual power transformation was instantly reduced, although it was quite fast, too, but it was still the same effect from the previous bite, and it was still in the process of being sharply reduced. It's a completely different speed than holding Lori's hand. And so, Lu Ran took Lori's hand again, and after a few repeated attempts, it was settled. That's right. Holding Lori's hand would indeed speed up the rate of spiritual power transformation. He tried to reach out with his other hand, and ran it over Lori's small, soft, boneless hand. It rubbed, but didn't feel like accelerating again. So resentfully, he gave up. Instead, the little loli in front of her looked at Lu Ran with a look of perversion. Seeing Lu Ran grabbing her little hand and touching it around. Mostly, he took Lu Ran as a strange uncle who preferred lolitas. Ahem. Lu Ran hurriedly coughed lightly, stopping his odd movements. You're really not uncomfortable? Lori continued to ask. Lu Ran probably guessed that it was this thing about transforming spiritual energy by himself. Lori also knew she had brought it. So shaking his head, he said, no discomfort. Feeling good. Really? Lori's eyes lit up. Not only did he not break free, but instead he backhanded Lu Ran's hand, and hemmed and hawed. It looked like a lot of fun. Lu Ran was a little confused. But still, he said, that elixir from earlier, it belonged to my disciple, and you stole it just like that. Not so good. Nu-ah, give it to you. The little loli was very quick and handed over the elixir directly. Lu Ran took it and inspected it before nodding his head in satisfaction. Not bad. It's just nice to have it back. What's the little girl's name? Words. Lori said. Bauer, Lin Bauer. Whoops, that's Lori's name now. What about your family? Lu Ran continued to ask. Lin Bauer shook her head in confusion. What do you mean? No family? My mother died and I'm all alone. Lin Bauer said innocently. Beautiful. Orphans. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Orphans would be good. A little pink loli. Bringing it with you can speed up the transformation of your spiritual energy. It was simply more precious than any ancient treasure. The other side. Gu Hai quickly rushed to the Dan Palace. Where is everyone? He looked around but found no intruder. Earlier I was here when I left. Maybe gone? The guard disciple was careful. Gu Hai froze. Alarmed. He exclaimed. Oh no! My elixir. That's a lone product. He immediately rushed towards the Dan furnace with a healthy step. At a glance. 3 pill furnaces. 3 pills, now only 2 left. The third one was nowhere to be found. And that was still the most precious one. A lone immortal elixir that he had not been able to refine for hundreds of years even after refining the formula. Damn. Dare to steal my Gu Hai's pills. Piss me off. Piss me off. Gu Hai stormed out. For Gu Hai, who loved pills like his life. Pills were his lifeblood. But immediately after, Gu Hai suddenly realized. In the first 2 Dan pans, the materials were not right. He immediately turned his head to the female disciple beside him and asked. Little Moon, did you touch my Dan furnace? No master. How could I dare? And besides, haven't I been with you in the treasury? I'm sorry, the female disciple said hastily. Gu Hai looked at the materials suspiciously. It was obvious that it was different from the program he had adjusted, and it's neatly arranged. It was set up by the person who stole my elixir? Gu Hai muttered. When I wanted to continue arranging for people to search for the identity of that golden immortal who stole the elixir, he looked at the materials in the Dan furnace with seeming awareness and began to stare. Not long after, murmured, Song Luo Grass. Why does he want to relax Luo Grass? Murmured. Taking the elixir aside, he sniffed it repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over. Incredibly, he looked at the materials. It's still true. Damn. The flavor is almost imperceptible. And if one is not warned, there's no way I could have discovered the ingredients of Son Luo Grass. Gu Hai was shocked. Then take a look at the other ingredients inside. Gu Hai clenched his teeth, raised one hand, and a blue Dan fire directly emerged. Xiao Yu at her side was startled. Master, what are you doing? Open the furnace for alchemy. Gu Hai said eagerly. He wanted to corroborate his suspicions. With the Dan fire of the ancient sea immortal realm, the materials inside were quickly sorted out and extracted, and then began to fuse. This time, the sensation was completely different from those sensations Gu Hai had attempted in the past when he refined the Dan formula. Silky smooth. In just a few breaths of time, an elixir had gradually taken shape. In this instant, the rich medicinal fragrance spewed out as if it was about to explode. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly erupted into a bright light as he exclaimed, "It's done! And the quality is surprisingly perfect. Gosh, this elixir wasn't as precious as the third one, but he had been refining it for more than 3 years. After more than 3 years of days and nights of trying, of changing materials and tweaking ratios. In the end it's all a failure. But that golden fairy, he came in and turned around, and the materials were laid out for him. In the end, not only were they able to successfully refine it, but the quality was better than blue. After all, the original elixir was volatile for a long time and lost some of its medicinal properties. The bottom line is that he was just trying to corroborate his suspicions that the fine rationing of the ingredients in the he didn't keep track of it. Next, Gu Hai looked at the second Dan furnace again. This time, he learned to be smart and remembered the ratios of the ingredients in it clearly before he started to refine the pills. This elixir, which I have spent 100 years unable to refine. If this too can be practiced, the other party's pill refining attainments are too terrifying. On the side, Xiao Yu was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had heard praise for a person's pill refining attainments from Gu Hai's mouth. The only person who had been complimented by Gu Hai, and countless times before this, it was Gu Hai's master, the Blue Sect's oldest ancestor, Lu Ran. End of chapter. Chapter 32. The Lai Clan. The Bear Dan fire burns. It had nothing to do with whether Gu Hai was serious or not anymore. The talent and attainment of alchemy was more in the degree of control over the materials. Sure, Dan fire is also a top priority, but it's a necessary skill for every alchemist now. Gu Hai just felt like this alchemy of his was easy as pie. There is no need to control the temperature and extraction of individual spirit herbs. The whole thing was silky smooth as if it had been arranged. Gu Hai suddenly reacted. Amazed, he murmured, the other party has not only prepared the ratios of the spirit herbs, it's even specifically placed in the order of inside and outside, and even knows all about my habit of using the Dan fire. Otherwise, he couldn't really imagine that the material prepared by someone else that. How did he refine it so easily? But, in this world, can there be anyone else who can come close to my master's pill refining attainments? Is this possible? Was thinking. Boo. An even thicker medicinal fragrance erupted once again. Gu Hai's heart shook as he hurriedly opened the Dan furnace. Inside, it was holding a pill that looked exactly like the sample elixir outside, but higher quality and more potent. Gu Hai took it out with a trembling hand and placed it in his hand to scrutinize it. He had memorized the formula for this elixir. As long as the ingredients were prepared according to the Dan recipe in a strict manner, it would be impossible to blow up the furnace and refine a crap thing. It's really divine, Gu Hai stammered and murmured. On the side, Xiao Yu also looked astonished. She had followed Gu Hai for so many years. How could she not know how difficult it was to refine the Dan formula? These 3 pills, one was harder than the other. If Gu Hai himself was burnt out, it was even more unlikely for others to refine the Dan formula in a short period of time. But that outsider, however, precisely proportioned the materials in such a short period of time. What kind of fairy is that? Master, your master, does he also have such pill refining attainments? Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask. Words. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Said, my master's attainments are much more than that, but this person is able to achieve such a level of. It's also truly unbelievable. Even so, Gu Hai still wouldn't admit that someone's pill refining attainments could surpass Lu Ran's. And Gu Hai wasn't lying. To Gu Hai, this kind of thing is indeed weird, but in Lu Ran's case, all commonplace. Koyuki gulped as she listened. I've heard Gu Hai brag about his master many times, but this time it felt different. So intuitive. But Gu Hai was still a bit dumbfounded at this point. He twisted his head to look at the 3rd Dan furnace. The materials inside had not been touched or the ones he had prepared earlier. One look and you're pissed off. In mutual contrast with the first 2 dandies, these he put in. What a mess it all is. It's a master alchemist, and I'm grateful for his guidance. Just, guidance on guidance. What's the point of stealing my pills? Gu Hai was speechless for a while. That 3rd elixir is an absolute orphan, and it is very valuable in its own right. Just in time, outside the great hall, there was the sound of light footsteps. Gu Hai frowned and jerked his head to look. It's really strange today. Without my permission, 3 times 4 times someone has come running to the Dan Palace. I'm sorry, Gu Hai said angrily, but the words just fell. A youth in a crisp white moon robe was seen holding a half-sized loli that, one step at a time. Lu Ran also froze violently when he saw Gu Hai. After not seeing him for more than 10,000 years, Ancient Sea's appearance had changed a lot. After all, Gu Hai didn't have a system as perverted as Lu Ran's, where he was constantly raising his cultivation level by signing in. With a solid lifespan, the body basically doesn't age. And it's no different than it was over 10,000 years ago. Ku Kai looks much older. However, Lu Ran still recognized Gu Hai at a glance. For eyes on each other, Gu Hai opened his mouth naively. Xiao Yu at her side frowned. Daring. This is my medicine sect's Dan Hall. Who are you people that dare? The words were not finished. Gu Hai then raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Yu's words. Then stumbling a few steps forward, he plopped down on his knees, heavily kowtowing a few times. He shouted with a sobbing voice. Master, you have finally come. Ha, master? Xiao Yu's eyes glared, but she was quite agitated and hurriedly followed a few steps forward, kneeling beside Gu Hai. Respectfully, he shouted, Disciple Xiao Yu, pay respects to the old ancestor. Lu Ran looked at Gu Hai in front of him and laughed. Get up and talk. Between us master and disciple. No messing with that. Gu Hai choked and nodded, slowly getting up. There were endless words in his heart that he wanted to pour out to Lu Ran, but subconsciously glancing at Lin Bauer beside Lu Ran. especially when he saw that Lu Ran was holding Lin Bao's hand. He suddenly changed his face drastically. The Li clan's girl. Master, let go, Gu Hai yelled. A direct fling. A terrifying torrent of spiritual energy seemed like a tsunami impacting towards Lin Bao, but it avoided Lu Ran. It seemed to be trying to tear Lin Bao away from Lu Ran. Lu Ran was a bit surprised and casually waved his hand. Wow! Ancient Sea's torrent of spiritual energy instantly disintegrated, dissipated, and vanished. Only then did Lu Ran continue. You brat! Why are you so hairy? She's a little girl, how can you do that? Gu Hai, however, cried out anxiously. Master, she is the maiden of the Li tribe. It's giving me a headache lately, but shouted out. However, he looked at Lu Ran with an odd expression and asked, Master, are you not uncomfortable? Lu Ran shook his head. It was a bit strange, a question that Lin Bao had also asked him, and he certainly wasn't uncomfortable. Instead, holding Lin Bao's hand, the comfortable yuppie, the speed of spiritual power transformation soared upwards, and the realm was rubbing upwards. Lu Ran shook his head and said, there is no discomfort. Have a talk and don't make a move first. Gu Hai stared at Lu Ran carefully. That's a slight relief, but at the same time, he also wondered why Lu Ran was holding Li's girl like she was nothing. And, Gu Hai thought furiously, in his haste just now, at least 70% of his spiritual energy impacted that. Surprisingly, it was dispersed by a casual wave of the master's hand. Hasn't master, his old man, only ascended a few days ago? That, master, you come with me first, Gu Hai mused. Lu Ran probably knew that he was going to say something about Lin Bao, so he looked at Lin Bao and said, Bao, wait for me here, don't run around okay? The latter nodded good-naturedly. Said, got it big brother? Big brother? Gu Hai froze and looked at Lin Bao, then at Lu Ran. Shaking his head, he and Lu Ran walked to the side hall. What is that Lin Bao? You said she's a Li? What do Li people do? You can't touch them? Lu Ran asked curiously, because both Lin Bao and Gu Hai had asked him if he was comfortable. Lu Ran was genuinely curious. The Li clan is a very ancient and terrifying race in the spirit world. Gu Hai murmured. Terrible? How so? Lu Ran asked. From the time of their birth, the people of Le, their bodies, it would be impossible for them to be damaged or destroyed in any way, which means that they can't be killed. Gu Hai said with a grave expression. End of chapter. Chapter 33, you can go anywhere you want. Holy, so crazy? Lu Ran's eyes glazed over in shock. Isn't that the immortal race? Words. Gu Hai sighed and said. On the contrary, although they cannot be killed by any form of, but they themselves couldn't last past the age of 18. Though Li, when they reach 18, will naturally explode and die, without exception. Lu Ran's heart shook as he heard the words. What a strange race this is. So, what does that have to do with me touching her? Lu Ran asked again. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Introduced. The Li also have a special inability to be controlled. That is, any living being they touch, be it the human race, the demon race, the devil race, or even the ghost race of the underworld, will be infected with the heavenly Kuei Li poison. The body of an infected person will spontaneously begin to absorb the aura of heaven and earth, forcibly transformed into spiritual energy into the Dantian. This poison, there is no cure. Normal cultivation requires the extraction of heaven and earth aura before it can be stored as spiritual energy, and those who have contracted the Tian Kuei Li poison, whose bodies absorb the unrefined and raging spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. In light cases, the Dantian is in disarray, the meridians are broken by inches. In serious cases, the Dantian bursts and dies. The Li's immortality, coupled with this bizarre ability, and there lies unique berserking. Nobody wants to mess with them. No one even dares to approach or touch them. After Gu Hai's explanation, Lu Ran was baffled. There were still such strange races in the spirit world. Immortality, Tian Kuei Li poison, talent frenzy, touch whoever dies. Who dares to mess with this nigga? Then this Li clan, isn't it going to dominate the spirit world? Lu Ran subconsciously said, but just after asking Lu Ran realized that he had asked a very stupid question. Li people die at 18. 18 years old was but a snap of the fingers in front of the long life scale of an immortal. Alas, therein lies the problem. The Ri don't live to be 18, and so have no ambition. Gu Hai explained, they are scattered in the spirit world, and from the time they are born, lonely until the age of 18 burst his body and died, because fewer children before the age of 18, resulting in the Li people are also getting fewer and fewer. It is difficult to become a climate. Although it's very tricky in itself, there's no power to mess with them, just pretend they don't exist. Lu Ran suddenly understood why Bao was so excited to be held by Lu Ran's hand and unwilling to let go. Probably, Lu Ran was the first person she'd touched since she was a child who hadn't died, right? On the contrary, Lu Ran probably understood why he was fine. It seems that the Lie's ability, after touching it will leave the contactee's Dantian in a special dry state. The most direct thing that could be absorbed to replenish the Dantian was the heaven and earth aura. Of course, this won't work. The aura of heaven and earth that hasn't been tempered by the greater and lesser circumference is wild and violent. The Dantian and meridians simply couldn't support it. It can even damage the soul. But Lu Ran was different. What connected Lu Ran's Dantian spiritual energy was his chi that hadn't been transformed yet. That's signing up for 100,000 years in the lower realms. The vastness of the ocean-like chi. So, Lu Ran is fine. But instead it will also increase the rate of transformation. Having figured this out, Lu Ran spoke. I see. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. The Li clan's Tiankuei poison is useless to me. Although Gu Hai found it hard to believe. It was also the first time he had heard that someone could be immune to the heavenly Kuei poison. But seeing it with his own eyes, Lu Ran was holding that Li clan girl, unharmed and fine. By the way, master, what realm are you in now? I can't believe I can't see through that. Haven't you only ascended a few days ago? Gu Hai asked curiously. Wow, golden immortal now. Lu Ran said casually. To be exact, it was the golden immortal second heaven. Having advanced to golden immortal in the morning and rushed to the medicine sect, coupled with Lin Bao's earlier acceleration, it's getting close to triple heaven. Words. The ancient sea people were dumbfounded. Golden immortal. He, Gu Hai, hadn't been obsessed with cultivation for so many years, but he had eaten a lot of pills. It's faster than other people's cultivation, but it's only the sixth heaven of upper immortality. It's over 10,000 years. Results. The master ascended to the immortal world for a few days, and he became a golden immortal. Master is not ashamed of you. After Gu Hai's brief shock, all that remained was joy for the master. By the way, you know that girl? Lu Ran asked curiously. Alas, that little girl has been coming to my pill sect 3 or 4 times recently to steal pills, sometimes even openly robbing. I guessed her identity after those disciples who came into contact with her burst into flames and died. I didn't dare to touch it either, Gu Hai said helplessly. For a long time, Gu Hai didn't care, but the headache was a real one. So have you attacked her yet? Lu Ran continued to ask. He still couldn't believe that a normal-looking loli could be immortal. Of course, it's not just me. At the very beginning, I joined forces with the great elders of the medicine sect too. A total of more than a dozen immortals attacked with all their might, and she didn't even go berserk. Yet she remained unharmed, and because of that, that's how I finally affirmed her identity. Gu Hai said. Bullseye. The Lin Bao who hadn't gone berserk was only at the Jindan realm. Yet he was able to remain unharmed under more than a dozen immortals. It was simply a heavenly bug. If the Ri clan didn't have the destiny of being 18 years old, it would simply be impossible to say that they didn't dominate the spirit world. Not much longer. Lu Ran and Gu Hai are back. I saw Lin Bao shrinking on the steps in the corner of the Dan hall from a great distance, hands wrapped around her curled legs, chin resting on her knees. The petite body looks alone. You go to the Dan hall first, Lu Ran told Gu Hai Dao. Then, self-consciously, he walked over to Lin Bao and sat down. Lin Bao was startled and instinctively tried to dodge away. She'd seen too many people explode and die from getting close to her growing up. But once he turned his head and realized it was Lu Ran, he suddenly relaxed, and a smile spread across his face. Lu Ran sighed inwardly. For 100,000 years in the lower realm, he had taken in countless disciples. There were skin and bones little beggars, and bruised virgins in greenhouses. There's the little guy who works in the restaurant as an odd job man. He had seen too many miserable childhoods, but the likes of Lin Bao is unique. Bao, how old are you? Lu Ran asked. 15. Bao said subconsciously. It's 15 years old. He suddenly didn't know how to speak. Instead, after Lin Bao finished, she broke her fingers and muttered, there's still 3 years to go. Lu Ran's heart shook. This girl, she knows everything about her. Why did you come to the medicine sect recently to steal pills? Lu Ran asked as he changed the topic. At that, Bao turned out a crumpled green leather booklet from her bosom. Turning over one of the pages, he pointed to one of the lines and showed it to Lu Ran. I haven't even shown it to anyone else, Bao said mysteriously. Lu Ran fixed his eyes on it. The line reads, get 100 elixirs. What's this? I was about to look at the others, but Poi had already covered the booklet up. Putting it back in his arms, Lu Ran saw 4 large, crooked words on the front of the booklet, the bereavement handbook. Any plans for the future? Lu Ran asked casually as his heart was a bit clogged. I want to go to the central state. When I was little, my mother told me that the central state is the center of the spirit world. I'd like to see it, and the Diwara. I've heard there are a lot of monsters there. And theirs. Lin Bowers said, getting more and more excited. But the spirit world is so big that 3 years of it simply wouldn't sustain her through the exploration of so many places. Big brother, you're an immortal, and the first one who's willing to talk to me. Can you take me to the central state? Bauer asked with a hopeful expression. Lu Ran laughed. Reaching out, he put his hand on Bao's shoulder and gathered her into his arms. Bauer's body instinctively tightened and she tilted her head slightly to look at Lu Ran with a nervous expression. After realizing that Lu Ran indeed did not have any adverse reactions, she smiled sweetly and, comfortably, he arched into Lu Ran's arms. Lu Ran rubbed her head with one hand, said, of course you can, the 9 states of the spirit world. You can go anywhere you want. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Dan Lei. After that, Lin Bauer was even following Lu Ran. Originally, Lu Ran actually wanted to take Lin Bauer as his disciple, because all of Lu Ran's disciples in the lower realms were also basically all those who had been discovered by him at a young age and followed him. But think about the fact that Lin Bao only has 3 years left. What can you teach in 3 years? She probably didn't have the idea of learning it herself. Seeing that Lin Bauer called out to his big brother, he also went along with her. However, Gu Hai still didn't dare to touch Lin Bauer, as long as she was by Lu Ran's side. He was all at least 5 meters away. I'm afraid that girl won't be able to stand still and run into him. Rather like your style, master. He. Gu Hai said with a playful smile. On the side, Xiao Yu looked dumbfounded. For so many years, Gu Hai was notorious for not smiling, and his mind was full of pill refining. But when the old ancestor appeared, then the result would be different. What's my style? Lu Ran asked. In the lower realms, there are up to 5 siblings in the same clan. Everyone was adopted by you at a young age, and so was I. Gokai said. So for the Blue Sect disciples, although Lu Ran was their master, more often than not, he was more like an old father without a proper job. It's a little strange to say that, but once a teacher always a father. It's okay. It's just that for some of the female disciples, perhaps with the added weight of the fledgling plot, there are some other sentiments in there. By the way, here's that elixir from earlier. Lu ran through the 3rd elixir that Lin Bauer stole to Gu Hai. I knew it. I knew that in this world, it's impossible for anyone to be able to achieve as high a level of pill refining as master. Gu Hai said with certainty. Those 2 previous Dan formulas. You've memorized them, right? Lu Ran asked. Gu Hai's expression suddenly became embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, no, don't remember. The first Dan furnace he had gone into alchemy with the mindset of trying it out, not bothering to memorize it at all. But the second Dan furnace he did remember. There's no harm in my writing to you just, by the way, help you refine the formula for this 3rd elixir as well. Lu Ran said. Xiao Yu, prepare the pen and ink. Gu Hai's heart shook as he hurriedly said. After Lu Ran wrote out the first Dan formula, repicking up the 3rd elixir from Gu Hai's hand, he sniffed it carefully and narrowed his eyes. Not much longer. The elixir was thrown back to Gu Hai. Lu Ran, on the other hand, began to prepare various spirit herbs without a word. It moved quickly and without the slightest hesitation. Gu Hai's heart was shaken. This is good? This is how you know the Dan formula? Sure enough, Master is still as contrary as he was back then. You brat have quite a variety of spirit herbs here. Lu Ran marveled. This superior alchemy condition had never existed even in the lower realms. Isn't it true that when we arrived in the spirit world, all we did was engage in this, after preparing for more than 10,000 years? It's okay. Gu Hai said modestly. Then he craned his head to look at the Dan furnace, asked, Master, is this good? Lu Ran nodded, signaling that he could refine the pills. Before that, though, a reminder, I'm following your Dan fire attributes. Heating up the habit to configure the Dan formula. You look at those ingredients and memorize them by heart. Gu Hai cockpecked his head, looking at the ingredients in the oven. The brain buzzes with a sense of frustration even. He had studied the Dan formula for nearly 1,000 years without much progress, and was bewildered that. Lu Ran took a sniff and got right on with it. How else can you say it's a master? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai's Dan fire blazed out. It burned fiercely against the Dan furnace. The fire is a little short. Position down. Don't be in a hurry. Wait for the spirit grass to be extracted from the outer circle. Almost there. Increase the heat. Lu Ran watched from the sidelines, and with just one glance, he could see the problems with the alchemy process. Gu Hai enjoyed this feeling, just like when he was educated by Lu Ran all day long in the lower world. Not much longer. A fierce medicinal fragrance erupted as the elixir took shape. It's done. Gu Hai's heart was overjoyed and he was about to come over to take the elixir. Don't rush. Wait. Lu Ran interrupted. Gu Hai quizzically twisted his head to look at Lu Ran. Next, rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder struck, and an odd pressure permeated down between the vibrations of the thunderclouds. Xiaoyu looked at the dome of the Dan Hall suspiciously, murmured, strange, on our side of the medicine sect, even if it rains, it's also rare for thunderclouds to appear. Gu Hai, however, brightened up, shocked. This feeling is Dan Lei, or the thunderbolt of an elixir, is when the quality of an elixir reaches a terrifying level of. It's only when it touches the heavenly senses that it appears. In the lower realm, as long as Lu Ran was refining pills, Dan Thunder would appear from time to time. It caused Gu Hai to think that was the vision that should occur from alchemy. But Gu Hai had been in the spirit world for over 10,000 years, and the number of times Dan Lei had appeared could be counted on one hand. Sure enough, next, click, a lavender lightning bolt exploded directly into the dome. Electric snakes poured into the pills inside the Dan furnace. The freshly molded elixir immediately began to tremble slightly. The medicinal fragrance of the thunder and lightning. It was as if it was boiling, and it was even more intense. There was even a special scent of warmth mixed in. There was only one Dan Thunder, after which the thundercloud disappeared, and at that moment the fine arcs of electricity could already be seen on the elixir flickering a bit every now and then. An elixir of this quality was something that was going to far exceed the lone product in Gu Hai's hand. It's a shame there's only one Dan Thunder, but it's not bad at all. Follow the Dan formula and the alchemy steps I urged you to take just now, and there won't be any problems, Lu Ran commented. Gu Hai nodded his head hastily. One Dan Thunder and he was already content. When he was in the lower realm, Lu Ran alchemized pills, and that crackling was all 9 pills of thunder. On the side, Xiaoyu was now completely convinced. I had heard Gu Hai brag about the old ancestor's pill refining ability countless times. Now look at it. It lives up to its name. It's even much more exaggerated and bullish. Come on, master. I'll have someone prepare some tea and food, and we'll have a deep chat, Gu Hai said excitedly. 3 Dan formulas were solved by his master in one go. Gu Hai was now cozy and relaxed beyond measure. He hadn't seen master for over 10,000 years, and now he had endless things to say. Not much longer. Inside the temple, Lu Ran sat down, and Lin Baoer obediently sat down next to Lu Ran. Right next to him, with glowing eyes, she looked at the table full of delicacies, and her expectant eyes looked at Lu Ran again. Feel free to eat, Lu Ran said to her. Getting permission, Lin Baoer was overjoyed and directly reached out to grab it and feast on it. Because of Lin Baoer, Gu Hai didn't dare to sit next to Lu Ran. He went around to the opposite side of Lu Ran, and as soon as he sat down, he couldn't wait to ask, Master, this trip you've made, how did you know I was here? It was at the mention of this that Lu Ran snapped his head, almost forgot the main event. So he said, from the great Luo Sword Sect, the immortal wash pool that I appeared in. It's within the boundaries of the De Luo Sword Sect. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Ascended from Senior Sister Moon Spirit's region? That's still wonderful. Did Senior Sister not come with you? Lu Ran then directly said, we'll talk about those later. I came to find you because I want to ask you. You've been to Central China? Any news of your master's wife? End of chapter. Chapter 35. Another great Luo Immortal? Hear this. Gu Hai's expression instantly became serious. Nodding, he said, in the early years of traveling in the central state, Senior Mother she saved me once. Oh, Lu Ran's eyes lit up. You've met your master's wife? How is she doing? However, Gu Hai shook his head immediately afterward. He said, did not meet Shifu Maiden. It was Shifu Maiden's men who saved me, and then urged me to leave the central state. Then there was no news. Qin Wuyao's men? Lu Ran was a bit confused. I don't know how Shifu knew who I was, possibly by accident, but that person who saved me did bear the name of Master Mother, Gu Hai murmured. And, back then, Gu Hai was still just a minion in the third heaven of true immortality, and that person it's at least at the level of a great Luo immortal. It could even be an immortal monarch, but even so, the man mentioned the master's wife with the utmost deference, more or less. The Shirenyang's realm is still above that person, Gu Hai analyzed. Lu Ran wasn't that surprised. He had taken in so many disciples in the lower realms, and those with good talent abounded. However, one as heavenly talented as Qin Wuyao had never appeared again. When Lu Ran first met Qin Wuyao was only 16 years old, but at that time it was already in the Jindan realm. Instead, Lu Ran, who had only bound the system at that time, was rapidly rising through the ranks by signing on. But even so, even with the system, he hadn't caught up with Qin Wuyao's cultivation speed. The two were paired up and traveled the world. In less than 100 years, Qin Wuyao crossed the threshold and ascended. In the history of immortal cultivation, There had never even been a genius that terrifying. As for accepting disciples, it was also Lu Ran's signing up to full rank after Qin Wuyao's ascension. It was only after the delay in ascension that I got bored and started collecting. Qin Wuyao was considered the first one Lu Ran knew to ascend. Together with the talent, it was theoretically true that the cultivation level was higher than that of all Blue Sect disciples. After that, I tried to poke around for news of my master's wife, but to no avail. I don't know, Gu Hai said with a sigh. It seemed to feel guilty for not being able to give Lu Ran valid news. When was that? Lu Ran asked. 12,000 years? After returning from the Middle Kingdom and coming to Xiaozhou. It was only then that he accidentally befriended his senior sister, Su Yuling, and with the discovery of this good place with rich spiritual qi, he started a sect here. I don't know, recalls Gu Hai. Over 10,000 years. That's long enough for too many things to happen. Lu Ran was inevitably troubled by his thoughts, but it didn't help, so he could only take a deep breath. Nodding his head, he said, there's no harm in it. Sooner or later I'll go to the central state. As long as she's still alive, I'll always be able to meet her. At this point, Lin Bauer, who was beside her, ate her fill, burped, and leaned comfortably against Lu Ran, patting his little tummy. Lu Ran cried and laughed. Raising his head, he continued to address Gu Hai Dao. There's one more thing, that Fire Virtue sect in Jiling City, as well as the Qingshan sect, the Big Dipper sect, a stream of air those four. You should know. Gu Hai nodded. Naturally, they buy quite a few pills from me every year. Lu Ran continued, they suddenly opened the Dao sect meeting this time, and theoretically would not notify you, but according to Moon Spirit, the time has been advanced. It's more than likely rushing towards me, and the one who's leading the way should be the Qingshan sect. Hear this. Gu Hai's expression instantly became serious. Anxiously, he said, in that case, Master, let's go. Ha? Lu Ran froze. Where to? Leave Xiaozhou, Gu Haidao, and elder sister Yuling. Let's run. A good man takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Lu Ran laughed out loud as he listened. Waving his hand, he said, it's not that exaggerated. That Qingshan sect can't do anything to me. Gu Hai, however, was still anxious. You are a golden immortal now, but those four families, there are quite a few golden immortals. Moreover, rumor has it that behind the Qingshan sect, there is also an old ancestor of the Dao Lord Immortal Realm. Gu Hai's concern was not unreasonable, although Lu Ran was also a golden immortal now, but there are a lot of golden immortals. If you besiege Lu Ran hasn't ascended for a few days, how can you fight? With the addition of a great Luo immortal ancestor, Lu Ran would surely die, but in fact, under the great Luo immortals, Lu Ran could all take seconds. Immortal law seconds golden immortal, upper immortal under golden immortal, true immortal, Lu Ran himself could directly realm crush. Itself is also immune to golden immortal attacks, and as for true immortals and upper immortals, it wasn't even easy to break the defense against the golden immortals Lu Ran. So, basically, under the great Luo immortals, Lu Ran was invincible. As for the great Luo immortal, Lu Ran's current realm was already the third sky of the golden immortal. He had only advanced to golden immortal in the morning, rushed over, and with Lin Bauer's increase in, as well as this moment of time killing, seeing that it was going to be dark, Lu Ran's realm had quietly arrived at the golden immortal triple sky. Lu Ran roughly calculated that within 5 days, he must have advanced to the great Luo. At the same time, there were young infant and scrap fallen Skyen, a demon king and a heavenly demon. All of them are on the same level as the great Luo immortals. Lu Ran himself also had the Kongdong heaven sealing seal. He was indeed not afraid of that Qingshan sect's old ancestor. Master, listen to me. You must not go. Gu Hai looked at Lu Ran and didn't squeak. Once again, he persuaded. This place is not like the lower realm. In the lower realm, the blue sect disciples can run rampant. But in this spirit realm, the terror of the great Luo immortal that, you are not experiencing it. Lu Ran waved his hand and said, there's no harm in it. With your senior sister and brother, there's no problem. Sister and brother? Who? Gu Hai was a bit confused. In the spirit world, he had far too many elder brothers and sisters. All of them big brothers, indeed, but there aren't any in those 4 jurisdictions, either. Otherwise it wouldn't have been the turn of those 4 to dominate. The demon king Xiaoying of the desolate demon clan, and the heavenly demon wasted falling sky of the 9 ghosts. Lu Ran said, Demon king, heavenly demon. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. That's equivalent to 2 great Luo immortals, and the demon and devil races, whose progress in cultivation is slower than that of the human race, are in the same realm. Yet, it can also steadily suppress the human race. In this way, that Qingshan sect's old ancestor, Indeed, did not need to be too afraid. In that case, Master, I'll accompany you, Gu Hai said. You can pull it off. Just stay here honestly, and when the time comes to exterminate those 4 families, the Blue Sect will take over all the industries under them, and you will be involved then, Lu Ran said. Gulp. Gu Hai gulped. Nice guy. Master's intention was to exterminate those 4 families and take over their foundation of so many years. That's an absolute fortune. Moreover, one could rely on this area to build the Blue Sect's foundation and then gradually expand. The first clan of the spirit world was about to appear. Gu Hai listened to the excitement in his heart. Although he was worried about Lu Ran, and could not afford to separate from Lu Ran again, would like to go along for the ride. However, he also knew that that level of tussle was not something he could intervene in. Gu Hai is only an upper immortal, and he's not good at fighting, so he'd be giving away food if he went there. It will also give the fellow disciples something to worry about. Alright, I'll be right here, waiting for your news. Gu Hai nodded. With the Demon King and the Heavenly Devil, this wave, it should be 9 out of 10. After all, other than the Qingshan Sect, the other 3 are just the lapdogs of the Qingshan Sect, casually sweeping. Only the Qingshan Sect's old ancestor was a problem, but 2 against 1, or a Heavenly Demon and a Heavenly Devil combining to fight a human Daoist immortal. The odds are very much in your favor, but the truth is, within the Blue Sect disciples who were going to participate in the Dao Sect meeting this time, there were more than just the 2 Dao Lord immortals, Showing and Scrapping Falling Sky. Sundown. Inside the residence of the Fire Virtue Sect in Jinling City, Xia Deyang is sitting in the yard, fuming. Scrapping Falling Sky was cultivating, only letting some demon soldiers watch him, but it wasn't really necessary. He didn't run at all. And don't dare to have a heart. His divine soul, but also pinched in the hands of the abolition of the fall of the sky, a thought. He is going to be scattered. He somewhat regretted that he shouldn't have lured the Fire Virtue Sect when he first spread the news. Wouldn't it be fine to directly throw out the news that Lu Ran was in the Great Luo Sword Sect? Now it was good that the other Blue Sect disciple had come directly to him. Alas, a Demon King and a Heavenly Demon. That Qingshan Sect most likely can't top it, right? Xia Deyang murmured, knowing that his ploy this time would most likely not be realized. And just then, a wave of heat suddenly hit his face. Looking up, the sky was filled with divine fire coloring half the sky red. In front of the clouds, a ragged beggar, carrying a wine gourd, stepped into the air. Behind him, a Vajra void passed through the sky. The pupils of Xia Deyang's eyes suddenly shrunk. Da Luo Dharma. Another great Luo immortal. End of chapter. Chapter 36. This blue zone is a bit outrageous. Buzz. The silhouette looked at the sky, but in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the courtyard in a flash, just lazily standing not far from Xia Deyang. Looking around, he frowned slightly, muttering, "This is the border of Xiaozhou. How could there be 9 specter demon soldiers around?" But he didn't care. He just looked at Xia Deyang and asked, "Is this the Fire Virtue Sect?" Xia Deyang gulped. Nodding his head, he said, Yes, I am Fire Virtue Sect Patriarch Xia Deyang, and you are?" The words were just finished. A devilish aura swept through the air, and the figure of Scrapping Falling Sky appeared beside Xia Deyang. Faintly, he looked at the beggar. Don't look at his ragged and disheveled clothes, but that Dalai Dharma face. Xia Deyang could see it clearly. Scrap Fallen Sky could certainly feel the aura of the other party's Dao Lord Immortal, so he casually asked, "Who are you? Did you come to find Xia Deyang for news of Lu Ran?" Whether it is a friend or foe is unknown for the time being. Blue Sect disciple. Sun Tianyu. The beggar responded indifferently, his eyes staring at Scrap Fallen Sky. Scrap Fallen Sky was stunned. Surprised, he said, "Blue Sect disciple? But for Master? Master?" Sun Tianyu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you?" Wasted Fallen Sky immediately said, "Blue Sect disciple." Wasted Fallen Sky. Nice guy. Same school. But the two don't seem to know each other? That's not surprising. Lu Ran had been down in the world for 100,000 years, had taken in so many disciples, and had sent away one batch after another. It is not possible for all disciples to be at the same time, but although they verbally recognized each other as Blue Sect disciples, but true or not, both sides were suspicious of each other and didn't dare let their guard down. On the contrary, Xia Deyang was on the verge of tears. There's another Dao Lord Immortal, together with Xiaoying and Scrap Fallen Sky, a human Dao Lord Immortal, a D Wasteland Demon King and a 9 Hells Heavenly Demon. When this goes to the Qingshan Sect, wouldn't it be like hammering on old man Qingshuan's head? He already regretted targeting Lu Ran, had he known to roll up and directly run away. Right now, seeing Lanzone becoming more and more exaggerated, this feeling of powerlessness as if facing a mountain, let Xia Deyang despair. But it's too late for that. Having been hit by Wasted Fallen Sky's Devil's Tassel Spirit Flame, he was now a puppet that would die violently at any time. You said that you are a Blue Sect disciple. Do you have any proof? Wasted Falling Sky asked first. Sun Tianyu let out a loud laugh. Staring at the abolition of the Falling Sky responded, You ask me ah? Instead, I suspected that you were. My master did accept demonic disciples, but not many. How could it be such a coincidence that you are? To put it bluntly, there is still mutual suspicion. At this juncture, suddenly, another powerful aura came from the sky. Xie Deyang froze and turned his head to look. A beautifully decorated chariot in the sky, dragging a long rainbow pike, crossed the dim sky like a shooting star. Above sat a woman in red, with a veil over her face, and behind her, a demonic silhouette was equally eye-catching. Another one. Xie Deyang almost bit his tongue. He had been in this fire virtue sect for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen so many great Luo immortals. The imperial chariot came to the city of Jinling, originally also eluded the specific location of the fire virtue sect. However, when they detected the aura of Scrap Fallen Sky and Sun Tianyu, they reversed their direction. Not much longer. The imperial chariot landed in the courtyard. The chariot disappeared, and several attendants warbled and waited by the woman's side. The woman, on the other hand, looked faintly at Sun Tianyu and Scrap Fallen Sky. She was dressed in a red neon dress, with a delicate figure, and her face was veiled so that she couldn't see her appearance. But even the pair of beautiful eyes that were revealed were still tantalizing. Senior brother Sun, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to be here as well. The woman was the first to speak. Sun Tianyu shrugged, said, I mingled when there was wine to drink, and now that I have received news of my masters, it's only natural to come over first thing, aren't you? On the side, Wasted Fallen Sky was flabbergasted. Alarmed, he said, You two know each other? What is the girl? The woman responded, Blue Sect disciple, Yi Hongyi. Xie Deyang was taken aback at his words and exclaimed from the sidelines, You are Yi Hongyi, the owner of Red Leaf House? You are a great Luo immortal. Although Red Leaf House was not a power within the Four Families' jurisdiction, however, because of the overbearing style of action and the fact that the sect is full of women, it has a notorious reputation. Unexpectedly, the Red Leaf Building's owner, Yi Hongyi, was actually a great Luo immortal as well, and seemingly, it was also Lu Ran's disciple, plus the lesser infants who aren't here. For now, Yi Hongyi glanced at Xie Deyang and ignored it. Instead, looking at Scrapping Falling Sky, he asked, Senior son, this person is a demon race. Why is he also here? Coming to find trouble with master? No. Wasted Falling Sky hurriedly waved his hand. I'm also a Blue Sect disciple. Oh, Yi Hongyi was slightly stunned. Lu Ran did accept demonic disciples, but they were few and far between. So preconceived notions, Yi Hongyi certainly suspected. Wasted Falling Sky was in a hurry. What can we do about this? How do I prove my identity? Lu Ran took in disciples, not just teaching them, but based on the talent of each disciple, teaching different feats. Coach swords if you're talented in kendo. Those who play well with knives teach knife skills, like boxing teaches boxing. And, even if the same swordsmanship is taught, the odds are that they are all different swordsmanships, customized. Disciples were naturally unable to judge each other's identities by the gong methods they practiced. Xie Deyang on the side watched the fun, wanting to see how Scrapping Falling Sky would prove his identity. At this point, a familiar scent came through again. Xie Deyang looked up and saw that the huge demon fox body of Xiaoying was approaching from afar. Soon it was back to the yard. When she transformed into her human form, Su Yuling was also put down by her. At this moment, Su Yuling's heart was still pounding. The speed of the great Luo immortal was just too fast. Senior sister Xiaoying, it's really you. When Yi Hongyi saw Xiaoying, she immediately greeted her with joy. Sun Tianyu, who was secretly on guard, relaxed at this moment. He said, Is this the desolate demon king Xiaoying that you mentioned? At first sight today, it really lives up to its name. The young infant glanced at Sun Tianyu and looked at Yi Hongyi suspiciously. Asked, Senior sister, where did this beggar come from? Do you recognize? Only then did Yi Hongyi introduce. Sun Tianyu is also a Blue Sect disciple. However, that demon one is not so sure. It could be a fake. A face on the side of Wasted Fallen Sky twisted into a bitter melon. The helpless eyes looked at the lesser infant. It made the young baby giggle. Only then did he introduce. Wasted Falling Sky is a Blue Sect disciple, yes? He likes to nestle in the 9 specters. This time, if it wasn't for Master's name on the Immortal Ascension list, he wouldn't have come out for fear. Wasted Falling Sky scratched his head awkwardly and said, It's true that the devil race came to the Central Plains. It's not a good situation. Only after being proved by the young infant did Sun Tianyu and Yi Hongyi breathe a sigh of relief. The tension vanished into thin air. So it's all your own siblings. Hello sister. How is senior son? Hello, Master Scrapper. I'm supposed to be the senior sister. Senior son. Senior sister Yi. Wait. Messed up. Smooth it out. Su Yuling on the side looked envious. These people, all of them are senior brothers and sisters. All of them are at the level of the great Luo immortals. But that's not all. Just as they were about to open up for a chat, a huge golden frying pan in the sky just flew over. Several people looked up. Wasted Falling Sky said, the breath of a great Luo immortal. Yi Hongyi, on the other hand, directly said, there's no need to panic. That's senior sister Huang Fong. She's a very good cook. I've been to her tavern. Words. A few people were relieved, but Xia Dayan's brain was down. How many more are coming this night? All Dala immortals. Even a guy who runs a tavern swinging a frying pan is a great Luo immortal. He murmured in his heart. Old ancestor Qingshan. This wave, you're on your own. It's not that I want to harm you. It's really that this blue zone is a bit outrageous. End of chapter. Chapter 37, You Can't Really Die. The newcomer, Huang Fong, Yi Hongyi recognized. So everyone got acquainted quickly. Senior sister Huang Fong. It's been a while since I went to your restaurant. I didn't expect to meet here. I'm sorry. Yi Hongyi greeted intimately. Hey, the tavern will be closed for the time being. Not for profit, per se. It's this craft that I'm afraid of losing. Master likes to eat the dishes I make. Huang Fong carried his own frying pan and hemmed and hawed. This frying pan was no ordinary thing, but a spiritual treasure. Xia Dayang, who was on the side, looked at these people in front of him. Young infant led the way. Surrounded by Wasted Falling Sky, Yi Hongyi, Sun Tianyu, and Huang Fong. $5 immortals. At this time the time is still early. Xia Dayan spread the news as only a day or so. Just rushed 5 great Luo immortals. There are 2 days left before the Dawnguard meeting, and hell knows how many more will come. And, with the size of the Blue Zoner sect, this is nothing. The fact that they can come to these only means that the message didn't travel far enough. That's all. With these 5 present, one could think with once but to know what old man Qingshan would be facing when the time came. 1 to 5. Take a headshot. And there may be far more than just these 5. And it is true. That night, Liao Tianhao, a disciple of the Blue Sect, Blue Sect disciple Su Chanshan, Blue Sect disciple Zhang Boyang, 3 more great Luo immortals arrived late. So far, the 8 immortals are assembled. Even a dozen golden immortals had popped up, claiming to be Blue Sect disciples. A few of these, Su Yuling recognized. The rest are unrecognizable. However, they each took out the magic treasures that Lu Ran had given them when they ascended. There were formations and branding on there that Lu Ran had personally inscribed, immediately proving the identity. And that's just the first day. Xia Dayang was all confused. The spirit world had always rumored that the size of the Blue Clan's master sect was terrifying, but none of them had an idea. It's much clearer now. Just this area under the command of their 4 families. Within 10,000 miles. So many great Luo immortals. So many golden immortals. As well as many upper immortals and true immortals hadn't rushed over. As expected. It was just as the Blue Sect disciples had planned. Sprinkled all over the 9 states. Since we, master brothers and sisters, have already put together 8 great Luo immortals, why don't we just kill the door? Wouldn't it be better to slaughter that old man Qingshan? Huang Fong waved the golden frying pan in his hand and said, spiritual treasures can be put away. But Huang Fong used it smoothly and often carried it in her hand. No. Young infant shook his head outright, then looked at the crowd. He said, old ancestor Qingshan must die, but he cannot be killed by us in a sneaky way. That doesn't serve any purpose. Instead, it's going to be on the day of the dormition. All the major sect forces within 10,000 miles had come. He killed old man Qingshan on the spot as a Blue Sect member, laying the foundation of the Blue Sect in one fell swoop. That's the main thing. But those of us who came over, the commotion was not small, and that old ancestor Qingshan learned of the news. What if I run away directly? Sun Tianyu couldn't help but say, it's not all your fault. Just come. You have to display the Tao Lord Dharma. Is that necessary? Young baby glared at the others. Sun Tian had scratched his head awkwardly. He said, when I got the news from my master, I didn't think about it so much, and deliberately suppressed my phantasm under full speed rush. It will affect the speed. It's not a rush. Others are of the same mindset. Don't worry everyone. I've arranged for demon generals to be around the Jade Dragon Valley. The Qingshan sect disciples who passed on the message were all intercepted and beheaded by me. Wasted Falling Sky interjected from the side. Oh, the crowd looked at Scrap Fallen Sky in surprise. Senior brother. It's still you who's shrewd. Senior abolitionist brother. Far-sighted. Hey, What year did you say you ascended just now? Am I a senior sister or a junior sister? Young baby looked at the men with a smile. She wasn't very sociable herself and didn't bother dealing with other people, especially the human race. But when the master brothers and sisters are together, it's a completely different feeling. We all have a common master, and we are like family, close brothers and sisters. Alright, since the fallen sky has already made arrangements, let's wait for the start of the Dao Sect meeting. In the next 2 days, there should be more senior brothers and sisters coming, so let's do a good job of receiving them, Xiaoying said in a deep voice. The next day, Lu Ran took a nap as usual, and when he opened his eyes, just then she saw a small head beside her, big watery eyes looking up at her without blinking. Bauer, not sleeping? Lu Ran yawned and asked casually. Sleep? Bauer froze and shook her head. No sleep, just cultivate. Lu Ran was a bit puzzled, said, you also cultivate? You're not. Lu Ran didn't say the latter words. The lie will die at the age of 18. And what's the point of practicing when you're immortal before you die? Lin Bauer said thoughtfully, of course we need to cultivate. Cultivation can quickly restore our spirit. We really don't have much time to spare. Sleeping is such a waste. That's what my mother taught me. Hearing this, Lu Ran instantly lost his sleepiness. He didn't realize that, of all the people who cultivate immortality, it's amazing that there are still people who cultivate in order to cherish the little time they have before they die. Reach out. Lu Ran murmured. Puzzled, Bauer stretched out her own little hand and handed it to Lu Ran. Lu Ran held up and felt the sudden increase in the rate of spiritual power transformation in his body. His divine sense also spread out instantly. Wanting to observe Lin Bauer's physical condition from the inside, checking it in all directions with his various full-grade talents, trying to find out the cause of this doom and gloom hangover for the lie. But immediately afterward Lu Ran realized, with his divine sense, he was unable to penetrate Lin Bauer's body. Any angle, any direction. Lin Bauer's body was as if it was built from an indestructible special material. This was the first time Lu Ran had encountered such a situation. Lin Bauer was only at the Qingshan realm, and Lu Ran was also clearly able to sense her realm, but it was just impossible to divinely inspect her body. Weird. Lu Ran didn't believe it. Slowly, he urged his spiritual energy in his palm. The gap between the two holding hands also began to bloom with fluorescent light, growing brighter and brighter. A gust of pressure began to rise up. Lu Ran also observed Lin Bauer's reaction from time to time during this process. The result was that the spiritual power that Lu Ran urged was enough to open gold and crack rocks. It's to the point where it's capable of shattering true immortal meridians. But it couldn't damage the skin of Lin Bauer's small hand by a single bit. It's also true that Lin Bauer didn't feel anything. Instead, he tilted his little face and looked at Lu Ran sweetly. But in this situation, Lu Ran was still unable to internalize Lin Bauer's physical condition. I don't know if it's not enough strength in the realm or if it's just the wrong approach. Lu Ran was a bit deflated and at the same time, he was also curious about this special physique. Looking up, he called, Bauer. The latter came closer. Boom. Lu Ran threw a direct punch. Bauer's petite body seemed like a cannonball as it directly smashed through the stone wall of the large hall and flew out. The remainder of the force was embedded within the mountain. Smash out a big dent. Big brother, what are you doing? Lin Bauer crawled out of the depression and, exasperated, she glared at Lu Ran, who had followed her out. Holy, it's still true. It's not even reacting. Lu Ran let out a gasp. He had probably mentally anticipated it, so he stayed his hand. But even so, the punch, it's also enough to kill true immortals. But Limba, it's just a little gray, that's all. Having said that, finding that Lin Bauer was still glaring in anger, only then did he say, Ahem, just doing an experiment. Look at you being petty. Go away. Take you to a good meal and we'll leave afterward. Hearing about food, Bauer immediately became interested. Gleefully, he followed Lu Ran, as if the punch he had just thrown was already behind him. The sound of two people fighting came from the mountain path. Wipe your face. Look how dirty you've gotten. It's not because you hit me. Told you it was just an experiment. You can't fight later. Okay, no fighting. But since you can't die, why did you run away when I chased you earlier when you stole the medicine? I can't die, but I don't like being beaten either. End of chapter. Chapter 38 Immortal Fate's Purple Mansion. After eating and drinking, Lu Ran asked Gu Hai for a map, so he summoned the Thunderfire chariot and, taking Lin Bauer with him, he rushed up into the sky. The entire time, Lin Bauer looked down curiously. The clouds passed by. Bauer's long hair danced behind her head in the wind, and she stretched out her arms, giggling, and silver bell-like laughter echoed in the 9 heavens. Lu Ran probably understood. Limba has never flown. She was only at the Qingshan realm and could not fly per se. It's not like anyone wants to approach her and befriend her. It's like Lin Bauer said. She's been alone since her mother died. Since it was only the second day, Lu Ran was in no hurry, maneuvering the Thunderfire chariot and circling around in the air. Have fun with it. In the meantime, Lu Ran mentally murmured, sign in. Coming to the spirit world. The interest in signing in was awakened once again. No longer as boring and numb as in the lower world. Ding. Sign in. Congratulations to the host. This check-in gets a blast. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cultivation reward *10. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the innate ancient treasure, the Een Soldier's Tiger Talisman. Congratulations to the host. Rewarded, Purple Mansion Order *1. Ha! Lu Ran's heart shook as he stormed again. It hasn't been long since this ascension, and it's stormed 3 times. There's a good chance that my judgment is true that, when you sign in the spirit realm, the chance of storming is much higher than in the lower realm. Lu Ran murmured. If all 3 blasts were lucky, it's also too good to be true. 100,000 years in the lower world. More than 30 million days. Neither has ever had such a frequent check-in blitz. Bauer, hold on tight. Don't fall. Lu Ran instructed Lin Bauer. Then rubbing his hands together, he excitedly began to study this sign-up bonus. That's a blast to give. Definitely not mortal. The first one was the innate ancient treasure. And from Su Yuling's mouth, he had understood the preciousness of the innate ancient treasure. It was a palm-sized tiger talisman. The tiger symbol is something Lu Ran knows, which is also known as the military symbol, which is used for conveying orders and dispatching soldiers and generals. It is shaped like a tiger and has inscriptions carved on both sides. However, this tiger talisman was clearly different from the tiger talismans Lu Ran had known. This tiger symbol, it's black. The scent of the netherworld's unique netherworldly ghostly aura could be clearly sensed on it. Een Soldier Tiger Talisman. Wouldn't it be used to command the Een soldiers? Lu Ran murmured. That's still true. Tiger Talisman of the Underworld. With this talisman in your hand, you can open the passage to the underworld at any time, mobilizing millions of Een soldiers to participate in the battle. I'll go. So gripping. Lu Ran was taken aback. They were both innate ancient treasures, but this thing was much more direct than the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. Although the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal was more Lu Ran's current realm strength, it was simply impossible to utilize the full power of the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. But this Een Soldier Tiger Talisman, a functional ancient treasure, could be activated now. Think about it. One thought, and the netherworld passage opens up, and a million netherworld soldiers come out in great numbers. Other than that, at least it's cool as hell. Good stuff. Not bad. Summon it to juggle sometime. Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Then, it was time to look at the second reward. Purple Order. It says order, but the look, it's a scaled-down version of what a full clan hand puppet would look like. An immortal mountain with high mountains. There are a few buildings staggered on it, and a little cloudiness that, you can even see some flying birds and animals coming and going. Only the whole thing is a scaled-down version. It looks amazing. Order of the Purple Mansion. Any location can be chosen as the center, and a radius of 3,000 miles will be designated as the Purple Mansion of Immortal Fate. Cultivators of this sect have increased combat power and cultivation speed within the Purple Mansion. There are quite a few more functions. Simply put, within the confines of the Purple Mansion, the cultivators of this sect gained buffs in all aspects, whether they were fighting or practicing. As for Lu Ran, who was the owner of the Purple Mansion, he could brand the cultivator, which was equivalent to the Purple Mansion Authority. It's only after gaining access that you can get those enchantments. Truly what you think comes to pass. Young Infant said earlier that this Dao Sect meeting is the beginning of the Blue Sect's gathering. This Violet Mansion is just the right thing to use. Wonderful! Lu Ran exclaimed. This system, it's getting better at what it does. In the meantime, the cultivation bonus was also given just now, and the sign-on blast was given tenfold. After sleeping with Lin Bauer in his arms last night, and with the cultivation rewarded by the system, Lu Ran's realm had risen to the 7th heaven of the Golden Immortal. This speed was much faster than Lu Ran had expected. At this rate, it wasn't likely that Lu Ran would be able to advance to the Dao Lord before the start of the Daogate meeting, and at this moment in time, deep in the Jade Dragon Valley, in front of the thatched cottage by the lake, Lei Tai was radiating golden light all over his body, his spiritual energy surging around him as he fused the Qingshan hegemony body's technique to cultivate. It was as if molten metal was swimming around. As Lei Tai breathed in and out, it traveled to and fro within his body. But suddenly, Lei Tai slowly opened his eyes, his light golden eyes flashing with a hint of impatience. In a cold voice, he said, I said, don't come and bother me before the Daogate meeting starts. Lei Gang was careful and approached a little closer, but didn't dare to get too close. Respectfully, he said, Old Ancestor, The disciples who were sent out to check for news in the past 2 days are nowhere to be found. I suspect that it's the Blue Sect disciples who are behind this, and it shouldn't be hard for them to notice the crisis on this trip. So what? Lei Tai asked faintly. Don't blame me, old ancestor. I'm just worried that, when that Blue Sect ancestor learns of the news, don't dare to come to the Daoist meeting. Then if he doesn't come, I'll find him and kill him. Lei Tai directly interrupted Lei Gang's words. Having said that, Lei Tai asked rhetorically, they say it's the Blue Sect's oldest ancestor, but in the end, isn't he still a minion who just ascended? Where can he go? I'll give him 1,000 years, 10,000 years to cultivate. How far can he advance? It wasn't that Lei Tai was overconfident and belittling Lu Ran, a so-called Blue Sect ancestor who just ascended up from the lower realm. No matter how glamorous you are in the lower realm, in the spirit world, it's just a true immortal. Even if you are given 1,000 years to cultivate, how far can you advance? Calculating your talent is outstanding, but also the death of the golden immortal. That is not still the part of the seconds to kill? So, Lei Tai didn't put Lu Ran in his eyes from start to finish, nor did he feel that killing Lu Ran would be that difficult. What he cared about was the Blue Zoner, not this old man. As the Blue Sect gathered, it would not be so easy for him to kill Lu Ran again. You are right, I was overthinking, and in that case, I'll prepare matters related to the Dao Sect meeting at ease. Some of the sects have already arrived, Lei Gang said. He didn't bother to toss it. Anyway, with the old ancestor present, when the time came, he would directly suppress Lu Ran and the matter would be settled. Even if Lu Ran didn't come and the old ancestor came out, then Lu Ran would definitely die. Go on. Lei Tai nodded, but just as Ray turned around, Lei Tai asked again, how is the progress of spirit vein mining going these days? Lei Gang said, don't worry, old ancestor, the progress is good. With a feeling of relief, Lei Tai nodded his head and said, that's good. Mining the spirit vein absolutely cannot go wrong in any way. He, the Qingshan sect, had no grudges against the Blue Sect. To kill Lu Ran was only because Lu Ran had appeared in the area of the Qingshan sect, and if it didn't matter, when the Blue Sect rallies, it's not certain who the spirit vein belongs to at that time. It boils down to a tangle of interests. Only then did Lei Gang bow and step back, leaving at a quick pace. End of chapter. Chapter 39 Greenstone Town. Lu Ran had originally planned to go directly to the Jade Dragon Valley with Lin Bauer. However, when they were passing through a town, the speed of the Thunderfire chariot suddenly decreased. It was operated by Lu Ran. He looked down at the town below him suspiciously. This was because just when he was approaching just now, Lu Ran suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation. Although it wasn't very strong, Lu Ran still sensed that it was his spiritual imprint. My spirit imprint, why is it here? Lu Ran was a bit stunned. He must not have been in this town. Then there's only one possibility. Inside this town, there's one of his disciples, with the magic treasures and such that he had given them from the lower world. Think about it. With a thought from Lu Ran, the Thunderfire chariot roared down and landed outside the western city gate of the town. Lu Ran raised his foot and intended to pursue the direction of the branded breath, but suddenly, he realized that Lin Bauer beside him was standing still. Quizzically, he craned his head. At this moment, Lin Bauer's expression was horrified. Her small hands clenched together as if she was a little scared. Lu Ran froze and asked, "You've been here before?" "Greenstone. My mother gave birth to me in the old temple at the town's entrance. I grew up here as a child," Lin Bauer said hesitantly. Oh, Lu Ran was a bit surprised. What a coincidence. Is this even Lin Bauer's hometown? But looking at Lin Bauer, this seemed to be more than just an old home. It seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's doubts as well. Bauer said, "After my mother died, they kicked me out of Greenstone Town, and the old temple is over there." She reached out and pointed, and Lu Ran saw the old temple within the town's entrance, on a barren piece of land down the street. It can't really be considered an old temple anymore. One of the walls has collapsed, and the weeds are overgrown around it. It looked dilapidated, as if no one had been here for a long time. As for why Bauer was kicked out, it was mostly also because of his Ri's special ability. "I'm going to find something here. Bauer, wait for me here," Lu Ran murmured. Since this place will bring back bad memories for her, Lu Ran was still planning to go in and do a quick search himself. But when Bauer sniffed, a flash of panic flashed across her face. Hurrying forward, he grabbed Lu Ran's hand and shook his head. It seemed very reluctant to part with Lu Ran. "What? Afraid I'll run away?" Lu Ran joked, trying to ease Lin Bauer's mood. Only no. Lin Bauer's cheeks blushed. In fact, Lu Ran was curious. Although the Lai people had a destiny of certain death, but before they died, there is nothing that can kill them. With this one town, you have the nerve to kick Pa out? Not to mention, If Bauer goes from house to house, who can stand up to him in this town? Then let's go in together. And you'll follow me. Lu Ran nodded. Then the two walked into town. It's a small town. Not too crowded because it's not on the main official road. The streets were bustling. But even so, Bao walked carefully, keeping a close eye on her surroundings. There were close staggers that she did her best to avoid, because she knows what happens to people when she touches them. Unless it was like when Lu Ran trapped her, Bauer would explode and disregard everything. Follow the breath. The two soon arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. The breath is in here, Lu Ran mused. Standing here, the aura was even more intense. It was definitely his spiritual imprint, all right. The two walked into the tavern. Paul, sit here and wait for me. Lu Ran placed Bauer at a table near the door. Instead, he padded a few steps closer to the stairway to the second floor. The breath that can be felt is on the second floor. But just as Lu Ran was about to lift his foot to walk up, an ill-timed voice suddenly came from behind him. Yo, isn't this that little junkie? How dare you come back? Turn your head and look. It was 5 or 6 youths who were drinking who saw Lin Bauer and stood out with curses. Lin Bauer instantly looked nervous and subconsciously stood up, quickly walking towards Lu Ran, but go halfway. Pang! A wave of spiritual energy came straight at her, and Lin Bauer's body was viciously smashed out of the room. It hit the wall behind him and slid down, but she was unharmed and got up and was about to continue in Lu Ran's direction. Lu Ran frowned slightly. If it was back when he had just crossed over, Lu Ran would have directly made a big kill, but after 100,000 years in the lower realms, he's taken on so many young disciples. Many were struggling on the brink of death to be taken away by Lu Ran. He knew exactly how to teach those little disciples to properly deal with the world of the weak and the strong. What? Still want to run? When you cleaned up enough, right? Little junkies. Living dead. We don't need monsters in Castle Rock. It just so happens to be boring. And you delivered. Several youths gathered around in a chorus. But the ridiculous thing was that these youths, they were only at the Foundation establishment realm. Lin Bauer is a Jindan. At the same time, the situation over here also caught the attention of the other diners in the restaurant, but no one interfered. Instead, one watched with great interest. Bao's petite body rested against the wall behind her. Looking at the men in horror, he said, I'll be gone soon, so don't hit me. Otherwise or what? Damn. And threatening us? Little. The leading youth was furious. Straight away, he drew out the large sword behind his back and nonchalantly slashed down on his head. A powerful blade chi devastated the table in front of Lin Bauer, splitting it into pieces. Split on Lin Bauer's body. The result is that Lin Bauer is unharmed. However, the wall directly behind him was cut by a slit in the knife chi. Lin Bauer's body trembled slightly, biting her lip. The few youths in front of them, approaching at every step, but looking formidable. But these youths themselves are careful. Of course they know the consequences of touching Bauer, so they have a good grasp of the degree. As long as Bauer is near, their prowess was about to be wiped out and they scattered and retreated. Lu Ran sighed deeply in his heart, feeling a little ridiculous. The funny thing was that these people were below Bauer in terms of strength. In terms of ability, if Bauer touches them they'll die. But on the contrary, it was they who were bullying Bauer. From the moment he came in, Lu Ran realized that perhaps having seen more than enough of how people around her run into themselves and die, Bauer very deliberately avoids contact with other people. Unless it was unavoidable like when Lu Ran trapped her. Her first instinct was to run away. At the same time, Lu Ran wondered, hasn't Lin Bauer ever gone berserk even once when she was bullied as a child? Because but once, no one dared to bully her like that. Just as these youths were about to come to Bauer's side, Lu Ran directly reached out and pushed one of them away. Squeeze in. Coming to Bauer's side, he took her hand. Bauer's trembling body instantly calmed down and looked happily at Lu Ran. Others were shocked. It's normal for someone to be nosy. When Bauer and his mother were being bullied in Greenstone Town, it's not like there haven't been any good Samaritans. It was just that this was the first time that I had seen someone who dared to touch Lin Bauer. That's a lie. And it looks like nothing happened? It's hard to believe that. This guy is also from the Lai tribe? I see. Is with the same clan. No wonder dare to return to. Buzz. Before he finished speaking, behind Lu Ran's head, the golden colored as if it had condensed into substance, the golden wheel of merit sprang up abruptly. Instantly, the surrounding onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Immortal. Immortals. Moreover, it was a golden immortal with a golden wheel of merit. Aren't the people going to be karma at 18? How can there be an immortal? Fear instantly filled the hearts of everyone present, provoking and bullying Bauer in front of the golden immortals. What's this? If not a death wish? The golden immortal blows his breath and they all die 100 times. Lu Ran didn't look back and crouched down. Reaching up, he smoothed back some of Bao's disheveled hair and gazed into her eyes. Softly, he said, "See, only strength will shut them up, and you have to understand that from start to finish, it is they who should feel the fear, not you." End of chapter. Chapter 40 Ancient Sound Bracelet. Bao stared blankly at Lu Ran, who was crouching in front of her. Lu Ran, on the other hand, turned around, gathered Bao by his side, and looked at the people in front of him, continuing, "Though I have never touched your mother, your mind, more than half inherited from her. Your mother and you haven't had an easy time here in Castle Rock, have you?" Bao's body stiffened, and the small hand held by Lu Ran clenched violently. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly. "Strike while the iron is hot," said the man. "Look at the faces of these people and think about how they have bullied you and your mother, and how you were driven out of Castle Rock by them in the first place. You care about them dying. They don't care about you. That's the way the world is. The strong decide everything. They can't do you any harm. And you, on the other hand, can easily decide whether they live or die." With Lu Ran's words, Bao's eyes gradually changed from complex, confused, and slowly becoming firm. She craned her head to look at Lu Ran again, and when the four eyes met, Lu Ran nodded. With a pat on Bao's shoulder, he said, "You take care of it, I'll go up and find something." After saying that, he made a flash and disappeared in the same place. After Lu Ran disappeared, those before them, as well as those watching, looked at each other in dismay, and then rose and, quickly, he ran outside. The golden immortal would make them feel fearful, but not the treasure who stayed behind. It's a habit that's been developed over time. But just then, Bao suddenly raised her hand. Pang! The door of the tavern was shut mercilessly. The crowd was shocked and looked at Bao. At this moment, Bao's eyes were calm, and the fear on her face had disappeared. "Bao, we were all joking just now. You cannot be impulsive." The youth who led earlier hurriedly said. The others looked at Bao in awe. They were so used to bullying Bao that they seemed to have forgotten that they were the weak ones. Lu Ran appeared in the corridor of the second floor, searching for a scent that came to a box located at the end of the corridor. The cacophony of screams and confusion downstairs had begun. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly before he pushed the door open. "The location of the mental brand is in this box." The sound of the door opening drew the attention of several people inside. 4 people, in all, were sitting around the. Lu Ran took a glance at a guy on the left near the window, who was holding a beautifully shaped string in his hand. "What the? This is the VIP room. Who let you in?" One of them chided. Lu Ran didn't bother with him. Straightening up, he walked over to the man on his left and stared at the string in his hand. Lu Ran's face instantly grimaced. That string he recognized. Is Tang Cherry Rua's. It was from the youngest disciple, Tang Cherry Rua, who had ascended the day before his ascension. This is the ancient sound bracelet that Lu Ran gave to Tang Cherry Rua before she ascended, which took 30 years to refine. The 5 beads polished from the horns of the thunderhorn tiger on it carved 5 body protection formations. Because it was engraved and infused with energy in advance, it could be triggered even in the spirit world. But at this point, 5 beads, 2 of which had already shattered. Lu Ran's original setting was that it would be actively triggered when the wearer suffered a fatal attack. Now that 2 of them are broken, that means that the bracelet, it had already fended off 2 fatal attacks for Tang Cherry Rua. This thing, where did you get it from? Lu Ran directly reached out and took the bracelet in his hand. Asked. The youth froze. In the blink of an eye, the treasure in his hand was snatched away. That's more like it. He was instantly furious. Asterisk. What a big nerve. First give me 2 legs to waste him. The remaining 3 sniffed and made a move to get up. Lu Ran didn't even look, just staring at the youth in front of him, while the remaining 3, with a thumping, self-immolation in place. Those 3, they were all at the god transformation stage, and the youth in front of them was at the transition stage. In Lu Ran's eyes, it was no different from an ant. The youth was dumbfounded, especially when he saw the golden wheel of merit emerging from the back of Lu Ran's head after he made his move. Scared green, Hawk got up, knocking over the stool and dropping the whole thing to the floor. "Golden Immortal, who are you?" the youth shouted tremblingly. "Answer my question." Lu Ran continued to ask. "Tang Cherry Rua's stuff, why is it here? The string has been taken off. So what is the situation of Tang Cherry Rua now?" Lu Ran was worried. The other disciples have long since ascended, and the last little disciple, Tang Cherry Rua, but the most recent one, stayed with him for centuries. "My name is Zhou Yang, a disciple of the first airstream. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell you to eat your words," the youth cried out. But after shouting, Zhou Yang also felt that it was a bit inappropriate. The person in front of me was a golden immortal, and the sect master of the first airstream was only a golden immortal. Is there anything he can do to threaten people? Sure enough, Lu Ran didn't say anything, directly stepped forward and stomped on one of Zhou Yang's legs. Click. Shattered kneecaps. It's not stepped on and broken. It's stepped on and shattered. The entire kneecap bent at a weird angle, and bone stubble mixed with blood and flesh flowed out. The pain caused Zhou Yang to scream like a pig being killed. Answer my question. Lu Ran's voice sounded again as if it was a hypnotic talisman. It's my brother. My brother gave it to me. He is the personal third disciple of the first airstream sect master. Called Zhou Wei. You don't want to kill me. Really, my brother gave me. I didn't mean to steal your things. You believe me. Zhou Yang screamed in pain and begged for mercy. Zhou Wei. Lu Ran murmured. Suddenly it occurred to me, wasn't Ichiru one of those four families? This time, the Taoist sect meeting is led by the Qingshan sect, in conjunction with the Fire Virtue sect, a stream of air that, the three families of the Big Dipper sect initiated it. It just so happens to be on the way. Lu Ran nodded, with a gloomy expression. He glanced at the ancient sound bracelet in his hand and casually threw it into his storage bag. Then he turned and headed out the door. Zhou Yang sighed in relief and looked at Lu Ran's back with a gloomy expression. Although he didn't dare to put harsh words, it didn't affect his ability to hold a grudge against the other party. But just the moment Lu Ran walked out of the room, pang, Zhou Yang's body, too, directly exploded. Follow the stairs to the first floor. Even though Lu Ran had already anticipated the outcome, he couldn't help but take a step in his footsteps. The entire hall on the first floor of the restaurant seemed like a hell on earth. The doors and windows were closed. The light was dim. Only a bright light came in through the wall that the knife chi had split earlier. Tables and chairs were cluttered and popped. The earth was pitted, and the smell of blood was heavy in the air. Uncountable amounts of blood and flesh. Body parts everywhere. Not a single living. No, not a single intact body. Lin Bauer stood right in the middle, drenched in blood. You can imagine how explosive the scene was here just now. Lu Ran walked to Lin Bauer's body and heartily wiped the blood splattered on her cheek. Spiritual energy flushed the blood from her body. Only then did he hold Lin Bauer's hand and pushed open the door of the restaurant. The street outside was already clustered with watchers, but the moment the door was opened especially when he saw the tragic scene behind the duo, the scene was instantly dead silent. Lin Bauer squinted her eyes slightly, feeling the blazing sun that spilled over her body, and took a deep breath. Looking at these people, when they first bullied her and her mother and drove her out of Castle Rock, that's not their attitude. End of chapter. Chapter 41, The Taoist Sect. This day, Jade Dragon Valley, Taoist Sect meeting. Inside the valley, a huge open space was paved with stone slabs, similar to a martial arts arena. East, west, south, north and west, the Qingshan sect, the Fire Virtue sect, and the First Airstream, the patriarch of the Big Dipper sect led their men. As the host, the Qingshan sect sat at the main seat in the east, below the four high platforms surrounded by the four families, above the clearing, Instead, they are seated in the 36 factions of the Fushi Bagua discloth, as if they were lambs to the slaughter. No family was absent and no one dared to be late. At this point in time, the factions, all still whispering in small, complaining about why the Dawn Guard was ahead of schedule this time. It was said to be the Dao Sect Association, but it was actually the Qingshan Sect's one word, to divide up the resources and industries of the four families, as well as to arrange what each sect will do next. By the way, collect their annual tribute. In the main seat, Lei Gang looked around the room, shouting, "Quiet, everyone!" His words were still useful, and the entire venue instantly fell silent. Then Lei just got up and stood on the wrong side of the room. In the passageway behind him, a burly man in a wide martial arts robe walked out. Ray Tai, his golden eyes, his skin with a light metallic sheen were all distinctly eye-catching. Sitting in Lei Gang's seat, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the De Luo Sword Sect, but then immediately afterward, he froze. There was only one Siyuling in the position of the De Luo Sword Sect, not even an entourage of disciples. Lei Tai was a bit stunned, wondering if he had misremembered the location of the Great Luo Sword Sect. Lei Gang, who was beside him, suddenly attached his ear and said, "Old ancestor, I was right in my expectations. That blue sect ancestor Lu Ran. It didn't follow the Great Luo Sword Sect alone." Lei Tai's brows furrowed at once. His eyes swept around Siyuling for a few moments and said, "There's no harm in it, so let's carry on as usual. I'll personally go and clean him up after the Dao Sect meeting is over." Just what Rai Tai doesn't know yet. At this time, the Jade Dragon Valley, the top of the cliffs on both sides, the 12 great Luo Golden Immortals, who were on top of the cliff overlooking the Dao Sect society below. The eyes kept searching for the familiar figure in his memory. This standing position also basically cut off all of that old man Qingshan's retreats. Master, he seems not to have come? Yi Hongyi, who was dressed in red, murmured. I didn't see it either. Sister Xiaoying, didn't Master say he would come? Scrap Fallen Sky looked to young infant. Maybe we haven't arrived yet. Master, his old man is a notorious road warrior. Lost maybe. Young baby shrugged. Then he looked at Sun Tianyu and said, by the way, senior brother Sun, how are the preparations on your side? Words. Sun Tianyu on the left cliff poured a mouthful of wine and shook the wine gourd, saying, the Vajra voodoo formation has been set up. That old ancestor Qingshan won't be able to discover us. Even if he finds out, it won't matter. He's in a jar now, on top of the high platform. Lei Gang first looked towards the Fire Virtue Sect's high platform. Xia Deyang sat at the head seat, and the disciples behind him all looked a little strange with their heads lowered. This Xia Deyang's expression also made Lei Gang a bit unintelligible. Noticing Lei Gang's line of sight, Xia Deyang gave a dry smile at the other party. Some fidgeting shifted his butt. Lei Gang frowned slightly, looking to the other two. A stream of people looked immortal as usual, but Lei just knew in his heart, that sect master, Su Chongqing, is the most greedy. There was nothing unusual about the group of people from the Big Dipper sect, and Patriarch Ko Chi waited for the Qingshan sect to make arrangements. Phew! Exhaling a breath, Lei Gang shouted aloud. First, I'd like to introduce you all to they. This is my Qingshan sect's old ancestor, Lei Tai. Immediately, everyone's eyes gathered on Lei Tai's body. The latter had been secluded in the back of the mountain for a long time, and when he suddenly emerged, he couldn't help but pretend. Behind him, a demonic ape silhouette emerged with a roar, overlooking the 36 sects below through the heavens. At this moment, not only the 36 sects, but also the Fire Virtue sect, the One Airstream, and the 3 families of the Big Dipper sect, all of them were also heartbroken. Although they were basically certain that the Qingshan sect had an old ancestor of the Daolord Immortal realm, but this is really the first time I've seen it. This also sort of reinforced the position of the Qingshan sect in the 4 families, the absolute leader, but only Xia Deyang, instead of being shocked. Instead, he looked at that Lei Tai with a pitiful look. Mentally, I thought to myself, just keep pretending. You won't be able to do it for much longer anyway. Lei Gang seemed to be aware and looked at Xia Deyang again. Still the same as just now. The expression on this Xia Deyang's face, cannot read. Wasn't it you who held the Daoist meeting? What's that look on your face now? You shouldn't react like this even if you see my old man, right? He shook his head and continued shouting. I believe that all sects and factions are familiar with the Dao sect society. I won't say much more. This time it was convened early to redistribute the industries of the 4 families, and at the same time, the words were not finished. Barte, Barte, a light footstep suddenly sounded. It was especially clear in this dead silent venue. Lei Gang furrowed his brows and looked in the direction of the venue's entrance. The sites of the various sects also looked over. Entrance to the venue. A young man wearing a moonlight white robe was holding a little girl as he walked into the venue step by step. Daring. The Dao sect meeting has already begun. Which disciple are you that dares to disturb the order of the Dao sect meeting? Su Chongqing, who was the first to chortle in an airstream, was the first to chortle. By the way, he invited a glance in Lei Gang's direction. The latter also froze. For so many years, no one dared to be late for the Taoist sect meeting, and even less dared to barge in the middle of it. It's still the first one. Lu Ran stopped in his tracks, swept his eyes over the scene, and said indifferently, Blue sect. Lu Ran. Immediately, the factions present clamored. Lu Ran? This can't be that blue sect ancestor, can it? Why so young? Isn't it rumored to be several 100,000 years old? What's there to pretend? Even the old ancestor has only just ascended a few days ago. The district is just a true immortal. Tut. It's a habit of pretending in the lower world that you haven't been severely beaten by the can't appreciate the cruelty of the spirit world. Normal. There are many such new ascended beings, having topped out in the lower realms, and having arrived in the spirit realm. It's just a minion. Lei Gang's eyes lit up as he looked at the old ancestor beside him. A smile also appeared at the corner of Lei Tai's mouth. Condescendingly, with a voice full of majesty, he said, whatever your status, dare to disturb the order of my Taoist Gate Association. You. The words were not finished. Lu Ran raised his hand and directly interrupted, shouting, just a moment, let me ask first, which way is the first airstream? Lei Tai froze, and Lei Gang's face instantly turned ugly. This pussy, so not giving face to the old man. The rest of the factions looked dumbfounded, searching for a way to go too far. If you're pretending, even old man Qingshan doesn't put it in his eyes anymore. I'm afraid this is a death wish, isn't it? Looking for me Ichiru, what's the matter? Su Changqing was also puzzled. This blue sect's old ancestor came in to provoke. How come the first spearhead aimed at him was a stream of air? Although Su Qingshan also did not place the so-called blue sect ancestor who had just ascended not long ago in his eyes. But there is no grievance. Lu Ran looked at Su Qingshan and said, "Dare I ask you, first airstream, if there is a disciple named Zhou Wei?" Words. Su Qingshan subconsciously looked at a square-faced youth behind him, said, "You and this blue zone old ancestor know each other?" Zhou Wei himself was confused. Back to Sect Master. There was no crossover. Zhou Wei said. As for Lu Ran, after seeing Su Qingshan's reaction, he directly leapt up in the air and it appeared on top of a high platform in a stream of air. Lei Gang looked at the old ancestor beside him. He said, "This Lu Ran has no one in his sight. Old ancestor, I'll kill him now." The old ancestor, however, shook his head with interest, said, "Come what may, there's no hurry, take a look." End of chapter. Chapter 42, But I'm Invincible. Seeing Lu Ran appear before him, Su Qingshan frowned slightly. Is this the blue sect ancestor's intention to first take my first airstream to set an example? To be honest, Su Qingshan was a bit dissatisfied. All four families are here, and instead of going to the lead Qingshan sect, you come with a stream of air, looking for a soft touch? How will this allow the first air current to gain a foothold in the four families in the future? Lu Ran couldn't be bothered with him, but instead looked at Zhou Wei and asked, "Do you know Zhou Yang, my cousin? How do you know about Zhou Yang?" Zhou Wei froze. Next, Lu Ran suddenly reached out. A terrifying suction pulled Zhou Wei directly in front of him. Zhou Wei instinctively tried to resist, but Lu Ran grabbed his neck as his spiritual energy entered his body. It instantly shackled Zhou Wei's meridians. He couldn't move. "Looking for you to understand something," Lu Ran said indifferently. Then he choked Zhou Wei's neck and turned around. Su Qingshan's nose was crooked. "You said that you pick a soft persimmon to pinch. Come up and fight directly. Su Qingshan will not be so frowned upon." Anyway, Su Qingshan was confident that he could clean up this so-called blue sect ancestor with his hands. Available results. The person simply ignored Su Qingshan and directly choked his personal disciple's neck to leave. It's no longer a provocation. It's like ting on his head. And spit on it. Seek death. Su Qingshan roared. Staying put. A light punch blasted out. It may seem like a slow, gentle movement, but the wind of this punch is wrapped in a highly compressed stream of spiritual energy. It was as if a blaster, distorting space, was headed toward Lu then back. At the critical moment, Lin Bauer, who was being held in Lu Ran's hand, appeared behind Lu Ran in a flash. There was not a trace of fear on the tender little face. She's immortal, but even so, Lu Ran casually brought her back in front of him. One hand then went backward, without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, without astral protection, without divine techniques, just a simple lift of a hand, pretending to be a god. Su Qingshan let out a cold laugh. As the sect leader of the first airstream, he was at the 8th heaven of the golden immortal. How many days has it been since the so-called blue sect ancestor ascended? Without the use of magic treasures, divine powers, or even spiritual energy, fend off his attacks with your bare hands? It's just laughable. In the meantime, that old ancestor Qingshan also couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. He said, "Originally, I thought that this blue zone old ancestor was more or less a bit of a Dixie, but now it seems that he is just a reckless person." Even Ko Chi of the Heavenly Dipper sect, who had always been relatively quiet, couldn't help but frown. Sighing, a chi flow of peripheral chi, seemingly flowing clouds and flying sleeves, gently, but every attack, it is an explosion of spiritual power around the body. That is, I do not dare to carry it hard. This blue zone old ancestor. Really? Of course, this was also the sentiment of the various factions present on the sidelines. This blue sect ancestor. He's too arrogant. Let's not talk about how strong it is. Just this vigor alone makes me admire it. Pneumatic? I think it's brain dead. A true immortal who ascended not more than a few days ago, arresting someone in front of someone else. Su Qingshan? Still not using any defense and resisting Su Qingshan's strike with his bare hands. His brain really isn't very good. There was only one person with an odd expression on his face. This person is Xie Dayang. Only he knew that it was useless. Su Qingshan's attack. Useless. No matter how much an air current's kung fu hides the dark energy, no matter how overbearing it is, can it still be as violent as when several golden immortals surrounded Lu Ran at the upper sword pavilion? Sure enough, that highly compressed fist of spiritual energy smashed into Lu Ran's palm. The moment of contact, there was no burst of power, and Lu Ran was not injured as expected. Rather, nothing happened. That clump of spiritual fists was like a small fire touching ice water. Pust. Extinguished. Bauer blinked and looked up. Big brother, why don't you let me come? I thought you didn't like being beaten? Lu Ran asked rhetorically. It's not like that, but I'm invincible. Pao said thoughtfully. Coincidentally, I'm invincible too, Lu Ran said back. The two were wide-eyed. Behind. Ha! Su Changqing's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe what he was seeing. At this moment, Su Changqing, Ko Chi, Lei Gang, Lei Tai, and the sect heads, all looked dumbfounded. Su Changqing was a golden immortal. What's this Lu Ran? He doesn't turn his head back, and he doesn't need to defend himself. Casually catching Su Changqing's attack? In the flesh alone? How is this possible? Old ancestor, what means is this? This Lu Ran using? Lei Gang asked in astonishment. Can't see. It. Right Eye mused with a frown. It's true that he didn't see what Lu Ran had done, because just looking at it like that, Lu Ran really didn't do anything. He just raised his hand. How can a true immortal resist? He's not a true immortal. Lei Tai interrupted Lei Gang. What? Lei Gang was stunned. He just ascended a few days ago. What can he be if he's not a true immortal? Or an immortal? Has this spirit world ever had that kind of demon since the beginning of the heavens until now? This breath is a golden immortal right? Lei Tai narrowed his eyes and murmured, previously holding a contemptuous attitude. Lei Tai had not bothered to check Lu Ran's realm at all. After all, the other party was just a minion who had just ascended a few days ago. It's like going to kindergarten, meeting a little kid. Wouldn't consider whether the other person was an adult or not like that. But after the bizarre scene just now, Lei Tai noticed something was wrong when he looked at Lu Ran again. This aura was clearly that of a golden immortal. Old ancestor, isn't that a mistake? That Lu Ran has only ascended for a few days. How could he have reached golden immortal? Lei Gang was filled with incredulity. His Lei Gang's talent wasn't bad, but it took over 30,000 years to cultivate to golden immortal. And, even if it's a golden immortal, how could it be possible to receive Su Changqing's attack unprotected? This is not reasonable. Lei Gang continued. Right Eye had fallen silent. It was unreasonable, but he didn't see what the problem was either. At this moment, the entire venue also exploded. I didn't see it wrong, did I? This blue sect ancestor, Vajra? Impossible. Must have used some trick. With the flesh alone, is it hard to be stronger than the Qingshan sect's Qingshan hegemony body? It's most likely not Lu Ran, posing as one, right? Otherwise, a true immortal who ascended not more than a few days ago. No matter how much one pretends to be a god, it's impossible to catch Su Changqing's attack and remain unharmed, right? Xia Dayan looked on without a hint of surprise. That's right. When several golden immortals in the Jian Pavilion gathered fire and surrounded Lu Ran could not be hurt. What are you Su Changqing based on? Pissing higher than anyone else? And at this time, Su Changqing was the one who had the hardest time. His face swollen with red. It's a weird scene, and anyone with a little bit of a brain wants to mull it over. But Su Changqing, a man with a good face, was provoked in public and took away his personal disciple. He sneak attacked from behind, but his opponent casually took it without looking back. What is this? All 4 families are here, and so are the 36 factions. If he doesn't get this back, he doesn't have to mix in the future. Think about it. Su Changqing rose up with a huff, and the spiritual wind formed by a stream of air around his body raged around him. The disciples behind them retreated in fear. Lu Ran, I want you dead. Su Changqing roared. Hear this. Lu Ran still didn't turn around. He just flipped his wrist and a simple iron sword appeared in his hand. This thing, it was a practice sword taken casually at Gu Hai's place. Used to cast a sword to kill an immortal. It's coming in handy right now. But Lu Ran's target was not only Su Changqing, but also behind him, a stream of all the golden immortals. End of chapter. Chapter 43, we're not the only ones. This sword was flat. Ordinary iron swords. Ordinary swings, not even feeling much of a fluctuation in spiritual energy. However, a faint circle of sword chi could be seen sweeping out from behind Lu Ran in a fan shape. To be honest, Su Changqing and the others didn't care about the sword chi at all. A mediocre strike, blocked at will. Su Changqing slammed one fist towards the sword chi, while the other fist built up its strength, intending to attack Lu Ran. But just the moment his fist and the sword chi made contact, pang! Su Changqing's left fist, along with his arm, directly crumbled and exploded. Su Changqing's face changed drastically, and it was only at this moment that he suddenly realized something was wrong. Above this sword chi, one could actually feel the trace of the power of the heavenly Tao that made it impossible for one to breathe. It was as if a huge mountain had come crashing down on his head. At the same time, the high platform under his feet crumbled inch by inch. This sword chi swept through, as if it was going to tear everything apart and destroy everything. His heart said that it was not good, and he decisively gave up his attack, immediately about to fly back. But under the heavenly rules attached to the immortal law, a mere golden immortal, how is it possible to escape the rules of heaven? That sword chi seemed to have a huge stickiness. Not only was Su Changqing unable to retreat, instead, one heeled forward. Pang! The entire body burst open. The faces of everyone present changed drastically. Su Changqing died. Being dried up by Lu Ran without looking back. An iron sword casually swung behind him. But that's not all. That sword chi came out with great vigor, spreading out into the ranks of a stream of air, heaven and earth. Those 24 golden immortals in the team had no intention of making a move at all. The people are just following the patriarch to act like a bully. As they watched Su Changqing make his move, they didn't feel that they had a chance to do so. But Su Changqing, he was killed by a single move. Seeing the sword chi approaching, this group of people went crazy and were about to scatter in an instant. But the sword chi was fast. Swish, sweeping across. Bang, bang, bang. As if setting off firecrackers, all the golden immortals in the ranks of the first airstream exploded in place. One by one. No exceptions. A sword can kill an immortal in seconds. But only in seconds. It's not valid above the golden immortal. Not valid under the golden immortal. Even if one was at the peak of the 9th heaven of upper immortality and was a hair's breadth short of advancing to golden immortal, one would not be seconded. A stream of bleachers. At this time, like hell on earth, blood flowing down the steps. The rest of those who were left were mortared in place, not moving, because they didn't dare to move. Xia Dayang shrugged helplessly when he saw this, muttering, Mother ********. What was wrong with having to mess with this monster in the first place? This nigga. More than 20 golden immortals. A direct extermination. But fortunately, the wooden stick used to kill my Fire Virtue Sect members in the first place. This time at least with an iron sword. The Big Dipper Sect's Ko Chi was also confused. His body's sweaty hairs exploding. He was beginning to be glad that Lu Ran hadn't picked their Big Dipper Sect as the target of his opening. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a stream of air that's now being taken in one pot. Even Lei Tai, who had originally intended to watch the show, couldn't sit still and rose up with an open mind. Incredulously, he looked in the direction of the high platform of the first airstream. Su Changqing is dead. And it seems that of the group of people in the first airstream. All the golden immortals all died, but the others interspersed in them survived. So how in the world did Lu Ran do it? Lei just sucked in a breath of cold air. I saw it. Lei Tai said faintly. He stared at Lu Ran. The golden immortal's breath was right, behind Lu Ran's head. And in doing so, the one that came up was also the golden wheel of merit, correct? But since it's a golden immortal, how did it happen? An iron sword that killed all the golden immortals in a stream of air along with Patriarch Su Changqing. More than 24 of them. That's even if it's not enough. But it also leaves all those who are not golden immortals in the scene behind. What a terrifying control. What a terrifying attack. The pupils of Lei Tai's eyes suddenly shrunk. As a great Luo golden immortal, he could also kill golden immortals in seconds. With more than 20 golden immortals, he could also take a full second when he strikes. But to take such fine care to perceive the realm of every person in the crowd. Only seconds golden immortal, leaving the rest less than golden immortals behind. He couldn't do it. What even he could not do. Lu Ran, a golden immortal, did killing intent erupted under Lei Tai's eyes, and he didn't hesitate anymore. That uneasy feeling in my heart was getting stronger. This blue sect ancestor, too bizarre to continue watching, directly kill. Boom. Lei Tai's entire body shot out from the high platform as if it was a cannonball. There was a pause above the 9 heavens, and behind him, a demonic 8 shadow appeared, and then condensed into substance. And Lei Tai's movements merge into one. Swinging his huge fist, he slammed it down on his head. One punch from this demonic ape can collapse a mountain. My master is only a golden immortal, yet you've even used the Dala Dharma phase. You're really shameless. A pleasant but teasing voice rang out. Next, the 9-tailed demon fox's huge body flashed in front of Lu Ran. The long and fluffy 9 tails gathered forward and received the strike from the Lei Tai Dharma phase. Desolate demon race. Lei Tai's brows furrowed. Then I'll even kill you together. The words are gone. The devil ape behind him raised both fists, and it was as if the aura of heaven and earth in the air was going to be drained in an instant. Even the dual fists of the Dharma phase demon ape turned the color of metal, wrapped in the might of heaven and earth. The rumble slammed down again. Dang. This time, someone was faster than the lesser infant. A heavenly demon god stood beside the young infant. An exaggerated blood-colored long knife in his hand directly crossed under the demonic ape's fist and carried it down hard. The 9 devils. Damn it. Lei Tai gritted his teeth. He suddenly remembered Lei Gang's earlier report that it was said that people from the desolate demon race and the 9 devil race had appeared in Jinling City, but he didn't care. Being a great Luo immortal, I'm used to being high up. It never occurred to me that those two would be the Demon King and the Heavenly Demon. Now that these two guys who were equivalent to the Luo Xian were here, not to mention continuing to kill Lu Ran, it's just that if you want to live, you just can't fight. Rai Tai pulled back a good distance. The demonic ape Dharma phase behind him roared up to the sky. Lei Tai shouted, "Both of you, this is a matter for my Qingshan sect." The desolate demon race and the 9 specters demon race were not allowed to appear in the Xia state. So why are you meddling in this matter? If you are willing to leave, I, Qingshan sect, am willing to offer generous gifts. Are you a little bit of a brain problem? The demon fox transformed into a form and stood barefoot beside scrapping falling sky. Directly interrupting Lei Tai's words. What? Rai Tai froze. We're both immortals, and you won't give me Lei Tai any face? I just made it very clear. My master. Are you deaf? I don't know, said young baby teasingly. You are Lu Ran's disciple? Lei Tai's heart shook. That's right, Blue Sect disciple. Young infant. And me, a disciple of the Blue Sect. Scrapping falling sky, a demon and a devil. In unison, Lei Tai's expression instantly grimaced. It's a bad thing. I'm afraid. I didn't realize that these two weren't just getting together, but were actually Lu Ran's disciples. Is this Lu Ran's disciple so exaggerated? Lei Tai already had some regrets and twisted his head to look at Xie Deyang, who sheepishly looked away. This was originally a feud between Xie Deyang and the Blue Sect, and even if the Blue Sect rallied and there was also no deep hatred or entanglement of interests with the Qingshan sect in the short term, but he had to play hard to get to prevent friction from arising, and he personally made the kill. As a result, a kick in the teeth. Scene. The 36 factions were dumbfounded. The Blue Sect ancestor is bullish. Not even a few days after ascending, you can destroy a stream of air with a single sword. I didn't realize that even the Demon King and the Heavenly Devil were disciples of the Blue Sect ancestor. Holy, I want to join the Blue Sect. What are the requirements for the Blue Sect to accept an apprentice? For a moment, the winds reversed. The earlier mockery of Lu Ran had disappeared without a trace. It can't be helped. Can't you see that old man Qingshan was even repelled? Who dares to say a word of no to Lu Ran now? Lei Gang also realized that something was wrong at this time, and angrily twisted his head to look at Xie Deyang. However, he found that the latter had left the high platform in a puff of smoke and turned to appear beside Lu Ran with Su Yuling. Xie Deyang said in an inviting manner, "Old ancestor, you don't worry about killing. This Lei Tai is dead. The Qingshan sect would be abolished. The Qingshan sect holds 90% of the spirit vein mining. It would all go to the Blue Sect." At those words, the corners of Lei Gang's mouth twitched. Instead, the most awkward at this point was the Big Dipper sect. Xie Deyang has fallen on his sword. A stream of air has been exterminated, and the Qingshan sect is fighting with someone else's Blue Sect. What's he doing with the Big Dipper? Old ancestor, I, the Big Dipper sect, am also willing to. Pang. Before the words were finished, the demonic ape phantom behind Lei Tai hammered out with a punch, flattening Ko Chi. Only then did Lei Tai look at young infant in scrap fallen sky. He said, Good. I'm the one who planted it today, but you guys wait for me. Don't think that's all my Qingshan sect has. You have no idea who you've messed with. Words. Young infant laughed out loud. Wait, what do you mean? You don't think you can still run, do you? Lei Tai let out a cold smile and said, The appearance of the two of you is indeed out of my expectation, but you can't stop me if I want to go. Young baby didn't bother to explain to him, just to Lu Ran. He said, Master, you old man step back a bit. This Lei Tai, leave it to us. Are you too? Sure it's okay? If you don't have a 10% certainty, we can also retreat for the time being. Lu Ran mused. Although it was said that it was 2 against 1, a great Luo immortal putting up a fight was no joke. Don't worry master, it's not just the two of us. Young infant chimed in. Oh, Lu Ran froze and looked around, then seemed to look up at the sky. After a few seconds, it dawned on him, Vajra Voodoo formation. His eyes flashed with a glint, and the huge, complex Vajra Voodoo formation that, a glance was seen through by Lu Ran. Subsequently, Lu Ran murmured in surprise, Red clothes, heaven has, Huang Fong, all his disciples, counting the wasted fallen sky and the young infant, the 12 great Luo immortals. I see, but it is I who am careful as a master. In that case, you little guys, just play around. Lu Ran then put his heart down. End of chapter. Chapter 44, The 12 Great Luo Immortals of the Blue Sect. After Lu Ran finished speaking, he casually sealed Zhou Wei's meridians in Dantian and threw them to Su Yuling. Holding Lin Bao's hand, she said, Let's go outside, interrogate Zhou Wei, and leave this place to them. Yes, master. Su Yuling nodded. At this moment, Lei Tai felt something was wrong. Combined with the conversation between Xiaoying and Lu Ran just now, his heart shook, and without any further hesitation, He couldn't even let go of his harsh words, and rushed off into the sky. The devil ape's huge body wrapped around Lei Tai and flew towards the sky above the valley, but not out of range of the valley yet. Suddenly he noticed a beggar sitting lazily in the air above him. "Get out of here!" Lei Tai bellowed. Behind him, the devil ape directly smacked a big mouth. But the next second, buzz, behind the beggar, a heavenly and earthly Vajra silhouette flashed out. That Vajra sat cross-legged, and the huge Vajra Buddha emitted a blazing Buddhist light, hardly carried down the attack of the demonic ape. Lei Tai's speed also came to an abrupt halt. Immovable Mingwang. "Damn it, what kind of person are you? Dare to stop me?" Lei Tai roared out. "Blue Sect disciple, Sun Tianyu." Sun Tianyu shrugged and said. The pupils of Lei Tai's eyes suddenly shrunk. Another Blue Sect disciple, another great Luo Immortal. Seeing that behind him, Xiaoying and scraps of falling sky had not yet followed, Lei Tai clenched his teeth and, intending to bypass Sun Tianyu, he continued to break out. Strangely enough, Sun Tianyu didn't stop either and just watched Lei Tai's dying struggle with interest. Soon, Lei Tai understood why. Just as he was getting out of the height of the valley, a big golden net suddenly surfaced in the sky. His speed plummeted again, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through. Instead, he was slowly pressed down by the huge formation. The devil ape braced his hands against the sky and roared, his spiritual energy running to the extreme, but there was no progress at all. "The Vajra voodoo formation that my master taught me still works so well in the spirit realm. You won't be able to run away. Die of that heart," Sun Tianyu said lazily, took a leisurely sip of wine in the meantime. Lei Tai was getting more and more alarmed inside. Angrily, he looked at Sun Tianyu. "Then I'll kill you first, and the formation will naturally break." But he just moved. Put. Two muffled sounds. The demonic ape phantom behind him suddenly couldn't move, and it was quite a struggle for him to manipulate it. It was as if the Dharma had been stripped away in a hard way. "Turn your head and look. One on the left and one on the right." Two huge steel forks passed through the demon ape's peepa bone. Behind the demonic ape, there was a beautiful Dharma phase that swayed its modish waist. In front of that phallic figure was a woman in red, with a veil over her face that, faintly, he looked at Lei Tai. "Patrol C Night Fork. You, and who are you?" Lei Tai exclaimed in horror. "Blue Sect disciple. Yi Hongi, since he's an enemy of my Blue Sect, you will not be allowed to leave this Jade Dragon Valley alive," Yi Hongi said indifferently. Lei Tai was panting. Desperation quickly filled the air. Below the valley were the Demon King and the Heavenly Devil. At the top are Vajra Voodoo Real and Fudo Ming Wang. Behind them is the Sea Patrol Nightjar. "I can't run. I can't fight. What should I do? It's too late to think about it." Lei Tai retrieved the damaged phantom in a desperate attempt to revolt, and the moment he did, his divine soul shook, the air and blood churned, and his face became even paler. He wasn't going to move his phantom. Instead, he operated the Qingshan hegemony body to the extreme. The skin of his body transformed into a golden color at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was made of metal. The spiritual energy running around his body also became much stickier. It was no child's play for a great Luo Immortal to explode with all his might. He gritted his teeth, and the moment the Qingshan hegemony body operated to its extreme, he once again rushed up into the sky. Intending to use his own flesh, he hardened himself to break through the Vajra Voodoo formation. There was no telling how it would turn out yet, but it was the only thing Lei Tai could think of at the moment. But even then, he still wasn't given a chance to try. Just the moment Lei Tai rushed into the sky, buzz, a golden cauldron that seemed like a mountain smashed down on his head. Duong. There was a loud bang, and Lei Tai's head was buzzing, almost giving out. Looking up dizzily, he saw a man in an official uniform, with a belly that, the kindly, squinty-eyed phallic figure carried a golden cauldron. Zao Wangshan? Which one is this Nima again? Lei Tai was on the verge of crying. Blue Sect disciple. Huang Fong. Hey. Huang Fong maneuvered his phantom and, embarrassed, he scratched his head. At this point, the young infant flew up and levitated in another direction. Behind him was his own nine-tailed demon fox's main body's virtual shadow. Scraps of falling sky followed closely behind him, and behind him, the greatsword demon general's black aura poured out. In the sky above is Sun Tianyu Fudo Ming Wang. Behind him was Yi Hongi cruising the Sea Nightstalker. There's also a yellow-fanged Vesta god. $5 Immortals. Lei Tai suddenly reacted to the fact that he wouldn't be the one to suppress Lu Ran today. Rather, it was People's Blue Clan who established their authority and took him to task. But that's just the beginning. Another person appeared beside Yi Hongi, and behind him, a martial god Dharma phase was furious. Martial spirit god. You. Lei Tai's heart trembled. Blue Sect disciple. Liao Tianhao. The man shrugged and said. Then, a woman also floated out from beyond the cliff. Blue Sect disciple. Su Qingshan. Behind her was Flora Immortal, Blue Sect disciple. Zhang Boyong. Behind him was the Jade Mansion Judge, Blue Sect disciples, Blue Sect disciples, Blue Sect disciples. 12 whole Daoluo Immortals, standing in the 12 earthly branches. Fusion Vajra Voodoo formation, trapping Lei Tai. In the center, behind each person, their respective Dao Lord Dharma phases shone brightly. Lei Tai's heart completely sank to the bottom. You can't kill me, Lei Tai shouted through clenched teeth. I have a spirit vein that. The Mind Spirit Vein Spirit Crystals. It was originally intended to be handed over to the Martial God Alliance in large quantities. As long as you guys let me go. Honestly, this plea for mercy, it kind of pales in comparison. As a great Luo Immortal, how come begging for forgiveness is so unoriginal? You're a funny one. If I kill you, all the spirit veins you control will belong to my blue sect. Will you lack the spirit crystals you mind? Besides, after you die, those spirit crystals, aren't they still ours? Young infant said teasingly. Senior sister, do it, master is still waiting for us, Yi Hanyi reminded. The young infant then nodded. The 12 siblings looked at each other and the gigantic Vajra Voodoo formation began to contract and strangle under Sun Tianyo's active control. The 36 factions below looked dumbfounded. What does it mean to be a super clan? The Blue Clan is. They had served the Qingshan sect for 10,000 years on the basis of one of the Qingshan sect's legendary Dao Lord ancestors. But right now, the Qingshan sect's so-called old ancestor was nothing in front of the other blue sect. In the meantime, outside the Taoist church, Su Yuling threw Zhou Wei on the ground, and Lu Ran directly pulled out the string and asked, "This thing, you gave it to your cousin Zhou Yang. Tell me, where did you find it?" Zhou Wei gulped, seemingly not having gotten over the fact that the first Airflow sect master had been killed in seconds. Recovering from the shock of all the golden immortals of the same sect being killed in seconds. Hear movement behind you again. Turning his head, the 12 great Luo immortals combined their efforts to strangle old man Qingshan. He thumped in his heart, hurriedly shouted, "It is from a woman called Tang Cherry Ruo. You have to believe me, never half a lie." End of chapter. Chapter 45, De Qianjin Guaho. Sakura. Hearing this name, Lu Ran instantly lost his composure. That's her. Where is she? Lu Ran asked directly. I stumbled upon her ascending up that day in an immortal wash pond outside of the empty Mulberry Mountain. Seeing that she was born good-looking, she wanted to take her as a concubine, but she did not submit to it. Halfway through the sentence, Zhou Wei then perceived a cold killing intent bursting out from Lu Ran's eyes, so he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, De Xian. I didn't hurt her. She has that string protecting her body, blocked 2 of my attacks, but was still taken captive by me after that. Zhou Wei intends to bring the unconscious Tang Cherry Ruo back to a stream of air to enjoy, but halfway through, he met another group of people. The other party used a spiritual treasure and exchanged it for Tang Cherry Ruo. The string looked a little useful to me, so I took it off while she was unconscious. But don't worry, she's someone I definitely didn't get to touch," Zhou Wei hurriedly defended. But Lu Ran was still uneasy. If this bastard really did something to make Tang Cherry Ruo get hurt, Lu Ran didn't even know how to face her later. So with one hand, he placed it on Zhou Wei's head. "Master, what are you?" Su Yuling called out. "I taught abolitionist Fallen Sky Soul Search," Lu Ran said in a cold voice. Then, a berserk and incomparable spiritual force instantly exploded Zhou Wei's divine soul. Inch by inch, the search begins. Zhou Wei's screams caused Xie Dayang, who had followed him out not far away, to break out in a cold sweat. That's what the scrapped Fallen Sky did to him in the first place. Now thinking about the taste of soul searching, it makes Xie Dayang can't help but want to pee his pants. Half a rate later, Lu Ran let go and opened his eyes. Slowly, he exhaled. He said, "Fortunately, this Zhou Wei did not lie." Su Yuling on the side asked, "Tang Cherry Ruo is also our blue sect disciple?" Lu Ran nodded and said, "She ascended the day before me, and is your junior sister." Words. Su Yuling instantly tensed up. Hurriedly, he asked, "And how is she now? Where did she go afterward? And who was the man who replaced her?" Lu Ran said, "It's an old man. His strength is unknown. He seems to have taken a liking to Sakura Ruo's kendo talent, wanted to take on a disciple, but the identity of that person, I don't know." Thinking of this, Lu Ran looked down at Zhou Wei. At this moment, Zhou Wei's body was still trembling violently. The way he looked at Lu Ran was generally the same as the way Xie Dayang had looked at scrapping Lu Tian back then, with a deep, soul-crushing fear. "Dyson, I know that person's identity," Zhou Wei hurriedly shouted. "Hey, even learn to scramble." On the contrary, Lu Ran would be able to rummage through his memories if he searched Zhou Wei in full, but that would take far too long. Zhou Wei also has a high probability of not being able to carry it until that time when the divine soul will collapse. Speak, Lu Ran said indifferently. Great Qian Jinhua Marquis, Zhang Yunshan, Zhou Wei hurriedly said. De Qian, Marquis of Jinhua? What does that mean? Lu Ran frowned. The Daqian dynasty. The Deqian dynasty that is 80,000 miles away from this place. I have seen that Zhang Yunshan in the Daqian dynasty, and he is the Jinhua Marquis, one of the 4 Marquis of Daqian. That's why I didn't dare to reject Zhang Yunshan's conditions that day. Zhou Wei said. The Great Qian dynasty. Lu Ran murmured out of his mouth and continued to ask. Think about it. What else hasn't been said? Zhou Wei gulped. Thinking hard, he shook his head and said. No, no more. I've told you all I know. You believe me. I really didn't hurt that woman. I swear. Lu Ran nodded and said. I believe in you. After all, after searching his soul, this Zhou Wei really didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Or rather, didn't get around to it. It was cut off by that Zhang Yunshan. Hearing this, Zhou Wei breathed a fierce sigh of relief. But to my surprise, Lu Ran said immediately afterward. I believe in you. But it doesn't stop me from making you disappear from this world for another life. So remember to stay away from my blue sect disciples. After saying that, with a palm, he blasted Zhou Wei into crumbs. Not far away, Xie Dayang was trembling, and he didn't dare to take out the atmosphere, for fear that Lu Ran would be in a bad mood, take it out on him. But right at this moment, Lu Ran suddenly turned his head to look at Xie Dayang. The latter trembled with fear and hurriedly stood up straight, looking respectfully at Lu Ran. Can't bat an eyelid. You're scared of me? Lu Ran asked casually. No, not. Afraid. Also, Xie Dayang swallowed. Should I say afraid or not afraid? Don't worry. I won't kill you. Waste Fallen Sky has planted the devil's tassel spirit flame for you. You're still somewhat useful for now. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said lightly. Then, only then did he join Su Yuling and re-enter the venue. At this point, Lei Tai is dead. The 12 great Luo immortals returned to Lu Ran in a circle. Disciple less infant. Disciples abolish the Fallen Sky. Disciple Huang Fong. Disciple Yi Hongyi. Disciple Sun Tianyu. Greetings, Master. The 12 great Luo immortals saluted in unison, and the scene was such that the 36 factions were desperately gagging as they watched. Lei Tai is a slag. Xie Dayang turned traitor. Airstream was wiped out, and Cookie died. Even Lei Gang was casually killed by Xiaoying. 4 families swung away. In this land today, the blue zones take over. Lu Ran looked at these disciples with relief. Yes. Lu Ran was like an old father, watching the little ones at the beginning now learning something. Laughing, he said, Tian Yao, your kid is still dressed in such rags. What? Like this style? Sun Tian had scratched his head awkwardly and said, Hey, Master, get used to it. Don't look at my torn clothes, but they don't stink. I wash them often. Don't believe me. Smell them. Get lost. Lu Ran laughed and scolded. Red, why are you still wearing a veil and, if you don't know, you'll think you're trying to cover your ugly face. And if you're pretty, you should be big. Words. Yi Hongyi, however, shook her head shyly and said, Only Master can look. At this time, Huang Fong also came over. Shaking the frying pan in his hand, he said, Master, I've been practicing my cooking skills for more than 20,000 years. It's definitely different now than it was in the lower world. You'll have to taste it high and low. Lu Ran cried and laughed a little. This Huang Fong, back then in the lower world, was pulled out by Lu Ran from the back kitchen of a restaurant, still full of cooking after all these years. But even so, the cultivation speed was surprisingly fast. Over 20,000 years to be a great Luo immortal. In contrast, the upper immortal realm's Su Yuling, on the contrary, was somewhat mediocre. I'd certainly like to try it sometime. Lu Ran said affirmatively, then looked at Xiaoying. Little White, your earlier intention to, is this where our blue sect will establish its roots? The young infant twisted his head and looked around, said, This valley, the environment is good, and it's also above the spirit vein. It's a good place to be, otherwise the Qingshan sect wouldn't have been entrenched here. It's just that this terrain of the valley is somewhat limited, so it's still better to have a high mountain and a flowing river, right? Lu Ran smiled mysteriously. Master, you wouldn't have already picked a place, would you? Young infant asked as his eyes lit up. Sort of. Lu Ran had the Violet Mansion order and could establish the Immortal Edge Violet Mansion at any time. Good. Then we will listen to Master. Wherever Master says we are, we will be there. Young infant said excitedly. The other siblings were also excited and a little bit unable to sit still. The Blue Sect's disciples have been spreading all over the 9 states for so many years. Those who have started sects. Those who have drifted and wandered. There are tavern friars and everything, but they are all alone and scattered. Now, finally, there will be a real division for them. Blue zone. By the way, Master, what about these people? Do they need to be cleared? Ruined Fallen Sky looked at the 36 factions and asked. The words just fell. Knock. The lesser infant was then given a hard knock on the head. Clear your head. Worthy of the demon race? Every day they just know how to kill these wallflowers. But it's a very good tool, man. We want to build a clan. You've killed them all. Who will work? Your demon soldiers? I'm sorry, said the young infant as he glared at Scrap Fallen Sky. Waste Fallen Sky then looked at Lu Ran accusingly. Lu Ran laughed out loud and said, Xiao Bai is right. These tool people can be used to, and it works well. But, he glanced in the direction of the Big Dipper sect's high platform. After Ko Chi died, the disciples of the Big Dipper sect didn't dare to move or run. Attempting to escape in front of a great Luo immortal would be better than waiting for death. The people of the Big Dipper sect, they can also be used. But these golden immortals, it's not certain if they're good or not. Lu Ran pondered for a few seconds, thinking it was better to play it safe. So he said, wait a minute. These golden immortals, I'll go in seconds and use the others as they are. After saying that, with a flash, he appeared in front of the high platform carrying the iron sword. Plop, plop, plop. Before Lu Ran could do anything, a large number of people fell to their knees. There are pleas for forgiveness, declarations of loyalty and oaths. But it didn't work. Lu Ran casually executed all the golden immortals in the group with a single sword strike, clearing them all with unerring precision. Then in order to look at the 36 factions again, spike a few of those pricks who had the honor of advancing to golden immortal. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction and said, you guys go back, and from now on, pledge allegiance to my blue sect. If there are any second thoughts, kill them all. According to Xiaoying, there were more than 20 other disciples of Lu Ran, but all of them were golden immortals. Didn't bring it with me, just in time to use it to fill the blue zones as well. Therefore, in order to avoid the 36 factions from playing smart, the golden immortals cannot be kept. The men were dismissed. Lu Ran again had Scrap Fallen Sky clear the field in Jade Dragon Valley. This Qingshan sect can't be used. From top to bottom, no one must be left behind. Master, when we're done here, let's go to the nice place you told us about. It's going to take a while to establish the sect. It needs to be properly designed according to the terrain. Young infant said joyfully. Yeah, I've got some ideas, too, that my Red Moon House young infant's sister has met with. It was me who designed it. Yi Hongyi followed closely. Like two brides trying to dress up their boudoirs, there are many whimsical ideas. But Lu Ran waved his hand. He said, no need to go to so much trouble. This place is on top of the spirit vein. It's exactly the right place for feng shui. Right here. Ha! The apprentices around him froze. What do you mean? Didn't you just say you weren't here? And, this valley does not indeed correspond to what the disciples had in mind. At that moment, Lu Ran flipped his wrist and pulled out an object. Said, this valley is even. It's nice to be a sewer. But blue sect, how can it be in these poor mountains? After saying that, he rose up in the air. The disciples looked at each other in dismay. This Jade Dragon Valley, no matter how bad it is, it's not as bad as the poor mountains, right? Master found a good place. Can it still be in the sky? End of chapter. Chapter 46 Immortal Fate Purple Mansion Flat Earth. The 12 great Luo immortals followed Lu Ran and hovered above the 9 heavens. Looking down from a high altitude, Lu Ran was even more satisfied. This valley, situated on top of a branching node of the spirit vein, the main vein opens up with 2 branches, one left and one right, deep in the valley floor, surrounding the entire Jade Dragon Valley within it. The valley of the Jade Dragon is crooked, because of the relationship between being on top of the spiritual vein of the entire sky above the Jade Dragon Valley was condensed with rich spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, appearing in a faint blue-green color. At first glance, the entire valley looks like a long, winding, snapping dragon of beautiful jade. No wonder it's called the Jade Dragon Valley. This place, it's really good, Lu Ran murmured. The 12 great Luo immortals around him looked at their master, then at the Jade Dragon below. The valley, to be honest, is really nice, but the blue sect is so large that it's no problem to station here at the moment. But as time goes on, there's definitely not enough room for that. The valley hasn't been able to continue expanding, so it's had to change places. What a pain in the ass that would be. Master, is it really necessary to be here? Young infant looked at Lu Ran and asked. The others were also looking at Lu Ran. Obviously, the vast majority are not too happy with the place, but if it was Lu Ran who insisted, they would never say anything. This is the place. Lu Ran nodded. Then he looked at the purple mansion order in his hand and casually threw it down, while at the same time manipulating with his mind that the Jade Dragon Valley was chosen as the centerpiece, delineating a 3,000 mile radius as the Immortal Edge Purple Mansion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thing landed on the ground and simply disappeared. Immediately after, the entire Jade Dragon Valley, in pieces. The earth crumbles beneath our feet. The mountains twist and turn. The mountains, rivers and trees boiled as if they were experiencing a great earthquake. The disciples around him looked amazed. Master, this is. The words were not finished. A mountain peak was seen drilling out of the ground like a giant sword unsheathing and rising up into the sky. Immediately afterward, a large area around it, densely packed with side peaks. One by one, like the rain. The most amazing thing was that these peaks, it was as if they were built in advance. Above there are clear springs and trees, flying insects and birds, and buildings and pavilions. The scale is huge, because the earth is in turmoil. Su Yuling and Xie Deyang, who were originally watching from below, couldn't help but fly up and look down. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What Lu Ran said, surprisingly, was this: Jade Dragon Valley. Lu Ran was not satisfied either, but was satisfied with this spiritual vein spur as a feng shui treasure. Thus, the Jade Dragon Valley was destroyed, and a clan surrounded by mountains was hard pulled out of its original location, overriding the spirit vein. Even the buildings are lined up. Some spirit beasts could be seen continuing to run and frolic in the mountain stream after a short period of alarm. The dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth surrounded the entire sect, seemingly even more exaggerated than the original Jade Dragon Valley. Master, it's worthy of you. The disciples looked at Lu Ran with glowing eyes. This sect, it could be too much for them. Not to mention the vastness. The environment is like a paradise, with exquisite architecture and ancient colors. In contrast, the original Darrow Sword sect, which had looked pretty good, had also immediately turned into a small hut. Xie Deyang was also watching, and the shock in his heart towards Lu Ran could no longer be described in words. What kind of tactic is this? Creation, Xie Deyang murmured, twisting his head. He looked at the side of Lu Ran's face. Then he secretly said, there are quite a few people who know about the Blue Sect's old ancestor, but those who know that this old ancestor is so horrible, and yet, it hasn't. In time, this spirit world, I'm afraid that the Blue Sect will be stirred up by the Blue Sect. Go down and take a look. Lu Ran was also very satisfied with this sect. The scaled-down version of the Purple Mansion Order already looked exquisite, and after zooming in, this shock was even more prevalent. Then, Lu Ran and his disciples toured the clan, the martial arts arena, the stage of enlightenment, the pavilion of hidden scriptures, the garden of 100 herbs, the hall of Dan, the pavilion of weapons, all of them, even the dormitories, woodsheds, utility rooms, and so on, all of which were used by the outer sect disciples, were there. The mountain paths meandered as if they were spiderwebs connecting the entire clan. It's just that there's no one in the clan yet, so it looks a little cold. From now on, this will be the Blue Sect. Lu Ran stood outside the mountain gate, looking at the huge blank plaque. The thought of two large words with sharp strokes immediately surfaced. Blue Zone. Then he turned his head to the apprentices, asked, this Blue Zone, what do you guys think? Yes. Ruined Fallen Sky was the first to shout. It's very pretty. Yi Hongyi wore a veil, her eyes smiling into a crescent moon. It's so much better than the nests made by that group of crude beasts from the D-Wasteland Demon Clan. I don't know, said the youngest infant with delight. Instead, Sun Tianyu had little requirement for the environment of the sect. With a jug of wine, he could lie wherever he wanted, as long as it was blue zonk. As for Huang Feng, she couldn't wait to go around the dining room. Lu Ran nodded and said, in that case, make your own arrangements. Moon Spirit, red clothes, falling sky. The disciples of your respective clans have merged. By the way, we have a bit of a special feature in this clan. Just give me a minute. Lu Ran finished. His eyes swept over the disciples and included them all in the clan list. Among the list, the speed of cultivation, combat power, speed, and so on, will be improved. Especially for these disciples of the Daolord Immortal Realm. The feeling was the most obvious. They noticed it instantly, and one by one, they looked down at their bodies. This clan is an Immortal Edge Purple Mansion. 1,000 miles in circumference are within the scope of the Purple Mansion, and within the scope of your cultivation speed, combat power, speed, and other attributes will all receive a certain boost. And that's a good thing. The apprentice's eyes lit up. One must know that when one cultivates to the great Luo Immortal Realm, it is harder than heaven to advance further. The slightest acceleration can easily be hundreds of years, and within the confines of this violet mansion, the speed of cultivation is permanently increased, and the time saved by this cultivation, it can be more than a few thousand years. In the meantime, because the owner of the Purple Mansion order was Lu Ran. Lu Ran also detected other functions. The entire Immortal Edge Violet Mansion was like a Dharma treasure that was connected to Lu Ran's mind. He opened the mountain protection formation with a single thought first. Then, it was also discovered that this Immortal Edge Purple Mansion had an even more explosive feature: traction. He can be in any location in the spirit world, and will have the Immortal Edge Violet Mansion, along with the living beings within the Immortal Edge Violet Mansion. Relocate to the current location as is with the power of the law. In other words, if Lu Ran went to the central state, all it took was a single thought to just move the blue zones. Wonderful! Lu Ran's eyes lit up. In the future, if you encounter a strong enemy, you can directly move the clan over. The 12 great immortals. No! Going forward, the disciples returned in increasing numbers. It could be more than just 12 great Luo immortals. When the time came, whoever was ungrateful wanted to go against Lu Ran. Then he would have to face an immortal mountain that suddenly appeared in front of him, as well as the countless bigwigs on top of that immortal mountain. Anyone who made an enemy of Lu Ran would have to face the entire Blue Sect. Master, what about those demon soldiers of mine? The human race has a rule that if a demon race appears in Xiaozhou, it might cause unnecessary trouble. So should I? Said Waste Fallen Sky with a face full of hesitation. Of course he couldn't leave, but he didn't want to cause trouble for the Blue Clan, which was just starting to gather. Because of himself, Lu Ran glanced at Wasted Falling Sky, waving his hand. He said, how we are in the lower realm. In the spirit realm, it's the same. I don't care which old thing in the spirit world made this bull ****** rule. We don't need to pay attention to it. Young Infant and Scrap Fallen Sky's hearts shook as they glanced at each other. Zhang nodded. Yes, Master. Lu Ran then asked, by the way, De Chen Dynasty, do you guys know about it? End of chapter. Chapter 47, Sacred Vein and Jade Bone. The spiritual realm of the 9 states. The location they were in now was where the Xia Prefecture and Di Wasteland bordered. It is part of the Tsang domain of Xiaozhou. The Tsang domain was 10 million miles long, and was governed by 5 major powers sitting in the southeast, northwest, and north respectively. The Daqian dynasty is one of them. The 5 powers, how are they divided into east, west, south and north? Isn't that one more? I'm not sure, Lu Ran asked, puzzled. Originally, there were not many, and the Daqian dynasty governed the eastern realm. But later on, there is a new force that has risen and started to fight against the De Chen dynasty, the Martial God Alliance. Yi Hongyi said. Others, on the contrary, are not so well informed about this. Therefore, right now, the Tsang domain of the Summer State was under the joint control of 5 forces. The Martial God Alliance and the De Chen dynasty were incompatible with each other in the eastern realm, while the other 3 were watching the show. And they have been fighting each other for 10,000 years. The Daqian dynasty does things in a moderate manner, while the Martial God Alliance is relatively overbearing. That Qingshan sect mines spirit vein ores in order to obtain the shelter of the Martial God Alliance. Yi Hongyi said with an introduction. Lu Ran probably understood. Now that the Blue Sect had annihilated the Qingshan sect and taken over the spirit vein, it was considered to have a feud with the Martial God Alliance, and the great Qian Jinghua Marquis took away Tang Cherry Ruo, and is now also listed as hostile by Lu Ran. This Blue Sect had only just assembled, and had offended the 2 major forces of the Tsang domain's eastern land realm all at once. We need to be careful. After killing Lei Tai, people from the Martial God Alliance will likely come looking for trouble. I don't know, the young infant mused. That's not going to happen. To that kind of power, the Qingshan sect is just a tool. Even if the Martial God Alliance were to come and do battle, the only reason would be because of the spirit veins, and it would have nothing to do with the already disappeared Qingshan sect. Lu Ran shook his head and pointed out the problem directly. Next, Lu Ran asked, so, the Martial God Alliance and the Daqian dynasty, how is their battle power? At this question, the people in the room were all confused. None of them have ever dealt with that kind of power. After all, the Blue Sect disciples' only task was to wait for their master to ascend, and they never took the initiative to cause trouble. Although I don't know the exact battle power, but being able to manipulate and enslave the Qingshan sect, more than likely. There are experts above De Luo Xian. Young Infant analyzed. Above the great Luo Immortal. It is the Immortal Monarch. That's right. The Great Qian Dynasty and the Martial God Alliance have been divided for so many years, and most of them have similar battle strengths. Rumor has it that Great Qian Empress is at least at the Immortal Monarch realm, but the Empress is quick to be mysterious, and ordinary people can't even come into contact with her. Yi Hongyi said. Immortal Monarch. That's not going to be easy to mess up if it kills you. Still not enough realm. Lu Ran frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something. Slapping his head, he said, I almost forgot to advance. He went through the check-in before he got to Jade Dragon Valley. The realm had been plucked right up to the peak of the golden immortal ninth heaven. He had the Phoenix Nine Heavens pill, which allowed him to advance, but he didn't know how long it would take to advance, so it was endured. Right now, with the Qingshan clan dealt with and the sect established, it was the best time to advance to the Great Luo. Only when the strength of the realm has kept up can the blue sect be protected. And so, with a flip of his wrist, Lu Ran pulled out the Phoenix Nine Heavens Dan from his storage bag and threw it into his mouth. I'm going to advance to the Great Luo. I don't know how long it will take. Lu Ran mused. Ha! The apprentice froze. What the hell is this? Didn't you just ascend a few days ago? Moreover, Xiaoling had watched Lu Ran smoothly advance to Golden Immortal 3 days ago in the De Luo Sword sect. It's only been 3 days and you're about to advance to the Great Luo? Su Yuling on the side had the most intuitive feelings. Lu Ran soared up to the true immortal realm, and she was watching Lu Ran quickly scramble up in a short period of time. One slip of the tongue and Lu Ran would be able to kill a golden immortal with a wooden stick in seconds at Mount Lizi Jian Pavilion. After that, the time when Xiaoling went to the Great Luo Sword sect, Lu Ran advanced to Golden Immortal in passing. 3 days later, that's now, advance to the Great Luo. Those who can ascend to the realm of immortals are all gifted. The disciples Lu Ran took in, and definitely no mediocrity. But even so, to cultivate to a Great Luo immortal, one would need at least tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation. But here in Lu Ran, it was less than 10 days. At this moment, the Phoenix Nine Heavens Dan in Lu Ran's mouth had already transformed into medicinal power and integrated into Lu Ran's meridians. Flesh, blood, soul. The strand of Tao rhythm and it flowed into Lu Ran's spiritual platform. As if a bright light suddenly lit up in the darkness. What Lu Ran saw in front of his eyes and what he felt in his spirit. It's all different. The advancement of the realm brought about more than just a surge in strength. There's the crazy heightening of all the senses. And still the world is seen before us. Yet it seems closer to the nature of things. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. And the sense of power, which had skyrocketed countless times over. It made Lu Ran feel like a bedridden old man with a windfall before. It's only now that he's really come alive. This is the Great Luo Immortal? Lu Ran marveled. But just finished. Instead, the apprentices in front of him shook their heads in unison. Yi Hongyi said, not quite. Master, you are now a little Luo Immortal. Ha! Lu Ran's eyes glared. What the hell is a little Luo Immortal? It means that between the Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Immortal, there's another big realm? Yi Hongyi shook her head and said, that's not true. A Golden Immortal advancing to the Great Luo requires 2 conditions. The first is that strand of heavenly Tao sense. The wisp of Tao rhythm and the phoenix sounding Nine Heavens pill was it. That was enough to support Lu Ran to break away from the Golden Immortals and take a half step towards the Great Luo. But it's not enough. There's still one thing missing. And it's also the mark of a Tao Lord Immortal. The Tao Lord Dharma. Yi Hongyi said. Lu Ran then remembered that these disciples, including that Lei Tai, the mighty and majestic Tong Tian phantasm behind him when he fought as if he were an ancient god of war. Yeah, it's missing that thing. How did you get that thing? Lu Ran hurriedly asked. Since the unusual Great Luo Immortals need to use their own souls, traveling through the heavens, communicate with the Nine Heavens divine fury that their respective gong methods are attuned to, and comprehend their own dharma phases, Yi Hongyi explained. Lu Ran almost didn't cry when he heard this. No one told him that he needed 2 conditions to advance to Great Luo Immortal. Therefore, although you have broken away from the Golden Immortals, because you have not yet comprehended the Dharmakaya, is sandwiched in the middle of a state, the spirit world commonly called, is the small Luo Xian, used to distinguish the big Luo Xian called just, the. There is no such realm as little Luo Immortal. Yi Hongyi said. The principle is known. But Lu Ran knew better than that about his own little weight. The comprehension thing, his shortcoming, all the way down to the lower realm. All the talents were full leveled. All from the system signing in. But all those talents are only unrivaled in their respective fields. If one wanted to comprehend the Great Luo Dharma phase, could it be that one still had to rely on Lu Ran himself? It's bad. Lu Ran's 100,000 years of bitter waiting in the lower realms. It was already foreseeable that this Great Luo Dharma phase of his was not that simple to comprehend. Master, don't be in a hurry. This is what every Dala immortal must go through. I stayed for 700 years when I was a little Luo immortal. Yi Hongyi said. I'll be miserable, laying flat for over 1300 years to comprehend the immovable King of Light. I don't know, Sun Tianyu said. Then I'm counting fast. I'm 60 years. Huang Fong said as she carried the frying pan in embarrassment. Rather, their Dharma phases were indeed highly compatible with their respective Gongfu attributes, but even the fastest, Huang Fong, took 60 years. 60 years. Right now, in this situation of the Blue Sect, If we don't grow up as soon as possible, let alone in 60 years, 6 months doesn't always top it. Lu Ran twisted his head to look at young infant and scrap fallen sky. Master, we, the demon race, are different from the human race in that the demon race advances to Demon King. It is only necessary to awaken the ancient demon bloodline. Young infant immediately said, the demon race is similar to the human race. However, I have not had the time to comprehend this myself. I searched it from the corpse of a heavenly demon. Ruined fallen sky said, hear this. Yi Hongyi hurriedly said, yes, there's another way, that is, after the death of the Dao Lord Immortal. The Dao Lord Dharma phase will be integrated into its corpse and can be directly refined and absorbed by the little Luo immortals. Before the lifespan of many great men who possessed extreme phallic, all of them will arrange for their children to take over the phallic phase in advance, and they are not allowed to comprehend it on their own, because there is a possibility of comprehending a subpar Dharma phase. Thus, for a great power, there was always an extreme phallic phase that was passed down from generation to generation, but the problem is that the corpses of the great Luo immortals are extremely difficult to obtain. Halfway through the sentence, Yi Hongyi froze, and the others suddenly reacted as well. Didn't Lei Tai just die? Master, you can just absorb his phantom. I don't know. Yi Hongyi exulted, but at this juncture, Lu Ran shook his head instead. He said, that demon ape phantasm, it's too ugly. It's a second-rate product at first glance. I can't look at it. Not seeing it is one of the reasons. Another reason why. Being reminded by Yi Hongyi, Lu Ran remembered. He really does have a corpse. It was the one, the golden skeleton, that he had taken away with him in the ancient forbidden system on Mount Li. Apprentices, how about taking a look at this corpse? After saying that, Lu Ran lifted his hand and threw out the corpse bone from his storage bag. Laughing, the skeleton landed on the ground and collided with the stone slab with a choking sound of gold and iron. The torn clothes had been stripped and thrown away by Lu Ran. All that was left was a skeleton that exuded the color of divine glittering treasures and powdered jade. Upon closer inspection, above the skeleton, there were also fine, 7-colored spider-like threads attached to the skeleton. And even if it's just a skeleton, the moment it's thrown out, one could just feel a long ago and desolate aura lingering out. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and in the next second they sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Sacred vein jade bone, immortal emperor realm. Master, this corpse bone, where did you get it? The disciples are shocked. Apparently they recognized the value of the bones at a glance. Picked it up. Lu Ran casually replied. His eyes began to glow. If this bastard was really in the realm of Immortal Emperor in his lifetime, and his Dharma phase was still there, what would that be? No matter how bad it is, it's still better than that Lei Tai's demon ape phantasm, right? End of chapter. Chapter 48, Criminal Heavenly Phantasm. With curiosity, Lu Ran picked up the skeleton and flew it to the Blue Sect martial arts arena. This martial arts arena was much larger than the De Luo Sword Sect. It's a whole side peak next to the main peak that's blocked off to create. The main peak is connected to the other side peaks by a wire trestle bridge, because neither the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect nor the Red Leaf House had moved over. It seemed a bit cold. Lu Ran was right in the center, laying the bones on the ground and sitting on his own knees. After that, the eyes closed. The other disciples formed a circle and looked at Lu Ran expectantly. A few seconds later, Lu Ran opened his eyes. How is that? Going to extract the phantom? Lu Ran asked. The disciples almost laughed out loud. It was Yi Hongyi who said, it's enough to communicate with the divine soul, because the owner of the skeleton is already dead, so there won't be any hindrance. Just sense the phantom and recognize it directly. It's that simple. The bones of the corpse then become a vessel for storing the unattended phallic form. Lu Ran reclosed his eyes, and according to Yi Hongyi, the power of his divine soul penetrated out. It quickly wrapped around the entire skeleton. Sure enough, Lu Ran soon realized that among the skeletons, there was a special kind of energy body mixed in, dormant and motionless. It waited until Lu Ran's divine soul power made contact before it slowly came to life. This is the Dharma phase, isn't it? Lu Ran murmured in his heart. It began to draw and guide the phantasm out of the skeleton. But just then, a bizarre scene appeared. The skeleton, which had been motionless, suddenly trembled, and then, straightened up and sit up. 2 starbursts of fire flared from the blackened eye sockets of the skeleton. Maintaining the same posture as Lu Ran, he stared at Lu Ran. The apprentices around him were shocked. What is this? Lu Ran also sensed that something was wrong. While pulling the phallic phase, another divine soul power dormant in the skeleton instantly sprang out. Pulling on Lu Ran's divine soul. This pussy isn't dead through. Lu Ran was shocked. This skeleton has been inside that ancient prohibition for an unknown number of years. Yet surprisingly, he was still able to keep the divine soul flame from going out. In life, an absolute giant, even more than just the immortal emperor realm. Did the immortal emperor? Lu Ran's heart shook, and he instantly realized that the other party was planning to use this opportunity to take over his body. He had planned to struggle and draw back his divine soul, but then, immediately afterward, he suddenly relaxed like he thought of something. Driven by the instinctive desire of that divine soul, the entire skeleton suddenly lunged forward and stuck to Lu Ran's body. The apprentices were alarmed by this bizarre scene. Haven't seen this before. Lu Ran, on the other hand, remained motionless. The skeleton fit onto Lu Ran's body, and in a bizarre way, it penetrated Lu Ran's clothes and merged into his flesh and blood, gradually approaching Lu Ran's bones. It looked as if he wanted to replace Lu Ran's bones with this sacred vein jade bone. Then the divine soul invades and takes complete control of this body, using it to be reborn. Lu Ran sensed it, but still ignored it. Only, the rest of the process was a bit painful. The sacred vein jade bone and Lu Ran's bones came close and began to roughly replace them. Ka. Lu Ran's bones crumbled, inch by inch. The holy vein jade bone, on the other hand, replaced Lu Ran's bones inch by inch. And the pain of this, it's simply more torturous than death by 1,000 cuts. Even Lu Ran was drenched in sweat and couldn't help but tremble. The apprentices panicked. Xiaowing's senior sister, quickly think of a solution. What is going on? Yi Hongyi shouted anxiously. The young infant frowned, gritting his teeth. He said, let's combine our efforts and smoke out that skeleton first. Damn it. What the hell is going on here? Having said that, a couple of the apprentices were just going to step forward. Don't mind me. Back off. Lu Ran seemed to have sensed his disciples' intentions and spoke. The voice was a little hoarse and shaky. And that's when the replacement of the sacred vein jade bone had also come to an end. Lu Ran's original bones were crushed into pieces by the sacred vein jade bone as if it was removing impurities, with blood foam seeping out of the skin. It made Lu Ran's entire body look drenched in blood. And just at the moment when the replacement of the sacred vein jade bone was completed, that original divine soul power directly centered on the sacred vein jade bone and bloomed roughly from the inside out. He wanted to completely take over Lu Ran's body, but immediately after, that divine soul realized that something was wrong. He found himself unable to penetrate through the bones, a terrifyingly overbearing pressure, sealing him to death amongst his own bones. Can't move, and the pressure is on. The reason for this is because within Lu Ran's dantian, that one dripping and spinning ancient seal of the four directions, the sacred artifacts of man. For the first time, that divine soul's voice came out from its thoughts, slightly old, but no emotional fluctuations could be heard. Instead, he asked, what is the identity of my little friend? Why is the human sacred artifact here with you? Lu Ran exhaled. Read, that's none of your business, but you, old Den. After tens of thousands of years of being trapped in the ancient forbidding system, my soul has long been worn down and is still trying to take over my body? I don't know what to think. This sacred vein jade bone, I do have use for it. The great Luo Dharma realm, yet possessing the sacred vein jade bone that only at least the immortal emperor realm could possess. This wave, make a lot of money. That divine soul was silent for a long time. Yet, he did not get angry at Lu Ran's words. Instead, he sighed and said, pity. Then, he actually dissipated himself under the Kongdong heaven sealing seal, turning into nothingness. Lu Ran froze, not having time to think much. The suppressed phallic power erupted from the bones and was naturally recognized by Lu Ran. Buzz. Above the 9 heavens, a light poured down, along with a terrifying pressure. The ground rose up with Lu Ran at the center. The disciples around him were all forced back to the perimeter of the martial arts arena by the pressure of this might, scattering into a circle that, incredulously, he looked at Lu Ran. What a strong pressure. What the hell is this? The aura of a phantom. But the power is so terrifying. I've never seen it before. What state is Master in now? It can't be that he's fallen for that skeleton, right? The disciples were in the midst of all the talk. Lu Ran's back. Knock. A godman's silhouette appeared at first. The Dharma phase of the Tao Lord, successfully fused. Lu Ran's realm of Little Luo Immortal also grew smoothly to step into the Great Luo Immortal. The godly man was naked, his muscles coiled. In his left hand, an exaggeratedly long-handled giant axe was mortared into the ground. In his right hand was a huge shield depicting the face of a hideous evil spirit. The godman is headless, with a pair of large eyes where the double-slashed tits would be, and a large grinning mouth at the navel. Even the overall size was a good deal larger than the 12 apprentices' Dharma phases. The moment this phantom appeared, an aura of vicissitude and antiquity filled the air. The 12 disciples' respective Dharma phases were surprisingly uncontrollable and sprang up on their own in response to the stress. This phantasm, what is it? Never seen it. How come it doesn't even have a head? A phantom of the immortal emperor realm is truly no ordinary item, the crowd murmured. Sun Tianyu, who had been lazy and not talking much, suddenly murmured, and the emperor came here to fight for the god, and the emperor broke his head, and buried him in the mountain of Chanyang, and he took the breast for his eyes, with the umbilicus as the mouth, manipulating the dry chi to dance. This Dharma is, God of War Interceptor. End of chapter. Chapter 49, The Imperial City of Dakian. It was then that Lu Ran opened his eyes. The feeling is different again than before. Advancement to the Great Luo. The sense of power that filled itself had already given Lu Ran the feeling that he was invincible. And now, the sacred vein jade bone fused, and after the replacement of bones all over his body, the sacred vein was also stripped and integrated into Lu Ran's meridians. The current Lu Ran was like an immortal emperor with a core that, however, the realm was only a strange one at the De Luo immortal realm. And, even without using his spiritual power, Lu Ran felt that with this punch he was throwing right now, it can shatter a mountain. Of course, Lu Ran didn't dare try it here. The blue sect had just been established, and it would be an Ouroboros to give it a beating in one punch. Lu Ran got up, and behind him, the criminal heavenly phantasm was also shaken. The 12 disciples adapted to the pressure of Interdictor's phantasm before dispersing their own phantasm, gathered in unison. Master, just now, Xiaoying asked worriedly. Inside that skeleton, not only is there a phallic phase, but there is also the remnant soul of an old denizen attempting to take over my life. I don't know, Lu Ran said directly. Ha! The disciples were shocked, but there's no harm in it. It's just a remnant of a soul. It's been screwed over. I didn't stop him. It's because I want to utilize his great magical power to fuse the sacred vein jade bone to me, and now it seems that it's a great bargain to pick up. I'm sorry, Lu Ran mused. Having said that, spiritual energy again rinsed away the broken bones and blood foam that covered his entire body. The apprentices sked. This is not picking up a bargain. It's simply a godsend. Having just advanced to the level of a little Luo immortal, he had obtained a whole set of Immortal Emperor's sacred vein jade bones. Immediately after that, he got the God of War Interdictor Phantasm. As a fellow Dala immortal, Lu Ran, although he was only at the first heaven of Dala, all the disciples present, even Sun Tianyu, who was at the highest cultivation level of the 8th heavenly layer of the Great Luo, did not dare to say that he could beat Lu Ran. Congratulations to Master for ascending to the Great Luo. So we'll plan the blue sect now? Young baby couldn't wait to ask. Lu Ran waved his hand. Look around. Seeing Lin Bauer and Su Yuling looking blearily outside the martial arts arena. Then a flash went by. Su Yuling, like the others, certainly didn't dare to approach Bauer. Even those great Luo immortal disciples, after being explained by Lu Ran that Bauer was a member of the Lai clan, and don't dare approach, she stood alone off the field. Only Lu Ran dared to come up to her, rubbing Lin Bauer's head and taking her hand. Sure enough, the speed of spiritual power transformation suddenly accelerated. Only then did Lu Ran turn his head and say to his disciples, I have just explained to you. You guys just keep planning for the blue sect. I still have important things to do and have to make a trip to the Dechen dynasty. At those words, the crowd looked at Lu Ran in confusion. Su Yuling was aware of what happened, but the others didn't know yet. So, Lu Ran said it briefly. Little sister was taken away by the great Qianjingwa Marquis? Damn bastard. Young infant said through clenched teeth. Too arrogant. Even our blue sex people dare to take them captive. We must go and rescue little sister. Wasted Falling Sky shouted back. In this way, in the eastern realm of the Tsan domain, the Martial God Alliance and the Dakian dynasty, it's all going to be included in our hostility. Sun Tian had analyzed and said. Lu Ran nodded. He said, then we'll find a chance to end the two families. And in the eastern realm, it's just as well that I, the blue sect, is in charge. That's a bit of an arrogant thing to say. In the current blue sect, the strongest were the 12 great Luo immortals. No, with the addition of Lu Ran, it's the 13 great Luo immortals. But the Martial God Alliance and the Dakian dynasty, they had immortal monarch bigwigs. Master wants to go to the Dechen dynasty, so let's go together. It's safer, Yi Hongyi said. But the offer was rejected by Lu Ran. The blue sect has just been established, and you all ran away, leaving a bunch of ragtag disciples to stay behind. It's still not going to be taken in one fell swoop? Lu Ran asked rhetorically. But, that Dakian dynasty has immortals of the immortal monarch realm, and you're all just cannon fodder even if you follow me. There's no use in having too many people. Leave them all behind. I have a way for you, Master, Lu Ran said confidently. Moreover, even if Lu Ran needed help temporarily, with a thought, Lanzong could move over. Now, the primary goal was to use the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion as the foundation, and widely recruit the Blue Sect's disciples to return. Rally. While the overall strength of the sect grew stronger, Lu Ran could keep relocating and eventually take the blue Sect end, going to the middle of the state. It was only when we reached the central state, the core of the spiritual realm, that the group was in the thick of things. Right now, Lu Ran on the other hand, needed to first go find his youngest disciple, Tang Cherry Ruo. After making up his mind, Lu Ran said goodbye to his disciples and left the blue Sect with only Lin Baoer in tow. The Great Qin dynasty was 80,000 miles away from the original Jade Dragon Valley where the blue Sect was located. It took Lu Ran 5 days to fully catalyze the Thunderfire chariot even at the De Luo Immortal realm. Finally, in the early morning of the 6th day, he arrived at the De Chen dynasty. From a great distance, Lu Ran put away the Thunderfire chariot, led Lin Baoer, and headed for the city gates. This was the Great Qian Imperial City, and just the Imperial City alone covered hundreds of miles. The wide city wall was 100 feet high, and at the entrance of the city, on the left and right, 2 statues of the heavenly god Buddha were furiously opening their eyes and mighty. Even the cavernous gates were exaggeratedly large. The people coming and going in and out of the city gates instead turned into Shoujian toy people in general. This Daqian dynasty, it's so majestic. This stance is more exaggerated than even our blue Sect Immortal Mountain. Lu Ran sked. Beside her, Lin Baoer was also visiting this kind of place for the first time and was looking around excitedly. Also always be careful not to touch anyone else. But because of the crowded entrance to the city, it was almost impossible to pass by without a single leaf. Lu Ran observed before he approached. As in the lower realms, dynasties like this one, the imperial cities have rules that prohibit flying. That's why he didn't dare to fly in directly in his Thunderfire chariot. The realm wasn't enough after all, so it would be a bit of a problem if it attracted the attention of an immortal monarch. However, Lu Ran wasn't the least bit panicked. 5 days, 6 days in total with today. Even though 6 consecutive check-ins didn't storm, because Lin Baoer was around. His spiritual energy transformation speed was very fast, and he was now in the 4th heaven of the Great Luo. The distance to that immortal monarch realm didn't seem so far away. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Lu Ran directly picked up Baoer and protected her in his arms. The protective astral aura around him pushed the flow of people away slowly, weaving through without God's knowledge. Entering the city gates, the scene inside the imperial city was even more staggering to see. The buildings and pavilions are scattered, rivers and ponds are dotted among them, and the architecture is ancient. The streets were crowded and extremely busy. As he raised his eyes, the center of the imperial city, 100 miles away, could be faintly seen as a piece of a higher city within a city. That is presumably the imperial palace of the Great Qian Empress. And inside the underground palace, there was even a huge statue of a man through and through, wearing a phoenix cape and hands spread out. Great aura of motherhood, while not lacking the majesty of a generation of female emperors. Being far away, the statue was visible because it was big enough. Just looking at it, Lu Ran always felt that this statue looked a bit familiar. Let's find a place to land first. Kiss my ass. This Great Qian Imperial City is too big, Lu Ran muttered. But it doesn't matter. As one of the 4 directions Marquis of Deqian, Marquis Zhenghua, the location of his residence was obviously not a secret. And so, Lu Ran first brought Lin Baoer and found a nearby restaurant. Throwing out a spirit crystal at the counter, he said, 2 people, 1 room, facing the street. End of chapter. Chapter 50, The Marquis of Zone. The window on the 2nd floor of the inn. Lu Ran and Lin Baoer sat at a table by the window, looking down at the bustling crowd below. At this point, Lin Baoer suddenly took her little book out and flipped through it in her hand. Lu Ran remembered that it was Lin Baoer's last wish book, so he asked, "What does it say?" Lin Baoer looked up at Lu Ran and murmured, "A small wish. Are the 100 pills finished?" Lu Ran asked. "Last time, Lin Baoer stole pills from the medicine sect. It's to fulfill the dying wish of getting 100 elixirs. There are still 31 more to go." Lin Baoer shook her head. "Words." Lu Ran casually threw some bottles and cans on the table, said, "Pick whatever you want. Getting 31 of them together shouldn't be too much of a problem." These pills, in fact, were all pills from the lower realm, and could not be used in the spirit realm. But it's only useless for the realm of immortals like Lu Ran. Lin Baoer is only at the Jindan stage. It's still available until you fly up. On the contrary, for Lin Baoer, she was indifferent to the quality and effects of the elixir. She's just trying to get the numbers to fulfill her heart's desire. "All of this for me?" Lin Baoer said in surprise. "That would be a direct way to fulfill a last wish." "Well, pills from the lower realms before Ascension are of no use to me. I also said that I would find time to clean up the storage bag." "You don't want it. I'm going to throw these away as well," Lu Ran said. "That's true. Signing on for 100,000 years in the lower realms. There's so much to accumulate. By the time he reached the spirit world, the immortal realm, he couldn't use a lot of them. and needed to clean up a large batch and throw them away. Words. Lin Bauer immediately became excited. Thanks, big brother. Then, open all the little vials and start counting the quantity. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was bored and continued to look at the crowd on the street. In his heart, he was calculating whether or not he should go out and poke around the location of the Marquis of Jinghua Mansion in a while. Just then, suddenly, several silhouettes in the air swept by as if they were meteors, splitting into two groups of people. A few in front of them, although they were fast, Lu Ran still saw clearly that they were all golden immortals dressed in black, not using spiritual treasures to fly, all relying on themselves. It's awesome when you're chasing after it. A huge square seal, on which several figures could be seen, extremely fast, catching up with those in front. That square seal was similar to Lu Ran's Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. It just wasn't as complex as the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal's shape, but it definitely wasn't the frame of an ordinary spirit treasure either. People on the street were quick to notice the scene as well. The seal of the Heavenly King. It's from the Zhongho Mansion? What's going on here? Not even following the rules of the Imperial City's ban on flying? Most likely someone from the Martial God Alliance has infiltrated again. The Empress has an order regarding the Martial God Alliance. A ban on flying doesn't count. It's still the Jinghua Hoa. There's a problem. The first time the Zhonghufu people went out, those people from the Martial God Alliance are going to be miserable. Lu Ran's ears twitched as he looked at the two groups of people who had already left the city and disappeared sharply into the sky. Lu Ran and Lin Bauer looked for an inn once they entered the city, which was near the city gates. Those two groups were fast and went straight out of town. Turn your head and look. Lin Bauer had already gotten together 31 pills and took out her little book and crossed out the one about getting 100 elixirs. Sort of done. Bauer, stay here and don't run around. I'll be right there. Lu Ran murmured. Lin Bauer's movement of putting away the small book suddenly gave a start. Somewhat worried, he looked at Lu Ran. Big brother, will you come back? Nonsense. Do not come back. Where do I go? You, Lu Ran wanted to say. There were a few seconds of silence. Shaking his head, he picked up Lin Bauer and let her lie on Lu Ran's shoulder from behind. You'll just lie on your back, and you'll be able to cushion yourself if someone sneaks up on me. You're invincible. Anyway, it's a lot better than some magic armor. Lu Ran decided to bring her along anyway. After that, his figure flickered and disappeared into the window, hurrying towards the outside of the city. 30 miles outside the city on a steep slope, the few golden immortals flying in front of them were, after all, not fast enough to, caught up by the Heavenly King's seal of the Zhongho Mansion. The huge four-sided seal hovered above the heads of several people. Buzz. The massive pressure caused a large gravity field to form in the surrounding hundreds of meters. The entire hillside earth, hard down couch 3 feet. It was suppressed in a four-sided crater. A few golden immortals were straining as their speed suddenly decreased, realizing that it was no longer possible to run away. Several people looked at each other and landed on the ground. The four-direction seal also fell immediately after, and then shrunk, hovering in the hands of an extremely beautiful-looking woman in an apricot-colored dress. It dripped and twirled. Behind the woman, there were 4 Zhonghufu guards wearing uniforms. Lu Ran watched from a big distance and was a bit puzzled. These few men in black were all at the Golden Immortal Realm. Instead, these people from the Zhongho Mansion, with the exception of the woman in the lead, who was a Golden Immortal, and the remaining 4 attendants, it's all the upper immortals. That's it, running out after people? What's on your mind? Can you beat it? And that's what the men in black were thinking. Zhongqing, this is not the Imperial City. You still want to chase after it? The black-clothed man in the lead shouted at Zhongqing, traitor of the Martial God Alliance, sneaking into my Daqin Imperial City, to be executed, the woman said in a cold voice. Inside the Imperial City, we don't want to make more trouble than we have to, so we'll just ignore you, and just take us down? The man in black was clearly not impressed. The reason why they were chased out wasn't because they couldn't fight. Rather, it is because the Imperial City dares not linger in battle. On the contrary, the people of the Zhonghufu really dared to chase them out. There is no excuse for guarding the Great Qian. When I came here, I already notified the Zhongho Mansion. Don't ever think that I'm the only one you're going to deal with. Zhongqing rebuked. A few black-clothed men's brows immediately furrowed. It's true that they don't fear Zhongqing at the moment, but when the Zhonghufu's backup arrives, a random Daoluo immortal that, all of them are going to be wiped out. Ignore her. Go! The black-clothed man in the lead said directly. The words are gone. A few men in black then intended to fly away. However, Zhongqing was even faster, and the Heavenly King's seal was directly offered, spreading out a short-lived forbidden formation that trapped a few black-clad men. Damn! Foolish loyalty! What a stupid! You don't even want to die. I'll kill you now. The man in black raged. Guarding the Great Qian is my Zonghufu's share of duty, and it is incumbent upon us. I'm sorry, said Suharu in a genuine voice. Even Lu Ran, who was observing from afar, was somewhat speechless. This woman is quite pretty, but her brain is a bit bad. This has nothing to do with guarding the Qian. It is completely running to deliver heads. On the contrary, aren't those few from the Martial God Alliance incompatible with the Qian? They're not going to be killed directly. What are you talking about? Listening to Suharu's words, the man in black laughed loudly and said, You are willing to sell your life for the Qian, but go back and ask your father. Ask that old piker Zong Yunshan if he's willing to be a willing subject. Bold. Zong Qing's anger was rampant. Directly sacrificing the Heavenly King's seal in his hand, he intended to start. A few black-clothed men frowned slightly. Don't delay. Kill her. Even if Zong Yunshan settles the score afterward, it's also hard to find out that we did it. A few black-clothed men also lost their patience. The big battle is imminent. But just then, slash, Lu Ran walked out slowly. Lim Ba slumped over his shoulder, took a look at the gang of black-clad men with his dark eyes and then look at the Zhongho family group. Asked, Brother, which side to help? End of chapter. Chapter 51, the easiest to pin down. Lu Ran walked while his eyes swept over the sides, then said faintly, Did you see this woman? A rather simple-minded, foolishly loyal person that, easiest to hold. So, what Lu Ran was going to do, of course, was to target the Martial God Alliance. Oh, Limbo nodded, her confused eyes indicating that she probably didn't understand. In the meantime, the two groups also noticed Lu Ran. There were nervous glances at him. Although Zong Qing was foolishly loyal, she wasn't really that stupid. She dared to go on and, not really thinking that she could hold these Martial God Alliance people. Rather, it was because she had the seal of the Heavenly King. It could be delayed until outside help from the Zong Hofu, but suddenly out of nowhere. I don't know if it's a friend or foe, and if the strength is still strong, then it's hard to say what the outcome will be. The same. The people from the Martial God Alliance also looked at Lu Ran warily. At that moment, Lu Ran walked up to the front, set Poi down and held him by his side. Only then did he look at the few people from the Martial God Alliance, shouting, Several of you are from the Martial God Alliance? The man in black in the lead stared at Lu Ran for a few seconds and nodded his head. Precisely. And your honor is? That's right then. I'm looking for your Martial God Alliance. Lu Ran let out a roar. His face was full of anger, as if he had some deep hatred with the Martial God Alliance. Lin Bauer, who was beside her, looked at Lu Ran and thought, acting too much like it. The Martial God Alliance's expression instantly collapsed. This Nima, fellow Daoist, this matter has nothing to do with you, so we advise you to stay out of it and cause more trouble. I'm sorry, mused the man in black in the lead. Couldn't pinpoint Lu Ran's realm strength, but since he couldn't see through it, he was at least a golden immortal and in a higher realm than him. How is it none of my business when it concerns the Great Qian dynasty, this eastern realm of the Pale region? Historically, it is the Great Qian in charge. Yuwushan Alliance intervened and acted in an overbearing manner. I have long been looking at you. I'm sorry, Lu Ran shouted with a curse. Sure enough, Zong Qing's eyes immediately looked at Lu Ran with a few more points of appreciation and praise. Lu Ran also noticed Zong Qing's expression and knew that the show was almost over. This then looked to the men in black, shouting, Since I've run into you, don't you dare live. A few of the black-clad men's tempers came up. Damn, what a pain in the ass. Do it. Get out of here first, or when the Zonghos come, we'll just... The words were not finished. Buzz. Behind Lu Ran, the criminal Heaven Dharma appeared. Great Luo Immortal. A few black-clothed men instantly changed their faces. Run. No hesitation. Turn and run. However, they had forgotten that the prohibition set up by Zong Qing's Heavenly King seal was still in place. Lu Ran, on the other hand, casually drew out an iron sword and casually swung it at a few men in black. A sword to kill the immortals. Of course, he doesn't need to show his phallic form when he kills an immortal with a sword. This thing, purely for Suharu. Bang, bang, bang. In a few bursts of sound, several black-clothed men from the Martial God Alliance directly rose up in place, killing a large number of them. Lu Ran's demeanor was cloudy. After killing a few people, he put away his iron sword, turned around, and left, deep in his heart. As he expected, just turned around and didn't go more than a few steps out. Does Xian please stay? Zong Qing shouted. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly, but his expression remained cloudy as he turned his head to look at Zong Qing. Asked, What's the matter? Zong Qing was a bit nervous and respectfully said, My daughter is Zong Qing, the daughter of Zong Yunshan of the Zong Hofu. Today's situation is critical. If it were not for Senior's intervention, my daughter would not know the outcome. Rare Senior's heart for Dakian. Soharu expresses his gratitude to you on behalf of the Zong Hofu. Just saying thank you? That's not what Lu Ran wanted. And just then, the direction of the imperial city. The two middle-aged men each stepped on a flying sword and came in a whirlwind. It quickly came close and landed with a thud. He looked at the several corpses bursting on the ground, then at Lu Ran before finally looking at Zongqing. Miss, are you alright? That person from the Martial God Alliance, said one of them. The other stared warily at Lu Ran. Dead, killed by this senior. He was a great Luo immortal, Zongqing explained. At the same time, he told the story of what had just happened. Oh, the two men looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran could perceive that these two were also great Luo immortals, but looking at the way they treated Zongqing politely, looks like it's still a hit man for the Zongho family? This Zonghufu, it's something. All dead? Didn't ask anything? The two men asked. Soharu shook his head. He said, it wasn't in time. This senior is very strong, and he directly suppressed those people. At this point, one of them looked at Lu Ran, smiled seemingly politely, and asked, Your Excellency ranks among the great Luo. I don't know for which family you are working. It's already midnight. Why would you appear in the countryside of the imperial city? Not working for any family, bringing my little sister on a cloud tour from Jinling City. Lu Ran said casually. So that's how it is. Today, you have made a move to help my young lady. How about this? Come with us into the Zongho mansion for a chat? One of them invited. Although it was evident that the other party was still wary and suspicious of Lu Ran, but Lu Ran didn't care. Nodding his head, he said, I've heard of Qingshan was great name for a long time, and I'm honored to pay my respects today. Doesn't that make it so? There was no need to even inquire about where the Zongho mansion was, or think of a way to sneak in and investigate the situation, not to mention the need to try and investigate the overall strength of the Zonghofu, being invited in directly, at a glance. As for the skepticism, let them be. Lu Ran hadn't ascended for a few days. There was no information about him in the entire spirit world, and as long as he didn't use his real name, who would know that he was Lu Ran? Not much longer. Zongho Mansion. Lu Ran couldn't help but be secretly staggered when he entered the Marquis residence. As one of the four directions Marquis of the Great Qian dynasty, the size of this Marquis zone's residence was really not small. Just by eyeballing it alone, it was estimated to be bigger than Jinling City. Good lord. A mansion that's as big as a city. The mansion was intricate, with alternating shifts of guards, and heavily guarded. Lu Ran was more and more glad for his plan. If he really sneaked in, that's a lot of difficulty factor. 7 turns and another walk through a large, worldly courtyard. Zongqing said, walk through the pierced hall. In front of you is the main room. Uncle Lu, go inform my father. Zongqing, on the other hand, brought Lu Ran and Lin Bauer to the main room to take their seats first. The middle-aged man who was called Uncle Lu retreated, while the other continued to follow. The eyes rested on Lu Ran's body from time to time. Lu Ran, of course, sensed it, but all but ignored it. In his heart, he was speechless. What a nasty cautious lousy just saved your lady. Same time, deep inside the mansion, inside a separately created courtyard, Zhang Yunshan, who had an old face and wore a brocade python robe, was face to face with a woman in a red neon dress. The old man here has set up a boundary, so you can't get out, and as an ascended person, you should understand the cruelty of the spirit world. If I hadn't seen your bones and your attitude, I would have killed you long ago. If you can worship under me, I will teach you everything. Zhang Yunshan said, no need. I have a master and he's ascended. You can't trap me. Tang Cherry Ruo said coldly. She certainly didn't despise the old man, and she could sense that the old man was looking at her in a way that was more than just a fancy and appreciation for her talent. There's also lust, greed, and even a hint of evil. Zhang Yunshan's brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly a little impatient. There was something else to be said. Uncle Lu had already arrived and spoke to Zhang Yunshan with his ear. Oh, Zhang Yunshan raised his eyebrows and said, got it. Having said that, finally to Tang Cherry Ruo said, you think carefully, I give you 3 days time. If you still don't submit after 3 days, don't blame me for using force. With that, he turned and walked away. This old man, really not right. Accept the apprentice, just accept the apprentice. How to use force? He really does have another agenda. Tang Cherry Ruo froze and sat in place, looking up at the moon and fuming. The heart is deeply powerless and desperate. The ghostly murmured, Master, I am afraid that the disciple. End of chapter. Chapter 52 Immortal Monarch Shin Guaho. Not much longer. Zhang Yunshan came to the main room. As soon as he entered the hall, the first thing he did was to look at his daughter Zongqing first. After making sure that Zongqing was not injured, his eyes went to Lu Ran. Father, it's so late. What did you do? Zongqing asked. A little something. this is the friend who saved you? Zhong Yunshan struck an ambiguous. Looking at Lu Ran, he asked. Yes, his name is. It was then that Suharo reacted to the fact that he didn't know the other party's name yet. Yi Nan. Lu Ran said casually. Sure enough, a great Luo immortal. I wonder for which family? Zhong Yunshan asked directly. Not for which family to do things. Idle and used to it. Like to travel the mountains and rivers in the clouds. Lu Ran said casually. So, Zhong Yunshan's expression eased a lot. Father, this senior is awesome. He killed those people from the Martial God Alliance in a single move. If it wasn't for him, I might have to fight hard for a while. Zhong Qing said. Zhong Yunshan was not surprised. What's there to brag about when you're a great Luo immortal and kill some golden immortals in seconds? But still, he nodded and said. Yi Nan, thanks for helping my daughter out. And I've also heard that you made your move out of consideration for the Daqian dynasty? Lu Ran's expression immediately became serious. Zhang said. Of course, I've long looked at the Martial God Alliance with displeasure, but I didn't expect that such a speech, although it made Zhong Qing's eyes glow with a different color. However, a hint of gloom flashed under Zhong Yunshan's eyes. Then he said, the Martial God Alliance has developed rapidly over the past thousands of years. Instead, the Daqian dynasty has been declining day by day. Since you have such a heart for the great Qin dynasty, why don't you join my Marquis Jinggua's household as a guest secretary? Don't worry, your freedom will not be restricted. It's just a matter of contributing when necessary, and as for the pay, it will be satisfactory. In other words, the Marquis of Jinghua Palace is short of Daoluo immortals. In the meantime, Lu Ran also roughly judged Zhong Yunshan's strength. Immortal monarch, the feeling of standing in front of you like a mountain weighing you down. It was definitely an immortal monarch, alright. Lu Ran was a bit glad that he had planned instead of rashly head-ironing his way into the Zhonghe mansion. Come to think of it, the Daqian dynasty has been able to rule the eastern realm of the Tsang domain for tens of thousands of years. Sure enough, it's a little something. He didn't rush to agree to Zhong Yunshan's invitation, but only said vaguely, being accustomed to traveling in the clouds. But since the Marquis thinks highly of me, it's not impossible. How about allowing me to think about it for a few days? Zhong Yunshan directly nodded his head and said, of course you can. No need to have a psychological burden. Give me an answer when you've thought it over, and I'll arrange for you to rest in the mansion for a few days. That's a good feeling. In that case, Lu Ran would have the opportunity to find Tang Cherry Ruo. Thank you, Marquis. Lu Ran arched his hand. It's late at night and I have other things to attend to, so you guys go ahead and talk. No need to be formal. Zhong Yunshan has no intention of continuing to ink here. Instead, he excused himself and quickly left. When he came out, he said to the previous Uncle Lu, check on this Yinan. It seemed that he didn't immediately trust this Daolord immortal that had suddenly appeared either. After, Zhong Yunshan also didn't go to Tang Cherry Ruo's place, but after coming to the side hall next to the main hall, he dismissed the guards. It took a long time of careful investigation in all directions before a flurry of maneuvering in the gloom. Karara, a dark hole had actually appeared in the gloom, connecting the chamber below. Zhong Yunshan entered with a short stance. The entrance, on the other hand, was quickly restored to its original state, and it was not at all obvious that a secret room existed here. This way, only Lu Ran was left with Lin Bauer, and across from him sat Zhong Cheng. My father has said that you don't need to be formal. As long as you join the Zhong Hofu, you'll be one of us from now on. I don't know, Suharo said with a smile. She does have a simple mind. Cootie. All of them could see how wary and cautious Zhong Yunshan and the two Daolord immortals from earlier were towards Lu Ran. On the other hand, Zhong Qing was self-acquainted and felt that Lu Ran was a guest. I'll reply when I've thought it over. The Marquis of Jinggua's reputation precedes him, and I'm honored to meet him today. It's also my honor. But, Lu Ran drew a blank. Asked. Some days ago, I heard that the Marquis had brought back a woman from outside the... Is there such a thing? Is it someone from the Martial God Alliance? Lu Ran's intention was simple, to use Zhong Qing as a breakthrough. At the same time, he didn't forget to pull in the Martial God Alliance to make his motive seem less obvious. Zhong Cheng really didn't think much about it and nodded. It's true, but it's not someone from the Martial God Alliance. Rather, he wants to take on an apprentice. That's my father's custom. In recent days, in order to maneuver with the Martial God Alliance, my dad hasn't brought a woman home in a while either. Lu Ran was stunned. Is there more than one? What are you doing here? To apprentice? I'm afraid this Zhong Yunshan doesn't have any special fetish for disciples. Ugh. Speaking of which, it's a shame too. Zhong Qing sighed. Lu Ran, on the other hand, looked at her with a smile, knowing that Sukyu had more to say afterward. Sure enough, Zhong Qing stroked her hair in front of her forehead and continued. My father is empty of cultivation, yet there are no disciples, and although I am his daughter, I have mediocre qualifications and cannot inherit my father's life's work. And so, Zhong Yunshan brought back some women from outside every now and then, mostly ascended people, the realm of immortals, but only true immortals, higher don't, and each one of them is gifted. It's just a pity that none of those women, for so many years, were willing to worship my father. It's really strange to not receive a single one, Zhong Qing muttered. And then what happened? If the worship didn't work out, where did they go? Lu Ran asked. I don't know. I haven't seen them since. My dad said he sent them out of the summer state. It's probably out of sight, out of mind, Suharu said thoughtfully. Holy, Lu Ran almost burst into foul language. Nima, this you also believe? You've brought back so many, but you haven't seen any of them since. What your father says goes? This suddenly reminded Lu Ran of that bitter golden immortal Hong Kuei at the back of Jian Pavilion. That bastard is practicing some kind of evil magic. Disciples with good roots and talent were needed to provide him with cultivation. And the fate of those geniuses who were used as cultivation materials could be imagined. Right now, Lu Ran guessed that the odds were that this Zhong Yunshan wasn't a good bird either. The woman who brought back that woman. Where is she now? Lu Ran asked directly. Zhong Qing froze and looked at Lu Ran in confusion. What? You recognize it? Lu Ran mused. I don't recognize it. I'm just curious. A genius that can be looked upon by the Marquis. What a gift it will be. Zhong Chang nodded. It wouldn't hurt. If you're interested, I'll take you around the backyard first thing in the morning, but it's not feasible to go in and look around. My dad set up the boundaries to protect her. 2. Outsiders can't get in. That night, Lu Ran couldn't sleep. If it was only Tang Cherry Rua's talent that she wanted to take on an apprentice, then Tang Cherry Rua's safety is no problem for the time being. But hearing Zhong Qing say that, this Zhong Yunshan was more than likely not a good bird. Lu Ran was worried about Tang Cherry Rua's safety. Speaking up, he and Tang Cherry Rua separated. Also less than 10 days. That is his smallest little disciple. He simply didn't sleep, and sat down in the compartment Zhong Qing had arranged for him. Waiting. Lin Bauer was sleeping soundly and snoring. After the wee hours of the morning, Lu Ran was bored and remembered that the sign-in was refreshed, so he directly chose to sign in. Ding! Sign in! Congratulations to the host. This check-in gets a blast. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cultivation reward *10. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the innate ancient treasure, the Regulus sword. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the immortal technique, Heavenly Spirit Eye. Lu Ran's eyes glazed over. Blitzed. An innate ancient treasure and an immortal law. End of chapter. Chapter 53, The Great Qian Empress. Regulus sword. The immortals picked the copper of the first mountain for the Yellow Emperor to cast. The sword side engraved with the sun, moon and stars, and the sword side engraved with the sun, moon and stars. One side of the sword is engraved with mountains, rivers, grasses and trees. One side of the hilt is written with the art of farming and animal husbandry, and the other side is written with the policy of unification of the 4 seas. Lu Ran's thoughts moved and the Regulus sword appeared in his hand. It's not as fine as I thought it would be, but instead the shape is quaint and introspective. Overall look elegant, but there is a faint imperial prestige vibration out. Since it was an innate ancient treasure, it had the power of the heavenly Tao's rules added to it. It was rumored that the Xian Yuan sword was invulnerable, and to a certain extent, it could disregard a certain level of defense. The destructive effect on the attack at the rule level. Good stuff. Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. When he arrived in the spirit world, Lu Ran hadn't had a handful of weaponry to use until now. Although there was the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal now, that thing was more of a magic treasure type. Although the Xian Yuan sword was also a magic treasure type, it was a perfect weapon to take advantage of. Turn around and find a chance to try out the power. Lu Ran mused. Then he put away Regulus and began to study the second reward. Immortal technique, Heavenly Spirit Eye, Heavenly Spiritual Eyes. With one glance, you can see through the essence of things. This introduction was rather short, and Lu Ran looked a bit confused. What do you mean? Perspective? Lu Ran subconsciously twisted his head to look at Lin Bauer, who was sleeping soundly with an exaggerated sleeping posture beside him. Looked from top to bottom. There's no perspective effect. Lu Ran muttered. What does that do? He was just curious. When suddenly, the Lin Bauer he saw in front of him didn't seem quite the same. Not perspective, but Lin Bauer, who was originally like a stubborn stone that could not be seen through or probed. It seems to tell something. He mentally grabbed one of Bao's hands in his hand, staring at Bauer. At the same time, this time, the intention, surprisingly, could penetrate Bauer's body? Seeing the state of things inside her, this heavenly spirit eye is not bad. Lu Ran's heart fluttered. He couldn't see through Bauer earlier, and neither could anyone else. It wasn't that Lu Ran wasn't in a sufficient realm, but in the spirit world, There was a saying that the Lai people that, even if an immortal emperor came, he wouldn't be able to see the way out of the door. And Lu Ran can. He can't wait to see what's going on with Pa. Why the Lai will explode and die at the age of 18. But at this look, Lu Ran was even more confused. Bao Er's body looks like it's not human at all. Lu Ran remembered that when Bauer went berserk earlier, she was more like a half-demon. But even a half-demon can't have no internal organs, right? Inside Bauer's body, not only are there no internal organs, but even the bones, the flesh, the meridians, none of them. All Lu Ran could detect was a void. It was as if Bauer herself was a black hole constructed of emptiness. It's just that the outside of this black hole is cloaked in a human skin. Lu Ran's people were dumbfounded, and hadn't seen this strange creature in the lower world for 100,000 years. Can we still call it a human being? So, even after seeing through Po's body, and yet, it still can't be examined to find out why the Lai burst into flames and died at the age of 18. Instead, Bauer woke up in a daze, seeing Lu Ran grabbing her hand. Sleepy eyes muttered, "Big brother, why don't you sleep? I'll sleep in a while." "You keep sleeping." Lu Ran squeezed her hand and said, "Oh." Poi rolled over and continued to snore. The gestures, the language, the demeanor, it looks completely personal, but inside, it has little to do with people. Lu Ran was a bit speechless. On the contrary, Bauer used to stay awake, and would use cultivation at night to quickly recover her spirit. More time to stay sober and cherish what little time you have left. But after being with Lu Ran, instead, he occasionally slept in. It shouldn't be a human race, but with such characteristics, it surely isn't an ordinary race either. Ghost knows where the Lai tribe came out. Lu Ran didn't even study it in the end. Forget it, there's still 3 years left. Let's talk about it. Lu Ran stretched his back, looked out into the night and continued to wait. Early the next morning, Zhong Qing then came to Lu Ran. After knocking on the door, Lu Ran picked up Bauer, who was still sleeping, straight away. That's what opened the door. Subconsciously, he glanced at Sukyu's chest and then down to see the mysterious area, confirming that the heavenly spirit purpose is indeed impervious to vision, and not because of the special nature of Bauer's physique. Lu Ran skimmed his mouth resentfully. On the contrary, when he looked at Zhong Cheng again, Lu Ran saw it more truly. Golden immortal triple sky, short of roughly 1/5 of the spiritual power to break through to the fourth sky. Sure enough, I'm looking at it in more detail. Let's go. I'll take you over to the backyard, Zhong Qing said. Having said that, looking over at the still somewhat dazed Lin Bauer, couldn't help but reach out a hand to try and pinch Lin Bauer's cheeks. Don't move. Lu Ran's heart shook, while Lin Bauer instantly sobered up. Zhong Qing's hand was stiffly raised in midair as she looked at Lu Ran in confusion. My little sister, she recognizes life, does not like others to touch her. Do not mind. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said casually. I see. I'm being rude. Children are understandable. Suharu is very broad-minded, and doesn't feel anything about it. After that, she led the way ahead, taking Lu Ran and Lin Bauer towards the backyard. As he walked through a pierced hall, he suddenly came face to face with Zhong Yunshan around the corner. There were also a few attendants behind Zhong Yunshan. Looking at Zhong Yunshan's appearance, wearing a more elaborate python robe than yesterday, Zhong Qing asked, "Father, you're going out?" Zhong Yunshan then glanced at Lu Ran. Only then did he say, "The king called the Four Directions Marquis for an audience, and I entered the imperial palace." You are. Lu Ran's heart tightened. Don't let Zhong Yunshan find out what's going on. It's a good thing that Zhong Qing casually said, "Take a look around casually." The Zhongho mansion is very large. If he has the desire to become a guest secretary of the Zhonghofu, it is to be understood. There's nothing wrong with that talk. Zhong Yunshan didn't think much about it and nodded his head. Fine, just turn around. Don't go to the backyard or the side halls. Feel free to do so elsewhere. After saying that, he hurriedly led the people away, and Lu Ran stared at Zhong Yunshan's back and read in his heart, "Immortal Monarch Second Heaven." With his heavenly spirit eyes, he could actually see an immortal monarch's realm at a glance. Together with the two Daolord immortals behind Zhong Yunshan, a triple heavens and a fifth heavens, clear as day, the so-called know your enemy and know yourself. This sky spirit eyes in hand, the gap between the enemy and me to see is real. The same immortal method, a sword to kill the immortal is already useless, but this heavenly spirit eyes, Lu Ran is very satisfied. Only after Zhong Yunshan left did Zhong Qing spit out her tongue. He said, "The backyard and the side halls are forbidden places in the mansion, heavily guarded, and unusual people are not allowed to approach." Oh, Lu Ran's heart fluttered. The backyard he could understand. Zhong Yunshan bringing a female back and locking her up in the backyard. Didn't want to be disturbed in his favor. But what's the reason for not allowing access to the side halls? as if he could see Lu Ran's curiosity. Zongqing casually said, "The side hall is my father's private grounds for cultivation. Not even I can get close to it. And I can't take you to see it, but I can go to the backyard." Same time, the great Qian Emperor's palace. The Empress Xu Shalua was dressed in a phoenix robe and froze with a jade pendant in her hand. A middle-aged general in front of him said, "All the immortal washing pools in the 30,000 miles around Great Qian have been examined. There is no news of Lu Ran." The Empress moved slightly and said, "Expand the range." The man hesitated a bit and said hesitantly, "To continue expanding the scope, the manpower would need to be more than tripled. Now that the Martial God Alliance is eyeing us, we call on a large number of troops to." The words were not finished. The Empress's cold eyes skimmed over, and the man instantly didn't dare to speak. One could only say in fear, "Your Majesty, forgive me, I'll make the arrangements now." End of chapter. Chapter 54, She Won't Agree. Inside the Imperial Palace, the Four Directions Marquis stood in unison not far from the Empress. Xinhua Hozong Yunshan, Marquis Ping de Fu Zhenglong, Marquis du Xiuxing of Zhongting, Taisher Holiao Shan. What are the king's orders for summoning us here? Fu Zhenglong was straightforward in nature and asked directly. The other three also looked at the Empress. During this recent period, the Martial God Alliance has been acting more and more recklessly. Do you have any relevant news? The Empress asked indifferently. The jade pendant was always clutched in his hand. The Marquis of the Four Directions had long been accustomed to this. Not so good. There's been more and more friction, big and small, with the Martial God Alliance lately. Because a large amount of manpower was deployed to clear the Immortal cleansing pool, I suffered a lot of losses. Fu Zhenglong said directly. The Empress was silent for a few seconds without answering. Instead, he looked at Zhong Yunshan. The latter hurriedly said, "Inside and outside the Imperial City, it's also true that quite a few people from the Martial God Alliance have infiltrated in recently. Efforts are being made to clear it out, and some of it has already been gotten rid of." The Empress said, "After so many years, this is the first time the Martial God Alliance has infiltrated the Great Qian Imperial City in large numbers. Kill them and a new batch will infiltrate. And for what reason? You just kill them and don't ask why." Zhong Yunshan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I am checking it. There's just no clear news trail yet." The other two stood around unable to intervene. Most of the fights between the Martial God Alliance and the Dechen dynasty were in terms of battle power. The Marquis of Zhongting is in charge of the civil officials, and it is his duty to assist the Empress in reorganizing the court. It's not plugged in with the Martial God Alliance. Liao Wenshan, the Taisher husband, monitors all the officials and searches for corrupt officials is his duty. But this knucklehead, Taisher Ho, was a little hard to watch. Opening his mouth, he said, "Your Majesty, I know that since Lu Ran's name appeared on the Immortal Ascension list that day, you then arranged for a large number of people to clear the Immortal Wash Pool. But this move, the old minister feels is not right." The Empress frowned slightly as she looked at Taisher Ho. If it were anyone else, they would immediately not dare to speak, not daring to disobey His Majesty. But Liao Wenshan, a person who monitors all the officials, has a hard character and says what he wants. So he continued, "The spirit world's 9 states are huge. Our Dacian dynasty and even the entire eastern boundary of the Tsun domain are but a projectile. Lu Ran happened to ascend in the Dacian territory of the chances, almost zero. It's purely useless to call on a large number of troops to do this. Wouldn't it provide an opportunity for the Martial God Alliance to infiltrate? In other words, if they didn't go looking for that Lu Ran, the Martial God Alliance wouldn't have stomped on their noses like this now." The Empress looked at Liao Wenshan indifferently. The expression was calm and cold, and her emotions could not be seen. But it was unusual for anyone to disobey her like that. Liao Wenshan didn't care about that and continued, "And I heard that the king has arranged additional manpower to expand the search area, which is bound to cost several times more troops. This move, dangerous." At that moment, the Empress looked again at Du Xiuxing, who hadn't said anything, asked, "What does the Marquis of Zhongting have to say?" Du Xiuxing seems to have prepared his words a long time ago. Hearing the Empress question, she immediately spoke. "The Martial God Alliance has coveted the Great Qian territory for so many years, acting overbearingly but not stupidly. Even after calling in a large number of troops to clear the Immortal Wash Pool, there are countless experts left behind inside and outside of this imperial city. And the Martial God Alliance also categorically does not dare to act rashly. The king is eager to find someone, and this move is understandable, ambiguous, not denying it, not saying it's supportive. Just say that you understand the king's behavior. I did have some explanations for summoning the four of you here today," the Empress said. The four immediately stood up straight and shuffled around. "First, the range is widened and the search continues, with or without results. Keep me informed of all of them. Second, The Martial God Alliance has been behaving erratically for a while now, and most likely has something up its sleeve. Marquis Pingdu and Marquis Jinghua, the two of you deploy inside and outside the Imperial City. Be sure to be strict. Thirdly, the 100 officials of the dynasty. Rumors have been spreading lately, and the Taisher Marquis has been thoroughly investigating the 100 officials since today. If there are any second thoughts, they will be killed first. Fourth, this side of the Empress arranged for deployment. It could be seen that it wasn't entirely focused on the matter of searching for Lu Ran, still wary of the Martial God Alliance. Other side, inside the Zhonghe mansion, Zhongcheng brought Lu Ran to the backyard. It does have some troop patrols here, but seeing that it was Zhongqing who had brought them here, they did not ask questions, and the two of them drove straight in, passing through layers of barriers and into the backyard. This place seems to have been built specifically for this purpose. Within this huge Zhonghe mansion, there was such a paradise-like back garden. A variety of buildings are staggered through the corridors around a lake on one side. Pass through a corridor that connects to the island in the center of the lake. There is only one gazebo in the lake island, besides one main house and two side houses, dotted in a beautiful landscape of peach blossoms. Tang Cherry Rua sat in the gazebo, staring blankly at the mirror-like lake in front of her. Thoughts were afraid to have flown off into the sky. The entire backyard was wrapped in a forbidden boundary, and when they reached the backyard entrance, they couldn't enter. Lu Ran stood in the doorway and saw the silhouette in the gazebo in the center of the lake from a big distance. Sakura Rua. Lu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Tang Cherry Rua ascended 1 day earlier than him, 10 days respectively, and now he is seeing it again in the spirit world. The youngest junior apprentice is now being locked up like a canary. The anger in Lu Ran's heart instantly turned over. Beside him, Suharu did not notice anything. Introducing it, he said, "This is it. There's a boundary in front of us. We can't get in." And the woman. I also did not have the opportunity to interact with her. Lu Ran looked at Tang Cherry Rua. Lightly, he asked, "Even if it's accepting an apprentice, don't you think it's overbearing for Zhong Yunshan to act in such a manner?" Words. A trace of helplessness flashed across Zhongqing's face. Shaking his head, he said, "Overbearing, indeed, but I understand my father's good intentions, and they'll be sent away from the summer state after they don't agree. So there's not much wrong with that. A simple brain is good." And was brainwashed by Zhong Yunshan in a few words. Lu Ran exhaled slowly, said, "The girl on the lake island, called Tang Cherry Rua." Zhongqing froze and looked at Lu Ran in surprise. "Didn't you say earlier that you didn't recognize it? She ascended not long ago, and was brought here by your father within a few days. She won't agree. She has a master." Lu Ran continued, "Do you really know her? But you just..." Zhongqing was a little confused. Lu Ran then stepped forward. A hand slowly reached out. Barte. A transparent boundary blocked Lu Ran's hand, and his palm slowly fit on top of the boundary. Seemingly disturbed, the boundary rippled with layers of. A huge transparent hood could be seen between flashes wrapping the entire backyard. This was the boundary set up by Zhong Yunshan. Lu Ran's eyes were shining brightly. With the addition of the heavenly spirit eyes and the full level of the formation, the boundary was almost see-through at a glance. Spiritual energy flowed out from his palm, following the veins of the boundary and pulling it out. A complicated pattern instantly crawled all over the entire boundary shield. Countless long snakes of spiritual runes began to swim and weave. Zhongqing realized something and said in shock, "Yi Nan, no!" In the meantime, outside the backyard, two silhouettes came in a hurry. They were the two great Luo immortals that Lu Ran had met earlier. Before he came to his heels, he let out, "The Marquis is right. Your Excellency really does have an impure purpose." Inside the lake island, Tang Cherry Rua couldn't hear the movement outside because of the boundary, but then you could see the entire boundary start to shake with the somewhat surprised not knowing what was going on. Subconsciously, he turned his head. Beyond the lake, the familiar figure caused Tang Cherry Rua's entire body to freeze. Master. End of chapter. Chapter 55, How's my move? Before the man arrives, the sword comes first. A lingering sword chi seemed to split this heaven and earth, heading towards the back of Lu Ran's head. "Don't do it. Don't do it yet," Zhongqing shouted. In her haste, but she couldn't stop it. She was only a golden immortal. Moment of truth. Lin Bauer dodged to block behind Lu Ran, and with a forward dash, her entire body crashed on top of the sword chi. Bauer. The shout was not Lu Ran, but Zhongqing. She only knew that Bauer was Lu Ran's little sister, in a low realm, and that against a sword from a De Luo immortal. "I'm not going to be split up on the spot." On the contrary, Lu Ran did not move. Bauer could not die. Sure enough, Lin Bauer's petite body slammed into that sword chi. Pang flew out backwards with a bang. The sword energy did not diminish and followed closely behind. Lu Ran broke the boundary with one hand and reached back with the other. supporting Bauer's back. Then the arms straightened, holding up Bauer raw. He blocked that de Luoxian sword chi. Bauer's tiny face was full of excitement at this time, and she said proudly, "Big brother, what about my move?" At this moment, Zhong Qing was dumbfounded. The two Dao Lord Immortals were also dumbfounded. When this sword passes, even a golden immortal will be torn apart. However, it was carried hard by a yellow-haired little girl at the Jindan realm, and seemingly unharmed. Not bad, bringing you here was really a good idea. Lu Ran gave his approval to Bauer. Bauer hemmed and hawed. Then suddenly he shouted, big brother, left, left." Another fist wind wrapped with a fierce tiger shadow roared and blasted over. Wherever they passed, rubble exploded, walls crumbled, and sand flew. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow and moved to the left with Bauer in his arms. Boom! The punch, which landed solidly on Poi, split her head. Pfffff. Bauer spat out the rubble crumbs in her mouth and glared at her opponent with disgruntled anger. The two Dao Lord Immortals looked at me. I looked at you, and then looked at their own bodies, doubting that this Dao Lord Immortal realm of his was a fake anymore. A sword chi and a crashing mountain punch couldn't kill a little Jindan girl. Ha! In the meantime, Tang Cherry Rua inside the boundary was also watching the scene. Lu Ran broke the formation with one hand, while carrying Bauer with the other, blocking the attacks of the De Luo Immortals. From the ground up, playing God, you and I will combine our efforts to bypass this girl and kill Yinan first. I'm sorry, the two men shouted as they looked at each other. Buzz. Both of their Dao Lord Dharma phases appeared at the same time. The one who used the sword, his Dharma image was a winged roc. For the one who used his fist, his Dharma image was a saber-toothed tiger. Both of their phantasms were beast phantasms, and they were the second best of the beast phantasms. Lu Ran was completely unafraid. Dharma phase. We have it too. Buzz, the god of war, interdictor, passed through the heavens and appeared at first glance. In the meantime, Ka Chao, the boundary in front of Lu Ran, which was in pieces, was unraveled by Lu Ran and dissipated with a bang. Tang Cherry Rua shouted in delight. A flash appeared beside Lu Ran. Exultantly, he said, Master. God knows how desperate Tang Cherry Rua was when she ascended to the spirit world and was caught under embarrassment. This coldly, Master unexpectedly came to her door, domineeringly and incomparably directly breaking open the boundary to save her. Under the enchantment of the fledgling complex, Tang Cherry Rua's cheeks were scarlet, and if it were not for the difference between master and disciple, she wants it all. But at the same time, he couldn't help but look at Yi Nan in surprise, as well as the heaven-defying Dala Dharma phase behind Yi Nan. She ascended one day earlier than Lu Ran, but she was unable to control her own destiny and was reduced to a prisoner. The downfall is not known, but Lu Ran, even though he ascended a day late, but yet, it's already a great Luo immortal. Moreover, this Dala Dharma phase, how it looked, was more forced than the Dharma phases of those two. Those two men were in a rage. The woman that Zhong Yunshan brought back was an absolute taboo. Nothing could go wrong. Now that the boundaries have been opened, if this bastard runs away with his men, the two of them are going to be in for a rude awakening. And so it was. Almost without hesitation, the two of them were on fire, rushing towards Lu Yen. Same time, Imperial Palace. The Empress, who was explaining the arrangements for deployment, detected a fluctuation in breath. Together with the 5 Marquis of the 4 directions, they instantly appeared outside the Grand Hall and looked up. Although the distance was far, because of the high location of the Imperial Palace, the 3 Dharma Phantoms could see it clearly. It's the direction of the Marquis Zone's residence. Zhong Yunshan, what happened to your residence? I'm sorry, Du Xiuxing asked with a smile. Zhong Yunshan's face was ugly. Of course he recognized the 2 phalanxes as his own. But whose is that bigger one in the phallic form? The god of war. Interdictor. When did my great Qian produce a phantom of this grade? Fu Zhanglong was surprised. To be able to fight with someone from the Zhonghufu, that means that it's not someone from my Dakian. The Martial God Alliance is so bold that even the Dao Lord Immortals have infiltrated the Imperial City. Liao Wunshan rigidly said angrily, go check it out. The Empress spoke after a few seconds of silence. And right now, inside the Zhonghu mansion, Lu Ran watched as the two attacked and came before him. One hand raised. Pang! Interceptor's huge shield isolated all the attacks from the two. At the same time, the broad axe in the other hand traveled across the room and chopped out. It forced those two to retreat, not daring to take it on the chin. The moment he forced back the two men, Lu Ran held Bauer in one hand and Tang Cherry Rua in the other. Earthbound Immortal. Whoosh! Including the Dharma phase. The 3 instantly disappeared into the earth without a trace. Lu Ran was no cutie pie. Just like the earlier considerations of those golden immortals from the Martial God Alliance. This is the Imperial City of Diqian. Zhong Yunshan himself was an immortal monarch. and the remaining 3 of the 4 directions Ho were, more than likely, as well, plus an even more terrifying Great Qian Empress. It was too eye-catching to fight here, especially with the Tao Lord Phantasm. If we delay, when the immortal monarch arrives, we'll really mail it. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Lu Ran won't need 10 years. He had a night's rest last night, with Bauer by his side. Lu Ran's realm had already risen to the 5th heavenly layer of the Great Luo, and he was looking at the 6th heavenly layer. At this rate of advancement, immortal monarchs are not a dream. Those 2 froze and hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of the other 3 long ago. The 2 men's bodies shook viciously, their faces pale beyond recognition. He said, "It's over. Zongyun Mountain's seedling has been robbed. If the 2 of them don't look after it well, they will only end up in a very miserable situation. That's a taboo in Zongyun Mountain. It's the transportation technique. It shouldn't run far. Let's chase after it." One of them grimaced and gritted his teeth. But which direction to go? There's absolutely no clue. I only knew that the other party had run away using the transportation technique, but I didn't know which way it had gone, so how could I chase after them? Sure, it wasn't their fault because Lu Ran himself had no way to control the earthbound immortal's orientation. Within 1,000 miles, random teleportation. Go check on that large and small group of 2 that we met last night north of the city. The 2 will have to go blind, but was about to go. Several figures came walking in the void in the sky, each step as if they had shrunk to the ground with extreme speed, because the speed was too fast. Wherever it passed, layers of clouds rolled over and the wind whistled. It drew the eyes of countless people within the Great Qian Imperial City to look over. Then a blink. The phoenix-robed empress brought the 4 directions marquee and arrived at the Zone Ho mansion. The 2 great Luo immortals, including Zong Cheng and those guards, all changed their faces drastically. In unison, they bowed their heads and saluted, shouting, "Greetings to the king! Where are the people?" Before the empress could react, Zong Yunshan couldn't help but yell at the duo. Those 2 stammered and couldn't say a word for a long time. It was not clear whether Zong Yunshan was asking about the woman or that Yinan. "Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly." The party that was the Dala immortal of the interdictor Dharma? Du Xiuxing asked with a leathery smile. He was a man, with a nickname of Smiling Scholar, who looked elegant on the outside. But those who know the identity of Du Xiuxing know how ruthless this person is. Ran away, using some sort of recluse technique, and we weren't able to stop it. "I'm sorry," the 2 men said with ugly faces. "Run away? Took my people with you?" Zong Yunshan stared at the 2 men and a hint of murderous intent flashed under his eyes. At this point, the empress suddenly took a few steps forward and walked to where Lu Ran was standing just now, eyes a little perplexed. This sent. End of chapter. Chapter 56. This dynasty was built for him. Look at the empress' odd expression. Zong Yunshan hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, what have you discovered?" The empress shook her head and said, "This aura reminds me of a deceased person." The old man? Zong Yunshan was stunned. That kid from earlier. And the empress knew each other? The king knows this person? Zong Yunshan asked. The few remaining people looked at the empress. "I don't recognize it. This man ascended to the Great Luo. It can't be him. To be able to have the interdictor's phantom, it's definitely not an idle person. It's most likely someone from the Martial God Alliance," the empress said with a slight frown on her brows. At this point, Du Xiuxing suddenly asked smilingly, "Zong Yunshan, since this person is from the Martial God Alliance, why did you appear in your Marquis Zong's residence? Have you had any encounters with each other?" Backstabbing. Zong Yunshan's face instantly turned ugly. Angrily, he said, "Du Xiuxing, what nonsense are you talking?" The empress looked at Zong Yunshan and asked, "So, why is this person in your Zong Hofu, and took your Zong Ho family with you?" Zong Yunshan's face was unsightly and he didn't know how to answer. At this point, Zong Cheng, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up. "Back to the king. He is what I met by chance outside the city. I led my men after the people from the Martial God Alliance and was about to make my move." Zong Cheng told the story as it was. Also include what happened today. A little too much information. The few people of the empress who heard this were all a bit stunned. The empress glanced at Zong Yunshan and said in a cold voice, "As you said, that person ascended to the Great Luo and also possessed the interdictor Dharma. How could he be a loner? And, Zong Yunshan, that bit of yours hasn't changed until now. You captured so many women. Do you really think I don't know what you're up to?" Now that the Martial God Alliance is watching intently, you still have the heart to engage in those. The empress' few words caused Zong Yunshan's face to turn slightly white. Awkwardly, he was mortared in place. On the contrary, the empress did not dwell much on this topic with Zong Yunshan. Instead, he looked puzzled and said, "In that case, that person approached Zong Qing and came to Marquis Zong's residence. The purpose is for the woman you've locked up, and it's not yet known if she's really from the Martial God Alliance. whether it's true or not. If this person can possess the interdictor phantasm, he can't be underestimated and needs to pay more attention. I'm sorry, Fu Zhenglong said from the sidelines. It was Du Xiaosheng. On the contrary, who noticed the other message? Zongqing, you said earlier that the attack of the two Daolord immortals, it was all blocked by a half-grown girl, and that girl was unharmed? What exactly was the performance? Du Xiaosheng asked. Zongqing was also shocked as she recalled the scene. A 50-50 description. A mere Jin Dan. Yet it can withstand the attack of a great Luo immortal without a single scratch. This world. Who else can do it besides the Lai? Du Xiaosheng was surprised, but I saw with my own eyes the man holding the hand of the maiden, and there was nothing unusual about the, mostly not from the Lai tribe. Zongqing said. That's true. All beings are equal before the Lai. Even a great Luo immortal wouldn't dare to come into too much contact with the Li. Perhaps there is some other means by which an immortal treasure of great ability can do it, and if it is an ancient treasure that, it's even simpler, but either way, that person's identity is very impressive. Du Xiaosheng analyzed, even they, the four directions Ho, each had only one or two immortal treasures in their hands. Ancient treasure? They haven't had the opportunity to own it, even if you ran away. Did the four of you hear the previous deployment clearly? The Empress seemed a little distracted and asked casually. After receiving affirmation from the four, the Empress disappeared in a flash. The remaining three Marquis bid farewell to Zhong Yunshan and left as well. Father, I didn't know that he was even. Zongqing apologized and looked at Zhong Yunshan. Alas, still careless. I did not expect a great Luo immortal to. It was actually possible to snatch someone away from under my nose. Zhong Yunshan had a moment of physical pain. It's not easy to find such a cauldron. I should have known better than to force it. While the results and comfort of the process can be greatly reduced, but it's a lot better than getting nothing out of it. Father, should we send someone to find him? Zongqing said. Her impression of Lu Ran was a big change now. A foolishly loyal and simple-minded woman like her was put on the spot by Lu Ran. Even if the Empress guessed that Lu Ran was not from the Martial God Alliance, she saw that Lu Ran had come to save the day, but using her loyalty to Daqian to take advantage of her made Zongqing very annoyed. Not looking, I have more important things. Zhong Yunshan directly waved his hand. Subsequently, surprisingly, he also did not punish those two poorly guarded Daolord immortals. A man went alone to the secret room in the side hall. If this comes to pass, a seedling like that is nothing. Watching the entrance to the secret room slowly open, Zhong Yunshan looked around warily. Only then did he shorten and burrow in. Other side, the Empress returned to her chambers. It was located at the highest point of the Imperial Palace Hall, in front of the floor-to-ceiling platform, overlooking the great Qian Imperial City below. Out of habit, she casually took the piece of jade and squeezed it in her palm and clenched it tightly. Coldly, suddenly murmured, I've never mentioned anything about me in the lower world to you, have I? Inside the seemingly empty chambers, as the Empress's words fell, a black figure slowly emerged. It was actually a woman as well, and she stood quietly beside the Empress, not saying a word either. The Empress seems to be used to it, said to himself. When I was in the lower world, I never took an interest in cultivation, and at that time, it's still the eldest princess of the Shuijian dynasty. The peace was shattered when I was 8 years old, and I saw my father and mother die horribly. Having watched the destruction of dynasties and the displacement of countless people, the royals were brutally beheaded one by one. Only through nightmares do people grow, but I don't cultivate to restore the snowy sky. I don't cultivate to take revenge. I just want to live well. Speaking of which, the Empress's tone was slight. The tone of his voice had also suddenly softened. Continuing, he's the one who took the dying me. The Empress wanted to speak, as if she had an endless number of things to say, but in the end, it was a shake of the head. He added, this dynasty was built for him, in the hope that he would ascend to the spirit world and enjoy his success. I'll give him whatever he wants. Magic treasures, pills, divine powers, tens of thousands of years of great Qian's foundation. All of it. The calm eyes of the woman at her side shifted slightly, but she still didn't speak. The Empress's tone, on the other hand, firmed up. I will find him. I know the heart of the Martial God Alliance well. The great Qian territory will never give way. And right now, Lu Ran, with Lin Baoer and Tang Cherry Rua, was no longer in the imperial city of the great Qian dynasty. By the small river, Lu Ran used his spiritual power to vaporize the water on the three while he did so. While embarrassed, he said, no way. Can't control the orientation. Hell, just inches. Emerging from the river. After saying that, he took down a pebble that was on top of Baoer's head. Baoer does not feel how. But on the contrary, this recluse feel very new and exciting. Tang Cherry Rua, on the other hand, full of eyes, Lu Ran, well behaved, standing aside. waiting for Lu Ran to use his spiritual power to vaporize the river water on her. It was as if he had returned to the lower realm and accompanied Lu Ran all day long to cultivate. Hello little sister. My name is Tang Cherry Ruo. Tang Cherry Ruo politely wanted to greet Lin Bauer, but he was stopped by Lu Ran. Shizali, you can't touch her, Lu Ran said. Knowing that Tang Cherry Ruo still did not understand, it casually explained. Listening to Tang Cherry Ruo froze. There are such amazing races in this world, but at the same time, he was surprised that Poi only had 3 years left. Although Bauer herself had long since gotten used to it, Tang Cherry Ruo still hurriedly digressed. Asked, Master, where are we going now? Lu Ran waved his hand and said, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stay here and go back to Dakian in a few days. Wrap up that Soundson. Staying for a few days and advancing to Immortal Monarch is enough. A great man must have his revenge. Finished, and added a sentence, Cherry Ruo at that time will not go. Bauer follow me. Go over and touch him. It's best if you can. If not I'll make up for it. End of chapter. Chapter 57 Advancing to Immortal Monarch. 7 days later. Today is the 7th day. The previous 6 days of check-ins. All wasted. Lu Ran leaned on a tree trunk. His brows furrowed. I originally thought that when I came to the spirit world, the chance of signing up for a blitz had increased. But the 3 have been at this creek for 6 days. The daily check-ins are all general check-ins. Give some basic pills and cultivation. Not even ordinary divine powers. The earthbound immortal given earlier was a normal avatar though, but instead it was quite useful. Strange. Can it be related to my experience? Lu Ran guessed. There is a god's will in the underworld. The system exists to assist the traveler. There is no doubt about that. Combined with recent experiences, Lu Ran only goes through or is about to go through something when it's only when you sign in that the good stuff comes up, which is the blitz. For example, before at the Upper Sword Pavilion. At that time, Lu Ran was not strong enough to take on the Golden Immortals, so he had to have something to take on. So, 2 blasts before taking on the Golden Immortal. One is immune to Golden Immortal attacks and one kills Golden Immortals in seconds. Being so targeted, it was inevitable that Lu Ran suspected that the things given by this signing were not random at all. More like now. Lu Ran had been at this jungle creek for 6 days and had done nothing. So the rewards for signing in are also pretty average. According to this, I'm looking at advancing to Immortal Monarch, and after advancing to Immortal Monarch, it's about to go to Zone Yunshan's trouble. Signing in today, it's more than likely not going to be something ordinary. Lu Ran guessed so, because the signing of 100,000 years in the lower world is indeed random. So just a guess. Maybe signing on in the spirit world is different than in the lower world. But Lu Ran was in no hurry to sign in. Instead, he intended to sign in after he advanced to Immortal Monarch. Bauer leaned right next to Lu Ran, squinting and napping. Tang Cherry Ruo from around to find some mountain treasures wild food. Simple cooking to Lu Ran eat. That's how it is in the lower world. Although in the lower realm all had long passed the period of grain repellency, she knew that Lu Ran loved to eat. Master, after dealing with the Zong Hofu, shall we return to the Blue Sect? Tang Cherry Ruo roasted the leg of an unknown flying bird in her hand and handed it to Lu Ran. Lu Ran casually took it, nibbled, shaking his head and shaking his bag. The flavor is a little worse. Turn around for the master to teach you the secret recipe. Kidding aside, Lu Ran's cooking skills, too, were at full level. Then, swallowing the food in his mouth, Lu Ran continued, after dealing with the Zong Hofu, I'll send you back to the Blue Sect. I have to go to the central state. Words. Tang Cherry Ruo immediately tensed up. Are you leaving so soon? Master, your strength realm is rising so fast. Don't you wait until the realm is high enough before leaving? Of course she couldn't let go of Lu Ran. Lu Ran also probably guessed what Tang Cherry Ruo meant. Shaking his head, he said, there's no need to wait. As for the Blue Sect, it won't be in Xiazhou all the time. You'll know when you get there. In the past few days, Lu Ran and Tang Cherry Ruo talked about their experiences after coming to the spirit world. This includes the emergence of the Sifuan sisters and the establishment of the Blue Sect. Tang Cherry Ruo is very eager for this, looking forward to the opportunity to return to the Blue Sect. Of course, the premise was the Blue Sect under Lu Ran's leadership. As for Tang Cherry Ruo, it was much more tragic. She ascended up here without any support, and halfway there she encountered Zhou Wei, who coveted her beauty, caught by the other side. If Zong Yunshan hadn't seen Tang Cherry Ruo's talent halfway through, her fate could be imagined. But then it turned out that old pipsqueak, Zong Yunshan, wasn't any good either. If Lu Ran didn't come to her rescue, his fate wouldn't be much better than at the hands of Zhou Wei. It's the peak of the 9 heavens of the Great Luo. I guess it's coming soon. Lu Ran murmured as he looked internally at his realm. Eyes were about to advance within half an hour, but Lu Ran was still a bit confused. Ascension requires a heavenly opportunity, a sense of enlightenment, and he was stuck for 100,000 years. When one advances to the Great Luo, one needs a phallic phase, either to perceive it by oneself, either get it from the bones of a Dala immortal corpse. So what do you need to advance to Immortal Monarch? It would be embarrassing to get stuck on something again. At the moment, there was no Immortal Monarch around that he could ask, so he could only try to see if the blind cat touched the dead rat. About half an hour later, Lu Ran and the three of them were chatting. Suddenly, Lu Ran's voice lurched and he looked down at his body in surprise. Master, what's wrong? Tang Cherry Roa couldn't help but ask as she watched Lu Ran react strangely, as if, buzz. Before the words were finished, the tree trunk behind him suddenly exploded. The Dharma phase popped out without warning, and the enormous body of the god of war, Interdictor, passed through the heavens and into the earth. Mighty! Opposite Tang Cherry Roa was forced back a large distance by this sudden Dharma phase Waya. Surprised, he looked at Lu Ran. Bauer would be miserable. He leaned right next to Lu Ran. The moment the phallic phase collapsed out, whoosh, she bounced right off. The whole thing plopped down on the edge of the creek not far away and nibbled on the mud. Casually stunned, he looked at Lu Ran. Master, big brother, what are you doing? The two women looked at Lu Ran in surprise. I don't know. It seems like it's going to advance and I can't control my phantom anymore, Lu Ran said with a serious look. Not only that, even Lu Ran's body began to become sluggish. Some stiffness. He tried to stand up, and even with such a simple movement, all of them made Lu Ran exert his strength. What is this? Lu Ran was a bit flustered. Is this the normal process of advancing to Immortal Monarch? Or did something else go wrong? Lu Ran didn't know, and there was no one to answer his questions. Lu Ran tried to do something about it, but at that moment, the rigor mortis got even worse and he couldn't even move. In the meantime, behind him, the criminal heaven Dharma phase stood silently, motionless, but a special force field gradually expanded as if it were a boundary. It quickly encompassed both Tang Cherry Rua and Lin Bauer. However, the two did not seem to notice anything. Only Lu Ran felt it. It's broken. I can't move. Lu Ran was somewhat speechless. If he had known that advancing immortal monarchs were this virtuous, he would have run a little farther away. But now, it's too late to say anything. If this really attracted the attention of the great Qian Empress and those immortal monarchs from Zongyun Mountain, it would be embarrassing to come ahead and hang him. But Lu Ran's fears did not materialize. His location here is on the western side of the mountain range, 800 miles away from the Great Qian. There was also the main vein of the mountain range just out of the way in between. Rather, there was no need to worry about attracting the attention of Dechen. But unexpectedly, it was detected by another group of people. The foot of the mountain extends outward for 20 miles. A line of men in black robes, with heavy cloaked hats over their heads, flying almost close to the ground. Extremely fast. The group all immediately stopped in their tracks the moment the Dharma phase of Interdictor appeared. Surprised, he looked over. The black-robed man in the lead froze. Then he was surprised and said, "Someone advanced to Immortal Monarch there." A few people around him then said cautiously, "Commander Chen, could it be someone from Dechen?" The man in the lead murmured, "Those who are qualified to advance to the level of Immortal Monarchs in Dakian. The Empress would never allow the other party to run to this desolate suburb to advance. But it could never be someone from our Martial God Alliance either." A few seconds of contemplation. The man in the lead said, "Go over and see if it's a foe or a friend. The God of War, Interceptor, has awakened the immortal realm. I shudder to think how horrible it would be. The Martial God Alliance is now on a collision course with the Great Qian. Such a fellow popped up at this juncture. And the God of War, Interdictor Phantasm, advanced to Immortal Monarch. If it is a friendly party, it will be like a tiger. If it is an enemy, it will be snuffed out." End of chapter. Chapter 58, The Terror of the Lai Maiden. A few people moved quickly. Lu Ran was still trying to regain control of his body when they arrived on the opposite side. The sudden appearance of several black-robed men made Tang Cherry Roa and Lin Bauer instantly tense up. Lu Ran also frowned, looking at these black-robed people in front of him, not to mention which side of the force they were from. He couldn't even move right now. It would be bad if the other side had any ill intentions. He had originally wanted to use his heavenly spirit eyes to check it out, but then he realized that there was really nothing he could do right now. "I can't move, and all my powers have disappeared." He now only prayed that the other party was a Golden Immortal and not a Great Luo Immortal, because Lu Ran was immune to the attacks of the Golden Immortals. He was not afraid. Lin Bauer also had an immortal body and likewise didn't need to worry, but Tang Cherry Rua was in trouble. At the same time, Lu Ran prayed that the other party would be shocked by his interdictor Dharma and leave on his own. But alas, the wish was lost. One of the black-robed men laughed out loud and said, "Sure enough, It's not someone from our martial god alliance. No guards, no array protection. Just a straightforward advancement. Your Excellency really has a big heart. Thump. Lu Ran's heart shook. The other party knew he was advancing? He said with strong composure. Knowing that I'm advancing, you guys still dare to come over and, not afraid I'll kill you. The words fell. Several of the black-robed men then burst into collective laughter. To advance to Immortal Monarch, it takes at least an hour or so, and within that time you can't do anything. Expecting this to scare us? Hearing the other party say that, Lu Ran immediately frowned. It seemed that the current inability to move was indeed caused by advancing into Immortal Monarch. A few black-robed men looked at Tang Cherry Rua and Lin Bauer. There was a flurry of talk. Since they're not from our martial god alliance, just kill them. At this juncture, pulling the strings doesn't work, so don't be a stumbling block for us. That woman is in good shape. Just in time for me to go on fire. Hey, I like the little one. I'll take that little girl. Several people drew their weapons as they spoke. At the same time, behind a few black-robed men, a Daolord Dharma phase appeared at first glance in unison. Lu Ran's heart shook. There were a total of 7 black-robed people. The first 6, all of them were De Luo immortals. Oops, only one black-robed man at the very back hadn't moved yet, and he seemed to be leading the way. An advanced immortal monarch can't move, but his protective spiritual treasures and body strength are still there. Everyone go all out and kill him. One of the black-robed men shouted. Anymore, it was a peak Daolord immortal who was advancing into Immortal Monarch. It cannot be underestimated. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes suddenly saw a petite figure rapidly approaching. Turning his head, he realized it was the little girl. Lin Bauer was very fast and approached the other party, but did not strike out to attack, her eyes firm. Seek death. One of the black-robed men was about to make a move right away, but it was stopped by another. You can't kill. I haven't enjoyed it yet, the black-robed man shouted. The companion then gave up the attack. Since you've taken a fancy to it, look after it yourself. And, in a moment of action, rubbing some edges, she could die a horrible death. Then you'll just have to get it while it's hot then. Anyway, in their eyes, this little girl was a little girl in the Qingshan realm. It couldn't even break their protective astral aura and was fearless. Don't worry, I'll stun him first. Let's do it and kill that guy first. When he finished, he reached out. A huge suction force instantly sucked Lin Bauer to herself. Ka! A chokehold was placed on Lin Bao's neck, but not too hard. Girl, better be good and wait for me for a while. The black-robed man smiled lewdly and licked his lips. He was talking, but suddenly he realized the odd smile on the face of the little girl he was pinching in his hand. He snapped. He was about to say something else when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Swish! With a shake of his hand, he threw Lin Bauer out, but beside him was his companion. And the moment Lin Bao was thrown out, his little arm swung out. Snap! The small palm slapped smoothly on the face of the man in black who had previously intended to make a move. Something is wrong, my Dantian. Damn! This girl poisoned me. I'm sorry, the first black-robed man cried out in horror. After shouting, he hurriedly sat down on his knees. He felt as if his Dantian had turned into a bottomless pit. It was frantically devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around it. These spiritual forces of heaven and earth were not quenched and blasted into the Dantian, wrapped in restless and riotous emotions. Traveling through the large and small circumference, it fills the meridians of the whole body. He felt like his bones were falling apart, and his Dantian had a general feeling of being swollen and about to explode. He tried hard to apply his energy to try to restrain this strange phenomenon, but realized that it was impossible to do so. In the meantime, the black-robed man who had been slapped by Lin Bauer was infuriated and angry, intended to kill Lin Bao outright, but suddenly, he saw the odd reaction of his companion and snapped to attention. Then he realized why his companion was reacting that way. He also hurriedly sat down on his knees, shouting, "Don't go near that girl. She's a lie. Looks like this one is still pretty insightful, but there is no use to have insight. His Dantian, but also in the long neck sucking water in general will be the spiritual power of heaven and earth without distinction. A wide range of wild suction entries. Ping. In just a few breaths of time, the first black-robed man couldn't hold on and his Dantian burst. The body was also twisted into a bizarre position and died because of the spiritual energy that was scattered in all directions from the bursting of the Dantian. Immediately after that, there was a second black-robed man. Ping! The Dantian bursts. Right after it, the Dala Dharma phase behind the duo also disappeared in this way. The remaining few black-robed men's faces changed drastically, and they withdrew back a large distance, looking at Lin Bauer in horror. Tholi people, this girl is really a Li? Damn it! A little Li clan girl at the Jian stage is so terrifying. Don't mind him. Do the killing first. The Li can't be killed. A few black-robed men looked at each other, not intending to continue delaying, intending to directly take action against Lu Ran. Lin Bao's small face clustered. She couldn't get close if she was discovered as a Li clan member. Unless berserk. But even after berserking, she was only at the true immortal realm. Useless. Tang Cherry Rua's face turned white as she drew out her own sword. This sword was still given to me by Lu Ran when I was in the lower realm, and it was powered by Qi, so it couldn't be augmented with spirit power in the spirit world. It's tantamount to a handful of mortal iron. Moreover, at her true immortal realm, she couldn't even break a finger in front of a great Luo immortal. However, she was still unwilling to step back, inwardly terrified, but her eyes were incomparably determined as she blocked in front of Lu Ran. Rather, it was Lin Bao's behavior that scared Tang Cherry Rua. Lu Ran had said that Lin Bao was a lie, and what would happen to those who were touched. But when you listen, it always seems a bit unrealistic. But right now, the two Daolord immortals that were touched by Lin Bao directly exploded and died. What a horrible ability. Sakura Rua, go, Lu Ran said in a deep voice. He wasn't worried about Lin Bao, but he was worried about Sakura Rua. In front of the great Luo immortals, there was no difference between Tang Cherry Rua and an ant, but he also knew that if De Luo Xian wanted to kill Tang Cherry Rua, her chances of escape were zero. At this time, a few black-robed men were also planning to make their move. But suddenly, the leading man behind them, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward. Buzz. Behind him, a divine general phantom carrying a large sword appeared at first glance. In contrast, the Dharma phases of the remaining few great Luo immortals were somewhat shabby. End of chapter. Chapter 59, The Realm of the Immortals. Lu Ran looked at the other party with a slight frown. Although the heavenly spirit eyes could not be utilized, one could sense that this person was not an ordinary great Luo immortal. It's hard to believe that it's still an immortal monarch? Lu Ran's heart thumped, thinking, it can't be that backward. A few black-robed men staggered out of the way as they saw that their boss was about to make a move. But the next second, pust, a large black knife suddenly surfaced in the man's hand and silently sliced off the heads of the two black-robed men closest in front of them. The two remaining black-robed men who were still alive were confused. Commander Chen, how did you, Lu Ran, Tang Cherry Rua, Lin Bao, also looked dumbfounded. What is it? How come they started killing their own people? The man didn't say a word, and the large sword in his hand lifted up once again, slashing at the other two, slashing away. A few sword chi swung out like a long rainbow pike. The two of them subconsciously dodged, and at the same time glanced at each other, instantly pulling up their speed to the extreme. Intend to run first, but the magic is, the God General Phantom behind the man suddenly made a jump that, as if alive, it blocked the path of the two. Then the hand rose and fell. The Dao Blade Chi weaved into a large net and staggered across. That duo's bodies were unsurprisingly chopped directly into several pieces of flesh that fell to the ground. The phantom behind him also dissipated and disappeared. At this point, except for the man, the rest of the black-robed man's men, all of them were dead. The phantom, on the other hand, reverted back behind the man and disappeared into obscurity. Looking at Lu Ran, he'd scared. The phantasm can still be detached from the physical body? What kind of operation is this? The black-robed man looked at Lu Ran and suddenly laughed out loud. Master, long time no see. It's so much fun to see you suffer. Ha ha. Having said that, the other man lifted the hood of his cloak from his head. Fairly good-looking, thin eyebrows and square face, most indicated by a large mole growing at the corner of the mouth. Holy, it's you kid. Dead matchmaker. Lu Ran let out a strange cry. But it's been too long since I've been shouted at like that by you. Master. Soothing nah. Instead of being angry, the man narrowed his eyes in great enjoyment, then walked towards Lu Ran. Tang Cherry Rua and Lin Bao subconsciously had to block it. Sakura Rua. It's okay, self-family. Lu Ran opened his mouth. These two are both senior sisters? The older one is pretty and the younger one is cute. Master is still so good at picking people. I'm sorry, the man exclaimed. Next, introducing himself, he said, hello senior sisters, my name is Chen Dashan, a Blue Sect disciple. Getting Lu Ran's affirmation, Tang Cherry Rua and Lin Bao were relieved. Lu Ran then said, Sakura Rua is my youngest disciple. If you are concerned about the immortal denizen list, just know that she's the one I ascended the day before. The youngest is called Lin Bao, not my disciple. She's a native of the spirit realm, a member of the Li clan. Chen Dashan slapped his head in a daze, and with a whoosh, he took several large steps back to get away from Bao. At the same time, he said, I almost forgot about that. Chen Dashan, also Lu Ran's disciple, a sword cultivator, though rather thick-brained in person. He is extremely talented. After, Chen Dashan sat across from Lu Ran. looked at Tang Cherry Ruo, and said, "Don't blame me, senior sister. I did keep an eye on the Immortal Ascension list, but only on Master's name. The others didn't pay much attention to it. He. Tang Cherry Ruo smiled and said there was no harm in it. Only then did Chendashan look at Lu Ran. "It's you, Master, who's only been ascending for a few days. 10 days there? This is how you advance to Immortal Monarch? Holy, it's worthy of being you. It's just how come you advanced in the middle of nowhere? It's too dangerous." Lu Ran rolled his eyes, asked, "No experience? The hell knows that advanced Immortal Monarchs can't even move on. By the way, what realm are you in now? How can your Downlord Dharma phase still run out and fight?" Chendashan said, "Immortal Monarchs are like that." Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Chendashan had actually become an Immortal Monarch. I'm sure the talent is outstanding. According to Chendashan's rhetoric, Immortal Monarchs were a very special realm. It was also a beginning of a qualitative change in the realm of the Immortals, sort of an advanced version of the Dala Immortal, as the Immortal Monarch's abilities were largely dependent on the Dala Dharma. When one advanced to Immortal Monarch, it was also the process of awakening the Immortal Domain. The Immortal's domain will have different effects added to it depending on the Dala Dharma. This also meant that trash phantoms, after advancing to Immortal Monarch, were even trashier. As the extreme Dharma phase advanced into Immortal Monarch, the effects of the Immortal Domain's abilities were also more terrifying. At the same time, the Downlord Dharma phase could also detach itself from the physical body to fight alone. The Dharma phases of the Downlord Immortals were more like powerful combat aids, similar to massive exoskeletons that combat maneuvers are aligned with the master. The Immortal Monarch's Phantom, on the other hand, was stronger and at the same time, it was more like a puppet that could fight alone, provided, of course, that the master's manipulation is still required. The Dala Dharma itself does not possess divine intelligence or self-consciousness. The increase of the Immortal's domain paired with the freely manipulatable Dala Dharma phase, the combat power of the Immortal Monarch, one can only imagine how terrifying. So, the boundary-like thing that expanded out just now is my Immortal Domain? How big is the range of that thing? Lu Ran was curious. Depending on the grade of the phantom, the range varies. My phantom is considered a medium phantom. There is a 10-mile square circle. Of course, as the realm rises, it will gradually expand a bit, but the foundation is most important. The better the Dharma phase, means the greater the base range. Chendashan introduced. Chendashan was now at the Immortal Monarch second sky, and his Immortal Domain was only 12 miles square. It's not too big, and it's not too small. Lu Ran was silent as he sniffed his Immortal Domain. It's now expanded out 20 miles. By the way, after Immortal Monarch, although the Dharma phase can leave the body, the range of activities it's the range of the Immortal's domain, and it will automatically return to the body when it's out of range, Chendashan said. So, the greater the range of the Immortal's domain, the more advantageous it would be when fighting, dozens of miles away. Direct suppression. I wonder when the advancement will be complete. Lu Ran muttered. This advancement of yours is almost half an hour or so. It's almost time, Chendashan said. You're from the Martial God Alliance now? Lu Ran asked. Yes, I am one of the 6 commanders of the Martial God Alliance, commanded by Martial God Alliance Master Lu Junyan. Chendashan nodded. Then your kid is still mixing well. Lu Ran looked at Chendashan in surprise. This one has a simple brain, but I didn't expect to climb quite high. As you know, I'm a lazy person, and many of my other brothers and sisters have started sects. I'm too lazy to get it because the realm is high and I joined the Martial God Alliance during the period of the Great Luo Immortal. Chendashan hemmed and hawed. Then, a message was told to Lu Ran. The reason why Chendashan brought people here was because he was preparing to sneak into the Great Qian Imperial City to hide and ambush them. The Martial God Alliance intends to gather an army and completely overthrow the Dechen dynasty in 10 days. Sit tight as king of the Eastern lands. So, the Martial God Alliance and Great Qian are going to war? Lu Ran's eyes lit up. What a snipe. I didn't intend to fight. I was the one who arched the fire. And after you ascended, I had the idea that, if the Martial God Alliance can unify the eastern realm of the Tsang domain, it will be much easier to arrange for prying clues about your news at that time. Chendashan said. Don't think he's simple-minded. The idea is true. Otherwise, the Martial God Alliance and the Great Qian are in the same situation. You and I will go back and forth. Where can I spare a hand to find news of Lu Ran? But I didn't realize that you'd ascended right here in the summer state. So close to me. Ape dung. It's all ape dung na master. Chendashan said excitedly. At this point, Lu Ran's criminal heavenly Dharma phase suddenly shook, then dissipated and retracted. Lu Ran's body had also regained its movement, perception, ability, and intention, all of which had been restored. He could also see through Chendashan's realm at a glance, and it was indeed Immortal Monarch Second Sky. At the same time, Lu Ran's realm strength had also stepped into Immortal Monarch. The feeling of strength is worlds away from what it was earlier. It's done? Master, your phantom is the god of war. Interceptor, the very best. How big is the immortal domain? What ability is it? Chen Dashan couldn't wait to ask. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly. Said, not bad, 100 miles square. As for the domain ability. End of chapter. Chapter 60 Guillotines and Unbreakable Bodies. 100 miles. Chen Dashan's eyes glazed over. 100 miles isn't bad, is it? Lu Ran asked. It was true that he had little idea about it. More than that. So far, the immortal monarchs I've come into contact with, the maximum base range of the immortal domain is only 50 miles. Chen Dashan exclaimed. The base range of Lu Ran's immortal domain was a direct 100 miles. Upgrading down the road, the range will get bigger and bigger. By the way, what was that you said? That the immortal domain is the one that has the special effect ability? I don't know. Lu Ran asked. Everyone's effect is different, and is also based on the extension of the Dharma, such as my domain that. It's conferring an attack increase on the blade cultivator, and the magnitude isn't particularly large. Chen Dashan said. So pulling is that all the immortal realm is good for? Lu Ran was somewhat stunned. The realm of the immortals. The result is an increase of a little attack? This is still called the immortals domain. Learning a small burst of aptitude, and even increasing it significantly. Ahem. It's just me pulling. My phantasm is not very good. The more powerful the phantasm, the more powerful the effect will be. For example, Master, you're god of war. Interceptor, you can unfold the domain to sense it. Chen Dashan scratched his head awkwardly, also looking forward to it. Lu Ran's War God Interdictor Dharma phase was the highest grade Dharma phase that Chen Dashan had seen so far. Excellent. This field effect ability, surely, can't be bad. Lu Ran sniffed. With a thought, the immortal domain instantly spread out. Although he was a bit rusty the first time he used it, Lu Ran soon realized that the thing that is free to control the range. Moreover, the abilities that the domain possessed were instantly clear. It's like your own hand. When you light it up, you know you can grip things. No need to practice or familiarize yourself with anything. I see. It looks like it comes with a portion of the power of the heavenly Tao rules. I'm sorry, Lu Ran mused. The power of rules? Really? What effect is that? Chen Dashan's eyes glazed over. Stuff that can come with the rules of heaven is all anticlimactic. Guillotine, Lu Ran said. Chen Dashan was a bit confused by what he heard. However, immediately reacting to the fact that Lu Ran's god of war, Interdictor, was itself headless. Does it have something to do with this? Or maybe it has something to do with the giant axe in the hands of the god of war. Interceptor? An unbreakable body. Lu Ran continued. Pust. Chen Dashan was in the middle of guessing. When he coldly heard Lu Ran say this, he was startled. Two abilities This. Chen Dashan was a bit confused. Is it strange? Lu Ran asked. It's not weird. It's just, never heard of it. How could the immortal domain possess two abilities? Chen Dashan said in consternation. The only explanation was that Lu Ran's Dharma phase was awesome, exclusive to the extreme Dharma phase. Master, tell me, what do both abilities do? Chen Dashan asked urgently. Lu Ran said, the guillotine, as the name implies, is the dropping of the head, and within the limits of my realm. It will be affected by certain heavenly rules, and the head will fall to the ground. The unbreakable body, on the other hand, is a defense, containing a hint of the heavenly defense laws. Dramatically increase the strength of your physical body. Two abilities, both affected by the range of the immortal's domain. The larger the range, the weaker the effect of the ability. The smaller the range, the stronger the effect of the ability. Lu Ran spread the immortal domain completely for 100 miles, and the effects of both abilities became mediocre. But it also guarantees that all the heads of the golden immortals and below within range will fall off. No need to attack. The rules add up and just drop. It also ensures that attacks from golden immortals and below within range are completely ineffective. But that was of no use. Lu Ran himself was immune to golden immortal attacks. It would be even more impossible to break Lu Ran's defense under a golden immortal. As for the great Luo immortals, originally, the great Luo immortals could barely injure Lu Ran with their full strength. However, with the domain spread out and the defense rules added, it would be very difficult for a great Luo immortal to injure Lu Ran. And when Lu Ran compressed the range of the immortal's domain, the attacks of the great Luo immortals could also be immunized. Even, Lu Ran's immortal domain contracted to a 1-meter range around his body, and under extreme compression, an immortal monarch's attack could even counteract most of it. Unbreakable body. The name is true. Lu Ran nodded affirmatively. The guillotine, on the other hand, isn't very bombastic on its own. It works best if it's a two-sided battle. The Immortal's domain spread out. A guillotine went down. Millions of troops, all beheaded. After all, if any power wanted to form a large army, it couldn't be all great Luo Immortals, could it? And as long as you haven't reached the realm of the great Luo Immortal, 100 miles square, you can't escape the guillotine. And it's a sanction that ignores any defense against the rules of heaven. Simply ruthless. Chen Dashan froze as he listened to Lu Ran's introduction and gulped with a thud. Master, this immortal domain of yours, it's also too scary. Comparing it to his own immortal domain, it was like two different things. After Chen Dashan's introduction, Lu Ran understood more and more about the preciousness of the interdictor Dharma phase, also more curious about the identity of that corpse in the first place. To be able to possess such a phallic appearance, one is most likely a very character in Xiaozhou, but to die in a place like the Lixil chamber is truly bizarre. The guillotine beheads all things, and with the addition of the unbreakable body, I'm basically close to invincible within immortal monarchs. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly as he mused. Innate ancient treasure Kongdong seal of heaven was in his hand, and innate ancient treasure Xianyuan finger heavenly sword as his weapon. Inside, there was the sacred vein jade bone, and outside, there was the domain unbreakable body. Isn't that invincible? I'm invincible too. Lin Bauer, who was on the side, interjected. Moment. The sense of superiority that Lu Ran had just bubbled up was gone. In terms of invincibility, Lin Bauer was truly invincible, and Lu Ran still had a gutter chance. Okay, you're invincible, Lu Ran said without a trace of anger. Then he looked at Chen Dashan and said, Matchmaker, you. Before he could finish, Chen Dashan said awkwardly, Master, no matter what, I'm an immortal now. Where's the immortal monarch? So don't call me a matchmaker. How humiliating for others to hear. Good matchmaker. Lu Ran nodded. You send Tang Cherry Rua to Jade Dragon Valley. The Blue Sect's purple mansion is right there. I'll give you the map. He could summon the purple mansion over though, but it's no use. A couple of Daoilosians don't make much of a difference. Pulling it over instead tends to attract Diqian's attention. Master, what about you? Chen Dashan was also extremely eager for the Blue Sect's purple mansion, but listening to Lu Ran, he's not going? I still have to take revenge. The great Qian Jinghua Marquis captured my Blue Sect's people. How can I just let it go? I'm sorry, Lu Ran said. Now that he had the ability, he would directly slaughter Zhong Yunshan before saying anything. Master wants to kill Zhong Yunshan? Chen Dashan said. What? Your friend? Lu Ran glanced at Chen Dashan. That's not true. That's Zhong Yunshan. It's the traitor I'm going to contact this time when I enter the great Qian Imperial City. Him, and a Du Xiusheng. These two have been turned. At that time, we will cooperate with the Martial God Alliance to take down Diqian inside and outside, Chen Dashan said. Oh, Lu Ran was a bit surprised, but he hadn't thought about that. In that case, 2 of the 4 Marquis of Diqian have been turned, plus you infiltrated the Imperial City. When the time comes, won't the Great Qian be directly abolished? Lu Ran said. Here's the plan. The only one to watch out for is the Great Qian Empress. The Empress has always been mysterious. Although she was also an immortal monarch, she was very strong and it was rumored that she had hidden experts around her, so she was not easy to deal with. I'm sorry, said Chen Dashan. We don't care about those. Let's kill Zhong Yunshan first. Lu Ran shook his head. Not bothering with those. Let the two fight it out anyway, and we'll see if we can sit back and take advantage of the situation. By the way, before I go, I haven't signed in today. It was also to confirm Lu Ran's previous speculation about the signing rules. Mentally sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host. This check-in gets a blast. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cultivation reward *10. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the formation, 9/4 Yellow River Formation. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the immortal technique, 9 turns to 1. End of chapter. Chapter 61, 9 turns to 1. Sure enough it stormed. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Though it's not entirely certain that the check-in regularity is triggered based on daily behavior, rather than being completely random. But if the guess is accurate, you can get rich later. Lu Ran couldn't wait to check up on the effects of the 2 rewards. Cultivation rewards tenfold. Lu Ran no longer cares. Anyway, cultivation grows quickly. But the rewards, especially the Blitz rewards, are every bit as dang good. The 9/4 Yellow River Formation, loss of the Immortal's God, elimination of the Immortal's spirit, trapping of the Immortal's form, loss of the Immortal's chi, loss of the Immortal's original, loss of the Immortal's limbs. The Immortal enters here and becomes mortal, and the mortal enters here and becomes extinct. Lu Ran's heart shook. Good lord, This 9/4 Yellow River formation is specifically targeting immortals. This also reinforced Lu Ran's speculation about whether the sign-in system was truly random. The last 2 blasts were aimed squarely at the Golden Immortals. That was because Lu Ran's realm of strength at the time was less than a Golden Immortal. And this time, Lu Ran Immortal Monarch had. The 9/4 Yellow River formation given by the signing storm was so terrifying. Although there was no specific immortal realm labeled, Lu Ran roughly guessed that at least under the Immortal Monarch, full suppression. But, according to the instructions, the arrangement of this 9/4 Yellow River formation was extremely tedious. First is the range. The 9/4 Yellow River formation as a whole is huge. It was enough to encompass the entire Great Qian Imperial City and even the surrounding 30 miles. The caster would need to spend at least 3 days traveling to set up the formation. But this is still just the basic structure of the array, and wanting to run the array, the realm of strength itself must be sufficient. At the same time, a powerful magic weapon was needed to serve as the formation's foundation. Its core. It didn't matter about the time Lu Ran. It was only 3 days. As for that powerful spell core, Lu Ran instantly thought of the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal itself has a suppressive effect, and with the 9/4 Yellow River formation, it's a perfect match. Subsequently, it's the second reward. Immortal Law. 9 turns to 1, the number of heaven and earth begins with 1 and ends with 9. You can make a complete replica of 9 of your own phantoms for driving. This explanation is clear at a glance. 9 Zun Criminal Heaven. Lu Ran muttered, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's so anticlimactic. If it's a great Luo immortal, it seems that the 9 dawns of interdiction aren't very useful. However, at the Immortal Monarch's realm, the Dharma phase can be controlled away from the body. Imagine taking on an Immortal Monarch. Lu Ran only needed a single thought, and the 9 God of War, Interdictor, made his appearance. The Immortal's domain was 100 miles in circumference, and the 9 God of War, Interdictor, was killing in all directions. So who could be an enemy? 1 immortal technique, 1 formation technique. Lu Ran was quite satisfied with these 2 blitz rewards today. The Martial God Alliance is certain to make a move against Daqian in 10 days? Lu Ran asked. Fidelity. I arch the fire. The Martial Arts League is prepared for anything. Originally, it was 9 out of 10 to take care of the Daqian dynasty, Chen Dashan said. Originally? Lu Ran was stunned. Yes, originally. Originally there was no blue sect meddling. Chen Dashan hemmed and hawed. You kid looks stupid, but you know everything you should know. Yes, this wave, favorable to the blue sect. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said. Words. Chen Dashan's face calmed down again. Cautiously. Master, there's nothing wrong with sitting on the fence, but this time, the Martial God Alliance has outside help. Oh, Lu Ran froze. It's just rumored that Lu Junyan secretly contacted a certain power. I'm not very clear about the details. They reached some kind of interest association, Chen Dashan said. Only Lu Junyan himself knew the specifics, and because of the existence of this interest, 10 days later the Martial God Alliance came to conquer Daqian. Odds are it won't be evenly matched. Instead, the Martial God Alliance took down Daqian with an absolute advantage, originally paired with the commander Chen Dashan, who had infiltrated the city, inside and out. Unfortunately, Chen Dashan was cut off halfway by Lu Ran. That's just the way it is. If it's lopsided, and Daqian is gone, the Martial God Alliance won't even lose much. Sitting back and reaping the benefits is just empty words, Chen Dashan said helplessly. In that case, Great Qian has no chance of winning. Lu Ran also felt that this was a problem. It's not so bad. Tens of thousands of years of foundations in Daqian, and as the host of the ability to resist is there. That Daqian female emperor has always been mysterious. It is not likely that there is also what killer mace has not been revealed. The outcome is still unknown. It's just that the chances of Daqian being suppressed are much higher, Chen Dashan analyzed. Lu Ran looked at Chen Dashan in surprise. The bastard was simple-minded, and he didn't expect to be involved in dynastic battles with his head in the sand. That's probably the gift. In addition to his talent for swordplay, dynasty brawl seems to be on the line. That way, when he returned to the blue sect, he would be able to use it as well. Having said that, Chen Dashan asked, Master, what are your plans? Lu Ran skimmed his lips, reaching out and pointing at Tang Cherry Ruo. He said, you first send Cherry Ruo back to the blue sect. Bauer and I will go mess with Zone Yunshan. And after that, I'll arrange the deployment. Deployment? Master wants to watch the theater here? Chen Dashan asked. Sitting on a mountain, watching tigers fight, why not watch a good show? And, I'm not the only one watching. You go ahead and give it away, Lu Ran said. With the 9/4 Yellow River formation in his hand, he was going to set it up within the boundaries of the Great Qian Imperial City. When the time came for a firefight between the two sides, Whichever side had the advantage. There was attrition. Sessions. Lu Ran reappeared and activated the 9/4 Yellow River formation, killing the two forces directly with a single arrow. After that, handcuffing the Een soldier Tiger Talisman, the fastest speed to clean up inside and outside the Imperial City, take over the dynasty. The Blue Sect took its place and ruled the Eastern Realm. Wonderful. Not much longer. Chen Dashan took Tang Cherry Rua and, following the map, went to the Blue Sect. Chen Dashan of the Immortal Monarch realm was much faster than Lu Ran was at first. Lu Ran, on the other hand, brought Lin Bauer with him, and retraced his steps towards the Great Jian Imperial City, Zhongho Mansion. Zhong Qing had been leading people around the city for the past few days, searching for infiltrators from the Martial God Alliance. But nothing. It was as if the original scattered people of the Martial God Alliance had evaporated from Diqian overnight. It disappeared without a trace. She was sitting in front of the hall when she saw her father, Zhong Yunshan, passing by the front walkthrough. I wanted to greet him, but Zhong Yunshan looked hurried, as if he hadn't seen Zhong Cheng. Fast forward through his direction, the side hall. Suharu was getting more and more curious. A side hall. What's old Zhong Yunshan doing there? Also, it seems like the visits are getting more frequent lately. However, despite the curiosity in her heart, that side hall was also close to the ground, and she wasn't even allowed to approach it. Just in time, a cold twist of the head. Suddenly, he saw Lu Ran strutting and holding Lin Bauer. The rest were nowhere to be seen, except for a few guards at the door who gathered around in surprise. Yi Nan, you still dare to come back? Zhong Cheng gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Ran. Another look around at the guards, questioning, how did you get in here? Wasn't it hard to kill the guards and get in? Lu Ran casually asked back. Where's your father? He came to trouble Zhong Yunshan, the forbidden area of the side hall, where no one is allowed to approach. And you, a mere Dalo immortal, running away. Yet you still dare to come back to the Zhongho mansion, looking for death, Zhong Qing said in a cold voice. Then came a long whistle that seemed to be some kind of code word. She's not on her own, she's only a golden immortal. After all, the few golden immortals who had used the Heavenly King's seal earlier to drag out the battle against the Martial God Alliance in the wilderness could give it a try. But against a great Luo immortal, it was a moth to a flame. Lu Ran paid no attention. Instead, he looked in the direction of the side hall and lifted his foot directly to it. Today, Zhong Yunshan will be killed. End of chapter. Chapter 62, The Secret of Zhong Yun Mountain. Zhong Qing didn't dare to stop. After all, she was only a golden immortal. Taking on a Daolord would be like a moth to a flame. Good on. Suharu's warning was quickly answered. The few great Luo immortals on duty in the residence flashed over at the first opportunity. He's the one who robbed my father's female apprentice. Kill him. Zhong Qing immediately shouted. The several Daolord immortals were unceremonious and rushed forward in a swarm. Lu Ran laughed. With one hand holding Lin Bauer, one hand openly drew out a long sword with an ancient shape. Regulus pointing sword. This was the first time Lu Ran had utilized the Regulus sword. For no other reason than to chop and slice faster. He hadn't forgotten that this was the Imperial City, although he was already an immortal monarch and had the immortal realm. However, since he had already planned to utilize the 9/4 Yellow River formation, Lu Ran would not take the risk of spooking the snake in advance. Eyeing a few people rushed up, Lu Ran didn't even use his Dharma phase or domain. With one hand, he threw Bauer backhandedly onto his back. Get down. With a word of advice, Lu Ran's figure disappeared into thin air, dragging out a trail of residual shadows. The Shenyuan finger heavenly sword in his hand was really chopping and slicing like a vegetable. In a flash, the corpse pieces of several Dalo immortals were scattered all over the ground. Along with their dantians, all were destroyed outright. The raging spiritual energy within De Luoxian's body lost the support of his dantian and spewed out. It raged throughout the yard. Zhong Qing's face changed drastically. After not seeing him for a few days, this guy's strength is so terrifying. With a single sword, he killed several De Luo immortals in seconds, and do things without the slightest delay. Clean. These were the core combatants of the Zhong Hofu. Stop. Zhong Qing was in a hurry. Directly throwing his hand out, he threw out an object and smashed it towards Lu Ran's head. Lu Ran glanced at it and recognized it. It was the seal of the Heavenly King that Zhong Qing had used that day in the countryside, the immortal treasure of the Zhongho mansion. Lu Ran laughed, feeling the gradually enlarging pressure and shocking power of the Heavenly King's seal. Straight away, he raised his sword and swung it out. Swish! The seal of the Heavenly King split in two from it and fell to the ground with a bark. The previous pressure and the spiritual power of the immortal treasure also directly dissipated and disappeared. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. He was just trying out the power of the Regulus sword. He didn't expect it to work so well. Without having to deliberately mobilize spiritual energy, a casual sword broke the immortal treasure. Silky smooth. Suharu's face went white. This was the first time that the Heavenly King's seal of the Zhonghe mansion had been directly cut in half so easily. The immortal treasure had been destroyed, and she had suffered some degree of backlash, but she was so dead. She actually chased after Lu Ran's direction, all the way to the side hall. Lu Ran rushed into the middle of the side hall and looked around. It was well furnished, not too different from the furnishings of the other rooms within the Zhonghe mansion, but there was no Zhong Yunshan. Zhong Qing, who was right behind him, also looked around suspiciously. My dad's not here? She frowned slightly. In the absence of Zhong Yunshan, the highest combatant in the mansion was a Deluo Immortal. However, several of them were killed by Lu Ran in a single glance. My father is not here. You can come back another day. Zhong Qing shouted at Lu Ran. Lu Ran glanced at Zhong Qing. Eyes flickered as they looked around. Sure enough, Lu Ran noticed something was wrong in the corner. This is an inconspicuous corner of the side hall, which was originally supposed to have windows but it was sealed off, which made the whole corner look a little gloomy. Forbidden, Lu Ran muttered. With a full level of formation plus heavenly spirit eyes, he instantly saw through it, but Suharu couldn't tell. She was about to say something else when Lu Ran had already started working on the forbidden system. Although it was a prohibition, it was just an ordinary prohibition, in order to hide the entrance to the dark passage. But for a few breaths, the prohibition disappeared, and a piece of the floor in the corner sank down and contracted into the side of a dark and downward stepped passage was exposed. At the same time, an unpleasant odor hit the air, mixed with something somewhat similar to the smell of blood. It caused Lu Ran to frown. Sukyu looked dumbfounded. She grew up in the Zhonghe mansion, and it's been at least 6,000 years since the partial hall was built, but never knew that there were secret rooms in the side halls. At this point, Lu Ran suddenly looked back at Zhongcheng, said, "Aren't you curious what your father is doing here? Go down together and find out?" Lu Ran had guessed that those so-called women who were brought back by Zhong Yunshan in the past to be taken as disciples only ended up being dealt with here. After saying that, Lu Ran also ignored Zhong Qing and stepped down the steps with Lin Baoer. Soon it was gone into the darkness of the tunnel. The tunnel was quite long, slanting downward for hundreds of meters. The further in you go, the more pronounced the unpleasant smell becomes. Soon, coming out of the tunnel, the front opened up. The end of the tunnel, surprisingly, was not the small cellar or secret room that Lu Ran had imagined. Rather, the entire underside of the Zhonghe mansion had been hollowed out. The huge space was dotted with special glowing crystals, and the light was not very bright. But the realm of the immortals was enough to see clearly even without a light source. Just this scene, even the well-informed Lu Ran couldn't help but fall silent. The hall was surrounded by a chain made of a black, unknown metal. The chains were attached to the neck of one woman. They were not clothed, and each had a withered face and a thin body. Some of them are already in a skin and bones state of dryness. Some are even dead, their skeletons rotting, still tied up and unattended. You can imagine how disgusting it tastes down here. And in the center of the hall, Zhong Yunshan Chang, with his eyes red, was performing a meticulous act, huffing and puffing and plowing. Scarlet red through black aura entwined and swam around the area. Suddenly sensing something in general, Zhong Yunshan's movements came to an abrupt halt, his eyes regaining their sanity. Once he looked up, he was furious. "Asshole! Who let you in?" Here, the words were not finished. Behind Lu Ran came Zhong Qing's fearful cry. "Father, what are you doing?" Zhong Qing's entire body was dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene she saw before her eyes. Underneath this side hall, it's a hell on earth. She suddenly realized that the woman her father had brought back to take on as his disciple after all these years didn't he end up being sent out of the summer state? Rather, they are brought here whether the other person agrees or not. Zhong Qing's face was pale and her body couldn't stop trembling as she looked around the room and, looking at the bizarre and horrible state of those women, I wonder how many times they have been tortured and plowed. Moreover, this kind of plowing by Zhong Yunshan was by no means normal plowing, more like some kind of evil kung fu. It made Sukyu feel a little nauseous and want to vomit. After all these years, you can imagine how scary it is down here. There was also a pile of white bones stacked in the corner. Zhong Yunshan hadn't dealt with it for so many years, as if it had been thrown into a pile like a trophy. It's oozing to watch. "Haruna, what are you doing down here? Didn't I say that I wouldn't let you?" Zhong Yunshan's face instantly twisted and ugly. Hastily, he put on a shirt to cover his ugly face. Feet, the one that was plowed. There's not much movement left in the desperate eyes looked in the direction of Lu Ran and Zhong Qing, their dead gray eyes devoid of any expression. Dang! The Xian Yuan sword in Lu Ran's hand pestled the ground, interrupting Zhong Yunshan and Zhong Qing's respective rummaging emotions. Opening his mouth, he said, "You old piker, I didn't realize you were still a pervert. So that I've done the people a favor." A meritorious deed. Having said that, not going to delay. The figure flashed and bullied his way up. The quickness of the movement startled Zhong Yunshan. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Spooking the Snake. A mere Dao Lord. Looking for death. Zhong Yunshan roared. He was genuinely angry. Not only did angry Lu Ran dare to come back and challenge him, even angrier that Lu Ran had brought her daughter Zhong Cheng down. But Zhong Yunshan didn't use his phantasm. This was a secret room, and when he did, he used his phantasm. So many of his seedlings that he hadn't used up yet were about to go to waste. Of course, in Zhong Yunshan's opinion, there was no need for a Dharma phase to kill a great Luo immortal. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly, and the immortal domain quietly opened up, contracting extremely within 2 meters of his circumference. At this point in the range, the power of the laws of the immortal's realm was the strongest. Lu Ran also intended to use this opportunity to try out the power of the immortal domain. Zhong Yunshan's movements were much cleaner. Seeing Lu Ran approaching, a broadsword flashed in his hand and he charged Lu Ran's head. Lu Ran had originally planned to dodge, but in the nick of time, the ghost reached out a hand. He wanted to try what the unbreakable body's heavenly Dao rule suppression could do at a range of 2 meters. When a sword, hovering in front of Lu Ran's head, blocking the strike, was one of Lu Ran's hands. Just lift and squeeze the hilt of the giant sword. The Zhong Yunshan people were dumbfounded. Fighting here, he didn't dare to use his full strength for fear of collapsing the place. But even so, his immortal monarch's sword, no matter what, it's impossible to be caught single-handedly by a Dao Lord immortal. How do you? Suddenly, Zhong Yunshan's eyebrows flinched as he looked at Lu Ran with a face full of incredulity. He felt it. The power of the immortal's domain. Buzz. In a flash, Zhong Yunshan's immortal domain was about to unfold as well. Although it was still unknown why Lu Ran had actually advanced to immortal monarch, but his senses could not be wrong. So bizarre that he dared not be careless, but it's already too late. Zhong Yunshan was already within 2 meters of Lu Ran. Swish! The Zhong Yunshan leader was planning to unfold his own immortal domain to counteract it. Suddenly, I realized that my vision was starting to tilt. Trying to twist his neck to regain his sight did not respond. Barte! Until the head fell to the ground and he saw his own headless body beside him. It was only then that Zhong Yunshan realized that his head had been cut off. Pust! Lu Ran didn't pause for a second, and in the next second after chopping off Zhong Yunshan's head, then he stabbed the Xianyuan sword into his dantian, completely crushed the last chance of life in Zhong Yunshan. Who? Lu Ran exhaled slowly. Turning, he headed for the mouth of the steps. Zhong Yunshan was dead. He was going to set up the 9/4 Yellow River formation. Barte! Zhong Qing's feet shifted sideways and blocked Lu Ran. Lin Bauer frowned slightly and looked up at Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, said indifferently, "Get out of the way." To be honest, he had a pretty good impression of Zhong Qing, and foolish loyalty was something to be admired. Though Lu Ran wouldn't deal with such a person because the mind was too simple and easily brainwashed. "My father is not good, but you killed him. I want revenge." Zhong Qing's eyes were dead set on Lu Ran. Behind that complex emotion was a monstrous hatred. Even if Zhong Yunshan was no more perverted, Zhong Cheng would not disown this father. And right before her eyes, Lu Ran killed her father. "Get lost. I'll kill if you don't let me." Lu Ran cursed impatiently. "I'm not going to let it, if you have the guts." Brush! A sword was swung out. The special ability to kill an immortal with one sword worked best against golden immortals. Zhong Qing was so close that he couldn't react at all, and as the sword chi approached, he burst into flames. Lu Ran retrieved the regulator sword, and without looking at Zhong Qing's fallen body on the ground, he directly circled around and, leading Lin Bauer with the intention of going up, but as he walked to the mouth of the steps, he listened to a feeble murmur around the entire chamber. He frowned, looking back. These women, all tortured beyond recognition. They used to be immortals, but now, the foundation of their cultivation has been destroyed. The meridians were also drained. Fresh ones are almost non-existent. Earlier, Zhong Qing had said that there had been a lot of things going on recently, and Zhong Yunshan had not brought anyone back for a long time. Tang Cherry Ruo was the last one. It seemed to have sensed Lu Ran's movements. Those women who were still able to move, trembling and prostrate, were kneeling sluggishly in Lu Ran's direction. Then a pair of yellowed, lusterless eyes just looked at him. Lu Ran suddenly saw that it wasn't a plea for help. It was a plea for relief. That old pervert, Zhong Yunshan, seemed to have sealed their spiritual power, making it a luxury for them to even die. Alas, gentlemen, rest in peace. Lu Ran sighed. A foot stomps the ground. Boom! The entire chamber instantly burst. The manic spiritual energy exploded as if it were a nuclear bomb. Sweeping out from the ground, he killed all the poor people below on the spot, and at the same time collapsed the dome on the chamber. The whole thing collapsed and buried them. Lu Ran and Lin Bauer, on the other hand, pierced through the ground and turned into a stream of light that turned into a flash and disappeared into the sky. The day. A message exploded through the imperial palace. Marquis Jinghua, one of the 4 marquis, was killed. The remaining 3 were emboldened and gathered in the imperial palace. Your Majesty, this matter can't just be left alone. It must be the work of the Martial God Alliance. The Martial God Alliance is getting bolder and bolder. How dare they sneak into the imperial city and kill my great Qian Jinghua marquis? Fu Zhenglong and Liao Wenshan said eagerly. Zhong Yunshan was killed, and it was right here in the Dacian imperial city. The 2 of them are scared too. On the contrary, it was Du Xiusheng, who was full of melancholy, but was a bit guilty of muttering in his heart. Didn't the Martial God Alliance say they would strike in 10 days? Why did you kill Zhong Yunshan at this juncture? And, Du Xiusheng, although the connector is different from Zhong Yunshan's connector. However, it was true that both of them had fallen to the Martial God Alliance. There's no reason for the Martial God Alliance to kill Zhong Yunshan. He couldn't figure it out. Already looking into it, but since the other party is an immortal monarch and didn't engage in battle after killing it directly escaped, and it's almost impossible to find the other party, the Empress said with an indifferent expression. She was also annoyed by the flash of sadness lingering on her pretty face. Be sure to prevent the Martial God Alliance. During this recent period, I feel that the Martial God Alliance is not normal. Liao Wenshan looked grave. I'll make the arrangements. If the 3 of you are afraid, stay in the imperial palace. The Empress did not say much. After that, the Dacian imperial city guard array was opened, and the internal and external army patrols were enhanced threefold. Thousands of miles around the imperial city, set up outpost battalions, tightly controlled. Only the investigation into the death of the Marquis of Jinghua had few clues. Someone who could kill the Marquis of Jinghua was at least an immortal monarch, and it was possible that he was a high-realm immortal monarch. Day 2. Nine Dragon Mountain, Martial God Alliance. Deep in the dense forest behind the Hall of Allies, Lu Junyan, who was dressed in a black brocade coat and looked young on the outside, but his eyes were incomparably old and hot, was facing off with another enchanting woman. Jinghua Marquis Zhong Yunshan is dead, and Chen Dashan, who was sent to meet up with Zhong Yunshan, is nowhere to be found. This was not done by my Martial God Alliance, Lu Junyan said. You mean there are other forces meddling? If that's the case, should the plan to take over Deqian be cancelled? The woman's charming eyes lightly swept Lu Junyan, then swaying her modish waist, as if she was a water snake, she stuck to Lu Junyan's side, exhaling her breath like orchids. Lu Junyan, however, roughly pushed him away. In a cold voice, he said, the plan is the same as before, with the Yellow Springs mansion of the northern realm of the Tsung domain assisting us, and with your desolate demon race, this battle will be won. The woman looked at Lu Junyan grudgingly, then giggled out, flipping her wrist. A pocket-sized black jade pagoda appeared at his fingertips, and the black ebony light seemed to flow class dense and entwined. He said, that's true. Within this 10,000 demon tower, I've prepared an army of 1 million demon clans. It's not weaker than those stinking Taoist priests from the Yellow Springs mansion, and I will help you take down Deqian. Chen Dashan's guess was right. Lu Junyan did have outside help, and it wasn't just the Yellow Springs province and the northern landmass. There was also the D-Wasteland demon race that bordered Xiaozhou. In this battle, the Yellow Springs mansion of the Northern Earth realm, the desolate demon race, in conjunction with the Martial God Alliance, the 3 forces worked together to capture Deqian. Same time, next to a village outside the imperial city, Lu Ran inserted a handful of formation flags into the ground. Connect the backbone of the formation. Not long after, the formation flag flickered slightly and disappeared. This 9/4 yellow river formation is really cumbersome, but there is plenty of time. The setup will be almost complete tomorrow. Lu Ran silently calculated. With that, he looked around and casually chose to sign in. At the same time, he muttered, there's nothing special about today, and according to the system's pissy nature, it should just be a regular check-in. But the next second, ding! Congratulations to the host. This check-in gets a blast. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cultivation reward *10. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the innate ancient treasure, the demon refining pot. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the immortal technique, 8-armed canopy. End of chapter. Chapter 64, The Cat Demon of Dawara. Ha! Blitzed? Lu Ran was a bit confused. Meaning is my guess wrong? Lu Ran muttered. Ben thought he had captured the rules of the check-in system. Cloth 9/4 yellow river formation of the past few days. The sign-in also did not have a storm. Is the ordinary sign-in? Gave 2 useless junk pills and cultivation. But today, Lu Ran looked around and then looked at Lin Bauer beside him. The latter was also looking at Lu Ran. 4 eyes met. Wide-eyed. It's not like anything big is going to happen today. Why the storm? Lu Ran muttered and began to check the sign-in rewards. It's true that blitzes are good anyway. This demon refining jug is held in the hand. It wasn't heavy in the hand, and seemed to be made of metal inlaid with large chunks of lustrous blue jade. The jade does not feel icy in your hand, but rather warm and soft. The overall look is less like a pot and more like a treasure gourd shape. Demon refining jug, also known as the Jiuli jug. The jug forms a world of its own and can refine all the demons in the world. The introduction was simple and the name was crude and clear, making it clear that it was just a case of getting on the wrong side of the demon race. The stuff is good. It's just that there aren't any demons out for me to practice on. Lu Ran muttered. Big brother, what's this? Lin Bauer beside him suddenly asked. Lu Ran gave her a look, noticing that Lin Bauer's eyes seemed to carry a slight awe when she looked at the demon refining pot. Fabulous treasure. Why? Do you recognize it? Lu Ran asked curiously. Don't recognize it, but this thing makes me feel a little uncomfortable, Lin Bauer said casually. Oh, Lu Ran was stunned, but then immediately reacted. When Lin Bauer went berserk, her appearance looked to be somewhat similar to that of a half-demon. Maybe it had some effect on Limbaugh as well. Well, in that case, can the demon refining pot kill the Lai who couldn't die before the age of 18 no matter what? Thinking of this, Lu Ran picked up the demon refining pot and covered the top of Lin Bauer's head. Call out the spell. Not trying to kill Limbaugh of course, just seeing if it works. Because the demon refining pot had already recognized its owner, Lu Ran knew exactly what this thing was capable of. Collecting demons and refining them into pure demonic power. You can train other demons or convert them into spiritual energy for your own use. However, after collecting the demon, whether or not to refine it, Lu Ran still needed to operate. Because the demon refining pot also has an ability to refine all demons for its own use, which means it collects pets. Lin Bauer looked up at the demon refining pot before looking at Lu Ran in confusion. Lu Ran awkwardly removed the demon refining pot. He'd tried urging the spell. It didn't work. The demon refining kettle couldn't have an effect on the Lai either. At best, it just made them uncomfortable. That's all. Afterward, Lu Ran put away the demon refining pot. I intend to have the opportunity to be able to go to the D Wasteland to take a turn. D Wasteland demon races are everywhere, and the demon refining pot kills in a big way. Receiving a wave of demonic transformation spiritual energy is a great tonic. Then comes the second reward. It's also a fairy spell that is easily given by signing up for Blitz. 8-armed canopy, also known as the canopy mantra. It is a spell to communicate with the gods of the 9 heavens. The 8-armed great canopy descends to aid in battle. The 8-armed great canopy's battle power is equal to that of an immortal monarch, and can be raised as the host's realm rises. Ooh, good stuff. Lu Ran went down to the world to sign in for 100,000 years. And in the categorization of the goodies that were summarized, summoning classes are definitely in the top tier. Summons, unlike avatar martial arts and the like, can do battle on their own, complete with extra battle boosts, and it doesn't interfere with Lu Ran doing the rest on his own. Not to mention that this summoned 8-armed canopy was still an immortal monarch realm combatant. Directly summoning an immortal monarch to aid in battle was simply heaven-defying. In that case, it'll be even more of a sure thing when it comes to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said with a satisfied nod. The main battlefield where the Martial God Alliance and the Dechen dynasty exchanged fire was the Dechen Imperial City. Before the battle began, Lu Ran would set up the 9 quarters Yellow River formation to suppress the Immortals. The Martial God Alliance and the Great Qian had their own large armies, and Lu Ran's 9 quarters Yellow River formation could also suppress them. Even if the range wasn't enough, there were millions of Yin soldiers from the Yin Tiger Talisman to help in the battle. The 9 turns of return can summon 9 gods of war, interdictors, to wreak havoc and kill in a 100-mile radius. The 8-armed canopy can summon the 8-armed great canopy, whose individual combat power is no weaker than that of the god of war, Interceptor. There's simply no reason to lose if you look at it that way. It was just that what Lu Ran hadn't expected was that the Martial God Alliance had also invited external assistance from the Desolate Demon race. Of course, it didn't matter because Lu Ran had the demon refining pot. It's just that Lu Ran didn't know that the demon refining pot could actually play a big role as well. Same time. 9 Dragon Mountain, Martial God Alliance. Inside Lu Junyan's Alliance Hall, Lu Junyan, who used to be used to practicing cultivation in the past, was distracted these days. Can't be quiet enough to practice. After so many years of being at loggerheads with Dechen, now we finally have a chance to take it down. Even at the immortal monarch realm, he was excited. At this point, Lu Junyan suddenly sensed something and jerked his head. At the entrance of the main hall, the wasted demon woman walked in step by step. Lan Ji. Who let you come here? Lu Junyan said in dissatisfaction. What are you afraid of? Dechen is already in the bag. Nothing can go wrong. The back of the mountain is so boring. I'll introduce a few elders to you by the way, the woman said with a smile. She was the desolate demon clan woman who had colluded with Lu Junyan, Lan Ji of the cat demon clan. Elders? What do you mean? Lu Junyan frowned. Next, a few wisps of green smoke floated out behind Lan Ji, slowly condensing into a solid body. But in the blink of an eye, 3 enchanting women appeared behind Lan Ji. The pupils of Lu Junyan's eyes suddenly shrunk. Demon Emperor. Lu Junyan's heart shook. Lan Ji colluded with him, but Lan Ji herself is only a demon king, and he's looking at the demon army. Lan Ji itself is not important, because the main battlefield of the fierce battle with De Qian when the time comes is actually the game between immortal monarchs. Demon King Lan Ji was nearly equivalent to a De Luo immortal, although there were only dozens of De Luo immortals in the Martial God Alliance. But one more Demon King Lan Ji is also a big difference. But now, the 3 women behind Lan Ji were all demon emperors, a demon emperor equivalent to an immortal monarch. These 3 are the elders of my cat demon clan, my 3 aunts, and with their assistance in this battle, I really can't think of a possibility of losing. Lan Shi said, although the 3 aunts are old cat demons, they look warbling and pretty on the outside. It was just that Lu Junyan didn't have the heart to appreciate the beauty. Instead, he frowned slightly and said, with 3 demon emperors aiding in the battle, there is indeed a great chance of victory, but you cat demon clan is so eager. I'm afraid you have other plans, right? Words. The 3 aunts didn't say much, but Lan Shi said smilingly, don't worry too much, Desert. Our cat demon clan and the fox clan have been fighting for so many years, and we have gradually lost the upper hand. Now that there is this opportunity for the cat demon clan to move into Xiaozhou, wouldn't it be better for everyone to benefit from each other? Lu Junyan then realized why the cat demon clan was so eager to help. Together, they were planning to move the entire cat demon clan over. Your feud with the fox clan is none of my business, but since you've helped me, there are places for you to land in the eastern realm of the Pale. But you must realize that the one who will ultimately rule the eastern realm, it is still me, Lu Junyan. If you clamor for attention, you should know the consequences. The demon race is not allowed to leave the wasteland. I'm sorry, Lu Junyan said. We naturally know that. You just relax. The cat demon clan, the most honest. I'm sorry, Lan Shi said with a smile. Lu Junyan sneered in his heart. He had heard about the feud between the cat demon clan and the fox clan. Fox clan specializes in seduction, while cat clan, in fraud. It's more fraudulent than a fox. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Immortal Emperor Realm. Day 5. Blue Sect Purple Mansion. After a few days of deployment and repair, the Blue Zone had initially stabilized. As the news spread, many Blue Sect disciples rushed over. In the meantime, the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect, the disciples of the Red Leaf House, and the demon soldiers of the abolitionist Fallen Sky, supporting the entire Blue Sect's huge disciple system, the council chamber. The Blue Sect disciples gathered here. And of course, these people were all Lu Rant's disciples. The disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect and the Red Leaf Building were just ordinary disciples who constituted the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion. At the moment, they were not considered Blue Sect disciples. Several of the lesser infants gathered and took their seats around the council chamber. The main seat was empty. That was Lu Rant's place. And next to the main seat was Chen Dashan. After Chen Dashan sent Tang Cherry Roa back, he also roughly talked about the current situation. So, the Martial God Alliance and Great Qian are going to completely tear their faces off. And the odds are that the Great Qian dynasty won't be able to resist this wave. Xiaoying mused. That's what I mean. The Martial God Alliance is well prepared this time. Chen Dashan said. What about Master? Master, he is still in Diqian? Young infant continued to ask. Yes, according to the Master, when 2 tigers fight, one will be hurt, and he wants to find the opportunity to. The Blue Sect took advantage of the situation, and if they were able to fish their way into the eastern realm of the Tsung domain, the Blue Sect's foundation is only initially stabilized. Chen Dashan said. But exactly how? He wasn't quite sure. But according to senior brother Chen, the Martial God Alliance is well prepared this time. Even if they took down the Daqian dynasty, they wouldn't be greatly injured themselves. The Blue Sect's size today wasn't enough to fight against the Martial God Alliance, was it? I'm sorry, said the young infant worriedly. That's what I meant. But Master seems to have his idea and his way. With my understanding of Master, he won't take any risks without enough certainty, Chen Dashan said. That's true. Young infant and the others nodded their heads. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, when I met Master, Master had already advanced to Immortal Monarch, because his Dharma image was the god of war, Interdictor, and his own immortal realm was also very strong. No one could kill an immortal monarch of the same realm. I'm sorry, said Chen Dashan. The crowd was even more dumbfounded when these words came out. Although these disciples of theirs have long since ascended, Lu Ran, who was a master, had been hanging around in the lower world for 100,000 years, but the latter, Lu Ran, who had ascended for 10 days or so, had already scampered all the way to Immortal Monarch. That's an immortal monarch. In others, it takes tens of thousands of years for even demonic talents to climb to the realm of. Lu Ran took 10 days to arrive. Moreover, the Dharma phase was extremely good, the domain rules were frightening, and immortal monarchs were almost invincible in the same realm. Then should we go over and help? Xiaoying asked. Senior brother, you're an immortal monarch yourself. It's something that can help, right? Chen Dashan sniffed and waved his hand. Master has explained that no one should go, and if you need help, he seems to have a way to let us go over there. I don't know exactly what it is, but if Master can say it, he can do it. Let's all wait here for news of the Master at any time. So much so that there was a sigh of relief. Since Master said so, he naturally has his ways, and with the showdown between the Martial God Alliance and Deqian just a few days away, there are still 6 days left. I'm going to go back to D Wasteland. Young Infant said. Elder sister, you're going back to the D Wilderness? What are you doing? Yi Hongyi was surprised. Moving for help. I don't know if Master's method is reliable or not. When I first ascended and entered D Wasteland, having joined the Fox Clan, and still having some say in the Fox Clan over the years, the Cat Demon Clan that was recently hostile to the Fox Clan has somehow gone completely silent. The Fox Clan should be able to spare some of it to help the Blue Sect. Young Infant said. That's fine. The Daira Fox Clan still has a great reputation. It's just a matter of time. Is it too late? Chen Dashan is worried. Enough. D Wasteland borders Xiaozhou, and is close to the eastern border of the Tsang domain. I came straight out of the D Wasteland in the first place. 6 days is more than enough time. When I come back with the foxes, the same as waiting in the Blue Sect's purple mansion for news from Master, and it will be useful then. Young Infant said. Right now, the Blue Sect is growing stronger and stronger, and the Blue Sect disciples are gradually returning. But Xiaozhou was still too small after all, especially since they were still in the Tsang domain. It didn't even go out to the eastern boundaries of the kingdom. A large number of Blue Sect disciples have not yet returned. And wanting to help Lu Ran, Les Infant turned to the Fox Clan for help. It's really a nice boost at the moment. Scraps of Falling Sky had originally planned to return to the Nine Sepulchres, but the Nine Sepulchres would be far away from Xiaozhou, and it would be too late in time. It was also thanks to the fact that he had brought a large number of demonic soldiers to beckon to Xiaozhou in the first place. Strange to say, in the early years in Xiaozhou, the demon race and the devil race were not allowed to enter. If found, the rulers of the summer states would arrange for their removal. But over the years, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. Otherwise it wouldn't have gone unchecked until now. Lu Ran sighed. He and Lin Bauer arrived at a town not far from the official road around Deqian. The next flag location of the 9 Quarters Yellow River Formation was in the town. Not many people on the street. The Daqian government has also stepped up its patrols and controls in various neighboring towns in the past few days. Lu Ran was planning to go to the formation flag point to plant the formation flag. Lin Bauer suddenly said, Big brother, I want to eat a candy cane. Lu Ran twisted his head to see that there was a vendor selling sugar gourds just around the corner in front of him. Was heading down the alley, mostly to close up. I'm looking at one string left. Usually there's a bad string left over from being picked over. Either. Lu Ran was going to say next time, but when he turned his head, he was seeing Lin Bauer pulling out her little book from her arms. Turning one of the pages, there was an entry that read, buy a bunch of candy canes in person. Is that a last wish? Lu Ran's voice ended abruptly. Surprised? You've never eaten a candy cane? Lin Bauer shook her head. Of course I've eaten it. My mother bought it for me when I was a child. She died soon after, though, and I didn't get much of a chance to buy it after I was kicked out of Castle Rock. That's fine. Go over and buy that string. Lu Ran nodded immediately. Thank you, big brother. Lin Bauer immediately cheered up. But just as the two of them were walking towards the candy cane vendor, the other little hand went ahead and took that candy cane down. Casually, he threw the boss a spirit crystal. Hey, there's only one string left, how come there's still someone to grab it? Lu Ran's eyes glazed over, pulling Lin Bauer to heel. It was found that the same little girl who had snatched the candy cane, wearing a red dress, had. The petite body was the size of Lin Bauer. The big watery eyes looked at Lu Ran and then at Lin Bauer. Beside the little girl, there was also an old man in brocade robes. Ahem. Girl, this sugar gourd. Resell it to me, how about it? I'll offer 10 times the price. Lu Ran said generously. I wanted to rob them directly, but they were a little girl, and he, a hallowed immortal monarch, robbed them of their sugar plums. Not very elegant. Oh no. The little girl blinked and shook her head directly. Lu Ran was a bit speechless. but it's a candy cane seller, and all towns actually have them. If you can't buy this one, then the next one is fine. Lin Bauer is in no hurry to be bought, but I didn't expect it. That little girl suddenly grinned at Lin Bauer and said, "What a cute Li sister." Hey! Lu Ran snapped and looked at the little girl in surprise. It was surprising that she could tell at a glance that Bauer was a lie. Lu Ran stared at the little girl for half a day, but realized that the little girl had no cultivation, an ordinary person. Then he looked at the old man beside the girl. The pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk. Thanks to the existence of the heavenly spirit purpose, the old man's realm was clear to Lu Ran at a glance. This old man is in the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor 8th Heaven. End of chapter. Chapter 66 Night Attack on Deqian. Bauer didn't notice anything and looked at the girl curiously. It was also puzzling how the other person could recognize her instantly. And the girl, suddenly stepping forward, walked up to Bauer, leaning forward slightly at the waist end. The whole face was almost on Bauer's face. Instead, the startled Bauer took several large steps back. "My name is Yi. Xia Yi. And you?" The girl wasn't surprised by Lin Bauer's reaction. Continuing to smile, he asked. Lu Ran, on the other hand, always had his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looking towards the old man. As long as the other party made the slightest move, Lu Ran immediately grabbed Lin Bauer and executed Earthbound Immortal. Though odds were that in front of an Immortal Emperor, an Earthbound Immortal was simply useless. After all, it was only an ordinary avatar, capable of randomly moving within a range of only 1,000 miles. But fortunately, the old man did not make any move, but only looked at Xia Yi in front of him. With those eyes, surprisingly, with a hint of deference, Lin Bauer returned. "Oh, you want this candy cane? Nah, here you go." Xia Yi graciously reached out and passed the candy cane to Lin Bauer. Lin Bauer nervously looked at the other party, then looked up at Lu Ran beside her. Finally, he shook his head. She also felt that Xia Yi was a bit strange. "Go back and buy it somewhere else. Let's go," Lu Ran said to Lin Bauer. "It's not a good place to stay." As he turned to leave, Lu Ran's attention was also always on the old man behind him. "That's an Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor 8th Heaven. 2 heavens short of a Immortal Emperor. There's still this guy in Zaju?" Seeing Lu Ran and Lin Bauer walking away, Xia Yi skimmed her mouth resentfully and subconsciously stuffed the sugar gourd into her mouth and took a bite. But then there was a slight frown, and with a poof, he gave it back up, casually dropping the candy cane in his hand. Then he said, "That would be Lu Ran. I didn't expect the strength to rise so quickly. It's only been 10 days since the Ascension, right?" The old man looked up and snapped to attention. Surprised, he said, "Immortal Monarch 3 heavens? After ascending for 10 days, from the true immortal realm to the Immortal Monarch Triple Sky, can it be summed up in the word fast? It's like nothing before or since. Young lord, since we've found Lu Ran, let's return to Central State immediately to resume our orders." "I'm sorry," the old man said respectfully. "It's a rare trip out, and there's a good show going on right now. So let's see what happens." "I don't know," said Xia Yi, shaking her head. With those words, the old man and the young man just disappeared without leaving a trace. Lu Ran carefully arrived at the base of the formation with Lin Bauer. Suddenly, he realized that the old man's aura had disappeared from his divine sense. "Gone?" Lu Ran was slightly relieved. "Big brother, that's Xia Yi just now. How did she know I'm from the Li tribe?" "I don't know," Lin Bauer asked curiously. "Ghost knows. Stay away from those kind of strange people in the future," Lu Ran instructed. Only then did he casually take out a formation flag, judging the position and inserting it into the ground. After connecting the main trunk of the formation, it will be hidden. On the 9th day, into the night. Tomorrow is the time for the Martial God Alliance to act. Inside the Great Qian Emperor's palace, the Empress was upset, and the remaining 3 of the 4 Directions Marquis had been summoned. After Zhong Yunshan's death, inside and outside the Imperial City, I was the one to lay guard, and I didn't find anything unusual for the time being. "I'm sorry," Fu Zhanglong said. After Zhong Yunshan's death, it was Fu Zhanglong who took care of the inside and outside. Liao Wenshan and Du Xiusheng, who were on the side, were relatively relaxed. The 2 of them were responsible for clearing out the 100 officials, as well as the wind in the Imperial City. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Although Zhong Yunshan is dead, it may not be the work of the Martial God Alliance. Perhaps it was the Zhong Hofu's enemies, or maybe the Martial God Alliance had almost completely subsided during this period of time, and the past frictions of all sizes had recently disappeared. I don't know." Duck Susan spoke up. The Empress looked at Du Xiusheng, who had a slight dodge in his heartfelt eyes. On the side, Liao Wenshan then said, "That's what makes it abnormal. Those reckless people from the Martial God Alliance, acting in an overbearing manner. but recently they have been keeping their troops still. Most likely they are not holding their farts. Your Majesty, we must not take this lightly. Du Xiuxing had just finished speaking when Liao Wenshan disliked him. This made Du Xiuxing upset, but did not say anything. Anyway, tomorrow is the moment of the decisive battle. When the army of the Martial God Alliance comes to attack, De Qian basically can't top it. Zhong Yunshan died and Du Xiuxing fell. Only 2 immortal monarchs, Fu Zhenlong and Liao Wenshan, remain, and the rest of De Qian's great Luo immortals. The Martial God Alliance was not in their sights. And the Martial God Alliance still has outside help, and they still have a head start on the raid. Together with Du Xiuxing's inside-out collaboration to destroy the city guard formation, the situation of Daqian can be imagined. The Empress did not speak, but walked slowly toward the landing stage. The red phoenix robe trailed behind her. The three looked at each other and bowed, waiting for the Empress' instructions. In front of the landing stage, the Empress looked at the Dechen dynasty at night. The huge imperial city was lit up by 10,000 lights. Beneath the serenity, however, the Empress always had a burning feeling. Look up at the sky. There's a moon tonight, but it's obscured by a heavy cloud cover that rolls over the sky. The thick clouds seemed as if they were going to collapse the dome of the sky and cover over this Dechen imperial city. There was a brisk wind blowing, but the air was unusually hot. The storm is coming, the Empress murmured. Then he turned to look at the three men, said, patrols inside and outside the imperial city have been strengthened. An additional manpower has been deployed to all outposts around Daqian. The Great Qian army is ready to go. At my command. The three men's hearts were shaken. The king thinks something is about to happen? Fu Zhenlong asked. Please rest assured that the king of the internal and external patrols. I'll be sure to deploy it. On this side, Du Xiuxing also said, I've also arranged for manpower to strengthen the operation and maintenance of the city protector formation. If there is an accident, the imperial city will have plenty of time to prepare for war. So please rest assured, Your Majesty. But the words just fell. The Empress, however, shook her head and said, You should leave the city guard array alone. I will send someone to take over. What? Du Xiuxing's heart was shaken. He had originally planned to directly destroy the city guard formation tomorrow inside and out. As a result, the Empress won't let him take over? What does the king mean by this? It's a critical time, when manpower is needed. If my men withdraw, the king's men alone will inevitably. The words were not finished. Suddenly, he realized that the Empress was staring at him with a burning gaze. Du Xiuxing hurriedly changed his words. I'm just worried. The situation is urgent, and I want to do my part. The king is forgiven. For her part, the Empress asked, What do you mean by the urgency of the situation? And how critical are critical moments? Du Xiuxing didn't dare to look up. His body trembled slightly. Hurriedly, he said, I also find what Mr. Taisher said just now to be reasonable. That Martial God Alliance has been hibernating lately, so it might really be possible that they have some kind of scheme. That's why they're worried. It was good that the Empress did not continue to dwell much on the subject. It just said, just follow my deployment. Strengthen the patrols inside and outside the imperial city. Increased protection of outposts. Take over the deployment of the Great Protector Formation. Empress Su really felt something. And in the meantime, Nine Dragon Mountain, Martial God Alliance. Lu Junyan has gathered his men. Vast armies assembled on top of a single giganticized spiritual treasure. It merged with the cloudy clouds above the firmament and headed towards the Daqian dynasty with great vigor. It starts tonight with a night attack on Deqian. End of chapter. Chapter 67. In the imperial city of Deqian, the sleeping people were oblivious. Immortal cultivators settled down to cultivate, regardless of the cloudy skies above the firmament. Inside the imperial palace, the Empress sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling desk, gazing out into the long night sky, overlooking the lights of the imperial city. Much to his surprise, a figure wrapped in a torrent of spiritual energy rushed straight towards the imperial palace. The Empress glanced at it, her brows furrowing slightly. Not much longer. Fu Zhenlong, who was clad in armor and holding a treasure-colored spear, landed on the floor platform with a loud bang. Rushing towards the Empress, she shouted, Your Majesty, it's not good. The Martial God Alliance has indeed made a move. The Empress' eyes narrowed slightly. Battle reports have come from the front. Dozens of outposts in Yanbei Pass have lost news almost simultaneously. There are also some battle reports coming in. The outpost suffered a surprise attack from the Martial God Alliance and suffered heavy losses. I've had the outposts deployed for the general direction of the raid and the speed at which the Vulcan Alliance is traveling. But only too late. Fu Zhenlong was in a hurry and his head was filled with sweat. Your Majesty, I'll head to the outpost and block the Martial God Alliance. Fu Zhenlong couldn't help but say, No need, the Empress said faintly. But Fu Zhenlong couldn't hold it in. Most of the people he's put out there are under his command. Instead, The people on the side of the Zhongho mansion who had arranged for it in the first place were escorting it inside and outside of the city. The late-night raid by the Martial God Alliance will not be a minor incident. And this is the reason for the recent anomalies. It's just that I didn't expect that the Martial God Alliance would choose this time to make a move. And I am only afraid that I want to take Dechen today. I'm sorry, said the Empress. The voice was calm, but he heard Fu Zhenglong's face turn pale. This wasn't a small fight and friction anymore, but the Martial God Alliance was getting real. Just don't go out there and get yourself killed. Gather all the men you can and retreat back to the Imperial City. Solidly defend Dechen. The Empress arranged in an organized manner. At the same time, have someone summon Liao Wenshan and Du Xiuxing to come forward. Right now. This is all the battle power that Dechen can take. Soon, Du Xiuxing and Liao Wenshan then came, and after learning what happened, both of their faces were ugly. Du Xiuxing said, the Martial God Alliance has been holding back for so long, and is finally going to completely tear themselves apart from us. We can't just ignore it. I suggest going out of the city to meet the battle. We can't weaken our great Qian's name. Words. The Empress' beautiful eyebrows immediately frowned as she looked at Du Xiuxing. His eyes burned as he said, Du Xiuxing, you're not a foolish person. But these past few days the performance of, isn't that too much of an anomaly? Instantly, Du Xiuxing's face turned ugly. Hurriedly, he said, don't blame the king. I'm just in a hurry. After all, we can't just sit around and wait for the Martial God Alliance to come and commit a crime. Something has to be done. The Empress smiled coldly, said, the city guard formation is in place, and the army is retreating to the Imperial City. The Martial God Alliance can't fight their way in for a while, yet you suggest going out of the city to meet the battle. In haste, going out against the well-prepared Martial God Alliance. What is this if not a death sentence? Du Xiuxing's face was ugly. He said, it was I who was impulsive. In the present situation, I should indeed retreat to protect myself, but staying like this isn't a solution, so why don't I lead the people to reinforce the city guard formation to prevent problems? The moment these words came out, even Fu Zhenglong, a thick brain, felt that something was wrong. At this juncture, Du Xiuxing is trying hard to perform, to do something that, but it's not really necessary at all. The Empress's people were taking over the city protector formation, and this Du Xiuxing had to intervene? Du Xiuxing, what exactly do you mean? That's how it was yesterday, wanting to take over the city guard formation. I'm afraid you don't have a ghost in your heart, right? Liao Wenshan sneered from the side. Nonsense. What are you babbling about? I, Du Xiuxing, have been loyal to Dechen. How can you all slander me like this? Right now, the Martial God Alliance is attacking, and I'm trying to do my part for Great Qian. Du Xiuxing said angrily. Liao Wenshan was going to say something else, but the Empress raised her hand to stop him. She was still looking at Du Xiuxing with indifferent eyes. It was only after half a minute that he sighed slowly and said, Du Xiuxing, how did you become the Marquis of Zhongting in the first place? Remember? Du Xiuxing froze and looked at the Empress. You have a good talent. The time I met you earlier, you were still a great Luo immortal, and were being hunted down. Your life is my retrieval. Daqian can have today. You also contributed a lot of effort, credit and hard work, I have seen in the eyes. I'm sorry, said the Empress. Du Xiuxing seemed to realize something and looked a bit struggling, but still no words were spoken. I'm actually well aware of the collusion between you and the Martial God Alliance, and I also know that the Martial God Alliance will make a move sooner or later, but to be honest, I don't have a particularly good way to lose. I can afford to lose. I just think it's a shame that the Chen Dynasty 10,000 years of foundation, so give away. I'm not willing, but still don't want the Chen Dynasty subjects backstabbing at me. The Empress spoke bluntly. In short, I've known for a long time that you, Du Xiuxing, have fallen on your sword. Don't want to talk to you. Give yourself a chance. Unfortunately, in the end, it didn't help. Du Xiuxing eagerly wanted to touch the city protector formation with a predictable purpose. He doesn't care about Daqian anymore, but about the fact that if he doesn't have anything to contribute, without an inside-out collaboration, how would he be able to fulfill the benefits promised to him by the Martial God Alliance at that time? Liao Wenshan and Fu Zhenglong looked on in shock. I didn't realize that Du Xiuxing had already fallen on his sword, and even more so, I didn't realize that the Empress knew everything. No wonder the Empress suddenly wanted to take over the city protector formation with full authority yesterday, and the internal and external defenses were also taken care of by Fu Zhenglong. Even monitoring the 100 officials was a matter for Liao Wenshan. Du Xiuxing has been shelved. People die for money. Birds die for food. You can't blame me. Du Xiuxing gritted his teeth. Suddenly a flying retreat. A folding fan in his hand spread out openly, blooming with a cold aura. Du Xiuxing's entire body then transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the outside of the city. Trying to run, Fu Zhenlong let out a roar and was about to chase him out. The Empress, however, didn't react in the slightest and just watched quietly. In the meantime, whoosh, a black shadow flashed past the Empress, as if it were a ghost, and with a sudden burst of speed it made even Fu Zhenlong startled. That black stream of light flashed through the air. Du Xiuxing, who was flying away, turned his head in haste to look at the. By the time I realized something was wrong, it was too late. The black shadow crossed over without a sound, but in a few breaths of time, re-entering the Imperial Palace. Barte, an object was casually thrown to the ground by her. It was actually a beautiful woman in black neon dress, with black hair, black pupils, and a flat expression. It wasn't cold, it was more like indifference to everything in the world. Fu Zhenlong and Liao Wenshan looked at the thing on the ground with pale faces. It was Du Xiuxing's head, an immortal monarch, dead just like that. This woman in black, what a terrifying strength. It was rumored that the Empress was escorted by a supreme expert, and now it seemed that this was indeed the case, being able to directly kill an immortal monarch in seconds. Du Xiuxing hadn't even had the time to sacrifice his Dharma phase until he died. Could this woman in black be at the immortal emperor realm? The Empress didn't even look at Du Xiuxing's head on the ground and let out a slightly tired breath. Said, "You two go. Retreat to Daqian. Can code guard. Can not guard." The Empress didn't say the latter words, but it was clear that she was powerless. In the end, the development of Daqian is still not enough, and there are only a few people who can fight. With the death of his own Yunshan and the fall of Du Xiuxing, there are fewer and fewer people who can be used. The Martial God Alliance is well prepared to fight over here, and Daqian really doesn't have any way. Inside the city, Lu Ran and Lin Bauer were resting in the restaurant. Noticing something, Lu Ran leaned on the window and looked at the sky. Immortal Monarch's breath? It's gone in a flash. The battle ended quickly. It can't be that the Martial God Alliance has already fought over, right? Isn't it tomorrow? Lu Ran muttered a little. The 9 quarters Yellow River formation has been set up. The Tiger Talisman of the Underworld can also be summoned at any time. Just waiting for the two parties to gather in the Imperial City. Lu ran in one pot. Then he moved the Blue Sect's purple mansion over to sit in the eastern realm of the Tsang domain. After pondering for a few seconds, Lu Ran muttered, "I guess it's here for a head start. A good show. It's coming." End of chapter. Chapter 68, Battle of the Immortals. Unlike what Lu Ran had expected, the people from the Martial God Alliance did not hit the Imperial City that night. However, war reports from within the Great Qian territory were constantly sent to the Great Qian Imperial Palace. 70% of Daqian's outposts, all destroyed. Instead of taking prisoners, the Martial God Alliance killed all the Great Qian generals. All of them. Most of the remaining generals have already retreated to the Imperial City, and the Martial God Alliance will soon be killing them. The City Protector formation is operating at full power, and no problems have arisen so far. Dawn. The sunrise was rising in the sky, but it didn't fully blossom before it was shrouded in overcast clouds once again. The Great Qian territory was covered by a dim sky and howling winds. Above the Imperial Palace, the Empress looked tired and landed in front of the stage looking at the distant sky without saying a word. Behind them, Fu Zhenglong and Liao Wenshan were full of worry. After all, the Martial God Alliance was about to kill over. At the same time, all the civil and military personnel of the Daqian dynasty had gathered at the Imperial Palace. Although there were many civil officials, those who could serve in Daqian were all immortals themselves. It was only that it wasn't as strong as the Four Directions husband's strength. They were all just de luo immortals. And aside from the Great Qian Imperial City, the external frontiers had basically been completely taken over by the Martial God Alliance. This time, the Martial God Alliance was well prepared and came on strong. Together with the retreat of the Great Qian troops to the Imperial City, the Martial God Alliance barely expended much energy to kill them. But even so, all the outposts encountered along the way, the blocking generals all of them were also killed by the Martial God Alliance. Not a single one left. Their aim was to occupy Daqian. And as for Daqian's former generals, they didn't need them at all. Skyline. The cloud began to roll over as if boiling. The spiritual pressure of the heavens and the earth was frantically agitated, and a large black mass of people came from the sky at great speed. Ho hum. The Empress swept her eyes over and spoke slowly. Here it comes. The words are gone. The Empress looked down at the Imperial Palace. The large martial arts arena had gathered all the high-end battle power that the Imperial Palace could gather right now. Hundreds of great Luo immortals. Thousands of true immortals, upper immortals, and golden immortals. Ordinary soldiers, those cultivators below the realm of immortals, no longer mattered. Any more than that can't affect the battle. Today, it's the battle of the immortals. Fu Zhenglong, Liao Wenshan, you two work together with the entire court to guard the Imperial City. Remember not to go out of the city to meet the battle, the Empress commanded. Yes. The officials arched their hands to receive the order. Fu Zhenlong was worried. Your Majesty, if we just defend, there will always be a time when the formation will be broken. This is not the way to go on. The Empress said, just keep watch. It seemed that the Empress had something else to do, but did not say much. And so, Fu Zhenlong and Liao Wenshan, along with the entire court, with a large number of immortals, a huge swath of the U.S., flew out. Within the imperial city of Deqian, countless people raised their heads to look at the sky. Even the dumbest of people probably guessed what was going on, and rumors were flying. I heard that it was the Martial God Alliance that killed over, and this is pushing into the imperial city? The Marquis of Jingui is dead, and there are 3 Marquis of the 4 directions left. Can they hold up? Look at this situation. I'm afraid that all the generals of the dynasty have come out, right? If this is broken into by the Martial God Alliance, won't all of us die? Today, Deqian is going to be finished. Inside the restaurant, Lu Ran looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly, said, it's starting. Across the room, Lin Bauer was glowing after a night's sleep. She doesn't care if it's hit or miss. She's feasting on roast chicken. Roast chicken in the middle of the morning. It's kind of unique. Big brother, here, with his mouth stuffed with food, he also handed Lu Ran a chicken leg. Lu Ran casually took it and nibbled on it. Skimming, he said, poorly seasoned. As he spoke, Lu Ran sensed his 9/4 Yellow River formation. The Martial God Alliance's army gradually entered the range of the Grand Formation, and ordered the shopkeeper to serve some beef and sauce. And Lin Bauer watched the show while waiting for the 2 sides to fight each other. Inside the Imperial Palace, the Empress did not go out with the crowd. Instead, he looked at the empty Imperial Palace and turned towards the depths of the Imperial Palace. The woman in black followed closely behind the Empress. Not much longer. Come to a large hall behind the bedchamber. This place was unguarded, but it was an absolute forbidden place in the Imperial Palace. The Empress stood at the entrance to the Great Hall, her green fingers tracing through the air. Complex forbidden patterns emerged. The 2 large doors of the hall shook slightly, then opened slowly. To say that in this green day, the 2 gates are open, but you can't see the scene inside the hall. There was only a wave of heat that spilled out and hit his face. It was as if it wasn't just a high temperature, but a hot stream that melted the body to the bone. The Empress raised her feet and walked towards the Great Hall. At that moment, the woman in black suddenly reached out and grabbed the Empress's wrist. The Empress looked back, 4 eyes locked. The black-clothed woman's face, which had always been ancient and unruffled, unexpectedly surfaced a touch of heartache and reluctance at this time. The Empress' gaze then softened and patted the back of the black-clothed woman's hand. He said, Firefly Moon, you go too. Deqian can't be allowed. After saying that, breaking away from the black-clothed woman's hand, and walking into the Great Hall step by step, the 2 stone doors clicked shut and the rolling heat wave dissipated. The woman in black glanced deeply at the closed stone door of the Great Hall before she turned around and disappeared into thin air. Outside the main gate of the Dacian Imperial City, a large army was pressing in. However, it did not continue forward and was stopped in its tracks by the city guard formation. The sky was black with large swaths of people, eyeing the Dacian Imperial City below. At the forefront was Lu Junyan, and at his feet was a huge spear covered in dark red patterns. The spear emanated majestic spiritual energy in all directions, holding up some of the people around it. The 5 commanders of the Martial God Alliance were right beside them. Originally there should have been 6, with 1 Chen Dashan missing. On top of that, there was Lan Ji and the 3 ants, as well as the experts of the Cat Demon clan. On the other side, there was a group of Taoist priests wearing yellow and black Taoist robes. The Taoist priest led the way, an ugly-looking middle-aged man. His eyes were sharp and thin, his nose hawkish, and he reached up and ran his hand through 2 mustaches. Sighing, finally came in time. Lu Junyan, you didn't tell me that. You still have help from the Desolate Demon clan. Lu Junyan glanced at the other party. Lightly, he said, Li Yufeng, you didn't tell me that you brought such a small number of people here, either. Is that all the favors I've given you worth? This Li Yufeng is the master of the Yellow Springs Mansion, the king of the northern realm of the Pale Realm. His parents gave him this name, mostly because they wanted him to have a jade tree, but unfortunately, he grew disabled. Li Yufeng scratched his head awkwardly, looked around. Indeed, he had brought just 4 people, and these 4 were not yet immortal monarchs, but only Great Luo Immortals. The Great Luo Immortal building Junyan could not look at it. The Martial God Alliance had hundreds of Great Luo Immortals anyhow. There's no shortage of his 4. So the Yellow Springs Mansion has a mansion master? You've got it all wrong, don't you? I didn't bring these people here to help you against Deqian. It's just my entourage, Li Yufeng said. So, you're the only one who came? Lu Junyan asked rhetorically. Of course he's not happy about it. Not to mention the benefits promised to the Yellow Springs House of the Northern Realm afterward. This had been given before, and it was by no means enough to let Li Yufeng come alone to help. Too shabby. Li Yufeng is still not saying whether he will move his hand or not, so he came to watch the show? It's simply perfunctory. Don't panic. This trip I made. I came with my Yellow Springs mansion's greatest treasure, Li Yufeng said, full of smugness. A supreme treasure? What is it? Lu Junyan asked. Six-armed heavenly corpse king. Li Yufeng laughed as a small black jade figure appeared in his palm. Immediately, Lu Junyan's eyes then lit up. The Yellow Springs Mansion was able to stabilize the Northern Realm by virtue of the six-armed heavenly corpse king that the Yellow Springs Mansion had warmed up for tens of thousands of years. Li Yufeng was willing to give up this wave and actually took it out. End of chapter. Chapter 69, Martial God Alliance's Underlying Strength. In mid-air, Lu Junyan reached out, and a wave of spiritual energy roared out, but it was stopped by the City Guard formation. At the same time, the City Guard formation that had been attacked also slightly surfaced in its original form. A layer of translucent light shrouded over the entire Great Qian Imperial City. Countless odd runes flowed above the City Protector formation as if they were living creatures. The Great Qian City Guard formation, which is of high strength, recalled a large number of generals to retreat to the Imperial City, avoiding large casualties, but a large area of territory was given away. The Empress knows how to make trade-offs, Lu Junyan murmured. I was expecting a fair amount of resistance on this trip, but it's been a long drive. It seems I was the one who overestimated Di Qian. Lan she said as she scratched her head from the side. Though not as seductive as Fox Clan, the graceful stature of cat clans, but it can instantly arouse the deepest desire of a man's heart. Even the group of Daoist priests from the Yellow Springs Mansion looked straight in the eyes and desperately swallowed their saliva. When Lanji saw this scene, she was even laughing with waves. Li Yufeng also couldn't help but look a few more times and found Lanji's eyes sweeping over. Hurriedly, he turned his head to look at the Imperial City. He said, this is all that's left of Di Qian. So what if the City Guard formation is just a turtle in a jar? How long can they hide? This City Guard formation. I'm only afraid that even my Yellow Springs Mansion's six-armed heavenly corpse king can't stop it. Speaking, the people of Di Qian have arrived in large numbers. Lined up on the city walls, they stood against the Martial God Alliance. Marquis Ping de Fu Zhenglong, Marquis Taisher Liao Wenshan. Why don't you see Marquis Zhongting du Xiuxing and Marquis Zhenghua Zong Yunshan? Lu Junyan asked smilingly. Instead, there's no rush to make a move. The army of the Martial God Alliance is pressing in, and Di Qian is in the bag. There was the desolate demon race assisting him at his side, and there was also the six-armed heavenly corpse king of the Northern Realm's Yellow Springs Mansion. Nowadays, when we see that this is all that comes out of Daqian again, there are only two immortal monarchs, Liao Wenshan and Fu Zhanlong. Lu Junyan even almost laughed out loud. It even felt a little funny to think that I had this well-thought-out plan. Even the help does not seem to need. Directly kill over can steadily take down Daqian. Facing the questioning, Fu Zhanlong and Liao Wenshan's faces turned blue, but they did not answer. Instead, it was the commander beside Lu Junyan who said, the ally master doesn't know that Zong Yunshan, already dead. It's a pity. How can you say that you are also a great Qianjinhua marquis? How can you die violently? As for Du Xiuxing, they did not mention it, probably thinking, it's Du Xiuxing on the inside, secretly doing damage to Go. Unbeknownst to him, Du Xiuxing had already been decapitated and died. In that case, with the loss of the Marquis of Jinhua, a great general, how can Great Qian withstand my Martial God Alliance? Lu Junyan asked in a conspiratorial manner. Little cute. All could see that Lu Junyan had long known about Zong Yunshan's death. The eastern realm of the Tsung domain has always been ruled by my Daqian dynasty, and you, the Martial God Alliance, are meddling with it. Di Qian didn't seek to settle the score with you, but you invaded and came instead. Shamelessly, Liao Wenshan roared angrily and accused. However, Lu Junyan just laughed. He said, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Hasn't it been like that for thousands of years? The Great Qian has been sitting in the Eastern Realm for so long. It's time to give way. Having said that, eyes swept around. Continued, at such a critical juncture. How do you not see Daqian Empress? Where is she now? It's not supposed to be hiding, is it? Or maybe, ran away? Daring. The Great Qian Empress, can't be speculated on by such a petty person like you. Fu Zhenglong chided loudly. In that case, why don't you see it? Lu Junyan asked. Both sides are still talking out of their asses. In the restaurant, Lu Ran leaned over the window to get a good look. Thanks to the location of this restaurant, it was just possible to see both sides from below. Lu Ran was a bit speechless. Said, kill all kill over, directly fight. What is there to dilly-dally? He was still waiting for both sides to consume each other's battle power, but as a result, it's just lip service? The two of you are ranked as immortal monarchs and it's not easy to cultivate, and since the Empress is not here, I, Lu Junyan, can give you a chance to open the City Guard formation and defect to my Martial God Alliance. At that time, Dakian will still be Dakian. It's just a change of name. Wouldn't it be fun for us to run the Martial God Alliance together and dominate the Eastern Realm? Lu Junyan opened his mouth and shouted. So it is, playing to that end. Those miscellaneous soldiers and generals. Lu Junyan does not matter. But the four directions any one of them is an immortal monarch. This is an absolute talent. If one could take two immortal monarchs in 3 words to be included in the Martial God Alliance, even not counting the desolate demon clan, the Martial God Alliance and the other 3 realms of the Tsang domain conversed with each other, and they were also more energized. Want the two of us to defect to your Martial God Alliance? Thinking of farts to eat, De Chen will never want to let. Fu Zhenglong directly scolded. However, Liao Wenshan looked odd, his eyes flickering slightly as he looked at Lu Junyan, seemingly hesitating. To be able to cultivate to an immortal monarch, this Liao Wenshan has a bit of a brain no matter how archaic he is. Right now, the Great Qian dynasty is in decline. The Martial God Alliance is killing people in the face. And looking at this situation, the City Guard formation couldn't hold up at all. The Empress is off doing something, maybe preparing some kind of undercard. But that undercard, can you fight against the current Martial God Alliance? But he could see clearly that Li Yufeng of the Yellow Springs Mansion of the Northern Realm was beside Lu Junyan. As for the Great Qian side, the only 2 immortal monarchs that could fight were him and Fu Zhenglong. The City Guard formation couldn't withstand it for long, and after the city was broken, his and Fu Zhenglong's fate could be imagined. Today, it's certain death. The only chance of surviving was to turn against the Martial God Alliance. What's more, it's not even clear if the Empress is going to prepare her bottom card or not. It would be embarrassing if it really was hiding or escaping as Lu Junyan had said. The Empress has run away, leaving him and Fu Zhenglong here to fight for their lives. Isn't that brain dead? Thinking like this, Liao Wenshan became even more intent. But look at Fu Zhenglong's look of indignation. With so many Dakian subordinates around him, Liao Wenshan was a little embarrassed to surrender directly. Lu Junyan seemed to have seen through Liao Wenshan at a glance. Fu Zhenglong, a man with a straight brain and a foolish loyalty, is not too good to take down. But this Liao Wenshan, there's something going on. If we can successfully take it, the only one who can fight in Dakian is Fu Zhenglong, which is simply pathetic. And so, Lu Junyan continued. As you can see, my Martial God Alliance this time. Be well prepared. Having said that, staggering and pointing to Li Yufeng by his side, he said, this one you should recognize. Northern Realm Yellow Springs Mansion Master Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng grinned, his pointed eyes narrowing slightly. He said, the Eastern Realm has been in chaos for so many years. The Martial God Alliance and Daqian are incompatible. It's too chaotic. It's time to unify. And I, the Northern Realm, believe that it would be most appropriate for the Martial God Alliance to come and sit in the Eastern Realm. Having said that, he also spread out his hand and displayed the Jade Man in his hand as if he was pretending. This is the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King of my Yellow Springs Mansion. Enough to deal with the 2 of you, and the other stragglers. We are even less in our eyes, and Daqian will surely lose today. This is your last chance. I hope you cherish it. Words. Liao Wenshan's heart trembled. The Yellow Springs Mansion had even taken out the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. What chance of victory does this Great Qian have? The time when the City Guard formation is broken will be the time when the Great Qian dynasty is overthrown. Lu Ran watched with great interest, stretching his neck to see clearly the small jade figure in Li Yufeng's hand. Curious, he said, and putting aside the suppressive effect of the 9/4 Yellow River formation. I wonder which is stronger or weaker, this 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King or my 8-armed Great Canopy? Was thinking. Lu Junyan continued his introduction. These few on the right, on the other hand, are the great powers of the desolate Cat Demon Clan. The 3 Demon Emperors are here. What was said was naturally the 3 ants behind Lan Ji. Don't look at the 3 of them. All 3 of them are graceful. One right peach in general. That was a proper Demon Emperor. This time, even Fu Zhenglong's face was unsightly. The 3 Demon Emperors, plus the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King from the Yellow Springs Mansion, and the 5 Immortal Monarch Commanders from the Martial God Alliance. Lu Junyan was an Immortal Monarch himself. How can Daqian resist this? Favoritism. Lan Shi seemed to be a little disconcerted by Lu Junyan's failure to mention her. Raising his hand, he flashed out a luscious pocket-sized ancient tower. Read, inside this 10,000 demon tower of mine, there are still millions of demon armies, and on the day we break the city, it is the time when the 10,000 demons will start their meals. You too should think about your own back roads. Words. Fu Zhenglong were silent. Liao Wenshan's eyes became friendly when he looked at Lu Junyan. There was only one person who was excited. That was Lu Ran, who was watching the show in the restaurant. 3 demon emperors. There are still millions of demon race armies inside that little tower? Lu Ran murmured excitedly. With a flip of his wrist, the demon refining pot appeared in his hand. This thing, it's of great use. Millions of demons. A great tonic. I wanted to write the shelves of the speech. Think about it, will not be pretentious. Thanks for your care to see here. A first order would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 70, The Great Confucian Phantasm. Fu Zhenglong, Liao Wenshan. I've made my words clear, and you can see the situation. How do you two decide? The display has been shown. Now it's time to see what the two decide. As long as these two fell, the Martial God Alliance would have 2 more immortal monarchs. And in Diqian, there was only the Empress left as a bare-bones commander. Even the Empress hasn't shown up yet. If the Empress doesn't show up, and these two fall back on Daqian, just an empty shell. After breaking the city guard formation, Diqian is at your fingertips. There is no need for words. I, Fu Zhenglong, and Great Qian, will live and die together. Fu Zhenglong was the first to yell. Lu Junyan frowned slightly. It's all been said and done, and you're still obsessed. On the contrary, it is Liao Wenshan, who has always been upright, inspecting all the officials on behalf of Daqian, with an iron face and selflessness. In a deep voice, he said, I am willing to submit to the Martial God Alliance. Moment. Fu Zhenglong twisted his head to look at Liao Wenshan. Drumming, he said, Liao Wenshan, you dog thief, are you crazy? Liao Wenshan twisted his head to look at Fu Zhenglong and said, people die for money, birds die for food. Du Xiuxing is right. I have been cultivating hard for tens of thousands of years, and have worked diligently for the Great Qian. I don't deserve to die. I don't deserve to die here. But the words were finished. Liao Wenshan suddenly thought of what happened to Du Xiuxing again, snapping his head around. As if the immortal monarch's sixth sense sensed something, Liao Wenshan raised his hand expansively. A quill pen mana appeared in front of him. Next, buzz. A Confucian Dharma phase that penetrated the heavens and the earth appeared behind him. Great Confucian Dharma phase. Not bad, not bad. Lu Junyan nodded in satisfaction. Although Liao Wenshan was inferior to the Marquis of Jinghua in terms of battle power, however, it was considered extremely rare for a Great Confucian Dharma phase to be able to manipulate the vast chi of heaven and earth. But at this point, Liao Wenshan's face was filled with horror, and after sacrificing his magic treasure and phallic appearance, the entire person headed towards the Imperial Palace without hesitation. The core of the City Protector formation was in the Imperial Palace. The Empress's men were guarding the City Guard formation, and Liao Wenshan only needed to go over and clear the field. It will be able to destroy the City Guard formation from the core. Although he decided to fall back. Right now, the City Guard formation was still in place. The Martial God Alliance outside the city couldn't get in, and he couldn't get out of the city. But the mysterious woman beside the Empress is still in the city. If we don't hurry to open the City Guard formation to seek shelter from the Martial God Alliance, by the time the mysterious woman made her move, he was wasted. He didn't feel that he was much stronger than Du Xiuxing, but just a moment before he moved, a black phantom came from the Imperial Palace and intercepted him halfway. In the void, the fluorescent moon looked at Liao Wenshan with an indifferent expression, and without a phallic appearance. There were no manic spiritual power fluctuations, just like an ordinary person standing in the void, facing Liao Wenshan's Great Confucian Dharma phase. It was as if he was overrating a tree, and like a mortal facing a lofty mountain. But Liao Wenshan's body shook hard. The action came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, he yelled, Lu Junyan, break the formation quickly. His voice was shaking. Lu Junyan looked at the woman in black suspiciously. Somewhat strangely, among the information gathered about the Great Qian over the years, there didn't seem to be any profile information on this woman in black, but since it could make Liao Wenshan so afraid, it was definitely not a mediocre hand. The commander, Chen Dashan, has disappeared. It's been hard to bring back an immortal monarch, can't risk wasting it. And so, Lu Junyan murmured, break the formation, 4 simple words. Then, the 3 ants of the demon race, as well as the major commanders, pulled themselves up, spreading his dharma in midair, like a heavenly god. It stood outside the City Guard formation. The same was true for the 3 ants of the cat demon clan, with the demon saint bloodline revealed. Several giant cat demons entwined with black demonic chi surfaced behind the 3 of them. Next, collectively, they began to bombard the City Guard formation indiscriminately. All sorts of divine abilities wrapped in spiritual power, demonic power, smashed out like no money. The City Guard formation seemed impenetrable, but under the full force of the gang's bombardment, trembling madly and precariously. Lu Junyan's attention had been on the woman in black. In front of her, Liao Wenshan did not dare to move, carefully standing in midair. Behind him, the great Confucian Dharma phase raised his hands. The heaven and earth's vast chi gathered into a long river, draping around his body and completely defending it. Attacking the woman in black? Just kidding. Liao Wenshan was not interested at all. He only wanted to live. Faced with a woman in black who could kill Du Xiuxing in seconds, his liver and gall had long since split. As a fellow immortal monarch, he knew Du Xiuxing's strength all too well. To be able to cause Du Xiuxing to be killed in seconds without the slightest reaction, he was definitely not a match for this woman in black. In the restaurant, Lu Ran and Lin Bauer lay on the window and stretched their necks to watch the show. Who is this sister? It looks so powerful? Lin Bauer asked curiously. I don't know, but it seems like it's not a human race. Lu Ran muttered. He had heavenly spirit eyes and could see through Liao Wenshan's realm at a glance, which was the second sky of immortal monarchs, same as Zhong Yunshan. But this woman in black, he couldn't see through. It wasn't that the other side's realm was too high, but that there was a special kind of hindrance, as if the mist was. The heavenly spirit eye is not working well. Although it hadn't been long since he had gotten his hands on the celestial spirit eye, nothing had been going wrong. The only time it went wrong was with Limbaugh. He couldn't see through the Ri. And now, this woman had that same feeling in her, but the woman was clearly not a lie, not even the scent of a human being. In mid-air, he watched as the Martial God Alliance began to break the formation. Liao Wenshan was slightly relieved and shouted, I have no grievances with your excellency. I turned against the Martial God Alliance, but also a helpless move. You do not have to be difficult with me. Now the Martial God Alliance is about to break the formation of the. You should be more worried about the Martial God Alliance. But as before, the woman remained silent. He looked at the crowd from the Martial God Alliance who were breaking the formation, and then looked at Liao Wenshan. The hands were slightly open. Swish! 2 cold auras appeared in the woman's hands. Is that dagger? 2 ebony daggers appeared in the woman's hands, glowing with a cold aura, but the woman still hadn't shown her dharma. Liao Wenshan's body shook slightly. Probably Du Xiuxing's head was cut off by this thing. Whoosh! The moment the woman flashed her dagger, her entire body seemed to transform into a black mist, floating towards Liao Wenshan. It's fast as lightning. Tai! Liao Wenshan yelled to give himself courage. At the same time, the great Confucian phantasm behind him detached from his body and made a forward charge that protect Liao Wenshan in front of his chest. 2 large hands were spread out, wrapped in blazing white highly compressed heaven and earth vastness chi, mixed with the torrent of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. It clamped down hard towards the woman's figure. It's like swatting a mosquito with both hands. The woman sensed it, but did not alter her trajectory of movement. It was just so raw that he was slapped hard by 2 palms. Liao Wenshan's heart rejoiced at being hit, but the expression of joy on his face suddenly solidified before it could fully emerge. Between the palms of the great Confucian Dharma, the woman stretched her hands out flat, and the 2 daggers rushed outward, stuck raw between the 2 palms of the great Confucian Dharma. No matter how hard the great Confucian Dharma phase exerted, it was difficult to advance a fraction of an inch. Liao Wenshan's face changed drastically. This nymphets are useless. It was important to realize that the woman hadn't even revealed her Dharma form yet. However, it was able to withstand Liao Wenshan's attack so easily. Liao Wenshan subconsciously shrunk behind him. The woman's hands and arms braced against the palms of the great Confucian Dharma phase, and her body shook slightly. Whoosh! Weaving in and out like a loach. The great Confucian Dharma phase's palms were clasped together, but it was no longer useful. Reacting, Liao Wenshan decisively transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the Martial God Alliance. With his mouth, he shouted, break the formation! Break the formation! End of chapter. Chapter 71, 6-Armed Heavenly Corpse King. If he didn't break the formation, he would really have to hiccup. As for the great Confucian Dharma phase, he left it in place and used it to pester the woman in black and stall for time. The idea is beautiful, but the reality makes Liao Wenshan fall into the abyss. The woman in black behind her saw the trajectory of Liao Wenshan's movements and the black phantom traced a bizarrely curved course through the air. All the attacks of that great Confucian phantom, together with the vastness of heaven and earth, all of which the woman dodged lightly and immaculately. Liao Wenshan looked back in his haste and realized that the phallic phase had failed to slow down his opponent. Instead, the woman was getting closer and closer to herself. In the blink of an eye, it scared him so much he almost peed himself. Just in time. Click. Above the city protector formation, a huge crack violently appeared. Next, boom, with the rift as the center, the entire city guard formation burst, dissipated, and turned into nothingness. The Great Qian City Guard formation was so unbearable under the indiscriminate bombardment of so many bigwigs, Fu Jinglong's face turned pale as he looked at the army of the martial god alliance that was close at hand, not even in the mood to pay attention to the end of Liao Wenshan, simply drawing out his own lance. A divine general's phantom appeared at first glance behind him. Leading his men, he prepared to defend the imperial city to the death. As for Liao Wenshan, the moment he saw the city protector formation shatter, excitedly, he shouted, "The martial god alliance protects me." With those words, the speed seemed to increase a few more points. Lu Junyan was going to do something, but when he looked up, he saw that the black phantom had already stuck behind Liao Wenshan. Liao Wenshan was in a rage, bursting out his spiritual energy like no money was needed, deadening himself on all fronts. As long as he survived these few seconds to hold on, with the protection of the martial god alliance, he wouldn't be able to die. Too bad it didn't work. The protective astral aura was as if it was made of paper mache, and was easily sliced through by the dagger. Pust! A dagger! Straight into Liao Wenshan's dantian. Accompanying the entry was a bizarre and special energy that stirred up the spiritual energy within the dantian. With the other hand the dagger slashed upward in a smooth motion. Swish! Cut off Liao Wenshan's head. To say that Liao Wenshan, who was in the realm of immortals and was an immortal monarch, even if he was attacked in his dantian, even if one's head is cut off, there is a way to remake one's flesh. However, under the attack of this woman in black, it seemed that all means were useless. The great Confucian Dharma phase solidified in the air and then dissipated without a sound. Liao Wenshan's head, also unattended, fell to the ground and the torrent of spiritual energy within the dantian erupted manically, whipping the black-clad woman's neon dress in a hunting dance. A pair of daggers flipped slightly, and the eyes of the woman in black looked towards Lu Junyan. The latter was startled. Who is this woman in black? The strength is so terrifying. It was simply a crushing gesture to kill Liao Wenshan. He, Lu Junyan, was also creeped out in his heart when he faced this woman in black. Swish! Seeing her target, the woman in black completely disregarded the presence of the others and transformed into a black phantom that, towards Lu Junyan. Li Yufeng, do it! Lu Junyan yelled. At the same time, several protective spiritual treasures were thrown out like they didn't need money. Even the blood-colored lance at his feet was recalled by Lu Junyan and grasped in his hand, eyes dead set on the black phantom that floated by. Moment of truth. A small object was thrown into mid-air, blocking the path of the woman in black. It's the little black jade man. The woman sensed something and her movements came to an abrupt halt. Next, Ping, a six-armed heavenly corpse king with a huge figure, twice as big as the Dharma phase. It was as if a tower of iron had fallen to the earthly earth. The moment it appeared, a heavy punch was thrown. No spiritual power fluctuation, a simple punch. However, it blasted the body of that black-clothed woman as if she were a fly flying out backwards. It hit the ground hard, cutting out a long distance. Along the way, rows and rows of imperial city buildings were collapsed by the devastating impact. Li Yufeng laughed out loud, pinched his seal with one hand, and said aloud, "A single force breaks all laws. It's rare for Dakian to have a talented person like you, but you, can you get past my Huang Chuanfu?" In the restaurant, Lu Ran and Lin Bauer looked excited, especially when he saw the six-armed heavenly corpse king blast the woman in black away with one punch. When it collapsed a large skid of buildings, a big one and a small one, wide-eyed. Luckily the crash wasn't in the row of the restaurant. Lu Ran said. "Yeah, right." Lin Bauer agreed. Next, the two looked in the direction of the woman in black, but couldn't see it because of the building in the way. "Is she dead?" Lin Bauer asked. "Not dead. And unharmed," Lu Ran murmured. His divine sense could cover and detect the woman's scent. Although it was still impenetrable, he could feel the stability of the woman's aura. This further reminded Lu Ran of when he had blown away Lin Bauer with a single punch in order to test the characteristics of the Lai. However, in Lu Ran's senses, the woman's aura was worlds apart from that of the Lai people. It couldn't have been the Ri Bauer. Besides the Lai people, what other races are immortal? Lu Ran asked curiously, but Limbaugh just shook his head in confusion. Her insights weren't too far off from Lu Ran, who hadn't been ascending for long. Lu Ran hadn't been ascending for long and didn't know anything. Lin Bauer was young and knew nothing. Keep looking. Good. The two men stuffed a piece of beef in one of their mouths and continued to watch the show. Originally, in Lu Ran's conception, this wave of the Great Qian was basically a complete defeat. The Martial God Alliance could take down the Qian with a crushing force, but now there seems to be some variation. Liao Wenshan is dead though. The Empress is not there either. There was only one Fu Zhenlong left in Dechen right now, just one immortal monarch. However, there was such a mysterious woman who was able to kill immortal monarchs in seconds, absolute superiority seconds. However, the situation is not optimistic. The six-armed heavenly corpse king of the Yellow Springs mansion was no joke. Lu Ran twisted his head to look at the six-armed heavenly corpse king, who was quite a bit larger than the phantom. It stood as if it were an ancient giant. Unlike the phantom, this thing is completely solid. Instead of a body of intentional energy like a phantom, this heavenly corpse king has a strong figure, 6 thick arms, and although his body is covered with pus and sores, it was also accompanied by an overwhelming stench. But it really stinks. Lu Ran muttered. The beef in front of me doesn't even smell good. Couldn't feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy from the heavenly corpse king. Recalling Li Yufeng's earlier statement that one force can break all laws, Lu Ran probably understood. This thing is a zombie. Only the physical strength, the power, had reached a terrifying level. Breath cannot be sensed because it is not psychic in itself. Complete physical crushing. The woman in black whose defense could not even be broken by Liao Wenshan's great Confucian Dharma phase was able to be blown away by this thing. One could imagine how terrifying this heavenly corpse king's strength was. It was more than enough to fight against immortal monarchs. No wonder it could become the Northern Realm's Yellow Springs Mansion's base card and supreme treasure. With this stance, I don't know if I can hold my 8-armed great canopy. I don't know. Lu Ran muttered curiously. In the meantime, Lu Junyan was slightly relieved. Looking at the heavenly corpse king in front of him, his heart was also shocked. I had heard that the 6-armed heavenly corpse king of the Northern Realm's Yellow Springs Mansion was extremely terrifying, and now it seemed to be true. When this punch came down, even he, Lu Junyan, would find it difficult to top it. A few commanders around him also looked bright. It is good to have this thing to help the battlefield. Even the 3 ants of the Cat Demon clan, as well as Lan Ji, looked on with grave expressions. They're strong enough, but I didn't expect that the Northern Realm's Yellow Springs Mansion alone would have such a hand. Li Yufeng was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction and said smugly, "Don't worry about it, that is. Although this girl is weird, but it's hard to be suppressed by my Yellow Springs Mansion, so Pei Zhanglong, you guys can just clean it up." End of chapter. Chapter 72, For the Sake of Diqian. It's a bit of a shame that Liao Wenshan is dead. With the Empress gone, there's only one Fu Zhenglong left in Daqian now, so as long as we kill Fu Zhenglong, Diqian is the bag. It's too easy to kill Fu Zhenglong, a mere immortal monarch. With so many immortal monarchs from the Martial God Alliance surrounding and gathering fire, Fu Zhenglong was also basically just being killed in seconds. Diqian, take it. But suddenly, in the ruins, the black figure once again rose up from the ground and stepped out step by step into the void. There was still no expression on his face, just a faint look towards that 6-armed heavenly corpse king. Then without hesitation, he charged. Alas, the strength is okay, the brain is a bit straight. Lu Ran lamented. The 6-armed heavenly corpse king played with physics, and his body strength could be imagined. So how could it be hard? That punch just now came suddenly and hastily. Now that you've come back to your senses, go around to the back and kill the immortal monarch. Why did you run up to start a fight with the 6-armed heavenly corpse king? If you don't kill the immortal monarch, how can I, the fisherman, benefit? Being dragged by the 6-armed heavenly corpse king and consumed. Once Fu Zhenglong dies, Diqian will be completely lost. As for the Empress who hadn't appeared yet, Lu Ran guessed that she had mostly run away already. This situation, if Lu Ran is a great general of the Great Qian, he also ran away long ago, running all night, was thinking. Pang! The woman had just rushed up. When the 6-armed heavenly corpse king slammed his fist out, the woman flew out again. With this extreme burst of power, even if the woman could carry it without being injured, she couldn't get close enough to, as if swatting a fly. You go back and forth. You can't die, but you can only be slapped around like a ball. Weird. What exactly is this girl? How come the body strength is so terrifying? Li Yufeng looked at it for a while and muttered suspiciously. The 6-armed celestial corpse king makes an appearance, and the effect is good, but one way or another. However, he was never able to kill the other party, which made Li Yufeng a bit disgraced. It's almost like playing house. I can't see, nor can I sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy on the other party. Is it protected by immortal treasures? I'm sorry, Lanji said curiously from the sidelines. An immortal treasure wants to be safe in the hands of my Yellow Springs Mansion's 6-armed heavenly corpse king? I'm afraid I'm overthinking it. I'm sorry, Li Yufeng said with a disgruntled frown. Maybe it's an ancient treasure. Lu Junyan spoke. When these words came out, in an instant, all the people present were brightened up. Ancient treasures. They haven't even seen Guba's face. If there's really an ancient treasure on this girl, take the girl, then get the ancient treasure. Looking at this unbeatable defense effect, it is simply enviable. This is not the way to go on. Let's do it. Let's kill Fu Zhenglong and take down Diqian first. I'm sorry, Li Yufeng reminded. The 6-armed heavenly corpse king was manipulated by Li Yufeng, and after such a long time, he was also tired. The woman couldn't be beaten no matter what, and didn't even look injured. If he just consumed it like this, The six-armed Heavenly Corpse King was very strong, but there would always be a time when Li Yufeng would run out of spiritual power. The opponent can't be beaten, but he can't be exhausted. Do it! Take down De Qian! Lu Junyan waved his spear in his hand. After killing Fu Zhenglong, there will be no more De Qian in the eastern realm of the Tsang domain. Everyone in the city, kill them all! Massacre! The Martial God Alliance is going to completely take over this place and re-establish order. The original inhabitants of the Imperial City. It's hard to tell how many people are wallflowers and how many are die-hard loyalists to Daqian. All kills? Most assuredly. Clean. After saying that, Lu Junyan looked at Lanji and the three ants behind Lanji. The meaning is obvious. You desolate cat demon want to get a foothold in the eastern realm. It's time to show some sincerity. The three ants grinned and smiled, not refusing. This situation was simply a waste of time. 3 demon emperors? Killing a Fu Zhenglong could be too simple. It was much harder for the demon race to cultivate than the human race. But under the same realm, they were also a bit more powerful. Although Fu Zhenglong was an immortal monarch, he was only an immortal monarch. A single demon emperor was able to entangle Fu Zhenglong's Dharma phase. The remaining 2 could just kill Fu Zhenglong, who had no Dharma phase. As for Fu Zhenglong's immortal realm, the 3 of them did not place it in their eyes. The immortal realm depended on the grade of the phantom, and Fu Zhenglong's phantom was just an ordinary divine general. It wasn't great. At this moment, Fu Zhenglong was incredibly nervous and his face was ashen. He was willing to die for Daqian, but after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he was now faced with a situation of certain death. He's scared, too, but even so, the lance in his hand remained in a death grip, refusing to give way. Lu Ran, who was watching, couldn't help but nod secretly. He said, "This kind of person, on the contrary, is a rare talent, and in a situation of certain death, he only needs to bow his head and fall back." It would have been possible to preserve tens of thousands of years of cultivation and leave his life behind, but he surprisingly gave it up. Lu Ran asked himself, if he was facing the situation that Fu Zhenglong was facing right now. Mostly, it's a straight-up reversal. Big brother, this De Qian, can it still be preserved? Lin Bauer asked. Although she didn't know much about it, she knew Lu Ran's setup during this period of time. It's to reap the benefits after the 2 parties have fought, but now it seems that De Qian is completely suppressed. Not to mention the 2 losses. The Martial God Alliance estimated that they could take down De Qian without having to lose a single soldier. It seems to be nothing at the moment. Unfortunately, in the end, it's still me who will clean up the Martial God Alliance. I don't know. Lu Ran bristled, not very happy with the status quo. Speaking, the 3 demon emperors had already revealed their bodies, and 3 huge black cats emerged right in the air. It did not land on the ground, but rather, it was athletic and nimble as it headed towards Fu Zhenglong. All generals, retreat! Fu Zhenglong yelled. In the Battle of the Immortals, all ministries under the immortal monarchs were not qualified to participate. You'll die if you're rubbed by the demon emperor. Those generals also understood, and listening to Fu Zhenglong's words, they dispersed with a clatter. Only Fu Zhenglong was left alone, squeezing his lance. He stared dead at the 3 cat demons rushing at him. The lance in his hand moved forward and yelled, "For the great Qian!" The cry was filled with resignation, determination. Behind him, the God General Dharma phase was the first to rush out and block in front of Fu Zhenglong. Facing the 3 cat demons, Fu Zhenglong himself began to invoke his divine abilities. Although it was a move that would lead to certain death, even if he died, he would still leave some scars on the Martial God Alliance. But it didn't turn out well. Although the God General was detached from Fu Zhenglong, he was not acting autonomously. It still needs to be manipulated by Fu Zhenglong. However, he was facing 3 cat demons and was unable to fully activate his Dharma phase. The cat demon's agility made almost all of Phantasm's attacks fall short. The remaining 2 cat demons came straight towards Fu Zhenglong. Fu Zhenglong sighed deeply in his heart, only feeling that this death of his own, his death was also too trivial. Moment of truth. Boom! A heat wave suddenly erupted from the Imperial Palace. Everyone looked at the Imperial Palace at the same time. The fire reddened half the sky. Dark red flames churned and heat waves rolled in. It was as if the entire sky's dark clouds had been ignited. And since the Imperial Palace was the center of the burning out in all directions, in front of the flaming heat wave, a silhouette stepped into the air. Countless flames dazzled around them, and a phoenix robe danced in the flames. "The Empress is here," Lu Junyan said faintly. But the breath, so strong, Lu Ran also turned his head to look, wanting to see what the mysterious Great Qian Empress had up her sleeve, holding back until now to show up. But this look, Lu Ran was struck by lightning, exclaimed, "Lolo!" End of chapter. Chapter 73, This is not a dream. Big brother, you recognize? Lin Bauer was taken aback and, looking at the phoenix-robed woman who came like a flaming queen. My disciple, Lu Ran said. At this point, the owner of the tavern and a couple of fellows barged in for a good show. Guest, watch together? The owner was a fat man with a big belly, followed by a couple of fellows along behind him until the second floor to watch the location is good, and came running. Lives are at stake for the sake of the theater. After all, it was closer to the city gates. Feel free, Lu Ran said casually. The owner then hemmed and hawed and came over to the other window. Look up. The Empress grew faster and faster, wrapped in roiling flames. Looking closely, one could see a lotus flower that seemed as if flames had condensed into a solid body beneath the Empress's feet. It was just that the Empress was in a somewhat strange state at the moment. Her eyes were crimson, and even her long hair had turned a fiery red color, paired with her red phoenix robe. The whole person almost blended into the flames. TSK. This is the Empress. The boss was surprised. You've never met the Empress? Lu Ran asked. The Empress Juzaro has always been mysterious, never showing her face, so of course I've never seen her. I thought it was an ugly one, but I didn't expect it to look so pretty. The boss marveled. A few of the restaurant fellows behind him also said, yes, hot and sexy, worthy of an empress. Can this female emperor withstand the onslaught of the Martial God Alliance? Whether or not she can withstand the onslaught of the Martial God Alliance I don't know, but she sure as hell can't withstand my onslaught. In bed. Ha ha. Good boy. Got my thoughts out. Ha ha. We're all in each other's shoes, and the boss probably wants it too, right? The crowd laughed and flirted. The boss was also full of lewd smiles as he said, it's a shame the flames are so thick that it's a bit of a shame not to be able to see what's underneath the phoenix robes. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at Lu Ran. Said, this guest, how do you rate it? Lu Ran didn't even look at them as he raised his hand to a few people and made a slight grab. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them instantly compressed, shackling the boss and the others. The boss's few people were shocked and wanted to say something, but realized that their bodies couldn't move at all. Pang! The highly compressed spiritual energy of the heavens and earth directly squeezed them out. Lu Ran withdrew one hand, as if he had done something insignificant. Keep looking up at the sky. Immortal Monarch 6th Heaven. But this aura, it's very strong. It seems that some sort of means of exploding potential has been utilized. Lu Ran analyzed. It wasn't the intensity of an Immortal Monarch 6th Heaven's aura, but it was buoyant and it was as if a wild horse that had been forcibly suppressed was ready to break loose. At the same time, Lu Ran also knew that uncontrolled outbursts would damage the cultivation foundation to a certain extent. No one explodes into potential until they have to. The damage is not even reversible. And the Empress, who was rapidly approaching the city wall in the air, suddenly noticed something as if she had a slight lurch in speed. Puzzled, he looked down at the imperial city below, but couldn't feel anything. The Empress looked slightly gloomy and shook her head. Then a determination surfaced on his face and his speed increased once again. Come to the top of the wall. Looking at the piece of debris that was smashed out by the mysterious woman, he frowned slightly. The three demon emperors also stopped at this time, their huge bodies facing the Empress, confronting each other. But he didn't dare to make a move. The Empress's aura was too strong. Fu Zhenglong was panting and had the feeling that he had come back from the dead. To the Empress, she said, be careful, Your Majesty. That's the six-armed heavenly corpse king of the Northern Realm's Yellow Springs mansion. There are also the three demon emperors of the desolate demon race. The Empress sniffed and looked at the three demon emperors, then placed her eyes on the six-armed heavenly corpse king, but just looked away. Finally, he looked at Lu Junyan and said, I have nothing to say about you joining forces with the Northern Realm, but there is a decree from the Summer State. The desolate demon race is not allowed to go deep into the Xia State. Have you even forgotten the rules? Lu Junyan sneered. Said, you and I, we haven't seen each other for thousands of years. Don't you know that tens of thousands of years ago, the Qing Emperor of Xiazhou disappeared with his imperial decree, and the rules have long existed in name only. With such a pedantic mindset, it's no wonder you can't guard Diqian. The Empress frowned. Buzz. The sea of fire in the sky behind him twined and twisted, and a fire lotus through the sky appeared behind him. The heat wave was even worse. It was as if the ground and the surrounding buildings were about to melt from the heat. I've heard long ago that the great Qian Empress's red lotus dharma of robbing fire can burn all things. And today, we'd like to learn from you, Lu Junyan said with a smile. This Lu Junyan also played a little smart. It doesn't say I come to learn, but we come to learn. That is, to plan a group fight. He's not a cutie. The Empress has a breath of fresh air at the moment. It far exceeded the intensity of the Empress's original aura that she should have. Can't fight alone. Subsequently, Lu Junyan's phantom also appeared at first glance. It was a divine general holding a long spear, similar to Fu Zhenglong's. However, No matter whether it was in terms of might or appearance, it was far too outstanding than Fu Zhenglong's. The Big Dipper. The Empress murmured. Make your move and subdue the Empress. Lu Junyan roared. The several commanders around him spread out in unison and lit up their respective Dharma phases. The 3 demon emperors also pulled up their demonic power to the extreme. The 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King was under the control of Li Yufeng, playing the lead. Even Li Yufeng himself called out his Dharma phase. At a cursory glance, not counting the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King, there were 10 Immortal Monarch Realm experts alone. Together with the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King, it was no wonder that the Martial God Alliance dared to attack Daqian at night. The bottom line, indeed, is enough, and on the Daqian side, there's only one Empress, plus one Fu Zhenglong, and the mysterious woman. The 3 of them in the district. As for the other Daluo Immortals, Golden Immortals, Super Immortals, True Immortals and the like, they're all just playing around. Their lives and deaths depended on the victory or defeat of these immortal monarchs. They were also not qualified to participate in a battle between immortal monarchs. The Empress's face was grave. This hurdle, it's not easy to pass. She knew she was in an outburst phase, and outbursts have their limits. 10 immortal monarchs, plus a 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. Her chances of winning are too slim, but we can't give away this Qianlong. The Empress still didn't expect the Martial God Alliance to gather so much power this time. Knock, knock. The 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King was the first to step towards the Empress with a heavy pace. 6 arms waved, and with each step, the earth crumbled. At the same time, the phantoms of Lu Junyan and the others took on an encircling trend, approaching towards the Empress. Boom! The Empress was not willing to show weakness, and the red lotus of robbing fire blossomed once again. Countless fiery yang flames impacted out in all directions. The sudden outburst of might actually forced the 3 demon emperors and a few Dharma phantoms from the Martial God Alliance to temporarily avoid their fronts. Backed up a good distance, the Empress, on the other hand, met the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. However, the Empress still somewhat underestimated this 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. She went up in a light, and flames coalesced in front of her body to form a huge fire lotus. At the same time, a long sword spewing black demonic flames appeared in the Empress's hand, immediately followed by an unrivaled torrent of sword chi running through it. The 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King did not dodge, but did not dare to underestimate. In situ fierce pause, 6 arms forward. Boom! The fire lotus was directly smashed. The flames in the sky shot out in all directions as if they were fire meteors. Wherever they passed, some golden immortals, true immortals, and ordinary people who couldn't dodge in time were instantly turned into flying ash. The surrounding buildings were also in shambles. But though the fire lotus was broken up, that torrent of sword chi, however, pierced straight into the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's chest. The sword energy penetrated, but did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a huge flaming longsword inserted into the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's chest, and the searing flames continued to erode the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's body. Li Yufeng was in a rage. Yelling, he said, "Dare to injure my Yellow Springs Mansion Heavenly Corpse King, looking for death." Between maneuvers, the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King opened his mouth and let out a deafening hoarse roar. The 6 arms were raised in unison to his chest, clamping down on the flaming longsword. Surprisingly, he pulled it out alive. Lu Junyan and the others were shocked as they watched. The female emperor erupted. It was truly terrifying. It was actually able to break through the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's extreme defense. "Kill her, kill!" Li Yufeng roared with a twisted expression. The 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King had been given such a blow by the Empress. How long would it take to warm up before he could recover as before? A few centuries, thousands of years. As Li Yufeng's voice shouted out, the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's gigantic body shook violently. The skin of his body was surprisingly oily. It then solidifies, forming a strong layer of cuticle that resembles armor. Afterwards, it once again charged towards the Empress. The Empress' face changed slightly, not realizing that this 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's body strength was so terrifying. With that sword just now, an immortal monarch of the same rank would have suffered a great deal of damage to their vitality even if they didn't die. As a result, the damage to the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King was so limited. She raised her eyes to look at Lu Junyan and the others who were still gawking behind her, and bitterly shook her head. "Today, I'm afraid that Daqian really can't hold on." Moment of truth. When, with a crunching sound, the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King, who had just rushed to the Empress, it was suddenly shaken by a terrifying force. It came and went quickly, bursting back out. Everyone was taken aback and snapped to attention. It was discovered that it was actually an ancient sword with a low profile and vicissitude shape, hovering in front of the Empress. The Empress was a little surprised. At this time, there are still people helping Daqian? Lu Junyan and the others also wondered. especially when they saw that the sword had actually shocked the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King back. Each of them frowned. I'm afraid another master has popped up. Next, a figure stepped into the air from within the Imperial City. Lu Ran was wearing a moon-white robe, looking cozy, and Bauer was lying behind him. The head peeked out from Lu Ran's shoulder, looking around curiously. At this moment, everyone from both forces were looking at this guy who suddenly appeared. The same goes for the Empress. When she got a good look at the visitor, she was struck by lightning. Master! The Empress even wondered if she was dreaming, until Lu Ran came before him and reached out, taking the Regulus sword back in his hand. Face the Empress. Lu Ran said, I know that you want to be strong in your life, but at a moment like this, it's just a city in the district. Why suffer? You have forgotten all that I taught you to the heels. After saying that, just like when Zhu Shaluo was a child, he rubbed her head, his eyes full of doting, with a coolness that invaded. The flames on the Empress' body instantly died out, calming even the tyrannical robber fire red lotus behind him gradually withered and returned to normal. The clear heart mantra. This is not a dream, the Empress murmured, feeling the familiar scent. The aggrieved beads of tears could no longer be held back. The bar dropped. Uncontrolled outbursts are detrimental to the foundation. Rest, here for the master to handle. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said softly. The Empress no longer had the majesty of an emperor at this moment, as if she were a little girl, standing playfully in front of Lu Ran, nodded good-naturedly. And Lu Ran, it's more like a parent who sees his daughter being bullied and is furious. He turned around and faced the Martial God Alliance. Indifferently, he said, all members of the Martial God Alliance, male or female, regardless of realm, whether they are human or not, today, none of them can leave. End of chapter. Chapter 74, The Master's Master. Juzaro is still a little groggy to this day. When he was all disillusioned and saw that the Dakian dynasty he had built with his own hands was going to go up in flames, the one that his heart had been longing for just appeared in front of him. Everything seems like a dream. She suddenly saw Lin Bauer, who was lying on her back, and suspiciously came closer, asking, Master, this is... Before the words were finished, the mysterious woman beside her suddenly reached out and pulled Zhu Shaluo, shaking her head. One could see the wariness and worry in the mysterious woman's eyes. Lu Ran was also a bit surprised. This woman seemed to know that Lin Bauer was from the Li tribe? Lin Bauer, the lie. Just don't touch, Lu Ran said. The lie. Zhu Shaluo was taken aback. As the Empress of Diqian, of course she knew about the special race of the Ri people. However, seeing that Lu Ran had actually gotten close to the Li maiden just like that, he was even more astonished in his heart. This is the first time she's seen that. Someone could touch the lie with such impunity and without the slightest repercussion. And in the meantime, Lu Ran saw the woman pulling Zhu Shaluo and confirmed his thoughts. The woman in black beside Zhu Shaluo was not from the Li tribe. Master and disciple met in tens of thousands of years past. Zhu Shaluo had a stomach full of words to pour out to Lu Ran, but right now is not the time. The crowd from the opposite side of the Martial God Alliance was still gawking, and the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King still stood there. Who is this person? Li Yufeng asked suspiciously, sharp-tongued, much more careful at this point, especially after the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King was injured by Cinnabar Luo. He was even more careful. It's not in the information. Maybe it's the same as that mysterious woman, a hidden expert cultivated by the Empress. Lu Junyan analyzed. In passing, he glanced at the long sword in Lu Ran's hand. That thing, just now, was actually able to harden the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King, and it also beat the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King back. At this point, Lan Ji, who was beside her, suddenly spoke up. I heard that female emperor calling out to the Lyran master? What is the Empress's master? Is there any information available? The Cat Demon clan's sense of hearing was obviously more sensitive. Oh, Lu Junyan froze. The Empress's master? That one is unheard of. No matter what, kill them when they come. Li Yufeng, your six-armed Heavenly Corpse King will take the lead. Everyone go together. Don't delay, Lu Junyan said, because ever since this guy with the little girl on his back popped up, he just felt more and more distracted. Li Yufeng was actually a bit reluctant to give up. Just now, we have injured the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King. If we continue to fight and injure again, it can be really costly. But it was already at this juncture, and if they didn't fight, the probability was that the Martial God Alliance would still be able to take down Diqian, but the benefits of his Yellow Springs mansion are gone. Moreover, Li Yufeng wanted more than just favors. He had more on his mind, helping the Martial God Alliance take down the Dakian dynasty, the northern and eastern realms combined. The remaining two realms were much easier to deal with. He wanted to unify the four realms of the Tsung domain. Ambitious. Therefore, Li Yufeng gritted his teeth and said, good. Kill. After saying that, he activated his seal, and the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King's burly body made a direct forward dash that, across space, six arms cupped their fists and bombarded Lu Ran and Zhu Shaluo's bearing with fury. Indiscriminate attack. Lu Junyan and the others followed closely behind. A Dharma phase detached from his body and joined the battle. Master, be careful. That six-armed Heavenly Corpse King is extremely strong. Zhu Shaluo's heart tightened and, hurry up and shout. After the shout, suddenly, he remembered that Lu Ran had only ascended for 10 days. So how could he possibly beat the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King? She's just used to it. Used to her master being strong in front of her. But he almost forgot that master had only ascended up for 10 days. However, she had likewise overlooked the image of Lu Ran shattering away the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King with his sword just now. No harm done. I'll handle it, Lu Ran said indifferently. Then turn around. Just in time to come face to face with the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King that rushed before him. Swish! The Xian Yuan sword in his hand swung out from the bottom up. A flat and uninteresting sword chi was like a long rainbow pike. Ka-chow! One of the arms of the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King who was the first to blast in front of him was directly severed. The huge arm slammed into the ground, collapsing a large portion of the Imperial City's buildings. Next, the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King was like a mouse that stepped on a cat's tail as it retreated with a big jump. Of course it was manipulated by Li Yufeng. He's heartbroken. It doesn't matter if you hurt yourself just now. You can refine the body and rewarm it. But now, one arm was cut off. It's like a dog getting a leg cut off. Permanent damage that can't be repaired. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go on. You guys go on. Lao Zi's six-armed Heavenly Corpse King had one of his arms chopped off. What are you doing? Li Yufeng yelled. But he was wrong about Lu Junyan and the others. It's not that the gang didn't get on. It's just that halfway through, they looked over and saw that the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King had one of his arms chopped off. Their Dharma phases paused in unison. They didn't think that the strength of their Dharma phases could compare to the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King. Lu Junyan was speechless. This Dakian looks so chewed up. Zhong Yunshan is dead. Du Xiaoxing doesn't know where he is. With Liao Wenshan dead, there's only one Fu Zhenglong left. It's practically at your fingertips. But suddenly a woman in black appeared with terrifying strength. And here comes another female Emperor's master? A sword chopped off an arm of the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King. The Empress outburst could injure the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King. Her master directly chopped off one arm of the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King. It was really a lineage of master and disciple. This guy that suddenly appeared. Be careful how you deal with it. Everyone gather fire and quell it. Don't be hard. Lu Junyan murmured. If it was a hard fight, in this current situation, no one could stand up to the other party's attacks. You can only pray that the opponent's defense is average and set fire to town. And so, at Lu Junyan's suggestion, the 10 immortal monarchs readjusted their phases. Their principal bodies, of course, refused to come forward, intending, instead, in the midst of the realm of the immortals, to manipulate the Dharma phase to suppress the opponent. Although Lu Ran had heavenly spirit eyes, he couldn't tell what these people's immortal realms were, but he didn't care, because his own immortal domain had already shrunk to half a meter range. The strength of the rules of the unbreakable body climbed to its peak. With the addition of the sacred vein jade bone, it was invincible. Beside Lu Junyan, Lan Ji, who was not qualified to make a move, was watching the show. Suddenly, she realized that Lu Ran's eyes were looking at her. Lan Ji's heart was shaken. So many immortal monarchs were here, and she was just a minion. It's not so bad that you're being watched by the big boys, is it? But unbeknownst to her, what Lu Ran coveted was the millions of demon armies in her 10,000 demon tower. The demon pot is hungry. However, Lu Ran didn't show anything. His eyes swept over and finally settled on those phantoms. As well as on the 3 demon emperors. And, of course, there was the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. This thing is a bit troublesome to keep, Lu Ran muttered. Then he pinched his seal with one hand and waved one finger in the void. Weird runes were drawn up just like that, listed in front of them. Li Yufeng looked startled and said in astonishment, "Talismans? This person still knows talismans?" Lu Ran's movements were quick, and he couldn't tell what category of talisman it was. But for a few breaths, Lu Ran's right hand, which was drawing the talisman, gave a violent start, and then a finger lightly tapped on top of the talisman. Whoosh! The entire talisman transformed into a golden stream of light that shot up into the sky and disappeared through the clouds. 8-armed great canopy. I hope it's awesome. Just take care of that 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. I'm sorry, Lu Ran mused. As for the phantoms of these immortal monarchs and those 3 demon emperors, 9 war god interceptors were enough to deal with. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Blue Sect Lu Ran. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Ran. The same goes for Juzaro. She was stunned that Lu Ran had only ascended for 10 days, and his strength was so terrifying. It was only when she exploded her potential that she was able to injure the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King. Lu Ran, on the other hand, casually chopped off one of the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King's arms. Moreover, she could sense that Lu Ran's realm was that of an immortal monarch. Immortal monarch 5th heaven. The scene of Lu Ran drawing the talisman just now was also seen by everyone. There was a flurry of heads up at this point. The golden light that the talisman turned into shot into the clouds and disappeared. Still the overcast clouds in the sky rolled and churned as if they were boiling. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to converge continuously in all directions. Even the overcast clouds that have been in the sky all day are starting to build up and get darker and darker in color. Gradually it took on a dark red color. There was nothing to see yet, but the terrifying pressure was already on his face. Fight! Li Yufeng was the first to react. Everyone else hasn't done anything yet on this trip to the Martial God Alliance. His six-armed Heavenly Corpse King was taken out to pretend, but he ended up being injured and losing his arms, losing his bottom. He must hurry to stabilize the situation, suppress the other party, and take down De Qian. It doesn't seem to hurt at the moment. With a loud roar, he said, "Go together. If you guys hesitate again, I'll just quit." Having said that, the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King charged up again, but just rushed out 3 steps. Boom! The cloud in the sky exploded from the center, and a golden colorful light from the 9 heavens spilled down to the earth. Accompanying it was a golden armored godman who was through and through. It hit the ground with a loud thud. It stood in front of the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King, this man of God, with his 8 arms in stance, and his eyes open in anger. The golden armor emanated a 7-colored treasure color. Just in height alone, he was taller than the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King by a large margin. The 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King was as if a small child in front of this golden armored godman. Predictably those phalanxes are even smaller. And this man of God is not even empty-handed. Each of the 8 arms wielded a differently shaped weapon. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks and forks. Li Yufeng's eyebrows danced furiously. No longer able to hold back, he directly pinched the spell. Collect! He didn't dare to continue risking his life. What kind of strange monsters were popping up in this De Qian? Just by looking at this stance, his 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King fell. With Li Yufeng's gesture, it was as if the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King was pulled by a suction force and the body showed signs of shrinking towards Li Yufeng. But the next second, pust! The hooks and forks in Big Canopy's hands hung onto the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's peepa bones left and right. Li Yufeng was in a hurry, his red eyes desperately trying to retrieve the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. But it simply can't be done. Subconsciously, he manipulated the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King to start counterattacking, wanting to break free from his bonds. But that fist hit the golden armored godman. All you hear is clang, unable to break defense. Instead, it was the golden armored godman, with a hook and fork in each arm, controlling the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. The swords, spears, and axes of the remaining 6 heavenly arms slashed at the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King. The 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King, who was known for his physical strength and his ability to break all laws, was in a miserable state. Flesh and blood are flying. Tried to fend it off with his arm and it was cut right off. Everyone looked confused. Is this still the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King of the Northern Realms Yellow Springs Mansion? In front of this golden armored godman, it's simply like a dead pig in front of the butcher. Lu Junyuan's face went black. He was still thinking of taking down De Qian, but he ended up messing with the master of the other empress. This master is too much. What the hell is this golden armored godman? The Martial God Alliance came in strong. How did it turn out like this now? As he watched the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King being scraped and boned, his strength to resist was diminishing. Li Yufeng was crying. The hand that was pinching the seal decision was trembling fiercely. On this trip, the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King didn't play a role and was just gone. It's the town treasure of the Yellow Springs Mansion. Lu Junyuan glanced at the several commanders around him, as well as Lan Ji's 3 aunts. In a deep voice, he said, "Take this opportunity to make a move. Otherwise, when that golden armored godman frees up his hands, we're all going to die here." None of them could resist that 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's hard bones. If they were targeted by a golden armored godman, their phantoms, their main bodies, were all paper mache. Although the other party was also able to cut off the arm of the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King with a single sword. But no matter how you looked at it, it wasn't as terrifying as that golden armored godman. As long as he could steal the chicken and kill his opponent, in this battle, there was still a chance. The 3 Cat Demon Clan ants were also firm. The Fox Clan is growing stronger by the day. And my clan, the Cat Demon Clan, will not return to the D Wastelands. This is the only chance. Kill. The 3 ants were demon emperors anyways. That golden armored godman was too terrifying. but at this moment, he was hacking and slashing at the six-armed Heavenly Corpse King. Just focus on killing the manipulator. One thought to this. The three cat demons bore the brunt of it. Behind them, Lu Junyan and his own 5 commanders, along with their phantoms, swarmed up. Master, watch out. Zhu Sha Luo was startled. The mysterious woman stepped forward as well. Fu Zhenglong also hurriedly pulled back and prepared for a big battle. But really, there's no use for them at all. Lu Ran looked at the few people around him and said, "What are children doing to make a scene? Go behind." Having said that, buzz. The Dharma phase belonging to Lu Ran appeared openly. The heavenly and earthly god of war, Interceptor, stood between heaven and earth, and the might that burst forth in an instant. Frightened, several people from the Martial God Alliance and the 3 cat demons slowed their movements by half a beat. God of War Interceptor. Damn it, Lu Junyan. You didn't say that De Chen still had such a godly man. One of the cat demons was jealous. This is the God of War. Interceptor. No need to care. He's the only one. No matter how powerful he is, he's only an immortal monarch. Don't be afraid. Everyone, together. The words were not finished. Buzz, another God of War, Interdictor, appeared behind Lu Ran, right next to the previous one. Ha! Lu Junyan's few people were completely dumbfounded. How did another God of War, Interceptor, pop up here? And whose Dharma is this? The movements of the 3 cat demons also paused, and it was a stifling experience. After half a dozen fights, there was no chance of making a move. Every time he's about to charge up, the other guy throws out a blast. After the golden armored godman appeared, it was originally thought that nothing would blow up, but as it turned out, the God of War, Interdictor Phantasm, then emerged. It was no wonder that he was able to cut off the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King's arm with a single sword. But that wasn't all. The second God of War, Interdictor, popped up. Looking at the other party's side, there was no one else, so it was hard to believe that one person could have 2 Dharma phases. Lu Junyan's brain buzzed. Two phases only. Buzz. Lu Junyan swallowed his words. The third God of War, Interdictor, emerged. One behind Lu Ran, one on the left and one on the right. The 3 God of War Interdictors stood together in a domineering manner. But that's not all. Followed by a 4th, 5th, and 6th Venerable. In the blink of an eye, as if setting off firecrackers, the 9 War God Interdictors appeared behind Lu Ran. 9 honors. Although Zhu Sha Luo was Lu Ran's disciple, she had also long known that this master of hers had strange means, but to exhibit it in the spirit world was so amazing. A golden armored godman tyrannized the 6-armed Heavenly Corpse King, facing all the immortal monarchs of the Martial God Alliance. The 9 God of War, Interceptor, made his appearance. Looking up from this viewpoint of Juzaro, was even more amazing. It was as if he was standing at the feet of a group of giants, none of which were as tall as a single one of Interceptor's toes. Gulp! Lu Junyan gulped and completely lost his mind. How can this be a fight? The 3 cat demons were even more glad that they hadn't rushed over too hastily. Otherwise, right now, being rubbed on the ground by the 9 exalted interdictors would be a miserable situation. Who exactly is your excellency? If it's really the Empress's master, we can have a good talk. I'm sorry, Lu Junyan shouted. As for taking down De Chen, he no longer wanted to. Not that qualified. Right now, all he wanted was to live. At the same time, he was also curious about the identity of the other party. And behind De Chen, there was such a terrifying godman sitting on his back. Then why haven't you gone after the Martial God Alliance in the past 10,000 years? Such a godly man was enough to sweep through the Martial God Alliance all by himself. Lu Ran looked at Lu Junyan and the others, laughed, and said in a cloudy manner, Blue Zong, Lu Ran. End of chapter. Chapter 76, The Tiger Amulet of the Yin Soldiers. Words. Lu Junyan snapped. Lu Ran. Blue Zong old ancestor. Your Blue Sect old ancestor Lu Ran. Lu Junyan was taken aback. The name of the Blue Sect ancestor is as good as thunder. Those who knew of the existence of the Blue Sect disciples were no strangers to the name of Blue Sect ancestor Lu Ran. Like everyone else, Lu Junyan certainly knew about Lu Ran, but never put it in his eyes. An old ancestor who had been held back in the lower realm for 100,000 years. Even if he ascended, he would only be a minion. And Lu Junyan himself didn't cross paths with the Blue Sect, so he never paid attention. But now, he had met the Blue Sect ancestor. Met this Blue Sect ancestor who had ascended only 10 days ago. So scary. It's only been 10 days. In the spirit world, no matter how good the talent was, if one wanted to cultivate to an immortal monarch, it wouldn't take tens of thousands of years. But the other Blue Sect ancestor, who had ascended for 10 days or so, had caught up. Not only did he catch up, this heavenly means absolutely crushed all the immortal monarchs. A dozen days, for the Immortal Realm's tens of thousands of long years of cultivation, was but a snap of the fingers. Sure, Lu Junyan also hadn't thought that the great Qian Empress, Xu Sha Luo, was actually a Blue Sect disciple as well. It's our presumption. So the great Qian Empress is also a Blue Sect disciple. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's withdraw our troops here, Lu Junyan said. It wasn't just because of Lu Ran's 9 criminal heavenly phantoms. There was also the golden armored godman not far away, who had completely dismantled the 6-armed heavenly corpse king, disassembled into rags. There is no misunderstanding. As I said, everyone from the Martial God Alliance. No one can leave. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said lightly. At the same time, his eyes looked at Lan Ji intentionally or unintentionally, discussing how he could get this little beauty to release the millions of demons. Words. Lu Junyan and the others' faces were ugly to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. We, the Martial God Alliance, have already conceded. If you do not agree, then there will only be war." When he finished, it seemed that he felt that he was speaking out of turn, and hastened to add, "I recognize your strength, but can you protect the countless people of this Qian imperial city? We are all immortal monarchs. Even in battle, we have enough power to slaughter the city." Threatened? Lu Ran laughed and said, "I don't think you guys have that ability. Are you kidding? The 9/4 Yellow River Formation covers the entire imperial city. Immortals are in the 9/4 Yellow River Formation, transforming immortality into mortality. A few immortal monarchs are just a few immortal monarchs. Once the 9/4 Yellow River Formation is unleashed, there's still a load of abilities." Lu Junyan was so despised by Lu Ran. His heart was indignant, shouting, "This trip by the Martial God Alliance is not just a few of us. There are also millions of generals outside the city. There's also the demon race's million-strong army." Lu Ran looked at Lu Junyan with a bright light in his eyes. Yes, it's this demonic million-man army. It's the thing to have. Why don't you hurry up and summon it?" Lu Junyan's voice came to a screeching halt, and how he spoke of the. Noticed Lu Ran's expression perked up? Lu Ran, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked out of the city. Indeed, the million-strong army of the Martial God Alliance had not approached and was still outside the 9/4 Yellow River Formation. It was thought to be used to massacre and occupy the imperial city of Daqian. Lu Junyan's few people could slaughter the city with their hands, but a wide range of movements would easily destroy a large number of buildings. He also wanted to dominate the buildings that had been accumulated in the Great Qian Imperial City for so many years. Building a city from scratch is time-consuming and laborious. Lu Ran thought to himself that with millions of generals around, the millions of demons would not be able to take out their hands easily. In that case, Lu Ran flipped his wrist and a black contraption appeared at his fingertips. The Tiger Talisman of the Underworld. The sudden movement startled Lu Junyan and the others. This Blue Sect ancestor has other means. Talking a good game. Why are you suddenly trying to play tricks? Let's forget about your million generals of the Martial God Alliance. If you have any other means to massacre the city, rather, you can try, Lu Ran casually said. Then fingers lightly twisted. The Tiger Talisman of the Een soldier in his hand blossomed into a dark light. Lu Ran casually flung his hand, and the black light shot out. Frightened, Lu Junyan and the others pulled back to defend. But the dark light did not approach them, but crossed over and headed straight for the millions of generals in the rear. These people had to be killed anyway, because they were not in the 9/4 Yellow River Formation, and could not be strangled by the formation. In that case, let's kill it before there's a big mess. The ebony light fluttered and disappeared in midair. Lu Junyan and the others watched with wide eyes. This also didn't happen. Millions of generals were also looking curiously in the direction of the imperial city, wondering how it had turned out there. They were too far away to hear it, but they could see it. Various Dharma phases, the 6-armed heavenly corpse king, the golden armored godman, and the 9 gods of war. Interdictor. It's all clear. Apparently the situation in the direction of the imperial city is getting high. But just then, at the location where the dark light disappeared, space began to slowly distort. It was as if a heat wave was rolling in. Not long after, a blue-black spatial rift appeared in the air, gradually expanding. Lu Junyan's heart was shaken. A divine ability capable of tearing through space. The rift grew wider and wider, as if a pair of demonic hands had torn open the space that, together with the other end of that space was the dim, blood-colored sky. The pitted, barren earth. White ghosts can be seen wandering around inside. Styx ghosts, between the whistling winds of the astral deities. The greenish-blue underworld gas-covered Een soldiers that, it was as if a swarm of bees flowed out of the rift. That's right, it's flowing. Massive, densely packed countless Een soldiers swarmed out as if they had been called. The target, however, was the million-strong army brought by the Martial God Alliance. Instantly, the camp was in chaos. Soldiers have no sense of pain, simple consciousness, only instinctive belief in killing and fearlessness. Wrapped in the ghostly aura of the netherworld, he fought around. The entire Martial God Alliance army was in chaos. Favorably, Lu Junyan and the others couldn't spare a hand to help. Their faces were hard to see. At the same time, there was a new perception of the Blue Sect ancestors' ability. A talisman to summon the golden armored god to help in the battle. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 1,000,000 soldiers to appear. The 9 criminal heavenly Dharma phantoms were still imposing behind them. Lu Junyan is going to cry. How can he think of running to attack Dakian? He also conceitedly thought that by combining the desolate cat demon clan and the Northern Realm's Yellow Springs house, he would be able to easily take down Daqian. Ridiculous. Your Martial God Alliance's million-strong army is gone. What other means do you have? Lu Ran asked. I have nothing to say. The Martial God Alliance. Lost. Lu Junyan looked a little dazed. There is no fight in this moment. Lu Ran frowned slightly. His eyes looked at Lan Ji again. This little beauty is not enlightened? What's the point of covering up millions of demons when you're dying? But don't be complacent. My generals are gone. But with us, slaughtering this great Qian, it's easy to destroy it. At that time, you take over the great Qian. But a bare-knuckle commander. The great Qian exists in name only. Lu Junyan said again. So much for staying alive. To put it bluntly, it's an exchange. If you let me live, I won't touch your Dakian imperial city. Lu Ran was a bit speechless. I forgot if you didn't tell me. It's the Blue Clan that's taking over this place. Not just me. I'm sorry. Lu Ran spoke up. Then with a thought, he chose to move away. Above the great Jian imperial city, a large area of space began to distort. Xu Sha Luo, who was beside him, was taken aback. Master, this is... Lu Ran laughed and said, Blue Sect Purple Mansion. Behind. Lu Junyan stepped back and gave Lan Ji a wink. Lowering his voice, he said, the demon race is slaughtering the city. Stall him. The 3 ants also looked at Lan Ji. Nowadays, if they want to live, they can only use the demon army to sprinkle the imperial city all over the place. Drag Lu Ran. Lan Ji snapped out of her trance. Her palms spread out, and the 10,000 demon pagoda radiated a shimmering light. End of chapter. Chapter 77, 9/4 Yellow River Formation. The spatial distortion spread like ripples, growing in size. It was as if an erected mirror stood above the imperial city of Daqian. Blue Sect Purple Mansion. This is our Blue Sect Mountain Gate? Xu Sha Luo asked. Aha. Lu Ran nodded. Immediately afterward, he looked at Juzaro, asked, it's you. Since you're sitting in the Eastern Realm, why don't you communicate with your brothers and sisters together? If I had known that Daqian was yours, I wouldn't have bothered with all that effort. Words. Vermilion San Luo's complexion dimmed slightly as he shook his head. Lu Ran also just reacted and said, it's really your character that hasn't changed in tens of thousands of years. Back then, Lu Ran took the young Xu Sha Luo away from the sea of corpses and blood. And since then, Juzaro just stopped trusting anyone, except for Lu Ran. Even after ascending, even after knowing that there were Blue Sect's senior brothers and sisters in the Eastern Realm, she never had anything to do with them either. It was even an exaggeration to say that Xu Sha Luo didn't even care about the deaths and lives of the Blue Sect's disciples. The only thing she was waiting for was Lu Ran. As for the Blue Sect brothers and sisters, she didn't care. At this point, in the spreading ripples, 2 heavenly stone pillars were suddenly seen slowly sticking out of the, supporting a huge plaque. It was inscribed with 2 big words, Blue Zone. This is the mountain gate of the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion. Immediately afterward, the foot of the mountain path, the lush jungle, the birds and animals, the draped clouds of it slowly shuttled out from another space as if it were a giant warship. The Martial God Alliance and the others looked dumbfounded. What kind of tactic is this? This is the Blue Zoner? This is moving the whole Blue Clan over. More and more buildings are staggered, and crowds of people can be seen walking between the peaks of the lively spirit animal. 3 Emperor's Garden of 100 Herbs, 3 Zun 3 Chang Halls, Martial Arts Arena, Enlightenment Stage, Hall of Dan, Hall of Weapons. More and more buildings are appearing, and by the time the Sovereign Hall gradually revealed its true appearance, Xiaoying and the others also appeared. In the center, Chen Dashan led the way, surrounded by Su Yuling, Yi Hongyi, Sun Tianyu and the others. On the left side, the Fox clan led by Xiaoying had long been ready, because Chen Dashan had said that today was the day that the Martial God Alliance would attack Dakian. Lu Ran if he needed to. We'll call them forward. I don't know exactly how, but I've been ready to fight for a long time. Dozens of huge-sized demon foxes were perched between the mountains. On the other side, there were the demon soldiers and demons under the jurisdiction of the scrapped fallen sky, a specially selected group of medium to high strength. ready to engage in combat. Behind the crowd, the huge and magnificent sovereign hall covered the sky. Lu Junyan was dumbfounded. At this moment, above the great Jian imperial city, there was just an immortal mountain suspended. The staggering peaks were interlaced and the area was so large that it almost encompassed the entire imperial city. This is the Blue Zone. The corner of Lu Junyan's mouth twitched. In contrast, his martial god alliance's Nine Dragons Mountain was simply a toilet. This Dakian imperial city is also completely inferior. Lanju was about to throw out the 10,000 demon pagoda when she suddenly saw that within the Blue Zone's purple mansion. It was a shock to see the foxes appear. Then he fixed his eyes on the woman at the forefront of the Fox clan. Couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaoying. The three ants were also wowed at this point. The cat demon clan had been forced to leave D Wasteland and go deeper into Xiaozhou, so how could the Fox clan still follow them? And it seems that the Fox clan is even related to the Blue Sect at the moment? Lan Ji? Xiaoying was also stunned. I didn't expect to meet my nemesis here. And those three ants. All of them are elders of the cat demon clan. Behind the young infant, the foxes looked over. The enemies were almost eager to rush up and tear a few cat demons apart. The others, at this point, were still in shock and hadn't come back to their senses. Everyone's waiting to hear from Lu Ran, but who could tell how Lu Ran would summon them to help? But suddenly, the entire Blue Sect's purple mansion began to shake. After that, pulling up and traveling through space brought him here. Below this is the imperial city of Dakian. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 miles had just moved over. Then, when the Blue Sect disciples saw Lu Ran, they bowed their heads and arched their hands. Blue Sect disciple. Greetings to Master. The sound was so overwhelming that the hearts of Lu Junyan and the others followed a surge. Okay. Lu Ran nodded. Beside him, Xu Shaoluo froze and then looked at Lu Ran beside him. Master deserves to be master. Reaching the immortal monarch's realm in just 10 days of ascension is already terrifying. But as a fellow immortal monarch, Lu Ran's methods were simply unheard of. Next, the disciples looked around and probably judged the situation. Moreover, the 9 criminal heavenly phantoms behind Lu Ran also attracted the attention of the disciples. It's just so cool. Lu Ran turned to look at Lu Junyan and the others and said, see clearly? The one who has taken over the eastern realm is the Blue Sect. It's not just me. The words just fell. One of the 3 cat demons suddenly shouted, Lan Ji, if you don't release it now, when will you wait? At those words, Lan Ji's body shuddered fiercely. Without any further hesitation, he threw out the 10,000 demon tower in his hand. The moment that small tower came out of his hand, it swelled out violently, transforming into a heavenly ancient pagoda. Suspended in mid-air. Subsequently, a huge torrent of demonic power began to wreak havoc. Countless windows and tower doors opened around the ancient tower, and a demon race continuously scurried out. The majority of these were the cat demon clan, with other demon clans mixed in at the same time. Not all cat demons? Lu Ran was a bit surprised. The 10,000 demon tower of the cat demon clan, in addition to their own clansmen. There are also some weak and powerless demon clans in D Wasteland that have submitted to them. Xiaoying explained from the side. You know the cat demon clan? It looks like you also know the woman who threw out the 10,000 demon tower. I don't know. Lu Ran asked. Well, the cat clan and the fox clan are mortal enemies and have been fighting against each other for tens of thousands of years in D Wasteland. Young infant said. So it is. Lu Ran sighed in relief. It was good to be a mortal enemy. If it was an ally of the fox clan, it was still a bit hard to get down. Those demons emerged from the 10,000 demon pagoda, and one by one, they evolved their own bodies. It spread out rapidly towards the imperial city. The streets and alleys were almost completely filled with them. Ha ha, the demon army has arrived, so we will not stay long. Farewell. Lu Junyan let out a loud laugh. Cozy directly turned around and was about to vanish. In his opinion, the demon race was ravaging the imperial city, and if Lu Ran didn't care about it, the people of this imperial city will all be ruined. And to manage, the demons and the humans mixed together, can be picked slowly, simply couldn't spare a hand to leave them behind. Several commanders, as well as a few elders of the cat clan, all thought the same. Turn around and run. After all, he was at the immortal monarch realm, and could not defeat Lu Ran's golden armored godman, but to vanish, thinking that Lu Ran couldn't stop them. But the next second, a weird wave suddenly swept across the entire land. Lu Junyan realized that he was unexpectedly unable to maintain his form in the air. Along with a few ants of the cat demon clan, a few commanders-in-chief, all of them unable to maintain their flight. One by one, emergency landings, a look up after landing, those Dala immortals, golden immortals, etc. of the martial god alliance were even worse, as if falling like dumplings, clattering and falling directly to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the body strength of the immortal realm was still there, this fall would probably have killed quite a few people. The 9/4 Yellow River formation was unleashed by Lu Ran with a single thought, transforming immortality into mortality. Collective repression. Lu Ran glanced at the demon race that was killing and wreaking havoc within the Imperial City, as well as those humans who were wantonly killed by the demon race. Then he looked at Lu Junyan and the others who had been absolutely suppressed in the 9/4 Yellow River formation. Lazily, he said, "What does it matter to me if mortals live or die?" End of chapter. Chapter 78. Guillotine overthrows the Martial God Alliance. At this moment, the fear in Lu Junyan and the others' hearts was infinitely amplified. In the middle of the 9/4 Yellow River formation, several commanders of the Martial God Alliance and Lu Junyan together. It felt as if his spiritual energy had been frozen. Fong was still unable to stabilize his flight, but now he could barely even use his spiritual energy. Being a god for a long time, suddenly you lose your psychic powers. It felt like a big, living, breathing person suddenly had his legs cut off. But, we're all immortal monarchs. What makes you so awesome? As a fellow immortal monarch, you, a golden-armored divine being, tyrannized the 6-armed heavenly corpse king. As a fellow immortal monarch, your 9 criminal heavenly phantasms. As the same immortal monarch, a wave of the hand is a million soldiers. The same immortal monarch moved the clan over in the blink of an eye. Is this still an immortal monarch? Lu Junyan looked at the demon army that was still wreaking havoc in the city, as well as the motionless and indifferent Lu Ran. The heart went cold. What a ruthless heart! Lu Junyan gritted his teeth. By now, there was nothing he could do about it. This trip to Daqian. I had thought that the Martial God Alliance could rise from here and sit in the Eastern Realm, linking to the Yellow Springs Mansion, the Desolate Cat Demon Clan. The other 2 realms were also completely in the bag. Domination of the Pale Domain. But that was just the beginning of the end. It was ended by the Blue Sect ancestor Lu Ran. Tough? I don't think so, Lu Ran said in a cloudy voice. After 100,000 years in the lower realm, although Lu Ran had not lost his emotions, he only cared about his disciples. As for outsiders, Lu Ran did not fear the lives of all beings in the world. It's the same old story. Whether an outsider lives or dies, what's it to me? Instead, it was Zhu Shaluo, looking at the Daqian Imperial City under the Blue Zone Purple Mansion, looking at the countless demon clans wreaking havoc. Tussle couldn't help but commiserate. Master, with a twist of his head, Lu Ran saw through Zhu Shaluo's meaning with a glance. He said, rather, this Daqian, after all, is my disciple's 10,000-year foundation. It can't be destroyed by the demon race just like that either. Words. Lu Junyan and the others brightened slightly, but then it dimmed again. Although Lu Ran had intended to intervene, they were now being suppressed by Lu Ran with bizarre means. Can't do anything. Without spiritual power, one couldn't even mobilize a magic treasure, so one couldn't just retreat and run. Could one? Receiving Lu Ran's permission, Zhu Shaluo was very happy and hurriedly said, Master, I'll lead the men to deal with the demons. There's no rush. Millions of demons are spread out in the Imperial City, and they need to be dealt with. It takes a lot of work. It wasn't a massive suppression, but a need to pick and choose the demons to kill. Otherwise, indiscriminate suppression. The people of Daqian in the Imperial City. It's also almost dead or wounded. Don't bother. It's fine for Master to come. Lu Ran spoke. After saying that, with a flip of his wrist, the demon refining pot appeared in his hand. The Blue Sect disciples looked on curiously. Lu Junyan and the others were also a bit puzzled. A magic weapon? Expecting a magic treasure to pick out all the demons? But what they didn't know was that Lu Ran was staring at more than just those millions of demons. There was also Lanji as well as 3 ants from the Cat Demon clan. That's the big one. Then, Lu Ran offered the demon refining pot. Like the 10,000 demon pagoda of the party, the demon refining pots instantly became larger once they came out. Lu Ran had previously felt that this thing was more like a treasure gourd, and the mouth of the pot wasn't very big. The whole thing hangs upside down in the sky. When you look at it like that, the not-so-large mouth of the jug looks past it, as if it's facing the earth like a black hole. Then, a terrifying suction force erupted from the mouth of the pot. A scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Inside and outside the Imperial City, all kinds of demon races are happily killing each other. Suddenly it was pulled by a mysterious suction at the same time. Unable to control his body, he floated up and large pieces flew towards the black hole-like mouth of the demon refining pot. In mid-air, the demons all panicked, and one by one, they erupted their demonic power and the intention was to escape the suction, but it was not effective in the slightest. The demon refining pot was like a long neck sucking in water, and it didn't take long for countless demon clans to be released from the 10,000 demon tower, before it could wreak havoc within the Imperial City for long. It was all poured in by the demon refining pot in one brain. The crowd looked dumbfounded. Inside the Imperial City, the demon race that was killing each other directly took off in place, and the human race, one by one, looked around in dismay and fear. The human race did not react in the slightest. 1,000,000 demons, mixing in the Imperial City. It was surprising that he was picked out with such precision. Lanji's face was unsightly. The three ants' bodies were also shaking hard. Within the tower of 10,000 demons, in addition to the roots of their cat demon clan, there were also the other demon clans that had been enlisted for so many years. Now, it's all taken in. However, in the time it took to burn half an incense stick, 1,000,000 demon clans, just like that, were gone. Not a single one left. Lu Ran then turned his head and looked at Lanji and the three cat demon clan ants, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The kettle turned slowly. Lanji didn't react for the first time and flew up with a whoosh. Her eyes were quick and she hurriedly grabbed Lu Junyan's arm on the side. The latter was tugged and almost floated as well. Click! The lance in his hand slammed into the ground. Lu Junyan yanked it tight with deadly force and yelled, "Bitch! Let go! Get thee off me!" With that, fought his way free. Lanji no longer have to rely on desperate screams, was sucked into the refining pot. Those three ants ended up in a similar situation, although the 9/4 yellow river formation didn't manage to completely suppress them, but it was enough to put them right into the demon refining pot. Lu Ran twisted his head to look around as the demon refining jug in the air continuously reversed its direction. It was as if the vacuum cleaner was searching all over the city. After confirming that nothing was missing, he then nodded and withdrew the demon refining pot. I don't know if it's an illusion. The demon refining pot seems to be much heavier than before when it's in his hand. Thus, the cat demon clan, completely destroyed, right in front of the foxes. Originally, the several elders of the fox clan were still a bit disdainful when they were invited by Xiaoying. It was entirely for the sake of the lesser infants that they stepped in to help. But now, when they looked at Lu Ran again, there was only awe in their eyes. If Lu Ran could overthrow the cat demon clan with a single magic treasure, he was also capable of overthrowing the fox clan. Outside the city, the 1,000,000 generals of the Martial God Alliance had also been slaughtered by the Yin soldiers at this point. Lu Ran looked at Lu Junyan. The latter fell to his knees with a plop. "Old ancestor, I am willing to join the Blue Sect. Be a cow and a horse," Lu Junyan shouted. By the way, thumped a few kowtows in good faith, but Lu Ran shook his head and said, "No, this kind of goods, of course, do not want." Seeing Lu Ran so determined, Lu Junyan gritted his teeth and his complexion twisted, shouting, "How can I say that I'm also the Martial God Alliance's alliance master? A generation of immortal monarchs. I'm willing to submit to the Blue Sect. I'll do anything you want me to do when I'm an ox." Lu Ran still shook his head. "No." At the same time, the several commanders beside Lu Junyan also knelt on the ground. Of course, there was also the all-consuming Yellow Springs Mansion Lord of the Northern Realm, Li Yufeng. Ugh, what am I following here? He fell to his knees, but didn't beg for mercy like the others, because he remembered that the other Blue Sect ancestor had said that none of the group of people who came today would be able to leave. Behind them were those hundreds of people like the great Luo Immortals. They came along to fight the jungle, and they didn't need to do it, originally, just follow along for the ride. But as a result, they now even wanted to go up and beat Lu Junyan in a group. Who the hell gave you the courage to mess with Diqian? Let's not talk about the Martial God Alliance. Let's not talk about uniting the Yellow Springs Mansion in the Northern Realm and the Desolate Cat Demon Clan. It's the west and south boundaries that are coming in. What's the point? It's not just me, but also these men from my Martial God Alliance. You can use them too. De Luo Xian. There are also golden immortals. All of them can be used. All of them will be given to you, as long as you. Lu Junyan continued to beg for mercy. What else is there to do? You can't run. You can't use your spiritual energy. And you can't fight. If you want to live, you can only beg for mercy. But in the next second, an eerie wave whisked past. Plop. Behind him, a golden immortal's head, without warning, fell off with a grunt. Then the second. The third. As if in a chain reaction. Clatter. Kneeling immortals. Their heads fell to the ground in droves, spreading all over the floor. Lu Ran's immortal domain. Guillotine. Lu Junyan's face went white as he watched, and the bodies of several commanders trembled violently. But the fear did not last long. Under the suppression of the 9/4 Yellow River Formation, the power of the laws of Lu Ran's immortal realm, almost at its peak, the heads of several commanders also fell to the ground. Lu Junyan shouted in haste, "Don't kill me, Dashan, Chen Dashan. You're a member of my Martial God Alliance, so help me out and I'll really do anything." Chen Dashan laughed, waving his hand. He said, "Don't get close. I'm not from the Martial God Alliance. I'm a Blue Sect disciple." Chen Dashan. the words are gone. Lu Junyuan's head also landed on the ground, and his pleas for mercy ended abruptly. Juzaro froze and looked at the mess in front of him. The Martial God Alliance. It's all gone, but not so long ago. They had the upper hand, and she couldn't even fight against it with her burst of potential, until Lu Ran showed up, without even moving from his position. 3 times, destroyed the Martial God Alliance with absolute superiority. Lu Ran looked up at the million generals of the Martial God Alliance still left with some good strength holding out. With a thought, he directly strangled with the Immortal domain. Then with a stretch of his hand, the black stream of light returned to Lu Ran's hand and turned into the tiger talisman of the Yin soldiers, and the million Yin soldiers, standing straight up in unison. Gazing solemnly in Lu Ran's direction, he then turned into nothingness and dissipated between heaven and earth. Lu Ran commanded, Dashan, take the Blue Sect disciples to collect some of the storage bags of those people from the Martial God Alliance. The bones of all those who are Dala immortals and above have been preserved, and the Dala phantoms can be exchanged for money. It can also be used by Blue Sect disciples for their own use. Young infant, you'll bring someone. Later, Lu Ran made a simple arrangement. The Martial God Alliance had come in strong and well prepared, and each of them had a lot of good things on them. It can't go to waste. There were quite a few Dala Dharma phases alone. Blue Sect disciples such as Su Yuling, Tang Cherry Ruo, which have not yet arrived at the Great Luo Immortal. All will need phallic forms when the time comes. It's not a problem at all to pick out some good phantoms for your own use. Luo, with the Martial God Alliance gone, the eastern realm of the Tsang domain, it's ours now, right? Lu Ran looked at Jusha Luo and asked. Juzaro cockpecked his head. Originally, he wanted to give Dichen to Lu Ran, but now take a look at this blue zone purple mansion. The Dakian dynasty is completely out of sight. Moreover, Lu Ran was still able to carry the blue zone purple mansion at will. Lolo, I'm asking you, this Tsang domain 4 worlds, is there any meeting or something like that? Lu Ran asked, remembering the Qingshan Sect's Dao Sect meeting. A meeting? Juzalo froze and shook his head. No, the 4 realms of the Pale domain do not intersect with each other. It's fine. Since there aren't any, let's just kill them one by one. Lu Ran said. Master, you are trying to. Zhu Sha Luo was shocked. The Eastern Realm has been stabilized, and the 6-armed Celestial Corpse King and Lord of the Yellow Springs Mansion in the Northern Realm are gone. The other 2 realms will be collected together. Lu Ran said. The purpose is simple. Blue Sect, unify the Tsang domain. End of chapter. Chapter 79, Xia Yi's reminder. Beside Zhu Sha Luo, the woman in black stood playfully. Seeing Lu Ran's eyes looking over, she also looked at Lu Ran. With 4 eyes facing each other, Lu Ran could not see the slightest fluctuation of emotions from her eyes. Her name is Firefly Moon, and she was in the same immortal washing pool as me when I ascended. I'm sorry, Juzaro said by way of introduction. Hearing her name, Glowmoon moved a little closer in Juzaro's direction. Lu Ran stunned. That, she is. Ahem. Juzaro almost choked on a mouthful. Hurriedly, he said, Master, what are you saying? She's not. It's just that because she was with me when she first ascended up and couldn't speak, I gave her her name and we're just good friends. Lu Ran nodded. Curious, he looked at Firefly Moon. Obviously not a lie, and not a native of the spirit world. I don't know what star ascended up. Even the heavenly spirit eyes couldn't see through it, so it was really a bit strange. At this point, above the Blue Sect's purple mansion Immortal Mountain, a clattering group of people flew down. Master, do you remember me? I'm Niu Tao. You picked me up when I was herding cows. Master, it's been a long time. I still have this sword you gave me when I ascended. And I. Master, I'm Vivian Wang. When you peeked at me in the shower. How are you? It's been a long time. You've grown up so much. The body development is all good too, hey? Lu Ran hurriedly interrupted and said with a smile. These days, there were quite a few Blue Sect disciples within range. Xiaoying and the others arranged to spread the news. And many Blue Sect disciples heard the news. The token was naturally the Ascension gift Lu Ran had given them in the first place. There was Lu Ran's divine soul imprint on it. It was hard for Lu Ran to still all remember so many disciples. The blue zones are getting bigger and bigger. Only, at present, the strength of everyone's realm is uneven and unattainable. In a battle at the Immortal Monarch level, other than Chen Dashan, no one else could help much. On the contrary, it was the several elders of the Fox clan who saw Lu Ran's line of sight looking over at this time. Hastily each politely chimed in with a smile. Lu Ran looked at the several Fox clan elders and brightened up slightly. Foxes can be so much better looking than cats. Even the several elders of the Fox clan were ripe peaches of. It seemed to be dripping with water just by looking at it. All of you from the Fox clan have worked hard, Lu Ran said smilingly. No, the great Immortal is overstating things. We didn't do anything on this trip. It is rare for this child, young infant, to have a master like you. Rare. Several beautiful ladies warbled. The young infant smiled sweetly in triumph at her words. If the Fox clan doesn't mind, they can also join the Blue clan. And this Blue clan purple mansion of the major Immortal mountains. You guys can pick the cave at will. Lu Ran said. The size of the Blue Zone purple mansion was so large that the Fox clan came and fit in completely. And it'll give this fairy mountain a little more aura. So, good. The several beauties nodded their heads in succession, without a single moment of hesitation. Are you kidding me? That Thai place in Daoist demon race. Everywhere. Killing each other constantly between the races. Ghosts want to stay in Dewara. Not to mention the richness of aura in this vast land of God's kingdom. It's much, much better than Dewara. Plus, if one was certified by Lu Ran within the Blue Sect's purple mansion, one could also obtain a cultivation increase and a battle power increase. It's like heaven. That's good. Lu Ran nodded and pulled the Fox clan and the others into the purple mansion list. And, of course, there are all these new arriving disciples. It's a strange feeling. When he was in the lower realms, Lu Ran did take on many disciples, but at the most, there can't be more than 10 around. So get used to having a few apprentices around. After this ascension, suddenly dozens of disciples surrounded him, and it felt really different. Subsequently, the division of labor was clear to everyone, and Deqian was temporarily taken over by Lan Zong. Fu Zhenglong is entrusted with the important task by Lu Ran after the robbery. Zhu Shaluo was to follow back to the Blue Zone Purple Mansion. This Deqian dynasty cannot be in vain. After repairing the post-war mess, he let Fu Zhenglong take over for the time being. Zhuzalo had no problem with that. The four sides of the Marquis of Daqian, Zhang Yunshan and Du Xiuxing were tempted to fall back by the interests early. Liao Wenshan was upright and honest, but he ended up being a traitor too. There was only one Fu Zhenglong left, causing Lu Ran to be somewhat impressed. This is the kind of person to use for peace of mind. Let's go. Lolo, to your imperial palace? Lu Ran arranged their respective errands and had nothing to do. Then he said, Apprentice 10,000 years of foundation, how to visit the tour. Good. Zhu Shaluo said joyfully. By Lu Ran's side, there was a complete lack of Empress Majesty, and she was well behaved as if she was a kitten. Then, the few disciples who had nothing better to do followed Lu Ran and headed for the imperial palace. Lin Baoer was also put down by Lu Ran and held by his side. However, before he could get close to the imperial palace, Lu Ran suddenly saw the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrink, and stopped his body. The rest of the disciples were taken aback and hurriedly stared at their guard. Lu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Above the dome of the imperial palace, at the edge of the roof, the young girl in the dress was sitting. Two snow-white calves wobbled. It was the little girl who grabbed the sugar gourd earlier. Xia Yi. Behind her was the old Immortal Emperor. Master, I can't see through that old man's cultivation. It should be above me. I'm sorry, Juzaro said in a deep voice. That old man is at the Immortal Emperor realm. Lu Ran said. At that, the apprentices around him were shocked. Immortal Emperor? Other than Zhu Shaluo and Chen Dashan, the other disciples hadn't even reached Immortal Monarch yet. Surprisingly, I met the Immortal Emperor here. Lu Ran also realized at the same time that his 9/4 yellow river formation was not effective against them. It was normal to think that the realm gap was just too great. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not here to fight. I'm here to watch the show. It's still really fun. Your interdictor phantasm, why are there so many of them? Xia Yi asked curiously. Lu Ran was silent for a few seconds. There was no answer to Xia Yi's question. Instead, he asked, which of the two southwestern realms of the Tsung domain are you from? Xia Yi's small mouth pouted and said, I've said I'm not here to fight. I'm sure it's not any side of the southwest two realms either law. Lu Ran broke the pot and asked, then which power are you? Xia Yi smiled cheekily. Delightedly, he said, Zhangzhou, Yao Qi. Lu Ran froze. Not the Xiaozhou forces? You've come all the way from China to see a movie? As if she could see through Lu Ran's mind. Xia Yi said, I'm just passing by, watching the show in the meantime. It's kinda brilliant. Having said that, Xia Yi seemed to have thought of something else. Opening his mouth, he said, Yurine Soldier Tiger Talisman is quite fun. Can you give it to me to play with? No. Lu Ran was decisive. Are you kidding? Ancient treasures of the innate. Can I just give it to you for fun? After saying that, Lu Ran did not forget to sweep his eyes at the old man. After all, this old dang is the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Lu Ran does not give. The other side of the open robbery can be what to do, but it was good that the old man did not react. Che, Patty. Xia Yi pouted in dissatisfaction. Standing up, he stretched comfortably. As he turned to leave, he turned back and said, By the way, I have to remind you that, if you're going to Central State, you'll have to hurry. The Taiku Copper Gate will open in 38 days. Only 1 hour. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 500 years. After saying that, Xia Yi and the old man took a step forward, and their figures instantly disappeared in place, without a trace. Lu Ran listened in confusion. How did the Xia Yi know I was going to Central China? And, what the heck is a Swire Copper Door? End of chapter. Chapter 80, The Iron King's Bastion Fortress. The next night, southern boundary of the Tsang Domain, Granite Fortress. As a power in one of the 4 realms of the Tsang Domain, Granite Fortress didn't have much ambition. The overall strength was not even as good as the Yellow Springs Mansion. However, for so many years, no one from the other 3 realms had saw trouble with Granite Fortress. For no other reason than this rocky fortress. It's too damn hard. Granite Castle itself cultivates defensive feats, and the Thousand Returns Valley in which it is located. It was even layered with 18 layers of defense formations. The whole thing is a tough iron bastard. Steady as she goes after all these years. But even so, Granite Castle is scared. The news came through yesterday. Not exactly, but it's probably an idea of what's going on. It was late at night, but the lights were still on inside Granite Castle. Luo Sun, the fortress master of Granite Fortress, summoned the Grand Elders of Granite Fortress late at night. You should have heard about the matter. The Martial God Alliance is gone. What do you think? I don't know, Rosen asked. No one would have thought that behind Qingshan was the Blue Sect, and that the Blue Sect's oldest ancestor was in the... It was only after gathering a large number of disciples from the Blue Sect that they took down the Martial God Alliance. The third elder said. Bull ********. The Blue Sect ancestor has only ascended for 10 days. How many disciples can be gathered in such a short period of time? The fifth elder disliked it back. That's right. We've also gotten word that the Yellow Springs Mansion in the Northern Realm has also become an ally of the Martial God Alliance. But the Martial God Alliance still lost. And with this wave, Qingshan completely stabilized the Eastern Realm. The fourth elder said. Fear only, that the Blue Sect taking over the Eastern Realm will have something in mind for us. It's better to prevent it in advance. The second elder was silent for half a day and added a sentence. Listening to their words, Rosen's face was grave. Twisting his head to look at a middle-aged man on his right, he said, What does the Grand Elder think? Grand Elder Duan Jinghai of Granite Fortress smiled at his words and said, Much ado about nothing. Although our southern and eastern realms are close neighbors, they have always been well-watered. And, even if they wanted to come and mess with us, the 18 layers of Granite Fort's protective Grand Formation, can they take it down? One could see Duan Jinghai's smugness. Rather, Rosen was slightly relieved to hear him say that. Said, The odds are that it won't come after us, but it's better to be careful and, the protective array is fully open. Jinghai, you're in charge. Meanwhile, release the sentry guards and spread out to inquire about the news. Arrange for some more people to go to the Eastern Realm to see how the situation really is and how the Martial God Alliance lost. So far, the news they had gotten was that the Martial God Alliance had gone to mess with Qingshan, but had lost. The exact details and process are not yet known to them. After the crowd dispersed, Grand Elder Duan Jinghai left Granite Fortress. The Valley of 1,000 Returns seems like a mosquito-like incense, perched in the middle of a deep mountain. Layer by layer, they were all set up with protective formations, and the protective array at Granite Castle. It wasn't the kind of subpar product that was dry broken by a group of immortal monarchs surrounding it in Qingshan. Granite Castle plays defense. This protective array, too, was hard and rare. 18 layers of protective arrays, someone coming to commit a crime, tired and exhausted. As Duan Jinghai moved and arranged, the 18 layers of protective formations were opened, all the way to the last floor. Duan Jinghai approached the large hall where the core of the formation was located and suddenly froze slightly. With a flash of his body, he immediately appeared within the great hall. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was seeing the side of the core of the big formation that, there was a disciple carefully operating the core of the formation. Duan Jinghai's appearance startled the other party. Both sides looked at each other in all directions. Grand Elder. What a coincidence. It's so late. What are you? I'm sorry, the man greeted with a smile, but his eyes were full of wariness. I will ask you this, for by your attire you are supposed to be the steward of, but not someone from the formation hall. What are you doing here? Duan Jinghai asked coldly. Accident. Just passing by accident, the man said with an embarrassed expression. But the next second, Duan Jinghai then appeared beside his opponent with a flash. Whoosh! The other didn't hesitate. A dagger was felt from behind his waist. Noiselessly, it stabbed straight out towards Duan Jinghai's dantian. But it was useless. Duan Jinghai's reaction was quick. Ka! The moment one choked the other's neck, the powerful force froze the other's meridians almost instantly. Even the half-stabbed dagger stopped. A mere golden immortal. How dare you assassinate me? Say, who the hell are you and what are you doing here? Duan Jinghai asked with a fierce expression, his palms slightly exerting force. He was only a golden immortal, and underneath one of the immortal monarch's hands, he couldn't even use his spiritual power. The spiritual treasures are all ruined. Absolute realm suppression. Guard Hall. 17 Hall Masters. I am Su Chang, Great Elder. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Su Chang struggled, but was unable to break free. The neck seemed to be ready to be snapped. Misunderstanding? Duan Jinghai sneered and glanced at the formation core next to him. Suddenly, he froze. Frowning, he said, you didn't destroy the core, but you moved it, so poorly that, really think you can hide it from the world? But for some reason, the hands simply loosened. Su Chang got out of the trap, but didn't dare to make a move. It was just a sophistry. The Great Elder is really mistaken. When I came here it was like this. I'm going to fix it. It's not my doing, but I didn't expect it. Duan Jinghai just shook his head, walking over to the core of the formation and looking at the complex formation patterns all over the ground. Another glance at the spell that kept hovering and wandering in the air. With a sudden reach, he picked up an inconspicuous black spike on the ground. Then he looked at Su Chang and said, this thing, it matches your breath. Trying to use this to disrupt the core of the protective grand formation. You really have a big heart. Su Chang's expression instantly froze. Suddenly the whole thing relaxed. He said, forget it, no more pretending. I am Blue Sect disciple Su Chang. I've heard the news. Just wait, with my master's nature, granite castle, not to mention the 18 layers of protective array, or even 100 layers. And it doesn't mean. As he spoke, Su Chang was full of smugness and laughed. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? Duan Jinghai frowned. So what if you kill me? If you kill one Blue Sect disciple, there are thousands more. The Blue Sect will never die. It's a pity that I didn't get to see my master again after 1,000 years of hard work. But it doesn't matter. My Blue Sect, it will surely dominate the entire spirit world. Ha ha. Snap. While laughing, Duan Jinghai slapped Su Chang on the back of his head. However, no spiritual power was used. Followed by a depressing, stop laughing, laughing my ass off, and attracting other people. The old man can't even operate well. Su Chang froze and scratched the back of his head in surprise. Said, what do you mean? Duan Jinghai glanced at him and casually threw the black thorn at him, saying, Blue Sect disciple. Duan Jinghai, if you had said that you're from the Blue Sect, I'd have promoted you twice, and you wouldn't have to suffocate in the guard hall. Ha! Su Chang's eyes glared. Duan Jinghai, on the other hand, flipped his wrist and took out a compass. Said, this was given to me by my master when I ascended. Your black thorn, it's the same, right? Su Chang's divine thoughts swept, and immediately brightened up. It was indeed master's divine soul imprint. Senior, Shidoshi, both men's eyes were going red. Come on, don't be a jerk. I came out here to get my hands dirty. Luosan put me in charge of the protective grand formation. Duan Jinghai said, I'm the same. Su Chang said, you're the same. My ass. At the level you're laying out, you'd have been discovered long ago. I'll do it. Duan Jinghai was speechless. Then he lifted the compass and stood in the middle of the formation base. Countless runes began to dance around his body at a rapid pace, and Duan Jinghai's eyes were like electricity as he constantly revised them. During the process of modification, the formation was not even affected in the slightest and continued to operate smoothly. It's just that the authority has been invisibly taken over by Duan Jinghai. It also engaged in some fraudulent tactics in it to confuse those who attempted to operate the array. Within a short time, the operation was complete. Duan Jinghai said, Su Chang, you go back to the Hall of Guards and stay honest. You don't need to do anything. Just wait for master to bring someone. After Su Chang left, Duan Jinghai inspected a large circle again, checking all 18 layers of the grand formation without error. Make sure it's okay before rejoining Fort Rock, but not back to his room. Instead, he sneaked into the room of 5th Elder Gao Ming. It's so late. What for? 5th Elder Gao Ming glared. Disgruntled. Old 5. Master is about to bring his men to fight over here. How's your poison concoction coming along? Is it too late? Duan Jinghai asked directly. Nonsense. I do things. You don't worry. This poison, the master's father passed it on. Gao Ming proudly said. That's fine. I'll get another message from Guozhu. He's the left guardian, in charge of the guard battalion. The right guardian is not one of ours. He has to be abolished first, so master will be smoother when the time comes. Duan Jinghai Dao. Right. A small hall master of the guard hall, named Su Chang, is our senior brother. Poor Rosen doesn't know it yet. Although this granite castle of his was as solid as a rock, inside, it had long been full of holes. In the middle of a blowout. I'm begging for some monthly votes and recommendations. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 81, Refining Millions of Demon Race. Blue Sect Purple Mansion. It was late at night. Lu Ran and his disciples toured the Blue Sect. Last time he left in a hurry. Lu Ran didn't even take a good look at this violet immortal mountain of his. Nowadays. All the way through. Small bridges. Mountain springs. Peaks and mountains. Rich in spiritual energy. It's almost too good to say. At this point, the group walked over to a clear spring. Lu Ran only felt that the aura around him was suddenly thicker. Surprised, he looked at the clear spring in front of him, situated in a mountain stream. The spring would have been in the center of a clear spring, gurgling like a fountain. The area is not too large or too small, and the excess spring water will be dispersed into streams from all directions. The veins generally covered the entire immortal mountain. This spring, which at first no one cared for, was found to be. It will absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own, and all those you have granted access to, within the boundaries of the Purple Mansion, will be ferried a portion of that energy. I don't know, said young baby by way of introduction. Oh, Lu Ran froze, then used the divine thought of the Violet Mansion Master to check the clear spring. Not much longer. Violet Spirit Spring? So that's how it is. Lu Ran immediately understood the function of this thing. This spiritual spring, indeed, autonomously gathers the aura of heaven and earth, and after quenching the, dispersed in a rule-based manner to all disciples within the boundaries of the Violet Mansion. Of course, only disciples who had been pulled into the list by Lu Ran to grant them permission were eligible to enjoy it. Stack that with the buff that the Purple Mansion itself boosts the speed of cultivation, and you've got a double whammy. Also, this spirit spring can put in spirit jade, that is, spirit jade mined from spirit veins. The transformation will be faster. Young infant said. What about demonic power? Lu Ran suddenly asked. Demonic power? What does master mean? Xiaoying was perplexed. The others also looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, casually took out the demon refining pot, and with a sweep of his divine mind, it was discovered that the millions of demons inside had all been refined. The 3 cat demon clan ants had all become pure spiritual energy as well. Lu Ran was a bit surprised, originally thinking that it was about transforming demons into demonic power. Converted directly into spiritual energy? It's true. The sparse origin is the same. The demon race cultivated and absorbed the aura of heaven and earth. The function of the demon refining pot was merely to return the demonic power of the demon race to its origin and quench it again. Think about it. Lu Ran directly picked up the demon refining pot and pointed it at the spirit spring in front of him. The incomparably pure spiritual energy began to gurgle into the spiritual spring. The originally clear spring water gradually glowed with a precious blue color. It seemed that the spring water had become much thicker, and at the same time, the disciples around them felt the spiritual energy dispersed to them increase substantially. This speed, it's too much. At this rate, the spiritual spring giving them a month's worth of spiritual energy would be enough for them to cultivate for 100 years. A year's time is worth 1,000 years of their hard training. Lu Ran's eyes looked around to see the reaction of these disciples, and knew that his approach was effective. He was so happy. Previously, Lu Ran was most worried about the growth of the Blue Sect's disciples. Too slow. Although Xiaoying and the others were already at the Daolord Immortal Realm, there was still Su Yuling, Tang Cherry Ruo. These disciples who ascended later were too weak. Cultivating on one's own, even with the addition of the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion, was still too slow. Right now, the only 2 immortal monarchs that the Blue Sect could hold were Qindashan and Zhu Shaoluo, as well as several elders of the Fox clan. The overall strength was too weak. The district was an Eastern realm, and if Lu Ran hadn't stepped in, all of them are going to be massacred by the Martial God Alliance. If the Blue Sect wanted to dominate and gain a foothold in the spirit world, this amount of strength was simply not enough. Therefore, it was urgent to improve the Blue Sect's overall strength. Right now, this spiritual spring immediately provided a solution. But, when the spring water of the spirit spring took on a deep blue color, so viscous that it was almost jelly-like, the indoctrination just got slower and slower, probably saturated. Lu Ran looked at the spiritual energy inside the demon refining jug and realized with dismay that just for a moment, a big chunk of it is gone. That was at least 700,000 to 800,000 demonic converted spiritual energy just poured in. There was still quite a bit left. Lu Ran thought, wondering what would happen if he absorbed it directly. At that thought, Lu Ran directly mobilized the spiritual energy inside and poured it into his dantian. I didn't realize it was possible. The ocean-like chi he signed up for down below has been transformed, and the spiritual power of this demon refiner's pot belongs to the extra. and it was quenched by the demon refining pot, and it was incomparably pure. It can be absorbed directly to enhance the realm, and it's absorbed quickly, but in the time it took to burn incense, Lu Ran's realm was climbing upward. By the time not a single drop was left in the demon refining pot, Lu Ran realized that his realm of it happened to be elevated to the immortal monarch 9 heavens. It's too fast. It's really too fast. It was much faster than Lu Ran's own transformation. It seems that it would be better to make a trip to D Wasteland if necessary. Lu Ran thought to himself. This is just buggy stuff. However, although Lu Ran's realm had risen to the ninth sky of immortal monarch, he did not seem to have broken through on his own. As if something else was needed, Lu Ran's heart trembled. It's not going to be another epiphany, is it? Lu Ran's been talking about that stuff for a while now. Luo, Dashan, both of you are immortal monarchs. Do you know what conditions are required to advance to immortal emperor? I don't know, Lu Ran asked. After that, a twist of the head. Noticing that all the disciples were looking at Lu Ran in a dumbfounded manner, although they couldn't see through Lu Ran's realm. However, he could intuitively feel Lu Ran's realm climbing upward, especially Zhu Sha Luo and Chen Dashan, also an immortal monarch. Lu Ran's aura was like a small hill growing in front of him. In moments, it towered over the others. Listening to Lu Ran, he said that after tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation by other immortal monarchs, you have to go to this place. In the blink of an eye, the immortal monarch 9 heavens began to consider advancing to immortal emperor? It's outrageous. I'm not too sure. I haven't come into contact with an immortal emperor yet. Chen Dashan shook his head. Moreover, although Chen Dashan was also an immortal monarch, he was still 100,000 miles away from an immortal emperor, so it never occurred to me. Instead, it's Juzaro, mused. There are rumors I've heard that advancing into the immortal emperor, one needs to use one's own Dala Dharma phase as a medium, and one's divine soul travels around the Taishu to seek the innate Dao fruit, and when one obtains the Dao fruit, one will be able to advance to immortal emperor. Innate Dao fruit, Lu Ran murmured. Didn't get it at all. The specific operation is also unknown. What divine souls traveling around the Taiwu? Completely unknown. Forget it, I'll look into it later, Lu Ran said. Also, what Xia Ae said earlier. What's the meaning of the Taiku Copper Gate? To go to the central state, you need to go through the Swift Copper Gate? Can't we just go directly? The question was met with wide eyes. These disciples present at the moment have never been to the central state, nor have they ever tried to. Never even heard of it. I did hear that what that Xia Ae said should be true, but I don't know the specific details. I've never touched the central state. I don't know it very well, Zhu Sha Luo said. At this point, behind him, Gu Hai, who had been studying the flowers and plants along the way, suddenly stood out, shouted, Master, I've been there. Lu Ran went cold, then suddenly remembered that this guy was looking for spirit herbs in the first place. It's a trip to the middle of the country. The 9 states of the spirit world are not connected to each other, but are divided by chaotic domains. No one is allowed to enter the chaotic realm. Even immortal emperors dare not cross it. But the spirit world, the 9 states, it's not completely closed off from each other, and the Swift Copper Gate is the only way to pass through. Only, the opening of the ancient Bronze Gate is once every 500 years, and it's only open for an hour at a time, after which it closes. After the ancient Bronze Gate is closed, no one can open it again, even if the immortal emperor comes, and there's no way to open it. If you miss it, you'll need to wait 500 years. Hearing Gu Hai say this, the crowd all scared. I didn't realize that it would be so troublesome to go to the central state, and that I would need to pick the right day. So, there's really only 38 days left before the Swire Copper Gate opens? Lu Ran's heart shook. Thanks to Xia Yi for reminding me. If these dozens of days pass by leisurely, and we miss the opening of the ancient Copper Gate, it would have to be another 500 years in the summer state. How far is the ancient Copper Gate from here? Lu Ran asked hurriedly. It's not very far, about 13 million miles, so don't be in a hurry. Master, you can make it. I don't know, said Gokai. Lu Ran was already an immortal monarch, and with 38 days, he could completely catch up. Well then, in that case, take the Pale Domain first. Take all the spirit veins in the 4 realms of the Tsung Domain and collect as much spirit jades as possible. Lu Ran mused. Right now the demon refining pot didn't have that many demons for him to collect. If the overall strength wanted to increase, spirit jade to nourish the spirit spring was the best way. That would require a large amount of spirit jade. All of the spirit veins in the subordinate branches of the 4 realms of the Tsung Domain. Take them all and mine them as much as possible. The more the merrier. Meanwhile, there were still quite a few blue sect disciples scattered across the Tsung Domain. It was estimated. All need to find their way back to the blue zone or purple mansion as well. After all, that's left of the eastern realm in the district. Luo, how much do you know about the southern and western realms? Lu Ran asked. I don't know much about the western realm, but the southern realm has had some occasional dealings because it's right next to the eastern realm. I don't know, Juzaro replied. The southern border is Fort Rock. After listening to Juzaro's introduction, Lu Ran said, so, Granite Fort's overall strength is average. It's the defense that's a bit off the charts. It's easy to pack up then. First thing in the morning, we'll go to the southern boundary. Zhu Sha Luo suddenly said. What does Master intend to do? Lu Ran casually said. Of course it's crushing. Lu Ran couldn't be bothered to negotiate. It was a waste of time and pointless. The Yellow Springs Mansion and the Martial God Alliance have always acted in an overbearing manner, but the Southern Realm's Granite Fortress, which has no ambition to, and never had a conflict with Diqian, Zhu Sha Luo said hesitantly. Before he finished his words, he suddenly realized that Lu Ran's eyes were looking over. Zhu Sha Luo's heart shook, and the words that came out of his mouth came to an abrupt end. You've been in the spirit world for tens of thousands of years and your brain is confused? Lu Ran frowned slightly and said, how many of Great Qian's subjects died this time? Did those people deserve to die? Has the Martial God Alliance ever taken pity on you? When I picked you up from the pile of corpses in the lower realm, when the Shuejian dynasty was overthrown, are you guilty of having corpses and bones all over the Shuejian royal family? Zhu Sha Luo's heart shook. Lu Ran knew that he had said something serious inside. The immortal cultivation world is not black and white. If I didn't take action when the Martial God Alliance attacked this time, would you tell Lu Junyan that your Diqian shouldn't have died? Ever thought about what will happen to you yourself? If I don't make a move, Daqian will be nothing more than the second Shueji dynasty you've experienced. Juzaro's face went white. Hurriedly said, I am sorry master. I am being indecisive. It seemed to bring back bad memories, as if he had been in a high position and comfortable for too long. Juzaro was shocked to realize that he had appeared to be compassionate. This mentality doesn't matter to anyone else, but watching the dynasty fall from the pile of corpses and watching her parents' heads being cut off shouldn't have been for her. Lu Ran was trying to correct her mindset, and said a few more words. After saying that, he looked at her alone and pathetic. Sighing, he gathered Juzaro into his arms and patted her back comfortingly. Whispering in her ear, she said, Granite Fortress sits in the southern realm, suppressing the various sects within the realm from mining spirit veins. Not what you think of as a goody two-shoes. Remember, all the same, each and every one. End of chapter. Chapter 82. My fortress is impregnable. The sun is at noon. Inside Granite Castle, there were more than several times more guards than usual. Inside and outside of Granite Castle, there are layers of protection. There are still quite a few disciples scattered in all corners of the Thousand Returns Valley. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Blue Zoner that could appear at any moment. Inside Granite Castle, Fort Master Rosen and a group of Granite Fort executives were present. The right and left guardians were also around. Duan Jinghai looked at the fifth elder and then at the left protector, and his heart was slightly settled. On the contrary, it was the fortress lord, Rosen, whose brow had been furiously throbbing from early this morning until now. The uneasy feeling in my heart was getting stronger. There's no need to worry much. Fort Master, our Granite Fort is different from the Martial God Alliance. It's not that easy to be taken down. The right guardian was a member of Granite Fort's own family and practiced Granite Fort's body-protecting kung fu. The whole thing looks burly and very strong. Rosen glanced at the right guardian. Shaking his head, he said, it doesn't feel too good, but it doesn't matter. The 18 layers of the Great Formation has been laid down. Even if Blue Zone came, he wouldn't be able to break through. And, even with the breakthrough, Granite Castle is not unbeatable. Absolute defense brings with it the tolerance of battle. And the men of Granite Castle are allowed to make mistakes but it won't hurt. But when the enemy makes a mistake, they bite like a hawk. Jinghai, the array arrangement, sure it's okay? Luo Sin asked. I have personally viewed and fortified the place, patrolled it twice, and also arranged for disciples to watch over it separately. Nothing will go wrong. Fort Master don't worry is all. Duan Jinghai patted his chest and said with assurance. That's good. I'm naturally convinced of your talent in formations. Rosen sighed in relief. The heart is great. And yet, he hadn't thought at all that leaving the formation in Duan Jinghai's charge would. One of the biggest mistakes he made. By the way, Fort Master, today is the day when the various factions of the Southern Realm branch will turn in their spirit jades. How will we deal with it then? The third elder asked. Don't release them yet. Have them wait outside the Valley of 1,000 Returns. Wait until we confirm that the Blue Sect won't come after us. Luo Sin mused. He was cautious by nature and would not easily risk opening the formation at the moment. Otherwise, when the time comes, there'll be a lot of fish and dragons, and all kinds of sects will come in and out. Then the protective array would be a sham. That would be fine. In the next few days, Granite Castle will be reinforced with patrols. The scouts sent to the Eastern Realm should also be sending back news soon, so we'll know what condition the Blue Sect is in by then. The third elder nodded. At this point, Rosen looked at the fifth elder again, asked, Old Five, what about your side? Are the pills ready? Takamine smiled confidently, responding, Don't worry, Burgomaster, the sacred elemental pill that was refined this time. The potential burst effect is at least 3 times that of the previous one, and it's already been distributed to all the halls, to be taken en masse in times of crisis. Granite Castle's overall strength will increase several times. After finishing, he added, Elders and Protectors, the Raging God pills of each hallmaster, they've all been distributed as well. The effects are only stronger. After taking them, within the immortal monarch realm, they are unrivaled. Hearing this, Rosen's face became more relaxed. He, however, did not expect that those pills had long been laced with poison by Gao Ming. The elders and hall masters around him and the Right Guardian opened their mouths. That's right, the Raging God pill has been obtained. Old Five's ability to refine pills is obvious to everyone. I'm even kind of looking forward to the Blue Sect coming to pick a fight. The subordinates have also distributed all of the Holy Yuan Dan, one for each hand. Basically nothing has been left out. The Blue Sect dared to come, not to mention how they broke through the 18 layers of the Grand Mist Fort's Great Formation. Even if we break through, we'll definitely beat them up and make them cry. A bunch of stragglers from the Martial God Alliance were taken in by them. Do they really think that the Blue Sect is invincible? If they really dare to come, they'll know what happens when they don't have anyone in sight. Everyone's emotions were very high, especially after the distribution of the fifth elder's Gao Ming's potential explosion pill. If Lan Zong came, everyone took the elixir in unison. Granite Castle's overall strength instantly exploded. The blue zone of the district is nothing to worry about. This is very good, and I am relieved to think that the Blue Sect, assembled in haste, is, in 10 days' time. Not many experts can be gathered to take down the Martial God Alliance and protect Diqian. Mostly it's also a great deal of energy, so don't pay attention to it for the time being. Lu Osen said, it's just kind of like self-congratulation. Rather, there is nothing wrong with that line of thinking. It was rumored that the Martial God Alliance had united with the Northern Realm's Yellow Springs Mansion, although this was all cleaned up by the Blue Sect. But I thought that the Blue Sect must have been greatly injured as well. At this juncture, it wouldn't immediately come to his southern realm to mess things up. Talking about talking, and Rosen got bold. Opening his mouth, he said, since that's the case, it's better to let in those sects and factions that have come to pay tribute to Spirit Jade. Recently, the consumption of Spirit Jade has been great, and the Blue Sect is sitting in the Eastern Realm, gathering more and more manpower. We at Granite Castle also need to urgently improve our overall strength in order to do so. So, the words were not finished. Pang! The door was roughly pushed open, and everyone present looked over in displeasure, realizing that it was a guard. Rosen was furious, unbridled. Who taught you the rules? No, Fort Master, that Blue Sect. The Blue Sect is coming. The guards don't care about being punished or not, they shouted anxiously. Rosen's body shook hard. It's really nifty. Really? How many people have come? What realm are they in? Where are they now? Luosen asked hurriedly. No, not quite sure if it's the Blue Zoner or not. There's only one other person on the other side. No, it was 2 men. A young man with a little girl on his back. The guard said. Ha! Rosen froze. Then he frowned. What's all the fuss about a random person being from the Blue Sect? No matter how arrogant that Blue Zone is, how dare he come alone to trouble my granite fortress? Which hall are you from? Have you no brains? However, the other party is not a sect that has come to pay tribute. The party. He is attacking the protective grand formation. I'm sorry, the guard said hurriedly. Rosen tensed up again and attacked the protective array that. Then it's definitely not a sect that came to pay tribute. Within the southern realm, no sect had that much guts, but since it's a guy with a little girl, what is this? Go check it out. Rosen mused. It wasn't that stressful. The 18-layer protective array had been set up. The potential burst pills were all distributed as well. The other side still just came with a guy with a little girl. That's nothing to be afraid of. And at the same time, outside the Valley of 1,000 Returns, Lu Ran and Lin Bauer stood in the void. Lu Ran looked at the protective formation in front of him and nodded his head. This protective grand formation that. The protection is really good. It's this array torso. How come it's a bit similar to my style? Trying is what has been tried. Lu Ran was in no hurry to continue his attack. The thing about the protective grand formation, a strong attack is the most retarded, and outsmarting it is the best strategy. Lu Ran's formation was full ranked, plus this formation torso was very similar to Lu Ran's style. It's much easier to disassemble, but before that, it needs to be signed in. Today's sign in. Lu Ran held back until now, just to come to Granite Castle and sign again. The demon refining pot given by the previous signing blitz made Lu Ran think that his presumption was wrong. However, the subsequent appearance of the Cat Demon clan around the Martial God Alliance made Lu Ran roughly understand that even if you don't personally experience it, the system check-in can have a corresponding reward if you are destined to encounter it in the future. This was the case before the Lishan Yijianj took on the Golden Immortals. We haven't seen a Golden Immortal yet. One is immune to Golden Immortal attacks. A second to kill a Golden Immortal has been armed first. This time, if the validation is successful again, then the presumption is basically not wrong. And after that, signing in again. Consider also creating conditions to increase the chance of signing up for a blitz. Sign in. Lu Ran mentally mumbled. Ding. Congratulations to the host. This check-in gets a blast. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cultivation reward *10. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the innate ancient treasure, the Pango Axe. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the immortal technique, Leakless Vajra. End of chapter. Chapter 83, Greeting My Master. Sure enough, it stormed. It's still very fine, even though you've probably figured out the pattern. Blitz gives a lot of good stuff. Lu Ran hurriedly checked the rewards. Pango Axe, with this axe, you can divide the heavens and open the earth, and travel through the void. Bullseye. The introduction is very brief, but it still shows how awesome it is. It seems to be similar to Regulus, but with more other features than Regulus. Nowadays, Lu Ran had the Pango Axe in his left hand and the Regulus sword in his right. He is carrying the Kongdong Seal of Heaven, and has the Demon Refining Pot in his back. The four great innate ancient treasures, paired with Lu Ran's War God Interdictor Phantasm, Unbreakable Body and Guillotine's Immortal Domain. There was also the Sacred Vein Jade Bone in his body, and he was practically a Kryptonite player. Next, Lu Ran looked again at the second Immortal Law reward. Non-leakage Vajra, access to the innate non-leakage body. It is the highest realm of hearing, sound, and earth in the Buddhist Yogacara. A passive immortal method that is permanently immune to 99% of the attacks of the Buddhists. Oh, Lu Ran was a bit surprised. This thing was easy for him to read and understand. After all, you've also signed up for full level of Buddhism long ago in the lower realms. It's just that it's too targeted. Immune to 99% of the attacks of the Buddhists? There was no mention of realms. So what if it was a Buddhist big shot in the Immortal Emperor realm? What about an Immortal Emperor? As for under the same realm, Lu Ran stood still. The opponent could only utilize 1% of his attack even if he tried his best. One sword execution in Ming Wang body target Golden Immortals. So it's okay to say that it won't be of much use to Lu Ran now. But this Leakless Vajra is directed at the entire Buddhist sect. This signing system is afraid that it's discriminating against the Buddhist sect in some way. Lu Ran muttered. Then he looked to the rocky fortress in front of him, listening to Zhu Sha Luo's introduction. This granite fortress plays with defense, but it has nothing to do with the Buddhist sect. How did you sign up to blitz out a fairy spell that targets Buddhists? Can't it be that there are Buddhist experts within this granite fortress? Was thinking. Inside the Valley of 1,000 Returns, in the direction of Granite Fortress, Fort Master Luo Sun led the way, and a group of people flew out in great numbers. However, it did not directly rush out of the protective range of the Great Formation, but across the outermost layer of the confrontation with Lu Ran. Rosen fixed his eyes. The other person was indeed alone, with a little girl lying on her back. His eyes swept in all directions, even spreading out his divine thoughts. Nor did they find any other helpers on the other side. Although sensing from the realm, the other party should be an immortal monarch correctly. However, within Granite Fortress, aside from Fortress Master Luosen, the left and right protectors were all immortal monarchs. Grand Elder Duan Jinghai was also an immortal monarch. Meanwhile there was Luosen's own brother, the second leader of Granite Fortress, Luo Lin, who was also an immortal monarch. With the 5 immortal monarchs fighting against each other, Luosen was very confident. Who is the visitor? And why did he attack my Granite Fortress protection array? Luosen directly questioned, and didn't realize it. Right beside him, left Protector Guizhu, Grand Elder Duan Jinghai, and 5th Elder Gao Ming. These 3 were already flushed with excitement. Looking at Lu Ran's eyes also gradually reddened. And if the scene wasn't inappropriate, it's probably going to come out in tears. Tens of thousands of years, the master, whom they had been waiting for, had finally met. Lu Ran swept these people on the other side, and his eyes also froze as he swept over these 3 people. There was some consternation. Why are these 3 little guys in the opposing camp? It can't be the same as Chen Dashan, right? Lu Ran was a bit stunned. Of course he recognized his 3 disciples at once, and by the looks of it, all 3 were not lowly in Granite Castle? Nice guy. I was hoping that Granite Castle would be a clean sweep. but now it seems that there are still our own people. Lu Ran thought about it and intended to first find out what kind of friendship the three disciples had with this granite fortress. If it was a relationship of interest like Chen Dashan and the Martial God Alliance, it wouldn't matter. But if people have deep friendships, Lu Ran can't do too much. Blue Sect. Lu Ran. Lu Ran responded indifferently. Instantly, Rosen's eyes widened. It's really someone from the Blue Sect. Moreover, wasn't this Lu Ran, the Blue Sect's oldest ancestor that had been rumored? So it's elder ancestor Blue Sect. What a big bully, coming to provoke my granite fort all by himself. I'm sorry, Rosen sneered. Of course, he was in shock. Originally, it was thought that the Blue Sect had rallied and taken out the Martial God Alliance because those disciples were powerful. The Blue Sect ancestor merely served as a rallying point for everyone, but now it seems that it's not that at all. The Blue Sect ancestor who had only ascended for 10 days was already at the Immortal Monarch realm. This cultivation speed is simply frightening. I'm alone. It's enough, Lu Ran said indifferently. In his heart, he was calculating how to open his mouth to inquire about the relationship between the three disciples in Granite Fortress, because looking at the way the three of them were holding their faces red, it was probably because of some concern that he didn't immediately recognize Lu Ran. Great words. I am Rosen, Lord of Fort Rock. I also know that the Martial God Alliance has been taken down by your Blue Sect. Your Blue Sect is sitting on the freeze and I, Granite Fortress, have no problem with it, so why do you have to come and provoke me? We don't interfere with each other, Rosen exclaimed. Although the Blue Sect ancestor was the only one, he still didn't intend to tear his face off without necessity. For one thing, it was correct that the other Blue Sect's oldest ancestor was an immortal monarch. Secondly, if the Blue Sect ancestor is moved, the Blue Sect's countless disciples will retaliate madly. He, Granite Castle, couldn't carry it at all. This thought, on the contrary, was much smarter than Lei Tai of the Jade Dragon Valley in the beginning, and a lot of fun. There is no need to say more. Song Domain 4 Realms. The Blue Sect wants it, Lu Ran said casually. Ambition is not small, although I don't know exactly how the Martial God Alliance was overthrown. However, with the support of the Yellow Springs House in the Northern Realm, it was still defeated, and I admit that your Blue Sect is not weak, but I think it must have suffered a great deal of vitality, right? Why else would it be you? A bare-bones commander, who comes looking for a fight? What? Scare me? Rosen said contemptuously. Anyhow, he was also the fortress master of Granite Fortress. And against the Blue Sect ancestor, Luo Sen's aura was not weak at all. What nonsense! The Northern Realm's Yellow Springs Mansion Master, Li Yufeng, is dead. The North Realm is now under our Blue Sect. I'm here to clean up Granite Castle. Take Granite Castle. The West Realm, which is right next to it. It's only natural to collect them in passing as well, Lu Ran said. In that case, let's do it. I'd like to see that you, Blue Sect ancestor. How capable are you that you dare to kill Granite Fortress single-handedly? Luosen was also enraged as he watched Lu Ran's lack of oil and salt. If the Blue Sect's army presses in, it's just a matter of comparing who has the hardest fists. In favor of a Blue Sect ancestor single-handedly. No, with a little girl in tow. But looking at only the Jindan realm, it was instead a liability and was directly ignored by Luosen. To provoke Granite Fortress like this is nothing short of an insult. Totally didn't have Granite Castle in his sights. Okay, do it. Lu Ran nodded. No more bull asterisk. Thoughts. The god of war interdictor phantasm appeared behind him. Rosen was startled and looked up, and immediately exclaimed, War God Interceptor. In the next second, a scene that shocked him even more appeared. Behind Lu Ran, the second dignity, the third dignity, the fourth dignity. It's as if it's raining. A war god interdictor phantom continuously emerged and stood in a row behind Lu Ran. One behind Lu Ran. 4 on the left and 4 on the right. It was as if the 9 bodyguards were imposing. What kind of means is this? 9 Dharma phases. Rosen's eyes barely glazed over. 9 Dharma phases. And all of them were still the god of war. Interdictor. But he kept his sanity, shouting, Don't panic, everyone. This Blue Sect ancestor is eccentric. But my Granite Fortress protective grand formation is no joke. He can't get in. Is that right? The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly as one hand lifted up, intending to dismantle the protective grand formation on the spot. The appearance of the 9 god of war, Interceptor, was not for the purpose of forcibly dismantling the great formation, either, but rather to serve as a bodyguard. The Guardian Lu Ran dismantled the great formation. Only, it wasn't Lu Ran's turn to make a move. Not far from Luo Sen's side, Duan Jinghai suddenly pulled out his compass and moved his thoughts. Above the compass, the 3 plates, the heavenly, the earthly, and the human, the inner, the outer. The compass grids representing the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, the heavenly stems, the earthly branches, the 4 seasons, the 9 stars, and the 28 constellations in each direction began to move in a regular and frantic rhythm. In the meantime, Luosen also suddenly noticed Duan Jinghai's movements. Quizzically, he twisted his head to look and asked, "Jinghai, what are you doing? Reinforcing the formation?" Duan Jinghai shook his head and said, "Fort Master is mistaken. My master personally visited Granite Fort. It is natural for me to open the door to greet them. Would I not fortify the formation and go against filial piety? Keep exploding during the day. After that the updates won't just be at midnight, but during the day as well. Just asking for some monthly votes, continuing to explode in liver." End of chapter. Chapter 84, How come there are all traitors? What? Rosen snapped. Almost didn't react. Still trying to say something about it. Click. The compass in Duan Jinghai's hand suddenly stopped rotating and came to a standstill. Immediately after, the 18th layer of the protective array in front of them shook slightly, then burst as if it were a bubble. It's gone. Duan Jinghai, I'll destroy you. Luo Sen's lungs exploded with anger. He directly stormed up and charged towards Duan Jinghai. At the same time, a 2-headed turtle phantom behind him directly stormed up. Lu Ran almost didn't laugh out loud when he watched. This granite fortress itself cultivates defense techniques even if this phantom is even 1,000 years old bastard, but not to mention, this 2-headed turtle looks dominating. The 2 heads look more like the heads of some kind of ferocious beast. The neck was not long and the huge turtle's back was pitted as if a mountain was carried on its back. Duan Jinghai wouldn't really fight him, and at the first opportunity, he flew back, but he just moved. On the sidelines, Lorraine jumped in. With a fierce expression, he roared, "Duan Jinghai, I, Granite Fort, have treated you well. How dare you betray us?" After saying that, he similarly displayed his Dharma phase. It's a turtle, too, only with 1 head. The overall look is not as dominant as the Rosen one, but it's by no means mediocre. Lu Ran probably understood. This granite castle's own family was specifically there to pick out the turtle phallus. If one was unable to perceive the turtle phantasm by oneself, then one would inherit it through the corpse bones of a great Luo Immortal, to maximize their defensive strength. One after the other, the 2 brothers, Luo Sin and Luo Lin, made Duan Jinghai suddenly have no way to retreat. Duan Jinghai's face changed drastically, and he immediately tried to explode his Dharma phase as well. But someone was moving faster. Buzz! A criminal heavenly phantasm detached itself from Lu Ran and took a big jump straight away. The blast stomped on top of Luo Sen's 2-headed turtle Dharma. The shield in his hand pressed down, and the broad axe in his other hand slashed down at the head of the 2-headed turtle. Rosen yelled as his face turned green with fear. Luo Lin decisively abandoned Duan Jinghai and came over to help instead. But 2 more interdictors jumped over, blocking Roland's path. 1 left, 1 right, 1 left and 1 right. A frantic output was directed at Luo Lin's phallic phase. The 2 brothers were overwhelmed. Duan Jinghai, on the other hand, flew to Lu Ran's side and said with trepidation, "Master, if you're any slower, I'll be wasted." "No panic. Your kid's compass didn't expect to keep it," Lu Ran said with a snicker. At the same time, he glanced at the 2 brothers Rosen and Roland. Thoughts. The few remaining interdictor Dharma phantoms behind them all rushed out. It began to crush against the Granite Fortress crowd. There are only a few immortal monarchs in Granite Fortress. Duan Jinghai has fallen on his sword. The other immortal monarchs were not as strong as Lu Ran. It was too much to handle, and the rest of the people were even worse, dying from a single stump by interdictor. The scene was a mess. "Retreat to Fortress Granite," Luosen shouted as he desperately tried to force Interceptor on the turtle's back out of the way. After shouting, he himself first transformed into a stream of light and returned towards Fortress Granite. There are still 17 layers of protective arrays at the back that can be used. Unfortunately, that 18-layer protective array had long since been taken over by Duan Jinghai. Seeing their movements, the compass in Duan Jinghai's hand began to turn again. Layer by layer, they began to dismantle the protective grand formation. Rosen had just drilled into the 17th layer of the protective grand formation when he saw that it had disappeared. His heart went wow, associating him with the fact that he had actually given Duan Jinghai all the permissions for the protective grand formation. Regrets in the gut. "Don't worry, Master. This protective array, the permissions are all with me." Duan Jinghai hemmed and hawed. "Too slow. Is that all I taught you?" Lu Ran said breathlessly. "Ha?" Duan Jinghai's eyes glared. "Master, this is still slow. I've taken over the authority of all the protective grand formations. Now I just need to cancel them one by one. Definitely not slow." Lu Ran casually picked up the compass in Duan Jinghai's hand. With a sweep of his divine mind, he realized that his divine soul brand was still there. So he spoke. You still don't have enough understanding of formations. Look carefully. For the master to show you once more, the operation of the 4 pillars and 8 characters, do not need to interoperate with the astrological pivot points. You only need to. Lu Ran spoke. The rotation of the compass in his hand suddenly slowed down. Every now and then there was a clicking sound. But the effect is surprisingly bombastic. The remaining 16 layers of protective formations poofed and disintegrated at the same time. It's all gone. Duan Jinghai's eyes were glazed over. Although he had taken over the authority, the structure of the protective grand formation was complicated. Surprisingly, they were all demolished by Lu Ran at the same time. Nah, see it clearly? Lu ran casually through the compass back. Duan Jinghai gulped, shook his head. Look at the farts. How can this be seen clearly? There's no end to learning. Master, this spirit realm formation is much more exciting than the lower realm. You must continue to teach me, Duan Jinghai said excitedly. He had cultivated until now, and it was basically difficult to advance an inch in terms of formations, but Lu Ran showed up, and there was so much he could learn. At this moment, Luo Sen, watching all the protective grand formations disappear at the same time, was even more colorful. Turning around fiercely, he shouted, Luo Lin, come back and defend. All the rest of you, take the elixir. It's imminent, and if it doesn't explode, Granite Castle will really be gone. Those 9 dignitaries of interdiction were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, plundering and killing in every direction. Granite Castle couldn't stop it at all. A few immortal monarchs couldn't stop them. Luosen vaguely and violently guessed how the Martial God Alliance was overthrown in the first place. The Blue Sect's old ancestor alone, with his main body not moving, the 9 War God Interceptors were enough to clean up the situation. This only reacted to the fact that the other Blue Sect ancestor came alone. More than enough. People didn't even put Granite Fortress in their eyes. The great loss of vitality that he had envisioned after the Blue Sect had cleaned up the Martial God Alliance also didn't exist at all. Words. Everyone started taking the explosive pills given by 5th Elder Gao Ming. Gao Ming's eyes lit up as he watched, licking his lips in excitement. Luo Lin heard Luo Sen's call, turned around, and yelled, left and right guardians, retreat back with me, don't get attached. Left guardian Guizhu, right guardian Luo Gang. The two of them exchanged glances. Luo Gang first forced back Interdictor and turned around to follow him. But the next second, pust, a long sword pierced Luo Gang's dantian from behind. In his haste Luo Gang couldn't react at all. Luo Gang turned around in shock and was seeing Guizhu holding a long sword. Guizhu, you're ing crazy, daring to hurt me, betraying Granite Castle at this time. You think the Blue Sect will accept you? Sinister villain, you shall not die a good death either. Luo Gang roared, wanted to resist, but realized that on top of that long sword, it was also quenched with poison. The strange poison had invaded the dantian, and the spiritual energy inside became sticky, solidified, and unable to be mobilized. Guizhu lazily drew back his longsword and shrugged, said, there is no need for the Blue Sect to accept me. I am a Blue Sect disciple myself. Ha! Luo Lin's eyes glazed over. Besides the Grand Elder Duan Jinghai, even the left protector was a Blue Sect disciple. Luo Xin and Luo Lin in front of them saw this scene and were jealous at the sight of it. Luo Gang is their own family. Roland, come back. Don't care. Retreat to Fort Rock. Quick! Rosen shouted anxiously. It was already impossible to care about avenging Luo Gang, and there's no chance of that. After killing Luo Gang, Guizhu also returned to Lu Ran. Master, how about this sneak attack of mine? Guizhu hammed and hawed. Not bad, even quenched poison. Where did you learn it? Lu Ran asked. It wasn't me who quenched it. It was senior brother Gao Ming who did it for me, Guizhu said. Having said that, looking to Takamine, Gomez was still looking around, watching to see who hadn't taken their pills yet. Lu Ran's eyes flickered and reacted when he saw that the people of Granite Fortress were all taking pills. Crying and laughing, he said, so all these medicines were given by that Gao Ming kid? Guizhu and Duan Jinghai nodded their heads like chicken pecking rice. Lu Ran said, then this Granite Fortress is really pitiful. That boy Gao Ming was with me a little earlier. The talent for refining medicine is similar to Gu Hai's, but the only thing he loves is refining poison. And he hasn't fallen behind after so many years. At this point, Rosen was still unaware of the situation, looking at all but the immortal monarchs and some of the Dala immortals who ran fast. The rest of Granite Fortress was hacked and slashed by Interceptor, their hearts twitching. It was a good thing that everyone had taken the potential explosion elixir. Rosen aided himself. The spiritual energy in their bodies seemed to be boiling, and everyone's breath climbed upward. Rosen murmured, good, very good. Granite Fortress can still be saved after all. Attention everyone! After your potential explodes, seize the time to suppress the Blue Sect's old ancestor, Lu Ran, and those few traitors. Shout out. Suddenly, he saw that fifth elder Gao Ming was still in the same place and had not returned. He shouted anxiously, "Old Five, what are you doing? Come back." Gao Ming twisted his head to look at Luo Sen and waved his hand. "I won't go back. My master came to pick me up. You guys play by yourselves." Luo Sen froze, and suddenly reacted. This Nima, Gao Ming was also a Blue Sect disciple. Then those elixirs that you just ate. End of chapter. Chapter 85, Master. Can you do it? Damn. Gao Ming is also a Blue Sect disciple. 5 elders, 2 of them are Blue Sect disciples? The left protector is also a Blue Sect disciple? That Gao Ming has a high talent for refining pills, but he's also proficient in refining poisons. Let's make this elixir. Spit it out. Spit it out. It's too late. It is indeed too late. The phantoms behind some of the great Luo immortals around them had begun to collapse. The spiritual energy that had just risen from the potential explosion also began to be disorganized. Golden immortals, upper immortals, and true immortals with even less strength. Some of them had already bled to death from their 7 orifices. Some were unable to control their Dantian spiritual energy and burst their bodies. Inside the Granite Castle camp, it was a mess. And every now and then someone would fall and every now and then there was the sound of a corpse exploding. Rosen's entire body was dumbfounded. Looking down at his body, he looked inward at his Dantian. Sure enough, even inside his own Dantian, a thick black gas had already appeared. Mixed in with the spiritual energy, maneuvering became increasingly difficult. The manic and violent spiritual energy impacted the meridians in his body with hidden pain. Back to Fort Rock, Rosen grimaced. After saying that, he continued to head towards Granite Fortress despite the poison in his body. In the blink of an eye, and several immortal monarchs had returned. Rosen arrived at the Great Hall where the Fortress Master of Granite Fortress was located. One man rushed in, instructing the others to meditate in place and detoxify. The others did not dare to delay and hurriedly sat down on the floor one after another. When Gao Ming saw the scene, he shook his head and said, "It's useless. That poison of mine. It was passed down from my master's father. Specially modified. Once poisoned, it's like a hawk that can't be shaken off." Then he twisted his head to look at Lu Ran. He said, "Master, I have not failed to live up to your name. This granite castle is definitely ruined. We're going to wrap it up now?" Lu Ran nodded. Duan Jinghai's eyes then swept through the crowd. Not long after, a hand reached out and pulled one of the disciples into midair. "Su Chang? Why are you also here in Granite Fortress?" Lu Ran was a bit stunned. This Su Chang's talent is very good. He ascended more than 700 years ago. On the contrary, the time apart from Lu Ran was not very long. Scared the hell out of me. "Senior, if you don't pull I was almost trampled to death by Master's criminal heavenly phantasm," Su Chang said in shock. "Harm, almost forgot just. You how to say is also the realm of immortals. Cannot fly over by yourself?" Duan Jinghai asked. "Cowardly. You fell back in the party and were almost stopped by Lorraine. And if I had been found out by Granite Castle, you're going to be killed in one move before you can fly over," Su Chang said. "That's true. Thanks to you being a bit more careful." Duan Jinghai felt that Su Chang had a point. Su Chang took a few ragged breaths. Said, "I didn't expect to see my master so soon. What's more, I didn't expect that Master's ascension would be right in Xiaozhou. It's really lucky. Master, where are the other disciples of our blue sect?" "Oh versus," Lu Ran said. I'll pull them over here." After saying that, he directly remotely implicated the Blue Zone Purple Mansion. Above the Great Jian Imperial City, the Immortal Mountain shook slightly, and the space around it began to distort. Young Infant and some disciples were cleaning up the mess inside and outside the Imperial City. There were quite a few people who died in the Martial God Alliance back then, and the bones of the Downlord Immortals all needed to be brought back, and their space bags, all of which need to be searched one by one. It's a lot of work. It's pretty much scavenged now and being wrapped up. Suddenly, he saw spatial ripples begin to appear around the Blue Zone Purple Mansion behind him, then reacted by shouting, "Master is moving. All come back." The voice came out in a vast and powerful manner. The Blue Sect disciples who were outside turned into a stream of light and returned to the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion. The distant Gukai's ass was on fire with anxiety. As he flew, he shouted, "I haven't gone up the hill yet, but the good thing is, it's in time." The other side, Granite Castle. The people of Granite Castle, who were meditating to detoxify themselves, seeing that Lu Ran and the criminal heavenly Dharma phase didn't immediately come over to rush them to their deaths, his heart just sighed in relief. At least it's given them time to detox. It doesn't always drain though. But immediately afterward, they saw that behind Lu Ran, a large area of space began to distort and ripple. It didn't take long to follow. An immortal mountain seemed like an ancient warship, spanning out from space and revealing its true appearance a little bit. especially the moment they saw the Blue Sect's mountain gate, which made them realize that the People's Blue Sect didn't come from just one old ancestor, and the entire Blue Zone or Immortal Mountain. Just, what kind of tactic is that? Moving the clan around? Beside him, Duan Jinghai's few people were watching with jaws agape. The expected large swath of Blue Sect disciples treading on clouds was already a very cool and exciting scene, but as a result, even more arrogance. It directly moved an Immortal Mountain. On top of the lofty Immortal Mountain, the Blue Sect disciples each stopped and stood, looking at the Thousand Returns Valley in front of them, not to mention how strong the Blue Sect disciples were as a whole, but just the scene that appeared. It's enough to blow up. You few go back to the sect, I'll just take care of it here. Lu Ran spoke. Master, can you do it alone? Don't you need our help? Duan Jinghai asked. That's all that's left of Granite Castle itself, and now that it's poisoned, what's the point of helping? Go back, Lu Ran said casually. That's true. Duan Jinghai's few people looked at each other and flew to the Immortal Mountain in unison, mixing with their senior brothers and sisters. Xiaoying and the others looked at Lu Ran before they started chatting with Duan Jinghai and the others. I was not expecting that there were even Blue Sect disciples in Granite Castle who were top level. This granite fortress is really pathetic. Zhu Sha Luo was surprised. We also didn't expect the great Qian Empress to be you, senior sister. If we had known earlier, we went to Deqian long ago. How could we stay in Granite Fort? Duan Jinghai said. Understood. If I knew that the great Qian Empress was a senior sister, I wouldn't be in the Martial God Alliance anymore. Chen Dashan agreed. The Blue Sect disciples actually started chatting directly. As for Granite Castle, nowadays, with this virtue, if the master stepped in, it would be a matter of lifting a finger. Lu Ran looked at the Blue Zone Purple Mansion. Only then did he step into the air towards Fortress Granite. At the same time, the Immortal Domain unfolded, and all the ordinary disciples of Granite Castle within the range were beheaded. Not a single one left. The 9 exalted interdictors even took heavy steps, stepping through the Thousand Returns Valley and heading towards Fortress Granite. The people of Granite Castle, who were meditating on their knees to detoxify their body, hadn't yet worked out how they could completely detoxify their body. One could see the 9 dignitaries of interdiction coming in steps. The face is green. But just then, suddenly, the entire main hall of Fortress Granite Fortress, the entire thing exploded. The building was in tatters while a large, massive, and a giant turtle with a greenish-blue body appeared in Granite Castle. A large amount of water chi wrapped in spiritual energy filled the air, but it wasn't a turtle. It was an AO. Dragon's head, lion's neck, turtle's back, eagle's claw, snake's tail. As soon as it made its appearance, it immediately let out a deafening low roar, and just the wave of sound alone, just those Granite Castle disciples who were already struggling to survive due to poisoning died another large swath. But Rosen no longer cared. At the time of life and death, he only wanted to finish off Blue Zone now. Aqua AO. That's Granite Fort's clan protection divine beast, Duan Jinghai said in a deep voice. This Bisui AO, with its huge size, was even bigger than the Dharma phase of Xingtian. It was considered a demonic beast in its own right, but its aura was much thicker, so it could be said to be a spirit beast that was differentiated from a demonic beast. Demon Saint, Lu Ran murmured. This Bisui AO was actually in the Demon Saint realm, equivalent to an immortal emperor. The strength was even above Lu Ran. Ha ha, you Blue Sect wants to eat my Granite Fortress. Do you really think it will be that easy? On top of the turtle's back, Rosen, whose face was already a bit dark but was surprisingly in good shape, laughed out loud, full of smug arrogance. Though I, Granite Castle, am proficient in defense, but don't think that our tens of thousands of years of roots are just passive. This Bisui AO, passed down by our ancestors, 1,000 years ahead of the rank of Demon Sage. You were so arrogant as to move the Blue Sect over ahead of time. Since that's the case, then today, I, Granite Fortress, will overthrow your Blue Sect. Let you know that in this spirit world, there are mountains beyond the mountains. Rosen roared in color. Lu Ran stared at the Bisui AO, feeling that incomparably powerful aura. Instead of worrying, his eyes brightened slightly. Twisting his head to look at his Blue Zoner Purple Mansion, he muttered, an oversight, indeed. Next time, I shouldn't summon the Blue Zoner's Purple Mansion so early, in case I get caught in the gutter. It won't be good. But right now, this Blue Zoner's Purple Mansion of mine, indeed there is a shortage of a mountain calming beast. After saying that, he touched the demon refining pot. End of chapter. Chapter 86, Can't Get In, Can You? At this time, the disciples of Granite Castle, when he saw the Bisui AO appear, he was suddenly relieved. You could even tell they were a little excited. They were especially excited after hearing Fort Master Luosan say that Bisui AO's realm was that of a demon saint. A demon saint. That was against the immortal emperor realm. No matter how arrogant the Blue Sect's old ancestor was, no matter how tactful he was still only an immortal monarch in the end. In front of the demon saint, all the immortal monarchs, they were all just farts. Absolute realm suppression. Even if it was a Blue Sect ancestor, he would be slapped to death by a claw of the Bisui Ao. In this wave, Granite Fortress was enough to turn the tide with just one Bisui Ao alone. Old ancestor is mighty. Do it and kill that Lu Ran. The Blue Sect Immortal Mountain has been moved over. Isn't this a dish delivered to the door? Ha ha. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Just watch the show and focus on the antidote. With Fort Master and Bisui Ao here, Granite Fort won't lose. You can see the high level of their emotions. Lu Ran said breathlessly, I really don't know what you guys are so proud of. Don't you realize that the poison in your dantian cannot be forced out of your body? Lu Ran's words caused each of those Granite Fort disciples who were still cheering excitedly to turn ugly again. Lu Ran, on the other hand, continued, I'm not afraid to tell you that this poison is just by yourselves. Can't be solved. One can only wait for death. Even if that Bisui Ao has something to offer. What does it have to do with you? These words were said without any politeness, and the faces of this group of Granite Fort disciples instantly darkened when they heard them. Yeah, it's all dead. What happens to Granite Castle has nothing to do with them. And Rosen did the same. Hearing that there was no cure for the poison in his dantian, he blushed even harder. Even if Bisui Ao could destroy the Blue Sect and make the Blue Sect lose its entire army, it wouldn't be much use. The people of Granite Fortress are all dead by then. They don't really have that strong a sense of belonging. In contrast, they care more about their lives. As a result, the crowd of Granite Fortress, who had been so excited just a moment ago, suddenly had someone open their mouths and beg Lu Ran for forgiveness. Elder Blue Sect. I know I'm wrong. I'm willing to join the Blue Sect and serve as an ox. Ask for only one copy of the antidote. There are quite a few people like that, but the mind is too obvious. Bisui Ao is here. Lanzong is already destined to be ruined. Their aim is to get the antidote to save their lives in a hurry. That's all. So Lu Ran pressed on. Just look to Rosen. Kill you and Gao Ming will give us the antidote, Luosen said in a deep voice. Of course he knew it was useless to beg for mercy, so he never wanted to. Furthermore, the Bisui Ao had already appeared, and the one who should be afraid should be the Blue Sect. Right now, the extermination of the Blue Sect was certain, but Gao Ming needed to stay, and he must have the antidote on him. And so, Luosen patted the Bisui Ao underneath him and said, see it clearly? The Blue Zong ancestor Lu Ran in front of us, the first to be killed. The Blue Sect Immortal Mountain in the back, also to be destroyed, but Gao Ming will stay. I'll tell you who Takamine is when the time comes. After saying that, the Bisui Ao underneath him let out a roar and the huge body directly crushed the countless Granite Fortress buildings underneath it and approached towards Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, did not hesitate to throw out the demon refining pot. At the same time, to prevent the demon refiner from not working. With a thought, the Regulus sword appeared in his left hand and the Pango axe appeared in his right. The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal was also sacrificed by him and floated above his head. Rosen saw that Lu Ran not only didn't run away, but instead pulled back for a tight defense. Straight away, he laughed out loud. A magic treasure? Expecting a magic treasure to fight against my Granite Fort's Bisui Ao? It's simply a joke. Luosen glanced at the demon refining pot that had instantly grown in size, not putting it in his eyes at all. At the same time he needed to constantly mobilize the spiritual energy in his body to stabilize the spread of the poison in his dantian. But what no one expected, the Bisui Ao, who was charging forward, suddenly seemed to sense something and a sharp break stopped. Rosen frowned. Together with Bisui Ao, they looked up at the demon refining pot. Then the next second, a terrifying suction force exploded. Don't look at the mouth of the demon refining jug is not very big, but this horrible suction force, surprisingly, it slowly pulled the Bisui Ao all floating up. Rosen was taken aback. Steady, kill Lu Ran first, Luosen yelled. The situation was a bit weird, but if he could kill Lu Ran, this magic treasure would be ineffective. Bisui Ao was a demon saint anyways, although because of the special class of, not a normal demon race, and unable to take shape, but the spirit is fine. Sniffing immediately opened his mouth wide at Lu Ran. In an instant, a large river that ran through the entire Thousand Returns Valley erupted from the mouth of the Bisui Ao. A direct charge was made at Lu Ran. You should know that this is not as simple as nourishing water. This is the demonic method of the Bisui Ao. The water flow was wrapped in heaven and earth aura and huge demonic power. Lu Ran did not dare to underestimate it. The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal violently appeared in front of his body. Buzz. A huge aura of vicissitude and ancient might pressed down from the sky. The stream of water that had rushed in front of him was also contracted sharply. The power is not as great as it used to be. However, Lu Ran still didn't dare to underestimate it, and the Immortal Realm's undying body narrowed its range and enhanced its law defense. At the same time, the Pango axe came down from the top, splitting the water flow with a single axe. Luo Sun looked dumbfounded. This Bisui Ao was a demon saint. This stream of water impacted out and ordinary immortal monarchs were either killed in seconds or half dead. But this Lu Ran, he even counteracted the attack in 3 or 2 hits. It's those pieces of magic treasures. Luo Sun looked red in the eyes. The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, the Pangu Axe, and the Xian Yuan Sword, as well as the demon refining pitcher above our heads. This random one is certainly not a trash spirit treasure. That aura, too, was definitely not an immortal treasure, ancient treasures, or even an innate ancient treasure. That's the stuff of legends. Even with all his years of accumulation, Luo Sun didn't have a few immortal treasures. As a result, several ancient treasures were in the hands of the other Blue Sect's oldest ancestor. Jealousy. Rosen's features were somewhat hideously twisted with jealousy, but for the moment, there was no concern for jealousy. The suction power of the demon refining pot above his head was still erupting, and the pulling force was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ran was relieved. He didn't expect a few pieces of innate ancient treasures to work together to. Even the demon saint's attack could be defused. On the contrary, this Bisui Ao really is a demonic beast. The influence of the demon refining pot is there. But sucking it in is a little slow. Still, it doesn't seem to be a problem at the moment. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Bisui Ao immediately opened his mouth again. In the air, water vapor began to rapidly gather and coalesce. A splinter that looked like an ice cream thorn had been condensed out of the. Each one is like the trunk of a large tree. The sky is covered and densely packed. Lu Ran couldn't help but feel a little numb when he looked at it. However, the good thing was that a wide range of attacks that were suppressed with the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal had a better effect instead. Large swaths of iceling spikes gathered fire towards Lu Ran, like 10,000 arrows. However, after entering the range of the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, it began to fall down in large swathes. Those that eventually came to Lu Ran were already less than a third, but even at 1/3, the number is still as high as too many. Lu Ran couldn't get close enough to block. So, the thought moved. The 9 Dawns of Interdiction made a direct forward charge, standing in front of Lu Ran as if it were a wall. That size of Interdictor's phantom, 9 of them in a row, the shield in his hand raised and it really becomes a wall. Lu Ran, who was being protected at the back, couldn't feel the slightest bit of threat anymore at all. But this is not the way to go on. The demon saint himself was too strong, and the Bisui Ao's struggles were getting bigger and bigger. The speed of the demon refining pot's inhalation also became slower and slower. This can't go on. Let that Bisui Ao continue to attack and hold a few more big moves out. Easy to gutter. No matter what, it's still a demon saint. For insurance purposes, Lu Ran stretched out a hand and drew a talisman in the void, moving as swiftly as electricity. Since you're a slow sucker, I'll give you a ride. Whoosh! The talisman shot up into the sky, transforming into a golden light that shot straight up above the 9 heavens. Then, a 7-colored light dropped down from the 9 heavens and showered the earth on the earth. Accompanying it was a golden armored godman who was through and through the 8-armed great canopy. On the back of the Bisui Ao, Luo Sun watched in awe. The 9 dignitaries of interdiction were already perverted. How did this pop up another golden armored godman? It looked even more terrifying than the god of war. Interceptor. The size, because it was standing, was bigger than the bishop's Ao looked. As soon as the golden armored godman appeared, he charged towards the Bisui Ao. Rosen was shocked and panicked, so he tried to do something to hinder this golden armored godman's steps. However, he was still suppressing the poison at this point and couldn't mobilize much spiritual energy at all. Dryly anxious while yelling, Bisui Ao, stop him, stop this thing. Bishop Ao is certainly no cutie pie. Watching this big golden guy charge towards him, each of the 8 arms wielded a weapon that scared the Ao to death. But in haste, it did its old trick, a stream of water spewing from its mouth that, towards the golden armored godman. He charged. The 8-armed canopy didn't dodge, didn't flinch, didn't stop walking, just halfway raised his 8 arms and 8 weapons were staggered in front of his body. Hard carry. And the defense is amazing. Surprisingly, it just carried on despite the sudden decrease in speed. Luo Sun even wondered if this Bisui Ao had advanced to Demon Saint or not. You can't kill an immortal monarch Lu Ran. Now even the avatar summoner summoned by Lu Ran couldn't help? The gold content of this Demon Saint is too low. Was thinking. The water flow was weak afterward and slowly dissipated. And the Bisui Ao still wanted to make the next attack, but the 8-armed canopy no longer gave it a chance. With a big jump forward, he came in front of Bisui Ao. Rosen was in a daze when suddenly he saw a big golden face of the eight-armed great canopy appearing in front of him. The black nostrils spewed out thick, heavy breath that blew Rosen around. He didn't dare to hesitate for fear of being mistakenly injured, and made a flying retreat, leaving the back of the Bisui Ao. The Bisui Ao also panicked and tried to turn around to attack, but being in mid-air, pulled by the suction of the demon refining pot, the range it could move around was too small. But luckily, the eight-armed great canopy didn't want to hurt it. It was just 8 arms gathering up their weapons, and then bending at the waist. Directly hugging the Bisui Ao's huge turtle shell. Slowly lower your legs. Then Boom stood, carrying the Bisui Ao like this. He sent it towards the mouth of the demon refining pot. Rosen looked dumbfounded. God damn it, can't suck in the hard stuffing. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Lord of the Tsung Domain. Bisui Ao was also suffocating. It was a demon saint anyways, and it was just carried and stuffed over. Who knows what's inside that black hole? Fear caused the Bisui Ao to start struggling violently. However, the 8-armed great canopy's shackles held him in a deadly grip as if he were an octopus. Rosen was in a hurry. He's still counting on the Bisui Ao to overthrow the blue sect in a great killing spree, but it turned out that he couldn't even dodge a single mana. Don't antidote the poison. It won't work. Let's go. If Bisui Ao dies, they all die. I'm sorry, Rosen yelled. But nothing moved. Everyone looks at me, I look at you, and no one acts. Joking aside, a golden-armored godman who could shackle the demon saint Bisui Ao. What were they going to fight with? Not to mention that now they are all poisoned. It's already tough to carry on and not die. How do you fight? Do it. If you don't do it, even if the blue zone doesn't kill you, it's a sure death. This poison, only Gao Ming can solve it. The only way to stay alive is to overthrow the blue sect and capture Gao Ming. The Bisui Ao is the only chance. I'm sorry, Rosen yelled again. It still worked this time. Since it's a sure thing, it's a fight. So the crowd that was healing stood up. There were only a few immortal monarchs in here, and the rest were all Dala immortals now. Under the great Luo immortals, all of them already couldn't carry the poison and exploded to death. Next, a Dharma phase emerged. Immortal monarchs were alright. The Dharma phase could detach itself from its own body and rush over to help. A great Luo immortal would have to operate the phantasm by himself and rush over. Is this as if I don't exist? Lu Ran said lazily. The 9 criminal heavenly phantoms in front of him rushed over in unison. It directly surrounded the 8-armed great canopy and the Bisui Ao. All those who approach, shoot to kill. One must know that this was the immortal monarch's phantom. Interdictor. Those great Luo immortals were needless to say. Coming before them were no different from flies. As for those few immortal monarchs' Dharma phases, charging up was also a gift, and they simply couldn't defeat Interceptor. Rosen looked on in a jubilant rage, was thinking of charging up there as well despite everything. Buzz. The Bisui Ao was sent into the mouth of the bottle of the demon refining pot and disappeared. After the 8-armed canopy did this, it stayed put and turned into golden light to return to the 9 heavens. Gone. The scene was instantly quiet. Rosen froze at the scene, not knowing how to describe his current feelings. Bisui Ao. Just gone. It was just taken in. A demon saint. This is the last card of Granite Fortress. And it's just gone. The Bisui Ao is gone. And the remaining remnants of Granite Castle are all still poisoned. How's this for a fight? Lu Ran. My Granite Castle and your blue sect have no grudges. If you send someone to talk about it, we are also willing to act as vassals and assist the blue sect. Why do you need to drive us to extinction? Luosin gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ran, asking. Lu Ran was also looking at Luosin while his mental power focused on the demon refining pot. Sure enough, inside, the Aqua Ao was being refined. Only it wasn't refined into pure spiritual energy like before. Rather, it's recognizing the Lord. Strike Lu Ran's divine soul brand into it and forcefully recognize the owner. That's the way it is in the immortal cultivation world. The Martial God Alliance can invade Dakian. I can also come to the trouble of Granite Castle, and there is no need to say anything when it comes to becoming a king. There's no such thing as the rule of law or moral boundaries in this world. Do you need a reason for a roadblocker and a murderer? It's the fist that counts. This is true in the lower world, and still true in the spiritual world. Rosen's face was grim and ugly, but he didn't want to die. Finally softening her breath, she said, "You could have not killed me. I'm an immortal monarch, and so is my brother. We can all submit to the blue sect." Lu Ran looked at Rosen indifferently, shaking his head. He said, "Don't." Rosen seemed to see through Lu Ran's meaning and hastily added, "I know you don't believe us, but we can open up our divine souls for you to brand, and you can control our lives and deaths at will." Opening up the divine soul and being branded was the most humiliating thing about being an immortal cultivator. If one was branded with a divine soul by another person, it would be whatever the other person said. Complete and utter puppets. One disobedience, and the other side only needs one thought, and instantly all hell breaks loose. Trouble? No. Lu Ran said casually. The district was just an immortal monarch. The Blue Zone Purple Mansion had a spiritual spring, and the disciples were improving very quickly. Right now there were still few immortal monarchs, and there would definitely be more and more in the future. Why bother getting a couple of stooges in? And you have to worry about what they're doing. After all, he was an immortal monarch, and under all his thoughts, he struck out to kill countless disciples of the Blue Sect. Even if Lu Ran found a thought that killed him, it would be too late to say anything. So, there was no way Lu Ran would agree. Rosen gritted his teeth. The heart is so anxious that it's on the verge of tears. How come this old Blue Zoner isn't getting any oil or salt? People's other sects, forces, are all looking for talent. Immortal monarchs come to the door, that are all guests on the seat. When it came to Lu Ran, he instead resented it and didn't want it at all. Not even immortal monarchs who volunteered to be puppets. Lu Ran, have you thought this through? Even if you kill us, this Tsong domain, you Blue Sect can't sit still either. Luosen suddenly gritted his teeth. Of the 4 realms of the Tsong domain, the East realm belongs to my Blue Sect, and the Yellow Springs Mansion Master in the North realm was killed by me. The return is also collected, and your South realm is finished as you see it. Only one West realm is left. Do you think the West realm can stop me? I'm sorry, Lu Ran asked in amusement, but Rosen shook his head. Smiling coldly, he said, the strength of the Blue Sect is truly astonishing, and my Southern realm is no match for the Western realm is naturally no match for you. But this Lord of the Pale Realm is not one of the 4 realms families, and you disturb the order of the Pale Realm. You think he'll leave you alone? Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. Lord of the Tsong domain? Aren't the 4 realms of this Pale Realm each occupying a separate side? There's still a boss in the Tsong domain? How come I haven't heard Juzaro mention it? This him in Luo Sen's mouth. Could it be the Lord of the Tsong domain? Seeing Lu Ran's puzzled expression, Luo Sen became even more pleased. Laughing out loud, he said, Just wait. District Blue Zone. You can be bossy in the Tsong domain, but there's always someone who can rule you. Lu Ran looked at Rosen indifferently. If what this fellow said was true, then this Lord of the Pale Domain, too, was certainly not a small piece of trash. All of them were at least at the Immortal Emperor realm. Lu Ran Immortal Monarch 9 Heavens, just a step away from Immortal Emperor, but with the missing innate Dao fruit, one must step up their game, ascend to Immortal Emperor as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's still not peaceful enough. Thinking of this, Lu Ran looked toward the demon refining pot, and with a sweep of his divine mind, after discovering that the Bisui Ao hibernating inside had been successfully refined, satisfied, he nodded. With a thought, the huge body of the Bisui Ao spewed out from the mouth of the bottle once again. The huge body slammed into the ground. Rosen's already desperate heart rekindled, excitedly shouted, Ha ha! Wonderful! Bisui Ao Tang Demon Saint! Do you really think you can be trapped by that stupid magic treasure of yours? The golden armored godman is gone. Bisui Ao. Kill. Keep killing. And he wasn't paying attention. The Bisui Ao looked at Lu Ran with eyes that no longer had the slightest bit of ferocity in them. There is only obedience and awe. End of chapter. Chapter 88, The Great Buddha Temple of the Western Realm? After the shout, Luo Sen's heart palpitated as he glanced at the demon refining pot still suspended in the sky. This thing can take Bisui Ao in once. What about the second time? Although there was no help from the golden armored godman this time, it wasn't impossible to shackle the Bisui Ao again. But I didn't expect it. Lu Ran actually casually put away the demon refining pot. Then he looked faintly at Bisui Ao. Rosen's eyes lit up with promise. In his opinion, Lu Ran's magic treasure could no longer come to target the Bisui Ao for a second time. He was incredibly excited. It didn't just mean that he could overthrow the Blue Sect. It also means that Gao Ming can be captured and detoxified. At the same time, Bisui Ao also slowly turned to look at Lu Ran. Then with heavy steps he rushed over. Yes, that's it. Kill him. Rosen forced himself to resist the onset of toxicity and, panting with excitement. But in the next second, a scene that he would not have expected appeared. The Bisui Ao walked in front of Lu Ran and suddenly stopped moving. Not attacking, not freaking out. Instead, he bowed his head slightly. Lu Ran laughed and reached out to touch the huge glands, then looked to Rosen. He said, Welcome to the Blue Sect. Feel free to play around here. After saying that, he patted the head of the Aqua Ao. Rosen looked dumbfounded. What do you mean? This is the Bishu Ao of our granite fortress. Why do you seem so close to Lu Ran? And immediately afterward, a scene that made him even more unexpected appeared. The Bisui Ao actually complied with Lu Ran's order, turning around with an open mind and starting an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. The Bisui Ao of the Demon Saint realm completely exploded in a big way. All sorts of water-based demonic spells were constantly being thrown out. Water pillars, ice spikes, and water-filled mountains. The entire Thousand Returns Valley Granite Fortress was instantly in chaos. There weren't many people left, but now they were even killed by the large swaths of Bisui Ao, those Dala immortals, and a few immortal monarchs. Because of the poisons, it was even more impossible to fight against the Bisui Ao. Rosen looked on in a jubilant rage. Lu Ran, you, he tried to put in a harsh word, but right now, all that could be felt was despair, and no harsh words could be released. We can only watch the destruction of Granite Castle. As for himself, he coldly looked up as the 9 dignitaries of interdiction stepped towards him. Rosen couldn't hesitate in time, and the toxicity in his body wasn't going to be suppressed. He directly released his Dharma phase, preparing to fight to the death. But in itself, his two-headed turtle phantasm was far from the god of war. Interceptor. Now that he was surrounded by the 9 god of war, Interdictor, together again, his fate could be imagined. The 9 dawns of interdiction rushed up and tore Luosen's Dharma phase into pieces first, and then stomped the poisoned Rosen, who was already deep in his bones, right to death. Lu Ran craned his head to look around. Granite Fortress was also pretty much destroyed by Bisui Ao. In the meantime, above the Blue Sect's purple mansion, the disciples watched as Lu Ran killed in all directions. There were no longer words to describe the shock in their hearts. This is the master. A single person had exterminated the entire Granite Fortress that had a Demon Saint Guardian. In particular, even the fortress protector beast of Granite Fortress had now become Lu Ran's. It's almost time. Let's go. Lu Ran saw that Granite Fortress had been completely ruined in 7 pieces. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, words. The Bisui Ao, which was raging happily, then reluctantly returned to Lu Ran's side. The huge body crept obediently to the ground. With a thought, Lu Ran's thick spiritual energy lifted the Bisui Ao along with himself. Back in the Blue Zoner's purple mansion, the Blue Sect disciples stood carefully in place, not daring to move, looking at the Bisui Ao in fear. This is a demon saint. It was equivalent to the realm of the human immortal emperor. Lu Ran, on the other hand, casually found a huge companion lake on the mountain for Bisui Ao. Give the Bishop Ao as a habitat. In the future, the Bisui Ao would be the Blue Sect's purple mansion's mountain protecting divine beast. With the demon saint as the mountain protection beast, the row is full and the security is greatly guaranteed. He then returned to the disciples. Looking toward Zhu Shaoluo, he asked, Luo, do you know about this thing called the Lord of the Tsang Domain? Zhu Shaoluo sniffed and suddenly froze. Then he mused, Lord Gao Xian of the Tsang Domain? Lu Ran was stunned. There really was such a person. But Vermilion San Luo said immediately after, the 9 domains of the Summer State each have their own lord, and Gao Xian is the lord of the Tsang Domain. However, he had never shown his face in the Tsang Domain, nor had he participated in the power struggles of the Tsang Domain, nor did he have any interest in the Tsang Domain. Just such a person exists, and it's been a long time since anyone mentioned the title of Lord of the Pale Domain. In other words, it's just a name? So if that's the case, then what's the point of Rosen's earlier statement like that? Then, Gao Xian, what realm is it? Lu Ran continued to ask. Immortal Emperor. Zhu Shaoluo immediately said. Lu Ran wasn't surprised at all. Being able to step on top of the 4 realms of the Tsang Domain, naturally it couldn't be an immortal monarch, as long as it's not an immortal emperor. Right. Also, what's the situation in the Western realm? Lu Ran asked. Right now, there was only one West realm left, as well as the Yellow Springs mansion, which was leaderless due to the death of the North realm's prefect, the Great Buddha Temple of the Western realm. The specifics are not very well known, Zhu Shaoluo said, but I didn't expect it. Yi Hongyi suddenly spoke up. No one else understands the Western realm, but senior brother Sun certainly does. After saying that, he looked at Sun Tianyu, who was drinking and napping on the side. Lu Ran, on the other hand, heard the key message. The Great Buddha Temple? The Western realm is a Buddhist cultivation? Lu Ran was surprised. The immortal Dharma of the leakless Vajra targets the Buddhist sect, immune to 99% of Buddhist attacks. Even if that Buddhist sect had an immortal emperor, Lu Ran would be able to fight. So it seems that the system is still signing up to give things that are still in evidence. Kind of similar to the demon refiner from before. Save for a rainy day and gear up first. In that case, the details are the easiest instead. Lu Ran said in tears. Then he looked at Sun Tianyu. Asked, Tianyu, that Great Buddha Temple, you have been there? Sun Tianyu took a sip of wine and heard Lu Ran mention the Great Buddha Temple. Said, I am a Buddhist monk, and I have just joined the Great Buddha Temple. But that group of monks had an unorthodox ethos, and having to do all sorts of things every day. It was like doing hard labor, so I ran away. After that, Sun Tianyu came to the Eastern Realm, and accidentally met Yi Hongyi, who was already the owner of Red Leaf House. Only, those who can become disciples of Red Leaf House are all women of the wind and dust. Sun Tianyu, the drunken monk, is not qualified to enter. So much for just spending all day drinking and napping. Rather like when he was in the lower realm, Sun Tian wasn't very interested in cultivation, nay had high talent. Eventually, he also ascended to the sky, and even in the spirit realm, Sun Tianyu's cultivation growth rate was wailingly fast. Envy. In that case, let's go to the western realm first thing in the morning. I'll just go with Bauer. Take a rest tonight. Xiaoying, Lolo, arrange to take over the territory of Granite Castle in the southern boundary and reorganize it. Chen Dashan, you're in charge of deterrence, mining as much jade as possible, and collecting all those tribute jades, docking the Violet Spirit Spring. Lu Ran, on the other hand, returned to the Sovereign Hall, not really sleeping all night, of course. Rather, Lu Ran planned to try to circumambulate Taishu tonight to try to see if he could get the innate Dao fruit. End of chapter. Chapter 89, Immortal Emperor Realm. That night, Lu Ran watched Bauer fall asleep beside him before he closed his eyes and meditated. It's been a long time since I've practiced or meditated. It was still a bit of an uncomfortable feeling to enter the cultivation state this cold. According to what Vermilion San Luo had said earlier, Lu Ran communicated with his divine soul with all his heart and soul, but what Lu Ran was going to do next was completely unknown. I don't know how long it had been, but Lu Ran still hadn't made much progress and couldn't find a way. Was about to exit the cultivation state. Suddenly, it opened up before my eyes. He didn't open his eyes or teleport anywhere. It was as if God's soul had entered another world. Lu Ran looked down and saw that he was indeed in a divine soul state. The surrounding area was barren. The ground was pitted, but the earth was perfectly flat and there are no hills and streams, no mountain gullies. The sky was a void of gray-black. Nothing. The whole land is not visible at a glance. This is the Taishu space? Lu Ran muttered. Because he was in the state of a divine soul, Lu Ran's divine thoughts couldn't spread out and his divine abilities couldn't be used. One could only wander aimlessly through this Taishu space. But the scope of this place was so huge and vast that Lu Ran wandered around like a mortal, finding nothing. If there really is an innate Dao fruit here, relying on this speed, it's a monkey's errand to find it. Lu Ran couldn't help but mutter. But just then, he suddenly remembered the hint from the Pango axe when he obtained it. Holding this axe, one can divide the heavens and open the earth, and travel through the Great Void. The Pango axe has the ability to travel through the Great Void? But, Lu Ran was now in the state of a divine soul, unable to communicate with his own magic treasure. So how could he use the Pango axe? Was thinking. Brush. In Lu Ran's hand, an axe appeared, and miraculously, Lu Ran in the state of the divine soul was translucent. But this Pango axe, but it is the substance. Lu Ran casually shook it off, then realized that he was actually able to manipulate the Pango axe in this Taishu space. He brightened up before his eyes. Try a thought. Whoosh! The Pango axe dragged Lu Ran and took off flat out at a rapid speed. It was even faster than in the spirit world, and it's not relying on psychic powers to maneuver around here. Use it as if it were your own arm and swing it around. Isn't that much easier to find? Lu Ran laughed out loud. Then, the Pango axe transformed into a stream of light and began to fly around in Taishu space. Because he was looking for the innate Dao fruit, Lu Ran didn't know the size or shape of the thing that, obviously not obvious, so just stick to the ground. The Pango axe dragged out a stream of light, passing in an instant. However, the area of this Taishu space was unknown how big it was, and Lu Ran shuttled to and fro. It had never been able to touch the border, nor had it discovered any innate Dao fruits. Lu Ran kind of wondered if he was thinking about this the wrong way. The innate Dao fruit was simply not placed there for people to find. Instead, you have to get it by other means? But right now, all Lu Ran, in his divine soul state, could do was to manipulate the shuttling ability of the Pango axe. Nothing else will do. So, one can only continue to beat a dead horse and keep weaving around. There was no telling how long it had been. Lu Ran wanted to give up. Suddenly a little light appeared in front of him on the right. With one acceleration he rushed past. It was only when he got closer that he got a better look. There, on the ground, grew a small knee-high tree that seemed like grass. The trees are dark through and through, not very visible, but the one fruit growing at the top was glittering, as if it were a gathering of energy bodies. Foamy and slow swaying. With just a single glance, Lu Ran felt his divine soul trembling slightly. That should be the innate Dao fruit. Lu Ran exulted. But at the same time, Lu Ran also saw a translucent silhouette, less than 100 meters away from the innate Dao fruit. running in the direction of the innate Tao fruit. Can't really see it because it's translucent, but seeing is how it was a woman, and she was fully focused on the innate Tao fruit. You could see her delight and excitement. The way of moving around in this was also similar to when Lu Ran had not taken out his Pan Gu axe earlier, running on 2 legs, but she didn't seem to notice Lu Ran who was in the sky. Lu Ran was shocked that it was possible to see other people's divine souls in this 2 void space, but right now, the innate Tao fruit was the most important. Lu Ran's thoughts moved. It slammed into the ground. Just like that, he appeared next to the innate Tao fruit carrying his axe, looking back at the woman. The woman also saw Lu Ran and froze violently. She's been staring at the innate Tao fruit the whole time. It was witnessing someone flying down from the sky with an axe. How is it possible? How can you use a magic treasure in this 2 void space? The woman shouted in shock. I'm special, Lu Ran said casually. Then he reached out his hand and was about to pick the innate Tao fruit. The woman was instantly anxious, shouting, "Stop it, that's my innate Tao fruit. What are you doing?" Lu Ran moved and twisted his head to look at the woman. Asked, "What? Did you grow it?" The woman was flabbergasted and said, "That's not true, but I've been searching for the innate Tao fruit for a long time. This is the first one I've found. And what kind of a gentleman are you to take it across the board?" Lu Ran skimmed his lips and said, "A gentleman is useless. I've been searching for this innate Tao fruit for several hours as well. First come first served." After saying that, he directly reached out and plucked the innate Tao fruit. "I don't know how to use it yet, but I'll get it first." However, he did not expect that just after picking it, the innate Tao fruit exploded with a poof. The entire fruit transformed into a 7-colored slime that covered Lu Ran's divine soul and penetrated. Subsequently, Lu Ran's divine soul began to slowly become solidified from translucent. What eventually framed it was Lu Ran's appearance outside, only without clothes. But the woman seemed to have seen it coming, and did not feel bad about it. He just looked at Lu Ran in a vindictive manner, gritting his teeth. He shouted, "You've only been searching for a few hours? Damn it, I've been looking for 500 years. 500 years. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. Good lord, it takes so long to search for the innate Tao fruit? But thinking about it, Lu Ran used the Pango axe to travel through the Taishu. It all took a couple hours to see such a one. If it's normal to walk in here like a mortal, not to mention 500 years, 5,000 years of bad luck is possible, then I can only blame you for not having this chance to create," Lu Ran said casually. With that, he turned and walked away. "I didn't feel anything when I was in the spirit state, but now that I've become a solid body, I'm walking around with a clanking sound. It's even a little cool. Too big is not a good thing," Lu Ran muttered. Next, the divine soul exited the Taishu space and disappeared. After Lu Ran left, the small tree that originally grew the innate Tao fruit also dried up. It turned into pieces and dissipated into space, leaving behind the woman's divine soul with a face of indignation. She looked around at the empty space of the great void. Good, good, good. I'll remember you. You'd better not be from Zhongzhou, or if I see you, I will kill you by 1,000 cuts. After shouting, he stomped his feet in place in anger and also exited the Taishu space. With her mind broken, she planned to keep trying next time. After Lu Ran exited the divine soul space, he realized that the Pan Gu axe was still carried in his hand and casually put it away. Then with both fists clenched, he checked his body's breath. Sure enough, in contrast to the previous immortal monarch 9 heavens, Lu Ran's current aura was like that of a mountain. Immortal Emperor realm. Phew, Lu Ran slowly let out a breath. This time it was quite lucky, finding the innate Tao fruit so quickly and successfully advancing to Immortal Emperor. Thanks to being a little early, it was almost snatched up by the woman. If he was really robbed, Lu Ran would want to find another innate Tao fruit next time. Even with the premise of having the Pan Gu axe, there was no telling how long it would take. It was like what Lu Ran had said. It required chance to create. Day 2. Lu Ran was in no hurry to sign in. Upon awakening, he explained that Xiaoying and the others had dealt with the affairs of Granite Castle, while he took Bao Air, the head for the Great Buddha Temple in the western sector. Unlike the previous Granite Castle, the Great Buddha Temple as a whole did not have the slightest reaction, nor did anyone discuss the Blue Zone. But that didn't mean they hadn't gotten news of the Blue Sect. The news of the destruction of Granite Fortress hadn't gotten through yet, but the Northern Realm's Yellow Springs Mansion Master was dead. The Martial God Alliance was gone. But they were clear, but perhaps confidently, the Great Buddha Temple has not moved. No one had even been sent to poke around about the Blue Sect. Moreover, today is also a Buddhist event at the Great Buddha Temple. In the center of the Great Buddha Temple, in a huge field that looked like the Roman Colosseum, sitting on a futon in the center of the open space in the middle was an old monk with kind brows. There was a circle of bald heads, all Buddhist disciples. At this time, the entire scene was solemn, and everyone was chanting Buddhist scriptures in unison. As they chanted, the thick Buddhist power continuously stirred throughout the venue. The golden Buddha's light made the whole venue look like a big bowl filled with golden soup. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A rolling thunder exploded the sky and caused some confusion and disharmony in this chanting of the Buddhist scriptures. The old monk frowned, looked up at the sky and murmured, "It's coming." 9 heavens above. Lu Ran stood proudly in the clouds, overlooking the great Buddha temple below. Looking at all the monks, he raised an eyebrow, but he saved himself the trouble. It can be done in one pot. And this great Buddha temple has a big heart. It doesn't even have a protective formation. I don't know if it's not there or it's not on. Behind her back, Bauer was lying on her back, still a bit dazed and snoozing at the moment. "What is the purpose of your visit to my great Buddha temple?" The old monk slowly opened his mouth and asked. The words just fell. Lu Ran reached out. The Regulus sword appeared in front of him, the tip of the sword facing downwards, and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. As it fell, it expanded infinitely, and eventually, like a giant sword opening up the sky, it plunged hard into the ground, right in front of the old monk. But the old monk was quite calm, and faced the huge sword in front of him, without changing his color. It just looked at Lu Ran lightly. Lu Ran's body dropped down, lightly stepping on top of the hilt of the sword. Overlooking all beings, he said faintly, "The western realm of the Tsang domain will henceforth be ruled by my blue sect, and whoever is in favor of that, who's against it?" End of chapter. Chapter 90, What class is my equal? Immediately, there was a lot of clamor around. The blue sect is still really here? Not so bold. Daring to come to the great Buddha temple? Coming here with a little girl on your back is so arrogant. Thinking that my great Buddha temple is as incompetent as the Martial God Alliance. The monk's sarcasm and anger could be heard. Lu Ran, on the other hand, ignored them and looked down at the old monk below. The old monk laughed, and the sitting futon suddenly transformed into a golden lotus. Rising up, it continued until it was flush with Lu Ran, and only then did it stop. Then he looked at Lu Ran at a level angle. Slowly speaking, he said, "My Dharma name is Yongjue, and I am the abbot of this great Buddha temple. And this monk, the words were not finished. Lu Ran suddenly raised his head, and the pango axe appeared openly in his hand. It slashed directly at the old monk's bald head. Master Yongjue hadn't even finished his words yet, and as he watched the pango axe chopping down, he hurriedly shut up. In the meantime, a demon-subduing pestle appeared in his hand and was placed across the top of his head. Dang! A torrent of spiritual energy instantly erupted and swept out from the collision of extreme power. The monks throughout the grounds hurriedly held their breath and lift all your strength against the shockwave. Some of those in the lower realms were either seriously injured, or directly bounced off by the shockwave. Straight up dead. And that old monk, he's only just risen. With a bang, it was slammed hard into the ground. It is set in the floor in a large font. The image of an inscrutable monk created just now collapsed in an instant. Lu Ran murmured, "What class is equal to me? Where is your abbot of the great Buddha temple? Make him come out and talk. A district host cannot be in charge." The old monk panted and climbed up, sitting on the ground for a long time to get back to his senses. But with this strike, the old monk's state of mind had produced a change. "Daring madman, disturbing the purity of my Buddhist sect. The old lineage will kill you now." The old monk stormed straight up in place. "That's right, just fight. No need to talk." It was Lu Ran who looked curiously at this monk Yongju, surprised that his pango axe had failed to cleave his opponent to death. Anyhow, Lu Ran was also at the Immortal Emperor realm, and with the addition of the pango axe, it shouldn't be. With doubt, Lu Ran looked at the old monk, and it dawned on him. This old monk, surprisingly, was also an Immortal Emperor. Lu Ran was really a bit shocked, having not paid attention earlier. It was because of the preconceived notion that the 4 realms of the Pale Realm were all the same. But right now, it was discovered that this great Buddha temple actually had an Immortal Emperor. Lu Ran became even more curious. This great Buddha temple is worthless in the mouth of Sun Tianyu. Since there are Immortal Emperors, why don't you go after the other 3 worlds? Moreover, this old monk was still only the abbot, not the abbot of this great Buddha temple. According to common sense, the abbot of this great Buddha temple's realm was at least an Immortal Emperor. 2 Immortal Emperors. Lu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, but he wasn't the least bit nervous. "I don't care if you're an Immortal Emperor or not. With the leakless Vajra body, Lu Ran is immune to 99% of Buddhist attacks. The remaining 1%, Lu Ran's immortal domain unbreakable body, casually cancelled out. As far as even an Immortal Emperor came, he couldn't hurt a hair on Lu Ran's head. Today this big Buddha temple, iron is to take nothing wrong." Between thoughts, Monk Yongju had already offered his own demon-sinking pestle again. Only that the pestle and mortar, which originally looked exquisite and emanated a golden Buddhist light, it looks much darker at this point. and there was a big gaping hole in the center, which almost didn't directly get split by the Pangu axe. Immortal treasure. Lu Ran mused. Anyone who could withstand a strike from the Pangu axe was at least an immortal treasure. But it can't be an ancient treasure. Ancient treasures aren't this trashy. That monk Yongju was also heartbroken at this time. This demon-sinking mortar and pestle was his most precious treasure, and now it's been chopped into this with an axe. The hostility on monk Yongju's face grew heavier. Buzz. A Buddha Dharma image appeared behind monk Yongju. The immortal Emperor Realm's Dharma phase was oppressive, and the whole thing was also emitting a golden Buddhist light. It looks imposing, but Lu Ran didn't move a muscle as he watched. There was no release of his Dharma phase, no defense, no attack, just a faint look. Lu Ran wanted to experience the effects of the leakless Vajra. Then the next second, monk Yongjue raised his hand violently, and between the swinging of the demon-subduing pestle in his hand, the Buddha Dharma image behind him also raised an illusory demon-subduing pestle and smashed it down towards Lu Ran's head. Lu Ran just looked faintly, raised his head, and he watched as the immense, incomparable demon-subduing mortar and pestle smashed into his head. Knock! There was a loud bang. Even the Shenyuan sword under Lu Ran had once again disappeared into the ground by several feet. The impact of the explosion once again lifted off a group of monks. Monk Yongju sneered and looked at Lu Ran, facing the attack of the old line, not hiding and not flashing. Such arrogance should also let you. The words were not finished. The spiritual power dissipated, and Lu Ran stood well above the hilt of his sword, looking at the old monk with a clouded look. Casually, he rubbed his forehead. That just felt like a brain crash. That's all. Lu Ran was very satisfied with the effect of the leakless Vajra. Looked at that Yongju monk. Playfulness. Said, how about this? I'll give you an incense stick of time, and I'll just sit here and let you fight, and you have to cherish the opportunity, and whatever means you have, just use them. After one incense stick, your life will be mine. After saying that, Lu Ran sat down on his butt in a good manner, sitting just above the hilt of the sword, with one knee propped up on his elbow. The cozy and uncontrollable looked at Monk Yongju. Monk Yongjue is dumbfounded. At this moment, the face no longer had the original charisma of an accomplished monk. Instead, it was tinged with shock, and a hint of fear. He couldn't believe it. Are you really Blue Sect ancestor Lu Ran? Monk Yongju asked. I'm the one who doesn't change my name when I walk, Lu Ran said. Monk Yongju was a bit confused. He knew that the Blue Zone had messed with the Martial God Alliance and had gone after Granite Fortress again, but did not care, because the Great Buddha Temple had two immortal emperors sitting on it. In their eyes, the only ones the Blue Sect could hold were just some immortal monarchs. At best, counting an immortal emperor for the Blue Sect would not be able to curry any favors when they came to the Great Buddha Temple. But as it turned out, the immortal emperor was indeed the immortal emperor, all right. But this immortal emperor, he was also too perverted. That's right, just now. Although it wasn't the peak of Monk Yongjue's combat power, but it was also impossible for the other party to carry it off unharmed without dodging or defending. Right? And same idea as everyone else. It's only been 10 days since the Blue Sect's old ancestor ascended. How come he's an immortal emperor? The time to burn incense has already begun. And you're still not moving? And fight and cherish awe. I'm sorry, Lu Ran exclaimed. Pretending to be a god. Monk Yongju gritted his teeth, retrieved the demon-subduing pestle and levitated in front of your body. Boom! A dark red aura that was the exact opposite of Buddha Chi instantly erupted. The whisking of Monk Yongju's robe hunted. The black aura seemed like a canopy, spreading out rapidly in all directions. When the monks around them saw this scene, each of their faces changed drastically. As if knowing the power of this move, they frantically fled and left the scene, only daring to watch from afar. Prison of the Mud Plow. That Blue Sect ancestor. He actually forced Master Yongjue to this point. End of chapter. Chapter 91 Immortal Emperor Xia Yi. Lu Ran stayed put and watched faintly. As the black curtain wrapped around him, Lu Ran looked around. It was like being in another world. However, unlike the Taishu space, it was not very large, and Lu Ran was in the center of. The Regulus underneath him seemed to be all gone. He just sat there on the pitted and rolling lava floor. Monk Yongxie was nowhere to be seen at this time, and it was as if Lu Ran was the only person in the entire space. Monk Yongju looked at Lu Ran with a sneer. In a cold voice, he said, hubris and arrogance. Do you really think that Lao Di can't take you in? When you enter the prison of the clay plow of the old line, I will make your soul fly away. But just finished. Lu Ran then raised his head as if he could see through this space and pinpointed Master Yongju's location. Lu Ran laughed. If you want to fight, then fight. Do the Buddhists enjoy nonsense? Master Yongju frowned. How does it feel weird to use all the big moves and not feel the advantage at all? At this point, Lu Ran continued. When people die, those who have done much good go to heaven. and those who have done much evil go into the mud plow. There are 8 heat, 8 cold, swimming increase, loneliness and other 18 places. If you use this trick, you must have studied the 18 Madras Sutras. I just don't know how deep the research is. Although Lu Ran didn't practice Buddhism, the Dharma had also signed up to full level long ago. With his understanding of the Dharma, this Master Yongjue could not catch up with him. Hearing this, Master Yongju's heart twitched viciously. Neither did he squeak, as the entire prison of Mudplow began to erupt and strangle Lu Ran. It was just like what Lu Ran had said earlier. 8 heat, 8 cold. All sorts of punishments are constantly thrown out. On the flesh, the soul, a deathless attack in every aspect. But no matter what kind of attack it is, it's a Buddhist attack. Lu Ran was directly immune to 99%. The rest of the point, Lu Ran even if he did not do anything. Not bad body also defense. The performance at the end of the day is just not feeling it. Back and forth. The cold sweat on Master Yongju's forehead was clattering out. Seeing that no matter what means, this Lu Ran would not enter the oil and salt. Not to mention killing it. Not even a strand of hair was knocked out. This deep sense of powerlessness made Master Yongjue even feel that was the other party an immortal emperor who had specifically suppressed his realm to come and pretend to be an immortal emperor? At this point, suddenly, I heard Lu Ran shout, "Old bald donkey, the time for one incense stick to burn is almost up. I suggest you change your move. I'm tired of seeing this one." Lu Ran was speaking easily and comfortably, but Master Yongju was trembling. The Mudplow's prison had not been removed, but Master Yongjue was no longer going to attack Lu Ran. Instead, he clenched his teeth. An irregular bead the size of a knuckle, emitting golden Buddhist light, slowly floated out from his brow. The beads themselves were gray, but the Buddha power that surrounded them was too dense because of as if entwined in quicksand. Top bone relic. Not bad, not bad. Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Master Yongjue looked solemn and careful, and after offering the parietal bone relic, his eyes closed. His figure, after all, slowly dissipated and merged into the phantom behind him. Next, the phallic phase grew larger again. Sitting down, the thousand-leaf lotus slowly opens. A scaled-down version of Vajra Buddha was seated on each lotus flower, but even the scaled-down version was shaped like a small mountain. After the golden lotus had fully blossomed, all the Vajra Buddhas flew out, chanting the Buddha's name. The charged at Lu Ran. As if a cannonball, it bombarded Lu Ran indiscriminately. The chaotic and noisy Buddha power surged out, and the densely packed Vajra Buddhas flooded Lu Ran. It was already completely impossible to see where Lu Ran was. It went on like that for a while. Lu Ran's voice suddenly sounded again. Like a life-suppressing talisman, one incense stick time is up. No more games. Swish, the Xian Yuan sword inserted in the ground was suddenly pulled out of the ground, and the wild and unparalleled sword she spread out in all directions, cut down all the Vajra Buddhas that came close. Lu Ran got up and stood in the void. The implicated monk Yongjue reappeared before the Dharma, but at this time, his eyes were dull, his face was pale and bloodless, and he was breathing heavily. Looking at Lu Ran again, monk Yongju knew that he was ruined. It was impossible to fight, although he hadn't figured out that the same immortal emperor why the gap is so horrible. Lu Ran, on the other hand, doesn't bull ********. Raising his sword against monk Yongju, he simultaneously moved his thoughts. 9 criminal heavenly phantoms appeared behind them. When Master Yongju saw this scene, his body once again shook fiercely. Even Nima Dharma has 9. However, these phantoms did not strike out at monk Yongjue, but rather, after appearing and spreading out, it began to wreak havoc on the entire Great Buddha Temple. Kill all the monks you see wherever you go. Not a single one left. The tragic situation of the extermination of the family made monk Yongju's face even more ugly as he watched. But he didn't try to stop it, nor did he have the skill to do so. In front of him, Lu Ran then approached towards monk Yongju. Monk Yongju was so scared that he directly flew back and retreated. There was no interest in sparring with Lu Ran at all. How's this for a fight? People blue zone old man are sitting there letting you fight for half a day cannot hit a hairline, but also play a fart Can you run? Lu Ran faintly murmured. As he casually waved his hand, a long river of sword chi went straight towards monk Yongju. Monk Yonghe was in a rage, and the Buddha Dharma phase behind him rushed out at the first opportunity to block the torrent of sword chi. He himself shouted to the Buddhist hall in the distance, "Master Puji, save me." Lu Ran raised an eyebrow and twisted his head to look at the Buddhist hall. The so-called Master Puji should be the abbot of this great Buddha temple, but after waiting a while, nothing happened. Monk Yongju was also dumbfounded at what Master Puji was doing. It's been half a day of fighting. Master Puji has long since sensed it, but now he hasn't even stepped forward. Even his shouts were useless. The Dharma phase behind him had become a bit fragmented after carrying Lu Ran's torrent of sword chi hard for a while. Unstable up. It's horrible. This blue sect ancestor was too terrifying. Master Puji is the abbot of this great Buddha temple? It's not possible that he's run away, is it? I don't know. Lu Ran muttered suspiciously. Then he looked at Master Yang Jue. This one was going to keep running. Lu Ran thought for a moment and offered up the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, directly shackling Master Yang Ju in place, unable to move. Lu Ran then flew closer. Master Yang Jue was in a rage, and in his haste, he casually offered his demon-subduing mortar in pestle and smashed it over. When Lu Ran reached out with one hand and took it lightly, he asked, "Your great Buddha temple, counting Master Puji, has 2 immortal emperors? Anyhow, why haven't they coveted the other 3 realms as much as the Martial God Alliance?" Master Yang Jue swallowed his saliva and said, "The 4 realms of the Tsang domain each have their own masters. The 4 realms are not easily entangled with each other, as long as there is someone to guard them. This is the rule set down by the Lord of the Tsang domain tens of thousands of years ago, and you have to abide by it as well, or else the blue sect will surely be destroyed." Lu Ran frowned. It was this laborious lord of the Tsang domain again. The 2 immortal emperors of the great Buddha temple are now scornful of each other. It's hard to believe that the Lord Gaoxian of the Tsang domain is an immortal emperor? And right now, why isn't this Abbot Puchi coming out? Lu Ran was still thinking about packing it up piece by piece. "If you spare me, I, the great Buddha temple, will pretend that you, the blue sect, have never been here, and the Lord of the Tsang domain will not pursue the matter." "I don't know," Master Yang Jue said pleadingly. The original contempt for the blue sect had long since vanished. Lu Ran glanced at him and didn't bother. Increasing the suppression of the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, he himself appeared in a flash at the entrance of the distant hall. But he was about to lift his foot and walk in. Lu Ran saw an image he could never forget in his life. Xia Yi and that immortal emperor's servant were inside the grand hall. In front of Xia Yi, there was an old monk kneeling, but already dead. Dead is dead. Xia Yi grabbed the old monk's head, her arm forcefully, and, straight away, the old monk's human scorpion was drawn out. The human scorpion as a whole exuded a precious color, with golden veins weaving around it and glistening colors flowing. Sacred vein jade bone. Xia Yi pulled out that old monk's sacred vein jade bone directly. That scene was so weird. Xia Yi looked not very old, but the terrifying pressure that erupted at this moment, yet it was even more terrifying than the immortal emperor. Lu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly as his heavenly spirit eyes were utilized to the extreme. In the next moment, his heart stuttered. This Xia Yi is an immortal emperor. Lu Ran vaguely remembered that she came from the central state and the power she belonged to was Yaoqi. Is this Yaoji so horrible? Sending immortal emperors to the Xia state on business. The servants around them were all immortal emperors. End of chapter. Chapter 92, Hunting Immortal Emperors. Xia Yi also saw Lu Ran, and the indifference in her eyes gradually dissipated, turning into a sweet smile. But with her appearance, although she looked like a lowly, her cultivation level was that of an immortal emperor, with a human scorpion still in his left hand and blood on his face. This smile is even more oozing. Lu Ran had imagined what the scene would be like when he was drawn out of the human scorpion by Xia Yi. He gulped and said, "So what? I'll just pass by. You go on and continue to." With that, he turned and walked away. It's definitely impossible to fight, not to mention his immortal domain's unbreakable body. Even if the 9 interdictor phantoms, together with the entire blue sect, all kinds of ancient treasures were thrown out, and they couldn't be beaten. That's an immortal emperor. Plus, there was an immortal emperor servant by Xia Yi's side. Lu Ran only hoped that Xia Yi wouldn't list him as a target. Seeing Lu Ran walking away, Xia Yi didn't stop her. Casually, he threw the human scorpion into his storage space. Clapping his hands, he said, "Lu Ran's movements are quite fast. They've killed here." The old man at his side respectfully said, "Young lord, within the Xia prefecture, the immortal emperors have been hunted down and killed. There's still some left. Will it be in time?" Xia Yi nodded. "In time." After saying that, he asked, "The lord of the Tsang domain, Gao Xian, who asked you to look into it? Have you found it yet? It can't be that he's advanced to immortal emperor, right? That Gao Xian can still have a few immortal emperors by his side. It can't be wasted." The old man shook his head, contemplating. Gao Xian's realm should be that of an immortal emperor correctly. It's impossible for him to have reached an immortal emperor. Otherwise the Yaoqi side will sense it. Xia Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "That's good. If you're not an immortal emperor, you'll be killed as usual. But I don't know where you've run off to at the moment. It is rumored that if the 4 realms of the Tsang domain are in chaos, the lord of the Tsang domain will appear. And at this juncture, it's almost time, isn't it?" The old man looked outside and said tentatively, "Does the young master mean to follow Lu Ran?" Xiaoyi immediately nodded. With a cheeky grin, he said, "There's no hurry, first we'll go to a couple of Otherwise, when the time comes, we won't be able to go back to Yao Qi and explain to our sister. After that, turn around." The space behind him instantly annihilated and collapsed into a void. Xiaoyi and the old man stepped inside and disappeared. Lu Ran was still a bit nervous when he came out, but after the immortal realm sensed that the old and young man had disappeared into thin air, that was a complete relief. To be an immortal emperor? Who would believe this? Lu Ran muttered. Lin Bauer, who was lying on his shoulder, generally did not disturb Lu Ran in his fight, but at that moment Lu Ran stopped, unable to help himself. He asked curiously, "Big brother, that old man is an immortal emperor?" It's understandable that it's a thought process. Lu Ran then laughed bitterly. "That old man is the immortal emperor, and Xiaoyi is that immortal emperor." "Ha?" Lin Bauer's eyes widened instantly, surprised, "But she looks my age." Lu Ran shrugged and said, "In the realm of immortals, no one can tell the age of an old man. It could be only a few thousand years old. A child, no more than a few thousand years old." But while the words were true, Lu Ran was a bit puzzled. Although it was true that the age of the immortal realm could not be judged with the naked eye, it could never be a child. The higher the realm, the more delayed the physical development. After ascending to the realm of the immortals, the body would still grow slowly. How small you can keep your looks needs to depend on talent. But a little girl, she ascended to the immortal realm, and then cultivated all the way to immortal emperor. The body has only grown so much. It's truly bizarre. No matter what, at least that Xiaoyi has no grudge against us, Lu Ran said thankfully. At the same time, there was some concern that in Xiazhou, he could still hold his own at the immortal emperor realm, but when we go to the central state, there won't be immortal emperors everywhere, right? Lu Ran was currently unable to defeat immortal emperors. Although Lu Ran hadn't had much contact with immortal emperors, this Xiaoyi was considered to be the first, but Lu Ran had heard some legends about the immortal emperor. Ascending to immortal emperor was required to master the power of a heavenly law, the power of the law, such as the guillotine and incorruptibility of the immortal realm. But that's only with some added power of law. But the immortal emperor, that was indeed mastering a law power by himself. Rule level strikes. The immortal emperor realm, no matter how it erupts, it doesn't even make a difference in front of the immortal emperor. Moreover, that Xiaoyi didn't know if she had any special fetishes, like to collect human scorpions? Or do you like to collect monks' human scorpions? Or maybe simply like abusing monks? Outside, the Condong Heaven Sealing Seal was still shackling Monk Yongjue. Taking advantage of Lu Ran's absence, he fought to break free, but to no avail. The Condong Seal of Heaven Seal Maximum Power Suppression. He can't run away at all. Seeing that Lu Ran came back unharmed, there was no Master Puji following behind him either, and Monk Yongju's face turned green. Either it's true, as Lu Ran said, that Master Puji has run away, or else, by Lu Ran. But whichever it was, he, Monk Yongju, was considered to have no backing whatsoever, and so, logically, Monk Yongju continued to start begging for mercy. "Master, no, no, great immortal, spare my life. It's not easy for me to practice as a monk. It's tens of thousands of years of time to be able to cultivate until now, and I can give you whatever you want. Really, too, just please spare my life." Blah 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 blah. Lu Ran just looked at Monk Yongju indifferently, his thoughts still on Xiaoyi just now. He had to urgently improve his strength. The realm of the immortal emperor doesn't stink a bit. The immortal emperor I met today was Xiaoyi, and the next time I meet another immortal emperor I don't recognize, that would be embarrassing. Lu Ran wasn't interested in continuing to play anymore. Glancing at Monk Yongjue, he carried the Regulus sword in his hand and gave a direct chop, and behind them, those monks from the Great Buddha Temple were also hunted everywhere by the 9 criminal Dharma phantoms, and died. The injured were injured, and occasionally some shrimp soldiers ran away, and Lu Ran was too lazy to care. After killing Monk Yongjue, this Great Buddha Temple is considered completely hopeless. With a thought, Lu Ran summoned the Blue Zone Purple Mansion, ordering everyone to start packing up the loot, as before. Instead, he and Lin Bauer returned to the Patriarch's Hall. He wanted to ascend to Immortal Emperor as soon as possible, but before he could enter the Great Hall, suddenly, outside, above the 9 heavens, several figures stepped into the air. Behind each of them was a Dharma image that passed through the heavens and into the earth. Lu Ran raised his eyes. There were 4 of them, all men. Moreover, all of them were immortal emperors. Who is in charge of this immortal mountain? A man in the lead questioned condescendingly. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. Throwing Lin Bauer on her back once again, she pulled herself up and appeared in front of the 4. That's me. What do you guys do? Lu Ran asked casually. We are the Lord of the Tsung domain sitting down. What kind of power are you? How dare you? Dare to disturb the peace of the 4 realms of the Tsung domain. The man in the lead chided as if he were disciplining his son. Oh, Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. Someone from Gao Xian, the Lord of the Tsung domain? It's really coming. I didn't expect 4 immortal emperors to come over as soon as they did. This Lord of the Pale Domain's card wasn't small. Blue Sect, Lu Ran said indifferently. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, one of them threw out a token with his hand. Lu Ran casually reached out and took it. This talisman was not gold or jade. It was light green in color, and it was unknown what material it was made of. On it are inscribed some mountains, rivers, birds and animals, but there is no writing, and there was no response under prodding. However, Lu Ran was still able to feel a bit of divine soul imprint from it. Hold this order and go to the heavenly chanting Holy Land in 3 days to be punished. If you don't come, you, up and down the Blue Sect, will be, not a single one left, the lead man said in a condescending manner. After saying that, he and the remaining 3 turned around and were about to leave. Lu Ran, however, picked up the Regulus sword at this moment, said, I'll be there on time in 3 days, but you guys came to me and pretended to be. Where's the sense in letting you go? End of chapter. Chapter 93, The Power of the Immortal Emperor. The 4 of them snapped to attention, twisting their heads to look at Lu Ran with some amusement. The man at the head of the group seemed to be re-examining it for the first time at this point. He then spoke. So that's how it is. The realm of the Immortal Emperor. No wonder he dares to disturb the 4 realms of the Tsung domain. The other 3 said with a smile. To be able to ascend to the Immortal Emperor realm is indeed rare. But right now, this Blue Sect Patriarch is clearly underestimating a few of us. What to do? People won't let us go. Then wait a bit before leaving? It's okay to have some fun here. Ha ha. A few people laughed out loud, clearly not putting Lu Ran in their eyes. In the next second, Lu Ran bullied his way up. The 4 men didn't take it seriously at all, and the man at the head of the group casually pointed. Swish! Above the 9 heavens, the aura of heaven and earth began to tumble violently. Then, it quickly condensed into a huge palm, cupped into a fist, with only one middle finger extended. Slowly poking down. That's a gesture. It's not very friendly. And the target that finger was pointed at was none other than Lu Ran. If you can withstand this immortal's finger of mine, I can forgive you for speaking out of turn today. I'm sorry, said the man in charge. Lu Ran sneered. Carrying the Xian Yuan sword in one hand, he backhanded Lin Bauer with the other and grabbed her up. A finger was thrown directly towards that immortal. Pang! With the force of Lu Ran's fling, Lin Bauer seemed like a cannonball. It collided with that immortal's finger with a loud bang. The violent impact detonated the immortal's finger. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart and distorted by this violent energy. The natural protective formations of the Blue Sect's purple mansion had all been automatically triggered, resisting the shockwaves. The Bisui Ao also emerged from the lake, watching warily, but not leaving the immortal mountain. Its duty is to guard the fairy mountain, not to go out and fight. The 4 men were confused. What an outlaw to use the life of a little girl. The words were not finished. Lin Bauer's body was also sent flying down by the shockwave, and Lu Ran casually held her in his arms. A quick sweeping check. As expected, even the Immortal Emperor's great magical ability could not injure Lin Bauer. On the contrary, Lin Bauer, her face was red with excitement at this time. Excitedly, he said, It's too cool, I'll go. Big brother, do it again. Those 4 people froze in unison and looked at Lin Bauer in surprise. Detonating an immortal's finger and this girl didn't die? What the hell? Just as he was thinking about it, a huge square seal had already been offered by Lu Ran and hovered above the heads of several people. In the next second, the terrifying pressure seemed as if the sky had collapsed, heavily smashing on the several people, sparing the 4 people who were incomparably relaxed just a moment ago. Their faces changed drastically at this moment. Under the extreme suppressive effect of the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, they found that all of their spiritual energy seemed to be shackled to the maximum. Lu Ran for insurance purposes, drawing a talisman in mid-air. The 8-armed Great Canopy was directly summoned. At the same time, the 9 criminal heavenly phantoms also appeared one after another, running wildly towards the 4 people. The immortal domain was also compressed to a certain range by Lu Ran, waiting for an opportunity. This was the first time he had faced 4 immortal emperors at the same time, so Lu Ran was still quite careful. The Pangu axe was even taken out by Lu Ran, Regulus sword in one hand, Pangu axe in the other. Those 4 people were confused when they saw the situation. They saw that Lu Ran was an immortal emperor though, yet he had never seen such an immortal emperor. A little girl beside her who couldn't be blown to death by a single finger of an immortal, not to mention. What the hell is this golden armored godman? Summoning type aptitude? And what about the 9 Dharma Phantoms? There was also the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal above his head, as well as the weapons in Lu Ran's left and right hands that were not mortal at first glance. The 4 of them then realized that this blue sect patriarch was not simple. Deng was ready to explode his Dharma phase to collectively fight against it, but right at this moment, an accident that even Lu Ran could not have imagined appeared. Just behind the 4, a small piece of space collapsed with a bang, and in the midst of the blackened spatial turbulence, the figures of an old man and a young woman reappeared. Xia Yi muttered, "I didn't expect you guys to move quite fast. I didn't find you in the heavenly pendant Holy Land, so it turned out that you rushed here. Fortunately I kept a watchful eye." Xia Yi muttered with an expression of thanks to this girl's intelligence. The old man at his side waited carefully. The 4 men turned their heads and saw that people had appeared behind them as well. Especially after sensing that the old man was also an immortal emperor. He was startled. They were already struggling to deal with Lu Ran, an immortal emperor. And here's another one who doesn't know if he's friend or foe? Lu Ran made an emergency break in the air and looked at Xia Yi. I don't understand how Xia Yi, who had already left, came back. Xia Yi, on the other hand, grinned at Lu Ran and said, "Count yourself lucky, and I just happened to be along for the ride. Just help out." Having said that, with a flash, he appeared in front of one of them. The man's face changed drastically, and he panicked and raised a sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it. Xia Yi just reached out with her small hand. Boom! That sledgehammer didn't know what grade of magic treasure it was, and it directly popped into slag. Xia Yi once again stepped forward 2 steps and lightly covered the man's head with a palm. Pust! It was as if a watermelon had been smacked, splattering brains all over the place. A palm shatters the spirit of heaven. But even so, the immortal emperor, whose divine soul was still alive, still wouldn't die, but he also realized that the couldn't move on his own. It was as if everything around Xia Yi had frozen. No force can explode and operate. Then, a scene familiar to Lu Ran appeared. Xia Yi didn't mind the dirt either, and reached out towards the already exploded brain and pulled it, with the man's body convulsing. The human scorpion was thus drawn out again by Xia Yi. Of course, what was drawn out was not only the human scorpion, but also a whole set of sacred vein jade bones. The 3 men on the sidelines looked on in a jubilant, dumbfounded manner. The immortal emperor realm nearly scared the pants off of them. Xia Yi then looked at the second person and was planning to go over. However, he suddenly frowned and looked up at the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal. Said, "Why don't you put this thing away? It's weirdly uncomfortable." When he finished, his eyes swept. The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal trembled fiercely twice, then unexpectedly returned to Lu Ran on its own. Ha! Lu Ran's eyes glared. Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, just like that, he was forced back? Moreover, he could sense that this Xia Yi didn't want to damage his magic treasure. It just forces it back. For insurance purposes, Lu Ran put back the 8-armed great canopy as well, and the 9 criminal heavenly Dharma phantoms returned behind him. Just watch the show. Behind them, the blue sect disciples were all individually dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Having lost the shock of the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, the 3 of them subconsciously had to run. But Xia Yi moved faster. With a stretch of her hands, 2 of them were grabbed by Xia Yi. As it is, it easily blew up the 2 men's sky. Then slowly, he drew out their sacred vein jade bones and casually threw them into his storage space. And by now, the man in charge had disappeared. Perhaps he used some teleportation aptitude and flashed and disappeared without a trace. Xia Yi looked at the location where the man had disappeared. Once again, a reach. The space in front of him collapsed and crumbled into a large gaping hole. Xia Yi reached in and yanked back. The man, who had already flashed and run out an unknown distance, was just yanked back. Lu Ran's heart shook as he watched. This is the power of the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor realm was no different than an ant in front of an Immortal Emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 94, The Last Immortal Emperor of Xia State. The Immortal Emperor who had been pulled back again by Xia Yi was as pale as dirt at this point. There was fear in his eyes. Being able to cultivate to the realm of the Immortal Emperor, though not yet to the point of attaining immortality, but tens of thousands of years passed by. And going forward, as long as there are no accidents, living for another tens of thousands of years will be easy. Adding to the fact that the Immortal Emperor realm itself is already very rare, and they don't fight each other. They've probably forgotten about this whole death thing. And now, Shay rekindled their memories. Just now, he performed the transportation technique, the transportation avatar of the Immortal Emperor realm, and instantly spanned a distance of 10,000 miles. I thought I'd escaped, and was about to head for the Holy Land of Heavenly Pendant. However, a large hand in the void directly crushed space and pulled him back. The fear of the Immortal Emperor runs deep. 10,000 miles away, casually taking the life of an Immortal Emperor. And it's not as simple as just being killed. Instead, he was going to have his sacred vein jade bone drawn out raw by the other party. At the thought, he began to struggle violently and, against all odds, he used all the abilities, magic treasures, and magical powers at his disposal to break free, but to no avail. The spiritual power was directly shackled, and the magic treasure was easily sacrificed, but it was also going to be casually crushed by Xia Yi. It was as if everything was futile in front of the immortal emperor. Xia Yi pried open the other party's brain in 3 strokes and directly began to draw the sacred vein jade bone. Throughout the entire process, Xia Yi was expressionless, as if she had already done this many times. Lu Ran looked shocked. This is the immortal emperor. He even had a sense of powerlessness. All beings were equal under the immortal emperor. Drawing out that person's sacred vein jade bone, Xia Yi casually threw it into her storage space. Only then did he smile and look at Lu Ran. For now, it seemed that Xia Yi had no animosity towards Lu Ran, though I don't know the cause. It would be a lie for Lu Ran to say that he wasn't nervous about the means he now possessed. The probability of being able to beat Xia Yi was slim to none. Can't run away. It's also really hard to figure out that just a little girl who looks so adorable. How come the strength is so horrible? Killing without blinking an eye. Not to mention something like directly drawing out the jade bone of the sacred vein. Even if Lu Ran, who had lived for 100,000 years, went to do it, he would still have a big mental shadow. It's not the same as killing someone. Those magic treasures of yours are quite fun and high grade. How did you get them? I don't know, Xia Yi asked curiously. Coincidence of chance, Lu Ran said casually. It's not a lie. It's a sign-in. It's a lucky break. There is simply no specific way to accurately obtain a particular mana. It's only been 10 days since we ascended, and we've managed to obtain so many good things by chance. How come I don't have such a chance? Xia Yi muttered, but she did not dwell much on the subject, while looking interested in Lu Ran's magic treasure. But neither did he use his status as an immortal emperor to rob it, and if she really wanted to make a move to grab it, Lu Ran wouldn't be able to protect her. It's just a pity that your strength is still too poor. Going to the central state with this strength can be a bit dangerous. I don't know, Shay commented. Immortal emperors are bad? Then how come it's not dangerous? Lu Ran asked. He had thought about that earlier, but it's an immortal emperor anyhow. Except for the immortal emperor, Lu Ran didn't need to fear immortals of other realms either. Are there many immortal emperors in central China? At least immortal emperor. You can advance to immortal emperor in 10 days. I think there must be a way to advance to immortal emperor. There is still enough time. You have to cultivate well and advance quickly, Xia Yi said in a serious tone. Obviously, she was a little girl, but how did she look like an old-fashioned person to educate Lu Ran? It's hard to believe that it really looks like a little girl, as suspected. Practically a granny of a few 100,000 years? With Xia Yi's cute and playful appearance, in connection with the title of grandmother, Lu Ran just couldn't help but get a bad chill. Next, Xia Yi twisted her head to look at the body of Yongju before. It had already been chopped up by Lu Ran with the Xian Yuan sword. This piece and that piece. What the hell? What about a set of sacred vein jade bones? It's a waste for you to make it look like this. I'm sorry, Xia Yi said with a heartbroken look. Lu Ran seized the opportunity at this point. Asked, "You're hunting immortal emperors?" Xia Yi nodded, but then immediately shook her head and said, "Hunting immortal emperors is only incidental. Collecting the sacred vein jade bones is my purpose. If those immortal emperors are willing to obediently hand over their sacred vein jade bones, I won't kill them." Lu Ran was stunned to hear this and asked, "The sacred vein jade bone was given to you. Didn't the immortal emperor himself hiccup?" Xia Yi blinked her eyes and said indistinctly, "That's true. You're still really smart and I didn't even think of that." Lu Ran, a dark line drifted across his brow. It had half a thing to do with being smart. "So, you've already killed many immortal emperors in Xiazhou?" Lu Ran continued to ask. "Yes, 500 years ago. I came from the ancient Bronze Gate and wandered around for so long that I almost forgot the date. I saw that the Swire Copper Gate was going to be reopened, so I grabbed it and started 6 months ago." "I don't know," Shay said discursively. After saying that, he added an accurate piece of data, the 9 domains of Xiazhou, all of which have been cleansed. Song domain is the last one. That Gao Xian don't know where he's hiding. If we find him and kill him again, it's basically even clean, Xia Yi said easily. But Lu Ran heard a huge shock in his heart. The 9 regions of the summer state. It was all cleaned up by Xia Yi. Now there's only one Gao Xian left who was an immortal emperor? No, there was also a Lu Ran to be counted, who was also an immortal emperor. Of all the immortal emperors in the entire 9 regions of the Xia prefecture, only 2 were left to be hunted down by Xia Yi. Lu Ran was all confused. This spirit world is like that? What is this Xia Yi up to again? hunting down all the immortal emperors in an entire state, collected their sacred vein jade bones. How much would that be? So now there are only 2 immortal emperors left, me and Gao Xian? After killing Gao Xian, I'm the only one left and you'll kill me too? Lu Ran asked. Words. Xia immediately looked at Lu Ran with a look like an idiot. He said, I just praised you for being smart. Why are you being stupid again? If I want to kill you, will you still be able to live until now? Don't worry. I'll see you at the Taiku Copper Gate in a month. Having said that, without any further delay, Xia turned around, stepped into the void, and directly disappeared in the same place. Lu Ran looked envious. This is much more useful than any recluse technique, directly stomping through space and connecting to a spatial passageway that momentary crossing. At this moment, Lu Ran looked at the great Buddha temple below, as well as the blue Sect's purple mansion behind him. It felt tasteless, no matter how he operated. His lack of strength as a master was bull ***** in front of an immortal emperor. Only a single immortal emperor. Xia if she strikes today, a little girl can overthrow the entire blue sect. We must advance to immortal emperor as soon as possible, Lu Ran said in his heart. There was still a month out from the opening of the Taiku Copper Gate, so it was not too late. After making up his mind, Lu Ran immediately prepared to head to the sky-dropping sacred land to find Gao Xian and kill him. Then it began to impact the immortal emperor. With Lin Baoer by her side, and the still transforming Qi, it was enough to impact an immortal emperor in a short period of time. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Xia State Emperor's Decree allows entry to Tontian City. Today's Lu Ran was the immortal emperor 4th sky. Baoer lies on her back and transforms a little faster still. It was Xia who had just reminded Lu Ran. How did you get those treasures? From signing in, of course. And today, Lu Ran hasn't signed in yet. He had held back his intention of signing on before the start of the fight at the great Buddhist temple, but that monk Yangjue was too pretentious. Lu Ran didn't hold back and started fighting directly. It caused Lu Ran to forget to sign in. I remembered this moment, so I rushed to sign in. Available results. Ding! Signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the cultivation reward. Signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Thunder Blade technique. Ha! Lu Ran was instantly a bit disappointed. At this juncture, he was about to try to impact the Immortal Emperor realm. How come it's still a regular check-in? Lu Ran kind of regretted not signing in before he started the fight with the Great Buddha Temple. If you sign in at that point, there's no chance you'll be able to storm it. Regret. If you miss a sign-up blitz, you're missing out on something good. Forget it. Cultivate well tonight, and go to the Heavenly Pendant Holy Land in the morning. That Gao Xian has been hiding from Xia for so long, and now that he's asked me to meet him, he'll probably come out. Lu Ran muttered. That night, Lu Ran held Lin Baoer in his arms while he sank into his cultivation state. Lu Ran, who rarely cultivated, usually spent his nights sleeping. This time, in order to quickly advance to Immortal Emperor, he also put up a fight. Throughout the night, Lu Ran increased his horsepower and practiced wholeheartedly. By the next morning, Lu Ran's realm had risen to the 6th sky of Immortal Emperor. This speed was still very fast, and it would take another 3 or 4 days to be enough to advance to Immortal Emperor. As the sun rose, Lu Ran greeted the Blue Sect disciples. Then, he brought Lin Baoer to the Heavenly Pendant Holy Land. In the Tsang domain, the Sky Dangle Holy Land was a very special place. As the private territory of Gao Xian, the lord of the Tsang domain, the heavenly draped sacred ground was nevertheless not in the center of the Tsang domain's 4 realms. Instead, they broke away from the Pale domain, from the western realm further out, across 10,000 miles of barren mountains, to the location at the edge of the endless sea. Here an archipelago of islands stretches contiguous and staggered. From the shore, the whole archipelago seems like a broken picture scroll. It extends from the sky where the clouds and sea connect. Lu Ran immediately understood how the word Heaven's Pendant got its name from the Heaven's Pendant Holy Land. Lu Ran flew and headed for the largest of the islands. On the way, Lu Ran looked down. Although the entire Heavenly Pendant Holy Land was Gao Xian's territory, there were actually quite a few aborigines on it. There were ordinary people, cultivators who hadn't ascended, and quite a few true immortals of the immortal realm and the like. But along the way, immortal monarchs didn't see a few. As if there was a disconnect, Lu Ran made his way to the largest island. Lu Ran, who was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to find Gao Xian's exact location. At a glance, he saw several magnificent palaces standing at the top of the island's cliffs. A ladder through the sky connects the islands below. Lu Ran floated down to the entrance of the Great Hall. The guards here immediately spotted Lu Ran. At once, he chided. What a big guts. Dare to break into. Lu Ran casually waved his hand. and the manic heaven and earth spiritual energy directly tore a few guards into pieces, too lazy to listen to their ink. Then, Lu Ran raised his feet and walked into the main hall. The great hall was empty and furnished with many things, but what could be seen of the? There was only one man sitting on a futon not far away. It was an old man with white hair. He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ran as he walked in. As the four eyes met, Lu Ran instantly used his heavenly spirit eyes to see through his opponent's realm. Immortal Emperor 9 Heavens. This Gao Xian was also considered to be a character who was a foot away from being an immortal emperor, but alas, it came up short by that much, and in the end, the immortal emperor would have to be casually crushed to death by the immortal emperor. Gao Xian? Precisely. Your Excellency is Blue Sect ancestor Lu Ran, right? The conversation between the two was simple. Lu Ran nodded. Your people sent me here, saying that I should come and be punished, so I came to take a look. Let's see how you, this immortal emperor 9 Heavens, punish me. Lu Ran's snarky tone made Gao Xian freeze. Immediately afterward, Gao Xian shook his head and said, that was my people who would have the wrong idea, and I called you here to. It's not about dying with you, otherwise I'd all continue to go into hiding. Lu Ran looked at Gao Xian, asked, what do you mean? Gao Xian said, during this period of time, the Blue Sect has been making a lot of moves, operating in the Tsang domain. How can I, as the lord of the Tsang domain, not know that I advanced to Immortal Emperor in just 10 days or so? How can I dare to be your enemy with such a person? Lu Ran sniffed, his face expressionless. Faintly, he said, it's useless to kiss ass. Get to the point. Gao Xian coughed with an embarrassed expression on his face. Only then did he continue. Someone is hunting immortal emperors in the Tsang domain. No, in the Xia prefecture. Lu Ran shrugged and said, I know, and I've seen it, and the scene is really heavy-handed. Oh, Gao Xian froze, surprised that Lu Ran had seen his opponent but had survived. The Blue Sect ancestor. Truly extraordinary. Gao Xian praised. If you pat one more ass and don't get to the point, I'll start fighting straight away. Lu Ran said indifferently. Gao Xian was so blocked that he couldn't speak at once. As an immortal emperor, as the lord of the Tsang domain, as a big shot who was only 1 foot away from being an immortal emperor in the Immortal Emperor 9th Heaven, being treated in such a manner by Lu Ran, Gao Xian certainly had fire in his heart, but he associated himself with his current situation and said patiently, okay, down to business. After saying that, Gao Xian backhandedly pulled out an object. It looked a lot like Lu Ran's Blue Zone Purple Mansion back then, a scaled-down version of what a city looks like. Very fine. This is the imperial capital of Xiazhou, Tongtian City, the mansion of the Qing Emperor at the time when he disappeared. He sealed a portion of his law power in Tongtian City, and I accidentally obtained this item. Gao Xian said. Lu Ran did not reply and continued to look at Gao Xian. The latter then continued, but getting Tongtian City isn't enough. A key is still needed to open this object and enter the Tongtian City. Once inside, there is a chance to obtain the laws sealed therein. I can use this law to ascend to Immortal Emperor. Lu Ran listened in confusion. Asked, what's it got to do with me? Gao Xian said, of course there is. I need that key to open Tongtian City. Lu Ran became a bit impatient with the Riddler and said, are you sick? What I'm asking you is, take the power of the laws. You ascend to Immortal Emperor. What does it have to do with me? Gao Xian said awkwardly, I ascended to Immortal Emperor and had the opportunity to counter-kill that Immortal Emperor hunter. It's also a way to save your life. Otherwise, the other side will kill you sooner or later, and it's not easy for you to ascend to the spirit world. It's only been a dozen days, and the advancement is so fast. It can be considered a promising future. You wouldn't want to be killed by someone just like this, right? Only then did Lu Ran understand what Gao Xian meant. Raising an eyebrow, he said, that's nice of you to think. And, what makes you so sure that what about the key I can help find? Words. Gao Xian licked his lips and said, the phantom of the Qing Emperor is the god of war. Interdictor. I've checked up on you. You didn't comprehend the god of war. Interdictor. On your own, did you? Rumor has it that the Green Emperor is dead. It must be you who accidentally obtained the remains of the Qing Emperor. So that key, the Xiazhou Emperor's order, is in your possession. Lu Ran's heart was shaken. Waiting for me here. Lu Ran did have the Xiazhou Emperor's order, but he didn't know what it was for and casually threw it away in his storage space. But I didn't expect it to be the key to open Tongtian City. And, there is a chance to gain access to the law. Lu Ran's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. What a thought. Doesn't this just come to you? In the meantime, a teasing voice suddenly came from the doorway of the Great Hall. He killed you. Isn't it just as easy to get to Tongtian City? The key is on him again. He can go in and out of Tongtian City as he pleases to get the laws. Instead, it has nothing to do with you. the shrinking violet. Lu Ran and Gao Xian twisted their heads in unison. He was seeing Xia appearing at the entrance of the grand hall at an unknown time, sitting on the steps lazily watching the show. End of chapter. Chapter 96, The Consequences of Angering Xia. By Xia side. There was also that old immortal emperor. Lu Ran probably guessed that this Xia couldn't find where Gao Xian was, so she followed Lu Ran, thinking that since Gao Xian had asked Lu Ran out, he should show up, and it is true. But Gao Xian was a bit puzzled, looking at Xia and then at the old man. He said, "You are also Blue Sect disciples? I'm in the middle of conferring with your old ancestor. We should be friends, not enemies." Words. Xia snorted out a laugh. Lu Ran was also a bit speechless. Sentimentally, this Gao Xian still didn't know who the person who hunted the immortal emperor in Xiazhou was until now. That's the little girl. Sure enough, Xia waved her hand and said, "You human beings are all bad in the head. I'm not some Blue Sect disciple. You've been hiding from me for so long and you don't even know the slightest bit of information about me?" Instantly, Gao Xian's face was gloomy to the extreme, as if a cat that had its tail stepped on. It instantly stormed up and violently withdrew back a large distance. Carefully, he looked at Xia. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was stunned. "You people? What do you mean? This Xia is not a human? Don't worry, you can fight first. I won't intervene while you're doing it. Wait until you guys are done fighting," Xia said. Gao Xian looked at Xia with a frown on his face. A bit elusive. This girl is the one who hunts immortal emperors? That immortal emperor, who had once made countless people in Xiazhou scared, was actually a little girl? Gao Xian was a bit overwhelmed, but he stared carefully at Xia for a long time and it was discovered that he unexpectedly couldn't sense Xia's realm at all. In his divine sense, it was as if Xia was just like an ordinary person, without the slightest breath. Gao Xian twisted his head to look at Lu Ran and said, "Not sure if it's her, but if it is, neither of us can run away today. Join forces and kill her, or no one will live." Words. Lu Ran instantly glared, said, Hey, if you want to kill, just kill. If you want to do it, just do it, and I have nothing to do with it. You don't pull me in. Gao Xian frowned, looking at Lu Ran. He said, "Idiot, do you think you can run away if I'm dead? But I didn't expect it." Xia followed up. "Lu Ran is right. I've met with Lu Ran a few times. In Xiazhou, all immortal emperors have to die, but Lu Ran doesn't have to die. I won't kill him." Ha! The corners of Gao Xian's mouth twitched. This was nifty. Is it possible that this immortal emperor and Lu Ran are still on the same path? In that case, wouldn't Gao Xian be the only one left to die today? "Lu Ran, give me the Xia State Emperor's order. Give it to me now," Gao Xian shouted. Lu Ran slowly said, "The Xiazhou Imperial Order is indeed here with me. However, Xia was right just now. After killing you, Tongtian City is also mine. I still have the key. I can go in and obtain the laws at any time. What's it to you?" At those words, Gao Xian's face became even more ugly. With a thought, he unexpectedly turned into a wisp of green smoke in place and disappeared. Lu Ran frowned. If the Immortal Emperor realms Gao Xian wanted to run, Lu Ran had no way to chase after him. The Divine Recluse technique used was far better than the Earthbound Immortal that Lu Ran had obtained. Earthbound Immortal was, after all, just an ordinary signing bonus, belonging to the most trashy category of divine abilities. And Gao Xian, as an Immortal Emperor, after so many years, was able to master the Divine Recluse technique of easily as a million miles away. Yikes, look at you, not hurrying up and letting him get away. Xia beamed, but there was no rush. Slowly, he stood up and walked over to where Gao Xian had disappeared. Hands made a hugging gesture, eyes gradually becoming mesmerized. Ka. In the space in front of Xia, a small square appeared, frantically moving and reorganizing. The surrounding space rippled with layers of ripples due to the violent fluctuations. Lu Ran didn't dare approach the fluctuations of the spatial level. With his current realm slightly touching it, the consequences would be unimaginable. A magical scene appeared. Amidst the constant reorganization of the small cubes, Gao Xian's body gradually emerged. Even the trees in the unknown forest that Gao Xian was in at the moment were remotely replaced. Gao Xian was dumbfounded, seeing as how he's all but disappeared. But it reappeared in a blink of an eye where it had originally disappeared. Xia was right in front of him. Dang! Gao Xian flipped his wrist and a huge hammer magic treasure appeared in his hand, knocked directly on Xia's head. Xia was all confused. This Gao Xian dared to knock her like this. Xia instantly pouted and stared at Gao Xian with glaring eyes, saying, "You're dead. Don't you dare knock me. My sister never knocked me like that." On the contrary, Gao Xian's attack just now hadn't even produced the slightest damage to Xia Yi. If Gao Xian had originally had a hint of doubt about whether Xia Yi was the immortal emperor who hunted immortal emperors, then, that hint of doubt had completely dissipated. Xia Yi even turned her head to Lu Ran and said, "Originally, I intended for you to fight, but he dared to knock me, and I'm going to kill him." Lu Ran nodded in deep agreement, said, "Understandable." It was much easier to be able to have Xia Yi take a shot instead. Lu Ran now became on the sidelines watching the show. Gao Xian's face was worse than crying at this moment. A hasty hammer struck again. But this time, Xia Yi wouldn't give him that chance. A small hand lifted and grabbed the hammer directly. Click! The magic treasure of unknown grade directly exploded and popped into pieces in Xia Yi's hands. Lu Ran sat on the steps to one side of the main hall and watched with good humor. That old immortal emperor walked over and sat down right next to Lu Ran. Lu Ran glanced at the other party and said, "Your lady, so strong." The immortal emperor elder shrugged and said, "It's always been like this. Just get used to it." Lu Ran was now unable to intervene, while pondering in his heart that no wonder today's check-in is also a regular check-in without a blitz. Maybe the sign-in system even expected this. The person who fought and killed Gao Xian was Xia Yi. Lu Ran, who didn't need to make a move. Just don't give out the good stuff. It's a bit of a loss when you do the math like that. At this time, the old man beside him took out some seeds of an unknown fruit from his storage bag. Spreading his hands, he said, "Want some? Pass the time and consolidate your spiritual energy." Before Lu Ran could finish, Lin Bauer behind him spoke up. "Big brother, I want it." While Lu Ran was fighting, Lin Bauer would never speak, worried about disturbing Lu Ran's battle. Even sometimes Lu Ran forgot about her existence. But at this point, since she was watching a play, Lin Bauer had no scruples. He looked at the thing in the immortal emperor's old man's hand and wanted to eat it, but he didn't dare to take it, fearful that his life physique would have an effect on the other side. Lu Ran casually grabbed a hand in the immortal emperor's old man's hand, distributing some to Lin Bauer. He himself picked up some and stuffed it into his mouth. It's like getting high. I can't say the flavor was hard or tasty, but surprisingly, it really did have an effect, and after entering the mouth, the spiritual energy within the dantian unexpectedly became much more active. There was also a portion of what seemed like medicinal power that consolidated the meridians. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. It was indeed something good, and that old immortal emperor looked at Lin Bauer. He said, "A girl of the Li clan. It's a pity. At this age, I don't think there's much left, right?" End of chapter. Chapter 97, The Blue Sect Unifies the Xia Prefecture. Lu Ran's face instantly sank. This incident was the last thing Lu Ran wanted to recall, because he simply doesn't have a solution. Lin Bauer, on the contrary, had long gotten used to it and grinned at the old man when she heard his words. Then proceed to eat what the old man gives you. At this point, that immortal emperor old man suddenly spoke. In the summer state, it's true that the Li people don't have any good solutions, but the opening of the Taiku Copper Gate is imminent. So it'll be simpler when we go to the central state. Oh, Lu Ran's eyes lit up and he looked at the old man in surprise. Asked, "In the central state, there is a way to solve the physical problems of the Lai people?" The old man nodded. "Yes, but I can't tell you exactly what the solution is. I don't have much contact with the Ri." This, Lu Ran frowned. "You do not know anything? This is not still nonsense?" The old man seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's thoughts. Opening his mouth, he said, "Although I don't know. In the central state, the Li people are very powerful. Together with their immortal physique, they could be considered one of the several superpowers in the central state, and they were able to overcome their physical problems. There just has to be some way." Hearing this, Lu Ran's heart was shaken. So true, the Ri people have surprisingly gathered in the central state. However, it is also difficult for outside forces to intervene in the Lai community because of their special bodies, so the exact method is unknown to the old man. "Alright, let's talk about it after we go to the central state." Lu Ran nodded. Anyway, there's still plenty of time left for Lin Bauer, and Lu Ran was going to pass through the Swift Copper Gate to the central state in another month. Only, Lu Ran wondered up another question. The Lai are immortal, and if they can get over their bodies again, wouldn't they be invincible? With a group of Ris, fighting whoever they want, how do other forces coexist with the Ris? Lu Ran asked curiously, but just finished. Lu Ran suddenly reacted again and said, "I almost forgot. At the immortal emperor's level, it will be possible to use the power of the law. With the existence of the law, the Lai's immortality wouldn't be of much use, would it?" The old man flinched at his words and said to Lu Ran, "You don't think that the Lai are human, do you?" As he spoke, the old man's face was very odd. Lu Ran then shook his head. He had seen Lin Bauer go berserk, more like a beast man, and had checked Bauer's body with his heavenly spirit eyes. Nor is it a human physical state. But it's definitely not a demon race or anything like that either. The Re can't be killed by the law. Anything that makes sense. None of them can kill the lie. And it is not life and death that constrains them. But, hey, how should I explain this to you? The old man meditated. As if what he wanted to tell Lu Ran was difficult to explain clearly in words. Just in time. Xia is back. Walking up to Lu Ran, he grinned at Bauer. Then reaching out to Lu Ran, he said, Nu Aw, this is for you. In Xia hands was the Tongtian city. Turning his head to look, not far away, Gao Xian was kneeling on the ground, his body soft and collapsing. The ground was littered with spurting blood. Obviously the sacred vein jade bone had already been siphoned off by Xia. Lu Ran had just been talking to the old man in the heat of the moment, so he hadn't bothered to pay attention to Xia. It was also true that for Xia, killing Gao Xian was not the slightest bit challenging or see-through. On the contrary, drawing out the sacred vein jade bone was prone to cause psychological shadows. This was the first time Lu Ran had been so close to Xia. The immortal emperor's aura couldn't be sensed at all, and if Lu Ran didn't have the heavenly spirit eyes, knowing Xia's ability, she would never speak of the little girl in front of her being connected to the immortal emperor. He reached out and took the Tongtian city in Xia's hand, then asked, "Why don't you kill me?" That's kind of a blunt question. Xia froze and cocked her head in thought. Shaking his head, he said, "Can't be killed." Lu Ran was a little confused. "What do you mean, can't kill?" Lu Ran wanted to continue asking, but Xia was no longer going to dwell on it. He clapped his hands and said, "The hunt for the immortal emperor is almost over, and you have nothing else to do. Just go to the Swift Copper Gate. I have some packing to do, so I'll see you there." With that, he turned and walked away. Even the old immortal emperor beside Lu Ran had disappeared. Lu Ran was a bit speechless. He still had a lot of questions that hadn't been answered. But right now, there is not a single immortal emperor left in this Xiaozhou territory. The immortal emperor in question would have been the Qing emperor, the owner of Tongtian city, but had died in Mount Li. In other words, apart from Xia, the strongest in the entire Xia state right now. Instead, it was Lu Ran. Of course, Lu Ran couldn't possibly stay here in Xiaozhou to reign supreme. He still had to go to Central State to find his wife. And right now, the top priority was to advance to the rank of Immortal Emperor. After seeing Xia's ability, Lu Ran now had a renewed understanding of Zhengzhou. Although it wasn't as if Immortal Emperors were everywhere, the overall realm level should be much higher. And if he went to the Central State without reaching Immortal Emperor, Lu Ran didn't even feel safe. He glanced at the Tongtian city in his hand. There was no rush to open it with the Xiaozhou Imperial Order, because he was not yet in the ninth heaven of the Immortal Emperor. If he went in now, even if he found the laws, it can't be used either. It's a waste of effort. It's better to race to the Immortal Emperor ninth heaven as soon as possible before going in. Thus, he casually put away the Tongtian city. Then, instead of going back, he summoned the Blue Sect's purple mansion here in this heavenly pendant Holy Land. The Blue Sect disciples looked forward to it. Seeing that Lu Ran had returned, they all hurriedly gathered. "Master, this is the heavenly pendant Holy Land? What about Gao Xian?" Xiaoying asked. Lu Ran reached out and pointed at Gao Xian's limp corpse in the hall below, saying, "That's Gao Xian. It's dead." He didn't do much explaining. Instead, he gathered all the disciples together, said, "For the next period of time, I'm going to be in seclusion, and I have some things I need to explain. In a month's time, I'll be going to the Central State, and I'm not quite sure if the Blue Zone Purple Mansion will be restricted. Moreover, the Central State is full of dangers, and I don't want to bring the Blue Sect there for the time being. 9 domains in this summer state. We're still in the Tsang domain. Not even the Blue Sect disciples within the Tsang domain have been gathered completely. The next thing you have to do is to straighten out the summer state. Summon all the Blue Sect disciples from the other 9 domains. The ones in the Immortal Emperor realm have already been hunted clean by Xia, and after I'm gone, the highest realm would just be Immortal Monarch. And the Blue Sect's purple mansion is basically fine because of the presence of the Bisui Ao. So be careful with everything. After all, Bisui Ao was a demon saint, equivalent to the Immortal Emperor realm. Xia wanted the sacred vein jade bone, so not interested in spirit animals or anything like that. And Xiaozhou, too, will be completely ruled by the Blue Sect, and those Blue Sect disciples scattered throughout the land. It will also be gathered. In that case, Lu Ran's heart was only at peace when he summoned the Blue Zone to the Central State. After the explanation, Lu Ran took Lin Bauer to close the door. The time spent in seclusion wasn't long, a mere 9 days. Early in the morning of the 10th day, Lu Ran then took out the Tongtian city and didn't even sign in, directly pulling out the Xiaozhou Emperor Order. Phew, Lu Ran exhaled a breath and murmured, ascended to the spirit world for more than 10 days, and today, ascended to the Immortal Emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 98, Tongtian City. This thing was still something Lu Ran had found in the middle of the Lishan Mountain Forbidden System back then. It didn't feel like anything special at the time. Casually put it away. I didn't expect that it would end up having something to do with advancing to Immortal Emperor. It's a good thing Lu Ran didn't just throw it away as garbage in the first place, because Lu Ran remembers very clearly that immortal corpse at the time, even if it was dead. There's still a death grip on this thing in his hand. How can it be garbage? Now it seems to be true. Xiaozhou Emperor's decree. Something for the Qing Emperor to prove his identity. And also the only way to open Tongtian City. Lu Ran didn't know where Gao Xian had gotten Tongtian City from. That doesn't matter anymore. Lu Ran held the Tongtian City in his left hand and the Xiaozhou Imperial Order in his right. Look left. Look right. But these two things don't react to each other. How does this thing work? Lu Ran muttered. Subconsciously, he swept the Xiaozhou Imperial Order with his divine thoughts. What I didn't realize was that, when Lu Ran had found the Xiaozhou Emperor Order, he had probed the unresponsive Xiaozhou Emperor Order. But this time, it had emitted a faint stream of light. So, this thing is really a key. Lu Ran's heart shook as he brought the key closer to Tongtian City. Next, whoosh, Lu Ran, along with the Xiaozhou Emperor's order in his hand, as well as Tongtian City, all disappeared into thin air. Lin Bauer, who was lying beside Lu Ran and was watching curiously, was startled, flustered. He got up and looked around, but there was no trace of Lu Ran anymore at all. Lin Bauer immediately became a bit alarmed. During this period of time, she was tired of being by Lu Ran's side every day, got used to it a long time ago. Suddenly Lu Ran disappeared, and this feeling of being at a loss made Lin Bauer very panicked. And the other end. Lu Ran also didn't expect that this thing was teleporting when it said it was teleporting. He was but in a trance, and when he opened his eyes again it was then realized that he was no longer in the Blue Zoner's purple mansion. At this moment, he is standing in the void. It's a separate world. The end of the eye around them was chaotic nothingness. Nothing could be seen. Below was a huge floating island, as if a lofty mountain had been turned over in its entirety. The city situated on top of it should be the Tongtian City. The walls of the city were high and thick and solid, as if they were made of iron. And I don't know how long it has stood in this space, how many years of wind and rain it has endured. Still standing. The walls of the city were engraved with all kinds of mysterious runes, and from time to time they flickered with an eerie blue light. It exudes an aura of ineffable mystery. The walls were surrounded by tall, dense trees, their canopies like a green streaming cloud of shroud the city in it. Lu Ran looked amazed and dropped to the ground. Follow the avenue outside the gates and head inside. The gates were open, but there were no guards. Not one. Not a single breath of life could be felt. Passing through the quaint gates of the city brings you to the stone-paved streets. Across the street were rows of towering buildings, and in terms of scale, it was much more terrifying than the scale of Zhu Shaluo's Dechen dynasty. The roof of the building has stone statues of various shapes and sizes. Physical cultivators clad in locks of armor wielding fists, sword cultivators wielding long swords, and Buddhist cultivators with big bald heads. Each of the huge stone statues was so lifelike that it seemed as if it would move at any moment. Lu Ran naturally did not recognize the archetypal figures of these statues. However, looking at their standing position and distribution, one could probably guess that they were all people from the Green Emperor. These are just statues. They're probably just like the Green Emperor. It's possible that he left Tongtian City a long time ago. A short distance further on was the center of the city, a statue of an immortal that was tens of feet tall, solemn and immortal. Lu Ran had just seen this thing in the sky. It reminded him of the time in the Dechen dynasty when Zhu Shaluo also got herself a statue. All these kings and emperors like to do this? Lu Ran probably swept his eyes. Anyway, he didn't know the Green Emperor. He was just guessing, judging by the appearance of this Green Emperor should be in the Taoist category. Holding a duster in his hand, his greenish-white robes were fluttering with kinds. The eyes are very deep. Even if they're just statues, all could feel a special mood lingering above them. Lu Ran, who was standing in front of the statue, originally didn't care, but in inattentive, trance-like moment, it was as if the gods and souls were about to be pierced through by the statue's eyes. Lu Ran's heart was shocked, and he reacted by scrambling to collect his mind. This is the Qing Emperor's Tongtian City anyways, so he still can't be careless. He's now an immortal emperor of the ninth heaven, and before he got the laws, he was just an immortal emperor. No matter how much more the peak of the nine heavens, it was still the same as an immortal emperor. As long as they were immortal emperors, all beings were equal in front of the immortal emperor. Lu Ran didn't have any purpose and didn't bother to continue focusing on the statue, but instead looked behind it. This was the center of Tongtian City. but the imperial palace didn't seem to be in the center. Looking back, there are many other palaces of various sizes, temples, gardens, etc. within the city. Each is unique and beautiful, but now was not the time to appreciate this. Lu Ran had not forgotten his main purpose today. He had come to find the laws and ascend to the immortal emperor. Thus, with a thought, Lu Ran transformed his entire body into a stream of light, bypassing the statue and heading straight for the imperial palace. Of course, it was not certain if this was the imperial palace, and it was also Lu Ran's guess. No one could answer Lu Ran's question either. There was not a single living soul in the entire Tongtian city. Lu Ran walked away all the way, and could feel the prosperity of the Tongtian city in the beginning. But then maybe something happened and all the people here left. It was as if it had evaporated in place. The streets of the city were clean and well organized, with none of the chaos and pallor of large numbers of people leaving the city. Lift your feet and take the steps of the Palace of God. The palace has brocaded and ornate frescoes, and the Great Hall is surrounded by 2 rows. They are all individually established Daoist temples. In it were enshrined numerous deities that Lu Ran could not recognize. Further on, Lu Ran could see an exceptionally eye-catching throne above the main hall. This reminded Lu Ran of the exclusive seats of the emperor in the palace dramas he had seen when he was still on Earth 100,000 years ago. Only, it's much more dominant here. The entire throne was made of brilliant yellow unknown crystals throughout. Countless exotic treasures dotted above. Lu Ran noticed it at a glance, but he had little interest in it. He came here to find the law, not for museum archaeology and tourism. The power of the law is in Tongtian City, but so far, nothing has been found. Where is it hidden? I'm sorry, Lu Ran mused. You can open the Tongtian City with the Xiaozhou Emperor's order. He paced in all directions, checking the temples around him, one by one, but there was still nothing to be found. Finally, pacing in front of the throne, come what may, let me also try how it feels to be a 9-5er. Lu Ran is not in a hurry. He is the only one in this Tongtian city anyway, playful and atmospheric. He turned right around and sat on his butt, but I didn't expect a sudden change. Buzz. The countless temples in the Great Hall began to tremble. End of chapter. Chapter 99, The Laws of Time. Lu Ran was startled. He didn't have this movement when he checked these temples one by one just now. He would have gotten up to check it out. But suddenly, one of the temples, after the tremor, truly released a blue-violet light. In the light, a phallic-like object slowly emerged and stood within the hall. Looking in Lu Ran's direction. I say this thing is similar to a phallic because it looks just like a phallic. It belongs to the energy body. However, the eyes that looked at Lu Ran gave Jian the feeling that this thing seemed to be conscious. It's alive. Immediately afterward, the second temple also ceased to tremble, and when it stopped, it bloomed with a lime green glow. As it were, another phallic-like thing appeared, and unlike the previous one, it was a beautiful fairy in a long dress with a dusty demeanor. Then the chain reaction began. 2 rows of temples separating things in the nave, which I hadn't looked at closely earlier. Thought these temples were purely faith-based decorations. It's just an ornament that Qing Di uses to move himself. But now that these godly shadows had popped up, Lu Ran realized that the Qing Emperor wasn't that bored to have these decorations in his imperial palace. As time passed, soon, all of the god silhouettes had appeared. There were gods of towering stature in varying expressions. Some elegant and flamboyant. Some are solemn and some are mischievous and cute, to name a few. As these gods appeared, their auras blossomed and mixed together. But strangely enough, their power seemed to be sparingly originated from the same source. And surprisingly, they didn't seem chaotic at all. At this moment, within the Great Hall, the immortal spirit chi was so rich that it was as if one had come to the serene secret realm of the gods. The whole scene also looked gradually in line with Lu Ran's understanding of emperors. He sat on the throne, watching the silhouettes of the gods that sprang up in front of the 2 rows of temples in front of them. It's like he's got 2 rows of civil and military officers. Lu Ran stood up and left the throne, and they still existed. Lu Ran probably guessed what was going on and looked at the Xiaozhou imperial order in his hand, hoping that the fluctuations in these temples weren't due to Lu Ran sitting on the throne. Rather, it was because of the appearance of the emperor's decree in Xiaozhou. Lu Ran looked at the Xiaozhou emperor's order. Since this thing belonged to the Qing emperor, and it is a vital treasure that can open the Tongtian city, it is hard to. He took the imperial order in his hand in order to confirm his suspicions. Spiritual energy was poured into it, and looking at the left and right rows of gods' shadows in the Great Hall, slowly, he raised the imperial order above his head. The fluctuations above the emperor's order began to cascade out. Gradually, it gradually fitted in with Lu Ran's spiritual energy. Lu Ran reacted. It was assimilation. The aura of the Xiaozhou imperial order was assimilating and transforming Lu Ran's aura. This feeling was not like manipulating the emperor's order. but more like passively accepting the transmission of the throne in general. And the scene didn't last very long. By the time Lu Ran stopped, the Xiaozhou Emperor's order had already blended with Lu Ran. Lu Ran also understood the role of the Xiaozhou Emperor's order in an instant, getting all mysterious. In the end, isn't it still a magic treasure? Only the ability of this magic treasure is a bit heaven-defying. Lu Ran muttered. The most basic function was these godly shadows within the great hall in front of them. 36 in all. Lu Ran's eyes swept over, and all the godly silhouettes immediately knelt down on one knee. It seems right. I am now the master of Tongtian City. The Xiaozhou Ran Emperor? I don't know. Lu Ran said with an odd expression on his face. Talking to myself felt a little middle-aged, but manipulating the gods felt pretty good. Of course, it's unlikely that these god visions are actually gods that. It was just a special kind of faith power coalescing out that Lu Ran could manipulate. Moreover, they are partly divine spirits. In other words, Lu Ran's previous judgment was correct. They had a mind of their own. It was just a very simple mindset. And the most straightforward thing was to follow any orders Lu Ran gave. As for the strength of these godly shadows, Lu Ran could not judge them. Not that the heavenly spirit eyes could not see through them. Rather, it is because they are special bodies of faith. It looks similar to the phantom. Just as Lu Ran could see the realm strength of the owner of the phantasm. But you can't judge something by looking at the face. And this is not the most terrifying part of the Xiaozhou Imperial Order. The most terrifying thing was that this Xiaozhou Imperial Order was connected to the entire Lower Zhou Earth. Those who hold the Emperor's decree can abolish the human emperor and control the life and death of all things within the boundaries of Xiaozhou. In other words, the current Lu Ran was the Lord of Xiaozhou. Within the entire Xiaozhou, Lu Ran could decide the life and death of any living being. All it takes is a thought. Terrible. In contrast, Tongtian City wasn't that important. Lu Ran had the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion, and the environment was so much better than this Tongtian City, though it wasn't as big as Tongtian City. But to this day, Lu Ran still prefers mountains and rivers more. Even the most magnificent city in Lu Ran's heart is no match for a clear spring and a small stream. This Tongtian City is rather a place where an apprentice can move to after he passes in the future. By then, the Blue Zone Purple Mansion is probably not quite enough. Lu Ran muttered. And, although Lu Ran preferred the environment of the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion, it had to be said that the security of this Tongtian City is complete with the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion. The Blue Zone or Purple House can be carried around and moved around, but always face to face with the enemy. The Blue Clan Purple Mansion can be protected by the Clan Protector Formation. There is also the Bisui Ao, the sacred beast of the mountain. It comes down to coming face to face with the enemy. It can't be avoided. But this Tongtian City, everything is between the whiskers. Right. There's also the laws. I almost forgot about that. Lu Ran thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered the business of his trip. The current him was the master of Tongtian City. So it's clear where the law is. He stepped outside the great hall, looked behind him and turned likewise to the two rows of godly silhouettes that bent and bowed respectfully to him. Lu Ran looked up at the statue of the Qing Emperor. Reach out and grab it. Boom! The huge head of the Green Emperor statue directly exploded. Of course, Lu Ran wasn't being careful. Being the master of this place, immediately, he was going to destroy the statue of the Qing Emperor in front of people. Rather, after becoming the master of Tongtian City, a portion of the inherited memories also entered Lu Ran's divine soul. The law that Qing Di had hidden in the first place was inside the statue's head. I can't be blamed for that. You hid it in that statue's head and it was the only way to get it out. I don't know. Lu Ran muttered. And as the statue's head exploded, a fist-sized, somewhat less than impressive-looking ball of green like that, gradually, it drifted towards Lu Ran. Lu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. That's the thing. The Green Emperor hid the law of time. This is not the law of the Green Emperor. Rather, it was a brand new law power that Emperor Qing had accidentally discovered after becoming an immortal emperor for a long time. Qing Di couldn't have two laws, so he could only hide one, the Lord of Xiaozhou, but he died in the secret chamber of Mount Li. The reason couldn't be because of this hidden law of time, could it? Lu Ran muttered. Reaching out, he grasped the ball of light in the palm of his hand, then slammed it on his head. Spiritual power exploded, pulling the power of the laws to gradually integrate into the divine soul. End of chapter. Chapter 100 Death of the Green Emperor. By the time Lu Ran reappeared in the Blue Zone Purple Mansion, his aura was already completely different from before. The city of Tongtian is no longer in the hands of. Instead, it was warmed up within Lu Ran's own Dantian as if it were a magic treasure. Lin Bauer was still nervously waiting in place. Seeing Lu Ran come out, he immediately came over. However, he seemed to have sensed something and stared at Lu Ran with odd eyes for half a day. Lu Ran was stunned. What are you looking at? Is something wrong? Words. Immediately, Lin Baoer said, "It's a little different." Oh, Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. Having advanced to Immortal Emperor, then surely his temperament was very different from before. So full of stink. He asked. In detail. How is it different? Lin Baoer cocked her little head and pondered for a few seconds. Opened his mouth. Older. Lu Ran couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. At the same time, he checked the qi within his dantian. The cumulative amount of signatures in the lower realm for 100,000 years far exceeded Lu Ran's cognizance. By now, Lu Ran was already an Immortal Emperor, but that ocean of qi was only about half used. Signing off on 100,000 years in the lower world. In the spirit world, Ascension to Immortal Emperor even can't use it up? Lu Ran muttered. But no matter what, this trip to the spirit world could be much easier than the lower world. Less than 20 short days. From ascending, to constantly rising, he was now an Immortal Emperor, and also gained one of the 3 great laws. The law of time. This should be the strongest law. Lu Ran mused. At this point, young baby and the others came just in time. It was the intention to ask Lu Ran about his next arrangements and intentions. Master, what's next? Ha? Young infant said a few words, but suddenly froze and, surprised, he looked at Lu Ran. The others also sensed something and stared up and down at Lu Ran. Master, your current breath. Back to the basics. It can't be. Advancing to the Immortal Emperor, right? I don't know. Young baby asked in alarm. The others had the same idea and looked at Lu Ran with wide eyes. Lu Ran shrugged his shoulders and said, otherwise, why don't I say that you guys are my disciples? It's true that you have to be much more discerning than Baoer, and yes, Master has now ascended to Immortal Emperor. As he spoke, Lu Ran was full of stink. It made a few of the lesser infants cry and laugh. 100,000 years had passed in the lower realm, and Lu Ran's heart didn't seem to have changed much. That said, though, the smugness was deserved, and even the performance was too calm. It's only been less than 20 days since the Ascension, just from the true Immortal realm all the way up to the current Immortal Emperor realm. Which of these disciples in front of him have not cultivated for thousands and thousands of years? Nowadays, it was still 100,000 miles away from Lu Ran. There wasn't even an Immortal Emperor yet. Instead, Lu Ran was already an Immortal Emperor. Not bad for you. I don't know how to comment on that anyway. So do I. But when it happens to a master, it always feels right. There is nothing strange under the sun. But Master is definitely one of the strangest. The people you talk to. After, young infant returned to the topic and asked, Master, then next, what are the plans and arrangements? You're going to Central State? Lu Ran nodded. As I told you earlier, it's the same as always. After the Taiku Copper Gate opens, I will head to the Central State. This Xia State. There are no more Immortal Emperors now. I'll go to the Central State. And Xia Ae will also go back to the Central State. When the time comes, you'll gather all the Blue Sect disciples in Xiaozhou. Wait for my call at any time. Remember, it's got to be fast, because I'm not sure when I'll summon the Blue Zone or Purple House over. Of course, Lu Ran was also still unsure if summoning the Blue Zoner's Purple Mansion would be successful after arriving in the Central State. After all, there was the existence of this thing called the Swire Copper Gate, connecting the two worlds. The Blue Sect Purple Mansion wondered if it was possible to bypass this restriction of the Swift Copper Gate. Got it. Don't worry, Master. We'll start deploying immediately. Young infant nodded and said, as for the current Blue Zone Purple Mansion, there was Bisui Ao present, as well as several immortal monarchs such as Chen Dashan, Vermilion San Luo, and so on, together with the few elders of the Fox clan. It was enough to run rampant in the current Xia state. After Lu Ran received the affirmation from young infant, he left with Lin Baoer. Lu Ran hadn't forgotten that Lin Baoer's wish in the beginning was to go to the Central State. Now, it's time to make it happen. And what Lu Ran cared about the most, of course, was still Qin Wuyao, who was in the Central State. Although he didn't know what Qin Wuyao's current situation was, he had heard Gu Hai say that the odds are that it's already the leader of one side of the force. In that case, the search is not a needle in a haystack. And Lu Ran, who possesses the laws of time, there was also almost nothing that could threaten Lu Ran anymore. The location where the Taiku Copper Gate was located was at the edge of the Xia State. Lu Ran had never been there, but he had gotten a map from Gu Hai, calculating that although there was still plenty of time, Lu Ran didn't have being things to deal with at the moment, so set off straight away. He and Lin Baoer sat on top of the Thunderfire Drive and charged up into the sky. Although Lu Ran had other magic treasures such as the Regulus Sword and Pangu Axe that could also fly, but in terms of comfort, ultimately this Thunderfire Drive that you get from the Fire Virtue Sect is better. The flames are sky high. The Blue Sect disciples all looked solemn and looked at the direction Lu Ran had left. The next day I'll see you again will be in central China. And at that time, above the Blue Sect's purple mansion. The scale of the Blue Sect's disciples could be much larger than now. Master has gone, so let's start working on the preparations. We must be fast. The news should also be spread out as fast as possible. And after the fellow brothers and sisters know about it, there should be a significant portion of them who will return on their own. I don't know, the young infant mused. 9 heavens above. Lu Ran compared the map, and beside him Lin Bauer excitedly looked at the clouds that kept shuttling away around her. It wasn't the first time she had flown, but every time she did, Lin Bauer was still excited. At the same time taking her little book out and looking through it. It seems to be about planning which ones to accomplish first when you go to the middle of the state. Lu Ran remembered the words of the old immortal emperor beside Xia Yi and rubbed Lin Bauer's head. Said, when we get to the central state, if we can know the solution to the problem of your Li people's special physique in the hands of the Li people, maybe you won't have to die. Lin Bauer froze and looked at the small book in her hand, and then looked at Lu Ran. Shaking his head, he said, I don't know. My mother said that when Ali is 18, he must die. I've been prepared for this for a long time. It's certainly best if I can survive, and it's okay if I don't. Big brother, it's really okay. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. In the end, Lin Bauer started to comfort Lu Ran instead. Let's talk about it when we get to the central state. Lu Ran nodded and said, then slowly exhaled, looking at the great mountains and rivers below that were constantly being swept by because of the rapid flight. Lu Ran, who was in possession of the Xiazhou Emperor's order, was now the god of Xiazhou. It's kind of his frontier, isn't it? But come to think of it, the Qing Emperor back then was also like that, but he was still killed in the end. Lu Ran's brows immediately furrowed. Back then, Qing Di's phantom was also interdictor, and had his own power of law. With the Tongtian city, there was an imperial decree from Xiazhou, but he was still killed. The only one who can kill an immortal emperor is probably an immortal emperor, right? Lu Ran mused. Some other immortal emperor broke into Xiazhou to kill Emperor Qing, but it was unlikely to be Xia Yi. The Qing emperor's death was much older. At the same time, there was no denying Xia Yi's power. Lu Ran, who had gained the power of the laws, knew Xia Yi's laws almost instantly. It's also one of the 3 laws. Space. End of chapter. Chapter 101, The Terror of the Laws of Time. I don't know how many days had passed. Lu Ran had just started to calculate. And then, as I saw it getting closer and closer, and there was absolutely enough time. Absolutely in time. So much for not bothering to memorize it every day. Walking around with Lin Bauer, they leisurely made their way to the location marked on the map. This was the edge of the summer state, crisscrossed by a mountain range. Snow covers every inch of this place. It's off the beaten path. Even at the immortal realm no one would want to come to such a barren place. And Lu Ran could feel that the heaven and earth here didn't even seem to be very stable in general. The aura of heaven and earth was very chaotic and noisy. The effect of normal cultivation here is naturally greatly reduced. There is even the risk of going off the deep end. After all, the heaven and earth aura absorbed by cultivating here was a bit more laborious to quench. This should be it, but which way to go next? Lu Ran twisted his head to look around. It was as if there was nothing but white between heaven and earth. There was still a steady stream of gooseflesh in the sky, but there's no swarthy bronze door or anything like that to be seen. Shouldn't be in the wrong place, but at that time, I also forgot to ask the ancient sea-swift Coppergate what exactly its virtues were. Lu Ran muttered. What then? Lin Bauer asked, blinking. Ghost knows, take a look around the neighborhood. Lu Ran said casually. Anyway, there's still time to look around the neighborhood for any more clues. It's also possible that the opening day hasn't arrived yet, and that this is indeed where the Swire Coppergate is located. But it just hasn't happened yet. It was a pity that Lu Ran's guess was completely wrong. He had just planned to take Lin Bauer away to look elsewhere. One could see a space not far away begin to twist and collapse. Lu Ran was already familiar with this stuff. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a petite figure emerged from it. It was none other than Yui Xia, but I don't know why. But at this time, Xia Yi, the skin of his face and body took on a strange pale greenish color. She didn't look too good either, and her whole body seemed to have a slight weakness. At the same time, until the spatial crack behind Xia Yi disappeared into thin air, that immortal emperor old man, however, did not follow and appear by Xia Yi's side. You came quite timely. Xia Yi looked at Lu Ran and said with a hefty smile, but the laugh was surprisingly all a bit weak. What's wrong with you? Got into a fight with someone? Lu Ran asked casually. Having mastered the laws of time, his scorn for Xia Yi disappeared. Xia Yi waved her hand and said, it's nothing, old problem. Have you gotten the law already? Lu Ran nodded, but immediately afterward, he asked, where is the old man beside you? How come he didn't follow along? Lu Ran still wanted to ask him about the specific details of the Li people in central China. Xia Yi shook her head. I can't see him. He's dead. Ha? Lu Ran's eyes glazed over. That immortal emperor old man was dead? How is that possible? Could there be someone else who could kill Xia Yi in front of her? Killing in front of Xia Yi who possessed the laws of space, then associating it with Xia Yi's current weak appearance. Lu Ran frowned. He said, there are still strong people in Xiazhou. Xia Yi, however, snorted out a laugh. He said, your imagination is really rich. Of course not. I've already said it's my own old problem. I killed that old man earlier. Have you forgotten what I came to Xiazhou for? To kill the immortal emperor. Not a single one of them is going to go to waste. The expression on Lu Ran's face instantly stiffened. Wasn't that one of yours? You just killed it? Lu Ran was stunned. To be honest, Lu Ran and that old man didn't have much to cross paths with each other. But since they had talked earlier, and gave him news of the Lai people in central China, Lu Ran's impression of that old man was not bad, but he did not expect that he would be killed by Xia Yi. Of course not. Yao Qi doesn't have male disciples. That was a random attendant I found in Central State. Xia Yi said thoughtfully. As she spoke, Xia Yi also took out a pair of human scorpions. Said, nah, that's the one. Holy, Lu Ran almost exploded. Coldly and directly pulling out a pair of sacred vein jade bones. This sensory shock that, even the realm of the immortals is exciting. Luckily, Xia Yi casually put it away with a shake of her hand. There was no sophistication in her face that, it was as if he had already prepared to kill the old man when the time came. Lu Ran felt more and more terrible about this Xia Yi. For 500 years, that old man followed Xia Yi to Xiazhou, and they were together day and night, looking down to serve Xia Yi. No feelings at all? Killed just like that? Xia Yi didn't have the slightest expression of guilt or sadness yet. Lu Ran didn't bother to ask. Instead, Xia Yi was very interested in Lu Ran's law. Asked, what kind of law is it that you have acquired? Among the immortal emperors, the laws are the fundamental. Fabulous treasures and the like could hardly affect the battlefield if they didn't reach the grade of an innate ancient treasure. And the laws crushed the laws, just like the size of the numbers of the insurmountable. Lu Ran sniffed, and was also interested in trying out what the effect of his law power was when he utilized it. So hold out a hand. The moment he utilized the laws, Lu Ran developed a strange sensation that, it was as if one's hands were one with the space around them. It can be flicked at will without much effort, and at the same time, the time appears to shift along with it. Xia Yi instantly disappeared from sight. Only, there wasn't any big scene of a sea change in a day. Lu Ran realized that the time he could manipulate was very limited. Perhaps the power of the law wasn't strong enough yet, and he could only rattle about half an hour's worth of. And you can only go to the past. You can't dial to the future. At this very moment, the site is still snow-capped. 100,000 mountains. A vast expanse of pale sky and earth. Wait a while. Lu Ran twisted his head to look in one direction. Sure enough, immediately after that, that small piece of space collapsed. Space was torn right through a hole, and Xia Yi's body ran out of it. It was exactly the same as before, and still looked a little weak. Seeing Lu Ran, Xia Yi heatedly smiled and said, you've come quite timely. Even the movement and look of the speech was exactly the same as just now. Not to mention, the law is kind of fun. Only, Lu Ran didn't bother to ask the old man about it, so Xia Yi naturally wouldn't answer. Never again. Lu Ran could decide the course of events in the second time. That's what's scary. Even if you feel it's not perfect, you can keep going back. Lu Ran, who had control over the laws of the world. Theoretically speaking, one can go back indefinitely to bring oneself to some sense of immortality, but the time available for backtracking at the moment is still too short. Xia Yi saw that Lu Ran didn't say anything and stared at him for a while. Asked, you've acquired a law? What kind of law? Lu Ran smiled and said, this conversation just now, which has actually already appeared, is kind of fun. Let's say, for example, that you have already told me before that you killed the old man beside you. Xia Yi's expression suddenly stiffened, then his eyes brightened and he exclaimed, the laws of time. End of chapter. Chapter 102 Ancient Copper Gate. Xia Yi looked at Lu Ran and brightened up. It seemed to be more excited than Lu Ran. Is it really the law of time? Xia Yi was unsure and asked again. Right. Lu Ran nodded. After receiving the affirmation, Xia Yi bounced in place a few times. Excitedly, he said, one of the three great laws. My goodness. Really? How did Lu Ran feel that this Xia Yi was more excited than him? With an odd expression on his face, he said, your law should be the law of space, right? Being one of the same three great laws, there is nothing to envy. But Xia Yi shook her head. Said, it's not the same. The laws of time are much more terrifying than the laws of space. Lu Ran would not be able to skillfully utilize the laws of time at the moment. and he would just use a time backtrack. There was no concept of exactly how it was more powerful than the laws of space. Come on, let's go to the Swire Copper Gate. It's not for a few days. Go there and wait. I'm well prepared this time. No more deaths. Xia suddenly added. It's really thinking out loud. The topic related to the laws of time was quite exciting to watch her just now, but now it's just skimmed right over again. Having said that, Xia landed directly on the ground, stepping on top of the snow-covered peaks. Lu Ran followed suit and fell. Xia recognized the direction in all directions and said, "This way." Having said that, walking off to the right, Lu Ran followed her and looked ahead. The mountains here are towering, all covered with snow, and there is nothing special to be seen. But just a few minutes later, Xia suddenly stopped in her tracks, then muttered, "This is the place. Xiaozhou's going to Zhengzhou this time. It's just the two of us." Lu Ran was confused. There was nothing here. Isn't it just a regular halfway house? He asked casually. A lot of people before? Xia recalled. There aren't a lot of them. Occasionally there are some small pawns traveling to and from the Swire Bronze Gate, but it's rare. There are more immortal emperors. Lu Ran probably understood that the pawn was the ancient sea who had been to the central state back then. As for immortal emperors, they had long been hunted clean by Xia. This is it? Nothing. Lu Ran asked. What's the hurry? We'll have it when the time comes. Xia waved her hand. Also, you just said that no one will die this time. What do you mean? There's still danger at the Swire Bronze Gate? Lu Ran continued to ask. He didn't have the slightest notion of the Swift Copper Gate. Gu Hai didn't go into detail at first. Xia mused. To say it's dangerous. It's not dangerous, but it's not safe either. The lower the realm, the safer you are. The higher the realm, the less safe you are. When I came to Xiaozhou, I brought a lot of people with me, but in the end, only the one named Lu survived, which is a bit of a shame. Xia spoke more vaguely, and Lu Ran listened in a cloudy manner. So I didn't bother to ask. I couldn't understand if I asked anyway, so I'll see what happens when the time comes. On the contrary, the one surnamed Lu was probably the only old immortal emperor who had survived, but I didn't expect to end up not being able to go back to the central state. Instead, he was casually killed by Xia when the Swire Copper Gate was about to open. It was just that Lu Ran was rather strange. Since the Swire Copper Gate was so dangerous, how come Gu Hai hadn't mentioned it? Moreover, Gu Hai's realm back then was only estimated to be a true immortal, belonging to a frothing youth. With his obsession for elixirs he went to the central state. It's a good thing I'm not dead, but it could be the same as what Xia said. The lower the realm, the safer you are inside the Swire Copper Gate. A few days after that, the three of them stayed here in the snow-covered mid-levels. It's worth mentioning that in the past few days, there have been people who have come, seeing as the Swire Copper Gate is about to open. There are also those who want to go to the central states. 3 by 3 isn't a lot, but the people who came were all wiped out by Xiao's direct hands. Xiaozhou's immortal emperor realm experts had long since been killed by Xia. The ones that could come were also of a lower realm. As an immortal emperor, Xia only needed one thought to kill these people. Spatial annihilation would be enough to make them disappear from this world completely. Lu Ran asked Xia why these people should also be killed. Xiao's reaction, however, was calm, saying, "Don't like crowds, and there's a lot of them. It won't be too easy to deal with when the time comes." She spoke calmly, but Lu Ran was a little surprised to hear it. Lu Ran didn't care about the deaths of outsiders, but he just didn't care. It was completely different from Xia. It was more like a kind of indifference of a superior to an ant. Xiao's hands killing people really wasn't any different from killing a few wild beasts. You don't need a reason. You can kill if you want to. There was no other thought of killing it. It was horribly calm. And these days, Lu Ran still kept signing in every day. But alas, because nothing special happens, the rewards given by signing in are all crap. Not a single blast. Crossing the Swift Copper Gate isn't a big deal? According to Xia, it's quite dangerous. This system didn't say anything about giving something for me to defend myself. Lu Ran was very dissatisfied in his heart. Day 5. Lu Ran was bored out of his mind staying on this mountain. The beauty of 1,000 mountains covered in snow was not the least bit attractive to Lu Ran. The next world 100,000 years, Lu Ran most of the time spent in the mountains. What scenes have not seen? Well, this is the day that the ancient Bronze Gate will be opened. It's almost time. Follow me here and don't run around, Xia said to Lu Ran. Then, gaze in one direction. Lu Ran raised his eyes and looked. Still the same as before. Nothing. But Lu Ran was used to it. For the spirit world, for the understanding of the Swire Copper Gate, he was a little white man who couldn't understand, and didn't ask. For being too lazy to ask. A few minutes later, click, A crack appeared in space. Lu Ran thought at first that it was Xia Yi who messed it up, but then it became clear that something was wrong. The rift grew larger and larger, tearing the space around it. Fine cracks spread out continuously as if they were spider webs. It extends beyond the view of the surrounding area. When the crack reaches a critical point, click, the whole space collapsed. A long river of space that was black and deep spanned in front of it. Tiny pieces of space around them slowly floated. Do not touch these pieces of space, which are tightly bound at the level of the rules of heaven. Any defense is no good. Watch out to avoid missing arms and legs, Xia Yi said while waving her hand, using the power of his spatial laws, pushing all the already very sparse space debris around them. Lu Ran raised his eyes. In the long river of space, unlike the annihilation produced by Xia Yi's manipulation of the laws of space, there was no spatial turbulence in here, and it seemed very calm. And in the middle of this deep space, there still exists a gate, just as Lu Ran had imagined. 2 sky-high stone pillars supported it, and the gates opened left and right to each other. It's carved out of boulders. A door on the left is engraved with rivers and mountains, insects and birds. A door on the right is inscribed with the sun, moon and stars, the stars and the world. Go! Seeing the appearance of the swift copper gate, Xia Yi immediately stepped forward and entered the spatial rift. End of chapter. Chapter 103, The stronger the strength, the more dangerous the danger. Seeing Xia Yi's movements, Lu Ran's heart tightened. This girl is a messy domain. The chaotic domain where the Taiku Copper Gate is located. And you just went in without using any measures? Xia Yi had spatial laws, but Lu Ran didn't. And Xia Yi, after walking in not far, found that Lu Ran did not follow. Puzzled, he craned his head and asked, "What are you doing? Go away." It seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's doubts. Xia Yi explained, "The spatial turbulence of the chaotic domain appears in stages. And right now, there's no. But if you don't hurry, you'll have to take your chances if you miss your chance. And besides, the Swire Bronze Gate is open for a limited time." Lu Ran sniffed, and only then did he carry Bauer on his back and take a step out into the spatial rift. The unpleasant sensation did not appear, and the magic treasure Lu Ran was about to offer up was dispelled. In the middle of the space rift, although the slightest bit of heaven and earth aura could not be felt, but there is nothing else horrible present either. Lu Ran followed closely in Xia Yi's footsteps and walked to the swift copper gate. There was a circular terrace underneath the ancient bronze door, and Lu Ran and Xia Yi were standing on it. Xia Yi's footsteps kept moving forward. Lu Ran then asked, "The swift copper gate has appeared. When will it open?" Xia Yi turned around and said, "It's already opened." No, that's." Xia Yi reached out and pointed. Lu Ran was stunned to realize that the opening that Xia Yi was talking about was the doorway of the Swire Copper Gate. Because the door was so huge, the doorway was also big enough for 3 people to walk in side by side. The whole doorway looked as if it were a long canyon. Looking at Lu Ran, he burst into tears. Together, for so many years, the immortals of Xiazhou and Zhengzhou have traveled to and from the Swire Copper Gate. Through the door? Seeing that Xia Yi had already entered the doorway, Lu Ran looked up. Suddenly there was a special kind of speculation. The Taiku Copper Gate didn't exist to provide access to Xiazhou and Zhengzhou. Instead, it's a seal. In order to completely isolate certain things in the summer and central states. Only, the doorway is a little wider. It also showed that the existence of the ancient Copper Gate was not to isolate the human cultivators. Of course, this was only Lu Ran's speculation as he chased after Xia Yi's footsteps and entered the doorway. At the same time, he asked, "After passing through the doorway of this Taiku Copper Gate, it's the central state? Didn't you say it was dangerous? How?" Before the words were finished, Lu Ran suddenly saw the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrink. Xia Yi, who was still walking in front of her, had disappeared without knowing when. He looked back and forth, and the crack in the door, through which he had only just come in, had by this time become immensely long and you can't see the head at a glance. More so, at this moment, Lu Ran realized that Lin Bauer, who he was carrying on his back, had also disappeared. Lu Ran didn't even notice when Bauer disappeared at all. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Divine thoughts radiated out, but nothing could be sensed. And in the cracks of this ancient copper door, nothing else exists but himself. It was an odd sensation, and Lu Ran hadn't detected any change in but the bizarre scene before him left him somewhat puzzled. Think about it. Lu Ran lifted his foot and continued to walk forward. Anyway, let's get through this weird doorway first. But this walk was the passage of several hours. Exactly how far and how long he had traveled, Lu Ran couldn't remember. But no matter how he traveled, neither can get out of this doorway. As a matter of common sense, the doorway of the swarthy bronze door was too long. Either that or there is some sort of rule restricting it. Lu Ran guessed. Xia Yi had said before that the higher the realm, the more dangerous it was in here. Lu Ran's realm was high enough, but the danger wasn't detected by the. There's just no way to get out of this hellhole. He simply stopped, sat on his butt, and meditated on the divine thoughts constantly perceived the surroundings. I hoped to find something unusual, but alas, still nothing. Lu Ran was going to wait for an accident to occur. According to Xia Yi, no matter what dangers might occur, at least it wouldn't continue to remain such a boring wait without getting out. And whenever there's a change, there's always a clue, right? Such speculation was fine, but Lu Ran finally realized that he was still overthinking it. Nothing unexpected, nothing dangerous happened. He couldn't remember how long he'd been here, walking and stopping, aimlessly, even going backward and backward for a long time. He couldn't even tell the sequence anymore. The doorway remains a doorway. There is still no difference between the front and back. Look up, even the top seemed to be out of reach of the dome. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 1 month. Lu Ran had no concept of time, and the sign-in feature had long since been disabled. As if in this space, even the system is isolated. Nor has there been the slightest change here, unchanged for ages and eternities. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. This was an outcome that Lu Ran had not thought about at all, as if he was going to be trapped in this place for eternity. During this process, Lu Ran tried all sorts of methods, all without any progress. There was no way to break the stone wall around the doorway either. It was impenetrable. There was not a single trace of aura between heaven and earth, and it was dead silent as if it had fallen into hell. To the later, Lu Ran didn't even have a vague sense of time anymore. I don't know the day or the night. I don't know the hour. Nor do I know the before and after. The feeling was very torturous, and Lu Ran had experienced torture that. It's a little nerve-wracking and numbing now. Someday, Lu Ran suddenly thought of something, sat on his butt on the ground, closed his eyes, and collected no senses. The divine sense and closed himself off completely. Then, the laws of time began to operate slowly. Previously, Lu Ran had already tried using the laws of time countless times wanting to see if there was any progress, but this time was different. As if he had caught a glimpse of a miracle. The time to open his eyes with an open mind. The doorway had disappeared. Lin Bao's voice came from her ear. Big brother, where did you go just now? The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly as he looked to his side. Sure enough, Lin Bao is close by. Xia Yi, on the other hand, was not far away, but she was injured, especially in her right arm. And it was densely covered with wounds, and Xia Yi was treating them. Lu Ran asked, Bao, how long have we been separated? Lin Bao said, it wasn't long before I realized you were gone when the door was. Just picked up the pace and ran over here in, like, half an incense burner? Lu Ran was even more certain of his suspicions. Inside that ancient bronze door, it will be based on each person's ability to bring the person into a special mood. The higher the realm, the more powerful that intent would be. At the Immortal Emperor, the power of that intent would also be raised to its peak. Xia Yi was so powerful that she was also injured in it. Apparently it had undergone the baptism of the laws of space, and what Lu Ran experienced was time, the silent, unseen, untouchable, but ever-present passage of time. The only way to break the game was to sense it, and if you understood the rules of time well enough, you could come right out. This kind of intentionality test, unlike Xia Yi, there was still a risk of injury. If he didn't have enough senses, Lu Ran would be trapped in the swift copper gate for the rest of his life, gradually obliterated under the wash of the eternal river of time. End of chapter. Chapter 104, Dragon Gate Desert. The swarthy bronze door was no longer visible behind him. The three of them, Lu Ran, were in the middle of a desert. Look up and look around. There's only yellow sand in the sky. It's so nice to be familiar. I haven't been back for 500 years. My sister must have missed me. Lu Ran, are you interested in going to our Yaoqi to sit down? Xia Yi twisted her head to look at Lu Ran and asked. Not interested. I still have to find someone. Lu Ran said casually. Wow, then just do as you please. You'll come to Yaoqi eventually anyway. Xia Yi hemmed and hawed. He said with an odd smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Ran didn't take it seriously. Look around. Asked. This is the central state? Central state. Xia Yi said. Then take a step forward. The space in front of her collapsed, and Xia Yi stepped into it and disappeared. Hey, Lu Ran's eyes glazed over. This is leaving? How many of them are so sudden? Just leave. Lu Ran still has some questions left to ask. So, with a thought, he directly toggled the timeline. It's so nice to be familiar. I haven't been back for 500 years. My sister must have missed me. Lu Ran, are you interested in going to our Yaoqi to sit down? Xia Yi twisted her head to look at Lu Ran and asked. It's the same scene from earlier. Exactly the same reenactment. Lu Ran said. You're running pretty fast. I haven't finished my questions yet. Xia Yi froze, then reacted casually and said, you used the law of time? Lu Ran shrugged his shoulders in acknowledgement. Xia Yi's face was odd as she said, this law of yours is really perverted. In front of you. I can't even leave. Forget it. Go ahead. Ask. I'll leave when I'm done. You can't drag me back this time. Time is precious. Lu Ran didn't ink much. Directly, I asked, what location is this in the central state? Where is the most prosperous place? Which direction should I go? Xia Yi said, Dragon Gate Desert. After coming out of the Swire Bronze Gate, and going west through the Dragon Gate Desert. Even if it's the boundaries of Zhengzhou, but if you want to say where is the most prosperous, then naturally it's the core of Zhengzhou, which is similar to Xiazhou. The summer state was divided into 9 domains, each representing a region, while the central state was divided into 33 heavens, progressing in layers and layers. The core of the central state is the highest heaven. The explanation was pretty clear. Lu Ran nodded and said, the great powers have basically gathered at the highest heaven, right? Because according to Gu Hai, Qin Wuya was already sitting on a site of power, and it wasn't small. That being the case, it's highly likely that it's in the highest heaven. You could say that. Xia Yi nodded, but I don't know if it was Lu Ran's illusion. I always felt that this Xia Yi's expression was a bit odd, but can't say what's going on. Alright then. I know. You should take a walk. Lu Ran nodded. Is there really no other problem? Then I'll be on my way. Xia Yi looked at Lu Ran suspiciously and asked, fearing that Lu Ran would pull her back again. Although the only one who could feel the time regression was Lu Ran, Xia Yi was completely unaware of it. All she could feel was the normal flow of time. The time she had traveled back in time had disappeared. Still, she wasn't willing to be tossed around at Lu Ran's whim. Seriously, go ahead. Lu Ran nodded. Only then did Xia Yi tear open the space, stepping into it and disappearing. Lu Ran looked envious. Although the laws of time are in a sense more powerful than the laws of space. However, Lu Ran was now looking for someone, and was really a bit envious of Xia Yi who possessed the laws of space. Wherever you want to go, you can just tear open the space and go over there, completely eliminating the need to rush. Let's go. Let's leave this desert first. Lu Ran spoke to Lin Baoer, then thunder and fire rose into the air, and disappeared into the sky. It can fly, and it's still fast. After about an hour, Lu Ran saw the border of the Dragon Gate Desert. The border is intertwined with an earthen city that is not too small. Lu Ran and Lin Baoer landed outside the city and headed inside. Although Xia Yi has made it very clear, Lu Ran's current location should be in the 33rd heaven, but exactly which direction the 32 heavens were in was not yet known. Exactly how to tell if you're entering the next level of heaven is also unknown. Lu Ran intended to poke around. Anyway, we have come to the central state, and we have waited for 100,000 years, so it is not bad for a while. There are still a lot of people in town. Lu Ran and Lin Baoer found a tavern to sit down and ordered some food to eat first. Meanwhile, Lu Ran observed his surroundings from time to time. This is the edge of the Dragon Gate Desert, and there are still a lot of people. While I don't know what these people are doing inside the Dragon Gate Desert and the overall look of the realms of strength were average. The realm of immortals was less than 1/10 of that. Most of them are still true immortals. Lu Ran has seen the highest is a golden immortal, followed by a group of minion servants. The scenery is very beautiful. Is eating. Suddenly a man came up to the table of the two men. Glancing at the table full of scrumptious dishes, he smiled, said, the two of you are not local? Lu Ran glanced at the other party. The visitor was a young man in hemp clothes with a smile on his face. The realm was still at the transition stage and had not ascended. Aha! Lu Ran casually answered. I can tell at a glance that the two of you must have come here for that underground palace treasure as well, right? The youth continued to ask. The treasure of the underground palace? Lu Ran was slightly stunned and shook his head. No, he wasn't interested in any dungeon treasures. As long as you sign in, you'll get a magic treasure, and you'll get an ancient treasure of the innate. If you storm sign in, ordinary trash Lu Ran couldn't look at. Even if they were immortal treasures, Lu Ran had little interest in any of them. He had come to Central State for one purpose only, and that was to find someone. Words. The youth, however, clearly did not believe it and said, this Dragon Gate Desert, we don't see many people on weekdays. No one came at all. It's only because of the recent rumors about the underground palace that more and more people are coming here. The two of you are not here for that underground palace treasure. Is it hard to believe that you are here to swim in the mountains and play in the water? There aren't many mountains and waters here. Lu Ran said indifferently, really not. I'm not interested in treasures. The youth saw that Lu Ran did not look like a talker and somewhat doubted his judgment. Asked, really? You probably don't realize that treasure but it was left behind by a fairy of the Blue Sect. Does the Blue Sect know about it? Some time ago, the Blue Sect's oldest ancestor ascended to the spirit world. That news caused quite a commotion in the central state. Oh, Lu Ran's eyes brightened up when he heard this. Surprised, he said, a Blue Sect disciple? What is that fairy's name? The youth said awkwardly. Well, we don't know. I only know that the fairy came to Zhongzhou through the ancient Bronze Gate from Qingzhou tens of thousands of years ago, and then started to build the underground palace. But we don't know the specific details. But the treasures left behind by the book 10,000 years ago are absolutely extraordinary. Are you really not interested? Lu Ran asked directly. Not just now, but now. End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Treasure Left by the Blue Zone Fairy. Hearing Lu Ran say that he was interested, the youth instantly became excited. Hurriedly, he said, that's just right. I have the map to the underground palace here. It's in the Dragon Gate Desert. Now I'll sell you a copy cheaply for only 3 spirit jades. Oh, Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. He didn't care about these 3 spirit jades. After all, Lu Ran's Blue Zone Purple Mansion was in control of all the mineral veins in Xiaozhou. Lu Ran's storage space also had a dense amount of spirit jades inside, which he couldn't even finish spending. And so, Lu Ran casually threw out 3 spirit jades, said, give me the map. The youth was dumbfounded. He quoted 3 spirit jades and waited for the other party to cut the price. But as a result, 3 spirit jades were given directly. It made the youth a little embarrassed. Reaching out to put away the 3 spirit jades, the youth cheerfully gave a map. The map was simple. Just a point marked in the Dragon Gate Desert. Although Lu Ran was not very sensitive to maps himself, because the terrain of the Dragon Gate Desert was very simple. Compare it to the current Tucson and pretty much judge the location. The youth added at this time, brother, you are so quick. I want to advise you. Lu Ran looked at the youth and said, persuade me of something. The youth looked around, said, there are quite a few people who have come to the Dragon Gate Desert lately, and there are quite a few people who have been to the underground palace, but the death rate is extremely high. Almost 10 people went in and only 1 could come out alive. And, even the one who came out alive didn't get anything. Not even deep into the underground palace. It was the one who escaped with his life from 9 deaths. Having said that, looking at Lin Bauer and then at Lu Ran, he said, the 2 of you are interested in that treasure. But be careful, too, and never go forward recklessly on your own. I would advise you to follow the brigade in the morning. What large force? Lu Ran was stunned. This treasure hunting thing, there's a big army? Well, it's organized. There's a lot of people. They're all just trying to get into the underground palace. The large troop will set off early tomorrow morning, so you can just follow then. The youth said, but that's when. Lin Bauer swallowed the food in her mouth and asked, then follow the large troop early tomorrow morning and there would be no need for a map. The youth almost bit his tongue. Embarrassed. Hey, it's all about making ends meet, and this map of mine isn't completely useless. That's embarrassing. Why buy a map when you can just follow the herd? Besides, 3 spirit jades is not a small amount anymore. The youth was looking at Lu Ran giving money so readily, so he reminded a few more words. Didn't realize he'd wound himself up. It was Lu Ran who waved his hand and said, don't panic, I have money. It's just 3 spirit jades, just keep it. As to whether I should go by myself, or follow the brigade, I'll think about it. It was only when he heard Lu Ran say this that the youth breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Said, still, brother, you're open. The words just fell. A dissonant voice came from just off to the side. To Lu Ran, he said, since you're so rich, how about lending me some money to spend? Twisting his head, it was a fat man in the seat to his right, near the window, talking. He was flanked by a number of minions. Lu Ran frowned slightly, thinking to himself that it wasn't true that he had just come to the central state and ran into ungrateful ants. 7th Master. The youth was startled, hurrying to give Lu Ran a wink. He signaled Lu Ran to hurry up. Instead, he patted over. Nodding his head, he said, the 7th Master misunderstood. This brother loves to brag. Don't forget it in your heart. In this way, 7th Master, I just earned some filial piety to you. After saying that, he took out 2 spirit jades and handed them over. Snap! The 7th Master casually slapped his hand, knocking the 2 spirit jades off the ground. Contemptuously, Su Sanner said, Su Sanner, you think I'm a cutie? Ha, can't I hear you guys talking? You sold a piece of map for 3 territories, and this brother is so generous. He doesn't even blink an eye. Oh broad, you expect 2 spirit jades to get rid of your 7th Master me? After saying that, he directly got up, and the several minions around him followed. One looked at Lu Ran with a sardonic smile. Lu Ran was also looking at the other party, and even Lin Bauer couldn't help but twist her head to look. Lu Ran said to Lin Bauer, "What are you looking at? Eat your food. I'll call again if it's not enough." Then continued to look at that seventh master. This fat man was a golden immortal, and inside this Earth City now, he was considered to be in a not bad realm, but in Lu Ran's eyes, it would still be just an ant. The youth's face became more and more ugly. Hurrying to block in front of the seventh master, he nodded his head and said, "Seventh master, you hold your hand high. Why don't we do it this way? I still have some jades on hand. I'll honor you. This brother's new here. He's not from around here. If you don't know how powerful you are, seventh master, you can just let him go as if he's a fart." Truth be told, the youth is not bad. A transitional stage who isn't even an immortal. Dare to stop the golden immortal for a client who struck up a few conversations. That professionalism is fine. But the seventh master was clearly not giving face. Even the seventh master didn't say a word before the little brother at his side kicked him. Knock! The youth immediately tumbled over and rolled in front of Lu Ran, who casually propped up his hand behind the youth. Stabilized him. Although the other party had no intention of killing this Su Sanner, that little brother was a true immortal after all. That's a lot of force in that kick. Su Sanner's blood rolled in his veins and he barely managed to spurt out a mouthful of blood. With an ugly face, he looked at the approaching seventh master, and with an ugly face, he said to Lu Ran, "Brothers, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Alas, wealth doesn't reveal itself. How come you don't have this much experience?" There's no way to stop the seventh master, but the youth felt very guilty, and after a few words, staggered out of the way. But being able to do this for Lu Ran still impressed Lu Ran. But that's when, on the stairway of the second floor, a graceful woman walked down. Laughing, he said, "Seventh master, what's wrong with you? Today's meal not to your liking?" The seventh master said, "That's not true. I still recognize the food in your restaurant. I'm just a little short on cash, so I'd like to borrow some money from this brother." "Don't worry, ma'am. I know the rules here. I'm not making a scene at your place." After saying that, he turned his head to Lu Ran and said, "Kid, come out with me." Lu Ran looked at the seventh master indifferently, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Asked, "Do you have to pick a place to die when it's the same as anywhere else?" The seventh master froze and laughed casually. "Hey, this kid's got a hard temper. But yeah, these rich young men, well-bred, haven't suffered in the spirit world. I can understand that. Mr. 7, you're coming out with me." "Seventh master, I'll show you who picks the place for whom." The boss's wife frowned slightly, coming down the stairway and heading this way, intended to be stopped. As Lin Bauer watched the seventh master's men behind her getting closer, she once again twisted her head to look at them. Lu Ran just shook his head helplessly. To Limbaugh, he said, "Keep eating yours." He didn't even look at the seventh master. Next, Dong. The seventh master's head fell off, soundlessly, without warning, in unison, and smashed into the ground. The blood splattered everywhere. End of chapter. Chapter 106, It's Really the Dragon Gate Black Inn. In that instant, everyone froze. The entire restaurant was silent. Even the boss's wife, who had just come down the stairs, paused in her tracks and, incredulously, he looked at Lu Ran. She was still planning on how she could put this argument to rest today. This seventh master is not one to be handled well, but I didn't expect that it would only take one look before the seventh master's head hit the ground. Lu Ran looked faintly at the body on the ground, then at the group of minions behind the seventh master. God knows what this group of minions are thinking right now. All dumbfounded, the arrogance of the party had disappeared without a trace. Their boss, Master 7, is a golden immortal. It's only halfway there, and we haven't done anything yet, and we've just landed on our heads. Plop. The first minion dropped to his knees, his head spinning pretty fast. It's definitely the big boys who know that this can kill a business in seconds without a word, because if it's also a golden immortal, even if it's stronger than the seventh master, there is also absolutely no way to do such a silky smooth second to the seven masters. Therefore, it is most likely to be a great Luo immortal, holy, or a Barros. If this does not hurry to kowtow and apologize, it will be really finished. They can kill the seventh master without a word. Naturally, they can also get their minions killed without a word. The rest of the minions also reacted immediately when they saw this. Plop, 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 and fall to their knees. Great immortal. This was all Master 7's idea. It has nothing to do with me. I begged the great immortal to spare my life. I have an old man and a young man, but they are all waiting for me to go back. I can't die here. That bastard, the seventh master, I've long since looked at him with disdain. The pleas for mercy were loud and clear. Lu Ran just looked at them lightly, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the boss's wife came over. Smilingly, he said to Lu Ran, "Guest, this restaurant of mine is small. I can't afford to be tossed around like this. How about this? The food and drinks are free today. These people are also just doglegs following the seventh master. So be generous and spare them." Oh, Lu Ran raised an eyebrow and looked at the boss's wife. This boss's wife isn't particularly impressive looking, but she's got a wow body, and she's got a great sense of style, a right variety. As she spoke, she even threw a smile at Lu Ran. However, Lu Ran's expression did not change in the slightest, and he looked at the boss's wife indifferently. Next, knock, knock. With a dull thud, all of Master Seven's minions landed on their heads. It fell to the ground as if it were a sandbag. Blood spurted out. The boss's wife's face instantly stiffened beyond recognition, and her entire body was mortared in place. Not daring to move, Lu Ran said indifferently, "Is the boss's wife going to join them, or are you going to change your mind?" The boss's wife glanced at the seventh master's group of minions. They're all dead. Every last one of them. The seemingly young fellow in front of him was definitely a great Luo Immortal correctly. There's nothing wrong with a guest acting in such a manner. After all, the weak are the strongest. It's time for them to eat their words as they follow the seventh master around, the boss's wife said. Then he placed the wine jug in his hand on Lu Ran's table, said, "I'm really sorry to have disturbed your guest's pleasure. How about this? This pot of wine is the best we have here, so you can try it, and we'll have extra compensation for today's comprehensive wine and food. Whatever compensation the guest wants is fine." When she finished speaking, the fragrant breeze hit her face, and she also came up to Lu Ran's face, but Lu Ran held out a hand to stop her, said faintly, "With all due respect, don't show off in front of me. With your kind of posture, any one of my disciples could finish you off, and by the way, I'm not a drinker." The boss's wife's face froze in embarrassment and she got up, said, "I don't mean that. The guest has misunderstood. This wine, since you don't drink it, I'll just take it to the other guests." After saying that, he was going to get the wine jug, but again, he was stopped by Lu Ran. Lu Ran looked at the boss's wife indifferently, stretching out one finger with a slight flick. The wine in the wine pot then flew out as if it had lost gravity. It condensed into a ball and hovered in front of Lu Ran. Then, Lu Ran slightly clenched his one hand, and in that liquor, a strand of black was analyzed and turned into a black bean floating aside. The boss's wife blushed profusely. Lu Ran, on the other hand, said faintly, "It is really the Dragon Gate and you this poison, I have not touched, but I can see that the poison is so fierce that even if a great immortal drinks it, he'll be at your mercy. Needle on a wasp's tail, the most poisonous woman's heart. Boss lady, I have no grudge against you." At this moment, the boss's wife was filled with incredulity. Embarrassed, he said, "What are you talking about, guest? There's nothing wrong with my wine. The thing that, I don't know what it is." Lu Ran laughed. He said, "Don't know? It doesn't matter. There are 4 floors in this restaurant of yours, and there are 3 golden immortals on the second floor, the body of a Dala immortal, 2 Dala immortals on the 3rd floor, and in the private room against the north on the 4th floor, there's a great Luo immortal who's lost his strength. Your men are trying to kill him. He has a protective treasure. Your men can't take him down yet. As for some of the other corpses of the immortal realm, I won't say much, right? All of them were plucked clean and thrown in the incinerator at the mouth of the restaurant by you." Lu Ran spoke word for word, and what he said made the boss's wife's entire body sound bad. Na looked at Lu Ran. She snapped to attention. She this restaurant to do this hook, not casually engaged, but invited a high person to set up the boundary. Even if one was a great Luo immortal, their thoughts could not penetrate to view the situation on other floors. But now, this person in front of her, however, had made the hooks of this restaurant clear as day, not a hair out of place. The other party's thoughts could actually penetrate the boundary restriction. This also meant that the other party was not a Dao Lord immortal at all. Immortal monarch. All of them are at least immortal monarchs. The boss man's brain buzzed at the thought. How could he not expect to kick the immortal monarch in the teeth? "What do you want?" The boss lady's face flattened as she asked faintly. Lu Ran looked around. It was found that the other dinner guests in the restaurant, after hearing Lu Ran's words, there wasn't much shock. Lu Ran probably understood that this restaurant, targeted at outsiders, the locals she wouldn't do anything about, and Lu Ran is, not coincidentally, an outsider. The 7 masters were just an accident. Lu Ran was the boss's wife's target. What else can it be? Of course it's all in one pot, Lu Ran said casually. The boss's wife's expression was desperate, but did not beg for mercy. She'd seen from the hands of those minions of the 7th master that begging for mercy was useless. A great man who can reach the immortal monarch realm has long since lost his reverence for life. Not to mention the people who still presume to harm him. That's just it. Do what you want, but I'll say this in advance. This restaurant of mine. But you should know that the Blue Sect's subordinate property, the restaurant's big boss, is a Blue Sect disciple nowadays. You can't afford to mess with even an immortal monarch, the boss's wife said in a cold voice. Lu Ran looked at the boss's wife in surprise. Asked, "Your big boss. Who is it?" End of chapter. Chapter 107, The Big Boss Behind the Scenes. What? Afraid? The boss's wife looked at Lu Ran provocatively. Lu Ran was a bit speechless. If it wasn't for the Blue Sect disciples behind this restaurant, Lu Ran would have made his move long ago. Although this boss's wife was still charming, Lu Ran couldn't see it yet. Besides, Lu Ran still didn't know who the Blue Sect disciple behind this restaurant was. Don't even know if it's true or not. Right now the Blue Sect was in the spirit world in a state of flux, especially after the Blue Sect's oldest ancestor ascended. The Blue Sect became an even more special existence. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's the big boss of your restaurant who should be afraid. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said casually. Then you're really arrogant. Are you really that sure of yourself when you meet our big boss? You mustn't think that our big boss is a small yakuza like the seventh master, the boss's wife said. Lu Ran frowned slightly, responding, "This has nothing to do with arrogance. Here, take me to see your big boss. We'll talk about it then." Lu Ran also had to see if the big boss of this restaurant was a Blue Sect disciple or not first. If not, Lu Ran would definitely make him regret coming to this world. Daring to impersonate a Blue Sect disciple and act as a bully is simply audacious. The boss's wife sniffed and was silent for a few seconds. Said, "Then you wait." After saying that, he unexpectedly left the restaurant directly. Lu Ran wasn't worried about her escaping. If the big boss of this tavern was within this Earth City, she would have no problem going to find it. But if she tried to run, Lu Ran would never let go. Revenge for revenge, grudge for grudge. Even if that boss's wife was just a small ant in front of Lu Ran would never let it go either. The other side. After the boss's wife left the tavern, she hurriedly went to a small courtyard in Slaughter City near the city gates. Under the big tree in the yard, a woman was leisurely sipping tea when she saw the woman rush in. With a frown, he said, "Something wrong with the restaurant? Someone is messing with it?" The boss's wife hesitated a bit, but then gritted her teeth and said, "We're having trouble doing our work." Then, one by one, he told the story. Oh, the woman was a bit stunned and said, "In that case, the other party is most likely an immortal monarch?" The boss's wife nodded and said, "It's very likely that his mind can penetrate the forbidden." Checking the situation above the tavern, the opponent is also very strong. Or else, we escape? This earthen city can't stay any longer. But the woman just shook her head at the words. He said, "What is an immortal monarch afraid of? She is an immortal monarch and I am also an immortal monarch. It's not certain which one is stronger or weaker. In this land boundary, an outsider calling out to me. Then he's tired of living. Let's go. Take me over there and take a look." After saying that, he directly dumped the teacup in his hand, got up and walked towards the outside. The boss's wife was a little hesitant, worried that if this trip went over, if the big boss couldn't beat the other guy, either, wouldn't that be the end of it? But she also understood the temper of the big boss and could only bite her tongue and follow. Not much longer. The woman came back with the boss's wife and entered the tavern with. At a glance, he saw the bodies of the seventh master and those minions on the ground. She sneered and said, "What a big bully. How dare you come to my..." The words came to an abrupt end. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Lu Ran incredulously. Almost wondered if I was dreaming. Meanwhile, the guests on the first floor of the restaurant were all still paying attention to the scene. The big boys are showing up. This kid is going down. Finished what? They are at least a great Luo immortal. Maybe even an immortal monarch. I think so too. Instead we're still here watching the fun. We won't get caught in the wave, right? Why don't we just get out first? There was a lot of chatter among the guests around the. Some of them were worried that the great battle would spread to them had quickly left the restaurant. Of course, there were still large numbers of the more daring ones who wanted to stay and watch the fun. The boss's wife stood behind the big boss and carefully looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, laughed and stood up with an odd expression on his face. Then one step at a time, he came to the big boss, the woman. The two men faced each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense, as if a great battle was about to break out. The boss's wife's heart was in her throat, but just then, Lu Ran suddenly reached out and grabbed the woman's ear, glaring, "You're a dead girl who's grown up. Ha! You weren't like this when you were in the lower world. Why are you still doing this kind of thing? Ha! Ha! Ha!" In this instant, everyone looked dumbfounded. The boss's wife even stumbled and almost fell on the floor. "What's with this?" And the woman who had her ears grabbed did not resist. Instead, he cried out, "No! No! Master! It hurts! It hurts! I know it's wrong." Lu Ran, of course, recognized it at once. This girl, indeed, was his disciple all right. Tang Gua, a disciple of the Blue Sect. She was quite a cute girl back in the lower realms, and she had a good heart. Ascension still has a somewhat indecisive personality, but I didn't expect that after ascending to the spirit world, I had done the killing of people and opened a black store, and the rest of them looked at each other in disbelief, including the boss's wife. But immediately, though, they reacted. This boss's wife, Tang Gua, is a Blue Sect disciple, can seize her and much be called by her as a master. Is not it the Blue Clan old ancestor Lu Ran? The boss's wife also reacted and sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth, unexpectedly, was the Blue Sect ancestor. She almost gave the poison wine to old ancestor just now. Lu Ran also let go of Tang Gua's ear at this time. The latter said aggrievedly, "We haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years, and as soon as we met, we pulled my ears. How humiliating for me," said and beamed. The boss's wife looked dumbfounded. The almost invincible big boss in her mind, a couple of 100,000 years old. At this point it was a little girl. To what face? "Master is educating you," Lu Ran glared. "Master, let's go up and talk." Tang Gua looked around at the onlooker guests and said to Lu Ran, on the top floor of the restaurant, there was a private room dedicated to Tang Gua's private turf, which was not to receive guests. In the room, Tang Gua roughly talked to Lu Ran about what had happened over the years. When he had just ascended, Tang Gua was actually not in the central state, but in the Qing state. Qingzhou is a big place, but Tang Gua never adapted to it. And then he heard that the central state is the core of the spirit world, and so it came at a time when the Swift Copper Gate was open. But when I came, I found that I still wasn't very comfortable. However, it was good that she had met some Blue Sect sisters to take her along, and her days were quite peaceful. But the cruelty of the spirit world is not comparable to the lower world. In the lower realm, Lu Ran was the boss of the entire Xiantian continent, and under Lu Ran's wing, naturally protected from the elements. But the spirit world, the cruel rules made Tang Gua's character gradually change. She had wanted to leave Central State and go back to Qingzhou. After all, Qingzhou was much safer, but it was only when he came to the Dragon Gate Desert that he learned that the higher the realm, the more dangerous the Swire Copper Gate would be. She was timid as a child, so she didn't dare to go. Solely stabilized in this Earth City, and the yin gradually developed. "Master, I know I'm wrong," Tang Gua said accusingly. "It's good to know you're wrong. Remember next time, look at the right person before you go down. Killing people to get rid of goods is all about stability. It's too risky for you guys to engage in this." Lu Ran opened his mouth and said, "Ha?" Tango's eyes glazed over. Said, "Isn't Master disapproving of dark stores?" The boss's wife also looked at Lu Ran. Just now Lu Ran was very annoyed with their black store. If it wasn't for the boss's wife opening her mouth in time, maybe this restaurant would have been directly demolished by Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, said, "What other people run is called a black store. Can what my disciple runs be called a black store?" End of chapter. Chapter 108 Treasure Hunting in the Underground Palace. Lu Ran's principle of doing things was simple. The disciples can do anything. The so-called distinction between good and evil is actually not very important here in Lu Ran. Of course, character still matters. "What's with the recent underground palace treasures?" Lu Ran asked. "I don't know much about it, but I know the dungeon exists. I just haven't been there, because it's too dangerous," Tango said. That would fit her personality. She's always been more of a wimp, but rumor has it that it was left behind by the Blue Zoner fairy, and if so, that would be my senior sister, but I don't know exactly which one, Tango said. "Anyway, it's still a good idea to check it out. Tomorrow morning, the brigade will head out, and we can follow then, and the large force has gathered some information about the underground palace, so it should be a little more secure as well," Tang Gui murmured, but Lu Ran waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, we'll just go by ourselves and the district is just a dungeon." Lu Ran was not worried at all. For one thing, Lu Ran's realm strength was sufficient. The titular Immortal Emperor. How can you worry about a little dungeon? Plus Lu Ran's law ability, the law of time. When you come across something wrong, even if there really is something that can trap Lu Ran didn't care. Just direct the law of time back to when it was safe. But master, it's really dangerous. Unless one is able to reach Immortal Emperor, one should be more secure. "I don't know," Tango mused. "Then there's no problem," Lu Ran said. "Words," Tango snapped, looking at Lu Ran in surprise. "What do you mean? Master, you reached the Immortal Emperor realm?" Tangwei was very surprised. The surprise was like that of any other disciple in general. After all, Lu Ran had only ascended for how long? Just over a month's time. Advancing to Immortal Monarch was already terrifying. It's hard to believe that it's possible to advance to Immortal Emperor? You know, if you want to advance to the Immortal Emperor in the Immortal Monarch realm, tens of thousands of years for those with good qualifications, and for those with poor qualifications. Tens of thousands of years is not even close to enough. Not really, Lu Ran said. Tang Wei was just relieved when Lu Ran continued. It's already an Immortal Emperor. So this trip it's nothing, we'll go straight. There's no need to join the others. Hearing this, Tang Wei's entire body was dumbfounded. Filled with incredulity, he looked at Lu Ran, almost unable to believe his ears. The Immortal Emperor was already beyond Tang Wei's imagination. However, he didn't realize that Lu Ran was already an Immortal Emperor. The delicate body of the boss's wife who was waiting at the side also trembled violently when she heard this. Immortal Emperor? Thinking back to what happened earlier on the first floor of the tavern below, the boss's wife's cold sweat broke out. What virtue or ability did this group of them have to fight the Immortal Emperor? Not bad for my master. Tang Wei sighed. In that case, there is indeed nothing to worry about. So several people set off immediately. Tango was aware of the approximate location, so there was no need for anyone else to lead the way. The map that Lu Ran had gotten earlier was also not needed. On the way, Tang Wei was incredibly surprised by Lin Bauer, who was lying on Lu Then back. Curious, he asked, Master, is this your daughter? Have you found Master's mother? Lu Ran almost stumbled to the ground. Speechless, what the hell is my daughter? Her name is Lin Bauer, she's from the Lai tribe. Right. Have you heard any sign of your master's wife in the central state? Candy shook her head in confusion. Said, I don't know exactly, but I've heard a little bit that Shifu is in the highest heaven. Exactly what they were doing there and where, I don't know, but Shifu's mother herself had a lot of power, spreading throughout the entire central state. Although there was nothing accurate, Lu Ran's heart was still in the right place. It was fine to know that it was in the central state. It was fine to know that it was in the highest heaven. At least Lu Ran had a direction. Also, I've heard it said that the Li people are very powerful in the central state. Don't the Lai die at 18? How did they solve this problem? Lu Ran continued to ask. That's true. The Li are immortal. Very few forces are willing to mess with them. But the Lai, don't go out of their way to cause trouble, and they coexist peacefully with all the other forces. And as for how it's resolved, that should be a secret of the Lai. I wouldn't know, Tang Wei said truthfully. Still nothing accurate. But that was enough for Lu Ran. Knowing that the Lai are gathered together in the Middle Kingdom, and there is indeed a way to fix the problems with the Lai's body. Now it's just a matter of finding the Levantine base camp. They can solve their own problems. Lin Bauer is a Lai. They should help too. Think about it. Lu Ran backhanded Lin Bauer's head on his shoulder. Said, that's good. You won't be able to use that little book of yours anymore. Let's go along and find the Ri as soon as possible. Lin Bauer was excited to hear the general idea. Although she had long ago accepted her fate, there's no longer any obsession with not having a few years to turn back. But if it can continue to survive for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years, and why not? Squeaks. Lin Bauer turned her head sideways and gave Lu Ran a hard kiss on his face. Excitedly, he said, thank you, big brother. Tang Wei and the boss's wife on the side looked confused. Master, since she's from the Lai tribe, how do you touch her completely unaffected by the Ri's abilities? Is she different from the other Ri? Tang Wei asked curiously. It's the same, she has the power of the Ri, and anyone who comes across it has to die. Not the same as me. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said casually. As for the exact reason, it didn't bother to explain. Tango was surprised but didn't feel surprised. As Lu Ran's disciple, for all the weird things that had happened to Lu Ran, Tango thought it was all normal. Not for long. A few people then arrived at the entrance to the Imperial Palace. This is at the bottom of an oasis in the middle of the Dragon Gate Desert. It wasn't as if an oasis didn't exist here, but 10 years ago, it suddenly caved in and an oasis was formed, and slowly, the entrance to the Imperial Palace was discovered. Tang was said with an introduction. After that, there were quite a few people going in to explore the treasure, but the results were predictable, with a very high mortality rate. Until now, no one had been able to bring out any treasures from the Imperial Palace unharmed. On the contrary, there were some who were half afraid to escape and survived, but they had no chance with the treasures, and odds are you'll be missing arms and legs. Go down and take a look, Lu Ran murmured. Then he and a few others floated down. The oasis is near the edge, where the ground is no longer cute anymore. It's rocky. You can even see the remains of some buildings. It seems that this was not a desert at one time, but has only since been buried by it, and at this point, there are quite a few more people near the entrance here. were teaming up with each other to try and get in. End of chapter. Chapter 109, which little guy did this? When they saw Lu Ran's people appear, they were immediately greeted. Gentlemen, do you want to team up and go in together? After we get the treasure, we'll split it equally. There is absolutely no way you will be treated poorly. An upper immortal greeted and asked in greeting. No need, Lu Ran casually said, looking towards the entrance of the imperial palace. The scent here Lu Ran did not feel the familiar scent of an apprentice. However, the forbidden system that had been forcibly destroyed was familiar to Lu Ran. This was definitely a forbidden technique from the Blue Sect. Only, this doorway ban belongs to the basic ban. After so long, being forced to just open it isn't that uncommon. Brothers aren't local, are they? Do you know how dangerous this imperial palace is? If you don't team up, the few of you, the only thing you'll end up with is probably death inside. That Supreme Immortal frowned and said. Seeing that Lu Ran was so blinkered, he directly started to scare people. But these people of theirs, Lu Ran knew their purpose all too well. It wasn't even about forming a team to share the treasures. It was about hoping that someone would give them a head start and serve as cannon fodder. In danger, they won't be the first to die. It's a lot like that horde early tomorrow morning. The big powers pay for people to come and fight as cannon fodder. And in the face of lucrative profit-driven, it's bound to gather quite a crowd. Then it has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Lu Ran cursed casually. Damn. Give face, kid, with just the few of you. You want to enter the Imperial Palace? I'm afraid I'm overthinking it. You must join us today. That Supreme Immortal lost his patience and directly scolded. Seeing that scaring people is no longer good enough, and rejecting his olive branch, this Immortal was directly planning to force it. As he spoke, a middle-aged man behind him slowly walked over. Indifferent eyes glanced at Lu Ran and said, tie up a few of them and bring them inside. We'll be able to use it by then. And those idiots will be here first thing in the morning. So we won't even be able to have soup by then. It has to go in today. Lu Ran glanced at the middle-aged man. Looking at the dress, it seemed that he was not local either. However, the realm was the immortal monarch Triple Sky, so no wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Within the boundaries of this Dragon Gate desert, the immortal monarch realm could still hold its own. When this statement was made, the surrounding minions did not come to arrest Lu Ran's men in the first place. Instead, they fawned and started kissing ass. What Master Sect leader said is very true. These few people can just make up a few headbangers. This time, we are well prepared. We can definitely take the treasures inside this underground palace. Quickly, come and tie up these people. What's the ink? It's amazing how the ass-kissers have some chirpy guys mixed in with them. The so-called Sect Master, on the other hand, didn't even look at Lu Ran's few people and turned his head towards the entrance of the Imperial Palace. It seemed to be intent on tying up a few of Lu Ran's and then couldn't wait to get in. Lu Ran looked at the immortal monarch indifferently and shook his head breathlessly. Beside her, Tang Guo frowned. Master, Lu Ran raised his hand to interrupt Lin Bauer. Looking towards that immortal monarch, he took one step forward and arrived in front of that immortal monarch. Kid, what are you doing? You want to beg for mercy now? It's already too late. The treasure is no longer yours. So be good and resign yourself to your fate. Master Sect leader, you mustn't listen to these few people's pleas for mercy and go soft. On the contrary, this girl has good posture. And that woman is also charming. Is Sect Master interested? That little girl can do it too. That's what I like. As they spoke, the immortal monarch twisted his head in confusion to look at Lu Ran. Opened the door. You, Ping. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was greeted with a punch. It's fast as hell. Even immortal monarchs couldn't react and watched as the fist smashed into their faces. Pust. A body as strong as that of an immortal monarch had its head shattered by this punch. The whole head seemed to burst as if it were a watermelon. Lu Ran looked indifferent. To kill an immortal ruler, a single thought in the guillotine of the immortal realm could directly obliterate him. But lately Lu Ran's heart is anxious. He can't find Xin Wuya, and he is carrying fire in his heart. Adding to that, when he was in the tavern earlier, the boss's wife and the others had assassinated him. Lu Ran had originally planned to kill the boss's wife and the others, but when he realized that they were the apprentice's people, he let it go. But this fire needs to be vented. Fists are the best way to vent. Along with the explosion of the immortal monarch's head, his body unexpectedly turned around and ran directly. It seemed to have come back to Lu Ran's realm. He couldn't fight even if he was an immortal monarch. Although his head was blown apart, it wasn't a big problem for the immortal monarch. It will be enough to remake the flesh when the time comes. In the moment of turning around and running out the door, a Daoist phantom appeared right behind him, detached from his physical body, and rushed towards, and his main body continued to run away. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly. Raising his head slightly, he threw another punch at the phantom. This punch, wrapped in the aura of heaven and earth as if it were a torrent smashed out. The space was all a bit twisted and distorted due to the terrifying tear. This is the fist of an immortal emperor. Pang! That immortal monarch's phantom had only just come out when he was directly punched by Lu Ran. Then he looked at the immortal monarch who had already run out a long way. After all, this escape is still fast. Lu Ran's thoughts moved. Buzz. 9 criminal heavenly phantoms appeared behind them. All of them chased after that immortal monarch. Lu Ran of the immortal emperor realm, and the speed and strength of his Dharma phase was not comparable to what it used to be. But in the blink of an eye, he caught up with that immortal monarch. Messy fists bombarded that immortal monarch's headless body. Now, not only the dantian, but even the physical body and divine soul had been pounded into mush by the phantom. Dissipated between heaven and earth. Not even a small piece of intact flesh and blood could be found. As for the group of juniors who were desperately kissing ass just now, they were already pale with fear at this time. Don't dare move a muscle. This time it's a kick in the teeth. The guy in front of them, who they wanted to use as cannon fodder, blew the immortal monarch's head off with a single punch. There was surprisingly more than one Dharma phase as well. At this point, the immortal monarch was completely gone. His corpse and bones were nowhere to be found. Who would have thought that in this Dragon Gate desert, there would be such a terrifying existence? It's the immortal emperor? Or the immortal emperor? Lu Ran glanced at the minions and his thoughts moved. Swish! The heads of all the minions fell to the ground in unison and without sound. These minions are used to go out with SOSO results that they shatter at the touch of a button. So just erase it. Even that immortal monarch was actually not very effective, but it more or less allowed Lu Ran to move around. It's not too bad. If not, to kill an immortal monarch, Lu Ran would only be a thought away. What's the need for all that trouble? But even so, Tanghua and the boss's wife both looked dumbfounded. Abuse. He's an immortal monarch, and he was just abused by you in 3 blows. Is this the strength of an immortal emperor? Lu Ran urged. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Let's go in. I'd like to see what little guy made this dungeon. End of chapter. Chapter 110, The Terrible Blue Sect Ancestor. This dungeon is not small. Several people from Lu Ran walked in. There was no cave in front of him, but a wide avenue. The avenue was flanked by sheer cliffs, looking down into the blackness of the unknown depths. Lu Ran's divine thoughts came out, but in a moment he murmured. It doesn't seem to be dug up. Rather, they are naturally occurring. Let's go. It does seem to be one of our own. Lu Ran murmured. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. I'm only afraid that someone had rumored the existence of going out to the underground palace, coupled with this terrifying prohibition. I really didn't expect that after staying up for 100,000 years in the lower realm and ascending to the spirit realm, so fast to the end. But this spiritual world is so large and vast that the other states of the 9 states of the spiritual world have not yet been visited. Lu Ran couldn't help but sigh. This is Big Boss's master. It's horrible. It's the remaining 2/3 that are the scariest. But through 100,000 years of signing on, the chi is still increasing in an endless stream of. This was what gave Lu Ran the opportunity to surge forward in the spirit world. Most of them were ordinary corpses and bones, and there were some immortals' corpses and bones among them. When you look at it like that, this dungeon is a bit sketchy. Signing in to gain cultivation was forced upon Lu Ran. Plus, this technique of hiding the forbidden system was still something that Lu Ran had figured out on his own in the first place. Lu Ran tried it himself. Lu Ran squinted and looked around. But this was for other immortal emperors. For Lu, however, there were 2 other ways he could increase his spiritual power. Few others besides Lu Ran would operate in this manner. After reaching the immortal emperor, Lu Ran no longer made any progress by merely relying on himself to cultivate. This was even simpler for Lu Ran, as all of these prohibitions were familiar to Lu Ran. There will be no repercussions. Having set up the dungeon here a long time ago, he should be Lu Ran's relatively early disciple. That dungeon which, to others, seems so menacing. In front of Lu Ran, however, it seemed like a spacious avenue through the sky, walking all the way through without the slightest obstruction. Instead, Lu Ran felt a bit speechless. It's a little deep. Forward, at the end of the avenue, a succession of palaces could be seen sloping down. I was going to say, otherwise the gods won't be able to save you. But it was also just under a third destroyed. Tanghua and the boss's wife followed behind Lu Ran, and Lin Bauer continued to lie on Lu Ran's shoulder. Then said, so it is. The more you can't get, the more itchy you get. Lu Ran hadn't figured out how dangerous it could be with just this stuff. He muttered and continued on his way. The second is a check-in. Since it was something that his disciple had gotten up to, naturally there was nothing that could make Lu Ran look at the treasure. Although he was already an immortal emperor, the transformation still didn't stop. Only the speed seemed to have slowed down quite a bit. It was obvious that they had suffered something quite tragic here in their lifetime. This is the Blue Sect's oldest ancestor, but Lu Ran had the laws of time, so it didn't matter. A normal person's train of thought must be to think that since there are heavy obstacles set up here, it would have to be to protect something. The boss's wife looked shocked, and the storage bags on them were naturally swept away by those who came after them. The yellow sand above his head was framed by a band, fixed so that it wouldn't collapse down. It's not like coming down for an adventure. It's like taking a walk in your own backyard, not much longer. And from here, the bones on the ground began to become more and more numerous. After all, no one even really came in. After saying that, he directly lifted his feet and walked forward. 4-5, 3-2, 8-5, 2-4-4. Then Lu Ran is unique. He's going to get stronger and stronger. Together with the existence of the laws of time, Lu Ran could become the first immortal emperor. So the word spread, and the word spread, and the place became a hidden treasure dungeon. He looked around. It's true that the prohibitions have become much more numerous here, and it seems to have been set up just to keep anyone from approaching the dungeon. The number of prohibitions was mind-numbing. She's never been here before, but she knows how menacing it can be. I've heard of the terrifying and numerous to the point of scalp-numbing prohibitions here. However, these prohibitions were no different than papier-mâché in front of the Blue Sect's old ancestor. The journey passed without a single impediment and passed unharmed. The clothes on these corpses were in tatters, and some of the bones were broken in all directions. Even so, Tang Guo and the boss's wife knew how menacing it was down here. Follow Lu Ran's footsteps closely, not daring to make a single step wrong, all the while making plans in your mind. And the technique is so skillful, perfectly fitting Lu Ran's technique. A disciple with this kind of talent, just a handful. Behind, it was like when he was in the lower realm. Although Lu Ran was already stuck at the peak of the transitional succession, Lu Ran had little interest in treasures. She was getting used to this position. What he was curious about was the apprentice's identity. Lu Ran didn't say anything. It wasn't too much effort to carry it anyway. Instead, it also speeds up the transformation of one's chi. But Lu Ran didn't continue on. This is not destroying these prohibitions, but rather, it is just closing the prohibitions for a while and passing through. Because the prohibitions themselves were familiar, the arrangement techniques were generally the same as those taught by Lu Ran. The first is transformation through the contact of Limba. It was as if at the immortal emperor, the spiritual power had reached its upper limit and could not continue to increase. Lu Ran's footsteps stopped as the avenue had come to an end, because the rest of the prohibitions all belonged to the hidden type of prohibitions. In that case, Lu Ran probably guessed that inside this underground palace, there is no such thing as a treasure. So, some of these prohibitions have been broken, hoping that this dungeon has such a great reputation, but those who have come in have either died halfway through, either that or they went out half dead with serious injuries from the ban. Lu Ran looked up. Lu Ran's few people stopped in their tracks. Stay close to me and don't run around. Or, Lu Ran instructed. At the same time, the divine thoughts came out, rubbing the air in front of the prohibitions and opening the veins one by one. The means of concealment are very clever. At the same time, it also made Lu Ran more and more certain that this underground palace was indeed owned by the Blue Sect disciples. It's a good size for being underground, but that's about it. Here we have come to the halfway point of the avenue. Where did you see the treasure? Master, something's not right here anymore. We have to be careful. Tang Guo's voice interrupted Lu Ran's thoughts, looked back and walked out a long way. At that point, there would be nothing in the spirit world that could threaten Lu Ran. That's what I call living life. They didn't even touch the dungeon. Just this path alone is tossing them to their deaths. After you find your wife, you spend the rest of your time traveling around the 9 states of the spirit world, together with Lu Ran's own full level of formation. He wouldn't even stop his feet when walking. Instead, looking curiously behind the avenue, the 2 huge demonic beast statues on the left and right sides of the true entrance to the Imperial Palace. These 2 things, they're alive. End of chapter. Tip, press, spacebar, to return to the table of contents. Press, keyboard left, to return to the previous chapter. Press, keyboard right, to go to the next chapter. Chapter 11, Qin Wuyao's Dungeon. What? The words just fell. The 2 huge demonic beast statues began to rumble and tremble. The stones on their bodies are instead some sort of stone shell attached to them on closer inspection. Behind them, Tang Guo and the boss's wife looked dumbfounded. Said, how long have you been here? Lu Ran wanted to probably judge it by the time. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. But since no one has ever actually come to the dungeon in front of so just thought it was just 2 carved out mascots. These 2 demonic beasts didn't seem to realize that the underground palace had been exposed. Nor did he realize that a number of people had already died on the avenue behind him. I had heard about these 2 watchmen. 70,000 years ago. That would be the demon race's sacred vein. In a moment, however, the two demonic beasts completely exposed themselves. Lu Ran was surprised. There were immortal emperors within his disciples, and by the looks of it, it was still an immortal emperor many years ago. Who is the owner of this underground palace? Lu Ran asked directly. 70,000 years. Ice Woman's answer was different from Fireman's. One of them was an unknown beast of prey, with a huge, rounded head that, the body burned with a blazing flame. That petrified state of theirs also seemed to isolate their ability to sense. This surprised Lu Ran greatly. In the meantime, it was the Holy Maiden, who told me to guard the Imperial Palace and wait for someone to appear. I'm sorry, the two said in unison. Then seeing that the fire was almost ready, he released the two demonic beasts with a thought. Lu Ran frowned slightly. Rather, he didn't intend to fight directly, because he wanted to ask who the owner of this underground palace was. Fire and ice on display. No matter what they did, the terrifying suction force did not weaken in the slightest. Pulling and tugging, they were sucked into the demon refining pot. Immortal Emperor? There are cultivation levels given by the system signing in, and there are magic treasures given by signing in. 70,000 years ago was an immortal emperor, the Ice Maiden added. Behind them, a huge silhouette very close to their own body emerged. The other was a large bird with a cold aura. How did she do it? Lu Ran himself had a system, and had the sea of oceanic chi that had been accumulated from 100,000 years of signing on in the lower realms. Gulp. Tango and the boss's wife gulped. Lu Ran continued to ask, so, who is the Holy Maiden you are talking about? What realm is she in? What do you mean? Waiting for who? Lu Ran asked. Not dead is not dead, but in the blink of an eye. How come you're shouting master at Lu Ran? That's a lot harder than killing them. Lu Ran waved his hand. By the way, 50,000 years ago, the Holy Maiden was already an immortal emperor. And now, it is unknown. I don't know. Fireman said back. Who told you guys to be here? Lu Ran continued to ask. Because having two immortal emperor-level demonic beasts guarding the gate here, and it had been an unknown number of years, so wouldn't the owner of this underground palace have the strength to completely crush immortal emperors? Then what is it that makes you wait for me to come? Lu Ran continued to ask. And it was projected tens of thousands of years ago that Lu Ran would come from the ancient Copper Gate, by way of Tucheng. Get word of the dungeon and then come over. Then he went on to ask, since you were told to wait for someone, and you didn't ask when they came, what's all the yelling for? Tango and the boss's wife were shocked. Surprisingly, it was Qin Wuya, a man named Lu Ran. The two said directly, isn't that me? Fairly good looking, with delicate features and long blue hair that fell casually behind her, crossing over the arched buttocks and dropping to the heels. Lu Ran could tell that these two demonic beasts were both at the immortal emperor level. The dungeon was already there when the two of them arrived. Master, those two demonic beasts, dead? Tang Hua asked. But I didn't realize that these two things were alive. Master, should we fight? Tang Hua asked carefully. Or, even earlier than that. 11253, 76. Lu Ran twisted his head to look at the avenue behind him. Not dead. Still useful. Lu Ran murmured. The other side that surprised Lu Ran a bit, which was the ice bird, was actually a woman, because when these two were taken away, Qin Wuya was already an immortal emperor. They were honest now, and they didn't scare people as much as they did, but they were honestly morphing. The corner of Lu Ran's mouth twitched, but Qin Wuya was anything but. She told you guys to wait here for me? How did she know I would come here? Lu Ran continued to ask. It didn't take long for the two demonic beasts to be forcibly branded with Lu Ran's mark. Qin Wuya has ascended for more than 90,000 years, and she was already an immortal emperor 70,000 years ago, so that would mean that the Qin Wuya came to the spirit world and became an immortal emperor after only 20,000 years? This time the answer was exactly the same. About 50,000 years. Fireman spoke up. Back then, Qin Wuya had traveled to the Lower Zhou and brought them to the central state in D Wasteland. The two seemed to have realized something as well and looked at Lu Ran in surprise. In unison, he asked, Master, it's hard to believe that you, predictably, of course they don't. The demon refining pot appeared in front of them, then grew larger and hung above the heads of the two demonic beasts through the sky. His skin was ruddy red, and even in his human form, could still feel the searing heat coming from him. The flame Roy beast on the right opened its mouth and chided, with a condescending look. Master, the two cried out respectfully. The difference was that these two were treating Lu Ran very respectfully at this time. The two demonic beasts were startled, and it was too late when they sensed something was wrong. Thoughts. The whole scene immediately fell silent. The two of them are a little embarrassed that, explaining, you are the first person we have encountered down in the dungeon here. and by all rights, you should not have waited so long. He was curious about the fact that Qin Wuyao had laid out tens of thousands of years for these two demonic beasts to wait for him here. What's it for? Let us wait until after you and hand you something. Master, follow us. She's wearing the white top that came out of the illusion. Icy and clean. The cold air was slowly spreading out in the surrounding area. At this moment, Lu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart beating furiously. Who is it that dares to intrude into the sacred palace? The two demonic beasts spoke in unison. That's it? It's divine. Then I don't know. The two men shook their heads. Daring. The name of the holy maiden. Is it not for you to be qualified? The flaming beast on the right turned into a big man with coiled muscles that, the long reddish-red hair seemed to flow slowly around her head as if it were a flame. The two men murmured. The name of the holy maiden is Qin Wuyao. Back then we were from the D wasteland. Lu Ran murmured something in his mouth. Somewhat shocked, there was Lin Bauer accelerating her cultivation. After reaching the Immortal Emperor's realm, the speed of transformation inside the demon refining pot was also much faster. Then, a terrifying suction force instantly erupted. But it didn't last long, and the Holy Maiden left the two of them to hold down the fort. The Holy Maiden, on the other hand, left the underground palace with the others, and no one knew where she went. Just rest. Lu Ran murmured. I am Lu Ran. Lu Ran skimmed his lips and sort of admitted it. The two demonic beasts that looked so powerful didn't even have a chance to start a fight. This is gone? Lu Ran's divine thoughts swept over the demon refining pot and waited quietly. The Ice Maiden was first taken away, and then, after a long time, the Holy Maiden again went to Dawara. Bring the fireman too. After saying that, the two of them turned towards the underground palace behind them, and Lu Ran hurriedly followed. He was indeed curious. What is the thing that Qin Wuyao laid out for tens of thousands of years to leave him? End of chapter. Chapter 112, Things Left by My Wife. The duo brought Lu Ran to the depths of the underground palace. In the midst of one of the largest palaces, there was a dais set up specifically for this purpose. When Lu Ran came in, he caught a glimpse of a palm-sized box on the counter. Twisting his head to look at the duo, Lu Ran walked over only after they nodded and opened the box. Early the next morning, Lu Ran and the others came out of the Earth Palace, intending to leave for the 32nd heaven. The group thought that Lu Ran and the others had gone in and obtained some treasure inside, so they were testing the waters. Need a test? Lu Ran studied it for a while longer and realized that he still couldn't see through this thing, so he just gave up for the time being. Throw it inside the storage bag. It's hard to believe that they've got the stuff in the underground palace. You guys, what are you doing? Why did you come out from inside the underground palace? One of the immortal monarchs leading the group asked in a stern voice. So, which one of you? Why should I give it to you? Lu Ran asked lazily. But just after coming out of the underground palace, Lu Ran was shocked to find that there was a huge group of people outside. Asked, when did you guys go in? Why didn't we see it here? But just at that moment, he suddenly saw Lu Ran several people coming out from inside. We've been preparing for a long time to explore the underground palace, so we can't let you get there first. You've seen the formation we have today. Hand over the stuff and you guys can leave. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. That immortal monarch said. The immortal monarch sniffed and stared at Lu Ran carefully. That night, they stayed in the dungeon. What is it? Take it out. That immortal monarch opened his mouth and chided. Lu Ran had wandered around the underground palace several times last night. When Qin Wuyao left, the place would have been emptied, and what was left behind was just junk. After saying that, it seemed like he was going to do it. Lu Ran even felt a little irritated that his time laws could only push forward and not backward. There is indeed something in the box. Even the other team had a little girl with them, but it's purple, completely transparent. It was amazing to see a twisted thread of 7 colors inside. Lu Ran thought it was a bit funny. Lu Ran glanced faintly at the other party. It was a palm-sized crystal, irregular, as if it was a spiritual jade obtained from mining a spiritual vein. At the end of the day, it's still greed. Said, are you sick? How long have you been preparing for this? And what have you prepared for the? How many people are prepared? What does it have to do with me? I made it very clear. If you want something, come and get it yourself. Even with heavy rewards, not many people are willing. To be honest, Lu Ran didn't really like killing people, but his hands did get a little itchy these days. Let's all disperse. This is their last chance. That immortal monarch's brows furrowed furiously. Said, what? This underground palace is yours? I can't go in? I don't know who spread the news that there are treasures in this underground palace, but it's surprising that so many people believe it. Instead, in some specific places, the faint aura of Qin Wuyao that had been around for a long time was sensed. It made Lu Ran a little impatient to see his wife, because after all, The danger level of this dungeon is still well known. The first wave to hit the headlines was sure to kill and injure a large number of people. Everyone was a little confused. They've been here a long time. How come they haven't noticed anyone going in? Besides, there's been so many people in there. This is the first time I've seen a team come out so unscathed. Those two demons had also said that there really wasn't anything good left inside this underground palace. Lu Ran suddenly shouted aloud. Don't say that I'm ruthless. I'm giving you a chance now. I'm going to count to 3. And those who are willing to leave can go now. And those who aren't, then they'll die here. Lu Ran carefully stared at it for half a day. And his divine mind sensed it, but did not find any use for this thing. It was as if it was just a piece of plain old stuff. The man then continued to ask. Nonsense. Just the few of you? How do you have the ability to come out of it alive? Or did you guys find something amazing in there? 4532852444. Words. Think about it. But the two men still shook their heads and asked questions. It just so happens that today there are a lot of people roaming the hills. But this critical moment. The plan was to just ask Qin Wuyao personally when he met her. After hearing Lu Ran say this, several people's eyes reddened. After all, even the most generous rewards needed to be enjoyed by the living. There were plenty of people willing to follow the team to mix things up, but not many were willing to play the lead. Everyone's eyes instantly turned odd, staring at Lu Ran in unison. There were so many people, but the strongest ones were the 7 or 8 guys leading the way in front, because by normal logic, seeing this mountain of people, how could it be this rash attitude? And these men outside, straightening up their ranks, intending to go in. It is discussing how the manpower should be distributed. A sea of people covered almost the whole oasis, and a glance over the mountains. All of them. This is probably the same team that was said to be in Tucson yesterday for the next morning. Tango was also surprised and looked around. I just didn't expect so many people. But the duo shook their heads in disbelief. Lu Ran shook his head and said, I helped you to see. Inside this underground palace, there is nothing, he said. Instead, there is only one thing, and it has nothing to do with you. So don't count on it, and disperse. Anyway, now that he had arrived in the central state, it was only a matter of time before he met Qin Wuyao. Actually, the situation looks pretty clear. Lu Ran muttered a little in his heart and continued to ask. Then when Qin Wuyao left this thing behind, has anything been said to you about what this thing does? What's it for? But Lu Ran also knew that they were not going to leave. That immortal monarch's eyes also turned grim. Is it hard to be some kind of big shot? But it doesn't look like it. Immortal emperors naturally do not exist. But since it was left behind by Qin Wuyao, it was definitely not a mortal item. Lu Ran smiled slightly. When Lu Ran came out, he brought the two of them out as well. Lu Ran asked, what is this? Sure enough, Lu Ran said directly, nonsense. I went in last night. What can you see? Lu Ran felt a little funny. Last night, indifferently, he said, in that case, you asked for it. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Can't I just tell you? Lu Ran circled around the entire dungeon several times, but there were no new clues. Lu Ran's eyes swept, said, too many new faces. They should all be outsiders. Natives are only a very small part of the population. 6 immortal monarchs, one of which was an immortal emperor. There are not many words. Lu Ran directly started counting down. 3. End of chapter. Tip, press, spacebar, to return to the table of contents. Press, keyboard left, to return to the previous chapter. Press, keyboard right, to go to the next chapter. Chapter 113, then no one is going anywhere. Lu Ran's behavior made the crowd in front of him even more confused. What's with this kid? Even if you're arrogant, you're not this stupid, are you? Can't you see how many people he's facing? Moreover, the group of people behind them were aware that today, the ones leading the group, 6 immortal monarchs and 1 immortal emperor, plus so many immortal realms behind them. Who dares to say they can hold so many people? Unless it's the immortal emperor. But this youth in front of me was an immortal emperor? Don't be funny. So, Lu Ran was pouring water, but no one paid any attention to it. Instead, they found it a bit funny, looking at Lu Ran like a joke. Herd mentality is just that. Everyone gathered in large numbers, and before Lu Ran broke out, it was natural for none of them to leave until they felt the fear. Besides, even if this guy does have great skills, it's just as well they run when they realize something's wrong. With so many people, when the time came, even if he was strong, how many could he kill? So the end result, surprisingly, was that not a single person left. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth rose slightly. He said, it's a pity that none of you even cherished the opportunity given to you. In that case, then do it. Lu Ran finished. Thoughts. Buzz. A heavenly and earthly phantom appeared between heaven and earth. Appearing behind Lu Ran, the god of war, Interceptor. The crowd in front of them looked stunned. A great Luo immortal? Good lord. A great Luo immortal isn't that crazy, is he? This Dharma looks so bullish. What kind of Dharma is it? It seems to be the god of war. Interceptor? No wonder this kid dares to be so wild. Even if it's the god of war. Interceptor. It's still too crazy. Yeah, the boss we're leading today is an immortal emperor. But the next second, Buzz, the second god of war, interdictor phantasm, appeared behind Lu Ran. Then, like a chain reaction, one after another appeared. A total of 9 war god interdictors lined up behind Lu Ran. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Am I reading this right? 9 Dharma phases? 9 identical phantoms? It's also all the god of war interceptor. I wipe Lu. This is what means, playing acrobatics here? No matter how many phases there are, in front of immortal monarchs and immortal emperors, it's not much use. Arrogant for good reason, but unfortunately a little bit of a brain problem and over the top with arrogance. It could be seen that there were many people who did not think highly of Lu Ran, and they were all still watching the show with the mindset of watching. Even those few immortal monarchs, in addition to their shock at the 9 war god interdictor phantoms, it wasn't very stressful either. Instead, it was that immortal emperor who seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It was normal for the others to not be able to detect Lu Ran's realm because the detection was just too big and too great. Among their perceptions, Lu Ran returned to the basics without any highlights. Only immortal emperors, close to the realm of immortal emperors, seemed to have detected a hint of it. The heart was also shocked, but after staring carefully at Lu Ran for half a minute, he finally shook his head and, it just feels like I'm overthinking it. Lu Ran didn't continue to talk nonsense, and the moment the 9 war god interdictor appeared, his thoughts moved. The immortal realm expanded out, but he didn't use the guillotine, or not for a while, because that was for finishing, and at this stage, he wanted to see the killing. The spreading out of the immortal's domain was also just to give the 9 Dharma phantoms more room to maneuver, and after these people saw Lu Ran's Dharma phase leave Lu Ran's body, it was also immediately responsive. Immortal monarch, it's immortal monarch. Several great immortals do it. Quick, stop him. Everyone panicked. 9 war god interceptors. And it's an immortal monarch's phantom. Anyone who casually wanders into a crowd can trample a whole bunch of people to death. The 6 immortal monarchs and immortal emperors in front of them could be unafraid, but not these little yakuza behind them. They're just here for the fun. For the show. Even if someone has to die, no one wants the one who dies to be himself. In the meantime, one of the immortal monarchs also stepped forward. In a cold voice, he said, "So you're an immortal monarch. No wonder you're so powerful. But you're destined to be ruined today." Having said that, he sacrificed his own phantom, which was a bull demon, although it was not as tall as the god of war, Interceptor, but the bladders are big and look imposing. Immediately after that, he tried to maneuver the ox magic phase to take on the god of war, Interceptor, but the next second he realized something was wrong. The 2 god of war interceptors broke away from the large force and charged straight towards the bull demon. As soon as he rushed up, he immediately waved the broad axe in his hand and started chopping and slicing at the bull demon. Humph. Really arrogant. This bull magic phase of mine. Defense is. The words were not finished. One of Ox magic phase's arms was directly cut off, followed closely by another. Then a broad axe chopped at the chest of the bull magic phase, directly tearing the bull demon apart. Another broad axe decapitated the bull demon. When that immortal emperor saw this scene, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk. It's 2 against 1, but it's only one shot. The Ox magic phase was then directly exterminated by chopping and slicing. This can't be an immortal monarch. Even, it couldn't be an immortal emperor. On the contrary, several other immortal monarchs were shocked to see this and didn't dare to continue watching the show. Returning to their senses one after another, they summoned their phantoms. But the downside is not really much different. The god of war, Interceptor, let alone 2 fighting 1. Even 1 fighting 5 was not a problem. The rest, on the other hand, began to trample and attack wildly against the crowd. The heaven and earth's spiritual energy completely rioted, and the wind and clouds changed color. Lu Ran watched with good humor. That immortal emperor didn't say a word from start to finish. He was still considered a very careful person, but at this point, he also kind of regretted why he hadn't run earlier, because he had probably determined that this guy was the immortal emperor, the immortal emperor, immortal emperors who control the power of the laws. Without hesitation, he flew away and was about to vanish, still not saying a word, but just turn around. In front of him a golden light hung down from the 9 heavens. Immediately, a golden armored godman that was heavenly and earthly, much more exaggerated in size than the god of war, Interceptor, descended from the sky. The 8-armed great canopy. You're an immortal emperor, so I'll give you special treatment. Come and have some fun with my 8-armed canopy. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said lightly. And at the same time, several immortal monarchs had already taken advantage of this effort to be exterminated by Lu Ran. The rest of the crowd fled frantically over the mountains, those who flew in the sky, those who ran on the ground, those who used magic treasures, and those who performed feats. Each one of them hated that their parents didn't have 2 extra legs. Everyone was regretting why they hadn't cherished the opportunity given by someone's big brother to just run earlier. Now it's good to just run for your life and take a chance. Lu Ran certainly sensed it. Huge swaths of the immortal realm flew in all directions, cluttered with. It was difficult for the 9 war god interceptors to leave them all behind, and a large portion of them ran out of the oasis. But Lu Ran was in no hurry. The range of the immortal's domain had expanded and extended beyond the Dragon Gate Desert by now. The guillotine can be closed as long as it remains within the realm of the immortals. This is the guillotine of the immortal emperor. And that immortal emperor, seeing that he couldn't get away, also hurriedly summoned his own phantom. Beside Lu Ran, Tang Gua, as Lu Ran's disciple, had looked dumbfounded. The boss's wife and the 2 demons did the same, and only Lin Bauer watched with good humor. It's even a little boring because it's been seen so much. End of chapter. Chapter 114. You can't even beat Nostril. Heaven knows how much that immortal emperor was holding back in his heart at this time. He's not here to play hard to get, although his immortal emperor's realm was indeed enough to fake it. But he came for the treasure inside this underground palace. But no one expected it. An immortal emperor unexpectedly drilled out from inside the underground palace. It's hardly a kick in the teeth. It's a kick in the steel. The immortal emperor tried his best, but he simply couldn't beat the 8-armed canopy in front of him. It was as if this thing had descended from a heavenly god, and not only was its strength ridiculously high, but its combat prowess was also formidable. The immortal emperor's Dharma phase went up and was beaten up in 3 or 2 hits. The attributes of his immortal domain were also not strong enough to have a substantial impact on the 8-armed canopy. You can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed, and you can't run away even if you want to. Eventually, he gave up. A retreat and 8-armed canopy pulled a large distance away, shouting at Lu Ran, "Your hallowed immortal emperor. It's me who has no eyes, but I did not create an argument with you today. I am just a spectator. I beg you to spare my life. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation. It is not easy." He shouted this at the top of his lungs. The rest of the immortals who were running in all directions almost stumbled onto the ground. What the hell? Immortal emperor? But look at that, too. The immortal emperor they were leading was being wailed on by a thing that someone had casually summoned. They regretted it. Had they known that they were facing an immortal emperor? Who of them would have dared to watch the fun? Was the hilarity of an immortal emperor battle something they could watch? With the immortal emperor's ability, it wouldn't be a problem to lift this entire Dragon Gate Desert with his hands. Lu Ran looked at the other party indifferently. He said, "Curiosity killed the cat. You're already an immortal emperor, yet you still don't understand this. I still say that the opportunity was given to you, and will not be given a second chance." The immortal emperor's face became incomparably ugly. A glint of gloom flashed in his eyes, although he was very afraid of the immortal emperor. Since the immortal emperor wasn't going to let him go, and he's not going to be a good boy and wait to die. So, the next second, he ignored the 8-armed canopy behind him, and instead dodged and the entire person turned into streams of light and rushed towards Lu Ran. "Big brother, be careful," Lin Bauer muttered a reminder. Lu Ran didn't move in place and looked on indifferently as the immortal emperor approached. Then the eyes narrowed slightly. The immortal realm directly strangled. Plop. When that immortal emperor flew in front of Lu Ran, he had already lost his impact and fell directly to the ground. The body lay on the ground as if it were rotten, but the head rolled out far away with a grunt. Lu Ran was a little amused. He said, "Why bother? At the immortal emperor realm, even if your head falls off, your body won't die. You wouldn't be faking your death to try to sneak up on me, would you? Don't you know that I also came from the immortal emperor?" Lu Ran was really feeling a bit funny. Moreover, even without the heavenly spirit purposes enhancement, Lu Ran could tell at a glance that this immortal emperor was not dead. Instead, he rolled to his feet in a puddle, waiting for an opportunity to. It's really kind of funny, like a kid playing mind games. Punctured by Lu Ran, that immortal emperor instantly exploded. A long sword had been added to his hand at some unknown time. It stabbed towards Lu Ran's dantian. Lu Ran found it funny and didn't rush to do anything. Instead, he backhanded Lin Bauer off his back and placed her in front of him. Ding! Because of its position, the long sword was pressed against the position of Lin Bauer's nostrils. The poke made Lin Bauer's eyes glaze over. Lu Ran didn't expect such a coincidence either, and let out a puff of laughter. That immortal emperor, however, looked dumbfounded. What the hell? It didn't matter if he failed in his sneak attack and was subdued by Lu Ran, because it was rightfully his. After all, They were immortal emperors. But this immortal emperor, he used a little girl as a shield. His immortal emperor strike couldn't even poke a single nostril of someone else's little girl. Nah, you saw for yourself that sneak attacks don't help, Lu Ran said lazily. At this moment, the immortal emperor was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. You can't run away. You can't fight. So what should you do? A deep sense of powerlessness and fear of death filled the immortal emperor's heart for the first time. After tens of thousands of years of immortal cultivation, for the first time facing death head-on, and without the slightest possibility of escape, he was about to cry. I should have known better than to watch the fun. The hell knows that people are immortal emperors. Lu Ran played here, physically and mentally, and was too lazy to continue. Looking at the headless immortal emperor in front of him, a thought moved and directly crumbled his body. Then looking up at the mountains having run out, there weren't many immortals left inside the oasis, summoning back the 9 interdictor phantoms. Subsequently, the immortal realm directly suppressed it on a large scale. Wherever they passed, all the guys who were frantically fleeing, one by one, their heads fell to the ground. The entire Dragon Gate desert looked extraordinarily frightening from above, with corpses everywhere. Big brother, it's poking my nostrils, Lin Bauer muttered in dissatisfaction, blocking the sword for Yinan. She didn't have a problem with it. It was immortal anyway. Even if Yinan used her to block the sword, she'll still feel happy. But this is the first time that I've poked my nose. Accident. Next time I'll aim a bit more. Always to the stomach. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said with a snort. That's more like it. So next time you'll have to get it right. Lin Bauer rubbed her nostrils and said, Tang Gua, the boss's wife, and the 2 demons on the side all looked dumbfounded. Although he had also come into contact with some Lai, the Lai had always refrained from fighting with other patriarchs. There wasn't much to actively mess with the Lai. So, this was the first time I had seen how terrifying the Ri were. Ali at the Jindan realm blocked the immortal emperor's strike with his nostrils. Terror. Lu Ran stayed put and executed means that killed in all directions, especially abusing immortal emperors. It also let them see how terrifying immortal emperors were. That's not a town kill. That's a tease. If Lu Ran wanted to kill this group of people, it would actually be a matter of a single thought. It's almost time to play. Let's go. Lu Ran spoke. The Thunder Fire Chariot was then summoned, and the people sat on it as the flames rose to the sky. Which direction? Lu Ran asked. This way. To go to the 32 rushing heavens, you need to go to the Heavenly K realm, which is in this direction. Tango reached out. The Thunder Fire Chariot then rumbled away. Although the 33 rushing heavens are like a wheel of years iterated layer by layer. But each floor is surprisingly large. Lu Ran's immortal emperor's realm driving the Thunderfire Chariot also took more than 10 days. Just got to the destination. Looks like an island. The island was surrounded by the sea. Lu Ran looked across the sea and could not see anything. It was endless. He was a bit strange and asked, Tang Gua, these 32 heavens and 33 heavens? So far in between? Tang Gua, on the other hand, shook his head. No, that's the endless sea, going to the 32 heavens. It needs to be crossed from the heavenly quarter. Lu Ran looked down at the island below. He said, this island, it's the Heavenly K realm, right? There are quite a few people up there. Tang Gua shook his head again and said, no, this is Kuanpeng Island. It's just the entrance to the Heavenly K realm. End of chapter. Chapter 115, the more you look, the more familiar you look. Kuanpeng Island is not very large, but there are a lot of people up there. When Lu Ran came down, he saw that this place seemed to have once still been very prosperous. There are many large palace buildings, but now it's all in ruins, crumbling and looking very bleak. Tango explained, there are occasional fights between immortals, and many of those who crossed the Heavenly K realm were outlaws who couldn't survive at their respective layers. Many others are the ones who are after them, and it's still a chaotic place with small and large battles happening all the time. Lu Ran was unaware of this. It wasn't even clear what was going on with the Heavenly K realm and where it was on this Kuanpeng Island. As he came down, he saw that Kuanpeng Island had a pier on the side of the endless sea. Many large ships were docked. Some had already departed. Instead, the fight Tango was talking about was not expected to happen. Lu Ran's few people were planning to go straight to the pier, but suddenly, an immortal emperor dressed in black hurriedly came from a distance and landed on Kuanpeng Island. Recognizing the direction, he quickly headed for the docks. You could tell he was hurt, but not too badly. There was a group of people chasing after them, maybe 20 or 30. 3 of them were immortal emperors and the rest were immortal monarchs, which was not a small force. Every time he saw the immortal emperor, Lu Ran couldn't help but think of the things that Xia Yi had done when she was in Xiazhou. Seeing it so much caused Lu Ran to immediately think of the human scorpion when he saw the immortal emperor. That front-fleeing Immortal Emperor was charging all the way across the street. The crowd was not surprised by it. Not bothering to get involved in the fight, they got out of the way. Several people from Lu Ran were also on his front path. Get lost, that Immortal Emperor yelled. Tangwa's few people were instinctively not wanting to get involved in right and wrong, and intended to get out of the way. Lu Ran carried Lin Baoer on his back and actually planned to stagger his body. However, when he heard this Immortal Emperor curse, Lu Ran immediately stumbled in his footsteps and raised his eyebrows. You can't be spoiled by this? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you deaf? Get the hell out of my way. That Immortal Emperor cursed as he watched Lu Ran not move. Actually, Lu Ran wasn't in his way. He was an Immortal Emperor, so he casually staggered past. What could Lu Ran block by standing there? Yet this man's character was surprisingly still so arrogant, domineering and tyrannical, while he was on the run for his life. It's just instinctive to crack up anyway. As he rushed over, the spiritual energy in his body directly erupted. Lu Ran slowly raised one hand forward, then a single hand down. Pang! The entire space seemed to be frozen, and that Immortal Emperor's movements came to an abrupt halt. Subsequently, boom! A terrifying pressure suppressed from above his head, slapping that Immortal Emperor hard on the ground. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the strength of the Immortal Emperor's body was the same as a rotten watermelon under Lu Ran's suppression. It burst right out. The surrounding crowd watched in disbelief, so frightened that each of them stepped back a large distance. Lu Ran slowly withdrew his hand. Heaven and earth. He didn't want to get involved in the chase between these people, and if that Immortal Emperor didn't curse Lu Ran was also still happy to be able to watch the fun. At this point, the group chasing after them came to heel. Leading the way was a woman, looking around in amazement at the blood and flesh. Taking another look at Lu Ran, he was a bit stunned that in this central state, especially on this Kuanpang island, how can anyone be willing to do the right thing? Her eyes swept across the ground and soon saw the storage bag of the Immortal Emperor from earlier. It was a relief to pick it up and read it. It seemed like there was something in there that they needed. It was then that the woman looked at Lu Ran and arched her hand. Thank you, immortal friend, for your help. Lu Ran casually said, there's no need to thank me. I won't kill him if he doesn't curse. When they finished, the two looked at each other. Lu Ran was a bit puzzled. How come this woman in front of me looks a bit familiar? But Lu Ran was certain that it was definitely not her disciple, as it merely looked familiar. The woman was also looking at Lu Ran. In his heart, he was likewise wondering about this immortal friend, who looked a bit familiar, but she didn't think much of it, having lived so many years and encountered a few that looked familiar. It couldn't be more normal. Lu Ran didn't continue to delay, turned around and headed for the pier with Tangwai and a few others. Behind them, the woman and the others followed, seemingly intending to go back to the 32 heavens as well. Lu Ran was still curious as this was the first time he had crossed the Heavenly K realm, but after asking Tangwa, the Heavenly K realm itself wasn't dangerous. Moreover, if you want to go to the 32 heavens, you can't fly. You have to go there by taking a boat. The large ships parked outside this marina are used for this very purpose. Although Lu Ran had never thought about it, why couldn't he fly since he could float over in a boat? Is it possible that it's because there are some heavenly rules at work? He didn't ask much. A boat ride is a boat ride. And the cost of the subpoenas that each person needs to turn in is surprisingly low. Lu Ran didn't care. He had more than enough of this spirit jade thing, but he was about to pay. The woman from earlier then came over and said to Lu Ran, this immortal friend, I've already paid for your ticket on the boat with a couple of your companions. Oh, Lu Ran glanced at the woman and didn't bother to say anything. It's just a pain in the ass. It's just a couple of dimes. He doesn't care. Once the woman pulls out the money. Instead, it's pulled a human face. So, Lu Ran didn't say anything. Self-consciously, he found a spot on the deck with a couple of Candy's men and sat down to rest. The woman made a fool of herself and went back to her own group with resentment. Not much longer. The ship began to move slowly. Lu Ran raised his head to look in the direction of the ship's prow. He wanted to see how this ship would pass through the Heavenly K realm. What the hell is the Heavenly Queer realm again? Why can ships go over, but not fly over? But I didn't expect the next second. The entire large ship shook slightly, then sank directly. The seawater around them poured in like crazy, but it was blocked by the ship's own protective shield as well. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. Brown. This I really didn't expect. Lu Ran was surprised. He leaned over the railing to look down. Beneath the endless sea, deep, dark, nothing to see. Not even divine thoughts could penetrate out. The entire ship, too, was slanting downward, as if falling toward an abyss. Below is the Tian K realm. Don't worry, master, nothing will happen. I've been back and forth many times before, Tangwa said to Lu Ran. Inside this endless sea, there's nothing? Not even a single fish. I don't know. Lu Ran muttered, craning his head around. The light grew dimmer and dimmer as the great ship descended but the whole bottom of the sea was dead, and there was no creature to be seen. Tang Guo mused. There are deep-sea giant demons, and some miscellaneous sea monsters, but it hasn't reached the range of the Heavenly K realm yet. You'll be able to see it when you enter the range. The deep-sea giant demon clan is the overlord of the endless sea, but never attack human ships, so there's no need to worry. But what Lu Ran didn't know was this. At this very moment, the crystal stone left to him by Qin Wuyao in his storage space. It was emitting a faint glow and fluctuation. In the darkness of the abyss, huge black shadows through the sky began to slowly wriggle up, and on the opposite side, the woman was still staring at Lu Ran because the more she looked at her, the more familiar she looked. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Deep Sea Giant Demon. The great ship sank toward the abyss. Although Lu Ran didn't know why he needed to sink to the bottom of the sea in order to go to the 32nd heaven. But don't bother wondering. There were too many things in the spirit world that Lu Ran hadn't experienced. Only by experiencing it can we know the reason for it, and there's no way to ask for it. It simply can't be explained. He simply closed his eyes. About half an hour passed. The sea overhead was long out of sight. There is not a single ray of light in the depths of the sea, and even if an immortal were at the bottom of this endless sea, it's also a bit of a catch-22. This is the Heavenly K realm, and by passing through the Heavenly K realm from the abyss, one can enter the 32 heavens. I'm sorry, Tango explained. Lu Ran opened his eyes and looked around. Still in the abyss, Lu Ran could not tell why this place belonged to the Heavenly K realm. And just then, rumble, rumble, rumble. There was a tremor from the ocean floor, and the waters around them shook and crashed against the large ship's shields. There was a creaking sound coming from the whole ship. Is this considered normal? Lu Ran asked as he looked at Tangwa curiously, because Lu Ran realized that some of the original crew members on the deck looked very alarmed at this time, and someone else went to report going. Haven't experienced it, but maybe it's just undersea turbulence. Nothing more. I don't know. Tango mused. Obviously it wasn't Tangwa's first time passing through the Heavenly K realm, and according to past habits and experiences, nothing dangerous happened, so it wasn't taken seriously. But Lu Ran sensed something was wrong. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared into the abyssal darkness around him. Here, because of the special environment, even Immortal Emperor Lu Ran's divine thoughts could not spread out. But with his intuition, Lu Ran still sensed something. Murmured, it's not a small thing that can cause this much turbulence at the bottom of the ocean. At those words, Tang Wei was also stunned. Is it possible that it's a deep-sea demon? Was thinking. Boom. A larger disturbance rushed by. The whole ship shook as if it were about to be overturned at the bottom of the sea, and shuddered so hard that the overall look is a bit slanted. Everyone on deck panicked. Even the group in charge of driving the ship came out. Lu Ran swept a glance at 5 of the Immortal Emperors, and their strength was quite good. However, Lu Ran had never seen a second Immortal Emperor other than Xia Yi since he came to the Central State. The situation that Lu Ran had originally thought that there were Immortal Emperors all over the Central State had obviously not happened. Damn! What is this deep-sea giant demon mad about today? Damn it! A few more hits and the ship just won't last. Let's speed up and pass through the Heavenly K realm as soon as possible. Don't worry, the deep-sea giant demon never strikes out at the human race. That is, even if it's crazy, it's just a little bit more active. But their voices had just subsided. Pang! A huge tentacle in the darkness slapped directly towards the large ship. Click! In an instant, the protection of the large ship was completely torn apart. As if that weren't enough, the tentacle slapped at the center of the ship with unabated force, cut the whole ship down the middle. Damn it! What's wrong with this deep-sea giant demon today? Why is it attacking the human race? Tango was full of incredulity. Just now he was mouthing off to the master that he didn't need to worry, but as a result, this deep-sea giant demon just straight up started punching his face. The protection was gone, the ship was rotting, and a massive amount of seawater from the endless sea was pouring in like crazy. Master, don't touch the seawater, Tang Gui shouted. She herself directly propped up her protective astral aura. Lu Ran didn't know why, though. However, they also hurriedly braced themselves to form a protective shield around them with their spiritual energy. Lin Bauer was also protected by Lu Ran. At the same time, the boss's wife, and the 2 demons, all did as they were told. On the opposite side, the women who looked a bit familiar from earlier had all braced their shields as well. The dark bottom of the sea looked full of starry highlights at this point, and the immortals who had the ability to fend off the deep, both braced themselves for protection. But some of those with low strength, part of which had not had time to open their shields, were overwhelmed by the sea. It was gone in an instant. Lu Ran probably judged that this seawater, I'm afraid it's not poisonous. There was also a part where the guards opened quickly though because the strength was too rookie, but it was quickly extinguished by the impact of the sea. At this moment, the bottom of the abyss was like lighting up one lantern after another and then extinguishing them one by one. Lu Ran's eyes deadpanned into the darkness below and around him. But nothing could be seen. The tentacle lashed once and disappeared without a trace. What's this deep-sea siren doing here? After scrapping the human ship, there was no movement? Being at this time, I feel it. Down there. The two to be behind him shouted in unison. Lu Ran hurriedly bowed his head. The original abyss below was now lit up with a huge roulette wheel-like circle of light. The circles of light staggered away from each other, rapidly approaching towards the crowd. Lu Ran's heavenly spirit eyes were utilized to the extreme, and he was finally able to see the rough outline of this thing clearly. So big. Big exaggeration. It was something that resembled an octopus, but was ridiculously large. In contrast, any phallic phase or the like is a mosquito. That huge octopus body covered the sky and expanded on the bottom of the sea, and you couldn't see the head at a glance. That one circle of light wasn't a circle of light either. It was the suction cups on top of the tentacles of this huge octopus. One of the tentacles slapped in Lu Ran's direction at extremely fast speed. That's right, it's Lu Ran's direction. The precision was unparalleled, as if he was looking at Lu Ran. Damn, does this thing have a grudge against me? Why do I feel like it's coming at me? Lu Ran was depressed for a while, taking several people around him into his psychic protection, a move to avoid the thing's attack. It's worth noting that he's not very fast, despite his size. The probability of trying to hit Lu Ran was still very low, but this was Lu Ran's feeling. After all, Lu Ran was an immortal emperor. Others can be miserable, especially those who were originally in Lu Ran's vicinity were affected by Lu Ran's wave. Lu Ran was dodging away, but those people were moving sluggishly, and also while maintaining their own psychic shield. Seeing the tentacles slapping over, it was already too late for them to dodge. The tentacles brushed past, and all the immortals that came into contact with the tentacles burst into flames. Just this one time, a whole lot of people died, but it's not too late. That deep-sea giant demon followed up by shaking the other tentacles and curling them towards Lu Ran. If the first time was an accident, it was a coincidence. Then after that, these tentacles surrounded and set fire to Lu Ran, making Lu Ran instantly certain the damn thing was coming for him. Lu Ran was depressed in his heart. How could he not remember when he had messed with such a thing? He dodged again to avoid it, while a large number of immortals were caught in the wave and directly slapped to death. Several tentacles waved through the depths, and wherever they passed, those they touched died. End of chapter. Chapter 117. So it's you, asshole. And not far away. The woman who Lu Ran had looked a bit familiar with earlier was still dodging with her own people, but she had brought too many people with her to be able to hit everything, so a large portion of them died in those few strokes as well. Moreover, in the process, the woman looked in Lu Ran's direction from time to time. The woman looked even more confused in the darkness. It seemed even more familiar with the pitch-black surroundings, but the woman couldn't really recall what the person who had impressed her so much had dealt with. Over here, Lu Ran also noticed the woman's expression and eyes. I thought to myself, I really have seen it somewhere, and that woman most likely looks familiar to Lu Ran as well. But at this moment, Lu Ran couldn't be bothered to discuss this with the woman. He stared down at the giant deep-sea demon below, for he could see clearly that that deep-sea giant demon's huge body was gradually approaching. Lu Ran still had that strange feeling that this deep-sea giant demon was coming for him. Damn, it's really annoying, getting through the heavenly K realm in a good way just to get to the 32nd heaven. Having to mess with this thing, just slaughter it, Lu Ran cursed. Having said that, the immortal domain expanded out first. Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief, although his divine thoughts were unable to spread out but the power of laws like the immortal's domain didn't seem to be affected. Then, Lu Ran unleashed his guillotine and began his attack by targeting the deep-sea giant demon. But as a result, the guillotine's attack was ineffective on this deep-sea giant demon's body. He frowned. The physical strength of this thing was truly terrifying. Next, Lu Ran's thoughts moved, and 9 criminal heavenly phantoms appeared behind him. Then he charged towards the tentacles of the deep-sea giant demon. But then, Lu Ran was surprised. Although the Dharma phase of Interdictor was disturbed to a certain extent in the deep sea and had difficulty moving, but the attack only left a shallow white mark on top of the tentacle. Compared to the huge body of the deep-sea giant demon, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. The size is too big for this level of attack to be effective, Lu Ran mused. Afterwards, he pulled a few people to move again to dodge away from the attack of the deep-sea giant demon. The woman on the opposite side of the room also noticed something was wrong at this point, yelling, "Get away from those guys over there." She could see that several of the attacks of this giant deep-sea demon the tentacles were all slapped at the guy who looked kind of familiar. though he didn't know why a human race could make a deep-sea giant demon so angry. Of course, Lu Ran's 9 criminal heavenly Dharma phantoms also made the woman look dumbfounded. It was a tactic she had never even heard of. It's just a pity that the 9 criminal phantasms were so awesome on the outside. It was similar to a fly in front of this deep-sea giant demon. Lu Ran simply recalled the deep-sea giant demon back. He was going to take it on himself. Kill the annoying buzz. The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal was thrown out first. As soon as he struck, the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal immediately grew larger. It was as if a huge quadrangle was sunk in the abyss of the sea. The terrifying pressure instantly spread out in all directions, and even the giant demons of the deep sea. The movements of the tentacles also seemed to slow down by half a beat, becoming sluggish. The woman not far away looked on, stared at the quadrangle, alarmed. He said, "This magic treasure is mostly an ancient treasure. What the hell is this guy?" When he came to this heavenly K realm, the deep-sea giant demon that never attacked the human race also got angry and chased him to death. The 9 criminal heavenly phantasmal means had never even seen it. Now an ancient treasure of absolutely high grade was also thrown out. Possibly even an innate ancient treasure. Why didn't she have any impression of such a person? Only that he looked familiar? But that's not all. Lu Ran wanted more than just suppression. Immediately afterward, the Regulus sword was also thrown out by Lu Ran, and in an instant, it grew larger. As if it was a sea pin inserted into the bottom of the sea, it began to attack mercilessly against the tentacles of the deep-sea giant demon. The effect wasn't bad. At least it did more damage than the interdictor phantasm. The deep wounds continued to spring up on the tentacles as if they were gullies. But it's the same old problem. The thing's body's just too big. Too big. This injury is nothing. The woman not far away let out another gasp and looked at Regulus, murmuring, "The second innate ancient treasure. Even in the central state. Not to mention the innate ancient treasures." Even ancient treasures were objects of contention for all the great immortal emperors. Even the woman herself, who has never possessed the immortal treasures, were already very precious to her. But I didn't realize that there were 2 on this one. No, it's not right, because right after that, she saw her opponent throw out another object. It was an axe. Pancake axe. After being released by Lu Ran, he directly enlarged and went left and right with Regulus. An indiscriminate attack began against the deep-sea giant demon. The deep-sea giant demon was also getting closer. This axe. The woman's eyes glazed over. Although the appearance of the third innate ancient treasure surprised her greatly, but the woman's eyes instantly widened at the appearance of the axe. It's that guy. The woman recognized it instantly. The guy who robbed her of her innate Dao fruit in the middle of the Taishu space. If the woman hadn't been lucky enough to obtain a new innate Dao fruit shortly after that, I'm only afraid that I'm still wandering around in the Taishu space. It can easily be hundreds or thousands of years. The culprit is that guy. It wasn't that the woman hadn't seen other people in Taifu space, but never dealt with them. But only that one time. He saw that an asshole could actually use a magic treasure in the Taishu space. And it's fast. Only, back then, both herself and the other were in the form of divine souls. The look and feel of the body, though the same, is different. So, she looked familiar to Lu Ran, and Lu Ran looked familiar to her, but could never remember who it was. But seeing the axe, she reacted instantly. She could not remember the asshole's appearance, but she definitely could not forget the axe, an axe that can appear in the space of the great void. Instantly, the woman's eyes turned odd as she looked at Lu Ran, hated it with a passion. But right now is not the time to go up and confront them. She had her people retreat again. Anyway, the deep-sea giant demon's target was the other party, not her, and she was happy to watch the show. Lu Ran was left speechless. These tactics are useless. They won't have much effect on the deep-sea giant demon. The body of the deep-sea giant demon was simply too big and too large, and the damage it could inflict was really limited. And right now, Lu Ran would have one last magic treasure, alchemy pot. But the demon refiner is not an attacking magic weapon. Thinking of this, Lu Ran's eyes suddenly glared. A slap in the face. How could I have forgotten about this? The function of the demon refining pot is to refine demons. Thus, with a thought, he threw out the demon refining pot as well. The women in the distance looked dumbfounded. What the hell does this guy do? Wholesale magic bullet? How is it that the innate ancient treasures that you can't even see in other people's places, this one throws them out like they don't need money? As soon as the demon refining pot came out, it also instantly became larger, followed by a terrifying suction force that abruptly erupted. The huge body of the deep-sea giant demon that had just floated up close to its face was momentarily fixed, and then, being pulled towards the demon refiner. Lu Ran's eyes lit up with the effect. End of chapter. Chapter 118, Do you remember me? Originally, Lu Ran thought that the body of this deep-sea giant demon was too big. What if he couldn't suck it in? because even if the demon refining pot gets bigger, seeing that it was still 100,000 miles short of the huge body of the deep-sea giant demon. But I didn't expect it. As the deep-sea giant demon was being pulled near the demon refining pot, the ability of the demon refining pot itself unexpectedly began to compress the body of the deep-sea giant demon. The body of that deep-sea giant demon, which was originally as huge as an island, immediately began to be suppressed. Zoom in. This is very fast. The surviving people in the room looked dumbfounded. Bai Luo shrugged and said, "Looks like you still remember." "Yes, that divine soul is me." Lu Ran, on the other hand, retrieved his magic treasure and glanced at the demon refining pot. The deep-sea giant demon was being refined inside. She wasn't sure if she considered herself lucky or not. As soon as the words left her mouth, the woman waved her hand in succession. A few people nodded hurriedly and led the way while the others followed. And it seemed to be a breeze, completely taking down the deep-sea giant demon. Less years, more centuries, thousands of years of searching. I've even heard of people who have never found an innate Dao fruit for 3,000 years in their search for it, constantly beating around in the space of too much emptiness. Lu Ran took a rough look around. Probably the number of people was only 1/10 of what it was when he first boarded the ship. It could even be less than 1/10. Fearfully, he looked at Lu Ran, stared at the woman, when she was first robbed of the innate Dao fruit by Lu Ran, but swore I wouldn't let that asshole go if I saw him. Lu Ran nodded. They can't know their way around, and they need to follow to get out of here. Then he said, "You're also an immortal emperor now, and in such a short period of time. Surprisingly, I was able to find another innate Dao fruit. It's quite a creation. Good luck." Instead, it was Lu Ran who spoke first and shouted, "It's done. Which one of you knows the way and how to get out of here?" Lu Ran was a little confused by what he heard and looked at the woman curiously. Halfway through his words, Lu Ran's eyes snapped open and he stared at the woman carefully. Said, "Holy, that guy is you." After all, in the central state of the spiritual realm, who hadn't seen a phantom before? Even many of the demons' main bodies were much larger than the phantoms. The woman in the distance was also watching the scene. And far more than that. Lu Ran froze slightly and looked at the woman in surprise. The woman sighed deeply in her heart, unable to figure out how this asshole did it. Of course it wasn't refining it into a source spiritual power. Lu Ran was now an immortal emperor. It simply required psychic energy, and he had quite a bit of his own that he hadn't finished transforming. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly. After all, it was indeed someone else who discovered the innate Dao fruit first. Lu Ran is kind of a shortcut. To say it wasn't good. It was surprising that 2 innate Dao fruits could be discovered in a short period of time. He said with a snort, "That thing? And there's no name written on it. So naturally, it's first come, first served." "I'm sorry, what? You want revenge on me?" Opened his mouth and asked, "Do you have to remember who I am?" He had indeed seen this woman before, only she looked familiar. But couldn't for the life of me remember where I'd seen it. Lu Ran glanced at the men, looking at the clothes they were wearing. It should be the same group that was originally on the ship, then bravely came closer. Since she asked such words, it further confirmed Lu Ran's suspicions. 2-3-95, 213, 185, said, I don't have that idea. I saw your fight clearly just now. I'm not your opponent and won't make a fool of myself. Don't worry." But then the woman immediately looked away again. After all these years, not to mention the immortal emperor, even the immortal emperor has come, and no one dares to talk against the deep-sea giant demon. It had now been refined into Lu Ran's pet. Lu Ran shook his head, said, "Xian, I know." Still more were rubbed by the deep-sea giant demon, resulting in outright death. When Lu Ran saw the woman's eyes gave a lurch and hastily avoided the sight. After that deep-sea giant demon's body was compressed, it was actually directly sucked into that magic treasure. "It's just gone? The deep-sea giant demon is just gone?" Everyone gulped. "It's also considered a creation." Bai Luo nodded and said, "That deep-sea giant demon in the party, killed for you?" At that, one of the teens immediately stepped forward. Looking at the demon refining jar, he realized that although the deep-sea giant demon was powerful, but the speed of refining hasn't really changed much, and if Balo hadn't found a second one a short time later, it's probably still roaming around in too much space right now. Add in the laws of time and so on, and there's no point in having that much extra spiritual energy. Lu Ran nodded and said, "Then lead the way out of here." Even if it was an immortal emperor, she hadn't heard of anyone who could go against a deep-sea giant demon. "It's not dead. What a shame for this thing to die," Lu Ran murmured. Shiro was a bit stunned. "When we were competing for the innate Dao fruit with me, and I was lucky enough to obtain it afterward, there is a difference of less than 10 days between the two. But this guy, he is already an immortal emperor." The woman murmured in shock. The woman said breathlessly. Of course you don't remember, because when you met me, I'm not what I am now. It would be nice to say yes, but the first one was taken right in front of my face. The woman then continued. My name is Bai Luo, and some days ago, I searched for innate Dao fruits in the space of the great emptiness, and it was not easy to find one, but there was a person who manipulated the axe. On the contrary, this wave did kill a lot of people. How did he do it? To advance to Immortal Emperor in such a short period of time, and not just any Immortal Emperor at that, placed within the Immortal Emperors. It was also a crane. Revenge is definitely not much to look forward to. Thus, Lu Ran honestly murmured. It does look somewhat familiar, but forget where I've seen it before. But now it seems that she doesn't have that chance. But now, there was a guy who used a magic treasure to compress the deep-sea giant demon. At this time, although the deep-sea giant demon was also very large, it was only a bit larger than the phallic phase. There was no longer that horrible feeling of oppression. Shiro was a bit confused. Not dead. Then where? Otherwise, maintaining their protection, they would still die here after their spiritual energy was depleted. A great man of this caliber, underneath this abyss, any hand could crush everyone in the room. On the contrary, a deep-sea giant demon could be much more imposing if it was refined into his pet. At this time, everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to approach Lu Ran, and those who died, partly because they were not good enough. The shields can't hold up against death under this deep ocean abyss. Trapped in your phallus? This is it. Lu Ran reached out with a thought. Immediately, the huge deep-sea giant demon reappeared in the deep-sea abyss. End of chapter. Chapter 119. Deep-sea giant demon playing with you. This scene scared everyone in the room. One by one, their faces changed drastically. How did another deep-sea giant demon pop up for good reason? Only Bai Luo could see clearly that this thing was the same one just now. Only to be re-released by Lu Ran. What are you doing? If you've trapped it, keep it trapped. Why are you releasing it? I'm sorry, Shiro asked with a hard look on his face, also already on guard. No need. It should just live in the endless sea. Lu Ran murmured. The main reason was that Lu Ran had no place to put this thing, and if he threw it out on land, he was afraid that it would hiccup, because inside the demon refining jug, though refined, the loss of the endless sea of this deep-sea giant demon seemed to be gradually weakening as well. It would be a shame not to die. So Lu Ran still planned to put it back. It might be useful in the future. Bai Luo, on the other hand, stared at the deep-sea giant demon and realized that the deep-sea giant demon's movements had become cautious. Then gradually it sank down, away, and disappeared into the darkness. Of course, this was all allowed by Lu Ran, but Bai Luo didn't know. She looked at Lu Ran in shock. Said, this deep-sea giant demon. I guess it's also the first time he's been treated like this. It's already scared of you and doesn't dare to keep attacking. In Bai Luo's opinion, the deep-sea giant demon was scared by the fight, so after being released, straight away, but only Lu Ran knows that this thing is now his pet. Only Lu Ran was too lazy to explain. Looking up at the group in front of him, he shouted, keep going, don't stop. Although Lu Ran didn't have a phobia of the deep sea, it still felt hard to be under the abyss. The crowd in front of them sniffed, and hurriedly resumed their way again. There was not a single moment of disobedience to Lu Ran's orders. After about 2 hours, we're almost out in front. Let's speed up. Someone shouted from the front. Then everyone started to float diagonally upwards. Lu Ran was a bit stunned and looked around, as his divine mind was unable to perceive the surrounding. So it doesn't look any different than before. He didn't even know how these people divided the heavenly K realm and the normal world. And, just by floating up there, you've reached the 32nd heaven? That's it? In Lu Ran's perception, it seemed as if he had come down from the shore and driven around the bottom of the sea. Then it went back up. If that's the case, why don't we just go over there on the ocean? Lu Ran didn't think it through. But the process, indeed, does not seem to be very troublesome, and according to Tango, under normal circumstances, the deep-sea giant demons also don't attack human ships. It's easy as all you have to do is wait on the boat and pass through unharmed. Only this time there was an accident. No one knew what kind of madness this deep-sea giant demon had gotten into for good reason and started attacking human ships, and it destroyed the ship. If it wasn't for the big guy who stepped in and shocked the deep-sea giant demon, I'm just afraid that all the people here are going to die here. Only what they didn't know was that deep-sea giant demon was running towards Lu Ran earlier. As the crowd floated up, a little light gradually appeared in the darkness of the abyss. It didn't take long for everyone to rush out to sea. Lu Ran looked around and realized that a small island could be vaguely seen as far as his eyes could see. That should be the landing site of the 32 heavens. Great Immortal. It's just ahead. Let's disembark and we'll be in the 32nd heaven. Someone said fawningly to Lu Ran. Lu Ran looked back behind him, and surprisingly, he couldn't see where the boundary of the 33 heavens was at all. It was a strange feeling, because according to Lu Ran's estimation, at this distance, it shouldn't be invisible. Fly over, Lu Ran said to Tanghua and the others. Let them come up to him, intending to summon the Thunderfire chariot, but at that moment, Bai Luo suddenly shouted, "Don't! Is this your first time traveling through the heavenly K realm?" Lu Ran nodded and said, "It is indeed the first time. Is there any problem?" Bai Luo casually took out a low-grade and used magic treasure from his storage space. Then it was thrown toward the sky above. The moment it came off, without flying out far, that magic treasure suddenly and silently turned into pieces. It floated away and disappeared. Lu Ran looked dumbfounded. As you can see, above this endless sea, flying is forbidden. Everything that leaves the water at a certain height will be strangled by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Even immortal emperors can't be spared, Bai Luo said with an introduction. Lu Ran looked at Bai Luo in surprise. He really didn't know about this, but thinking of the previous ships, Lu Ran realized that this certain height presumably that's what the ships have been tested to get as well. The height of that ship is basically the height prescribed by the laws of heaven and earth. Since there's still some altitude left, the first point of the flight wouldn't it be fine to fly over the water by rubbing it? Lu Ran asked. It's possible, but if you're a little careless and you fly a little high, you're gone. If you want to take a risk, naturally no one will be lazy to stop you, Bai Luo said with a shrug. That's true. Lu Ran simply gave up on the adventure. Horses have hooves. Lu Ran didn't want to be obliterated here in a haphazard manner, so there was no choice but for the crowd to swim. But at that moment, 3 ships not far away suddenly sailed in that direction. It soon came to the crowd. These 3 ships were large, much larger than the ships Lu Ran and the others had traveled in before, but the height is the same, except that the squishy range is huge. It also seemed to be aware of the height above the endless sea as prescribed by the laws of heaven and earth. Form a circle and surround everyone in it. That's when the original group on the ship stepped forward. Master Ma, the money is all ready. Here you go. One of them threw out a storage bag. It's a low-grade storage bag that's a straight-up giveaway. The one who was called Master Ma was wearing a condescending mustache. Lu Ran glanced at his opponent's realm and realized that he was actually an immortal emperor. Lu Ran was a little stunned. This was the first time Lu Ran had encountered an immortal emperor other than Xia Yi in the spirit world. That horse master swept his storage bag and said, "Not enough." "Ha!" The man from earlier shouted. "Impossible. Master Ma, I've counted it all. It's absolutely fine." Master Ma waved his hand and said, "You misunderstand. I mean, this is the price before. Now well, it needs to be doubled." "This," the man said awkwardly. "Master Ma, after all these years, we've worked well together. It's always the same price. How come it's doubled this time?" Master Ma laughed out loud and said, "The devil knows what you have done down there. The boat is played out." Without the boat, how can I work with you? Besides, you're in such a state. I'll have to escort you to the shore. It's natural to pay more." This horsemaster also saw that the ship was gone, and could not cooperate in the future, so he planned to directly slaughter a wave, even shouting at the others too. "How much money you have? Take out some of that. Satisfy me and you will be on board and sent ashore." Lu Ran raised an eyebrow, but he had no intention of making a move. Instead, the thought moved. Beneath the deep sea giant demon that was hibernating suddenly began to squirm. End of chapter. Chapter 120, My Pet. So bad to take advantage of the fire, but the other party is an immortal emperor, after all. And it looks like originally Lu Ran, the group of people in charge of this boat, were aware of the power of this Master Ma. It was also known that the other party was an immortal emperor. So, even as I watched the other side take advantage of the fire, there was nothing I could do. The others also had ugly faces one by one. This eye is not far from the shore, so they swim straight through. There's no need for any kind of protection or to get on the boat at all. Law height doesn't seem to have any effect on this thing. But what shocked him even more was this. Right now it's still being given a hard time. And on the premise that you don't want to pay for it. Of course you don't care. This lifting force is getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, Master Ma seemed to realize something. His heart tightened and he carefully looked at Lu Ran again. It didn't even need any other immortal techniques or magic treasures or anything like that. After saying that, he broke away from the crowd and swam directly towards the shore. A few more sank. A little splash and no movement. Suddenly, unconvinced, he shouted, "What do you mean? Can't I walk by myself? Why do I need you to escort me?" Not at all. But this purpose he saw through at once. Only, there was no chance for him to keep trying. In his heart, he was still thinking that this Lu Ran was so powerful that he could handle the deep sea giant demon. But by itself it seems too wimpy. The people up there, except for Master Ma and some powerful immortal emperors who ran fast and jumped directly into the boat, maintaining their altitude aside, the rest of the group didn't react, because if one can only move around in the Tian-K realm, or at the bottom of the abyssal sea, that doesn't seem to be much use. Gradually, and with some strain, even the suppression of the power of the laws seemed to have become difficult. With a movement of his thoughts, the entire sea was instantly subdued, and the several ships were quickly immobilized. As an immortal emperor, this Master Ma has cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and has naturally been to the heavenly K realm, have also seen the giant demons of the deep. It was as if Lu Ran was their backbone. Several of Master Ma's ships began to wobble. That horse master was a bit strange when he saw everyone's eyes on Lu Ran. Master Ma sensed something and twisted his head to look at Lu Ran. Not coincidentally, when faced with a strong man, he immediately dared not speak, but there was no time to poke around yet. Suddenly, the sea began to slowly undulate and fluctuate. Flirting, he asked. This brother, it seems that the gang looks up to you, so are you going to take the lead? But never dealt with it, because the deep-sea giant demon and the human race never have any contact. As it turned out, it had no effect at all. It's something making noise down there. But Master Ma wasn't going to ink with the gang, and said lazily, I'll make a deal. I for one have little patience, so you'd better move fast. Stretching out beyond the surface of the sea, as if it were a world tree, thick and, even a random sucker on that tentacle was much bigger than Master Ma's previous ship. Can hardly believe my eyes. Lu Ran lost sight of where the man had disappeared and was a bit surprised. In the next second, that Master Ma looked faintly at the other party. As he spoke, the thought moved. The three ships seemed to be thrown straight up. Instead, there were people inside the crowd who were frothing at the mouth. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the crowd but one looked at Lu Ran. 114, 41, 78, 132. Then, without a sound, the whole ship and the people in it, and the cargo, all the things that, all of them turned into pieces and floated down. Master Ma's gravity field still does these things with ease. What's going on here? He looked down at the waters below him and squinted his eyes. Deep beneath the surface of the divine thoughts couldn't penetrate and nothing could be seen. Lu Ran laughed and didn't answer. This person wasn't very strong, and it was already a struggle to maintain his protective spiritual power for so long. In a deep voice, he said, You did it, didn't you? Deep-sea giant demon. Master Ma was taken aback. Nah, as you can see, he really doesn't have that ability to get to shore on his own. So the others, what's the idea now? Master Ma asked. After all, the terrifying big man who could take care of the deep-sea giant demon under the abyss. However, Lu Ran smothered his voice and communicated with the deep-sea giant demon with all his might, planning to come and try to see if the deep-sea gargoyles can make it to the surface. Lu Ran shrugged and didn't deny it. But what is this? How the giant demon of the deep sea has risen to the surface. And that's just one tentacle of the deep-sea giant demon. But craning his head around, the sea began to bulge around him. Available results. And with Lu Ran's thoughts, the body of the deep-sea giant demon rapidly rose up under the abyss. What? What are you waiting for? Pay up. If you don't want to go ashore, it doesn't matter. That horsemaster looked down on these people and said, Humph, trying to raise my ship by seawater to the height of the law? A class act. Master Ma sneered. Master Ma's face was unsightly. The people were soaking in the water and looking at each other. Master Ma was taken aback, because above this endless sea, there is no wind and waves, nor did he see Master Ma make a move. When the other's body suddenly disappeared beneath the surface of the sea with a thud. And, it was soon gone. Don't know who's down there yet though. Immortal emperors were all people who had mastered one of the heavenly Dao's laws, and this Master Ma's law seemed to be a gravity field? Not a very powerful law, but it was easy enough to cast as an immortal emperor. When you encounter a disagreeable one, just suppress it. This, on the contrary, caused Bai Luo to look at Lu Ran with a slight frown. Lu Ran glanced helplessly. His law power spread out and stared at Lu Ran. Wide-eyed. It was thrown straight up. Master Ma suddenly realized. It's simple to say and it's true, because at this point the lifting force beneath the surface of the sea had reached a terrifying critical point. He was about to lose his hold. So with a direct thought, he intended to sink Lu Ran, in which case, it would be enough of a deterrent. Lu Ran didn't move a muscle in place and just looked on faintly. Nothing, I have a pet that I called out to play with you. That's all. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said lightly. Suddenly, but gradually, he sensed that something was wrong. After the surface of the sea burst, a huge through-and-through tentacle stretched out directly from the surface of the sea. Damn it, what do you want? Master Ma gritted his teeth. But Master Ma was confused by what he heard. This horsemaster saw that quite a few people were looking at Lu Ran just now and thought that Lu Ran was the backbone, the world of the weak and the strong. How did you cultivate until now if you can't figure this stuff out? Master Ma thought of something and turned his head to look at the same soaked inside the seawater, carefully stabilizing his height. Lu Ran, who was constantly rising and falling with the ebb and flow of the waves. The guy could have said earlier that he was going to call his pet out to play. It's hard to believe that. The deep-sea giant demon is his pet. End of chapter. Chapter 121, is that all an immortal emperor is capable of? Ping. Lu Ran had just affirmed it when one of the deep-sea giant demon strikes directly slapped down. God knows how powerful that shot down was. The endless sea, which had never had any stormy waves all along, set off monstrous waves at this time. Not far from the shore, everyone watching this way curiously turned green in the face. You can't touch the waters of the endless sea. Watching the countless seawater pouring in, everyone instantly scattered. It wasn't a simple giant wave. A tentacle slapped down and a giant wave hundreds of meters high swept out. This was something Lu Ran hadn't thought of earlier either. Moreover, the deep-sea giant demon wasn't attacking haphazardly now. If Lu Ran didn't make a move just now, he's not a coward. Instead, they specifically intended to get the deep-sea giant demon up here for fun. And this Master Ma in front of him is an immortal emperor. Even the demon refining pot could refine deep-sea giant demons. Master Ma dodged out of the way, and the few immortal emperors behind him also dodged out of the way. But there were a few who reacted slowly and get grazed by a tentacle and you're dead straight away. It seemed that the body of the deep-sea giant demon itself had a special way of doing damage, though he also knew that before something so terrifying as a deep-sea siren, the immortal emperor would surely have his hands full drying it out as well, and then he would come back to finish it off. It was deep fear. After becoming an immortal emperor, it had been an unknown period of time since I had experienced the fear of death, but it is sinking. The Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal can seal immortal emperors. Lu Ran then looked at the deep-sea giant demon and said, "Stop playing and go back. Laws can suppress each other, but it's not so bad that he can't do anything, right?" This was the complete and total crushing of a high realm against a low realm. Hearing him start to beg for mercy, Lu Ran felt even more bored. Master Ma froze, then was stunned. Shiro didn't even know how to explain it. Lu Ran skimmed his mouth and didn't bother to continue inking. The deep-sea giant demon didn't attack Master Ma, but Lu Ran threw out a spell that the immortal emperors were all shackled in place, unable to do anything, and then they began to beg for mercy, for the giant wave had long since exceeded the height of the law. But it doesn't seem so now. The deep-sea giant demon was actually being manipulated by this guy, a casual wave of the hand. In that case, who was still Lu Ran's opponent within this endless sea? One must know that even immortal emperors didn't dare to confront the deep-sea giant demon. The rest of the people had long since panicked at this point, and they didn't care what the deep-sea giant demon had sprung up for. He said, "Good, it's me who planted it. I didn't expect that there would be immortal emperors within your group. See you later." By definition, the gap between the two is not that big. Regulus appeared in front of him, transformed into a stream of light, and came and went around Master Ma. Master Ma's immortal emperor body strength was simply unable to resist the Xian Yuan sword's decapitation. Originally, he had planned to see the immortal emperor battle the deep-sea giant demon, and after reaching the immortal emperor, we are all immortal emperors, and the gap between each other, although there is, but it's not such a stretch. Ping! A tentacle burrowed out of the abyss with uncanny precision. But now that I see Lu Ran, although we are all immortal emperors, the other party can manipulate the deep-sea giant demon. Obviously not a match for his horsemaster. When he looked at Lu Ran again, his eyes were already different. "Let's just run. That's a little too weak. That's a waste." But because of the huge waves, they didn't have that much perception to control their height. Previously, she had taken it for granted that it was the deep-sea giant demon that had been frightened by Lu Ran and had simply run away. "Mercy, mercy," Master Ma shouted in fear. He didn't dare fight his opponent. Shiro was all confused. 143. 42. 168. 29. Seeing the tentacles rampaging around him coming and going, he didn't dare to remain here and be shackled. So, began to struggle against it. All sorts of means that are endless. If he screwed up here, he could still go to various other Heavenly Queen's realms to get his old job back. There's no need to risk killing each other and fighting to the death here. The innate ancient treasure hadn't been able to be fully effective in the hands of the previous Lu Ran, but it was different now. But as soon as he turned around, Master Ma found himself motionless in the water. What an awesome character it would take to do that. Beside Lu Ran, Bai Luo also looked dumbfounded. The few immortal emperor henchmen behind Master Ma dodged the attack of the tentacles and turned to run without hesitation. No one wants to take a beating here, because they knew clearly that in front of the deep-sea giant demon, all of their attacks were just tickling. the deep-sea giant demon's movements came to a screeching halt, as if it hadn't had enough of the fun of. However, after hearing Lu Ran's order, it still sank quickly. How is that possible? Although the deep-sea giant demon and the human race do not interfere with each other, the human race didn't know much about the deep-sea giant demon either. But it wasn't as if they were enslaved and manipulated by the human race, was it? A Kongdong heavenly seal can't be moved? Damn, that's boring. Spoiler, Lu Ran muttered. Bai Luo, who was beside her, snapped out of her shock and glanced at Lu Ran, listening to his mutterings. That instant reaction, even for the deep-sea giant demon, it couldn't even be considered scratching an itch for fear. She immediately turned her head to look at Lu Ran, recalling that earlier Lu Ran had released the deep-sea giant demon. The deep-sea giant demon then left on its own. Some are accidentally lifted up by huge waves, and after exceeding the height of the law, it directly turned into pieces and disappeared. At this point, everyone is below the surface. Lu Ran was even a bit disappointed. This immortal emperor, how come this is all he has? What he didn't realize was that he was too strong. Two of them that didn't react were dragged straight up by the tentacle suction cups. Beyond the height it's straight up gone. Master Ma's face was unsightly as he looked at Lu Ran, who was calm and unperturbed near the tentacles. In his heart, he was even more certain that this deep-sea giant demon was made by this bastard. But that would be complete passivity. Similarly, the Pangu axe and Regulus sword should definitely not be underestimated. After the previous encounter of 9 deaths at the bottom of the sea, at this time, seeing the appearance of the deep-sea giant demon again, one fell away. Instead, it was an incredibly precise and indiscriminate slapdown on Master Ma's group. Even the gravity field laws were catalyzed to the max. However, his laws were useless against the deep-sea giant demon, and they were also useless against Lu Ran's few people. Master Ma looked at Lu Ran with an ugly face. Although Lu Ran had robbed her of her innate Dao fruit, her chances were good. It was also acquired less than 10 days after that. But this one-eyed the deep-sea giant demon and directly intended to run. But they just moved. In 3 clicks, a generation of immortal emperors had been screwed over by Lu Ran. But at this rate, it's clear that you can't mess with the master of the horse. A square seal appeared above his head at an unknown time. At this moment, the square seal was emanating a special power of suppression, shackling the spiritual energy within Master Ma's body. Even his movements were shackled, unable to move in place. Master Ma's face changed drastically. An innate ancient treasure. He judged it in an instant. When they were in the Taishu space, they all searched for the innate Dao fruit together. Several groups manipulate the giant demons of the deep. But a tsunami several hundred meters high was pouring into the 32 heavens. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. All the immortals fell away. The entire 32 heavens were in mourning. All the major forces entrenched in the 32 heavens were also mad. End of chapter. Chapter 122, Watching the Hilarity. A tsunami from the endless sea is no ordinary tsunami. Wherever they pass, those of low realm, or strictly speaking, not strong enough for the realm of immortals, all of them died horribly on the spot. And even at the immortal realm, they could only fly one by one to escape. After all, no one dared to guarantee that something would not go wrong with one's protective spiritual energy. The upside is that immortals can fly. So the ones who noticed the tsunami coming in time basically dodged it. One by one, they gathered on top of the high mountains, and the 32 heavens coastal region was in a flurry. Many people looked over with curiosity, and there were even hilarious ones. The ones that aren't afraid to die run straight in that direction. So, when Lu Ran and a few of them came down from their Thunderfire chariot, not much attention was paid to them. Lu Ran looked around, trying to find someone to ask, and was in the process of identifying his target. The entire Middle Kingdom is wrapped in the Endless Sea, and this wave of the tsunami from the Endless Sea cleared the coast of large masses of people and animals and even demonic beasts. It's the middle of a mountain range. Several towering mountains stand out above the range. Lu Ran and the others returned to the shore without the shackles of the heavenly Dao height before Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. But then came the question. There are some rules of heaven that can only be obeyed. In the spirit world, there's no such thing as an autodidact. They basically go their own way. Any power that is not on their side is likely to be treated as an enemy. Lu Ran and the others were instead a smaller wave of people here. When Lu Ran arrived here, there were still quite a few immortals coming from other directions nearby. Luckily, Lu Ran and the others soon realized that there were people on top of a high mountain. As for the idea of revenge, there wasn't a trace of it now. On the one hand, because of the problem with the waters of the Endless Sea, they could only find high mountains to take temporary shelter, rather than wanting to hold on to their protective spiritual energy and risk their lives inside the sea. After all, they were only passing through the heavenly K realm and just happened to join Lu Ran. This place was probably a mess for a long time, Everyone is at risk, and of those who know, or are familiar with, or are a force in the, all gathered together, looking warily at the other forces. Suddenly there was a quarrelsome clamor of voices ahead, but even that small section of the endless sea was terrifying in size. Looking down below, it was all sea ocean, and for a short time, until the waters of the endless sea dissipate, there probably won't be any people in existence. Of course, there were quite a few lone wolf immortals. On the other hand, the endless sea, which was never ancient, suddenly erupted into a tsunami, and there was the presence of the heavenly Dao rules, which needed to be bypassed from the bottom of the sea through the heavenly K realm, as if it were a great mountain pressing down on them, not to mention 10,000 years, or 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. Even if he eventually achieved Immortal Emperor, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Ran. Good, I'll see you later. Lu Ran didn't say much. According to Tanghua, the endless sea was surrounded beyond the 33 heavens. In the spirit realm, one's cultivation had already reached Immortal Emperor, but there was still no way to fight against the heavenly Dao. The strong side was a group of about 200 or 300 people, which is considered a large group, although Tanghua knew how to enter the 32 heavens, which was through the heavenly K realm. But how to get to the 31st heaven she gave no idea, nor did she know the direction, and all the immortals in the neighborhood, basically all flew here to take refuge. But in fact, we all know that the central state of the spirit world is so large that after separating it's impossible to see each other again without any specific opportunity. As for the spirit realm, Lu Ran's urgency to improve himself was only for the sake of safety. 11-253-237, 132, Lu Ran casually said, go directly to the 31st heaven, and there were more than 30 immortal emperors among them. All the others were also at the immortal realm. Lu Ran looked curious. It was the first time he had seen so many immortal emperors at once. On the other hand, if the side of the yes, there are a dozen women, each warbling and looking pretty good, and wearing a uniform sect uniform. The 33 heavens was just a large circle near the endless sea. Thus, Lu Ran summoned his thunderfire chariot, and the few of them flew into the sky. But now, after seeing so many of Lu Ran's tactics, Bai Luo was completely giving up, but it also felt a bit stifling. Isn't it also the endless sea? Lu Ran asked, uninformed, not having seen what's going on at the scene. Now there's all this speculation about whether there's going to be some kind of cataclysmic event. One of them is clearly stronger and the one on the other side is weaker. Tanghua then asked, Master, what are our plans now? Now, let's meet again, Bai Luo murmured. Curious, Lu Ran brought a few Tanghua people over as well, after Bai Luo and the others left. Originally, when she saw that Lu Ran was actually an immortal emperor, she still felt a bit unwilling to do so. However, there was no way to do so as Lu Ran's strength was too strong in the way. That's not something that can be fought by strength. It's the power of rules. How about rules? The result is how it is. Impossible to fight. After Bai Luo and the others returned to the shore, they had no thoughts of continuing with Lu Ran and the others. After all, in the world of the weak and the strong, the fist is hard enough to live comfortably. Moreover, after Lu Ran reached Immortal Emperor recently, this system's signing in doesn't storm anymore. It was unhelpful to give some trash and some cultivation that Lu Ran could no longer use all day long. In itself, Lu Ran actually didn't have that deep of an obsession with cultivating immortality. One layer at a time, culminating in the highest heaven. His only goal was to find his wife Qin Wuyo as soon as possible. As for the rest, Lu Ran didn't have any thoughts. With the people in fear, everyone had to conserve their strength and hide in the high mountains for the time being. It was simply not an existence she could covet, or even have the heart to confront. Instead, the system check-ins kept pushing Lu Ran to upgrade. No, Tanghua immediately shook his head and said, even though I've never been to the 31st heavenly, but I've also heard that it has nothing to do with the endless sea. I forget exactly how to get there, but it's certainly not the endless sea. Lu Ran didn't intend to intervene, but just by looking at it, he could see that the difference in strength between these women and the other party was obviously a bit large. At this point, an immortal emperor leading the crowded side spoke up. After taking the sacred vein jade bones of 3 immortal emperors from our North Mountain Island, you want to just walk away? When they reached the front, they realized that there were indeed 2 forces targeting each other. However, after passing the 33 heavens and entering the interior of the central state, it had nothing to do with the endless sea, and quite a few of them maneuvered their magic treasures to fly over. There were at least 30 immortal emperors on the other side, and these dozen or so women, although they were all immortal emperors, but there were only a dozen or so. And that big circle is the whole way around the middle of the state. There are gaps in it for the waters of the endless sea to pour in. So if you wanted to go to the 32 heavens, you had to go through that section of the endless sea. Lu Ran's heart fluttered, thinking of Xiaoyi. End of chapter. Chapter 123. So what if Qin Wuya comes? It could be that Xiaoyi's impression on Lu Ran was just too deep, especially when Xiaoyi drew the human emperor's human scorpion right out. Although Lu Ran had lived for so many years and had seen too many killings. However, this bloody way of smacking a human scorpion alive still gave Lu Ran a slight psychological shadow. I didn't expect that after coming to the spirit world, I would see someone collecting human scorpions again, but that would be too few. Only 3? Xiaoyi casually drew out more than 3. Thinking of this, Lu Ran couldn't help but twist his head to look at Tanghua and ask, in the spirit world, what's the use of the sacred vein jade bone, and why would anyone collect that thing? At those words, Tanghua was also dumbfounded. The meaning of the words was obvious enough. In a real fight, they could indeed not be defeated. Of course, this was only Lu Ran's speculation about Xiaoyi. As for these immortal emperor women in front of him, Lu Ran wasn't so sure. This is a deep-seated grudge. How can there be room for negotiation? Lu Ran probably thought about it. If this was put on the blue zones, if Lu Ran's 3 disciples' human scorpions were drawn out, Lu Ran estimated that he would directly lash out and take the other party out in one pot. How could he possibly talk about any conditions? Shaking his head, he said, I don't know. I've never heard of that thing doing anything useful as the corpse of a great Luo immortal, because there is a phallic phase that can be extracted, but the sacred vein jade bone, maybe someone for convenience, weeding out the flesh and blood? Unless this North Mountain Island had some scruples and didn't dare to take action against these women easily, wanting to collect it, going to a great Luo immortal was obviously much more cost-effective than an immortal emperor. After all, there are too few people to fight. Bull ********. Are you so cruel for having provoked you? Sure enough, a needle in a wasp's tail. The most poisonous woman. The man disliked back. Lu Ran was all a bit speechless. These Yao Qi women, they were too arrogant, weren't they? Hearing this, Lu Ran snapped. However, the fact that he couldn't fight and at the same time talked quite tough made Lu Ran a bit surprised. Thinking differently, if Lu Ran was one of these women, he might have agreed directly. If Lu Ran could think of this, these women naturally knew their advantages. No need for nonsense. Hand over the sacred vein jade bones of 3 of our fellow disciples from North Mountain Island. Leave another sum of compensation and we can forget about it. The man opened his mouth and shouted. I can see that this man is no saintly mother, but at this point, with so many of you, there was only this many people over here, and the double gap between immortal emperors was enough to crush. Just give the other side a step down. It's not enough. It's obvious that you can't beat them, but you still have to provoke them. It's a good thing you have to force your opponent's hand. It's a good thing you have to die. It all boils down to collecting phallic phases. After all, there were far more immortal emperors in the central state. Yet, Xiaoyi was still willing to kill all the immortal emperors in Xia state to extract their human scorpions for the 500 years she was trapped in Xia state. These women frowned, not realizing that the northern mountain island dared to take desperate measures against them. The immortal emperor has gone to the backwater of Xiazhou. 500 years to collect the sacred vein jade bone just for the phantasm? And, if it's for phallic purposes, the number of great Luo immortals could be far, far greater than the number of immortal emperors. After saying that, he even really twisted his head and turned around to leave. As for a deal? Moreover, these women were the ones who had drawn out the human scorpions of the 3 disciples of this northern mountain island. Just don't dare to mess with each other, but don't want to harbor a direct disregard. So the intention is to ask for some compensation, sort of a step down for themselves. This was a complete disregard for these people from North Mountain Island. 192, 22-7, 148, 17. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Why are you so motherly? Like a pussy? I'll say it for the last time. The jade bone of the sacred vein. No, don't even think about compensation. They started it. Kill them. Heaven forbid, the woman said faintly. The man's face was flooded with a murderous intent at this moment. So the woman leading the group shook her head directly. No way. Fight or get out. If you really want to take a shot at us, think about the consequences. They were the ones who struck out at us first. It's not our fault, and we were only trying to protect ourselves. I'm sorry, one of the women said, while gazing at the others warily. And, by killing these women, the contents of their storage spaces, so they're all from North Mountain Island? As he spoke, the people from North Mountain Island were about to make their move. There was this possibility, but putting it on Xia Yi's body, Lu Ran felt it was impossible. Lu Ran looked a little surprised. I've been lenient enough with my kind words. After all, you killed 3 of our fellow disciples. It's already a great honor for you not to take this revenge. You, the woman in the lead said again. I repeat, fight or get thee out of here. I don't have time to waste with you here. The tsunami in the endless sea seems to have calmed down. We need to go. Yao Qi? Sure enough, just as he had guessed, these women had something to rely on, and that was why they dared to be so arrogant. The face of the man leading the northern mountain island turned ugly. They are still in the right direction at this time. Lu Ran is also happy to watch the show. Intending to watch the show after the find someone else to ask for directions. The woman glanced back at the man, her provocative gaze causing the man's face to scowl a little. Unfortunately, the words were interrupted by the woman once again before they were finished. The man's face became incredibly ugly. There were so many people watching here. Moreover, a large number of them inside were all natives or forces of the 32 heavens, but to my surprise, the women were very determined and shook their heads collectively. It was only that Xie, as an immortal emperor, obviously had much higher indicators, but why he went to Shazhou and not in Jingzhou, Lu Ran didn't know. Clenching his teeth, he said, "You should see the difference in strength between the two sides clearly. I can kill you all here. I kindly advise you to hand over your things, and then leave compensation, and you can go away and we at North Mountain Island will never make things difficult for you." In a cold voice, he said, "Well, don't say that I won't give you a chance, even though you're from Yao Qi, but if we kill you here, Yao Qi can't do anything to us for a while, and besides, Yao Qi won't necessarily know that it was us, North Mountain Island, who killed you." Lu Ran nodded darkly as he heard this. "Why don't you just do it? If we let them go, the face of North Mountain Island would be disgraced." "Stop," the man shouted through clenched teeth. "Even if we are cruel, what can we do? Strange fluctuations are occurring in the endless sea today. Everyone hide here. We don't want to get into a fight with you," the woman said. After the man had made up his mind, he didn't hesitate anymore. Yelled, "Do it! Kill these pussies! I gave them their chance. At that time, even if Qin Wuya comes in person, so what?" End of chapter. Chapter 124, where Qin Wuya ascended from. Lu Ran was originally just watching from the sidelines. Hearing this, it froze instantly, then walked directly towards the man. This sudden move startled everyone around, and they all turned their heads to look at Lu Ran. The two sides were at war, and the atmosphere was so anxious that they were about to make a move. There were guys all around watching, but suddenly someone ran out. Lu Ran immediately attracted everyone's attention. The man looked at Lu Ran uncertainly, not knowing what this person's composition was, whether he was a foe or a friend. Lu Ran walked up to the man and asked, "What did you just say?" The man was a little confused. Frowning, he said, "What says what? What are you?" Lu Ran waved his hand and said, "Answer my question. Just now you said Qin Wuya?" As he was saying this, someone behind the man shouted defiantly, "Get lost, you're not in a position to talk here. If you keep stalling, I'll kill you too." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ran's eyes swept over. The next second, heads hit the ground. Plop. The crowd snapped to attention when the man's head fell to the ground. In unison, they looked at Lu Ran. Even the man was startled, because just now, he didn't feel anything. Without a single fluctuation of spiritual energy, the head of one of his own fell to the ground. One must know that although that person wasn't particularly strong, he was still at the Immortal Emperor realm. You can just disappear without a word, without even being able to see when you moved. Then what realm is the other side? Above the Immortal Emperor. It was the Immortal Emperor. The man's face instantly turned ugly. Hurriedly, he spoke. "Senior, we have no intention of offending. Just taking care of some personal business." Lu Ran, on the other hand, continued to ask, "For the last time, answer my question. The Qin Wuyao you mentioned. What is it?" It was a slight relief to hear that the other person was just asking questions. Glancing at those women of Yao Qi, he said, "Qin Wuyao, the head of Yao Qi, the Immortal Emperor of the... You recognize?" Lu Ran was a bit confused by what he heard. The head of Yao Qi was Qin Wuya? If so, wouldn't Xie be Qin Wuyao's henchman? Lu Ran's face grew a bit odd. Although it was currently impossible to determine if the Qin Wuyao the man was talking about was the person he was looking for or not. This Qin Wuyao, what other characteristics does she have? Where did she ascend from? Lu Ran continued to ask. But this time, before the man could speak, those Yao Qi's women behind them then said, "Who are you and why are you prying into our sect leader's news?" Lu Ran frowned slightly and glanced at the women, but then reacted. These women were all from Yao Qi, and they knew Qin Wuyao well. Naturally, they know a little more than these men. So, walked right up to these women. Opening his mouth, he said, "Qin Wuyao is my wife. Where is she?" As soon as the words fell, each of the women in front of them changed their faces drastically. Bold. How dare a petty scoundrel be so insolent as to insult my Yaohe sect leader's master? How dare you? The woman leading the group said in a cold voice. He even pointed the weapon in his hand at Lu Ran. Lu Ran frowned slightly. The woman's head fell to the ground even as the thought moved. In all honesty, Lu Ran was planning to save them when he first stepped forward. After all, they are people from Yaoqi, and Lu Ran and Xia Yi also know each other, so they help out in passing. But I didn't expect these women to be so unaware. The man behind him looked closely this time. Lu Ran really didn't do anything. The woman's head fell off. Soundless. It's horrible. And since the woman could be taken out without a word, naturally he could be taken out as well. Of course, the countless onlookers around the room were thinking the same thing. One looked at Lu Ran carefully, not daring to utter a single breath. Everyone could be certain that this person in front of them was an immortal emperor. No one dared to be reckless in front of the immortal emperor. The rest of the women saw that the head of the leader had fallen off, and each of them was too scared to utter a breath. Of course, it wasn't just heads that fell off. As an immortal emperor, even if one's head falls off, one cannot die immediately. There's still a chance to remake the flesh. But in the midst of Lu Ran's immortal realm, Lu Ran's hallowed immortal emperor, obliterated together. And of course the woman's divine soul. Even if you're an immortal emperor, if you lose your head, you're still dead. Lu Ran looked at the second woman and said, "Where did Qin Wuyo ascend from? It has nothing to do with you. Damn it, how dare you brutally kill our Yaoqi disciples." You wait. The words were not finished and his head fell off. Lu Ran's expression didn't change in the slightest, too lazy to ink with them. Just an icy look in his eyes at the other women. How nice to answer questions honestly. Having to talk back, playing with arrogance, and expecting to threaten Lu Ran? Then just go to hell. Then, Lu Ran looked at the third person. "What about you? Think about it and answer my question." Lu Ran asked indifferently. The woman's face was ugly with fear, but she looked at the other sisters and teachers with some hesitation. Lu Ran skimmed, and his opponent had the same result, his head hitting the ground. "That's 3 dead in a puff of smoke. Run, everyone run." One of the women gritted her teeth, knowing that you can't beat them, but still thinking about running away. Shouting, he threw out a magic treasure and smashed it towards Lu Ran. The rest of the women heard the cries and scattered like birds and beasts. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow, and the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal directly floated out. In an instant, the entire mountain was suppressed. The women, who had just flown out not more than a few meters, were all shackled in place and unable to move. Of course, those who were suppressed at the same time were all the immortals on the entire mountain. At this moment, all that remained in everyone's hearts was fear. A magic treasure was thrown out, directly suppressing all the immortals present. It's horrible. Instead, the woman's magic treasure also stopped in front of Lu Ran at that moment. It was a shimmering gold-colored glint as if it were a fishing net. Lu Ran probably guessed that this thing must have been designed to stall Lu Ran. Unfortunately it didn't help. Lu Ran glanced at the magic treasure. Pang! That golden fishing net directly burst in place, shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. It lost its luster. Lu Ran looked at the remaining few women and said, "Answer my questions, and you may not die. I'll give you one last chance. The first one who is willing to answer my question can live. The others can only die. Ask them one by one, and they probably won't give in yet, even with fear in their hearts." But now, Lu Ran planned to play with their brains. Sure enough, it still worked this time. Hearing Lu Ran's words, one of the women immediately cried out, "Me, I am willing to answer that. If you have any questions, just ask me." This statement was made. One by one, the faces of the other sisters and teachers around them became ugly. "And I'm willing to answer. Me. You asked me. I'd love to. I just didn't ask me. I've been in yogi a long time. I know everything." End of chapter. Chapter 125, My Wife, I'm Coming. Lu Ran looked at the group of women in front of him from the initial unwillingness to obey, to the present impatience. There was a loud laugh. He waved his hand and said, not bad, and you've learned to snatch the answer. Unfortunately, as I've already said, there's only one chance." As she spoke, the other women's faces became more ugly than one another. They wanted to run, but their bodies were shackled, and they all remained in the suppressed position, unable to move. Even the mana thrown out, not to mention delaying the opponent's movements, didn't even make contact. Straight up scrapped. This is the strength of an immortal emperor. In the end, there was only one woman left. With a single move of Lu Ran's hand, she was pulled before him. "Don't you kill me. I'll tell you anything. I'll do anything. I can do whatever you want with me. Don't kill me." The woman cried out begging for mercy. It seems to be really scared. Lu Ran shook his head. "I'm not interested in you. Just answer my question. Qin Wuyo is your sect master? Where did she ascend from?" Hearing Lu Ran's question, the woman pondered for a few seconds. With an ugly face, he said, Qin Wuyo is indeed the sect leader of Yaoqi. But she herself is very mysterious. We even Yaoqi disciples. It is very difficult to see a few times. By now. And no one knows where she ascended from. Lu Ran frowned. Isn't this the same as not saying anything? Don't kill me. I'll really tell you everything. Ask again. What else is wrong? I'll say it all. The woman opened her mouth to shout. Knowing that she couldn't satisfy Lu Ran's question, the woman was very afraid. Expect more other questions from Lu Ran to see if she knows. Do you know Xia Yi? Lu Ran asked. Elder Xia? Of course I know her. She went to Xiaozhou 500 years ago. It seems like the Taiku Copper Gate has opened recently, so she should be back. The woman said. That's right then. It seems the woman wasn't really lying. What do you want the sacred vein jade bone for? Lu Ran continued to ask. It's the sect leader's order to be in charge of the collection, but it's not allowed to be done on a large scale in the central state. The great elders were dispatched to other states 500 years ago to collect. The woman said. Lu Ran asked curiously, since we're not allowed to collect in the central state, why did you take 3 of their sacred vein jade bones? The woman's face was hard to see. It was really them who made the first move. We had no choice but to kill. Since we did, the sacred vein jade bone can't go to waste. There's a council of elders responsible for acquiring it, and it's worth a lot. In the final analysis, Qin Wuyo was collecting sacred vein jade bones in large quantities. What's this for? Lu Ran couldn't figure it out. So Qin Wuya, what does she look like? Lu Ran continued to ask. It was to make sure he hadn't gotten the wrong person. If it was someone with the same name, the woman mused. Very pretty looking, Danfang eyes, willow leaf eyebrows. The woman blah blah blahs. But the description comes out as a beautiful woman, and you can't hear exactly what she looks like at all. Come to think of it, there's no such thing as a photograph in the spirit world, so naturally it's not descriptive. I can draw it. You let go of me. I can draw it now. The woman probably also understood what Lu Ran meant and hurriedly said. Lu Ran didn't say anything and untied her. After the woman got out of the trap, there wasn't a single thought of escaping. Instead, he really and honestly took out a white paper in his storage space and, tracing up on it with spiritual energy. In a short time, the portrait was finished, and the woman drew it with great care. This is it. This is our sect leader. There's no mistaking it. The woman handed the portrait over and said. Lu Ran took the portrait and just glanced at it, and was struck by lightning. Yao Yao. Lu Ran murmured. It's really Qin Wuya. This face Lu Ran would never forget for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, the head of Yaoqi was Qin Wuya. Xia Yi was a Yaoqi in the first place. If I had known earlier, I would have followed Xia Yi. Wouldn't it be better to directly space teleport to Yaoqi? Now it's a good thing you have to go to the highest heaven one step at a time. The Yaoqi is in the highest heaven? Lu Ran asked. Yes, it's in the highest heaven. This is a map of the highest heaven with markings for the location of the Yaoqi. I'm sorry, the woman said hurriedly. He even pulled out a map and placed it in front of Lu Ran. Lu Ran just looked at it and probably memorized it. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, all right, then it looks like it won't take long to reach the highest heaven. After that, the map was put away. I can answer any other questions you have. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry, the woman said, trembling. All the other sisters and teachers were dead, and the fear of death made her afraid to put up the slightest resistance now. Lu Ran glanced at her, and his heart was a bit overwhelmed instead. Those women just now were all from Yaoqi, and they were all from Qin Wuyo as well, and yet he killed so many of them at random. Anymore, it's one of our own. I told you, I won't kill you. Lu Ran nodded. You really won't kill me? Then can I leave? The woman asked carefully. Sure, any time. Lu Ran said with a shrug. The woman sniffs, braves it, and flies away. Lu Ran, on the other hand, put away the Kongdong Heaven Sealing Seal, but then suddenly slapped his head. Bad. He forgot to ask which direction the 31 heavens were going. At that moment, he snapped his head around to look at the man from earlier. Though freed, the man did not dare to move or escape, nor did the rest of the. No one thought they could escape in front of the immortal emperor. Let me ask you, to go to the 31 heavens, which direction is it going? Lu Ran asked. It's on the east side, and I have a map here too, the man said hastily. Following the example of the woman earlier, a map was brought out. Lu Ran glanced at it, and it was quite detailed, marking out the location. Lu Ran nodded to bring your head, put away the map, had planned to go straight away, but the man patted himself on the back and said, those ES from earlier, who didn't know how to appreciate the, it's a good death to dare to disobey you. Lu Ran's footsteps gave a slight lurch at his words, narrowing his eyes at the man. He said, Qin Wuyao is my wife, and they are all my wife's people. Don't you dare insult them like that. Ha! The man's eyes glazed over. I just cursed a couple of times, and you killed so many of them, leaving only one to be released. What's the point of cursing at me? Of course, that was only in his head, not daring to say it out loud. Besides, there's no chance of saying it, for the next instant his head fell off, and struck the ground with the dull thud of a. Frightened, each of the immortals at the scene turned the color of pig's liver. Let's go, to the highest heaven, Lu Ran said in a deep voice. Lei Hua drove, taking Tanghua and several others with him, pulling up, leaving behind a group of immortals on the mountain gasping for air. It felt so good to come back from the dead, and Lu Ran, too, went to the 31st Heavenly Hall of Fame when, on the contrary, it was not as tedious as the Heavenly K realm of the 33 heavens and 32 heavens, or rather, the road after that is all relatively easy. In fact, to put it mildly, the Tian K realm is quite simple. You can honestly cross it by boat. It's just that an accident has happened to draw the attention of the giant demon of the deep sea. More than 20 days later, Lu Ran's several people were winded, looking ahead at the mountains that towered so high you couldn't see the top, against the map in his hand, murmuring, Sumeru Mountain, climbed Sumeru Mountain, and reached the highest heaven. Wife, wait for me. End of chapter. Chapter 126, Ascending to the Highest Heaven. This was sort of the last hurdle Lu Ran faced. The difficulty wasn't that great. Between the highest heaven and the second heaven that Lu Ran was currently in, there is only one last hurdle. It's the Mount Sumeru in front of us. It is also called Sumeru Sacred Mountain. And Jiang Wei also knew that he had his own disciples at every other level along the way. But Jiang Wei didn't even bother looking for them. This was because his current priority was to find his wife and then try to see if he could summon the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion Immortal Mountain. In that case, with the wife looking for the rest of the apprentices, then keep expanding the blue zones. That was Lu Ran's plan. Finding those disciples now wouldn't be of much use to Lu Ran, and to be honest, following Lu Ran's side, Lu Ran felt a bit tired instead. It's inconvenient to drag your family around. At the same time, Lu Ran had to find out where the Lai were, help Limba with Limba's body. All this way, Lu Ran had also paid attention, but strangely enough, the Lai people are kind of a signature in the middle of the state, but few know where the Ri are entrenched. It's a good thing that Lin Bauer still has time. It's not too late, so let's find the wife first. This is Mount Sumeru? I've long heard that Mount Sumeru is suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. I didn't expect it to be true. Tanghua sighed. Lu Ran knew that too, and had tried it himself. This Mount Sumeru, indeed, has rules that suppress it. Lu Ran was speechless. Obviously, cultivating in the lower realms was quite free and easy, but after ascending and coming to the spirit world, there were instead more and more rules. And, most of the rules, all of them, come from heaven. The heavenly Tao had set up rules in every location, and they were rules that were absolutely untouchable. For example, the height of the law of the endless sea. If anyone dares to exceed it, even an immortal emperor, it also has to go up in smoke immediately. This way, the separating zone separating each of the heavens from each of the. There are all sorts of rules that suppress it. Lu Ran couldn't even comprehend the significance of the existence of those rules. It's as if it's just to make it not so easy to fly through. The difficulty is not there, but it is a waste of time. Lu Ran had wasted almost all of their time in the middle of the separating zone along the way. Otherwise, with Lu Ran's realm strength, he would have long since arrived at the highest heaven. How could it wait until now? Especially in front of me. This Mount Sumeru. The law states surprisingly that it is just not possible to fly. Lu Ran had tried. Not that there was any penalty for flying, but that he couldn't fly at all. It was as if the spiritual energy in his body was out of control. Rather, it's been many years since I climbed a mountain on my feet, Lu Ran said helplessly. Looking at the towering Mount Sumeru in front of him, Lu Ran could only sigh helplessly. When the laws of heaven are suppressed, you can only climb up one step at a time, not to mention the current immortal emperor. Even when he was in the lower realms, Lu Ran had also not experienced the feeling of climbing a mountain on his feet for a long time. Now that he was being suppressed by the laws of the heavenly Tao, he was sighing in his heart. On the path of immortal cultivation, one has already ascended to the immortal emperor, but as a result, one is still unable to break away from the suppression of the heavenly Tao. What kind of immortal has this cultivated? Lu Ran sighed, his heart of course unconvinced, but the current him, even as an immortal emperor, was not qualified to call out the heavenly Tao, nor is it capable of resisting the way of heaven. Come on, let's go up the mountain, Lu Ran murmured. Then when the first step was taken on Mount Sumeru, immediately, the rules of the heavenly Tao were instantly suppressed, but yet it only singularly suppressed the inability to fly. In the course of climbing the mountain, The realm and strength itself is not affected in the slightest. Meanwhile, just as Lu Ran and the others were climbing the mountain, the highest days are actually not peaceful. The holy land of Yaoqi, Xia has been back here for a few days now. All of the sacred vein jade bones obtained had already been handed over to Qin Wuya. Qin Wuya was in seclusion, but today she made an unprecedented move to walk out from her chambers. Standing on the terrace, looking at the 9 clouds around the highest sky. Sister, the people who were sent out have sent back word that Lu Ran is probably already in the second heaven. It's just one step away from the highest heaven. Xia Yi said to Qin Wuya. This is an extremely beautiful woman. A white neon dress was worn on her body, and a faint aura surrounded her. Bright eyes and white teeth. Long hair casually cascading behind her and falling to the floor. Exquisite and perfect features, between the knitted brows and the smile. The men of the world are afraid that if they look at it, they will sink for it. She is Qin Wuya. However, it was even more dusty than in the lower realm, as if it was a fairy that had fallen from the 9 heavens. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly. Hearing Lu Ran's name, a trace of joy clearly surfaced on his face, but did not say much, just remained silent, staring at the clouds. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Wuya slowly collected her mind and opened her mouth. I see. You send someone to continue to keep an eye on it, and when you come to the highest heaven, notify me at the first opportunity. Sister, don't worry, and he's already an immortal emperor now, and with the laws of time then, no one in this spirit world can threaten his safety, Xia Yi said. However, Qin Wuya shook her head, said, immortals can't threaten him, but the heavenly Tao can. She looked up at the sky, and Xia Yi followed suit, but in Xia Yi's eyes can't see anything, all you can see is miles of clear sky. At this point, Qin Wuya lowered her head anew and said, soon. I've been preparing for him for tens of thousands of years. Help him to break away from the heavenly way and never again be disturbed by this world. After saying that, he slowly turned around and returned to his chambers. Within the bedchamber, the jade bones of the immortal sacred veins were piled up like mountains. The other side, Lu Ran and the others climbed up the hill step by step, though not at a slow pace. But this Mount Sumeru is a little too high. Just most of the day has gone by and it's only halfway up. Looking upwards, Mount Sumeru was so cloudy that it was almost impossible to see where the top of the mountain was. Moreover, Mount Sumeru was so large that the whole seemed like a world raised up in the middle of straight into the clouds. The highest sky is at the top of the mountain, which, though said to be the top of the mountain, is flat and all the top forces were entrenched at the top of the mountain, restraining and counteracting each other. Lu Ran looked around, though a few other immortals could be seen sporadically, honestly climbing the mountain. But the realm is generally not very high. The immortal emperor realm, Lu Ran hadn't seen here. Rather, along the way, I ran into a few immortal emperors who were not very temperamental but arrogant. Lu Ran casually gave the extermination and cleaned up. The sun, moon and stars rotate. The evening of the second day, it took Lu Ran a few steps from the mountain path to the top of the mountain. The rules of the heavenly Tao also dissipated without a trace at this moment. Lu Ran looked back behind him. The world below was no longer visible. Everywhere you look, there are clouds. Behind them was the highest sky, and at a glance, it was so vast that it was as if he had come to another world. Moreover, the concentration of aura in this highest heaven was frighteningly high. Compared to the second heaven and other worlds, it was at least tens of times higher. End of chapter. Chapter 127, Qin Wuya is my wife. Since this highest heaven's aura is so rich, everyone comes to this highest heaven to cultivate. Wouldn't it be twice the work with half the effort? Lu Ran was surprised. It's not even just half the effort. It's a difference of dozens of times. Immortals cultivate for 10,000 years at every turn. Dozens of times the difference in savings can be more than a day or two. You've been practicing for thousands of years and you've built up your cultivation. Others were able to reach the highest heaven in only 100 years. Exaggeration. It's too much. At that moment, Lu Ran suddenly heard a commotion coming from the friendly side. Turning his head to look, it was a few other immortals who were not far away from Lu Ran and the others earlier. One of them was an immortal emperor, and several others were immortal monarchs. And at that moment, there was a small group standing in their way. May I have an invitation? A middle-aged man leading the group opened his mouth and asked. Lu Ran glanced at the other party with some surprise. This middle-aged man was actually an immortal emperor. No, we've come to defect. Dare I ask the great immortal, which power are you? That immortal emperor asked carefully, courteously, even a bit fawning and fearful. The words just fell. That immortal emperor then let out a roar. Daring, without an invitation, you dare to trespass on the Sumera holy mountain. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows and a sword appeared in his hand. Scared, the faces of each of those people turned green. No, we're really here to throw in the towel. We'll do anything. Just ask to stay in the Sumeru Sacred Mountain. Several people shouted. The leader of the group also emphasized, I am an immortal emperor. My realm is that of an immortal emperor. I'd be a cow and a horse. Unfortunately, it was useless. The long sword in that immortal emperor's hand casually swung, and the powerful sword chi crisscrossed out. That immortal emperor was the first to react and immediately offered his own magic treasure to fend it off, totally not expecting the other side to come up and ask a few questions, and then go straight for it, without needing anyone at all. Unfortunately, it's useless. In front of the immortal emperor, how could these trashy magic treasures possibly block an immortal emperor's attack? But in the blink of an eye, the sword chi crisscrossed across the room, and several people were chopped into pieces of corpses. It fell to the ground and didn't move. Straight up kill. Lu Ran suddenly realized that probably this Mount Sumeru did not allow ordinary immortals to come up. The whole of central China knows that this Mount Sumeru is rich in spiritual energy, and they all want to come, but such a good place. How is it possible to be open without discrimination? Naturally, it will be monopolized by the big powers, and if you want to share the world here, your fists must be hard, and it was to reach its peak in the central state, in the center of this spirit world. Isn't that the immortal emperor? Lu Ran did not expect that Qin Wuyo had ascended until now. Surprisingly, it had already grown to its current size in the spirit world. Surprisingly, he was able to be on par with the big brother of the central state, and at that moment, after that group killed those people, they looked at Lu Ran and the others again and walked over. Where are your invitations? The immortal emperor in the lead asked indifferently, glancing at a few of the others, his brow furrowed directly. As an immortal emperor, he could see through the realms of the others besides Lu Ran at a glance. It was too low. On the contrary, the realm of the two demons was okay. Lin Bauer was the lowest and hadn't even crossed the threshold. And Lu Ran, he found surprisingly elusive and a little strange. Why do you need an invitation if you don't have one? Lu Ran said casually. He didn't put this immortal emperor in his eyes. The other party's brows immediately furrowed. Seeing Lu Ran with this attitude, coupled with not being able to see through his strength, it's even more elusive. So instead of rushing to make a move, he asked, what are you doing at Mount Sumeru? Lu Ran casually said, it's okay to come and play? Besides, what are we here for? What's it to you? Lu Ran's unceremonious dislike made the man's face look even uglier. The little brother following behind the man was the first to look away. Daring, without an invitation, you dare to trespass into the Sumeru Sacred Mountain. Who gave you the guts? Put you on the spot now. The words were not finished. Lu Ran looked at the other party indifferently. The immortal domain spread out, but the man's reaction was also quick. The pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk, and with one hand he raised it. Lu Ran immediately felt as if his immortal realm had been disturbed and distorted by a force. It was surprisingly erratic for a moment. Lu Ran probably guessed that it was the man's law power, but to expect that to stop me? Lu Ran snorted coldly. Swish! The twisted immortal's domain still managed to rip the head off of the screaming minion. Barte! The man and the others behind him jumped in unison as his head hit the ground. The group of minions were all high and mighty just now, but now they've all turned off. After all, even their head immortal emperor couldn't protect them. And the other side, what ingredients that? Naturally, it's clear as day. The man's face became even more ugly. This is no longer a matter of giving him face or not. This is a complete slap in the face. Just killing his people right in front of him. Favoring him as an immortal emperor who couldn't stop the other party. This would be direct proof that the other party was indeed an immortal emperor. So you're an immortal emperor. No wonder you dare to have such an attitude. But even if you're an immortal emperor, isn't it not good to kill my people in front of me? The man said faintly. Immortal emperors fought against immortal emperors by virtue of the power of the laws. However, his laws unexpectedly couldn't stop the other party from killing, so the man didn't dare to do it easily. Cultivating to immortal emperor isn't easy. If the laws are suppressed by the other party, it's just GA. That would be a big loss. And, as explained from the top, not good? If you speak against me, I will kill you. And if you think it's bad, what can you do? Lu Ran asked indifferently, not putting the other side in the slightest. If he didn't still have some questions to ask this immortal emperor, Lu Ran would have already made his move to him. Lu Ran was so decisive and wanted to set his attitude and posture right, then asked where Yao Qi was and where Qin Wuya was. The man took a deep breath and said, it is we who have been abrupt, as immortal emperors. Indeed, there is this privilege, and it doesn't matter if you kill my people. Just, what exactly is the reason for your coming to Mount Sumeru? Lu Ran looked at him and asked repeatedly, remembering what a few people had said earlier. He said, come and have some fun. By the way, let's see if any of the powers take people in. Oh, hearing Lu Ran's words, the man's expression instantly lit up. Smiling, he said, It's a good feeling. In this Sumeru mountain. Like the day of. Of course it's our heavenly mansion. If you're willing, you can join the heavenly mansion. It just so happens that we're short of people lately. Lu Ran didn't respond, but continued to ask, that Yao Qi, do you know about it? The man nodded. Of course, but you should put that idea to rest. Yao Qi doesn't accept men. Moreover, in this highest heaven acting viciously, and our heavenly mansion is incompatible with each other. Just in these few days, our heavenly mansion will make a move against Yao Qi. At that time, you can pick the Yao Qi fairy at will. As long as we take Yao Qi, our heavenly mansion will be able to rule the highest heaven and dominate the spirit world. Lu Ran narrowed his eyes slightly at his words. Talent to start a fight with Yogi? That's just right. If you follow the heavenly palace, won't you go to Yao Qi? Yes, I'm in. Lu Ran immediately nodded and said. End of chapter. Chapter 128. What is your law? The heavenly mansion was one of the 4 major forces in the highest heaven of Mount Sumeru. It is also one of the 2 oldest forces. These were all things Lu Ran said when he was brought back by that immortal emperor. Lu Ran came here and realized that there were quite a few immortal emperors in this heavenly mansion. Just the ones that were now in the main hall alone. Lu Ran swept over with a glance. There were more than 70 of them. More than 70 immortal emperors. Good lord. This is an absolutely terrifying force when placed anywhere in the spirit world. Moreover, these immortal emperors were either elders or sect deacons. Although they were immortal emperors but it's also considered to be a parasite and part of the heavenly house. For most immortal emperors, they were unwilling to stoop to the level of doing other people's work. Moreover, since it had already reached the realm of the immortal emperor, the rich aura above this highest heaven was of little use to them. Even immortal emperors have to be careful in dealing with several other great powers. Up here in the highest heavens, don't dare to do anything rash. But a hallowed immortal emperor, if out there in the other heavens, and yet, it was definitely a life well lived. For example, Lu Ran met that horsemaster. Of course, the prerequisite was not to provoke and encounter goods like Lu Ran. Otherwise it would be a tragedy. And where Lu Ran and the others climbed up, that's the direction that Tianfu was responsible for. It belongs to the area that is a slice of heaven. The people of Heaven's mansion needed to make sure that no loiterers would come to Supreme Heaven to take advantage of the situation. For no other reason. It was because these great powers couldn't see those who weren't their own people enjoying the rich aura here. And they don't want any that are too low in strength. Even the immortal emperor didn't want it. Because of the battle between immortal emperors, there was actually no need for immortal emperors. All the major powers were fighting each other. And they were also competing for the number of immortal emperors each had. When the time came to fight, when immortal emperors fought, immortal emperors were caught in the middle of it. But instead, they were a liability, and would be gone if they casually bumped into each other. That's why those guys came up and wanted to join. But the reason for being killed directly by that immortal emperor earlier, since you're an immortal emperor, you're a friend, and you're welcome in the heavenly mansion. The one who spoke was the heavenly mansion's patriarch, named Lin Wuyue. It looks like a Confucian scholar, dressed in a long robe, a scholarly, holding an unopened folding fan in his hand. He looked at Lu Ran with a smile, though dressed as a Confucian and looking plain as a bell. However, the other immortal emperors were extremely respectful towards him, since everyone was an immortal emperor. But they were so respectful to this Lin Wuyu. Lu Ran understood. This Lin Wuyue's law power should be quite terrifying. I just don't know what kind of law power it is. And just as Lu Ran pondered what the other side's law was, Lin Wuyu was also sizing up Lu Ran. Smilingly, he asked, I wonder what law this brother's law is. This is important and determines how capable an immortal emperor is. Immortal emperors with strong law power were not a problem to fight by themselves. Guillotine. Lu Ran said casually. Oh, Lin Wuyu froze and seemed a bit suspicious as she looked at Lu Ran. But just then, the immortal emperor from earlier said indistinctly. No wonder. I also pondered for half a day how you killed my man then. I didn't feel anything and he died. So it's a guillotine. It's not a bad law. Killing without a trace. But that's just politeness. It was obvious from the eyes of the other immortal emperors around them that they didn't think this law was that powerful. The guillotine, as the name suggests, means losing one's head, which they certainly understand. But it doesn't matter if you can kill an immortal emperor below, but against an immortal emperor, it doesn't work very well, so not much use. On the contrary, when Lin Wuyu heard that immortal emperor say that, the suspicious look in his eyes disappeared. Smilingly, he said, good thing too, the law is good, and since you've joined the heavenly mansion, from now on, we'll be our own people. It just so happens that we're going to fight against Yao Qi in the next few days, so when the time comes, you'll also contribute, and after we take Yao Qi, there will be enough backbone to dominate the highest heaven, and at that time, The entire spirit world 9 states will be our heavenly mansion. Speaking of this, the other immortal emperors around them all looked excited. Most of these people are militants, and after reaching the realm of immortal emperors, they've suddenly lost their quest, but was not willing to mingle and consume his lifespan to travel to the mountains, so he came to the highest heaven. Sad to say, in the lower realms, cultivating immortality is all about ascension, aspiring to become an immortal after ascending, to break the knot of immortality and death, and not to grow old and perish. But when I came to the immortal world, I realized that it was fundamentally different from what I had imagined when I was in the lower world. This so-called immortal realm, which is also known as the spirit realm, isn't really that different from the lower realm. One still needs to keep practicing and climb up the ladder one step at a time in this world of the weak and the strong. But here there is no such thing as ascension. The immortal emperor is the end of the line. Even if one became an immortal emperor, one did not have an endless lifespan. So, these people who had reached the immortal emperor began to let themselves go, and begin to aim for world domination. It was pretty boring to say the least. After saying that, Lin Wuyu didn't pay any more attention to Lu Ran and began to make arrangements to deploy the sparring match a few days later. Lu Ran was pulled in solely because of the immortal emperor realm. Anyway, when the fight starts, one more immortal emperor. Although the law is that a guillotine doesn't seem to do much good, but it more or less helps. Sort of better than nothing. On the other hand, people like Tang Hua and Lin Bauer, who were following around Lu Ran, were directly ignored. In the eyes of an immortal emperor, as long as one wasn't an immortal emperor, they wouldn't be noticed. Lu Ran idly chatted with the immortal emperor from earlier, probably understanding the current condition of this highest heaven. The 4 major forces that Lin Wuyu had mentioned earlier were indeed so, but there was one thing that was left unsaid. The strength of the Yao Qi is not to be underestimated. Originally, in this highest heaven, it was jointly ruled by 3 major powers, 2 of the oldest forces. One is the heavenly mansion, and the other is the war flag. There was also a later fledgling force called the Desolate Army. When the time came cold, Qin Wuyo brought some immortal emperors to the highest heaven. At that time, the Yao Qi wasn't very numerous, but it was very strong, especially Qin Wuya. At that time, the place Qin Wuyo picked was the closest to the battle flag, and the battle flag was the first one to be dissatisfied with. The first immortal battle began against Yao Qi, but that big battle saw the war flag all but wiped out. Although Yao Qi had lost some of its immortal emperors, those who remained were still very strong. The remaining Heaven's Mansion and the Desolate Army didn't dare to act rashly. One can only silently and secretly plan how to get Yao Qi. However, they did not expect that the speed of Yao Qi's development had far exceeded their expectations, because Yao Qi only accepts female disciples, which in the eyes of many female immortal emperors who hate males, it's almost like the house of the know-it-alls. As a result, the power of the Yaoi expanded rapidly. By the time the Heavenly Mansion and the Desolate Army reacted, Yao Qi had already split the world 3 ways with them. Can't trip over it. But all along, Lin Wuyu had never given up on targeting Yao Qi, and just recently, the opportunity came up. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Honey, I'm coming. Those pussies in Yao Qi don't know what they're doing, and since 500 years ago, then he began to secretly collect sacred vein jade bones. We didn't notice it at first, then we found it by accident. The sacred vein jade bone doesn't serve any purpose for us, so it was ignored. But Yogi is doing things more and more insanely. Even sent some immortal emperors to go on a hunting spree for immortal emperors in other states of the spirit world. And because of that, even Yao Qi has lost quite a few people out there for this reason. Some of those Yaoi disciples left the Yaoi and gave birth to some die-hard pussies. Some of them also fell back and joined the Heavenly House and the Desolate Army. Right now, there are less than 50 immortal emperors resident within Yao Qi. This is a good opportunity. You happen to have joined our Heavenly Mansion at this time as well, so our chances of winning are even greater. When the time comes to take Yao Qi, those fairies you can pick and play with as you please. Speaking later, a strong excitement also surfaced on the bastard's face. At the Immortal Emperor's realm, too many women were at their fingertips, but they were tired of playing with them. The defeated female Immortal Emperor was their target, and that was fun. Lu Ran listened faintly from the sidelines and didn't take a stand. Only, Lu Ran thought of signing in. Along the way, Lu Ran signed in various ways, in various positions, but the results were all ordinary signing in. Nothing to be gained, because it's already Immortal Emperor. The cultivation given is useless. It caused Lu Ran to be too lazy to sign in sometimes. But right now, this is the highest heaven in the spirit world. There's going to be a war between the 2 most powerful forces in the spirit world. Battle of the Immortal Emperors. This should be considered a big deal, right? I wonder if it gives goodies if you sign in. Lu Ran mused, mentally signing in. Ding! Sign in. Congratulations to the host. This check-in gets a blast. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cultivation reward *10. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the innate ancient treasure, the mountain and river fan. Lu Ran froze, a little surprised. Signing Storm. Lu Ran is still very happy. After so long, finally stormed again. This upcoming battle of the Immortal Emperors is proving to be a big deal. Indeed, it could get the system's attention and give Blitz goodies as well. But strangely enough, this is the first time that the storm has hit and only given a bonus. Mountain River Fan. Although it's an innate ancient treasure, but it gave innate ancient treasure when it stormed before. How come you're just giving one this time? Lu Ran was a bit speechless. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, this system would still swallow rewards? Thinking like this, Lu Ran's expression became odd. The Immortal Emperor on the opposite side saw Lu Ran's expression and thought that Lu Ran was worried. After all, as an Immortal Emperor, coming up to the highest heaven was trying to gain recognition for his identity. However, if you have just arrived and have to start a fight, joining the battle of the Immortal Emperors, the chances of death are still high. For any Immortal Emperor who cherished life, it wasn't very acceptable. So he said consolingly, "Don't worry, we'll just follow along and join in the fun when the time comes." Lin Wuyue's law power was very strong, and when he reached Yao Qi, as long as he could kill Qin Wuyo, it would be a one-pot deal at that time. It doesn't even require you or I to do anything to sit back and enjoy it. Oh, Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. This Lin Wuyue's law is so dense? Lu Ran directly asked. To be able to take so many Immortal Emperors of Yao Qi in one pot with one person's strength, this law power should be very strong, right? What kind of law is it? Unfortunately, upon hearing Lu Ran's question, this Immortal Emperor shook his head with a confused expression. He said, "Then I don't know." Lin Wuyue has never said it explicitly, but it's obvious to everyone that Lin Wuyu controls the lives and deaths of all Immortal Emperors. No one can survive under him as long as he wants. Arrogant. It's so arrogant. But this Lin Wuyue didn't expect to be hiding quite deeply. Alright, take a rest and get these few friends of yours settled. And when it's time to go to the Yao Qi, they should not get involved. Just stay here and wait for our triumphant return. That Immortal Emperor patted Lu Ran's shoulder and said, and then it's off on its own. Lu Ran squinted at the sky outside. The clouds were low and the entire Mount Sumeru was burrowed into the clouds, and it should be the highest location in the spirit world. Looking up at the sky, Lu Ran sighed slightly. That strange feeling became more pronounced. In the spirit realm, when one's cultivation level reached Immortal Emperor, one was instead more stifled than when one was in the lower realm. In the lower realm, even after being stuck for 100,000 years at the juncture of transmigration and ascension, at least there was still hope that knowing that there is still a future to run for. But when you get to the spirit world and cultivate to Immortal Emperor, then what? There's nothing left. The journey to heaven has come to an end. It caused these Immortal Emperors to be bored and come to the highest heaven to fight each other. Let's find the wife first. Lu Ran mused. Boring as it may be, and though there's no running when you get to the Immortal Emperor, if you find a wife, the remaining tens of thousands of years to enjoy life and travel the 9 states of the spiritual realm and the clouds would not be a bad thing. Bored with idleness, Lu Ran took out the rewards given by the sign-in blitz. It's a fan. A mountain fan. This made Lu Ran suddenly remember the fan in Lin Wuyue's hand. Can be held in the hands of the Immortal Emperor does not leave the hand, most likely is also an extraordinary magic treasure. Just do not know when the mountain river fan compared to the stronger or weaker? Unfolding the mountain and river fan, a rich spiritual energy came out. Above the mountain and river fan are mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, etched in a lifelike manner. It was as if a small world really existed in the fan. Lu Ran's divine thoughts swept through, but to his surprise, it was true. In this mountain and river fan, it was a small world of its own, and it was not small in size. Lu Ran roughly calculated that it was probably as big as Xiaozhou, the 9 states of the spiritual realm. The world inside the mountain and river fan in Lu Ran's hand was as big as the Xia state among them. It's scary enough. In that case, it seems to be more appropriate than the Blue Sect's purple mansion. Lu Ran mused. He hadn't tried to summon the Blue Zone purple mansion in Xiaozhou yet. If it could be summoned over, there should have been quite a few Blue Sect disciples already accumulated up there as well. When the time comes, move collectively inside the mountain and river fan, and use the mountain and river fan as the clan's foundation, safely, concealed and with a greater range. As for the other functions, they are attacks. The mountains, the rivers, the lakes and the seas inside, all of them could be used as means of attack. But Lu Ran wasn't lacking in means of attack right now, so he didn't take it seriously. A few days later, early in the morning, Lu Ran was then notified that the heavenly mansion was assembled and ready to depart for the crusade against Yao Qi. With a thought, Lu Ran took out the mountain and river fan. Lin Bao's few people were all put into the mountain and river fan, while he went ahead to gather alone. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. Lu Ran has been teetotal these past few days. It was even tempting to just break away from the heavenly mansion and go to Yaoqi to find a wife. After all, the thought had been in the back of his mind for 100,000 years, but because they didn't know the way, and because the heavenly mansion was going to crusade against Yaoqi, they put up with it. Follow along, and then we'll see what this heavenly mansion can do. Honey, I'm coming. End of chapter. Chapter 130 Battle of the Immortal Emperors. The highest sky above Mount Sumeru is not very different from the rest of the world. It's not barren because of its height. On the contrary, because the aura here is terribly dense. There are spirit beasts and exotic grasses everywhere, and trees in the sky. Everywhere is a paradise. And Yaoqi Wonderland is one of the representative places. It used to be deep in the mountains, and there are large places like it, but because it's a valley, so very stealthy. It was when Qin Wuyao specifically picked such a place to develop as the foundation of Yaoqi. By now, the small valley that was chosen as a route is not really obvious. Over tens of thousands of years of operation, the Yaoqi has continued to grow, and the buildings have extended out of the valley, forming a behemoth in the middle of a mountain range. Between the clouds, there were fairies in neon dresses coming in and out of the sky from time to time. At this very moment, within the Yaoqi, Qin Wuyao was still in her own chambers and rarely came out, and no one is allowed to interrupt. All of the sacred vein jade bones were brought in by Qin Wuyao, and they didn't know what they were doing. Xia Yi and some other elders stood guard outside. At this time, one of the elders said, the heavenly mansion should come to crusade against Yaoqi today. However, as the sect leader said, but did not retrieve the disciples scattered outside. I'm only afraid that we can't prevent that heavenly mansion. The other elders nodded their heads as they heard this. Yes, the strength of the heavenly mansion itself cannot be underestimated. We've gotten word that the heavenly mansion has gathered at least close to 100 immortal emperors. If we can't resist, so many disciples of Yaoqi will end up. Other clans, when they are defeated, they are defeated. But Yaoqi only has female disciples. If this is defeated by the heavenly mansion, you can imagine with your ass what the consequences are. While they were talking, Xia Yi remained silent, not saying a word. There's not much to be seen in the expression. At this point, an elder suddenly turned his eyes towards Xia Yi. Opening her mouth, she said, Xia Yi, what do you have in mind? At those words, Xia Yi glanced at the other party. Faintly, he said, there's nothing to think about. Just come and fight back. When he finished, he continued to remain in his previous dazed state, not moving a muscle. The other elders were speechless for a while. Of course they knew what Xia Yi was capable of. With the laws of space on her body, she was practically invincible, so of course she wasn't worried about it. Anyone who came, Xia Yi could get out in one piece. But a few of the other elders weren't quite so keen on sitting around like this. He looked up at Qin Wuyao's chambers. Worriedly, the sect master's behavior is getting more and more erratic. This is not the way to. Sooner or later, Yaoqi will be destroyed in her hands. Hearing this, Xia Yi once again twisted her head to look at the several elders. He frowned slightly, but did not interject. And the other side. A large number of people from the heavenly mansion quickly arrived at the Yaoqi immortal realm. Above the 9 heavens, Lin Wuyu stood in the void. Following behind them in great numbers were all the immortal emperors who had entangled themselves this time. This terrifying force was in the sky, and between each other's immortal emperors' mighty pressure. It's still scary. The guards of the Yaoqi below immediately realized that something was wrong, but there is no need for notification. The great elders and disciples who are immortal emperors, all of them sensed the aura of a large number of heavenly mansion immortal emperors at the first moment, so each flew out from within the Yaoqi. The emptiness confronts each other. However, the number of people in Yaoqi, the number of immortal emperors, was obviously no match for the heavenly mansion. Just by comparing the number of people alone, Yaoqi could be said to be a complete failure. Lu Ran was also in the crowd. Looking down at the Yaoqi, his heart was a little excited, eyes constantly scanning, hoping to find the one he had longed for, but it turned out to be nothing. So far, there was no trace of Qin Wuyao. Instead, he soon met an acquaintance, Xia Yi. The moment Xia Yi sensed the heavenly mansion's arrival, she dodged and disappeared in the first place. Her eyes swept over the Lin Wuyu crowd. After realizing that the number of immortal emperors on the other side was indeed in a crushing position, their faces turned a bit ugly. Shay still wasn't worried about herself. Even if there were so many immortal emperors on the other side, Xia Yi was still sure of preserving herself. But while she could preserve herself, the rest of Yaoqi seemed to be no match. Of course, in a battle between immortal emperors, the most important thing was to compete with each other in terms of their respective law powers. Being outnumbered is not necessarily an advantage. The focus is still on what the rule of thumb is. And among the crowd of the other side, the heavenly house, the first one to draw attention was Lin Wuyu. Xia had been in Yaoqi for a long time, and in the highest heaven above Mount Sumeru for a long time as well. But truly speaking, this was still one of the rare opportunities to get so close to the heavenly mansion Lin Wuyu. He didn't look very old, of course, and here I mean outwardly. After all, for immortal emperors, any one of them could easily be an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. There is no such thing as young. He was dressed in white, dressed as a Confucian, with long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes revealed a clear and bright look. The snow-white face has a little bit of coldness, but also does not lose the warm and elegant atmosphere. The immortal Qi and haze behind them seemed to jump and flow. Standing amongst a group of immortal emperors, he was still able to uniquely exude a faint imperial majesty, worthy of being at the helm of the most ancient and high strength of the highest heaven. This aura, enough, and behind him, the 70 or so immortal emperors stood tall, dressed in gorgeous precious armor, with a majestic aura that was impossible to ignore. Some held immortal weapons, releasing a powerful might. Some were aloof, with cold eyes. They looked down at the Yaoqi wonderland and the earth below, waiting silently. Those who could follow Lin Wuyu here were mostly militants. By now there was some impatience to make a move, and that's when Xia Yi's eyes suddenly saw Lu Ran. She jerked her head, thinking she had misread the situation, but then reacted. Counting the time, Lu Ran had indeed arrived at the highest heaven, but probably because they couldn't find the exact location of the yo-yo, so it just happened to go along with joining the house of heaven and following it. It had to be said that although Xia Yi looked like a little lowly, but that brain is really good and figured out a lot of things in a flash. Lu Ran noticed Xia Yi's eyes, glanced at each other and smiled politely. Sort of a hello. Xia Yi, on the other hand, looked at the Yaoqi below. Of course she knew that Lu Ran had come to look for Qin Wuyao, but at this time, Qin Wuyao was still in the middle of her bedchamber. I don't know if I'm done with what I have to do. The heavenly mansion visited Yaoqi Immortal Realm, but your Yaoqi Immortal Realm sect leader Qin Wuyao didn't show up. What kind of reasoning is this? Could it be looking down on our heavenly mansion? After waiting for half a minute, one of the immortal emperors beside Lin Wuyu suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "In any case, since we're here to crusade, it's just a matter of stirring up a dispute and starting a fight. That's a pretty simple way to start a dispute, actually, and it's just nothing. If you're not convinced, then fight." End of chapter. Chapter 131, You're in a hurry. Sure enough, these nymphs of the Yaoqi, although they did not occupy an advantage in numbers, but it's definitely not going to be polite with you either. Bold. The name of my Yaoqi sect leader is also something you can call. A fairy screamed. Lu Ran waiting on the sidelines belonged was a bit boring. He's not here to fight or help the heavenly house. He's here to find his wife. But now, the place is here, and it's also at the yo-yo. But no sign of where the wife is? Looking at these immortal emperors of the heavenly mansion around him, Lu Ran directly flashed his body and it appeared right in front of Xia Yi. Asked directly, "It's been a while since I've seen Xia Yi, so I'll ask, where is your Yaoi's patriarch? Where is Qin Wuyao?" Lu Ran was totally meh and didn't care about anything else. Anyway, from the beginning to the end, the reason why he followed Tian Fu here, the only goal was to find Qin Wuyao and find his wife. Since the place had been found, he naturally had nothing to do with the heavenly mansion gang, but in the eyes of the others, he's still one of the members of the heavenly mansion participating in the war this time. The sudden flash out made many immortal emperors think that this was a sign to make a move. They had been waiting for Lin Wuyu to give orders and for the battle to begin. Being so stimulated by Lu Ran's movements, there were so many who didn't hold their breath. They also followed suit and offered up their own magic treasures, and some of them made use of the divine abilities that they had been holding back for half a day. Look at it this way, and the others look at it, and goodness gracious, they're all starting to do it. Then I can't be idle. And so, for a time, all sorts of magic treasures mixed with all types of divine powers. It began to ravage the air. Many immortal emperors who preferred melee combat also rushed out. Hey, Lin Wuyu, as the head of the heavenly mansion, was dumbfounded. That's not the right time to carry it out. Qin Wuyao hasn't even shown up yet. Why is this a direct fight? In the final analysis, it was still because of Lu Ran. Why is this guy charging out for good reason? And at that moment, the battle of the immortals broke out, and the entire sky was filled with spiritual turbulence and divine abilities bombarding each other. All kinds of magic treasures touched each other hard. There were also their respective phantoms that were summoned and detached from the immortal emperor's physical body. Start conquering each other. The whole sky was a mess. Looking at Lin Wuyu's head was big. Obviously he had come prepared for everything, but as a result, It was only a single glance, and he was driven straight to the ducks by that idiot Lu Ran. Some of the countermeasures and plans, as well as combat deployments, that had been thought up long ago were now completely useless. The corners of Lin Wuyu's mouth twitched in anger. Instead, he turned his head, only to realize that Lu Ran, who had started the trouble, had disappeared. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ran, at this time, had already entered the Yaoqi Wonderland. It was Xia Yi who brought him in. Lu Ran and Xia Yi typed a sentence, and Xia Yi hadn't had a chance to answer yet. Just see the fuse-like battle of the immortals begin. Solely, he directly opened the spatial channel and brought Lu Ran down. It even directly crossed over Yaoqi's clan protection formation. Instead, those immortal emperors and elders of Yaoqi were still in the heavens at this time, conquering each other with the people of the heavenly mansion. You fight back and forth. Although the number of immortal emperors in Yaoqi was small, these fairies were all tough as hell, and the power of the law is not weak. In a short period of time, the heavenly mansion could not help Yaoqi. Not going to help? Lu Ran asked as he looked at the battle in the sky. There's no need. Xia Yi shook her head. Aren't you here to find my sister? Lu Ran froze, puzzled. What do you mean? Your sister? Xia Yi nodded. Yeah, Qin Wuyao is my sister. Lu Ran hurriedly nodded his head and said, Yes, it's Qin Wuyao. Where is she? As for when Qin Wuyao had Xia Yi as her sister, Lu Ran didn't bother. It's certainly not a real sister anyway is all, and definitely not from Blue Star. Then it would most likely be a god sister or something like that he recognized later in the spirit world after ascending. Lu Ran probably guessed it at once, so it wasn't unexpected or strange. But if Lu Ran remembered correctly, when he first met Xia Yi then mentioned her sister. Only at that time, Xia Yi didn't know whether it was on purpose or by accident. There was no mention that her sister's name was Qin Wuyao. Otherwise, perhaps Lu Ran wouldn't have needed to wink until now to find Qin Wuyao. It's just inside, Xia Yi said as she reached out and pointed to the exquisite and luxurious hall next to her. Lu Ran twisted his head to look, his divine thoughts sweeping through, but the divine mind could only sweep outside the Great Hall but in any case, it was impossible to enter the interior of the Great Hall to see what was going on inside. Moreover, only coming to feel it from the outside alone, he did not feel Qin Wuyao's familiar aura. But since Xia Yi said that Qin Wuyao was inside, Lu Ran immediately intended to lift his foot and walk in. But just then, Xia Yi stopped Lu Ran. Shaking his head, he said, Inside, yes, but my sister's doing something very important. You might want to wait outside for now. At those words, Lu Ran frowned. Xia Yi seemed to see Lu Ran's anxiety and impatience. Opening her mouth, she said, I know who you are. My sister ascended from the lower realms. When you were in the lower world and you were a couple, she was your wife. She ascended tens of thousands of years before you, and it was not easy for you to ascend. Sure, can't wait to find her and meet her. Lu Ran looked at Xia Yi in surprise. Surprised that this Xia Yi knew so clearly. However, since she herself said that she was Qin Wuyao's sister, that obviously had an extraordinary good relationship with Qin Wuyao on weekdays. It wasn't a big deal for Qin Wuyao to tell her some news about Lu Ran. Just, when did you know all this? Lu Ran asked with a suspicious expression. Well, Xia Yi mused for a few seconds, shaking her head. Don't quite remember the exact time that. About 30.